This world is called the beast taming world. Everyone here aspires to become a beast tamer. They sign contracts with various powerful psychic beasts, train and cultivate them, and eventually embark on the path of becoming a strong person. Some people control the star-eating beasts that devour planets. Some control the flesh-eating beasts that are powerful enough to destroy an army. And some can control lightning, travel through the starry sky, and transcend the thunder of the thundercloud beasts. Every beast master defines his or her status and even determines the world's situation by the strength of the contracted beast. But in my opinion, these are too weak. When that icy yet majestic voice sounded in my mind, I knew that my path was different from everyone else in this world. Bound to the ultimate evolution system, activated. The host has obtained the authority of the Swarm Master. You will breed the Supreme Swarm. The Swarm is an existence that transcends everything. They have no mercy, no fear, no retreat, only evolution, only predation, and only endless conquest. They do not need the warmth of a beast master, nor do they need training or restraint. Their way of survival is to devour everything, adapt to the environment, and evolve to the most perfect form. Each individual Zerg is a weapon of war, and when they gather into groups, they become a disaster that devours the starry sky. The Zerg are efficient, perfect, and greedy. They have no limits and no constraints. No one can stop their growth. Today, they are weak larvae, but tomorrow, they will tear the sky apart. Today, they can only crawl on the ground, but the day after tomorrow, they will rule the sky, tear apart the void, and trample on the gods. We are the eternal hunger, the terror in the shadows, the all-consuming scourge incarnate. This world has not yet realized what it is facing. The swarm is coming, and I am the lord of the swarm. Warning, your genes have been contaminated. The contamination from the Gaia Zerg is irreversible. The laboratory self-destruct device has been activated. The shrill alarm sounded in my ears, but my consciousness quickly fell into darkness. I don't know how much time has passed. I'm not dead. I opened my eyes and looked into the mirror in front of me. A strange face came into view. His facial features were handsome, but this was not my face. Damn, what's going on? Did I travel through time? Where is this place? I frowned and looked around. It was a small, dim room with limited space. It contained a bed, a bookshelf full of books, and a computer that looked a little outdated. I instinctively walked towards the bookshelf, trying to find some valuable clues. However, when the title of the book came into view, I was stunned. Introduction to Beast Taming, Psychic Awakening, Genetic Engineering Atlas of Alien Beasts, A Brief History of the World, Collection of Photos of Humanoid Beasts. I stared at the last book, my brows twitching slightly. A photo? A humanoid beast? This combination was weird no matter how I looked at it. What's even stranger is that the first 3 books are all very new, but this one has obviously been read countless times. Out of some unknown intuition, I reached out and opened the book. Boom. In an instant, countless memories flooded into my mind like a tide. I have indeed traveled through time. The original owner of this body was called Chu Jun. The original owner of this body, Chu Jun, also dreamed of becoming a Beastmaster. Unfortunately, he was just a Beastmaster college student who had failed a grade for 3 years. As an orphan, he tried his best to graduate, but he was still unable to awaken his psychic powers, let alone cultivate his first psychic beast. In the end, in despair, he left a suicide note and committed suicide using psychic power. I lowered my head and looked at the suicide note on the table. I opened it and saw that it was filled with the original owner's pain, poor family conditions, cruel reality, academic pressure, and the indifference of the tutor. Everything made him breathless. Just as I was thinking, a sudden pain penetrated my mind. Ugh, 2 completely different energies collided violently in the depths of my soul. The next second, a twisted double helix symbol emerged, and psychic energy surged within my body. My psychic talent had awakened. Psychic talent, gene distortion. At the same time, another cold mechanical voice sounded in my mind. The ultimate evolution system has been unlocked. What? I was stunned. I just came here, and I have awakened my psychic power? And it also comes with a system? A large amount of information flowed into my consciousness frantically, and I completely understood the capabilities of the ultimate evolution system. The first ability, gene analysis. The system can analyze the most detailed genetic information of any biological blood, hair, and other samples. The second ability, gene editing. The analyzed genes can be edited, fused, and grafted to create a new life form. My breathing started to quicken. As a geneticist, I knew exactly what this meant. This wasn't just a talent. This was God-level technology. The genes of any organism could be analyzed and reorganized. Even God, was no exception. And my psychic talent, gene distortion, can stimulate the genes of alien beasts and cause them to mutate uncontrollably. If it is combined with the ultimate evolution system, I can even create entirely new species. Any creature, any race, can be shaped. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh. In my previous life, I devoted my entire life to studying genetics, but ended up collapsing in the laboratory. In this life, I actually obtained the true ultimate evolutionary power. Destiny is indeed an interesting thing. I stood up, put on my clothes, and prepared to go to the school's exotic animal breeding room to test this power myself. At this moment, my eyes swept across the last sentence of the suicide note. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, people at the bottom will always be the most humble ants. I sneered and threw the suicide note into the trash can. Insects are not lowly. On the contrary, the Zerg are the strongest beings in this world. After leaving home and changing 3 different modes of transportation, I finally arrived at the exotic animal breeding room of Sangnan University. It was still early at this moment, and the entire breeding room was empty. Only the exotic animal embryos soaked in the petri dishes were floating quietly, as if watching my arrival. I walked quickly and went straight to my breeding chamber. We're here. A huge 4 or 5 meter high cultivation chamber appeared in front of me. Transparent culture fluid was flowing slowly, soaking an alien embryo with 4 deformed limbs. I just took a look and pressed the destroy button without hesitation. It's worthless. The embryo quickly dissolved into blood in the culture medium and was absorbed by the machine. I looked indifferent. This was something Chu Jun had high hopes for, but in my eyes, it was not even garbage. After dealing with the waste, I turned to the genetic sample storage device on the side of the incubator. After unlocking it with my fingerprint, the cabinet door slowly opened. Too few. There were only a dozen or so primary genetic samples of exotic animals, all free, because Chu Jun was too poor to afford more advanced samples. However, it didn't matter to me. As long as I have the ultimate evolution system and the gene distortion talent, even with the lowest level of genes, I can create a true miracle. The original Zerg, my first experimental subject. Analysis and transformation, my eyes fell on a genetic sample marked as mutated insect. I pressed a button and a mechanical arm slowly descended, handing a sealed can to me. Mutated insect, monster level, primary monster, probability of psychic awakening, extremely low, origin, native species of the planet Zuru, race profile, ultra-small worms, widely used in feed production, extremely unstable genes, and can quickly adapt to the environment. Known abilities: devouring, rapid reproduction, abnormal growth, wild mutation, that's it. Instead of pouring the genetic sample directly into the incubator, I opened the jar with my bare hands and reached out to touch the sample substance. This behavior is dangerous, but the ultimate evolutionary system requires close encounters to parse the genes. Instantly, a stream of data rushed into my mind. The genetic sequence of the mutant insect was completely analyzed. Not only that, but all of its hidden abilities and potential characteristics were revealed to me. However, analysis is only the first step. The next second, I started gene cutting, stripping, reorganizing, and optimizing. Gene sequences that adapt to the environment, keep. Sequences that inhibit growth, remove. Genes that enhance mutation ability, strengthen. Sequences that weaken survival ability, delete. Activate hidden abilities, parasitism. The whole process went smoothly. I kept adjusting it, allowing this mutated insect to be completely transformed. I have removed 1/3 of the redundant genes. If I continue to reduce them, its gene chain will collapse. That's enough. Now it is enough to evolve into a new form. When the transformation was completed, I directly input the optimized gene samples into the breeding chamber. Soon, new signs of life began to appear in the culture medium. However, its appearance was no longer the ordinary worm it had been at the beginning. At first, it just floated quietly in the culture medium, but soon, its body began to mutate. Sharp fangs gradually grew, replacing the originally weak mouth parts, and could easily tear the skin of any creature. The round eyes mutated into 4 pairs of compound eyes, capturing every subtle movement. The originally soft skin grew into a hard shell, even with a faint metallic texture. Its species characteristics have also been completely overturned. It was originally a scavenger, but now it has become a parasitic organism. Even the experts who know the most about mutated insects probably wouldn't be able to recognize that the predecessor of this hideous monster was actually a small insect that was so lowly that it could only be used as feed. But I know that this is my perfect creation. It will become the origin of the Zerg. I leaned over the petri dish. My eyes were fanatical, and the smile on my lips was almost morbid. Success. My child was born. My lovely child, your appearance is destined to change the world. But this is far from enough. It is not strong enough. It needs to evolve. The arrival of genetic distortion, I slowly stretched out my hand, pressed on the petri dish, and activated my psychic talent, genetic distortion. Intense energy surged into the mutant insect's body, and its body began to expand wildly in an instant. The shell cracked, the muscles twisted, and new biological structures grew from the body, and the speed of mutation was incredible. It screamed silently, twisting wildly in the petri dish, its flesh constantly collapsing and regenerating, its evolution endless. This is just the beginning. It will continue to evolve. The distorted figure was reflected in my eyes, and my smile became more intense. Infinite evolution. This is real life. In the incubator, my mutated insect was twisting wildly, its twisted limbs struggling painfully in the culture fluid. But I didn't stop. Its genes were at the most critical evolutionary point. Only by crossing this stage could it truly become my first psionic Zerg. Awakening. Psychic connection. With the continuous impact of psychic energy, its gene sequence has undergone drastic changes. Certain hidden characteristics have begun to emerge, and the most critical change is the awakening of psychic talent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I could feel that a faint black shadow within its body was growing rapidly, and then a vague consciousness suddenly connected to my mind. Instantly, I gained its vision. Although it was only a brief contact, I immediately realized that this mutant insect, which originally had no psychic talent, actually had the potential to grow into a psychic beast. This is the most critical evolution, because in this world, the most important goal of a beastmaster is to cultivate psychic beasts. Although exotic beasts are not rare, those with psychic potential are extremely rare. Only psychic beasts can truly integrate into the beastmaster's spiritual network, allowing the beastmaster to control their extraordinary powers and become a true beastmaster. The core competitiveness of a beastmaster lies in controlling the number and strength of psychic beasts. But it is not easy to awaken the spiritual power of an ordinary beast. It requires talent, resources, and even luck. Otherwise, Chu Jun would not have failed for 3 consecutive years. But for me, this is not a problem at all. Not only do I have psychic talents, I also have the ultimate evolution system. In just the first experiment, I made a low-level feed worm evolve into psychic potential. Stop. Genes are on the verge of collapse. It's not enough. I stared at the mutated insects in the petri dish and murmured in a low voice. However, the next second, my psychic sensed that its gene chain was on the verge of collapse. If it continued to be stimulated, its cells would completely collapse due to mutation overload. It was time to pause. I slowly withdrew my psychic energy, and the mutant insect's struggle gradually subsided, and its vital signs began to stabilize. At the same time, I felt a sharp pain in my head, like the fatigue of staying up all night for 3 days after a high fever. It seems that the experiment just now consumed too much spiritual energy. But this was just a short break. It's still far from enough. I looked down at the mutant insect in the petri dish. It had awakened its initial psychic talent, but it was still far from the ultimate Zerg in my mind. The real Zerg are beings that can evolve themselves through devouring. They are terrifying creatures that can adapt to the environment infinitely and even dominate the galaxy. In my previous life, I witnessed how real Zerg devoured the entire battlefield. Their endless reproduction and evolution still terrified me. I want to create a Zerg stronger than them. Thinking of this, I pressed the button to inject more nutrient solution into the petri dish to ensure that the mutant insects can recover to the maximum extent during the rest period. Now, I need to collect more genetic data. The next step is to add a more suitable alien gene to it. While the mutant insect was resting, I went to the data center of Tsangnan University to select the most suitable alien gene. The biggest feature of the Zerg is that they can evolve autonomously by devouring the genetic sequences of other powerful creatures. Although the mutant insects are not able to devour genes on their own now, but I have the ultimate evolution system. I can intervene artificially and help it acquire this ability in advance. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but quicken my pace. I found an idle information terminal, entered my student ID, and entered the Tsangnan University's exotic beast database. On the screen, information about various beasts scrolled quickly. Some were as small as dust, while others were as large as planets. Among them, there was even a star-eating beast that could devour an entire star, and there was also a miniature beast that was discovered only last week. This world is indeed more interesting than the last one. I was flipping through the pages, thinking about the right gene combination. However, at this moment, someone patted my shoulder. I frowned, turned around, and saw that the person standing behind me was my mentor, Li Nan. Li Nan, a full professor at Sangnan University, is already a member of the Imperial Academy at the age of 45. Not only has he presided over many important research projects at Sangnan University, he has also led psychic beasts to directly participate in interstellar wars, for which he was awarded the Imperial Medal of Honor. Besides, he rarely takes the initiative to look for me. But today, he patted my shoulder and said calmly, "Chu Jun, come to my office." I narrowed my eyes, a hint of interest forming in my heart. Why would my tutor approach me? Li Nan's office was decorated extremely luxuriously, with trophies, certificates of honor, and even military medals awarded by the Empire hanging on the walls. I glanced at it casually and sat down on the chair. "Mr. Chu," Li Nan pushed his glasses and said in a deep voice, "I know this is cruel to you, but you have to face the reality. You have failed to successfully cultivate psychic beasts for 3 consecutive years and are about to be expelled from Sangnan University." My response, hearing this, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of a smile. "Oh, is this why you came to me? Drop out." I frowned slightly when I heard Li Nan's words. The dropout procedure of Sangnan University is extremely strict. Even if I failed to graduate for 3 consecutive years, this alone would not constitute a reason for dropping out. After all, except for the fact that I failed to successfully cultivate a psychic beast, my grades in all subjects were far above the standard and could even be said to be at the top of the class. So, this matter is definitely not simple. "Yes." Li Nan pushed his glasses and spoke in a calm tone, with a kind of condescending regret in his eyes. "Mr. Chu, to be honest, I admire you very much. It is indeed a rare miracle for an orphan like you to have crawled from the slums of Ant Street to Sangnan University. But unfortunately, your academic journey has come to an end." He sighed softly, his tone full of well-intentioned exhortation. Raising psychic beasts and awakening psychic talents are 2 things that poor people cannot do. At least, you can't do it now. He leaned back in his chair and continued in a calm tone. "I am not discriminating against the poor. I am just stating a cruel reality. In today's empire, genetic technology is constantly advancing, and new samples of exotic animals are sent to the gene bank every moment. Those truly excellent exotic beasts have long been snatched up by major families and research institutions. What you can get are just the cheapest and most worthless free samples. And, if I remember correctly, your college tuition was all borrowed, right?" He paused, his eyes filled with a hint of hidden contempt. He went on to say, "Listen to my advice. Drop out of school early and work in an exotic animal breeding factory. This is your destiny. Don't waste time struggling. Face the reality." I listened to his admonition quietly, but my mind had calmed down. Li Nan, a full professor at Sangnan University and a 5th-level psychic, was about to participate in the Empire's secret Psychic Beast project. If nothing unexpected happens, he will most likely become a member of this huge research project, or even a representative of Sangnan University. However, he has a stain. That is me. His resume was always perfect, and his students were either the elite of the Empire or the children of wealthy families. I was the only exception. I think the reason he accepted me as a student was probably just to create a people-friendly image and to demonstrate his noble teacher ethics of supporting students from poor families. But now he is about to enter a higher academic field, and I, a failed student, have become a stain on his perfect resume. So, he wanted to get rid of me. As long as I dropped out of school, his resume would continue to be perfect. Everything was just a house cleaning directed and performed by him. "So, what have you thought about?" Li Nan saw that I was silent. A hint of pride flashed across his face, and his tone was filled with undisguised urging. He was confident that I would definitely compromise. At most, he could be more generous and give me some severance pay to satisfy his own hypocritical sense of kindness. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. I raised my head and said in a calm tone, "I don't plan to drop out of school. My grades are up to standard. What's more, I'm preparing to breed a new kind of psychic beast. So, I don't have any plans for the time being." The air froze instantly. Li Nan's face suddenly darkened, and the hypocritical mask was completely torn off, replaced by undisguised indifference and disgust. "Chu Jun." He narrowed his eyes and his voice became a little deeper. "Did you misunderstand something? I just told you to drop out of school. I wasn't discussing it with you. I was ordering you." His tone was cold, and the regret on his face disappeared, replaced by the toughness and oppression of a superior. "Let me tell you clearly. You are at the bottom of society. You are not worthy of being my student. You are even less worthy of being a true beastmaster. I was willing to save your face and let you withdraw with dignity. I was giving you a chance, not letting you take advantage of me." I couldn't help but laugh when I heard this. "Oh, that makes things simple." I slowly raised my head and looked at him coldly. Since you think I'm not worthy of being your student, then I'll find another instructor. You dare? Linan stood up suddenly, his eyes like an angry beast. Since he started teaching, no one has ever dared to leave him. At Sangnan University, being his student is an honor in itself. And I actually gave up on my own initiative? Why not? I looked calm, with a faint smile on my face. Professor Lee, to be honest, I've read your paper. Especially that one, The True Future of Psychic Beasts, Individual Determinism. This paper is full of loopholes. It is precisely because I have read it that I feel that you are indeed not suitable to be my mentor. After saying that, I stood up and prepared to leave. Linan was still furious about what I said, but when I turned around, I suddenly stopped and looked back at him, with the corners of my mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of a sneer. Oh right. I am preparing to breed a new kind of psychic beast. Its characteristics are completely opposite to individual determinism. They are cold, united, and efficient. They are the true collective will. Their name is Insect Swarm. Linan's expression changed completely. After leaving Linan's office, I went straight back to my mutant insect breeding chamber. My spiritual energy has been restored, and I can activate my gene distortion ability again at any time. However, the practical problem still exists. The genetic sequence of this mutant insect is on the verge of collapse. If it is genetically modified again, its genetic chain will be directly shattered and completely annihilated. Therefore, I must find a way to make its genetic sequence more tough. In other words, I need new foreign genetic sequences to stabilize its structure. Foreign gene sequence. I murmured softly, my eyes swept over the free gene list provided by Sangnan University, and my brows furrowed slightly. There are only a dozen or so genetic samples to choose from, and most of them are low-level organisms with very low experimental value, which cannot meet the evolutionary needs of mutant insects. But this is not a problem for me. The research experience and knowledge from my previous life have already allowed me to surpass the academic system of this world. I, like the insect swarm I want to create, have the most flexible thinking. If I want the mutant to evolve into the prototype of the Gaia Zerg, then first of all, it must become strong. I pondered for a moment and quickly came up with the first direction of reinforcement: hunger. The Zerg are endless predators. They devour all visible resources, whether it is flesh, life, or even minerals, metals, or even stars themselves. That is not a simple appetite, but a sense of mission engraved deep in their genes. Their existence is to devour, reproduce, and expand until they cover the entire universe. And I need to implant this instinct into the genes of this mutant insect. To do this, I needed to find a biological gene that would give it the ability to eat unlimited food. Soon, I locked onto a suitable target. Death worm. Alien level. Non-alien creature. Probability of psychic awakening. Cannot be awakened. Origin. East Star System. Introduction. These are extremely small worm-like creatures, but they have the ability to grow infinitely, with individuals reaching up to thousands of kilometers in size. In the East Star System, they can devour inorganic matter including corpses, sand, gravel, metal, and even mechanical creations, and convert them into their own energy. Therefore, they are widely used in major garbage disposal centers in the Empire. That's it. I chose the death worm's genes as the strengthening material for the mutant worm without hesitation, especially its terrifying digestive ability and unlimited growth characteristics. The combination of these two is likely to stimulate the mutant worm's hunger. Soon after, the robotic arm extracted a box of dead worm gene samples from the gene storage compartment and placed it on my operating table. I reached out and opened the box, my eyes flickering. Although the death worm is widely present throughout the Empire, it has always been classified as a low-level garbage creature because it has no possibility of psychic awakening. To most researchers, its genes were worthless, and no one would consider it as material for breeding exotic animals. But I saw the possibility of evolution in it. Without any hesitation, I activated the ultimate evolution system and asked it to analyze the entire genetic sequence of the death worm. Data streams rushed into my mind frantically, and all the genetic structures were thoroughly analyzed. Everything was under control. Among all the analyzed data, I successfully found two key gene fragments: the infinite growth gene and the extreme digestion gene. It is these genes that give the death worm its terrifying survival ability. However, just when I was about to extract these two genes, I unexpectedly discovered some abnormal data, a hidden psychic gene fragment. I narrowed my eyes, and doubts suddenly arose in my heart. The death worm was clearly marked as a creature that could not awaken psychic power, but there was indeed a psychic factor in its gene sequence. Was this a loophole in the Empire's research, or some undiscovered evolutionary possibility? My heart skipped a beat, and then the corners of my mouth slightly raised. No matter what, this is a great opportunity. Without any hesitation, I extracted the hidden psychic gene, infinite growth gene, and extreme digestion gene together and injected them into the body of the mutant insect through the culture dish. After just a few minutes, the mutated insect began to undergo drastic changes. Its digestive organs evolved rapidly, from the initial simple structure to an extremely complex and efficient digestive system, and it was even able to decompose substances larger than its own volume and convert them into energy. At the same time, its genetic structure has also undergone fundamental changes, successfully integrating the characteristics of unlimited growth. In other words, as long as there is enough energy, it will never stop evolving. However, what really surprised me was the psychic gene that was accidentally injected. I originally thought it was just an insignificant variable, but now, this hidden gene has perfectly integrated with the mutant insect's psychic structure, greatly increasing its psychic strength. Before, the psychic connection between me and the mutant insect was just an extremely weak mental touch, which would not even last more than a few seconds. But now, I can clearly feel its presence. I tried to communicate with it using my psychic powers. The next second, it slowly raised its head and stared at me with its compound eyes. Our consciousnesses were connected. Then, a strong emotion hit my mind: hungry. It was hungrier than ever before. Every inch of its cells was longing for food, and every gene fragment was telling of the desire to devour. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, I gently stroked the surface of the petri dish and murmured, "Very good. You finally have the first instinct of evolution." Is it really the feeling of hunger? When I felt the state of the mutant insects through my psychic power, I suddenly became excited. The feeling of hunger displayed by the mutant insects was exactly what I wanted. This endless desire for food perfectly matches the characteristics of the Zerg. However, the current mutant Zerg is far from being a real Zerg. It is just a rough prototype, especially the individual combat effectiveness, which is still far behind the real Zerg. I pressed the stop button on the incubator, allowing the mechanical equipment to extract the mutant insects and put them into a portable alien beast container. It's time to test its actual combat capabilities. As a scientific research institution of the Galaxy Empire, Songnan University allows students to use some experimental facilities, including a testing area for the combat capabilities of alien beasts. In this experimental area, a large number of aggressive creatures are raised for the purpose of conducting combat tests and psychic link exercises on the exotic beasts being cultivated. Psionic link. After arriving at the experimental area, I did not release the mutated insects immediately, but instead established a psychic link first. After all, my goal is to create a swarm of insects that can be controlled by psionics, and if it can't be controlled, then this experiment is meaningless. In this world, psychic beasts that cannot be controlled by a beast master are worthless. Fortunately, as the creator of the mutant insect, my psychic energy can easily penetrate into its consciousness, and the psychic link is established instantly. The intense feeling of hunger overwhelmed it, and it crawled impatiently in the container, its shell rubbing against the metal wall, making an uncomfortable rustling sound. Its mouth parts kept twitching, eager to swallow everything. Seeing this, I decisively activated the experimental system and released a suitable opponent. Horned wolf, exotic beast level, non-exotic beast creature, psychic awakening probability, unable to awaken. Origin, Noel Star 3 satellite. Species introduction. Horned wolves are a type of desert predator. They are huge in size, with combat power far exceeding that of ordinary wolves. They have a strong sense of territory and are aggressive. Boom. The cage opened, and a horned wolf slowly stepped into the experimental field. It was much larger than an ordinary wolf, with short yellow-gray fur all over its body and two sharp, curved horns on its head. As soon as it entered the battle area, it immediately bared its fangs and bit the steel railing behind it fiercely. Its sharp teeth left deep bite marks on the metal, and then it slammed the fence with its horns, making a roar. This is a very aggressive beast. At the same time, I pressed the button to release the mutant insect. Puff! The sealed container opened, and the horned wolf's ears quickly stood up, and it immediately pounced towards the source of the sound. In order to maintain the combat effectiveness of the experimental subjects, Songnan University kept them in a state of hunger for a long time. So now the horned wolf, like the mutant insects, is extremely hungry. Two hungry monsters, waiting to devour each other. However, just as the horned wolf pounced on the mutant insect, a black shadow shot out at a speed beyond common sense. Under my genetic modification, the physical fitness of this mutated insect has long surpassed its original racial limitations, and its jumping speed is incredibly fast. Before the horned wolf's fangs could even open fully, the mutated insect had already penetrated its lower abdomen, opened its ferocious mouth parts, and bit down fiercely. Kill it. I gave the order in the psychic link, then devour it. However, before I finished speaking, the mutant insect had already launched an attack. Its mouthparts tore open the horned wolf's abdomen, and a bloody wound appeared instantly, and blood splattered on the ground. Woo-woo! The horned wolf howled in pain and tried to struggle, but it was too late. Squeak! The mutant insects drilled into the wound like crazy, their sharp mouthparts piercing the flesh and tearing the horned wolf's internal organs. The internal organs were torn apart, blood gushed out, and the horned wolf's screams resounded throughout the experimental field. However, just as I was about to observe the parasitic process of the mutant insects, I suddenly realized a serious problem. No, the behavior of the mutant insect is completely different from what I originally imagined. According to my original plan, it should show the characteristics of a parasitic beast, invading the host's body to control the nerves and become a part of the parasite. But now the mutated insects, they are not parasitic at all, they are killing. Puff! With a sharp cracking sound, the mutant insect burst out of the horned wolf's mouth, covered in blood, with unswallowed internal organs still remaining in its mouth. It raised its head suddenly, staring at me coldly with its 6 compound eyes, trembling with excitement. Through the psychic connection, I clearly felt its emotions, hunting. In its mind, there was only one concept: hunting all the weak and devouring them. This completely deviated from the characteristics of a parasitic beast and was more like a top hunter. Seeing this scene, my eyes narrowed slightly, but a smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. I was very curious, what exactly caused the behavior pattern of the mutant insect to deviate from my original setting? With doubts, I released my psychic power and delved into its genetic sequence, trying to find the answer, and soon after, I found the key. Its genetic sequence is completely messed up. When my spiritual energy penetrated into the genetic level of the mutated insect, everything I saw made me gasp. In just a few minutes, its genetic sequence underwent a drastic change, so fast that even I, the creator, was shocked. It overturned my design and instead designed itself. This is not a simple genetic mutation, but 2 completely different wills fighting for control. One is the will of me, the creator, the hand of God. The other is the instinctive rebellion of this mutated insect, which is resisting my transformation and trying to dominate the direction of its own evolution. I calmed down and continued to analyze its genetic data in depth, but soon discovered a more interesting fact. It did not completely abandon my design. On the contrary, it has retained all the optimal genetic characteristics I gave it. For example, it has not changed the armor defense ability that I strengthened in its gene chain. The mouthpart strengthening gene that I adjusted is still retained and even further optimized. In other words, its genes are not messed up, but are autonomously selecting the mutation direction that is most suitable for survival. It is not rebelling, but evolving autonomously. My heart suddenly accelerated as I realized that the mutated insect in front of me had truly wild evolution. It had no fixed evolutionary path, but was constantly adjusting its biological structure according to its own environment. After exiting the psychic vision, my naked eyes immediately captured its changes. First of all, its size. It had grown a circle in the process of devouring the horned wolf. Its muscle tissue was tighter, and its torso was more slender and powerful than before. Secondly, its mouthparts. Its original mouth structure was closer to the tearing pincers of insects, but now it has become a multifunctional chewing device similar to the mouthparts of crabs, which means that its eating speed and tearing efficiency will be increased by at least 1/5. However, what shocked me the most was its abdominal cavity. Under the armor, its abdomen had begun to swell, and some liquid substance was accumulating inside. I carefully examined it, and then the corners of my mouth rose slightly. It has already started to breed the next generation. The mutant worm itself is a bisexual reproductive organism, and I did not delete its reproductive function. Originally, I thought it would take at least several evolutions before it could enter the reproduction stage, but it actually already has reproductive capabilities and is also independently determining the best time to reproduce. It even refused to lay eggs in the horned wolf carcass. There was too little meat to feed its offspring. It has a high degree of self-judgment ability. At this moment, my heartbeat quickened. This is a sign of the emergence of high-level intelligence. Great. Looking at the mutant insects that were reloaded into the container, I could no longer conceal my excitement. This thing is more perfect than I thought. It even possesses environmental adaptive evolution, which allows it to adjust its own evolutionary path as external resources change. But I still have a question. What is its current combat capability? Although the horned wolf is not weak, it is not enough to be a true touchstone. I need a stronger opponent to test its limits. I walked to the experimental console without hesitation and prepared to summon a wild bull beast. Hello, Mr. Chu Jun. Your free quota for experimental products has been used up today. You will need to pay extra fees to continue using the experimental products. The balance in your Tsangnan University account is insufficient, so we cannot provide you with the bull beast. Do you need to recharge? Yes/no. Damn it. My face darkened and I pressed the no button hard. The original owner's poverty once again became an obstacle to my experiment. The entire university tuition was paid with loans, not to mention any additional funds for experiments. My wallet is emptier than the cosmic abyss of the Tsangnan Empire. I took a deep breath and tried to think of the next countermeasures, but at this moment, hey, buddy, do you want to make some extra money? Hey, handsome guy, are you interested in making money? Hey, beautiful lady, do you want to make some money to spend? No, fairy sister, that's not what I mean. Don't do it. At the entrance of the experimental area, a fat man wearing a hooded jacket was stealthily walking among the crowd, trying to win over the students passing by. The smile on his face was extremely flattering, and his fat cheeks kept shaking with his movements, but the shrewdness in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Panghwa. I was slightly startled, and then a cold light flashed in my eyes. Panghwa. This name is very familiar to me. In the original owner's memory, this guy is the broker of Tsangnan University's underground monster fighting arena, specializing in luring students to participate in underground monster duels. Illegal exotic beast fighting, exchanging beasts for money, black market transactions. If it was the old Chu Jun, he would never get involved in such things. But I am Chu Jun. Now, I am short of money. A smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. It seems that today is a good day. I walked towards Panghwa without hesitation, with sharp eyes and a faint arc at the corners of my mouth. Speaking of making money, I already have an idea. As I walked through the crowded crowd and stepped into this underground arena, the harsh sound of metal colliding, the shouts of the audience, and even the hoarse roars of excitement intertwined in this enclosed space, making the air seem restless. And at this moment, the strange beast container in my hand trembled violently, and the mutated insect inside suddenly became restless. Its twisted and hideous body hit the transparent alloy wall, making a dull sound. Hungry. Its consciousness penetrated the psychic link and poured into my mind. But this time it was different. Its hunger was no longer a vague instinct, but a very targeted one, like a hunter locking onto its prey. Following its thoughts, my eyes passed through the noisy stands and looked straight to the other side of the arena. A huge ermine truck slowly drove into the venue with the roar of its engine. Its body was covered with graffiti, with skulls, beast claws, and a bloody cross on the front. But the most eye-catching thing was the black writing on the door. Black Death. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire underground arena was completely boiling. The Black Death. Here it comes. It's coming. This is the beast with 13 consecutive victories. Countless spectators raised their arms high, excited like fanatical believers welcoming their gods. Some jumped on their seats and screamed, while others placed bets crazily at the black market. However, I could sense the mutant's emotions were heating up. Its compound eyes were fixed on the center of the arena, and I could feel its trembling in the psychic connection, with its eagerness, excitement, and even the excitement of a predator staring at its prey. It wants to devour the Black Death. I smiled. It seems that I have a good eye for bugs. I walked slowly to the backstage registration desk, took out the communication terminal, and sent a message to Panghwa. I want to challenge the Black Death. Issue a challenge. Hearing this voice, Panghwa's face turned pale, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He turned around stiffly, forced a smile, and said, "Boss, I just brought the newcomers here to report. There is no other meaning." In the dark corner, a tall man walked out slowly. He was wearing a dark tactical vest, and his exposed arms were covered with various scars and tattoos, especially the hideous claw mark on his right shoulder, which made people shudder. The most eye-catching thing is his eyes. One is as sharp and deep as a beast, and the other is a mechanical prosthetic eye, with a cold red light flickering slightly in the darkness. Jack, the underground master of Ant Street, Dog Bay, and Blackheart Market. Chu Jun did not retreat because of the opponent's momentum. On the contrary, he remained calm and even had a playful smile on his lips. Research should be unrestricted, Chu Jun said slowly. Whether it's gene cutting, psychic fusion, or radiation transformation, these are all tools. The tools are not guilty. The guilty ones are those who don't know how to control the tools. Do you know what you are saying? Jack narrowed his eyes and leaned forward slightly, as if he was looking at Chu Jun carefully. Of course I know. Chu Jun met his gaze fearlessly. When humans first mastered fire, did anyone fear its danger? But fire brought light and civilization. When humans first created guns, did anyone worry that it would destroy order? But guns protected territory and peace. He paused, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Radiation cultivation was banned because someone abused it, not because it was wrong. What if someone could control it and make it benefit mankind? Hearing this, Jack suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was low and wild, with a hint of bloodthirstiness. His men also showed surprised expressions. Obviously, they didn't expect that a newly arrived college student would dare to say such words in front of Jack. Ha ha ha. Jack laughed for more than 10 seconds before he stopped. He raised his hand and patted Chu Jun's shoulder with such force that Pangwa's face changed. Interesting. Jack grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Boy, you are very interesting. But you are right, tools are not guilty. Jack's eyes suddenly became sharp. Unfortunately, most people are stupid creatures who are bitten by tools. Chu Jun smiled slightly and said nothing. Jack stared at him for a moment, then slowly said, Pangwa, arrange a good show for him. Pangwa's pupils shrank suddenly, and an uneasy look appeared on his face. Boss, are you saying, let him challenge the Black Death? That's right. Jack showed a sinister smile. I want to see if he is qualified to stand here when he said tools are innocent. Pangwa was stunned for a moment, and the gang members around him frowned slightly, with a sneer and mockery in their eyes. The Black Death, a monster with 13 consecutive victories, is almost invincible in the underground arena. Letting a newcomer challenge it directly? Isn't this tantamount to seeking death? But when Chu Jun heard this arrangement, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He slowly stretched out his hand and gently patted the container of the mutant insect, and his psychic energy quietly connected. We must go all out in this hunt. Of course, no problem. Chu Jun's mouth curled up slightly, and he agreed to Jack's proposal without hesitation. Pangbo's face turned even paler when he heard this. He even wanted to reach out and grab Chu Jun's sleeve, trying to make this newcomer take back his arrogant remarks. But under Jack's sharp purple eyes, he stopped abruptly, and the cold sweat on his forehead slid down his cheeks. The first opening match? That was no ordinary test match. The purpose of the opening match was to warm up the crowd. It needed to be bloody and shocking enough to excite the bloodthirsty audience. Usually, the opening match would be an extremely unfair match, with a powerful beast crushing a weak creature, igniting the atmosphere in the most direct way. Chu Jun's hunger looked small and inconspicuous, and didn't look like a beast capable of fighting. If Jack really let it lead the charge, that would mean it will become an appetizer for other strange beasts. Pangwa's body trembled slightly. He knew Jack very well. This man who controlled the 3 major black market districts loved interesting things the most, but if interesting turned into boring, the consequences waiting for Chu Jun would only be more tragic. But Chu Jun did not hesitate at all. He gently patted the alien beast container in his hand, and his spiritual energy penetrated in slightly, establishing a connection with the mutated insect inside. Let the hunt begin from here. The mutant insect did not make a sound. Its compound eyes looked at Chu Jun quietly. Hungry thoughts flooded into his consciousness like a tide. It did not know what it was about to face, but it knew. It needs to eat. Jack smiled with satisfaction, and he seemed to be very interested in Chu Jun's confidence. He flicked the ash lightly and narrowed his eyes slightly. Okay, that's it. Pombo. Jack waved casually to the fat man beside him. Take him to get ready. Yes, boss. The corners of Pombo's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only pull Chu Jun's arm and walk towards the preparation area of the underground arena. The air in the preparation area was filled with a strong, fishy smell. It was not clean, and even traces of blood and minced meat could be seen everywhere. The strange beasts were imprisoned in metal cages. Some were roaring, some were already dying, and only a few people who looked like keepers were using high-voltage electric batons to drive away the overly aggressive creatures. Are you fucking crazy? Pangwa lowered his voice. After making sure that there were no Jack's cronies around, he suddenly pulled Chu Jun to the corner and said in a hurried voice, Do you know what you are doing? The first opening game is not an ordinary game. It is a game of giving up your life. Chu Jun's expression was exceptionally calm. I know. Pang Bo was stunned for a moment, then became even more anxious. Why did you agree? No matter how much your bug is transformed, it is still a bug. Do you know what you are facing? He pointed to a huge metal cage in the distance and lowered his voice to a level of almost hoarseness. What you are facing is the blood-claw main lion. Blood-clawed lion? Chu frowned slightly. That's right. Pangwa said, almost gritting his teeth. An adult blood-clawed main lion, 3 meters in height, weighing 800 kilograms. Its claws are so sharp that they can directly tear through explosion-proof alloys. Its nerve reflex speed is 3 times that of humans, and its strength is 20 times that of ordinary people. He took a deep breath and tried to make his tone more convincing. In the entire lightweight beast competition, the Bloodclaw main lion is the ceiling. If your bug comes into play, it will just be torn to pieces alive. Chu Jun, wake up the fucking time. Chu Jun looked at Pongwa's anxious look, but a smile appeared on his lips. You know, Pongwa. His voice was low, with an unspeakable meaning. The more you say this, the more I look forward to it. Pongwa's eyes widened, as if he was looking at a madman. Madman, you are really a madman. He muttered to himself. Half an hour later, the lights in the underground arena suddenly lit up, and the audience around burst into deafening cheers. On the huge electronic screen, the list of opponents for tonight's opening match was announced. Bloodclaw main lion vs. Hunger. Let's welcome the contestants for tonight's opening match. The host's voice echoed throughout the arena through the loudspeaker. The audience started to cheer and shouted the Bloodclaw main lion's name. They knew that the outcome of this battle was already determined. But when they saw Chu Jun walk into the venue with the small exotic beast container in his hand, everyone was stunned. Then, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what is this? Is this new guy crazy? He brought such a small insect to the competition. Can this thing survive more than 10 seconds? Various mocking voices came one after another, and many viewers even started drinking directly, preparing to watch a massacre without suspense. In the corner, Pongwa clenched his fists tightly, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. In the center of the venue, Chu Jun opened the exotic beast container without a care. With a slight hiss sound, a black shadow jumped out like a ghost and landed in the middle of the field. A worm-like creature less than half a meter long appeared in everyone's sight. It was covered with an inky black shell, its 6 sharp appendages were like blades, and its compound eyes flashed with a cold and bloodthirsty light. It crouched low, trembling slightly. That was not fear, but uncontrollable hunger. Let the game begin. With the order, the Bloodclaw main lion suddenly let out a deafening roar and stomped the ground with its limbs, creating a violent airflow, like a heavy tank sprinting at high speed, rushing straight towards the mutated insects. However, the mutant insect did not run away. Its 6 appendages stomped hard on the ground, and its figure disappeared in an instant. Bang! The next second, it appeared under the belly of the blood-clawed main lion. Its mouth suddenly opened and directly tore through the lion's belly defense. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and the cheers from the audience suddenly stopped. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe it. That inconspicuous little bug had actually torn the blood-clawed main lion's skin in an instant. The competition had just begun. They stared blankly at Little Hunger on the other side of the field, a black insect-like creature less than half a meter long. Its shell shone with a cool luster under the light. Its 6 sharp appendages rubbed gently on the ground. Its compound eyes stared blankly at the saber-toothed tiger opposite, and its mouth parts opened and closed slightly, as if adapting to the bloody smell in the air. Ha ha ha! After a short silence, the whole audience burst into deafening laughter. Are you kidding me? Is this crappy bug here to make people laugh? Is this a fucking snack for the saber-toothed tiger? Many spectators burst into laughter, and some even stood up and jeered at the arena. Are you guys releasing the dessert as a contestant? Quickly end this farce and let me see a real fight. Ha ha! 5 seconds. The saber-toothed tiger will kill it with 1 claw. The entire underground arena erupted in laughter, and even the host couldn't help showing an embarrassed expression. After all, he had just been trying hard to portray this insect as an everything-devouring destroyer, but after it appeared on the stage, it really didn't seem to pose any threat. In the center of the field, the saber-toothed tiger was also stunned. Its bloodthirsty eyes stared at the little bug on the ground, as if wondering, is this my opponent? It licked its fangs, and a trace of disdain and greed flashed in its eyes. It did not regard the little bug as a threat at all, but as a delicious snack. However, in a corner of the arena, Jack narrowed his eyes slightly, with a playful expression. He crossed his arms and laughed softly. I'm afraid Chu Jun is not that stupid. The game begins. With the host's announcement, the game officially began. The saber-toothed tiger didn't hesitate at all. It rushed directly towards Little Hungry, its claws raised high, bringing a gust of bloody wind, vowing to tear it in half with 1 blow. In the air, the cheers of the audience just broke out, and everyone thought that this farce would end in a second. But the next second, bang. The moment the saber-toothed tiger pounced, the Little Hungry body suddenly disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, but its speed was extremely fast, so fast that no one could react in time. The saber-toothed tiger was slightly startled, and its claws slammed hard on the ground, splashing a large piece of gravel. At this time, Little Hunger had already appeared under its abdomen. Squeak! Its mouth suddenly opened and pierced into the abdomen of the saber-toothed tiger like a high-speed drill, tearing its skin and flesh at an incredible speed. Puff! Blood spurted out. The saber-toothed tiger roared and struggled violently, but its claws could not reach the enemy parasitic in its abdomen. The black bug was like some kind of hunting machine, biting the saber-toothed tiger's body frantically. Its appendages cut the muscles like blades, and its mouth parts pierced directly into the internal organs. Ugh! The saber-toothed tiger screamed and rolled wildly on the ground, trying to shake the bug off, but its struggle only made the blood flow faster. The audience's laughter stopped abruptly at this moment. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. This little bug was actually decomposing its enemy in an extremely cruel way. What the hell? Some audience members were pale and muttered to themselves. And this battle has just begun. The screams of the saber-toothed tigers echoed in the arena for a long time. Chapter 12 Death Live. What is this? A deformed bug. It's too small. You must be joking. Can this be considered a strange beast? As expected, when Little Hunger was shown in front of a large audience, it was not greeted with cheers, but with waves of boos and doubts. Damn it. We are here to watch beasts fight each other, not to watch beasts kill insects. Geneva, give your money back. At this moment, not only the audience were a little surprised, even the host in the arena was a little dazed. Because in its opinion, this strange beast codenamed Hunger was indeed too small. You know, Little Hungry is a mutant of the mutant insect. Although it has been strengthened by the genetic sequence given by Chu Jun, its size has grown as it devoured the horned wolf. However, even though it only took less than a day to grow, it was only a bug about 50 centimeters long. His opponent, the monster called the bloodthirsty saber-toothed tiger, was actually a mutated shadow leopard monster. Shadow leopard. Level of exotic beast, level 1 exotic beast. Probability of psychic awakening, low. Source, Knowles, 3 satellite. Introduction to the race. Shadow leopards are the top predators in the local desert planet, and their favorite food is the local horned wolves that appear in groups. Psychic abilities. Kinetic claws, powerful bite, group shock. As the top predator of the Norse, 3 satellite, the bloodthirsty saber-toothed tiger has a claw that is bigger than Little Hunger, and its weight is an extremely exaggerated 600 kilograms. With such a huge contrast, everyone naturally didn't think highly of Little Hungry. Man, I never thought that someone would give me such a benefit in my first battle. Are you crazy? Or a fool? At the control console opposite Chu Jun, a little yellow-haired guy with a psychic auxiliary device on his temple laughed and said to Chu Jun, "Oh, I swear, my saber-toothed tiger will smack the hell out of your little bug." After saying that, the little yellow-haired man pressed his psychic auxiliary device, controlled the bloodthirsty saber-toothed tiger, and performed extremely insulting actions on the scene. Little Hunger slowly lay down, with its mouth parts trembling slightly as it aimed at the enemy in the distance, and its whole body curled up as much as possible, as if it was trembling. After seeing this scene, the audience burst into laughter. It was obvious that no one in the audience thought this was a fair fight. The saber-toothed tiger's arrogance and the Little Hungry tiger's cowardice formed a very sharp contrast. Everyone was waiting to see Little Hungry make a fool of himself. Except for one person, Chu Jun himself. Because among all the people present, he was the only one who had established a psychic connection with Xiao Hungry and knew that Xiao Hungry's current state was not a sign of cowardice. Instead, it just turned on its hunting mode. The game begins. After seeing that the atmosphere in the arena had eased, the host in the arena quickly took this opportunity to announce the start of the game. And the moment his holographic projection disappeared in the center of the venue, the saber-toothed tiger, who had been impatient for a long time, rushed over. The little yellow-haired boy who was controlling it laughed even more arrogantly. Ha 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 ha. Baby, crush it as fast as you can. I want to set the fastest kill record in this arena. Sure enough, under his command, the bloodthirsty saber-toothed tiger pounced towards Little Hungry like a speeding truck, and its forepaws all lit up with a faint lavender light. This is the sign that it is about to activate its psychic ability, the kinetic claws. In the eyes of experienced viewers, as long as the claws of this saber-toothed tiger hit the ugly bug Little Hungry, the game would be completely over. But something strange happened. Bang! It appeared accompanied by a huge crash. Little Hungry was hit head-on by the shadow leopard named Sabertooth, but was not killed directly as the audience expected. On the contrary, thanks to Chu Jun's genetic design, Little Hunger, who has a strong shell, is unharmed. Moreover, it was at this moment that the Chu Jun's long-planned counterattack began. Close enough, start fighting back. Little Hungry, who had been extremely hungry for a long time, followed Chu Jun's command and pounced directly along the saber-toothed tiger's claws, then bit the opponent's arm hard. Then, Little Hungry quickly bit a huge bloody hole on the saber-toothed tiger's arm, and then suddenly drilled in. What's going on? Pull it out now. After seeing this scene, the audience were stunned. Not only him, even the little yellow-haired boy who commanded the saber-toothed tiger was stunned. No one would have thought that such an ugly insect could completely withstand the attack of the saber-toothed tiger and use such a weird method to launch its counterattack. It actually has the characteristics of a parasite. And what is even more terrifying is, as a Little Hunger drilled into the body of this saber-toothed tiger, this powerful beast weighing more than 600 kilograms began to howl in extreme pain. I saw Little Hunger greedily sucking its blood, starting from the opponent's arm and moving towards the opponent's chest. Almost all the audience could clearly see the movement of Little Hunger under the other person's skin. During this process, although the saber-toothed tiger tried several times to tear its skin and pull the hateful parasite out from under its skin, the cunning Little Hungry worm would always drill deeper at the critical moment. In this way, the saber-toothed tiger let out horrifying screams and kept using its claws to commit self-mutilation. The red blood instantly splashed all over the arena. Such a tragic scene stunned all the audience who were originally laughing at Xiao Hungry and Chu Jun. After all, no one expected that things would develop to such a point. Stop, stop, stop! The little yellow-haired boy who saw this scene immediately realized the danger of the situation. He turned around and spoke loudly to the referee behind him. Does this style of play conform to the rules? The referee was also shocked by Xiao Hungry's playing style, but after hesitating for a while, he nodded. Yes, because there are no restrictions on any means of attack in the underground arena. After hearing these words, the little yellow-haired boy's eyes went dark. Then I give up. The referee shook his head. I'm sorry, but the only rule of the underground arena is that the game can only stop after one of the monsters on both sides is declared dead. Hearing this, the little yellow-haired boy's face turned pale instantly, because a terrible guess appeared in his mind. And this conjecture was soon confirmed. The bloodthirsty Little Hungry spent nearly 30 minutes skinning alive the strange beast called saber-toothed tiger in front of the entire audience. This is a rare. The live broadcast of death lasted for 30 minutes. Chapter 13, Jack's Invitation. I'm going to vomit. Vomit? No, I can't watch this anymore. Ugh, can this be considered a duel? This is a massacre. It's really cruel. Different from the contempt and ridicule that the audience showed when they first saw Little Hungry. After Little Hungry drilled into the body of the saber-toothed tiger and ate a lot, the audience quickly changed their attitude towards Little Hungry. Contempt turned to disgust. The ridicule turned into fear. No one could have imagined that such a tiny insect could kill the huge shadow leopard. No one could have imagined that such a bug would have such an efficient and cruel way to defeat its enemies. You should know. This is a bug. As the skin on the saber-toothed tiger's chest kept squirming, an unsettling shadow gradually expanded beneath the skin. Squeak! Amid the chirping of insects, Little Hungry successfully used its mouthparts to bite open the opponent's heart and the layer of skin outside the heart. Then, covered in blood, it finally crawled out of the opponent's shriveled and empty chest. This shadow leopard named Sabertooth has been completely eaten away. Under the skin of his chest, many of his internal organs had either been eaten up or had completely disappeared. The only thing still alive in the entire chest is its heart. Seeing this scene, countless viewers couldn't bear it anymore and vomited on the spot. Although these morbid audiences are very eager to see the bloody battles between the strange beasts, there is still a huge difference between bloodiness and cruelty. No audience member wants to see such a fight. Bang! As the Little Hungry beast bit off the opponent's still beating heart, the poor shadow leopard finally lost its life completely and collapsed. As for Xiao Hungry, he jumped off the opponent's body lightly and walked into the container that Chu Jun had prepared long ago according to his psychic instructions. After initially solving the problem of hunger, Xiao Hang now wanted to be closer to Chu Jun even more. After all, in its not-so-intelligent mind, Chu Jun often represents safety. Dude, you're too fierce. How did you cultivate this strange beast of yours? After the first duel between strange beasts ended, the fat manhwa, wearing a hood, ran to Chu Jun in 2 steps and said in surprise. At this time, Pangbo was very curious about what kind of creature Chu Jun's small strange beast was mutated from. Although his boss Jack once said that the small monster in Chu Jun's hand was transformed from a mutant insect. But Panhwa obviously didn't believe this. What a joke. He's not an idiot, okay? He absolutely did not believe that such a small and ferocious monster evolved from those lowly insects. He wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. Where's my money? However, compared to Panhwa's attentiveness, Chu Jun behaved very coldly. Because from the beginning to the end, his goal was money. To be precise, it is empire points. Harmful. Seeing Chu Jun being so cold, Pangbo looked indifferent and instead gave a very greasy smile. Man, can I forget this? After saying that, Panhwa handed a card containing 5,000 empire points to Chu Jun. 5,000 empire points may not seem like a lot, but it is actually a huge sum of money for many people. Because the annual income of the lower-class residents of the Star Sea Empire is only about 1,000 empire points. And one game played by Chu Jun is equal to their annual income for 5 years. Such easy and generous income is the important reason why Beastmasters are recognized as the elite of the Star Empire. But why is there only 5,000? Didn't I win the game? Chu Jun remembered that the reward for the lightweight competition in the monster duel was 5,000 points. Moreover, after winning the game, he should have received another 2,000 points in bonus. Hey, that's not how it works. Facing Chu Jun's questioning, Pangbo smiled and shrugged his shoulders. This is your first time participating in the competition, so no matter whether you win or lose, you will only get 5,000 empire points. You can only get the bonus after you win the game for the second time. This is an underground monster competition. This is the rule. Panhwa's smile was full of anticipation. Obviously, this mechanism is actually designed to lure those Beastmasters to participate in subsequent competitions. Hearing this, Chu Jun frowned, but soon relaxed. When is the next game? The day after tomorrow. The night after tomorrow, at this time. Good. I see. Chu Jun nodded and picked up the container containing the little hunger. I will come back to compete the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Chu Jun prepared to leave this underground arena. However, just as Chu Jun was about to leave the underground arena, a gangster stopped Chu Jun at the elevator entrance. Mr. Chu Jun, our boss wants to meet you and talk to you. Jack, want to talk to me? Chu Jun was a little confused and didn't know what Jack wanted to talk to him about. To be honest, although Chu Jun didn't want to have any connection with the gang leader, he immediately changed his attitude after hearing the other party's next words. Because this gangster, after looking around and seeing that there was no one around, started muttering to Chu Jun in a low voice. Our boss has some questions about radiation and strange beasts and would like to ask you for advice. The radioactive beast he bred seems to have some genetic problems. Chapter 14, Mutated Radiation Beast. As the elevator entered the third underground floor again, Chu Jun was led by Jack's men to an extremely secret laboratory. The lighting in this laboratory seemed to have been damaged and was very dim. But in the dim light, Chu Jun could still notice that there was a huge culture dish placed in the middle of the laboratory. Human corpses were lying all around the petri dish. In this petri dish, a monster with a black and red body was falling into a coma under the effect of a large amount of sedatives. Mr. Chu, you are here? As soon as Chu Jun walked into the laboratory, Jack, who was standing at the control console, immediately spoke to Chu Jun excitedly. I heard that you just won the game very easily. I didn't even have the chance to congratulate you. Chu Jun waved his hand and pointed at the petri dish in the center of the room and the corpses around it. It doesn't matter. What's the important thing about this situation? After saying that, Chu Jun took 2 steps forward, but as soon as he moved, he immediately stepped on a sticky substance. Chu Jun looked down and was shocked to find that what he was standing on was actually half of the body of a gangster. However, as an elite researcher, Chu Jun just took a quick look and then walked calmly to the control console where Jack was. Good. From the moment I saw you, I knew you and I were of the same kind. As someone who had engaged in illegal research in the past, Jack looked at Chu Jun's ruthlessness with great admiration and said with a smile, in that case, I won't waste my words. I'll just tell you where the problem lies. This beast is a radioactive beast that I cultivated using the radiation cultivation method. I call it my 17th experimental subject. Chu Jun looked at the black and red radioactive beast, and sure enough, he saw the number 17 engraved by the beast with laser on the top of its head. The genetic source of Subject 17 is the red giant lizard that lives on the planet Mars. This beast, which is classified as level 3, is naturally extremely radiation resistant and has excellent genetic stability, so I chose it as my experimental subject. At the beginning, subject number 17 did show good evolutionary ability in my experiment. Whether it was gamma rays or beta rays, it survived successfully and evolved two new functional organs due to the effects of radiation. These two new functional organs are both positive in nature. One is the pituitary tissue, which greatly enhances its psychic ability, and the other is a gland, which gives it a stronger metabolic capacity. Having evolved to this point, I can say that I'm very lucky, right? Indeed. After listening to the other party's story, Chu-jun couldn't help but nodded. In this world, radiation breeding is an extremely radical way of breeding exotic beasts. This training method has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that this breeding method can directly and significantly increase the potential abilities of exotic animals without too much other stimulation, and even directly create a new species. The disadvantage is the instability of radiation mutation. Many alien beasts mutated by radiation often have bone deformities and organ distortions. Such mutations will not only fail to enhance the abilities of the alien beasts, but will lead to their direct death. So when Chu-jun heard that Jack had actually used radiation to directly allow subject number 17 to gain two organs with positive properties, he sighed in his heart that the other party was indeed very lucky. But problems also arise. Just as I was about to continue using radiation to stimulate subject 17, it suddenly showed signs of running away and entered a violent state. In this state, it escaped from my petri dish and killed several of my men. At the same time, its gene sequence seems to have entered a state of irreversible damage. This damaged state has caused its vitality to begin to decline. I see. I understand. Chu-jun nodded. You asked me to come here because after seeing Little Hungry, you suspected that I have the psychic talent that can stabilize the genetic sequence. Since Jack's psychic level is much higher than Chu-jun's, he can sense that Chu-jun is also a psychic gifted person. Yes. I hope you can help me stabilize the genetic sequence of this radioactive beast. It's very important to me. You were able to mutate the mutant worm into Little Hungry's appearance, so you should be able to stabilize the genetic sequence of subject 17. Jack said expectantly. I'm sorry, my psychic talent doesn't have a stable gene sequence. On the contrary, my psychic talent stimulates genetic mutation to a large extent. Hearing Chu-jun say this, Jack showed a look of disappointment on his face. But I wouldn't mind giving it a try. Since he has already undergone this irreversible mutation, I can give it a try and directly enhance his genetic stability. Hearing this, Jack's eyes lit up. Is it likely? I don't know, but we have to give it a try, right? Chu-jun had a calm expression on his face as he activated his psychic talent and then extended it to subject number 17. At this moment, these two scholars, who were somewhat unorthodox in all aspects, could not help but hold their breath. Damn it, the genetic sequence in this guy's body is all messed up. Also, its entire abdominal cavity has mutated, and countless tumors are spreading. As soon as Chu-jun came into contact with this radioactive beast, his heart skipped a beat. Because the mutation of this radioactive beast is really too serious. If he didn't do something, it might die completely within a few hours. After Chu-jun's continuous attempts, he was disappointed to find that genetic enhancement alone could not change the dying state of the radiated beast. No, using genetic enhancement to save the life of this irradiated beast is no longer a feasible option. There is only one option left now. Chu-jun closed his eyes tightly, and at the same time, the spiritual power in his body was stimulated to the maximum. I must completely destroy all of his genetic sequences, and then use the power of mutation to fight this mutation. Chapter 15 Level 4 Monster. As the psychic power in Chu-jun's body was stimulated to the maximum, his psychic talent began to take effect. Countless spiritual energies followed his thoughts and were quickly injected into the body of this subject, called subject number 17. Almost in an instant, Chu-jun discovered the problem in the other party's genetic sequence. The radiation it was exposed to was simply too strong. These horrific radiations have completely shattered the genetic sequence of this strange beast. In this state, its unstable gene sequence can no longer be healed according to Chu-jun's idea of strengthening anti-mutation genes. In this case, the death of subject 17 will be an inevitable result. So at this time, Mr. Chu directly changed his original idea. He planned to use the opponent's mutation situation and directly use his gene-distorting ability to distort all of the opponent's already completely damaged genes. Since there is a dead end ahead, then it is better to live towards death. This is the best, and perhaps the only solution Chu-jun can think of at the moment. The core gene sequence has been broken, so I will distort the part that can still be used. The radiation-resistant gene has decayed, so I will increase the stimulation and try to reactivate its mutation ability. As for those gene sequences that are no longer important, Discard everything. I want to reshape its entire genetic sequence as quickly as possible, etc. There seems to be a hidden genetic sequence in the body of this radioactive beast. With the continuous impact of psychic energy, the condition of subject number 17 began to improve. However, this improvement is in the reverse direction. In the outside world, subject number 17, who had fallen into a coma, suddenly opened his eyes, but as soon as he woke up, he immediately fell into extreme painful convulsions. I saw the black and red skin on his body began to fester. Countless muscles, like cancerous tissue, quickly broke through the already ulcerated black and red skin and began to grow wildly. And its eyeball exploded along with the loss of its corresponding gene fragment. Click, click, click. Due to the stimulation of Chu Jun's psychic energy, its genes further collapsed, which also caused the physical functions of subject number 17 to begin to further decline. Its original time of death was greatly advanced. If this trend continues, he will be completely turned into a pool of minced meat in less than 10 minutes. Seeing this scene, Jack, who has rich experience in breeding exotic beasts, also broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, is this a complete failure? Its genetic sequence is indeed no longer possible. Before he could even utter the word repair, Jack immediately shut his mouth, because he was surprised to find out. As the flesh and blood of subject number 17 turned into blood, a strand of blue skin that seemed to not belong to it began to rapidly form from its subcutaneous tissue. This strand of blue skin spread wildly. The speed of its spread has even far exceeded the speed at which the body of experimental subject number 17 was destroyed due to the destruction of its genetic sequence. Moreover, with the appearance of these blue skins, the physical condition of subject number 17 also began to recover rapidly. What's even more exaggerated is that the crimson blood of subject number 17 also turned into light blue blood without anyone noticing. The appearance of this light blue completely changed the state of this radioactive beast. The radioactive beast, which was dying and in great pain a minute ago, quickly calmed down. Its skin began to regrow, its bones and muscles began to rebuild, and its nervous system began to function again. Finally, the skin of the radioactive beast turned into light blue, and it quickly regained its vitality. Moreover, as the radiated beast gradually gained vitality, its life form also rapidly underwent tremendous changes. New vertical pupil eyeballs grew in the place of its detached eyeballs, and these two new eyeballs were filled with a small amount of spiritual energy. In addition, because the brain of subject number 17 had also been transformed, in just a few tens of seconds, the psychic power level of this radioactive beast reached an extremely exaggerated level. It's mutating. And it's a positive mutation that's almost like a complete transformation. Jack's eyes were filled with shock. He looked at Chu Jun beside him in disbelief. How did he do it? What is the current condition of subject 17? It was not until Chu Jun spoke that Jack, with his red hair and purple eyes, came to his senses and quickly looked at subject number 17. Well, after the system has been tested, the life force of subject number 17 has now reached the peak of a level 3 psychic beast. His bone strength, muscle strength, and reaction ability have all improved. More importantly, the psychic reaction in its body is... How much? Chu Jun did not look at the data, but looked at the newborn blue beast in the petri dish with great interest. Level 4. God of Creation, you actually used a level 3 alien beast as an embryo and successfully created a level 4 alien beast. You have completely rewritten its genetic sequence without the help of gene mutagenesis drugs. Jack said in shock. How did you do that? Just luck. Facing Jack, who was shocked, Chu Jun said very calmly. I just happened to discover a hidden gene in this strange beast and used my psychic talent to give it enough stimulation. What really changed the life form of this red monitor lizard was actually its own life potential. And I am just a pusher. After all, just like what we wrote in our textbooks, life will find a way out on its own, right? At this moment, Chu Jun had already opened his eyes and stood in front of the culture dish of experimental subject number 17. The light blue light shining from subject number 17 hit his eyes. For a moment, Jack felt that the person in front of him seemed to be the legendary God. He, like the man Jack knew, possessed divinity that ordinary people did not possess. He and that person really look alike. Jack thought to himself. Chapter 16, Shadows from Underground. Is it that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Sometimes, luck is the most important thing. Chu Jun said coldly. In fact, he really wasn't lying. He told the truth. Only, what he said was telling the truth was actually only half the truth. The reason why Chu Jun was able to make this radioactive beast mutate into its current appearance so quickly was because he was able to find the hidden genetic fragments within the body of the radioactive beast. However, what Chu Jun did not explain was that the reason why he was able to find the so-called hidden genes was actually related to the ultimate evolutionary system he possessed. If there was no ultimate evolution system, even with the help of a supercomputer, it would take Chu Jun more than a day to analyze this red giant lizard. But with the help of the ultimate evolution system, it only took Chu Jun 1 second to analyze the other party's genetic sequence. Therefore, the ultimate evolution system is actually the key to all of this. Of course, Chu Jun would not share such an important matter with Jack, so he attributed all his credit to luck. No, I don't think it's all luck. Mr. Chu, I think your courage and thinking are the key, Jack said excitedly as he looked at the experimental subject number 17 in front of him, which had evolved into a level 4 alien beast. No matter what, I owe you a favor. Tell me, Mr. Chu, what do you need me to do for you? Forehead. Faced with Jack's sudden question, Chu Jun was also stunned. Indeed, he himself didn't even think about asking for compensation at the beginning. But since the other party has said so, then it is time for me to put forward my demands. After all, Chu Jun helped the other party and obtained a 4th-level psychic beast. Although Chu Jun didn't know the specific price of a 4th-level psychic beast in the outside world, this did not prevent Chu Jun from offering his own price. As for the reward, I hope I can get a copy of the genetic sequence of Subject 17. Its gene sequence is very suitable for my follow-up research on Little Hunger. Hearing this, Jack nodded in agreement. Anything else you want? Money? Medicine? Women? Territory? To be honest, Mr. Chu, you may not know how important this experimental subject is to me. I can pay at least 100 million empire points for it. As a scholar, or at least a former scholar, Jack saw that Chu Jun asked for too little and immediately reminded him. At this time, Jack had already seen the potential in Chu Jun, so he doesn't care about these little sacrifices. Money, I have enough for now. As for the rest, I don't care. But do you have any genetic samples of other exotic animals? I need some genetic samples of exotic animals for subsequent research on exotic animals. Of course, hearing Chu Jun's request, Jack nodded immediately. He suddenly realized that the young man in front of him was just as he thought. He had no interest in wealth and women, but was absolutely passionate about research. Tomorrow, I will send you a copy of all the genetic samples of exotic animals that I have. Don't refuse, Mr. Chu, you deserve it. But, Mr. Chu, I have a small request. I hope you can agree to it. At 1 o'clock in the morning, when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Chu Jun finally returned to his rental house on East Street. However, unlike when he went there and took free transportation, when Chu Jun came back, he took Boss Jack's private car. Moreover, when getting off the car, a biochemical servant equipped with the brain of an alien beast diligently opened the door for Chu Jun. Such a scene made many well-informed people in East Street instantly think of many things. Many people began to speculate about the relationship between Chu Jun and the Jack gang. Many people speculated whether Chu Jun, a guy who had not graduated from Tsangnan University for 3 years, had finally given up his studies completely and joined the Jack gang to engage in underground beast-taming activities. However, their guess was only half right. Because in the conversation over the past few hours, Jack did invite Chu Jun to become a member of Jack's gang and participate in his illegal underground beast-taming activities. But Chu Jun clearly rejected the other party's invitation. The reason is simple. Joining the gang and engaging in the underground beast-taming business can indeed allow Chu Jun to make money easily, but that is not what Chu Jun wants. As a scholar who traveled to the world of alien beasts, what Chu Jun really wanted was to study the world he was in carefully and, according to his ideas, cultivate real Zerg. In order to meet his 2 requirements, a legal identity is extremely important. After all, no matter how powerful a gang is, it is still just a gang. Once he gets involved in these things, huge troubles will be waiting for him in the future. So Chu Jun decisively rejected Jack's invitation. Helping him out of interest is one thing, joining his gang is another. After returning to his small rental house, Chu Jun casually placed the small hunger container in his hand next to the bed, and then fell into a deep sleep. After a busy day, he was really tired. However, while Chu Jun was still sleeping soundly, there was one thing that he did not notice at all. That is, when he was sleeping, Little Hunger suddenly stopped hibernation and woke up. And as soon as it woke up, it immediately took a fighting stance inside the container, across the heavy container and countless layers of buildings, facing the bottom of the dilapidated apartment building. Its mouthparts were buzzing, and it itself was extremely nervous. At the same time, under the apartment building, In the dilapidated and damp sewer, a huge black shadow suddenly raised its head as it passed under Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry, and let out a low roar towards the top of his head. But at this time, click, click, two human footsteps appeared at the end of the sewer. The dark shadow quickly turned his head away. Chapter 17, The Missing Homeless Man. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, as soon as Chu Jun woke up, he left his rental house without washing his face and felt a little hungry, and walked towards Tsangnan University. Outside the door of this dilapidated apartment, a luxury car and the biochemical slave equipped with the brain of an alien beast were waiting outside. But Chu Jun just glanced at the other person and walked decisively towards public transportation. This was his way of rejecting Jack's gang's invitation. After arriving at Tsangnan University, Chu Jun did not go to the training room first, but went to the cafeteria of Tsangnan University first. After casually ordering 5 steamed buns, 2 eggs, and a bowl of porridge, Chu Jun, who just realized he hadn't eaten all day this morning, enjoyed his breakfast with satisfaction. Hey, did you hear that? Something happened on Ant Street. At this moment, the gossip about the 2 girls at the table next to him reached Chu Jun's ears. Chu Jun ate buns while listening to the gossip between the two without showing any emotion. What's wrong? When I came here today, the police and guard beasts of our Shanghai Empire blocked the sewer entrance of Ant Street completely. I heard from the onlookers that 2 homeless people were killed in the sewer last night. Oh, a girl said in surprise. Who did it? Not a human being. Another girl said mysteriously. It's a monster. It is said that when the bodies of the 2 homeless men were found, they had been basically eaten clean. When the police saw it, they almost vomited. And you know what's even scarier? I heard that those guard animals that were bred to hunt down vicious beasts became frightened after seeing the messages coming from the corpses. They refused to enter the sewers to search for the murderer no matter what. Isn't it scary? A monster appeared in the sewer under Ant Street. It must be some kind of urban legend. Chu Jun took a sip of porridge and thought in his mind. As the poorest and dirtiest place in Sangnan City, all kinds of rumors circulate in East Street every year. Most of these rumors are about the dirty and little-maintained sewers in East Street. In addition, the number of homeless people who go missing in Ant Street every year is definitely no less than 3 digits, and most of them die in the sewers for various reasons. Therefore, Chu Jun's first reaction was that this should be some kind of variation of an urban legend and not worth his attention. However, there is one thing that Chu Jun is very curious about. If what this girl said is true, then what exactly is that existence that can make even the unconscious warning beasts feel terrified? On the other side, perhaps because of the smell of delicious food, Little Hungry, who had been sleeping all night, woke up from the container and looked at Chu Jun with an extremely eager look. But just like last night, when it tried to wake up Chu Jun through psychic contact and failed, Chu Jun, who was still thinking in his mind, perfectly ignored his little hunger. Call. I'm full. Start a new day of research. After eating and drinking his fill, Chu Jun came to the public cultivation room of Tsangnan University. After placing Little Hungry into the incubator, Chu Jun immediately began to try a new round of transformation on Little Hungry. At this time, Xiao Hang had grown a whole size larger after eating the shadow leopard named Saber-Tooth Tiger yesterday. Although it failed to eat the entire opponent, Little Hunger still successfully absorbed some of the shadow leopard's genes and integrated them into its unique genetic sequence. This is all thanks to Chu Jun's design at the time. Since Chu Jun wanted Little Hungry to have the ability to devour and evolve, he modified the genes of the mutant insect itself. This magical modification also successfully gave Little Hungry the ability to store the enemy's genetic sequences. Although at the beginning, Chu Jun had doubts about whether this ability would easily cause the collapse of Xiao Hungry's genetic sequence, but judging from the current results, Chu Jun felt that this ability was actually quite good. However, just as Chu Jun was still thinking, Pang Bo, who had not been seen for a night, suddenly appeared beside Chu Jun carrying a suitcase. Hello, Brother Chu, I got your things for you. Forehead. Looking at Pang Bo, who looked very attentive and changed the way he addressed himself overnight, Chu Jun was speechless. My stuff. What? Ahem. This is something Boss Jack asked me to bring you. Hearing this, Chu Jun immediately saw what was happening before his eyes. Wait, is this the genetic sequence of the exotic beast I want? Yes. A flattering smile appeared on Pangbo's fat face. Boss Jack told me early in the morning to send it to you quickly. Would you like to check it yourself? After saying that, Chu Jun took the suitcase from the other person's hand. And the next second, Chu Jun's eyes lit up. Because in this small suitcase, there are exactly 42 packaged gene sequences neatly arranged. Each of them represents the original genetic sequence of a strange beast. Let me see what they are. Level 1 Alien Beast, Magnetic Beast. Level 2 Alien Beast, Iron-Eating Beast. Level 3 Alien Beast, Steel-Armored Beast. Finally, after the inventory, Chu Jun confirmed that there were a total of 20 Level 1 Alien Beast genetic sequences in his suitcase. There are 14 genetic sequences of second-level alien beasts. As for the extremely rare third-level exotic beasts, there are 8 in total. Seeing this scene, Chu Jun also felt impressed by the wealth of Jack, the gang leader. After all, in the market of Chang'an City, the price of the genetic sequence of an exotic beast is about 5,000 points. The price of a second-level exotic beast is about 50,000 or more. As for the third-level exotic beasts, the price would be as high as 500,000. However, among these gene sequences, the most valuable ones are not the gene sequence samples of these third-level exotic beasts. Hey, Brother Chu, our boss Jack asked me to give this to you. Manhwa smiled, took out a blue gene container from his clothes, and handed it to Chu Jun. And inside this special gene container is the genetic sample of a level 4 alien beast, which Jack calls subject number 17. This gang leader really fulfilled his promise. Chapter 18:3 Evolutionary Paths. Okay, Brother Chu, since you've got the things, I'll leave first. When Pang Bo saw a smile on Chu Jun's cold face because he got the genetic sample of the 4th-level alien beast, he finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But, Brother Chu, I now have a new identity. What is your identity? Hey. Manhwa tugged at his sweatshirt, trying to tidy himself up. Now, I am the contact person of our Jack gang at Chang'an University. In addition to attracting new beast tamers to participate in the underground competition, I am also responsible for contacting you. Hearing this, Chu Jun suddenly realized. Sure enough, the boss of Jack's gang has not given up the idea of winning him over. Okay, I got it. Chu Jun waved his hand, indicating that the other party could leave, although he didn't want to join Jack's gang. However, as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Since the Jack gang has shown goodwill to me, there is no need for me to be so absolute. After all, in Chu Jun's memory, rare things in the Star Sea Empire, such as special biological samples, all need to be smuggled. And smuggling need help from the gang. After obtaining these precious samples of exotic beasts, Chu Jun did not use his ultimate evolution system to analyze and disassemble the genes of these 42 exotic beasts. Soon, the genetic sequences of these 42 exotic beasts were all stored in Chu Jun's own ultimate evolution system. But problems also arise. At this time, the king of Chu had to start thinking about an important issue. That is the question of the subsequent evolutionary direction of Little Hunger. Chu Jun, who successfully collected the gene sequences of 42 exotic beasts, looked at the Little Hungry in the petri dish and couldn't help but think about it. Now, based on the genes I have collected, I can provide 3 different evolutionary directions for Little Hungry. First, the first evolutionary direction. I can greatly increase Little Hungry's physical strength by increasing its glands and muscle density, making it, and its offspring, pure combat-oriented beasts. The benefit of this evolutionary direction is that Little Hungry and his offspring will have extremely strong physical strength and agility. However, the disadvantage of this evolutionary direction is that if this evolutionary direction is chosen, the psychic potential of Little Hunger will be weakened, and its offspring will not be able to learn and possess powerful psychic abilities for a long time. The second evolutionary direction is to strengthen the nervous system, thereby greatly enhancing Little Hunger's psychic potential and reducing his vitality and physical strength. The advantage of this evolution is that Little Hungry and its offspring will have powerful psychic powers in the future, and as the evolution continues, this psychic power will become stronger and stronger. But the disadvantage is that after the physical strength is weakened, the combat effectiveness and agility after a small hunger will be greatly reduced. As for the third evolutionary route, it is a fusion of the above 2 evolutionary paths, retaining a certain amount of psychic potential while retaining the possibility of physical evolution. However, with this evolutionary route, the cost of raising Little Hungry will increase greatly. And for a long time in the future, Little Hungry's combat capabilities in both aspects will not be very strong. It will need more time to grow. Chu Jun looked at the Little Hungry creature in the petri dish that was looking at him eagerly and fell into a state of deep thought. But soon, Chu Jun made a decision. He finally chose the third evolutionary path, which is a more versatile evolutionary path. There is no other reason. Chu Jun's expectations for the Zerg actually far exceed those for all other exotic beasts. He believed that if he needed to breed his own Zerg, then his Zerg should be a perfect race. Going to the extreme of evolution is obviously not his style. In other words, it is not the Zerg style. The real Zerg should be flexible and versatile, as well as extremely comprehensive. In Chu Jun's previous life, the biological community called Gaia Zerg showed such almost perfect qualities. You can say that. If gods really exist in this world, then the appearance of the Gaia Zerg is the true appearance of gods in Chu Jun's mind. So, with expectations for the future of the Zerg, Chu Jun finally decided to use the third evolutionary route. Chu Jun slowly placed his hand on the petri dish and looked at the little hungry creature in the container. Well, now that it's decided, let's start. Evolve towards the real Zerg. As Chu Jun's spiritual power was activated, excitement appeared in Xiao Hungry's eyes. Chapter 19 Pangwa's request. Add the digestive gene sequence of the iron-eating beast. This gene can make Little Hungry have a stronger digestive ability, so it can digest certain difficult-to-digest metals. It can be regarded as a reinforcement of its digestive ability. Adding the gene sequence of the Jinshan beast's bones. This gene sequence will allow Little Hungry to have the ability to quickly regenerate bones. Let's also include the sickle worm's attacking organs. This could give Little Hunger new means of attack. Adding the pituitary gene sequence of Level 4 Alien Beast Experimental Subject Number 17. This mutant gene can allow Little Hungry to directly possess at least Level 2 psychic potential. With the activation of Chu Jun's psychic talent and the ultimate evolution system, the gene sequences selected by Chu Jun were quickly injected into Little Hungry's body. The genes of Little Hunger are like pieces of building blocks, constantly being taken apart and reassembled. However, at this time, Xiao Hunger would experience a brief twitch and suffer corresponding pain every time a piece of alien beast gene was injected. However, Little Hungry did not express any dissatisfaction because of this. On the contrary, the hunger that was written into its genes made it feel absolutely happy when the alien beast genes were injected. Because in Little Hungry's ignorant understanding, consuming the genes of powerful creatures is as important as eating. Sometimes, this behavior pattern is even more important than directly taking in food. Finally, after a long period of disassembly and reassembly, Chu Jun, sweating profusely, sat down on the ground. Finally done. Science is supreme. I never thought that recombining genes would be such a tiring task for me. But my efforts have paid off. After all, my cute Little Hungry is growing very fast. At this moment, the Little Hungry creature, which has completed genetic recombination, has absorbed enough nutrients through the nutrient infusion device in the culture dish, and it turned into a milky white cocoon in the petri dish. Looking at the cocoon in front of him, which was full of vitality and looked so adorable, Chu Jun couldn't help but smile. Because he had a premonition that his Little Hunger had begun to take an extremely important step towards the direction of the Zerg. But, just when Chu Jun was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Pangwa's voice came from beside him. "Brother Chu, are you done?" After hearing Pangwa's voice, Chu Jun couldn't help but frowned and looked at the fat man who came too frequently. "Why are you here again? Didn't you just leave?" After hearing Chu Jun's words, Pang Bo's face froze. But then he said doubtfully, "What's going on?" "Brother Chu, I left in the morning. And school is over now, okay?" "What? School's over already?" After hearing what Pangwa said, Chu Jun looked towards the public breeding room where he was and was stunned. For he was surprised to find that it was indeed evening. In fact, there was no one in the entire public breeding room. The huge venue can be said to be very quiet. Forehead. "What time is it?" Pangwa looked at his personal terminal device and said, 7:30. "Damn it, it's already 7:30. What happened? It took me 12 whole hours to renovate the system, and I hadn't noticed it myself." When Chu Jun heard the news, he was also shocked. When Pang Bo saw Chu Jun's surprised expression, he sighed in his heart. He is indeed a potential beastmaster that Boss Jack values. Even though he has not graduated for 3 years, he is still able to be so motivated and hardworking. And judging from his expression, he seemed to be troubled by not being able to continue rolling. However, Pang Bo obviously overestimated Chu Jun, because what Chu Jun was worried about at the moment was not this matter. What really annoyed him was, "Damn it, I missed dinner in the cafeteria." Pangwa's eyes went dark when he heard this. "What's going on? So you are actually upset about this matter?" However, Pangwa, who had been working hard in society for a long time, suddenly realized something. That is, Chu Jun missed the cafeteria, which seems to be a good thing for him. Thinking of this, Pang Bo patted Chu Jun on the shoulder and said with a smile on his face, "Brother Chu, since you accidentally missed dinner in the cafeteria, do you mind if I treat you to a meal now?" Pangwa's face was full of smiles. Chu Jun turned around and said with a vigilant look, "You kid, do you have something to ask me?" Hey, it's just a small matter. But even if you can't help me, I don't mind." "What? All right. Chu Jun rubbed his empty hands and said to Panghua, then let me hear what you need my help with. Chapter 20: The Mysterious Death of a Mining Beast. In a high-end restaurant in Sangnan City, a beautiful waitress in a well-dressed uniform walked gracefully up to Chu Jun and Pang Bo. What would you two like to order? Chu Jun picked up the menu and said bluntly, 2 large lamb chops, a bottle of cider, a garlic croissant, and a bowl of borscht. For dessert, I'd like cheese apple pie and vanilla ice cream. Seeing Chu Jun order so much in one breath, Pang Bo immediately showed a distressed expression on his face. Pang Bo, who knew how expensive the restaurant was, quickly put on a smile and spoke to Chu Jun. Well, Brother Chu, I have a small appetite, and I really can't eat so much at night. Hearing this, Chu Jun raised his head and blinked. Is that so? It's okay. I just ordered just for myself. I haven't ordered yours yet. After hearing this, Panghua gritted his teeth and said to the waiter, a seafood risotto. Small portion. After all the dishes were served, Chu Jun immediately immersed himself in the delicious food. In less than 2 minutes, the large portion of grilled lamb chop and half a garlic croissant miraculously disappeared in Chu Jun's mouth, and the time that the other lamb chop could survive was probably also calculated in minutes. On the other side, Pang Bo was stunned when he saw Chu Jun's eating posture. For some reason, he could always see the shadow of Little Hungry when he ate Shadow Leopard in the arena in Chu Jun. Or maybe he could see the shadow of Chu Jun in Xiao Hungry. All right. After eating all the food on the table like a whirlwind, Chu Jun stared at the untouched seafood risotto in front of Panghua and spoke to Panghua. Panghua, what do you want from me? Seeing that Chu Jun was finally willing to talk about business, Pang Bo quickly put on an extremely serious expression. Here's the thing, Brother Chu. Actually, my uncle and I are both under Boss Jack. It's just that the affairs that my uncle is responsible for in Jack's gang are somewhat different from what I am responsible for. To be precise, I'm a henchman of Jack's gang. And my uncle is the mining contractor under Jack's gang. Mine contractor? Jack gang actually has a mining business. Chu Jun nodded, took the seafood risotto that was almost cold in front of the other party, and spoke while eating. So what went wrong? Is there a financial problem, or have you made a mistake and need me to intercede on your behalf? Neither. Panghua reached out his hand and wanted to take the remaining half of the croissant, but was stopped by Chu Jun's eyes. Actually, the problem lies with the mining beasts in my uncle's mind. Brother Chu, you should know that the technology of our Shanghai Empire is not as good as that of the Human Federation, so our mining method is to use mining beasts. Chu Jun nodded. He had indeed seen this in the original host's memory. These mining beasts have powerful mining capabilities, and the cost is very low. So, the amount of mining in a mine is basically determined by the number of mining beasts. Therefore, no mining contractor would want any of their mining beasts to have abnormalities. Almost every mining contractor will try their best to provide a good enough working environment for the miners to avoid any accidents and loss of money. But starting a week ago, the miners in my uncle's mine started to get sick one after another. At first, my uncle thought that these mining beasts might be overworked, so he called in a beastmaster who was more inclined towards healing to treat these mining beasts. What's the result? After finishing the seafood risotto, Chu Jun looked up and said curiously, the result is that the treatment provided by these beastmasters is not without any progress, but at least it is useless. My uncle's mining beasts fell ill one after another, and the most seriously ill-mined beasts have already died of illness. Oh my God, Brother Chu, you may not know that these mining beasts were all bought by my uncle with a loan. Once all these mining beasts are dead, I will be the pants. What does this have to do with you? Chu Jun asked curiously. Panghua said with a dead look on his face. I am my uncle's loan guarantor and also his partner. Chu Jun shook his head helplessly. Then shouldn't you go find a more powerful healing beastmaster? Why are you looking for me? I can't heal these mining beasts. No, Brother Chu. It's because of meeting you that I think you might be the only choice to save me and my uncle. Because the beast trainers said that the beasts in my uncle's mine were not infected with any infectious disease. There's something wrong with their genes. It seems like there's something underneath that mining area that's contaminated and damaged their genes. Chapter 21: Monsters in the Sewers. Is there something wrong with the genes of the mine beast? After listening to Panghua's story, a strange look appeared on Chu Jun's face. Are you sure it's contamination, not a problem with the mining beasts themselves? I'm absolutely sure. Panghua nodded affirmatively. Because my uncle also recalled that all the mining beasts that had problems, without exception, developed these symptoms after mining the minerals in a certain mining area. However, not all mining beasts have this symptom. There are a few mining beasts that don't show any abnormalities. It is precisely because this situation is so special, Brother Chu, that I want to ask you for help. After all, since you were able to save the boss's experiment number 17, I believe that your psychic talent can also save these valuable mining beasts. Looking at Pongwa's pleading expression, Chu Jun hesitated for a while, and finally agreed to help him take a look. After all, in addition to treating Chu Jun to an expensive meal, Pongwa also offered a hefty price on behalf of his uncle as the cost of treating those mining beasts. So Chu Jun and Pang Bo agreed to go to the mining area where his uncle was at noon tomorrow to try to treat these sick mine beasts. After confirming this, Pongwa couldn't help but reveal an expression of joy on his face. It seems that these mining beasts are indeed very important to him. After having a full meal, Chu Jun took public transportation in Sangnan City directly back to East Street. However, this time he did not choose to go directly to the station, but got off the bus outside Ant Street, because he still remembered the rumor he had heard in the morning. Out of curiosity, he decided to go to the area himself to check it out. After he got off the vehicle, he immediately walked towards the entrance of the sewer area where the accident occurred. It's actually true. As soon as Chu Jun arrived at the area, he immediately noticed that a large group of Sangnan policemen in blue uniforms, with the help of dozens of warning beasts, had blocked the entrance to the sewer in Ant Street. Among this group of blue policemen, there were several senior inspectors in black uniforms who were giving orders. Further away, there stood a group of ragged homeless people. This group of homeless people were driven out of the sewer and were now shivering in the cold night wind. But no one of them dared to complain, because as soon as these policemen hear them complain, they will teach them a lesson without mercy. However, compared to these policemen and homeless people, Chu Jun was more concerned about the warning beasts following the Sangnan police. Because this was the first time that Chu Jun had such close contact with these biological monsters whose genetic sequences came from Blue Star. The alert beasts are a kind of man-made biochemical beasts. They are about the height of a person, weigh more than 500 kilograms, and have strong bodies. Their appearance is very similar to the legendary werewolves. Primary alert beast. Beast level, level 2 psychic beast. Origin, Blue Star. Introduction to the species. The Vigilante is a man-made biochemical beast bred from the Blue Planet. Its gene sequence contains 2 genes, that of a large dog and a bear. Therefore, this creature has powerful hunting and fighting abilities. Possessing psychic abilities, single target shock. It's really an interesting creature. Looking at this group of strange beasts that were wandering around without any police guidance, but still did not harm ordinary civilians, Chu Jun's eyes showed curiosity. With only a small amount of biochemical modification, this simple biochemical beast has such powerful functionality. And the strange beasts are perfectly integrated into the lives of these humans and are closely related to the operation of the entire society. This world really surprises me. After all, in my past world, research on biochemical technology and genetic recombination was openly banned by the government, especially after the Gaia Zerg appeared. Just as Chu Jun was still recalling his past memories, the group of guard beasts surrounding the sewer entrance suddenly became excited and began to howl towards the sewer entrance. Some of the warning animals were no longer under the control of the police and were fleeing out of fear. At this moment, 2 policemen in biochemical protective suits fled in terror from the entrance of the sewer, and behind them, an obviously injured warning beast was stumbling towards the outside of the pipe. Such a change instantly made the police officers nervous. They took out their weapons and aimed at the entrance of the pipeline. At this moment, a black and gray tentacle suddenly stretched out from the darkness at the end of the pipe and wrapped around the neck of the alert beast that had just escaped from the pipe. Then, under the horrified eyes of countless people, the warning beast was dragged into the darkness at the end of the pipe. Chapter 22. Mutated Octopus. Monster. There's a monster in there. Seeing the warning beast weighing at least 500 kilograms being dragged into the pipe like a toy, the homeless people watching around immediately scattered and fled. The group of policemen, holding their weapons in their hands, looked nervously towards the end of the pipe. But no one fired a shot because they were wondering if they would accidentally hurt the guard beast. That's government property. But they soon won't have to think about it anymore. Because along with the chewing sound, the entire pipe began to vibrate. A huge, sticky black shadow emerged from the pipe like the wind. This is a giant octopus-like monster with deformed tumors all over its body. It is over 6 meters tall and has dozens of black-gray tentacles that are at least 7 or 8 meters long. Its overall color is scarlet, except for its tentacles which are black and gray. At this moment, one of its black-gray tentacles was entangled with the alert beast which was not yet completely dead. This poor sentinel beast was screaming as its tentacles were stuffed into the opponent's sharp mouthparts with densely packed teeth. Oh, but when Chu Jun saw this scene, a look of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. He had never expected that he would encounter such an interesting thing while just watching unintentionally. Because he had never seen this giant octopus-like beast in the Beast Encyclopedia, which meant that it was most likely a new species. Fire! Kill it! Release the alert beasts and surround it. Following the roar of an inspector, the policemen quickly obeyed the order and fired their weapons. The guard beasts were released and rushed forward with roars. These strange beasts, which had undergone special combat training, very tacitly surrounded the giant octopus that emerged from the underground pipe and used their agile bodies to constantly dodge the black and gray tentacles. After seeing this scene, Chu Jun immediately frowned, because he noticed that the behavior of this group of alert beasts seemed a little abnormal. After all, a few seconds ago, this group of alert beasts were very afraid of this giant octopus and were trembling with fear at its breath. But now, they have so bravely rushed to the front line and, with the assistance of human police, are fighting the giant octopus. Such a huge difference in performance immediately made Chu Jun suspicious. So is that what the group of alert beasts just said? Is it really this octopus monster? After leaving the pipe, this giant octopus monster wanted to kill everyone. But soon, its attention was attracted by this group of alert beasts. Although its black and gray tentacles are very strong and powerful and can grab any warning beast in one breath, the problem is that when the number of warning beasts increases, this group of intelligent warning beasts and those fully armed police officers are fully capable of cooperating with each other. When a vigilant beast grabs an opponent's tentacle, its teammates will immediately focus their fire on that tentacle. More importantly, everyone, use predatory ammunition. Under the orders of the Black Inspector, this group of police officers used hunting bullets specifically designed to fight against strange beasts. Once these specially modified ammunition hit the octopus monster, they will tear the opponent's flesh and blood drastically, causing the opponent to scream. In the end, after 2 minutes of fierce but short fighting, this huge octopus monster had no time to retreat and was killed near the entrance of the pipe. The police force successfully declared victory in this battle at the cost of 6 guard beasts being injured and 1 policeman being accidentally hurt. In the evening, Chu Jun returned to his rental house, turned on his computer, and checked today's news. Sure enough, he found the specific content of the news and its follow-up. The police in Sangnan City have eliminated an octopus monster that had mutated for unknown reasons and destroyed the monster's nest in the pipeline, as well as the monster's eggs in the nest. The elite animal tamers of Sangnan University will dissect this unknown beast tomorrow to determine its origin and genetic map. Our Sangnan City has once again gained the protection of the police, all thanks to the new. Chu Jun clicked on the news picture. In the picture, Chu Jun saw a nest made up of the secretions of this octopus monster and a small amount of human remains. Moreover, in this dirty nest, there are several completely destroyed monster eggs. Is it a mutation caused by unknown reasons? Chu Jun, sitting in front of the computer, chewed over these words, seeming to be thinking about something. Chapter 23: Nervous Mentors. No words were spoken that night. After waking up in the rental house, Chu Jun packed up a little and went to Sangnan University. Along the way, Chu Jun was curious about what his little hunger had become after a night of cultivation. In order to satisfy his curiosity, Chu Jun didn't even go for breakfast, but went directly to the public breeding room where Little Hungry was. But unfortunately, the Little Hunger lying in the petri dish was still in the shape of a cocoon, and there was no sign of hatching. Hasn't the hatching finished yet? It seems that yesterday's transformation was so huge that it couldn't adapt to it. After Chu Jun extended his spiritual power to Little Hungry's body and confirmed that there was no problem with its condition, he felt relieved. Okay, in that case, I'll go have breakfast first. Anyway, I have to go to Uncle Pongwa's house for lunch at noon, so I'll put Little Hunger's business aside for now. When I have some spare money, I will rent a warehouse and transform it into my own laboratory. This way, I can monitor Little Hunger's status in real time. Although Sangnan University provided Chu Jun with a free training device, the problem was that it was a bit inconvenient for Chu Jun. In addition, Chu Jun now had some illegal ideas about the transformation of alien beasts, so he now has such a plan. A few dozen minutes later. Call. Just eat until you're 80% full, leaving some room for free food later. After eating 3 fried dough sticks, 2 bowls of soy milk, and a salted duck egg, Chu Jun walked out of the cafeteria comfortably. Isn't this the guy Li Nan? Why did he come to school so early, and why does he look so flustered? Chu Jun, who had just walked out of the cafeteria, saw from a distance that Li Nan, who wanted him to drop out of school, was running hurriedly towards the tutor's laboratory at the back of the school. As a renowned professor at Sangnan University, it was indeed too early for him to arrive at the school at this time. It's not just this guy who comes so early. Why are the other professors suddenly so diligent as well? In fact, Li Nan was not the only one who came so early. Following Li Nan were more than a dozen professors from different disciplines at Sangnan University. Like Li Nan, they ran towards their tutor's laboratory in a hurry. Soon, Chu Jun understood why these guys were so anxious. Get out of the way, everyone. Set up a cordon. You, and you. The four of you must prepare for defense. Once the samples arrive, you must stop any students and teachers who dare to approach here. An inspector in a black uniform arrived at Sangnan University, first with dozens of police officers. Immediately afterwards, several special operators wearing biochemical protective suits, with the help of special transport animals, appeared in Chu Jun's field of vision, carrying a giant container covered with biochemical hazard signs. Isn't this the mutated octopus from yesterday? I remember the news yesterday did say that Sangnan University needed to perform the autopsy. But why are these police officers even more nervous now that it's already dead? Since Chu Jun couldn't get close, he could only stand at a distance and watch the strange beast being sent into the laboratory. But when the corpse containing the mutant octopus passed by Chu Jun, a strange feeling made Chu Jun's eyes suddenly widen. This is a feeling similar to a tingling, and this feeling directly affects Chu Jun's own spiritual power. At the same time, in the public breeding room far away on the other side of the school, the little hungry cocoon twitched suddenly. It seems to have sped up its hatching process. This is what happens when a creature senses danger. Instinctive reaction. Brother Chu, you are finally here. I'll go get my uncle to come over. It was almost noon. Chu Jun, who had left home early before 9 o'clock, finally arrived at the outskirts of Sangnan City and came to the mining area contracted by Manhwa and his uncle. Looking at the scorching sun above his head, Chu Jun, who felt like half of his body was on fire, said to Pang Bo helplessly, "Stop talking nonsense for now. Take me directly to the place where the sick mind beasts are. I want to see what's wrong with them first." Good. Pang Bo was quite excited to see that Chu Jun, who had eaten such an expensive meal with him, valued him so much. Sure enough, the money was not wasted. With this idea in mind, Manhwa brought Chu Jun to the area where the mining beasts were. Only this. What is going on? As soon as the door was opened, Manhwa was the first to shout in surprise. Because what appeared before him was a scene that looked like hell. Chapter 24, Rotting Corpse of the Mining Beast. What's going on? Accompanied by Manhwa's scream, Chu Jun pushed him away who was blocking the door and walked in on his own. When Chu Jun saw all this in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. Because in front of him lay the huge corpses of mining beasts that had completely rotted and smelled bad. The miners that were in a seriously ill state yesterday have now become cold and smelly corpses. The muscles and tissues of these dead mining beasts have completely dissolved and turned into pools of pus. Their bones turned pitch black. Moreover, the pus that has fallen to the ground has an extremely pungent smell, just like sauerkraut that has been stuffed into smelly shoes and exposed to the sun for 3 days to ferment. How long have these mining beasts been dead? Chu Jun asked curiously as he tore off Manhwa's clothes beside him and used the strips of cloth to make a simple mask. No way. The smell here is really too bad. Chu Jun was somewhat suspicious as to whether the corpses of these mining beasts had been left there for a month. But Manhwa gave a negative answer. They were clearly still alive last night. Manhwa said to Chu Jun. To be precise, he was still alive in the early hours of last night. If they were already dead, how could I let you come? After all, my goal is to save these precious properties. My mind beast. My money. Manhwa looked depressed, looking at the smelly pus on the ground, and was about to cry. But Chu Jun beside him ignored his suffering, strode past the mineral beasts that had turned into pus, and walked towards the corner of the room. At this moment, in the corner of the room, the last mind beast was lying in its resting place, breathing with bubbling sounds and trembling. Judging from its appearance, it must be in extreme pain. Moreover, its originally sturdy claws, which were used specifically for mining, had been completely separated from its torso, leaving only a few bloody holes. You know, a qualified mining beast is basically a big guy about 4 or 5 meters tall. But now it has shrunk to about 3 meters. If it weren't for the limitations of its bones, it would have shrunk to less than 2 meters in this state. So when he saw this scene, Chu Jun immediately shouted to Pang Bo, "Okay, stop howling. Hurry and give me those containers that can hold the gene sequences." Hearing Chu Jun's shout, Pang Bo also woke up and quickly ran over to get the gene sequence container that Chu Jun needed. Give. Brother Chu, can it be saved? After handing the container to Chu Jun, Pang Bo watched Chu Jun take a genetic sample from the other's body and then asked. No chance. Chu Jun said coldly. The vitality of this mining beast has been reduced to the extreme. Even if I can reverse its genetic sequence, it won't survive without an advanced breeding chamber with a static position. He is so weak. Hearing this, Pangbo's face was filled with despair, because the advanced breeding chamber was simply beyond the reach of him and his uncle. Moreover, the price of this kind of advanced breeding chamber basically starts at 1 million. In that case, why did you extract the genetic sequence of this mineral beast? Faced with Pangbo's stupid question, Chu Jun rolled his eyes at him. Of course, we need to determine where this genetic sequence problem occurs. Do you hope that your remaining mining beasts will also die? No, of course not. If they die too, I will be completely bankrupt. Looking at the pitiful Pangbo, Chu Jun helplessly put the genetic sample into his clothes and left. Take me to the healthy mind beasts. I need to compare the sick mind beasts with the normal ones. Only when I see the complete genome sequence of the herb beast can I find the root of the problem and reverse the situation. Chu Jun remembered very clearly what Pang Bo said last night. In the mind contracted by him and his uncle, some of the miners experienced this condition, while others did not. So in order to find the root of the problem, Chu Jun needs to compare the two. Hearing this, the anxious Pangbo immediately took Chu Jun to the central area of the mine to meet his uncle. Pangbo's uncle, a man who was shorter and fatter than Pangbo, almost cried out loud after hearing the bad news brought by Pangbo. However, after Pangbo repeated to his uncle what Chu Jun had said to him, he quickly took the two men to the relatively healthy mining beasts. Only a few minutes later, bad news came. The genetic sequences of these mining beasts. It's also been contaminated. Chapter 25 Treatment Completion and Psychic Power Enhancement. What? When Pangbo's uncle heard the bad news brought by Chu Jun, he jumped up instantly. How is that possible? They are obviously very healthy. Just now, each of them dug out dozens of tons of, ore for me. Why do you say they are sick too? I repeat, they are not sick. Chu Jun said indifferently with his eyes closed. They are genetically contaminated. No matter which mineral beast it is, the genetic sequence in its body cannot be maintained in a stable state. It's just that the genes of those dead mining beasts are collapsing faster than those of the living alien beasts. But how is this possible? Uncle Pangbo said in surprise. The mining beast is the primary alien beast in our Qinghai Empire with the most stable genetic sequence and the strongest recovery and pollution resistance. How could they be contaminated so easily and in such large quantities? Pangbo also said along with his uncle. Yes, the mining beast is really different from ordinary beasts. As the flagship product of the Qinghai Empire, they rarely experience genetic sequence collapse. Even infectious diseases won't kill them so quickly. I don't know either. Chu Jun opened his eyes and said to the uncle and nephew. But think carefully. Did these mining beasts encounter something abnormal in the past few days and become like this? More importantly, did these dead miners come into contact with something they shouldn't have come into contact with underground, such as radiation or something? The way they died looks very much like being caused by radiation contamination. When Pangbo heard this, he immediately thought of something. Yes, that's right. That's true. Those mine beasts that have died all became sick after coming out of Mine Area 173. Pangbo's uncle also nodded. Yes, Mine Area 173 is indeed one of the most important mines in my mine. That mining area is rich and has high mining value. But, Uncle Pangbo said doubtfully, these mining beasts that have not died yet have never been close to Mine Area 173. Why are they also polluted like this? Faced with the other party's question, Chu Jun gave a relatively reasonable answer. It's possible that this radiation has always been present underground in your mine. It's just that the radiation intensity in Mine Area 173 is a little greater. But that's your problem. I suggest you find a professional team to solve this problem. As for me, I am only responsible for helping you treat the genetic collapse of these mining beasts. Can you really do that? When Pangbo heard Chu Jun say that he could solve the genetic collapse problem of these mining beasts, his eyes lit up. At this moment, he was thinking that every possible way to save a mining beast was a good thing. After all, mining beasts are really expensive. No problem. As the holder of the ultimate evolution system, Chu Jun can easily reverse the current situation. After all, although the genetic sequences of these mining beasts are not stable enough, they have not been irreversibly damaged. Therefore, Chu Jun only needs to put a patch on their original gene sequence to solve this problem. So, Under the expectant eyes of manhwa and his uncle, Chu Jun placed these mining beasts one by one into their special training devices. Since the genetic sequences of these mining beasts were damaged in different ways, and there was only one dedicated cultivation device for them, Chu Jun could only repair them one by one. However, this is also good news for Chu Jun, because in the process of repairing these mining beasts, Chu Jun actually got the genetic sequences of these mining beasts for free. As long as Chu Jun is given some time, he can actually use the genetic sequences of the mineral beasts he has stored to create his own mineral beasts. Another good news is, because Chu Jun continuously used his psychic talent to patch the genetic sequence of the mining beast during this process, after the treatment ended that night, Chu Jun's psychic power was slightly improved. Although the improvement in this psychic talent is not much, Chu Jun can feel that he is not far from possessing level 2 psychic power. Finally, as the night was approaching, Chu Jun completed the repair work on all the strange beasts, and then returned to Ant Street with the 50,000 treatment fees given by manhwa. Chu Jun, exhausted, returned to his room and laid down on the bed without even taking off his shoes. Late at night, a dark shadow quickly passed through the huge and complicated sewer pipes below the rental house where he lived. But when it is not a little hungry, it does not have any abnormal behavior. Chapter 26 Little Hungry's First Transformation. After waking up the next day, Chu Jun arrived at Sungnan University at dawn, as usual. But as soon as he reached the door, a spiritual power that he was very familiar with automatically connected to Chu Jun's mind. Anger, hunger, and an uncontrollable desire to attack. Two different emotions instantly overwhelmed Chu Jun's thoughts. And Chu Jun also realized two things. The first thing is that Little Hungry has awakened, and its psychic power level has been greatly improved. Otherwise, Chu Jun would not be able to sense Xiao Hungry's spiritual energy from the school gate. The second thing is, it seems that there is an enemy appearing near Little Hungry. It can no longer control its desire to attack. After sensing the psychic energy transmitted by Little Hungry, Chu Jun immediately ran anxiously to the public breeding room where Little Hungry was. He had to know what had triggered Little Hungry's desire to attack. However, when Chu Jun ran out of sweat and came to Xiao Hungry panting, he saw an extremely strange scene. That's right, it's weird. Oh, my lovely little beauty, come on, look at the camera and smile for me. Click. Accompanied by the flashing of strong light, the Little Hungry look was captured in a photo. When? Ding ding ding. Stimulated by the strong light, Little Hungry angrily scratched the wall of the petri dish with his claws. Ha ha ha, this is so funny, so funny. Come on, kitty, do it again. Look at the camera. Along with that man's shameless voice and the strong light coming on again, Little Hungry became even more angry. Ding ding ding. Its claws quickly scratched the wall of the culture container. Ha 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 ha, that's so cute. You are so cute. At this moment, in front of the Little Hungry petri dish, a blonde, green-eyed woman wearing heavy glasses was looking at the camera in her hand with a sick smile. She was wearing a lab coat that was obviously dirty and covered with all kinds of strange mucus. Chu Jun could even see brain tissue left behind by some creature in a corner of the coat. However, in sharp contrast to such sloppy clothes, the woman's figure is exceptionally tall and hot. Under the turtleneck sweater, which used to be white but is now gray, she can't hide her proud chest, and under the jeans full of holes, she shows her two long elastic legs. Moreover, even though the smile on this woman's face was extremely perverted, her beautiful facial features made her a beautiful pervert. However, facing this beautiful woman, the Little Hungry creature opposite her was jumping up and down anxiously in the petri dish. Hello, what are you doing, man? Seeing that this perverted woman was still using the camera in her hand to take pictures of Xiao Hungry, Chu Jun immediately walked up to her, grabbed her hand, and asked sternly, I was just admiring this beautiful little creature. Don't you think it's beautiful? Look at her body. It's simply the embodiment of genetic beauty. Chu Jun was confused by the other party's perverted words and forgot what he should say for a moment. Instead, he was pulled by the other party's hand and came to Xiao Hungry. At the same time, the pervert pointed his finger directly at the Little Hunger in the container and said, and Chu Jun also saw the Little Hungry boy emerging from the cocoon for the first time, and there was a light in his eyes. Yes, the Little Hunger at this moment is so beautiful. The black shell she had a few days ago has completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the silver shell gene extracted from the Jinshan beast, a beautiful shell that looked like a silver fluid. In addition, the body shape of the Little Hungry insect has also changed. She grew a semi-human upper body with 4 relatively slender but powerful arms, but on the front of her arms, where her palms were, she grew the sharp claws of a sickle worm. But in contrast to her humanoid limbs, her lower body retained some Zerg characteristics. She has a cockroach-like chassis with 6 thick limbs with sharp front ends. The abdomen of this Zerg structure is slightly swollen, and inside it are the insect eggs and some important organs it stores. What is even more amazing is that because Xiao Hungry used the pituitary genes of a level 4 alien beast, her head has now expanded several times larger than before, and on top of her head are 3 pairs of tiny compound eyes and a mouth part that is opening and closing. After seeing the transformation of Little Hungry, Chu Jun showed a fatherly smile on his face. The blonde, green-eyed female pervert next to her put her arm around Chu Jun's shoulders in a familiar manner and spoke in an unquestionable tone. I was right. Isn't she very beautiful? Chu Jun smiled and nodded, then turned around and spoke to the other party. Yes, she is very beautiful indeed. But who the hell are you? Chapter 27, Clare Morton. Who the hell are you? Facing this woman in front of him who was dressed strangely, behaved strangely, and even had a bit of a strange mentality, Chu Jun could be said to be extremely alert. No way. No matter how you look at it, it's not normal for a dirty guy to come to someone else's petri dish of exotic animals with a camera early in the morning and take pictures crazily. And what surprised Chu Jun was, this guy is actually quite outgoing. Even though he had never met her before, this blonde, green-eyed woman actually put her arms around Chu Jun's neck. Such behavior naturally made Chu Jun extremely disgusted. But don't get me wrong. Chu Jun is very normal in terms of his orientation. What he hated was the smell of this guy, and those dirty clothes. That's right, seeing the piece of brain tissue on the other party's collar getting closer and closer to him, Chu Jun's face suddenly became very bad, and he stretched out his hand to stop the other party, but unfortunately. I almost forgot to introduce myself, young man. My name is Clare. Clare Morton. By the way, are you the owner of this little guy? How did you make her evolve into this? After saying that, Clare Morton released the hand that was restraining Chu Jun's neck, picked up the camera, and continued taking pictures of Xiao Hunger. As expected, when the stranger used the strong light from the camera to stimulate Little Hungry immediately looked at the stranger angrily from the petri dish, stretched out its claws, and scratched the wall of the container. Yes, I nurtured this little guy. But Chu Jun looked at the other person and frowned. It is very rude to ask a beastmaster about his plan for breeding exotic beasts. I think it's impossible that you don't know about this. Seeing Chu Jun resisting her so much, Clare smiled. It's really rude. But the problem is, it's not considered rude of me to do this. Why? Seeing the other party's shameless remarks, Chu Jun was completely helpless. At this moment, he was already considering whether to call security and have this crazy woman kicked out. However, Clare's next words made Chu Jun stunned. Because I am a new professor just hired by your Tsangnan University. Dr. Clare, an expert who teaches you about insects and other animals. As Clare spoke, she proudly took her business card out of her pocket and pinned it to her chest. Forehead. Chu Jun lowered his head, looked at the other party's badge, and began to read it. Lifetime member of the Pleasure Club, Clare Morton. Ahem. Sorry, I got the wrong one. In almost a second, Clare put on her name badge from Tsangnan University. Dr. Clare, Professor of Insectoid Beasts. There are 2 lines of small words at the bottom of this badge. Psychic level, level 4. Intermediate researcher of Xinghai Empire. What's going on? This guy turned out to be a new professor at Tsangnan University, but why did she? When Clare saw Chu Jun looking at her with surprise, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. How about it? Are you trying to say, wow, you are so young, you look only in your 20s, but you are already a doctor? As she spoke, Clare combed her blonde hair, which was neither smooth nor shiny. Oh no, when I saw your appearance and the way you dressed, I thought you were already in your 40s. Chu Jun rubbed his temple and said seriously, young man, my psychic talent is level 4, and one of my psychic abilities is psychic whiplash. Seeing Chu Jun being so honest, Clare gave a death smile. This ability is usually used for punishment and taming large exotic beasts. I'll give you 5 seconds to organize your words. Ahem. This 20-something-year-old sister, you are so amazing. I admire you so much. Faced with the threat of death from psychic whipping, Chu Jun chose to give up his dignity and honesty. Snort. Isn't that right? Okay, boy, tell me how you made this little guy so cute. Besides, how did you manage to keep her from breaking down after integrating so many genes from other beasts? If I'm not mistaken, the prototype of this little cutie should be a mutant insect. Chu Jun was slightly surprised when he found out that the other party could tell the genetic origin of his exotic beast at a glance. Her prototype is indeed a mutant insect. As for how I transformed her into this appearance, It's actually because I chose to use the building blocks method when constructing her genes. Building blocks. Claire's eyes lit up when she heard this. Tell me more. Chapter 28, Genius Idea. The block modification method is actually not a new thing. To be precise, in Chu Jun's previous life, this program specifically used for gene repair and modification was actually not something new. In Chu Jun's past world, many gene-related researches were banned by the government at the official level. But the problem is that this method has not been lost and has been widely used in many biochemical research related to the military. As a former top scholar and a researcher funded by the military, Chu Jun was naturally unfamiliar with this ancient plan. To be precise, this method uses quantum computers to accurately and perfectly cut the genetic sequence of any organism, completely breaking up their genetic material into parts of building blocks. Once scholars like Chu Jun who study genes get the parts of these building blocks, they can use these parts little by little in the same way as stacking blocks to shape the organisms they need. The most convenient thing about this plan is that as long as there are enough parts, Chu Jun can theoretically create any creature. As long as this building block does not collapse, the genetic sequence can function. What's more important is that although many of these parts are not compatible with each other, Chu Jun can use the help of computers to find new solutions to make them compatible from other parts. Of course, due to the limitations of computer computing power and insufficient genetic samples, such a theory is really just a theory. The vast majority of gene sequences basically fall into the category of modification. Creating something from scratch is very difficult. That is a power that only the creator possesses. This is so. As a top scholar in the previous life, Chu Jun easily explained the building block method to Clare Morton in front of him in the simplest way. Of course, what Chu Jun didn't explain was, since computers in this world are not mature, the reason why Chu Jun can continue to use the building block method to transform Little Hungry is because he possesses the ultimate evolution system. With the help of this system, he has the ability to analyze everything and deconstruct all genetic sequences. But if it's someone else, they have to use the help of a computer. And what about it? With the computing power of computers in this era, the time required to completely analyze a gene sequence would be astronomical. So, when Clare Morton heard Chu Jun's story, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Genius. What a genius idea. She looked at Chu Jun with her green eyes and said seriously, although your method is not new, many Beastmasters have provided it before. But your idea is the most special one among them. Moreover, your building block method seems to have solved a key problem in the genetic cultivation of exotic beasts. That's the problem of incompatible genetic sequences. Right. Yes, it's building blocks. Think of genes as building blocks. This is a very normal thing, okay? Although this world has long cultivated exotic beasts and made them a part of people's lives. But the problem is that the world's technological progress has just begun. So these solutions that should have appeared a long time ago have not appeared. Thinking of this, Chu Jun shrugged his shoulders, put his hand on Little Hungry's petri dish, closed his eyes, and felt Little Hungry's current physical condition. It's nothing special. When Xiao Hungry saw his owner putting his hand in front of him, he excitedly put his hand on it. Although there was a glass between the man and the insect, Chu Jun could still feel that with the development of intelligence, there was an additional emotion called happiness among the Little Hungry emotions. She was very happy when she saw herself. However, just as Chu Jun was still feeling a little hungry, suddenly, Dr. Clare grabbed Chu Jun's shoulders and pulled him back to reality from that joy. Hello, Clare Morton said excitedly. You should write this idea of yours into a paper and publish it. Also, thank you for sharing. Your point of view has given me a new way of thinking about my exotic beast. To express my gratitude to you. Little guy, don't leave after school. Come to my office. I want to give you a precious gift. Ha 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 ha, building blocks. Building blocks. What a genius idea. After saying that, this weird and crazy woman Clare trotted away, leaving Chu Jun standing there in a daze. Neuropathy. Looking at the other person's back, Chu Jun shook his head helplessly. Then, Chu Jun looked at Xiao Hungry. Since you have already evolved, let's take a look at your current combat power. Chapter 29 Experiments and Testing. The experimental area of Tsangnan University. The experimental animals have been released. Please keep a safe distance. Boom. As the steel door opened, 5 hungry horned wolves quickly jumped out of the cage. They howled hungrily, tried to gnaw on everything around them, and violently used the horns on their heads to ram a hole. But soon, as the cage holding Little Hungry was opened, the 5 hungry horned wolves quickly found their target. Almost in an instant, without much communication, they pounced towards Little Hungry like black shadows. But the Little Hunger, which has fully evolved, is no longer the weak insect it used to be. At this time, she had evolved to a height of nearly 2 meters and weighed more than 200 kilograms. And more importantly, at this time, Xiaohu was also very hungry. Brush. As Little Hunger swung her claws, a horned wolf that attacked first had its abdomen cut open by her sharp claws in midair. It fell to the ground with a scream and cried mournfully. Little Hungry used his huge body as kinetic energy and inserted his long spider-like leg into the horned wolf's head without even looking. In an instant, the horned wolf's suffering ended. Seeing this, the other 4 horned wolves immediately began a brief communication. The 4 of them ran quickly, avoiding Little Hungry's front, and in just a few seconds, they surrounded Little Hungry from 4 different angles. Watch your back, don't get ambushed. Deal with them one by one. Seeing this scene, Chu Jun immediately used his spiritual energy to infuse his thoughts into Xiao Hungry's mind. Although Little Hungry was still unable to understand overly complicated commands and thoughts, the point was that she still roughly understood her master's thoughts. She moved her 6 long spider legs and rushed towards one of the horned wolves gracefully and quickly. Upon seeing this, the horned wolf immediately retreated, allowing the rest of its companions to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Little Hungry. But the problem was that at the moment when the opponent was about to launch a sneak attack, Little Hungry stopped in his tracks, used the stability of his chassis to turn his body, and laid a claw on one of the horned wolves. At the same time, Little Hungry bit another wolf that was not dodging, and bit its mouth hard on the other's waist. After these 2 horned wolves lost their fighting ability, the remaining 2 horned wolves completely lost the chance to win and were easily killed by Little Hunger. After waiting for Little Hungry to eat the corpses of the horned wolves, Chu Jun began the second round of experiments. This time, he ordered Little Hungry not to launch an attack, but to let these horned wolves besiege him for a while. This is to test Little Hungry's defense, as well as her recovery ability. In the third round of experiments, Chu Jun tested Xiao Hongye's observation ability. In the 4th round, the number of horned wolves was doubled to test Little Hunger's limits. Finally, when Xiao Hungry really couldn't eat anymore, Chu Jun stopped the test and checked the data that Xiao Hungry had shown in the 4 rounds of tests. Yeah, very good. From the perspective of combat power, Little Hungry's current physical combat power has far exceeded the general combat level of first-level alien beasts, and even exceeds the level of most second-level alien beasts. Her claws are as sharp as a scalpel. It's easy to cut through skin and meat, but not bones. You need brute force. And the defensive power of her carapace is similar to that of ordinary light armor. As Chu Jun was speaking, he had an idea. I don't know how bulletproof it is. After saying that, Chu Jun found a pistol and shot Xiao Hungry. Bang! A hole appeared in the hungry little cat's shell, and a small amount of tissue fluid flowed out. This tissue fluid stopped the bleeding within 1 or 2 minutes. Chu Jun made a note of the strange look in Xiao Hungry's eyes. It's not bulletproof, and it can't even withstand basic pistol bullets, but it recovers very quickly. The level of resilience is very high. After completing all these tests, Chu Jun turned his attention to the last item of the experiment. It is also the most important one. Now, I need to do the most important test. A test on Little Hunger's psychic power level. Chapter 30 Chu Jun's Thoughts. In the world that Chu Jun traveled through, exotic beasts and spiritual power have always been 2 important topics that Chu Jun studied. However, the reason why spiritual beasts and supernatural powers are listed as 2 topics by Chu Jun is because in Chu Jun's view, spiritual powers and supernatural beasts can actually be separated. Monsters are monsters, and psychic powers are psychic powers. Although this world cares a lot about psychic beasts, but in Chu Jun's cognition, psychic power is just a kind of extraordinary ability. A certain ability that he has not been able to explain scientifically so far. This ability is not uncommon in the entire Star Empire and the Human Federation, but it is not rare either. What is not uncommon is that all the beast masters in these 2 human political entities are psychics. The reason for this is that only psychics can communicate with strange beasts that possess psychic powers, thereby controlling the beasts. However, the weaker ones, such as Chu Jun, who have just awakened their primary psychic talents, can basically only play an auxiliary role. Moreover, even so, many of them are divided into different classes. For example, they are both first-level psychics. Some psychics awaken the talent that allows them to manipulate objects to fly. Such psychic talents were of no help at all to the exotic beasts they raised in the early days, not even a helping hand. Some beastmasters are special. They can directly use their psychic talents to have a positive effect on the exotic beasts. For example, someone like Chu Jun. His psychic talent can directly promote the evolution of strange beasts. Therefore, after awakening his psychic talent, Chu Jun actually played a positive role in helping the strange beasts. The gap between these two people can be said to be a world of difference. However, this is just the difference between psychics. The ability gap between psychics is actually much smaller than the gap between ordinary people and psychics. Because in this world, ordinary people are just ordinary people. They are just like the ordinary people in Chu Jun's world. They have fragile bodies, normal thinking, and do ordinary jobs in society. These three words, rarely seen, are meant for ordinary people. In this society, among 1,000 ordinary people, perhaps only one has the weakest psychic perception. This kind of psychic perception is so weak that it can be ignored and is basically no different from that of ordinary people. Among 100 such ordinary people, there may be one who is qualified to awaken psychic perception. But this is just a qualification, because they can use a variety of methods to stimulate their own psychic power, so that their psychic power can be enhanced, or even use their own psychic power to kill themselves, or manipulate their own psychic power to communicate in the simplest way with the weakest psychic beasts. They are still ordinary people. Chu Jun's predecessor was one of these people. Until his death, he was unable to further enhance his psychic powers and gain the ability to possess psychic talents. That's why he desperately used his psychic power to commit suicide, giving Chu Jun a chance to travel through time. Among this group of people, there is less than 1 in 10 chance of completely awakening their psychic talents and fully awakening their psychic powers. The king of Chu was such a chosen one. Within a few minutes after his crossing, he completed the awakening of his psychic power. But the awakening of psychic talent is not something that Chu Jun is proud of. The reason is simple. Although Chu Jun has traveled to this world, he still firmly believes that the psychic power he possesses is just a method of energy control that cannot be explained by science at present. Because of this, Chu Jun attaches great importance to spiritual power, because he is very curious. If humans have psychic powers, it is because they possess powerful intelligence. So why do these strange beasts also possess psychic powers? This group, creatures that are completely different from humans, even the opposite. This group of creatures, which have nothing in common with the environment in which humans live and are distributed across the stars of the universe. How did they achieve the ability to awaken psychic powers like humans? Why are the psychic powers of those monsters that are larger than planets and can even devour planets inferior to those of some psychic beasts that are only the size of a car? And if I could breed the swarm again in this world, if they have psychic powers, will they become true divine creatures? Pure body, combined with pure spirit. What will it become? With countless thoughts in mind, Chu Jun looked at Xiao Hungry with his fanatical eyes. Little Hungry turned his head and responded to his master with a blank look. It's obvious. She still doesn't know what she will face next. Chapter 31. The first superpower, Hive Mind. Rumble. Along with the roar of machinery, Little Hungry was placed in front of a giant machine equipped with a biochemical brain by a huge mechanical arm. This machine equipped with a biochemical brain was modified by Tsangnan University using a second-level psychic beast called the Data Beast. However, this machine can only be regarded as a basic model, because his computing power is only equal to the computing power of the machine terminals purchased by the Human Federation. The real upgraded version is a data terminal made by a Data Beast brain with a 7th-level psychic power. The computing power it can provide is not only enough to support the entire Tsangnan University's database, but it can even squeeze out a considerable portion to support the Star Sea Empire's national defense. This high-level computing terminal is even more powerful than the technological terminals of the Human Federation. Calm down, Little Hungry. When Little Hungry was placed in front of this machine, he was still very anxious and uneasy. After all, the interior of this machine was full of devices used to stimulate the strange beasts to activate their psychic abilities. As a strange beast that theoretically possesses the 3rd-level psychic power level, Little Hungry is naturally very resistant to this kind of psychic perception. So when she was put on it, she immediately started jumping up and down anxiously. Therefore, Chu Jun could only connect his spiritual power with Xiao Hang and use his emotions to comfort the other party. Despite Xiao Hungry's intelligence, he was still unable to understand Chu Jun's words. But as the other party's breeder, Little Hungry still lay down very obediently, allowing the mechanical devices to fix her on the special platform. Seeing this, Chu Jun immediately turned on the device and chose to stimulate Xiao Hungry's psychic power to stimulate his psychic abilities. In an instant, accompanied by the roar of the machine, huge streams of psychic energy quickly surged out of the machine and hit the hungry little body. And at this moment, Chu Jun also felt a feeling called pain from the spiritual energy emanating from his hunger. As a beastmaster, it is impossible for Chu Jun to disconnect from the psychic connection with Little Hungry. Because if he did that, then in Xiao Hungry's eyes, Chu Jun's behavior would be equivalent to her being abandoned and thrown alone on this machine to suffer. Therefore, under the effect of this device, Chu Jun also shared the pain of hunger. But, Chu Jun suddenly stopped the machine. There was only one reason why he stopped the machine, and that was that Little Hungry had awakened her first psychic ability after just a brief stimulation. How come it's so fast? Chu Jun was quite surprised that Xiao Hungry awakened his psychic abilities so quickly. Because in theory, any exotic beast that can awaken psychic abilities, except those that are born with psychic abilities, will need a longer period of stimulation before they can awaken their psychic abilities. But those who die so quickly like Little Hunger are definitely a minority among the minority. It was as if this guy had already prepared his psychic abilities, but had been hiding them. With curiosity in mind, Chu Jun extended his psychic power to Xiao Hungry. The next second, Chu Jun understood what Xiao Hungry's ability was through his own psychic ability. A psychic ability called Hive Mind. Oh, when Chu Jun saw this psychic ability, his eyes lit up. Because this ability is extremely rare and basically only appears in insect-like monsters. The psychic power of Hive Mind allows Little Hungry to have the ability to control his offspring. Moreover, each of Little Hungry's offspring is essentially equivalent to Little Hungry's clone. They share the same way of thinking as her and absolutely obey Little Hungry's management. More importantly, when Little Hungry possesses this ability, she will become the absolute leader of a tribe. Seeing this, Chu Jun turned his gaze to his hungry belly. At this moment, he finally understood some things. I see. No wonder Little Hungry is ready to lay eggs so early. It turns out that she has always longed to become a social creature. Thinking of this, Chu Jun used a machine to put Little Hungry down. After being put down, Little Hungry scratched the device behind him twice in hatred, and then entered the culture dish after being comforted by Chu Jun. But, if Little Hungry can reproduce, it can greatly speed up my research, but the problem is, I can't feed so many Little Hungry ones at once. After all, there is only one petri dish. Oh yeah, I got an idea. Just when Chu Jun was still thinking about how to speed up his research, a good idea appeared in Chu Jun's mind. He found a good way that didn't cost any money and could speed up his research. Chapter 32, The Talking Moth. I can throw the hungry little eggs into the sewer and let them grow on their own. Although the environment in the sewer is not that good, Little Hungry's offspring have inherited Little Hungry's ability to digest and grow. The rotten food thrown into the sewer, as well as the small animals that grow on the rotten food, can all become Little Hungry's food. What's more important is, there are a lot of homeless people living in the sewers. These huge numbers of homeless people are all extremely high-quality meat. As long as I control the situation a little bit and don't let too many homeless people disappear, the Sangnan city government shouldn't notice me. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but smile. This is really a good idea, because Little Hungry's genes still contain the structure of the mutated insects. So, in Chu Jun's impression, the eggs of the Little Hungry bug should have the ability to hatch extremely quickly, just like the eggs of the mutant insect. So in Chu Jun's opinion, his plan was very good. He not only solved the problem of hungry offspring, but also solved his own current problem of insufficient funds. The only ones who might have an objection are the homeless people in the sewers. But the reason why Chu Jun was not accepted by the mainstream academic community in his previous life was precisely because of his research. Too cruel and inhumane. Chu Jun did what he said. After confirming his idea, he immediately made the Little Hungry in the breeding chamber start ovulating. He planned to take these eggs out of the breeding chamber and secretly put them into the sewer to let them hatch on their own. After feeling the urging of his master, Little Hungry became extremely excited. I saw her swollen belly bulging high, accompanied by a popping sound. Dozens of grayish-white insect eggs were excreted by her. After the mechanical device gently collected the insect eggs, Chu Jun carefully placed them into a portable container. But something unexpected happened. Etc. Why are all the genetic sequences in these eggs broken? Chu Jun, who was still congratulating himself for having a good idea in the last second, was stunned in the next second, because he noticed that none of the eggs he had just obtained had a complete genetic structure. Although structurally speaking, these insect eggs are extremely complete. However, their genetic sequences are incomplete and extremely fragmented. In other words, under this circumstance, these hungry insect eggs, let alone hatching, would definitely not be what Chu Jun expected even if they did hatch. Damn it, what's going on? Looking at the insect eggs in his container, Chu Jun's eyes were full of confusion. He didn't understand how this problem came about. He also didn't understand why these insect eggs behaved like this. If Chu Jun had not confirmed again and again that there was no problem with Xiao Hun's genetic sequence, He would even begin to suspect whether Xiao Hunj himself was in the same situation. Damn it, I have no clue. A few hours later, Chu Jun was walking on the campus and said distressedly, at this moment, he still hasn't found the key to the problem. However, since it was already closing time for the public breeding room, he had to leave and go home first. Well, it seems that I can only continue to think about this problem tomorrow. Let's go eat something first. Chu Jun, feeling a little confused, walked out of the school helplessly to eat something. But, just when Chu Jun was about to reach the school gate, a moth-like creature that was bigger than his head suddenly swooped down on Chu Jun's face. What is this thing? Chu Jun, who was frightened by the huge moth, immediately threw it away and jumped to the side of the road. But what was strange was that this moth-like creature did not leave Chu Jun too far, but floated quietly beside Chu Jun, staring at Chu Jun with its compound eyes. Wait, this thing, is it a strange beast? Chu Jun suddenly felt the sense of psychic energy from this strange moth. And the next second, a scene that made him dumbfounded appeared. Humph, I'm not some ordinary beast. Because I am the most beautiful beast in the world. This moth. Why did you suddenly speak? Chu Jun stood there in a daze. Chapter 33, The Alien Animal Experiment with Human Genes. No, this is no ordinary moth. This moth-like creature seems to have merged. Human genes? The reason why Chu Jun thought so was because he noticed that the face of this giant moth had some human structures. However, this human structure is extremely deformed and distorted, as if someone had torn off their own skin, rubbed it around, and stuffed it into the body of the moth, melting into it. It seems that the effect of this genetic modification is not very ideal. However, although this genetic modification is extremely evil and ugly, it is still effective. After all, such a modification can allow this strange beast to make human voices directly. Looking at the strange beast in front of him that clearly possessed some human intelligence, Chu Jun couldn't help but frown. Using human genes to create alien beasts is a very serious crime in the Qinghai Empire. And the owner of this strange beast actually dared to release such a strange beast that obviously desecrates human genes into Songnan University. Isn't he afraid that his experimental creation will be discovered? I have to say, this madman is really brave. While Chu Jun was still muttering to himself, the moth spoke again. Hello. What are you mumbling about, kid? The human-faced moth was flying beside Chu Jun like an elf and spoke to him. Hurry up and follow me. My mother wants to invite you to be her guest. Chu Jun was stunned when he heard the human-faced moth say this. Mother? What is this guy talking about? While Chu Jun was still thinking, the ugly human-faced moth immediately shook its body and scattered the powder on its wings. In an instant, the appearance of these powders covered the body of the human-faced moth, making it invisible in the night sky. Although this invisibility is not perfect, you can still feel the distortion of space when you look closely. However, at night, if Chu Jun does not use his psychic power to lock onto the opponent, then the opponent will basically be difficult to be discovered. After seeing this scene, Chu Jun immediately understood. The strange beast in front of him not only possessed basic human intelligence, but also had the psychic ability of invisibility. The person who made this thing must be no simple person. With this idea in mind, Chu Jun immediately understood one thing. He asked the human-faced moth, Your mother, could it be Dr. Clare? Chu Jun still remembered that Dr. Clare had asked him to come to her laboratory in the evening. She wanted to give herself something as a reward for the building block method he had told the other party about. But when he heard Chu Jun say this, the human-faced moth smiled and said, Who is Dr. Clare? The mother I'm talking about is really just mother. All right. Although the human-faced moth has some intelligence, its intelligence is not enough to understand overly difficult problems. So, in order to figure it all out, Chu Jun simply waved his hand. All right. Okay, I understand. You lead the way. Although Chu Jun knew the location of his mentor's laboratory, in order to confirm that the other party was indeed the strange beast created by Clare Morton, he chose to use his psychic power to lock onto the moth and then follow it. Sure enough, after walking for a while, the human-faced moth that claimed to be the most beautiful beast brought Chu Jun to the laboratory of Clare Morton's mentor. But before Chu Jun could knock on the door, the human-faced moth imitated Clare's voice, said the password, and then flew in. Chu Jun followed the other person curiously and walked towards Clare's laboratory. Mom, I'm back. Sisters, we have guests. As the sound of the human-faced moth resounded throughout the laboratory, Chu Jun suddenly heard countless rustling sounds surrounding him. And the next second, an extremely terrifying scene appeared before his eyes. A centipede monster that was almost 4 meters long crawled down from above his head along the ceiling, stopped in front of Chu Jun and looked at him. At the same time, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, a large group of peak-like beasts as big as computer screens flew out from the laboratory door that was opened on the side. Along with them, there were 3 centipede monsters that were larger than motorcycles. Not only them, but more strange beasts appeared around Chu Jun because of the call of the human-faced Moth and surrounded him. But what horrified Chu Jun was that each of these strange beasts had a deformed human face. Without exception, they are all illegally genetically modified animals. A strange beast modified with human genes. Chapter 30 for the same type of people. It's a guest. Guest. We haven't seen any guests for a long time. As these ugly and terrifying insects gathered around Chu Jun, they suddenly opened their mouths and started talking. I don't know why, but these illegal alien animal experiments, although they look very scary, are very enthusiastic. She was particularly enthusiastic about the centipede-like beast. If Chu Jun had not been so resistant, she would have already stretched her head over and let the guest touch her. All right, kids. Please move aside and let Uncle come over. Just when Chu Jun was still feeling troubled by the appearance of these strange beasts, Dr. Clare's voice came from the room. After hearing Clare's voice, the group of strange beasts immediately abandoned Chu Jun, who had been surrounded, and pounced towards Clare very quickly. In a few seconds, the blonde and green-eyed Clare was surrounded by the group of strange beasts and kept calling for her mother. As for Clare, she caressed the heads of these ugly and deformed beasts with a doting look on her face, letting them huddle around her and call her mother comfortably. How to say it? In Chu Jun's eyes, this scene is both warm and somewhat ugly. Ha ha. Sorry, kid. I almost forgot you were still here. By the way, what do you think? What do you think? Chu Jun was stunned by Clare's nonsensical words. Dr. Clare stroked the human-faced Moth and said with a smile, "My daughters, of course. Do you think they are cute?" Forehead. Truthfully, they are still a little bit away from being cute. Chu Jun took a look at the strange beast, which looked like a centipede, but had a deformed human face on the upper part of its mouthparts, and said, "Besides, whether it's cute or not is put aside for now. You let them live in your laboratory like this. Aren't you afraid that someone will report you?" In the Qinghai Empire, secretly integrating human genes into the genetic sequence of alien beasts is a serious crime among serious crimes. Cut. Seeing Chu Jun's serious face, Clare smiled and waved. If someone else said this, I might think he was right, but when someone like you said it, I would feel very uncomfortable. After all, I know very well that you and I should be the same kind of people. The law is not important to people like you and me. The more taboo the research is, the more it can arouse our interest. Chu Jun frowned and said unhappily, "Why do you say that? Besides, I don't think you and I are the same people." Looking at the sloppy and crazy Clare Morton in front of him, Chu Jun did not hesitate to distance himself from her. Although the other party's words did hit upon some of Chu Jun's characteristics. When Clare Morton saw that Chu Jun was still being stubborn, he immediately burst into laughter. Haha, that's enough. If you don't want to admit it, then don't admit it. But if I'm not mistaken, you're the guy who recently awakened his psychic talent. You may not understand it now, but psychic energy is actually the overflow of a person's spiritual energy. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to understand this matter. But, in the eyes of psychics, especially those above level 3, everyone's psychic power emits a unique glow. These psychic lights can allow other psychics to sense what kind of person you are. In addition, in psychic science, there is a rule that only circulates among high-level psychics. That is, people with similar thoughts tend to have similar spiritual energy. Unless you are at a high enough level and deliberately hide your psychic aura, otherwise, your general personality will be exposed without a doubt. So, as a 4th-level psychic, when I first saw you, I was basically certain that you were similar to me. Your inherent indifference and madness, your disdain for ordinary people, and your disregard for the law. These are things you can't hide. Do you think what I said is right, Chu Jun? Clare smiled wickedly, picking at her beauty, and said to Chu Jun with a smile. Chu Jun lowered his head and remained silent. After a brief silence, Chu Jun raised his head and asked Clare, "I will verify what you said after I become a high-level psychic. Now I am very curious. What did you ask me to do?" Seeing that Chu Jun still didn't believe her, Clare smiled. "I asked you to come here because you proposed a novel idea, the building block method of genes. This solution solved a problem I am facing now. And to thank you for your help, I'm going to reward you nicely." Chapter 35, Unknown Parasite. Chu Jun said coldly as he looked at Clare Morton, who was approaching him with a sickly smile on his face and looked extremely dirty. "Hello. I'm warning you. If you dare to do something weird to me, I will call school security over. Seeing Chu Jun resisting her so much, the morbid smile on Claire's face faded a little, then she narrowed her eyes and said, "Cut. Do I look like a perverted woman with strong desires? Although I do have some thoughts about you, I am not that out of control. Of course, the main reason is that I don't have any good drugs on hand. If I did, ahem." Chu Jun coughed lightly, signaling the other party to restrain himself. Okay. I was just kidding. Actually, what I really want to do to reward you is to take you to secretly see the latest discoveries of Sangnan University. Trust me, you're going to love this." After saying that, Claire didn't wait for Chu Jun to refuse and pulled him out of her private laboratory. However, before leaving, Claire carefully hid her daughters. A few minutes later, Chu Jun, with a confused look on his face, followed Claire through an extremely secret underground route and came to the most secret laboratory inside Sangnan University. However, as soon as he entered this secret laboratory, Chu Jun was immediately surprised to find. In the center of this deserted secret laboratory, there was a guy who looked very familiar to him lying on the operating table. This isn't the one. Is it the octopus monster that attacked and killed the homeless man in the sewer? Wait, what is this? Parasite. The mutant octopus that was killed that day had been cut into pieces and was lying quietly on the operating table. Moreover, this monster at this time has not only been dissected. Part of its tissue was thrown into the analysis machine next to the laboratory for analysis and testing. In addition, Chu Jun was surprised to find that there were a large number of living white parasites in the body of this octopus monster. Although some of these white parasites have died due to the death of their host, there are still some parasites that are still relying on their strong vitality to try to escape their own fate of death. They crawl out of the body of this octopus monster and try to find a new host. But what really surprised Chu Jun was that this huge experimental center was not the only place displaying this octopus monster. On the operating table, next to it lay several dead warning animals. Their abdomens had been completely cut open, but through the wounds on their abdomens and bodies, one could vaguely see some of the same white parasites moving around in their bodies. Because of this, whether it is the corpse of this mutated octopus monster or the corpses of these warning beasts, there are extremely strict protection measures around all the corpses to prevent these parasites from escaping. It was not until now that Chu Jun understood one thing. Those are the corpses of the warning beasts in front of him, the same ones that fought with the mutated octopus monster yesterday. Could it be that they were infected with parasites during yesterday's battle, so they were directly rendered harmless? An idea appeared in Chu Jun's mind and could not be shaken off. Hee, you should have noticed it too, Chu Jun. These parasites are actually very special. Clare, who was standing by, smiled immediately after seeing Chu Jun's expression change. However, there is one thing about this parasite and this mutated octopus beast that you will never guess. Seeing this, Chu Jun asked directly. You already know some inside information. Don't hide it, just say it directly. Seeing Chu Jun so anxious, Clare lifted Chu Jun's chin with her finger and said with a smile, "Hey, I knew you would be so curious. However, if you want to know such a confidential matter, it depends on your performance tonight. It hurts. It's just a joke. Chu Jun grabbed Claire's restless fingers and pulled them down slightly. Claire quickly withdrew her finger and said helplessly, Okay, you little idiot with no sense of humor. I do know some inside information. First of all, I need to explain to you. This mutant octopus has been genetically tested by us, and its origin has been discovered. Do you know where it came from?" Chu Jun shook his head. Local from Sangnan City. And its true form is actually just a multi-clawed octopus used as feed in Sangnan City. Chapter 36, Invasion and Theft. After listening to Clare Morton's story, Chu Jun immediately frowned. Are you sure? In Chu Jun's memory, the local octopus used as feed in Sangnan City is actually an aquatic mollusk about the size of a thumb. Since this aquatic mollusk can be used as feed, it proves one thing. It is not offensive in any way. That thing is not the same size as the monster in front of us. And Chu Jun looked at Clare Morton beside him and said seriously, If I remember correctly, you should have just entered Sangnan University. How could you be qualified to get this information? Chu Jun remembered very clearly that when the octopus monster in front of him came to the school, it was sent in by the local police. Moreover, under the confidentiality policy at the time, only Li Nan and a few professors in the entire Sangnan University were qualified to study it. No matter how you look at it, Claire is not qualified to enter here. Facing Chu Jun's question, Claire crossed her arms and smiled confidently. Humph, this is of course because when I first joined the company a few days ago, I used my tapeworm troops to invade the brain of the information beast of Sangnan University. Under the interference of my tapeworm, The entire Sungnan University is as transparent as a mirror in front of me. Oh, by the way, Chu Jun, your grades in the past few years were really not that good. After saying that, Claire gave Chu Jun a thumbs up. You damned fellow. After listening to Claire Morton's story, Chu Jun's hair immediately stood on end. He said to the crazy woman beside him with gritted teeth, "No wonder you, a bastard, let me and you enter through the back door of this secret laboratory. You are really crazy." The reason why Chu Jun was so nervous was because what he and Claire Morton did was actually very dangerous. Once he and the other person were discovered by the school guards, the danger he would face would definitely not be expulsion from school. That would really lead to going to jail. Although Chu Jun didn't care about the laws of ordinary people, let alone such empty things as ethics and morals, he still cared about Xiao Hunger. He didn't want to be locked up before he could cultivate the Zerg he desired. Hey, don't say that. I do this for your own good, Chu Jun. Seeing Chu Jun's angry face, Claire Morton said with a smile, I haven't told you anything else yet. What is it? According to the information I have obtained, the reason why this octopus monster has become so huge and so powerful is entirely due to the parasites in its body. Moreover, it's not just this octopus beast. The other guard beasts infected by the parasites have also shown a series of symptoms such as increased size and muscle mass. Intelligence shows that even though it has only been one night, the size of these parasite-infected alert beasts has increased by 5%, and they are extremely aggressive. So, many professors at Sungnan University agree. This parasite, which we have never seen before, possesses powerful abilities. On the one hand, it can transform the host's body to make itself even more powerful. On the other hand, these parasites seem to have the ability to manipulate the host's brain, making the host highly aggressive and obedient to the parasite's commands. Enhance the body control. After listening to Claire's story, Chu Jun's eyes suddenly widened. Damn it, no wonder there are no professors in this area anymore. Does that mean the military of the Qinghai Empire is going to take over this place? With these two abilities, although this parasite has many unknowns, the military of the Star Empire will definitely not give up the opportunity to study this parasite. Because even Chu Jun could realize the powerful military value of this parasite, not to mention the military. Haha, you finally understood. Seeing that Chu Jun finally understood what she really wanted to say, Claire reached out and touched Chu Jun's head with relief. It is precisely because the military is about to accept the follow-up work of this parasite that I need you to come here with me. As for me, I plan to steal some parasites before the military arrives here, and then do corresponding research in private. Are you crazy? Chu Jun snorted coldly and said with disdain, If you are caught, you will be shot. Why do you think I will help you? I'll give you half of these parasites I stole. And I will sponsor you a private laboratory and let you be my assistant to help me with research. Chu Jun nodded slightly. Ahem. This beautiful lady. What do you need me to do for you? Chapter 37, Strange White Tumor. After Chu Jun decided to get involved in this mess, he quickly joined the plan of this crazy woman Claire. But Claire was right. She called Chu Jun over because she really needed his help. You will be in charge of Terminal B, and I will be in charge of Terminal A. On both sides of the huge laboratory, Chu Jun and Claire were leaning in front of a control terminal, one on each side. Due to the confidentiality of this laboratory, you and I must use our psychic powers at the same time to verify before we can open the sealing device. So, when I shout 3, you and I must activate our psychic powers at the same time to open the blockade, take out the parasites inside, and steal them away for research. Wait a moment. Chu Jun stopped the other party. Are you sure I have the authority to do this? As a student who has not yet graduated, Chu Jun does not think he is qualified to open this blockade device. After all, his name was not on the verification list of this blocking device. Don't worry. Claire pointed at the surveillance bugs above her head that served as cameras and said, Since I have already invaded our school's data beast, I have already distorted your and my data into Professor Li Nan and the vice president of our school. Moreover, I used the power of the tapeworm to eliminate all evidence of you and me being here. So just do it boldly. Well, Chu Jun was stunned for a moment. Is it my illusion? I always feel like you are very skilled at this. Hey. Seeing Chu Jun say this to herself, Claire turned her head and gave a mysterious smile. This is my secret, but if you want to know, I can. I don't want to. Chu Jun turned his head and took the initiative to start counting down. 321. After the countdown was over, Chu Jun directly activated his spiritual power. At the same time, Claire stopped joking and cooperated with Chu Jun to stimulate her spiritual power. The next second, accompanied by the roar of the machine, Chu Jun and Claire's psychic powers were tested together and completed the certification. Phew. With the machine turned on, Chu Jun and Clare could finally enter the test bench to remove the mysterious parasites. However, while Clare was still operating the robotic arm to put the pieces of meat containing living parasites into the container, Chu Jun suddenly keenly noticed something wrong. That's right, Clare. According to the information you know, do you know how long this octopus monster has been infected with this parasite since it was first infected? I don't know. It's not written in the report. What's wrong? Did you discover something? Yes. Chu Jun controlled another robotic arm and slowly reached into the body of the octopus monster. A few seconds later, he pulled out a white tumor-like tissue that was obviously still alive from the other person's body. This white tumorous tissue is covered with tiny bright red blood vessels, and there are also some parasite eggs on the surface of this thing. If I remember correctly, this kind of octopus monster, whether in its original form or after being infected, has no psychic potential, right? Claire nodded. Yes. Then why does this thing have the function of a psychic organ and emits psychic energy to the outside? Hearing what Chu Jun said, Claire put down the operating table in her hand and looked at the white tumor. Well, what is this thing? I clearly didn't show up when I used the surveillance bug to spy on them dissecting the octopus this afternoon. Why is it showing up again now? Besides, why is this thing inside the body of this octopus monster? It's obviously a fodder creature without any psychic potential. It's impossible for it to grow such a psychic organ. Claire asked, confused. He is still active. Could it be that this thing actually grew after it died? Chu Jun expressed his guess. Wait a moment. If that's the case, I'll go and see if there's anything similar inside the other guard beasts. After saying that, Chu Jun operated the mechanical arm and began to search the bodies of those poor guard animals. But unfortunately, Chu Jun did not find any tissue similar to this white tumor in the bodies of these warning beasts. After confirming this again and again, Chu Jun reluctantly gave up the search and hurriedly took away as many parasites as possible, including the white tumor. Then, Chu Jun and Clare Morton left the laboratory through the back door. As soon as he left the laboratory, Chu Jun was stunned to find out. This guy Clare actually handed all these containers to himself. What does she want to do? Chapter 38, Private Laboratory. What are you doing? Seeing Clare handing all the bottles and jars containing parasites to him, Chu Jun immediately spoke vigilantly. What can I do? Have you forgotten my promise? Clare looked at Chu Jun, who was wary of her, and couldn't help laughing. Didn't I tell you that I would sponsor you a private laboratory, and then use this private laboratory to study these parasites? You don't think that I, a professor at Sangnan University, can study these dangerous things in the laboratory of my mentor at Sangnan University, do you? Hearing this, Chu Jun suddenly realized. Oh, so that's how it is. You are actually serious. I originally thought you were just lying to trick me into helping you. Faced with Chu Jun's suspicion, Clare Morton couldn't help but roll his eyes. Depend on. Why do you think so? What trait of mine makes you think I'm not a reliable person? Well, Chu Jun shook his head as he looked at the beautiful doctor in front of him who had blonde hair, green eyes, and a hot body, but who didn't have a single clean piece of clothing on her body and who selfishly kept a large number of illegal experimental subjects. Although the beautiful doctor in front of him didn't have much combat power, she once said that one of her psychic abilities was psychic whipping. Not at all. All right. That's fine. Seeing that Chu Jun recognized her, Claire couldn't help but laugh. My tapeworms are still controlling the data beasts and surveillance bugs in our school, so you can leave the school without worry. When school opens tomorrow, come to me directly, and I will give you enough funds to rent a private experimental warehouse. Good. As the ultimate beneficiary of this transaction, Chu Jun naturally had no reason to refuse. He simply took the containers containing the parasites, left the school, and returned to his home on East Street. After placing the container of parasites in a relatively safe corner, Chu Jun, who had been busy all day, fell into a deep sleep. But what he didn't notice was that while he was sleeping, the white tumor was constantly and tentatively emitting psychic fluctuations towards him. However, these spiritual energy fluctuations were completely absorbed by Chu Jun for unknown reasons. After repeated attempts, the white tumor finally gave up and chose to remain silent. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Chu Jun woke up, and after taking a look at the parasites in the container that were still active, he began to walk towards Sangnan University. But after he arrived at Sangnan University, he did not go to find Clare Morton first, but carefully observed the situation in the school. No way. The king of Chu must be careful and cautious at this time. Even though Clare is a complete lunatic, he is not. Therefore, After confirming again and again inside the school that no one seemed to have noticed that someone had sneaked into the secret laboratory last night, Chu Jun left the public breeding room. However, after Chu Jun left the public breeding room, he did not go to find Clare immediately, but went to the data center of Tsangnan University. Hey. Brothers, tonight's game is absolutely exciting. Although the Black Death will not be here, there will be a heavyweight subsonic tonight. How about it? Are you interested? If you are interested, I will leave a few tickets for each of you. Pan Bo, who is broad and fat, kept introducing his underground exotic beast competition to the students around him with a smile on his face, while secretly helping those gamblers to participate in the betting tonight. However, just when he was collecting so much money, he suddenly noticed that Chu Jun seemed to be standing in the shadows looking at him. After wiping his eyes and making sure he wasn't seeing things, Pang Bo, who had been busy just now, immediately found an excuse, made a detour, and came in front of Chu Jun. It was obvious that he had not forgotten who he was. That is the contact person of Jack Gang in Tsangnan University, specifically responsible for helping Chu Jun communicate with Jack Gang. Hey, Brother Chu, how come you have time to come to see me? Hey, tell me, what can I do for you? Looking at Pambwa, who looked very attentive, Chu Jun said calmly. First of all, I need to rent a private laboratory recently. Can you help me with it? No problem at all. Pambwa nodded. This is really a small matter for him. The second thing, I want to let my little hungry one participate in the latest underground monster competition. Chapter 39, Don't Go In. Oh. When Pang Bo heard Chu Jun's request to participate in the competition, he was immediately stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. This gives people the feeling that Chu Jun's request is a bit excessive. So, Chu Jun looked at Pang Bo and asked coldly, "Why do you look like that? Did something go wrong in the underground monster competition?" No. Facing Chu Jun's questioning, Pang Bo quickly raised his hands and made a gesture of refusal. How could there be any problem with the underground monster competition? That's Boss Jack's territory. But after saying this, Pang Bo looked around nervously. After making sure that there was no one around, he quickly approached Chu Jun and spoke in a low voice with a cunning look on his face. Ahem. Brother Chu, I'm going to tell you something in private. I suggest you not to register for the competition tonight. To be precise, Brother Chu, tonight's game may not be suitable for you. Hearing this, Chu Jun became even more curious. Why do you say that? If I remember correctly, shouldn't any Beastmaster be very welcome to participate in your underground arena competitions? After all, most of the time, you guys are facing a shortage of manpower, right? Yes. Pangwa nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. It's usually like this. We put a lot of effort into finding more Beastmasters willing to participate in the competition. But this time, things are a little bit special. It's really special. Seeing the fat man in front of him hesitating so much, Chu Jun couldn't help but raise his tone. Okay, stop being a riddler to me. Tell me quickly what happened. Forehead. Seeing what King Chu said, Pang Bo, who did not dare to offend King Chu, had no choice but to tell the truth. Brother Chu, this is what happened. Tonight's game actually has an inside story. Inside story. While chewing on this word, Chu Jun frowned. After considering the nature of this underground competition, Chu Jun suddenly realized. So you guys are fixing the game? Cough. Hearing Chu Jun say this so loudly, Pang Bo's face turned pale, and then he started coughing violently. Brother, please keep your voice down. This kind of thing needs to be kept confidential. To be precise, this is something I cannot know. But, you should also know. I am well informed, and I have a good relationship with Boss Jack. So you understand. Looking at Pangwa's winking expression, Chu Jun sighed helplessly. You have a good relationship with Boss Jack? Forget it. If I remember correctly, you didn't even dare to say a word when you stood in front of Jack. Okay, I see. Since tonight's game is so troublesome, then I won't participate for now. Please help me make an appointment for the match the day after tomorrow. Seeing that Chu Jun was so receptive to advice, Pang Bo immediately felt relieved. Okay, brother. You've worked hard, brother. I will report your information to the boss and the others after I leave school at noon. As for renting a laboratory, I think I can send you the relevant information this afternoon so you can choose a suitable place yourself. Chu Jun nodded and agreed to the other party's request. It has to be said that although Pangwa is a very sneaky person, he is indeed good at doing things. However, just when Chu Jun finished talking with Pangwa and were about to leave, Pangwa suddenly called him. Hey, by the way, Brother Chu. Pangwa took out a ticket to the underground arena from his arms and stuffed it into Chu Jun's arms. I'll give you a ticket for tonight. You can come to the stadium tonight and take a look. Faced with the other party's invitation, Chu Jun shook his head. He didn't understand why the other party invited him to watch the game. After all, the other party clearly told him that tonight's game was rigged. This kind of game that has been spoiled in advance is obviously boring. But I don't know if he has guessed Chu Jun's thoughts. Pang Bo spoke to Chu Jun mysteriously. Hey, Brother Chu. You can come tonight, because I heard that some big shots will come to watch the game tonight. Just watch the fun. After listening to Pangwa's explanation, Chu Jun reluctantly accepted the other party's ticket. Okay, I'll go watch it tonight. After saying that, Chu Jun left here and started walking towards Clare's mentor's laboratory. However, just as Chu Jun walked to the door of his tutor's laboratory, suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Chu Jun's ears. Don't go in there. Chapter 40 Weirdness and Prayer. After hearing this warning, Chu Jun instinctively activated his psychic power and used it to search for the guy who warned him. As expected, after Chu Jun did this, he immediately discovered the source of the warning. The human-faced moth that appeared last night and could speak human language. What's wrong, little one? At this time, the human-faced moth was in a state of psychic invisibility, lying near Chu Jun. But since he had met it yesterday, Chu Jun no longer hated this human-faced moth. So his attitude became much milder. Why won't you let me in? My mother. As if it had found someone to rely on, the human-faced moth quickly flew to Chu Jun and spoke to him in a very aggrieved voice. She's become so weird. She was very nice to us yesterday, but for some reason this morning, she has been doing strange things since she woke up. Moreover, after she did these strange things, her temper became very bad. The human-faced moth seemed to be frightened and trembled slightly in Chu Jun's arms. This is the first time I've seen my mother like this. The smell on her body is very unacceptable to me. That's why I'm trying to stop you from going in. After hearing what the human-faced moth said, Chu Jun couldn't help but frown. What is going on? What a mess. With such curiosity, the very obedient Chu Jun came to the gate, tilted his ear to listen inside, trying to see if he could hear any valuable sounds. The human-faced moth, on the other hand, was worried about his mother while trying to stop Chu Jun. Unfortunately, Chu Jun heard nothing. So, out of helplessness and curiosity, he spoke to the human-faced moth. Hey, use your voice to open the door. Don't want. The human-faced moth refused the request. Aren't you worried about Mom? If you're worried about Mom's condition, worry. After seeing that the human-faced moth had low intelligence, Chu Jun smiled. Then, this bad guy used his rhetoric to successfully convince the face moth. Only by allowing Chu Jun to enter the laboratory can his mother's safety be ensured. In the end, the fooled human-faced moth opened the door of the laboratory and let Chu Jun in. Wow. The smell here is really bad. No wonder you don't like it. As soon as Chu Jun entered the laboratory, he immediately smelled a strong smell of alcohol. It turns out that the smell that this human-faced moth was referring to was the smell of alcohol. Hey, Clare, I'm coming to see you. I'm ready to rent a lab. Are you there? Because the smell here was so bad, Chu Jun was not willing to go too deep. So he just stood near the entrance of the laboratory and spoke towards the depths of the laboratory. Boom. Accompanied by a loud crash, Clare, with messy hair and without changing her clothes, ran down quickly from the laboratory on the second floor. Damn it. Why are you here so early? Didn't you sleep last night? Looking at the flustered Clare and smelling the alcohol on her body, Chu Jun frowned in disgust. What were you doing? Have you been drinking? Without. Clare, who looked sleepy, said somewhat unhappily. I drank in the early morning. I didn't sleep all night, and I was just praying. Pray? What are you talking about? Just when Chu Jun was puzzled, Clare seemed to suddenly remember something, and hurriedly stuffed a necklace from her neck into the turtleneck sweater she was wearing. No, nothing. I'm just talking nonsense. Seeing the other person's appearance, Chu Jun immediately realized that the other person seemed to have some secrets unknown to outsiders. After his eyes flickered a few times, Chu Jun, who didn't particularly like to pry into other people's secrets, immediately changed the subject and focused the conversation on the funding issue of the private laboratory. Clare was also very generous and directly gave Chu Jun a card with 150,000 Star Empire points on it as the first startup capital. This amount of money could be a very large income for Chu Jun. But for Clare, who is mysterious but definitely strong, it is just a drizzle. Finally, after a brief conversation, Clare, who looked obviously bad, said that she was going to take a shower, and said that if Chu Jun didn't want to take a shower with her, then she would order him to leave. After all, as a new tutor at Sangnan University, she will start giving lectures in the afternoon. After hearing this, Chu Jun flatly rejected the other party's request and left decisively. But there's something weird about this guy. After Chu Jun returned to the public breeding room, The first thing he began to recall was all the strange things that had just happened to Clare Morton. Next, he found paper and pen, and then, relying on his memory, began to carve out the appearance of what he had just seen on the paper. Clare's necklace look. Chapter 41 Weird Blood. This. What is it? As Chu Jun gradually finished carving, an extremely strange thing appeared in front of Chu Jun. This is a creature composed of multiple limbs, and all of these limbs are rotating and twisting in one direction, eventually forming a strange drop of blood-like thing. Among these limbs, some have tentacles similar to those of octopuses, some have limbs similar to those of Zerg, and some are similar to human arms. However, these strange limbs with different styles together form such a drop of blood. The moment he saw this thing, Chu Jun immediately understood that this thing must have been designed this way intentionally. But no matter how much Chu Jun thought about it, he couldn't figure out the specific meaning of this thing. Clare's condition is obviously not right. If she was just drinking, she wouldn't be so panicked. After all, she is definitely not a Puritan. Judging from her appearance, indulging in desires should be something she doesn't care about. Besides, she didn't ask me where I kept the parasites after she came upstairs. Plus, she let it slip that she was praying. Is this the thing that caused the trouble? Chu Jun looked at this drop of strange blood and thought to himself. After thinking for a while and getting nothing, Chu Jun temporarily let the matter go. Never mind. Whatever Clare did, it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, she invited me to participate in the research, so I just need to make sure she doesn't act too weird. After figuring this out, Chu Jun focused his attention on Xiao Hungry without hesitation. However, today's Chu Jun did not inject more genetic sequences of psychic beasts in a Xiao Hungry's body. This is because the gene sequences that Chu Jun currently has are no longer suitable for Little Hunger. Secondly, Little Hungry's current state has reached a stable stage and does not need to grow again too quickly. Moreover, Little Hungry's biggest problem at this moment is not her evolution, but the problem that her insect eggs cannot hatch. Judging from last night's experiment, all the eggs produced by Little Hungry so far, without exception, have traces of broken genetic sequences. In other words, no matter how Little Hunger incubates her eggs will die. Is it a hidden problem within Little Hunger's own genetic sequence? Or is there something wrong with Little Hungry's reproductive system? With doubts, Chu Jun once again conducted a thorough physical examination on Xiao Hungry. But unfortunately, Chu Jun's examination still gave the same result as yesterday. Xiao Hungry's physical condition is very good. It can even be said to be perfect. And her gene sequence is also extremely stable. This stable state is almost a world of difference compared to her insect eggs. As for Xiao Zhang's reproductive system, Chu Jun found nothing abnormal after checking it. Damn it, there are no abnormalities in all three aspects. So where exactly is the problem? Countless questions brought Chu Jun's research to a dead end. Finally, after thinking fruitlessly, Chu Jun decided to suspend today's training work. He first came to the experimental area with a Little Hunger, and after casually eating a few horned wolves for lunch, he went directly to the data center of Tsangnan University, trying to find possible answers from the records in this electronic library. However, since the profession of Beastmaster has existed for such a long time, the accumulation of thousands of years has resulted in countless papers in the database of Tsangnan University. Among them, the number of papers involving the infertility of exotic beasts reached an astonishing level, even after Chu Jun's preliminary screening. Well, there's no other way. Let's just look for it bit by bit. Looking at the vast amount of data in front of him, Chu Jun was helpless. However, this incident also reminded me that when I have some spare money, I must install a new type of psychic biochemical secondary brain for myself. The psychic biochemical subbrain is a biochemical product produced by Angel Gene Company. It is a device that can help Chu Jun think under the psychic link. The function of this device is to provide Chu Jun with more and stronger thinking abilities. However, such a powerful item only has one or two drawbacks. The first disadvantage is, he is expensive. And his second shortcoming is, he is very, very expensive. It is so expensive that the king of Chu cannot afford its price anyway. So, after traveling through time to the present, Chu Jun finally realized a problem. That is in the world he lives in. If he wants to continue his research smoothly, he needs money. Lots of money. Stimulated by poverty, Chu Jun was looking at the papers in front of him while thinking about ways to make money. And soon, he had a good idea. Chapter 42. The mining bug disappeared in history. That's right. I can do what Manhwa and his uncle did, get a loan to rent a mine, and use the alien beasts to mine for me to make money. But what I need is not a mining beast, but a mining worm. At this moment, Chu Jun looked at an article in his hand titled, The Vanishing Mining Bug, the Best but also the worst functional beast, and said, in order to help Xiao Hungry solve the problem of her offspring, Chu Jun has been searching for solutions from beastmasters in the Starry Empire who have encountered the same situation as him. However, in the process of searching for a solution, Chu Jun discovered this extremely special paper. The reason why it is special is that the content of this paper tells the story of an extremely special creature, the process of the mining worms being gradually replaced by wild beasts. The paper records that the mining worm is a new type of exotic beast bred in the early days of the expansion of the Starry Empire. At the same time, they are also the first exotic animals that humans have bred in large quantities using the power of industry. This strange beast has a strong ability to adapt, and its digging speed is not inferior to that of a mining beast. Their ability to withstand extreme environments is also stronger than today's mining beasts. Moreover, the resources needed to cultivate the mining worm, a strange beast, are far less than those of today's mining beasts. Therefore, in the early days of the Starry Empire, before the mining beasts were bred, the mining bugs with the above advantages quickly occupied every mining area within the Starry Empire and made great contributions to the expansion of the Starry Empire. But problems also arose. After the Star Empire passed its early stages of expansion, the mining bugs were quickly replaced by today's mining beasts. And the speed at which they were replaced far exceeded anyone's expectations. Even many minds did not expect that the replacement would happen so quickly. However, even in those mines with a large number of mining bugs, the mining beasts easily took over the position of mining bugs. There is only one reason. That is, although the cultivation of mining worms is not complicated, many mining worms often suffer from a disease. That is, the genetic sequence of these mining worms will undergo large-scale distortion over time. This distortion caused by the gene sequence will cause the miners to be unable to pass on their gene sequence stably. Moreover, the source of this deformation is actually the queen insects that specialize in creating mining insects. Once the gene sequences of these queen insects mutate, even if they are able to give birth to offspring, they will often give birth to uncontrolled, deformed mining insects. This deformed mining bug is different from the original mining bug. Their mining capabilities are far weaker than those of their predecessors, and they are often not under the control of animal masters. This also leads to the fact that many mines can only cultivate mining worms for a few years or even decades after introducing the mining worm production line, and then they can no longer cultivate new mining worms. This unstable factor has caused a large number of mine owners to abandon unstable mining bugs and choose mining beasts that have more stable genes and are easier to breed. Although the breeding method of mining beasts is firmly controlled by the genetic company where the mining beasts are located, ordinary mine owners cannot breed mining beasts directly. However, because the supply of mining beasts was very stable, the mining beasts eventually completely replaced the unstable mining insects and firmly established their foothold in the mining areas of the Starry Empire. The miners had no choice but to withdraw from the stage of human history and became a part of history. Very similar. The reason why these mining bugs are infertile is very similar to Little Hunger's current situation. Looking at the history of mining worms in this paper, Chu Jun nodded secretly. However, the author of this paper not only tells the history and experiences of the miners in the article, but he is also one of the few scholars who has specialized in studying the current situation of miners. Because in the second half of the paper, he summarized and recorded many scenes of miners being abandoned. All of this is exactly why Chu Jun cares so much about this paper. After all, in the second half of the paper, the scholar recorded his findings in great detail. That is, he had discovered the descendants of wild mining worms in many areas and conducted research on them. Then he was surprised to find that many miners and mother bodies abandoned by humans, including those with genetic problems, did not actually disappear from the Starry Empire. On the contrary, there are still a large number of wild mining worms on many planets inhabited by humans. Logically speaking, these mining bugs should have become extinct after losing their stable genetic sequences. But the opposite was true. After the initial extinction crisis, many special mining queens all inadvertently activated a certain hidden gene in their bodies at the same time. The stimulation of this gene fragment not only allowed these endangered species to survive, but also allowed them to have a new form of life. That is a life form similar to ants and bees. They successfully used this hidden gene to repair the endangered future of their own population. And this gene is currently hidden in large quantities in any wild mining insect mother. Chapter 43, Monster Hunter Guild. I need to use the hidden genes of these wild miners to solve the problem of Little Hunger's infertility. The second thing is, if the records in this paper are correct, then the genes possessed by wild mining worms seem to be able to greatly enhance Little Hungry's original gene sequence, allowing her to have the same ability as wild mining worms. That is, to differentiate her offspring and allow her offspring to have different functional abilities. In this paper, the scholar used imaging technology to record the appearance of many wild mining worms. The vast majority of wild mining bugs also showed this trend. Chu Jun noticed this trend, so he set his sights on those wild mining worms and was eager for the genetic sequences they possessed. More importantly, it was because Chu Jun saw this paper that he had a bold idea. That is, he can fully utilize Little Hungry's genetic module and combine it with the genetic sequences of wild miners to create miners that are unique to him. In this way, Little Hunger can not only solve the problem of its offspring being unable to hatch, but can also use this opportunity to cultivate more of its own offspring. And she herself will become a full-time breeding queen. A nearly perfect idea. After reading this paper, Chu Jun already had a general idea in his mind. But problems also arise. So how does he find wild mining bugs? This is a really big problem. Since wild mining bugs are marked as dangerous and uncontrolled wild beasts, in the Starry Empire, any beast hunter in the wilderness of the Starry Empire will kill them without hesitation when they see wild mining bugs, and then exchange them for a bounty from the Starry Empire government. In addition, the number of wild mining bugs is small, so it is highly likely that Chu Jun will not be able to find them by himself. That's very time-consuming, and it's easy to get nothing. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but feel a headache. That's right. However, just when Chu Jun was distressed, he suddenly changed his thinking. Since those exotic beast hunters often hunt those wild exotic beasts, I can issue a bounty and ask them to help me find the corresponding wild mining worms. Yes. Chu Jun reacted and patted his head. I am not in my previous life now. In my previous life, if I wanted to do something, I might be strictly monitored by my superiors. But not in this life. Many things in this world of strange beasts are legal. As a pragmatist, Chu Jun, who understood this point, immediately left the school's data center and started walking out of the campus. He planned to go directly to the Exotic Beast Hunter Guild in Songnan City, post his own bounty, and use it to get what he needed. A few hours later, Chu Jun arrived at his destination. This is the headquarters of the Hunter Guild in Songnan City. Chu Jun raised his head and looked at the tall building in front of him located in the center of the chaotic street. The style of this high-rise building clearly draws on the architectural style of the mid-period of the Qinghai Empire, and it itself has a sense of boldness from the expansion period. Moreover, on the outer wall of this tall building, people have used a lot of paint to carve out patterns of ferocious and strange beasts. On the front of the building, the owner did not use the billboards commonly used by the Starry Empire to display his business and service scope, but chose to use a more barbaric and more primitive way to promote himself. That is, he placed the broken skull of a level 5 psychic beast in front of his building, and near the skull, he placed the weapons that were used to kill the beast. This is the unique way for the hunters of the Exotic Beast Guild to show off. They are using this method to show that even though they are not beast tamers, they also have the ability to destroy strange beasts. This style of painting is extremely rare, even in Chu Jun's memory. It's really peculiar. Sometimes, if I don't go out more often, I really don't realize that I have traveled through time. With a curious look in his eyes, Chu Jun slowly came to the front of the building, pushed open the door of the guild, and walked in. Just as Chu Jun walked into the door, a girl in uniform and short hair bumped into Chu Jun for some reason. Moreover, perhaps because her feet slipped, the girl suddenly fell into Chu Jun's arms after bumping into him. Grasp. At the same time, an extremely rude voice sounded from not far away. Chapter 44, Hidden Psychic. Sorry. The girl who accidentally fell into Chu Jun's arms quickly raised her head after the initial panic and spoke to Chu Jun. As for Chu Jun, as a qualified gentleman, when faced with this situation, he naturally acted as a gentleman should. Chu Jun pushed away the girl who was clinging to his arms and then dodged to the side without hesitation. It is obvious that although Chu Jun didn't know what happened here, he still knew. In most cases, this situation generally means trouble. Sure enough, after Chu Jun pushed away the short-haired girl and hid aside, a man wearing portable armor quickly walked up to the girl and asked with great concern, "Guoling, are you okay?" However, facing the man's concern, the girl named Guoling lowered her head and walked out of the guild without saying a word. This attitude is very firm. It is obvious that the relationship between these two is at an unequal stage. Seeing this, other people in the union immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Jellos, what's wrong with you, you dog licker? That's right. Every time I see you chasing after Guoling, she looks disgusted. Amid the laughter of the crowd, the man in the portable armor blushed. Finally, The man named Jellos glared at the innocent Chu Jun and said, "Next time you walk, be careful." After hearing this, the crowd laughed even louder. After venting his impotent rage, Jellos quickly walked outside, trying to catch up with the fruit spirit that had already left. As for Chu Jun, he turned his head, looked through the open door, and looked at the girl named Guoling, frowning tightly. At this moment, another girl in a guild uniform came over and said to Chu Jun, "Sir, I am really sorry for what happened just now." The girl apologized to Chu Jun and explained to him at the same time. Jiros is our union's top hunter, and his mission success rate is very high. However, as you can see, his brain is not very good, and his personality is also quite impulsive. If his words or actions make you feel uncomfortable, we will reprimand him when he comes back. After listening to the girl's story, Chu Jun waved his hand, indicating that it was not necessary. In fact, Chu Jun doesn't care about this guy Jellos. After all, no matter how humans evolve, there will always be people like bootlickers in this society. What he really cares about is the girl named Guoling. But don't get me wrong. The reason why Chu Jun cares about the other party is entirely because when the two of them collided just now, the girl who looked weaker than the others suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying spiritual energy in just a short moment. She is a true psychic, and he is an extremely powerful psychic. Although the amount of this spiritual energy is not large, it is extremely violent and crazy. Although this psychic energy only existed for less than a second, as someone who had had close contact with the other party, Chu Jun could confirm one thing very clearly. That girl, Guoling, is definitely not an ordinary person. Her seemingly pure and weak appearance is just a disguise of this guy. But why would such a powerful person disguise herself as a guild waiter? This left Chu Jun puzzled. "It's okay. I'm just here to issue a commission." Chu Jun shook his head, put aside what had just happened, and smiled at the guild waiter in front of him. No matter what, no matter how weird the fruit spirit is, it has nothing to do with Chu Jun. After all, Chu Jun's only purpose of coming here was to publish his own commission. As for what unknown secrets are inside this exotic beast hunter guild, sorry, Chu Jun doesn't care. So Chu Jun quickly calmed himself down and asked the other party, "By the way, may I ask, how is the commission fee calculated within our guild?" After hearing Chu Jun's question, the girl in uniform immediately took Chu Jun to the front desk with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guoling, who was walking on the street, habitually blocked out the voice of Jellos behind her, while recalling the collision between herself and Chu Jun just now. Damn it, were we discovered by that guy? When Guoling raised her head again, the purity and tenderness on her face had completely disappeared, replaced by absolute coldness and brutality. Chapter 45, Commission and Mrs. Biggs. Oh, I see. In other words, your target is the wild mining bugs around Songnan City? And your request is that you don't need the exotic beast hunter to help you eliminate these wild mining bugs, but to tell you their location, right? A female receptionist wearing glasses and a guild uniform said to Chu Jun with a smile. At the same time, she was holding a portable data beast variant in her hand and kept inputting data into it. Chu Jun nodded and said to him, "Yes." Since Chu Jun did not have much money at the moment, at least, apart from the money given by Clare, Chu Jun himself was not very wealthy. So he chose a relatively cheap way to deal with his problem, which was to ask the hunters of the Exotic Beast Hunter Guild to provide him with information about wild mining bugs, and then he would go to the corresponding areas to hunt these wild mining bugs. Of course, Chu Jun didn't really go hunting by himself. In his current body, he definitely couldn't defeat those wild mining bugs. The main purpose of hunting is still small hunger. This method is the most economical and fastest. Because in a short period of time, a large number of exotic animal hunters may see this bounty, and then help Chu Jun record the locations of these wild mining worms while dealing with other tasks. And since the Exotic Beast Hunter Guild needs to be verified in advance, Chu Jun does not need to worry about the authenticity of the information. So after careful consideration, Chu Jun still chose this method. Yes, sir. The receptionist of the Exotic Beast Guild gave a professional smile and gave Chu Jun a number. The fee you need to pay is 3,000 Star Empire points, or Human Federation points of equal value. We can also accept points from other small human gathering points. Once you pay enough, the hunters of our Exotic Beast Guild will obtain the information of this commission from their personal terminals and connected data beasts. Then, they will provide the guild with effective clues. And the first 3 exotic beast hunters who meet the requirements will share the reward for this commission equally. Of course, they need to deduct the corresponding handling fee. Do you think this is acceptable? Well, that's very fair. After listening to the front desk clerk's explanation, Chu Jun nodded with satisfaction. The Exotic Beast Guild is indeed an organization as ancient as the Starry Empire. When it comes to matters like this, their rules and ways of doing things make Chu Jun feel satisfied. After paying the fees he needed to pay, Chu Jun ate the pastries provided for free by the other party while waiting for the other party to complete the procedures for him. At this moment, the noise coming from the hall caught the attention of Chu Jun, who was eating cake. "Old woman, why are you here again? Didn't I tell you that if you don't have money, don't come to our Exotic Beast Guild to post commissions? Our lowest charge is 500 Empire points. The money you gave is really too little." A sturdy man over 2 meters tall stood at the gate, scolding the old man in front of him in a rude tone while gently helping him in. The old man's clothes were very old and worn out, with patches all over them. Judging from her age, she is almost 70 years old, and her head was wrapped in a thick layer of gauze. "Thanks, Andrew." The old lady walked into the guild hall trembling, thanking the strong man for his support. When she walked into the hall of the Exotic Beast Hunters Guild, she did not go to the front desk of the guild, but went to the bar counter inside the guild that was specially provided for the Exotic Beast Hunters. "Hello, Mrs. Biggs. Long time no see, Mrs. Biggs. You're here again." It was a little different from what many people thought. When the old woman named Mrs. Biggs walked in here, many Exotic Beast Hunters raised their glasses and greeted the old woman politely. Apparently, this wasn't her first time here. The Exotic Beast Hunters who were drinking here were already familiar with her existence. "Hello." Mrs. Biggs greeted the group of burly beast hunters stiffly and asked the bartender who was wiping the wine glasses at the front desk. "Excuse me, is Mr. Jellos here?" "Jellos? That grumpy liquor?" Chu Jun frowned calmly. After getting the answer that Jellos was not here, Mrs. Biggs showed a disappointed look and stood there for a while, not knowing whether to stand or leave. At this time, the bartender spoke. "Jiros is off pursuing his true love and will be back soon. Until then, just sit here, Mrs. Biggs, and I'll get you a free glass of milk." "But why are you here again? Has your farm and your husband's been invaded by hunting bugs again?" Chapter 46, Void Beast. Hunting Insects. Farm. When Chu Jun heard the two names from the Exotic Beast Hunter's mouth, he immediately understood what was going on. This old man in ragged clothes is most likely a small farmer around Songnan City. These small farmers with low living standards have to fight against large farms backed by big conglomerates on the one hand, and the harsh environment around Songnan City on the other. In addition, hunting insects are also what they need to fight against. The hunting insect is a common pest that is about 70 centimeters in size. This pest is a very ferocious carnivorous beast. They like to hunt livestock, chickens, ducks, geese, etc. on farms. Of course, although these carnivorous insect-like beasts are very ferocious, the problem is that an adult with weapons can easily repel a large number of hunting insects as long as he has enough weapons. However, sometimes, when the number of hunting insects is too large, or when there are large nests of hunting insects nearby, many farmers will issue rewards and ask professional exotic animal hunters to help them clear out these hunting insects. However, looking at Mrs. Biggs's appearance, Chu Jun guessed that this ragged old woman might not be able to face those ferocious hunting insects alone. So she could only place her hopes on the local Exotic Beast Hunter Guild. Just as Chu Jun swallowed the last piece of cake on the plate, his commission was issued and completed, and the lady who helped her post the commission came in person to tell him that he was free to go. Once the hunters complete his commission, these completed commissions will be sent to his personal information terminal in the form of information. Hearing this, Chu Jun decisively left here. When he was about to return to the urban area of Songnan City, the strange beast hunter Jellos, who was not very smart and had a bad temper, came back. As soon as he came back, he came face to face with Chu Jun. Forehead. As soon as he saw Chu Jun, Jellos said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Well, this gentleman. I'm sorry just now. Sorry, I usually have a bad temper. Please don't take it personally." To Chu Jun's surprise, Jellos at this moment seemed to have changed his previous arrogance and apologized to himself seriously. It seems that he is not the kind of guy who is completely brainless. However, Chu Jun didn't care about it. To repeat, as for Jellos, Chu Jun didn't even think of taking him to heart. After all, compared to Jellos, the woman he pursued named Guoling made Chu Jun feel more wary. So after the other party apologized to him, Chu Jun said coldly, "It's okay," and left. After seeing that Chu Jun, a stranger, had forgiven him, Jellos walked towards Mrs. Biggs with a smile on his face. It seems that Jellos, who usually has a bad temper, is kind and will usually take the initiative to help Mrs. Biggs solve the problem of hunting insects on her farm. As for Chu Jun, He pushed open the door, walked out of the exotic beast hunter guild, and took a bus back to the city. However, as he was leaving, he didn't notice at all. In the skull sculpture of the beast hunter guild, an eye growing on a tentacle suddenly stretched out from a small shadow and stared at its back. This is a similar call. Finally, I solved this troublesome matter. I'm so hungry. Chu Jun, who had completed the commission task, did not take the car back to his residence on East Street, but went straight to the territory of the Jack gang. It was already late, and there was no need for Chu Jun to return to Tsangnan University. So he simply used this evening's time to watch the free exotic beast competition. After all, Pumbo provided him with a free ticket. If it is not used, it will be wasted. And waste is a bad habit. Holding the ticket, Chu Jun once again walked into the dilapidated building where Jack's gang was hiding. Just like before, after showing his ticket, Chu Jun successfully arrived at the underground floor of the arena, which is the area where the arena is located. However, as it was still early, Chu Jun did not go directly to the stadium, but came to the snack street behind the arena that provided food. After casually ordering 3 drinks, 5 hot dogs, and a large piece of fried chicken, Chu Jun took his food to a nearby public seat and started eating. After eating and drinking, Chu Jun saw that the time was almost up, so he walked back into the arena to watch today's game. As expected, he calculated the time just right. Because shortly after he sat down, the first game of the night officially began. After seeing the strange beasts participating in this competition, even Chu Jun couldn't help but feel excited. Because the first character to appear on stage tonight is a powerful monster named Subsonic by his master. And this strange beast is actually an extremely rare void beast, the Thunder Beast. Chapter 47 New Judgment Criteria. In the arena, a strange beast with lightning all over its body and a pitch-black body like a rhinoceros crashed into the body of a 4-armed giant ape facing him like a cannonball. Although this strange beast called Subsonic weighs at least 200 kilograms, it is extremely agile due to its lightning power. As the 4-armed giant ape screamed, Subsonic grabbed it, and then, under the command of his beastmaster, tore off its arm and threw it into the air. In an instant, blood was splattered all over the ground. The 4-armed giant ape screamed as he was pinned to the ground by the opponent, and then his second arm was torn off. The spectators in the audience immediately howled with excitement. It is obvious that these audiences came here to see this bloody scene. Of course, Little Hungary's bloody style doesn't count, and its fighting style can't even be considered a battle. Just after the third arm of the 4-armed giant ape was torn off, the host excitedly explained as the audience cheered. "Oh my God, my dear audience friends. Our rising star of the arena, the great Subsonic, is about to win his 8th victory. This psychic beast with an energy value of over 1,000 points has finally completed his bloody evolution and is here to show you his true abilities as a void beast. Let's cheer for him. Let us cheer his name. Because tonight, this void beast named Subsonic will accomplish a great feat after the death of this weak 4-armed giant ape. He will challenge for different enemies in 4 consecutive matches without rest." Hearing this, all the audience except those around Chu Jun couldn't help but stand up and shouted Subsonic's name excitedly. It seems that they are very passionate about tonight's game. However, Chu Jun, a time traveler, does not have this kind of love. To be precise, if it wasn't too boring, Chu Jun wouldn't even want to watch the game tonight. After all, he already knew the inside story and had actually guessed some things. That was the so-called challenge of this Subsonic, but it was just a predetermined match. This void beast named Subsonic is preparing to use this method to hype up its own popularity, and then their masterminds behind the scenes will take the opportunity to reap the benefits of these fanatical gamblers. Pumbo once said that Little Hunger should not be allowed to compete tonight, and it seems that this is the reason. Chu Jun looked at the Subsonic who was roaring madly on the field and thought calmly. No matter what, Subsonic is indeed an extremely rare creature. After all, it is a rare creature that can only be caught in the void universe. The rarity of this exotic beast is worthy of the popularity tonight. But what surprised me was that even in a remote area of the Qinghai Empire like Tsangnan City, the concept of energy value has become popular. The energy value that Chu Jun mentioned refers to a method of measuring psychic beasts that has only been circulated from the Human Federation in recent months. To be precise, the energy value is just one of the values in a set of measurement methods sent from the Human Federation. In the current Human Federation, humans divide alien beasts into ordinary alien beasts and psychic alien beasts, which is the same as the Starry Empire. However, the current Human Federation has blurred the boundaries between the two and instead subdivided them into many details. For example, in this entire set of measurement methods, the Human Federation reclassified the physical strength and psychic power levels of the alien beasts. The physical strength level of exotic beasts is possessed by all exotic beasts and is divided into 13 levels. There are levels ranging from the harmless level 0 to the world-destroying level 12. The most basic mutant insects are at level 0, which is basically a level that poses no threat at all. Chu Jun looked at the supersonic brochure in his hand. The physical strength level of this strange beast was the standard level 4, which was dangerous. But in addition to this, the Human Federation has also superimposed a standard measurement method called psychic energy value, or energy value for short, on the ancient psychic level method. This standard measurement method uses data to judge the psychic strength of an alien beast. The standard for subsonic speed is level 2 psychic power, and his energy value is 1,000 points. Although this measurement method came from the Human Federation, the old rival and partner of the Star Empire, it quickly became popular throughout the Star Empire. It is said that Chu Jun's school may implement this new standard in its graduation criteria in a few months. But what surprised Chu Jun was how this measurement standard, which had not yet been implemented, was transmitted to Tsangnan City, a suburban world of the Qinghai Empire, and even penetrated into the competition of the underground organization Jack Gang. This surprised Chu Jun very much. However, when Chu Jun raised his head and looked at the VIP seats above his head, he immediately understood the reason. Because, it's actually him. Why is he here? Chu Jun looked at the figure in the distance, and his eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 48 Zhang Jian suffered a huge loss. This guy actually came to watch such a low-class underground arena match. It's really unexpected. At this time, in the VIP seat above Chu Jun's head, a man in a blue jacket was smiling and hugging his female companion in a sexy dress, pointing at the supersonic below. The man was about 25 years old, with short black hair and relatively gentle features. However, when he smiled, there was no smile in his black eyes, which was somewhat inconsistent with his overall image. But what attracted the most attention was the golden galaxy logo he wore on his blue jacket. That is the symbol of the Human Federation. It was the combination of these factors that allowed Chu Jun to recognize him easily. After all, this guy's posters had been hung all over Tsangnan City a month ago. Because he is the Beastmaster affiliated with the Human Federation, the 7th level psychic Zhang Jian. Although Chu Jun already knew that Zhang Jian, the Beastmaster of the Human Federation, had arrived in Tsangnan City a week ago. But he still didn't expect that the other party would come to Jack Gang's territory to watch this underground monster competition. After all, Zhang Jian's identity is somewhat special. On the one hand, he is a Beastmaster with high-level psychic powers, and on the other hand, he is also a representative of the Human Federation sent by the Human Federation to exchange and learn with the Beastmasters of the Starry Empire. Therefore, with these two identities, Chu Jun would feel a little confused. Why did Zhang Jian come to? While Chu Jun was still staring at the other person, suddenly, perhaps because he felt Chu Jun's gaze, Zhang Jian suddenly closed his mouth, then lowered his head and looked down. And the direction he was looking in was exactly the direction where Chu Jun was. For a moment, the eyes of these two people with different backgrounds and statuses met. What's the matter, dear? Why don't you continue to tell me what's so special about that strange beast called Supersonic? Seeing that Zhang Jian next to her suddenly stopped telling those interesting stories about the exotic beasts, the lady next to Zhang Jian quickly put her hand on Zhang Jian's chin, as if to rekindle his interest. Zhang Jian frowned, and his eyes became even colder. But this change only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. Nothing, babe. Zhang Jian withdrew his gaze and put a smile on his face again. I was just distracted. Don't worry, my attention has long been away from that strange beast called Supersonic. After all, no matter how beautiful a beast is, it's not even 1/10 as charming as you, right? As he spoke, Zhang Jian placed his hand on the woman's waist, causing her to giggle. It seems that this lady was very pleased with what Zhang Jian said. Words are not enough, dear. The tall and plump lady in a dress said with a smile. Tonight, you come to my room. I want to see if my charm can compare to the exotic beasts in the eyes of you beast masters. In the noisy environment, Zhang Jian looked at the beauty in front of him and nodded. However, what this charming lady didn't know was that while the two of them were being affectionate with each other, most of Zhang Jian's attention had already been directed, through his quietly activated psychic power, along the dark ceiling of the arena and onto a dark shadow in the corner. After sensing Zhang Jian's spiritual power, the black shadow quickly opened its scarlet eyes from the darkness. After a silent hum, the black shadow followed the shadow on the ceiling and came above Zhang Jian's head. Although the straight line distance between the two was more than dozens of meters, driven by spiritual power, Zhang Jian's order was successfully delivered to the other party. Go. During this time, follow and observe this guy. If you have the chance, try to sense the psychic nature of this guy as much as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow nodded his head and retreated into the darkness again. However, his eyes were fixed on Chu Jun. What a boring game. At the same time, Chu Jun, who had also withdrawn his attention, started watching the game again. However, as mentioned before, since he already knew the result of the game in advance, Chu Jun did not put too much emphasis on the game. However, just as the game was about to end, someone suddenly patted Chu Jun on the shoulder. Hey, Brother Chu? You really came. Panghua, the local tyrant, very domineeringly drove away the young couple next to Chu Jun, sat next to Chu Jun, and said with a smile, "By the way, how about the information I gave you? How much did you bet?" Bet. Chu Jun narrowed his eyes and looked at Pang Bo in confusion. He is not a gambler, and etc. Suddenly, Chu Jun figured it out. Grasp. I've lost a lot. Chapter 49 Illegal Animal Experiments. It was not until now that Chu Jun realized a major problem. That's what he should be betting on. Damn it, I actually forgot. When Panghua reminded him, Chu Jun finally understood. The reason why this guy gave himself a ticket was that before giving him the ticket, he told himself that someone would manipulate tonight's game. He was obviously hinting at himself. I can definitely win money by betting tonight. Chu Jun patted his head in annoyance. Damn it, I lost a ton of money. After seeing Chu Jun so upset, Pang Bo beside him was stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively, You didn't place a bet? Chu Jun nodded in annoyance, while Pang Bo burst into laughter after hearing this. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, Brother Chu, you are so humorous. Ha ha. I really didn't expect that you were even worse than an ordinary person in this regard. If it were any other ordinary person, they would basically place a bet after receiving a hint from me. Why didn't you do that? Looking at Pang Bo, who was laughing at him in front of him, Chu Jun's face turned very bad. As for Panghua, he was smiling very happily. Obviously, he had already won. Not only did he win a large sum of money tonight, but he also saw Chu Jun, who always liked to have a sour face, get humiliated. It can be said that he had satisfied both of the two great pleasures of life at this moment. But Panghua laughed too early. Because, hey, how much did you win? Chu Jun asked Pang Bo. Probably more than 10,000 Star Empire points. Ahem. There are strict limits on what we, the insiders, can place bets on. After all, these are just some benefits provided to us by the boss, not compensation, you know. Of course, there are people who are willing to try to go a little too far, but in the end they all become the excrement of the exotic beasts raised by our gang. So that's how it is. After looking at tonight's odds, Chu Jun nodded. Indeed, according to Panghua's income, he did not invest too much money. Otherwise, the amount he could earn tonight would definitely exceed 6 figures. Thinking of this, Chu Jun felt a lot more relaxed. Since you won so much, I'll let you treat me to dinner tonight. Chu Jun said seriously. I didn't eat much tonight except a couple of hot dogs and a big piece of chicken. I'll take this opportunity to help you celebrate. After hearing Chu Jun's words, the muscles on Panghua's face began to twitch. Is it an illusion? The guy in front of him seemed to have suddenly changed from a well-mannered scholar to a complete bastard. Panghua thought so. Okay, Brother Chu. No problem at all. To Chu Jun's surprise, although he made a rather excessive request, Pang Bo still agreed to it. It just so happens that I need to report to you about the conditions of the laboratories you are going to rent. Besides, I have something else to do and I need your help. What's up? Is it about you and your uncle at the mine again? No. Pang Bo shook his head. Since we stopped letting our miners enter the 173 mine, our miners have never had that kind of problem again. Although a few genetic mutations still occur from time to time, after my uncle and I purchased the services of the mining company, the mutation problem in our mining beasts has been completely solved. Anyway, let's go out and talk about it. A few hours later, Chu Jun and Pang Bo sat together in a barbecue stall in East Street, and in front of Chu Jun was already filled with various kinds of meat. Eat whatever you want, Brother Chu, it's my treat. Looking at the pile of skewers, which were not as expensive as one dish at that time, Panghua showed a very generous smile. After saying this, Pang Bo also took the initiative to pour a glass of beer for Chu Jun. After a brief exchange of drinks, Pang Bo began to report to Chu Jun about several suitable laboratories he had selected for the other party. This laboratory located on a chaotic street has a higher price, but it is currently the most suitable price because the owner has just moved out. There is also this laboratory located at the dock, which has a lower price but is also good. Pang Bo skillfully gave a dozen laboratories that were for rent and displayed their data in front of Chu Jun. However, after some selection, Chu Jun finally chose a laboratory located on East Street. This laboratory is a bit shabby, and it's not particularly cost-effective. Brother Chu, why did you insist on choosing this laboratory? Pangbo looked at the messy environment of Ant Street and couldn't help but reveal an expression of disgust. He rarely comes back here since he was able to move away. In response to Pangbo's questions, Chu Jun gave him several answers that made him extremely terrified. Because the environment of Ant Street is most suitable for conducting illegal experiments on exotic animals. Pangbo opened his mouth wide and didn't even notice that the wine in his glass had spilled. Big brother, can you really say such things casually? Chapter 50 Good Citizens and Life and Death. The police on Ant Street basically never show up. So if I set up my own lab from here, the chances of my lab being raided will be the lowest. Besides, in an environment like Ant Street, even if someone disappears, no one should care too much. The main reason why Chu Jun chose East Street was because of the chaos in East Street. Of course, if it was just chaos, then that wouldn't be enough reason for him to choose this place. In addition, Chu Jun had another reason to choose Ijia. Secondly, I am very satisfied with the location of Ant Street. It's very close to the port of Dog Bay. I can use Dog Bay to smuggle some illegal exotic animal specimens in. Then, next to Ant Street and Dog Bay, is the Black-Hearted Market. The black market allows me to sell and buy some things that are not very legal. Plus, these three places are all the territories of Jack's gang, so I think Ant Street is actually a great place, very suitable as my first private laboratory. It has to be said that in Chu Jun's heart, East Street, the famous slum in Songnan City, is definitely a place with a beautiful environment and suitable for investment, except that the local people are simple and honest. The streets are full of mud and stench, and it is controlled by gangs and ignored by the police. Brother Chu Jun. Pangbo closed his eyes tightly and drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Then, the poor fat man, smelling of alcohol but in a pitiful voice, spoke to Chu Jun. Well, please don't say such horrible words in front of me in the future. After all, I am a good citizen of Tsangnan with a clean record. After pouring himself another glass of wine, Pangbo held up the glass, and the wrinkles on his face were wrinkled into a knot. If I encounter danger, I will still consider calling the police. Haha, don't worry. Seeing Pang Bo being so cautious, and his expression as if he was constipated, Chu Jun couldn't help but laugh. Next time, I won't say these dangerous things in front of you. However, I may try to smuggle some things in a few days, and I may need your help then. But don't think you are innocent, kid. In fact, you have been setting a trap for me since my first competition, right? After I won the first game, I asked you when the next game would start, and you told me tonight. At that time, I had not yet gained Jack's approval, so you actually thought about letting my beast die tonight, right? After all, at that time, you already knew that there was something behind tonight's game, but you didn't care because your interests were the most important. P.S. The foreshadowing is in Chapter 13. After saying that, Chu Jun, who had been extremely hungry, quickly grabbed the kebab in front of him and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Chu, you misunderstood. As the contact person appointed by Jack, the boss of the Jack gang, for Chu Jun, Pangbo immediately raised his glass and drank it all after hearing Chu Jun's words. I have absolutely no complaints, in fact. I'll go through fire and water for you. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. After the two of them ate for a while, Pangbo finally found an opportunity to tell Chu Jun about his troubles. In fact, this incident was the real reason why he sought out Chu Jun. Brother Chu, I came to see you tonight. In addition to reporting on my work, I actually have an important matter that I need your help with. What's the matter? Just tell me. Chu Jun did not put down the skewers in his hand and spoke directly. Stop being a riddler to me like you did when we made that bet. Okay. Pangbo readily agreed and nodded immediately. I'll just say it straight. I want you to help me graduate from Tsangnan University. Faced with Pangbo's strange request, Chu Jun raised his head and looked at him curiously. But Pangbo still had a serious look on his face and spoke very seriously. To be precise, I need you to secretly help me improve my alien beast so that it can meet the new standards for our school's graduation this year. This matter is very important to me. This matter also concerns my life and death in Jack's gang. Brother Chu, you don't want your right-hand man to get into any accidents, do you? Chu Jun took a sip of wine and frowned. What kind of lewd words are these? Besides, isn't this sentence a bit weird? Tell me more. Chapter 51, Prelude to Gang Infighting. Here's what happened. Under the influence of alcohol, Pangbo began to talk about his difficulties. Brother Chu, you know that I am just like you. I came from East Street, and was admitted to Tsangnan University. In the eyes of outsiders, we are both the lucky ones among the poor and the geniuses among geniuses. But you and I both know that getting into Tsangnan University is one thing, and becoming a Beastmaster is another, right? Chu Jun nodded. Indeed, Pongbo is right. In the Star Sea Empire, the status of an orthodox Beastmaster is indeed superior to that of ordinary people. But comparatively speaking, becoming a Beastmaster is very difficult. Because thousands of years ago, the vast majority of human society were able to awaken their psychic talents. But now, the probability of humans awakening their psychic talents is getting lower and lower. This also leads to the fact that nowadays, whether in the Human Federation or the Star Empire, the proportion of Beastmasters in the total population has been declining. Then what does this have to do with your life or death? After eating and drinking his fill, Chu Jun asked Pangbo, who was crying in front of him. Yes, although Pangbo said so much in one breath, Chu Jun did not hear anything in the other party's description that could endanger the other party's life. So Chu Jun really wanted to know what the other party said had to do with the other party's life. All this. Actually, there is no connection between the two. I just want to use our similar backgrounds to bring you and me closer together. Brush. A cold look swept over him, and Pangbo couldn't help but shiver. Ahem. Okay. The truth is, after I was admitted to Tsangnan University, I joined Boss Jack's gang because of financial problems. One is to earn tuition fees, and the other is to obtain more resources. But precisely because I am a student of Tsangnan University, my main job in the gang is to sell tickets and help place bets at Tsangnan University while trying to recruit college students who are short of money to participate in the Jack Gang's underground arena games. But here's where the problem comes in. Brother Chu. Pangbo lowered his voice and spoke to Chu Jun. I don't want to stay in Tsangnan University and continue the two businesses I'm engaged in now. In other words, these two businesses of mine are coming to an end. Oh, why? When Chu Jun heard that the other party didn't want to stay in Tsangnan University, he was a little confused. After all, in his opinion, as long as Pangbo could still engage in these two businesses, he would not be short of money. Moreover, his current income is no less than that of most Beastmasters. Because that bastard Li Nan had a talk with our principal yesterday. This damned beast is trying to get our principal to agree that students who have not graduated from school within 2 or 3 years after completing 4 years of education will completely lose their graduation qualifications. He wants to promote educational reform within the school. Oh, hearing Pangbo say this, Chu Jun frowned. Because he suddenly realized that Li Nan's radical behavior seemed to be related to himself. After all, if I hadn't provoked him 2 days ago, this guy wouldn't be so angry. Then how did you know that? Pangbo shook his head and said nothing. Obviously, his non-answering is actually equivalent to an answer. Jack's gang has its own spies inside the school. Moreover, the position of academic affairs of this spy is not low. All right, I almost understand. Chu Jun sighed. If I'm not mistaken, you have delayed your graduation for a year now. That is to say, if you don't graduate this year, then if Li Nan's bill is passed, you may not be able to become a Beastmaster in the future, right? Yes. After listening to Chu Jun's explanation, Pangbo said anxiously. That's what happened. Brother Chu, you may not know that I actually have a competitor in Tsangnan University who has been plotting to take my position and position. So, I must complete my graduation requirements as soon as possible this year, become a Beastmaster, and find my new position in Jack's gang. Otherwise, I could be killed by a killer at any time and die on the street. After listening to Pangbo's story, Chu Jun was stunned for a moment. No, you have been a member of Jack's gang for so long. Why did you get killed by the ones behind you? Besides, is the boss of your gang going to just let you be killed by his own people? Normally not. But my competitor is a little special. Because besides being a student of Tsangnan University, he is actually the nephew of Old One-Eye. And the Old One-Eyed Man is the third in command of Jack's gang. It turns out that this is a prelude to their gang's internal fighting. Chu Jun suddenly realized. Chapter 52 Barber Source Crystal. I see. No wonder you're so anxious. Chu Jun rubbed his chin and answered after thinking for a while. Okay, I will help you. But I need to know in advance. What do you need me to do for you? Although Chu Jun was reluctant to get involved in the internal affairs of a gang like the Jack Gang, considering that Pangbo was a qualified tool man, he was still willing to lend a hand to the guy in front of him. The second is, Chu Jun is about to import and smuggle some not-so-legal things for the evolution of Little Hungry. Therefore, if Pangbo, the tool man, can owe Chu Jun a big favor, then Chu Jun's future affairs will be easy. Seeing that Chu Jun was willing to help him, the sad expression on Pangbo's face quickly disappeared. Brother Chu, there's actually not much you need to do. Just help me cultivate the exotic beast I'll use for graduation. I'll take care of the rest myself. After hearing Panhwa's words, Chu Jun's expression changed. Have you awakened your psychic talent, kid? The two basic requirements for becoming a beast tamer are to create a psychic beast of your own during college and complete the subsequent assessment. The other is to complete the awakening of psychic talent. Pangbo said so much before, but his purpose was simply to let Chu Jun help him cultivate his own exotic beast, so Chu Jun was a little confused. Could it be that the guy in front of him, who had failed a grade for 2 years, had actually awakened his psychic talent without realizing it? He doesn't look like it. Hey. Of course not. Panhwa grinned wickedly and reached into his pocket. But I will be able to awaken my psychic gifts soon. Brother Chu, let me show you something good. After saying that, Panhwa took out a piece of purple crystal-like substance from his pocket and secretly handed it to Chu Jun. After Chu Jun took this thing, he observed it carefully. This is a substance similar to purple crystal, but it is not crystal. Because the surface of this thing not only does not have the coldness of crystal, but also gives Chu Jun a slightly warm feeling. In addition, when Chu Jun, who had awakened his psychic talent, placed his hand on the purple crystal, the crystal seemed to sense something and began to emit tiny purple glow from the inside, which looked extremely beautiful. Chu Jun returned the thing to Panhwa and asked curiously, "What is this?" "Barber source crystal." Pangbo carefully put this thing away, and then spoke to Chu Jun in a very low voice. "Barber source crystal? I haven't heard of it." Chu Jun frowned. It was obvious that this purple crystal was not of the species commonly used by beastmasters. If it was, he would have heard of it. "Of course you haven't heard of it, hee. Pangbo smirked. "Because this thing is a newly discovered substance, and there is no news about it in the entire Qinghai Empire." "Then how did you get it?" "I bought it from a captain who had a lifelong friendship with me." It's her. This new material is found on a planet within her route. Although mining is illegal, she still managed to get some of it and started selling it after returning. Just this small piece of barber origin crystal is worth 500,000 Star Empire points. So expensive? Looking at the purple barber crystal in the other person's hand, which was not even as big as his little finger, Chu Jun couldn't help but widen his eyes. 500,000 Star Sea Empire points could be said to be the total income of most civilian families in the Star Sea Empire for 5 years. As for the poor people in Ant Street, 500,000 is the price of a life. You think it's expensive? Brother Chu, you are so ignorant. Pangbo smiled and spoke quietly to Chu Jun. If you knew the function of this thing, you would definitely not say that. Why? Chu Jun asked curiously. Because according to the information I have obtained, this thing called barber source crystal has been found to have 2 different effects. One of its functions is that after inhaling its powder, a beastmaster who has awakened his psychic talent can use it to further enhance his psychic power. And its second function is, let ordinary people or ordinary psychics who inhale his powder awaken their psychic talents. Chapter 53 Prelude to War. Damn it, there is such a thing. After listening to Panhwa's story, Chu Jun's expression changed immediately. When Pangbo saw Chu Jun making this expression, he also laughed out loud. Brother Chu, you didn't expect that either. I can actually buy a treasure of this level at such a cheap price. When I get home tonight, I will take a shower, change my clothes, and then ruthlessly awaken my psychic talent. Now, I want to see how those who look down on me will look at me. This time, I, Master Pang, will also become a superior person. Looking at the excited Panhwa, Chu Jun just shook his head. No, that's not what I was thinking about. Because I feel the danger hidden behind this thing. Pangbo was stunned when he heard Chu Jun say this. Will it be dangerous if I inhale this thing? How did you find out? You idiot, I'm certainly not referring to the risks of this thing. Finally, Chu Jun shook his head. Never mind. You go and pay the bill first. Wait until tomorrow. When you wake up, don't go to school yet. Help me get the warehouse things done. As for me, I will go to school first, meet with someone, and then I will send Little Hunger over. No problem, leave it to me, Brother Chu. Seeing that Chu Jun had already issued the order, Pangbo immediately patted his chest and made a promise. But now he still smiled evilly. Excitedly, he patted Chu Jun's shoulder. But, Brother Chu, tomorrow I won't be myself anymore. Because I will have awakened my psychic talent tomorrow, and I might already be a potential big shot. And if I awaken some powerful talent, I will still take good care of you. After saying that, Pangbo, smiling, quickly ran to the front desk to pay the bill under Chu Jun's cold gaze. With that, the 2 men, one returned to his residence in the center of Tsangnan City, and the other returned to his rental house in East Street. After returning to the rental house, Chu Jun immediately turned on his information terminal, which was the computer of this era, and searched for the thing called Barber Source Crystal. Because of this world's network, there is no blockade. Therefore, Chu Jun could easily find most of the news about various planets, colonies, and even the Human Federation. But as expected, no matter how Chu Jun searched for the Barber Source Crystal or similar things, he could not find any trace of this thing. Sure enough, it was just as Pongwa said. This thing called Barber Source Crystal is indeed a new type of substance that was only discovered recently, and the news about it has been blocked. But because of this, Chu Jun, who was sitting in front of the personal information terminal, looked even worse. Damn it, if Pongwa really passed this thing and gained his own psychic talent, then this thing called Barber Source Crystal will definitely immediately replace gold and various resources and become the absolute hard currency in the entire Qinghai Empire. Because its function actually includes allowing ordinary people to possess psychic powers. If this is the case, not only the Starry Empire, but also the existence of the Barber Source Crystal will become the hard currency of the Human Federation and other small human forces. It will completely reverse the current price system. But the most terrifying thing is, if the major forces of humanity can discover an endless supply of Barber Source crystals, then this newly discovered substance may only slightly change the current power structure. No, this is impossible because no one can define what an infinite resource is. So if the quantity of Barber is extremely limited, or the production is limited, then those foolish human rulers will definitely take risky actions due to their own short-sightedness. Thinking of this, Chu Jun sighed. Based on his understanding of human beings, he finally came to a conclusion. The discovery of the Barber Source Crystal. This is simply the prelude to war and destruction. Chapter 54, Military Spies. The next morning, after waking up, Chu Jun first confirmed that those special parasites were still alive, and immediately went to the school to find Clare. After all, he had to tell the other party that he had rented the warehouse. No matter what, as Chu Jun's investor, Professor Clare Morton still has to respect him. Unlike the last time the two sides met, Clare Morton did not show the abnormal behavior this time. She was neither drunk nor showed any other weird traits. The more crucial point is, this time, the human-faced moth that thought it was beautiful did not show any expression of fear like last time. It looks like Clare Morton is really back to normal. She even took a bath. Oh, you rented a warehouse so quickly? Yes, I have some ways of my own. Out of the need for confidentiality, Chu Jun did not reveal his relationship with Pongwa to Clare. After all, even though Chu Jun and Professor Clare had a pretty good relationship, that was only based on the fact that the two of them had stolen some extremely confidential things together. Oh, you mean the fat guy who does shady business in school every day? What was his name? I forgot. Pombo. Mom, his name is Pombo. The human-faced moth fluttered around Chu Jun and spoke to Clare. Yesterday, I overheard them talking about something about gambling at school. Hey. Hearing that this human-faced moth actually dared to eavesdrop on him, Chu Jun grabbed this little cutie and said with a gloomy expression, "Little guy, no one likes a snitch rat, you know." Looking at Chu Jun with a gloomy face, the human-faced moth struggled to escape from his hands, flew onto Clare's shoulder, and said with an innocent look, "I'm not a snitch rat. I just listened to my mother and eavesdropped on the important people on campus." "Oh, who were the people you eavesdropped on?" "There is a professor named Li Nan, a male student named Chris, you, and a spy planted by the military in Songnan University, woo-woo." Before the face moth could finish speaking, Clare covered his mouth and said angrily, "Little 11, have you forgotten again that you can't talk about your target casually?" After saying that, Clare looked at Chu Jun and said helplessly, "Alas, although Xiaoi is the smartest among my daughters, her intellectual development level is still limited and far from reaching the standard of an adult." "Oh yeah, what did you just hear?" Looking at Clare, who was grinning evilly in front of him, Chu Jun shook his head decisively. "I definitely didn't hear that there are military spies in our school. Don't worry, I'm not interested and don't want to know what this is all about. As long as you don't get involved with me, that's all." Clare narrowed her eyes. "Is this an illusion? I always feel like you have the qualities of a scumbag." "Okay, since you said so, then I agree." Clare took a look at the private laboratory location rented by Chu Jun and said with satisfaction, "As expected, you and I are very similar. We have exactly the same ideas. The location you chose is exactly what I wanted. This private laboratory is very close to the port of Dog Bay, and there are few police officers around. It is almost a lawless area. What about the cost?" Chu Jun took out Clare's card and gave it back to her. "It's very cheap, 10,000 Shanghai Empire points a month. I rented it for a year. As for water and electricity, they are already included. This private laboratory was rented with the help of manhwa. So this information was also provided by manhwa. As for many details, Chu Jun himself was not clear. But Clare didn't mind the lack of these details. There are two reasons for this. One is the rent of this place, which is really cheap. The other was that, as a true beastmaster, a university professor, and a 4th-level psychic, she was really rich. All right. I see. Clare nodded and said to Chu Jun, since the warehouse has been rented, you should move Little Hunger there today. Yes. As Chu Jun's beloved daughter, Xiao Hungry would definitely be the first to move to the new home. In that case, I'll go there tomorrow afternoon. As much as I want to see the beautiful Little Hunger again, I have some research that I haven't finished yet. Let's do the experiment on the parasite together tomorrow afternoon. Good. Chu Jun nodded in agreement. However, just as Clare was about to see the guest off, Chu Jun suddenly called her. Because at this time, Chu Jun still had something to discuss with Clare. Chapter 55 New Mentor. Why? Do you have something else to ask me? Just as Clare was about to leave, Chu Jun suddenly called her and said he had something to discuss with her. Yes. I had a falling out with my mentor Li Nan before. To be more precise, I thought he was a rubbish mentor. So I'm going to change a mentor. Clare, how do you feel about being my mentor? After listening to Chu Jun's story, the expression on Clare's face was wonderful. Surprise, excitement, evil, greed. In just a breath, this sick woman performed an art called face changing in front of Chu Jun. Finally, Clare Morton suppressed all her emotions, stood in front of Chu Jun, and said with a serious face, Ahem. Dear Chu Jun, I really hope you can become my student, and I will open my door full of knowledge to you. But, with this turn of words, Clare could no longer hide the smirk on her face. I am extremely strict with my students. Because I believe that a good student can do more than just satisfy his or her mentor in terms of academics. In his private life, this good student should also be able to make his tutor relax. You know what I mean. Chu Jun nodded. I understand. You pervert, you want to harass your students, and judging from your appearance, it seems that this is not the first time you have done this. Goodbye. After saying that, Chu Jun turned around and ran away. What a joke. Although Chu Jun did not have much feeling about Clare becoming his mentor, now, after hearing what Clare said, Chu Jun has changed his mind. Of course, this doesn't mean that Clare is not charming or anything. Although Clare Morton is no longer young, as a female professor in her 30s, she has good conditions in all aspects. Except spiritually. Therefore, Chu Jun himself believed that he should still have the power to choose. But unfortunately, before Chu Jun could run out of the door, a sharp flash of spiritual energy flashed quickly and froze him in place as he fled. Wanna run? Ha 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 ha. You've fallen into my hands, and you still want to run away? Clare, who had transformed into a devil, successfully stopped Chu Jun with an evil smile. Now, it's time for us to discuss the mentor agreement between you and me. Finally, after a brief discussion, after successfully feeling the power of one of Clare's psychic talents, psychic whipping, Chu Jun chose to surrender without surprise. And Clare successfully became his mentor. Of course, the current relationship between the two of them as master and disciple is only in name only. In order to make Chu Jun truly her favorite student, Clare needs to go to the academic affairs office in the afternoon. But no matter what, Chu Jun successfully achieved his goal. In a way he didn't really want to. But on the bright side, Chu Jun has a new mentor, and this mentor has promised to provide Chu Jun with a lot of resources. The only downside is that Chu Jun will inevitably be involved in some of the dangerous experiments conducted by this guy in the future. Well, I should have thought more about this decision. With a little regret, Chu Jun came to the Little Hungry petri dish. As soon as he saw Chu Jun coming, Little Hungry immediately jumped excitedly in the petri dish. It seems that during this period of time together, Xiao Hungry has come to trust Chu Jun very much. Hey. As for Chu Jun, he placed his hand on Little Hungry's petri dish with a smile and used his spiritual power to communicate into Little Hungry's mind. Little Hungry, how about I take you away from this place today and move you to another place to live? When you get to the new place, the place you live in will be much bigger than this one. Although Little Hungry's intelligence level is not as good as that of the human-faced Moth, she still vaguely realized her master's intention. Boom boom boom. As this little cutie weighing only a few hundred kilograms became excited, the petri dish in front of Chu Jun was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing the other party so excited, Chu Jun smiled bitterly and shook his head. All right. Don't worry, I'll go and handle the formalities for you first. After saying that, Chu Jun took some materials he had prepared long ago and walked towards the management office in the public breeding room, ready to submit the information that would allow Little Hungry to enter and exit freely. However, when Chu Jun came to the management office in the public breeding room and registered, the appearance of a person caught Chu Jun's attention. Chu Jun didn't know this person originally, but now Chu Jun is paying special attention to the other party. The other party also recognized Chu Jun and walked over enthusiastically. The reason is simple. The guy who appeared in front of Chu Jun was the junior who wanted to kill Manhwa, the old one-eyed nephew of the third in command of the Jack gang. Chapter 56, Downtown Under Attack. Hey, isn't this Brother Chu? In the public cultivation room, a spirited young man, with a mohawk hairstyle and 4 or 5 young people around him immediately spoke excitedly when he saw Chu Jun. Of course, Brother Chu, you may not know me, but I know you. After all, you are a big shot around Boss Jack. Besides, judging by your graduation date, you may become my senior in the future and serve Boss Jack together. Oh, by the way, Chu, my name is Steven. After saying that, the guy named Steven took Chu Jun's hand without his consent and spoke to his younger brothers beside him with great excitement. Hurry, call Brother Chu. Are you so tactless? Hello, Brother Chu. Hello, Brother Chu. Under Steven's enthusiastic operation, this group of younger brothers who had obviously not been culturally polluted stood up straight and greeted Chu Jun in a posture that they thought was very handsome, but was actually very strange. Seeing this group of younger brothers greeting him, Chu Jun's temples couldn't help but throb. Because, Chu Jun, a perennial repeater, has any connection with the Jack gang? Oh my god, this is big news. No wonder Professor Linan privately said he wanted to kick Chu Jun out of his team. Several girls hid far away and looked at poor Chu Jun and said, not just girls. Ahem. Student, please don't occupy public resources. If you want to handle business, please submit the information as soon as possible. The staff of the public cultivation room management office looked at Chu Jun with cold eyes. It is obvious that in Songnan University, which advocates science and bloodline, underground organizations such as gangs do not have a very good reputation. The moment Chu Jun became involved with the gang, his reputation was doomed to be bad. Well, Chu Jun sighed and handed over his information. I have to say, compared to Manhwa, this guy Steven is the kind of person who has no brains at all. Because Manhwa is much smarter than him. Although Manhwa has been in Jack gang for a long time and has been working hard for them, he still keeps a low profile in school. Most of the students did not know Manhwa's true identity. They just thought that Manhwa might just be a peripheral member of Jack's gang. More importantly, after Chu Jun gained the trust of Jack, the boss of the Jack gang, Manhwa understood Chu Jun very well. He never mentioned the relationship between Chu Jun and the Jack gang on any occasion. Doing so is both a respect for the king of Chu and a protection for him. After all, the Jack gang is not the only underground gang in the entire Songnan city. So, when Chu Jun saw this guy named Steven, who was so reckless and brainless, he just glanced at him coldly and left with the approved information. Hello, boss, this kid seems very crazy. How dare he ignore you like this? When the younger brothers saw Chu Jun being so cold, they immediately became furious. One after another said they wanted to teach Chu Jun a lesson, but Steven just sneered and shook his head. No hurry. This guy and that Manhwa guy won't be able to keep their arrogance for much longer. Even soon, Jack will help. Maybe we'll have to change our name. Looking at Chu Jun's back, Steven gave a cold smile. Call. It's finally done. I can take Little Hungry home. Chu Jun walked out of the management office and looked at the densely packed documents in his hands and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I never thought that with the development of technology, the Qinghai Empire would now have such strict management over exotic beasts. For example, before I obtain the status of a beast tamer, I cannot take my beast away directly. You can't let my exotic beasts appear on the street casually. However, registered beast masters can ignore these 2 rules at will, as long as their exotic beasts do not exceed the corresponding mentioned standards. It seems that this world really has its own unique legal system. But this also proves one thing from the side. That is, in front of ordinary people, a beast master with exotic beasts seems to be very dangerous. Could it be that in the past, there were often things like terrorist attacks, but this time the ones causing the destruction were the alien beasts from time and space? Forget it. These social science contents are not what I think about. Now what I need to do most is to bring Little Hungry back to her and my new home. While thinking about happy things, Chu Jun walked towards Xiao Hungry. However, at this time, a piece of news caught Chu Jun's attention. Songnan citizens, please take note. The following is an emergency notice jointly issued by Songnan City Hall and the police department. Halfway through the journey, all the electronic screens around Chu-Jun lit up. At the same time, shrill alarm sounds resounded in every corner of Seongnan City and Seongnan University. Emergency notice, emergency notice. Citizens of Seongnan City, please note that many out-of-control mutant beasts have appeared near the city. Please avoid the following areas: Fisher Theater and surrounding areas, south entrance of Tidal Gardens. One place name after another was announced by the host. But at the same time, a series of pictures were presented before Chu-Jun's eyes. When Chu-Jun saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but gasp. Of course, not just himself. Other students from Seongnan University couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Because in the images provided by Seongnan TV station, a large monster in the shape of a spider was already entrenched in the Fisher Theater. This terrifying beast was transforming the Fisher Theater by spitting spider silk at it, while devouring the humans nearby who had not yet escaped. But if it was just one strange beast like this that was causing the destruction, then Chu-Jun would not be so surprised. What really surprised him was that in addition to this strange beast, there were two other equally huge strange beasts wreaking havoc in the downtown area of Seongnan City. Moreover, Chu-Jun had a premonition. These three giant beasts are all related to that mysterious parasite. Chapter 57, Attack from Underground. Oh my god, what are these monsters? On the TV screen, a 3-story tall rat-like monster quickly pounced on a police car that was pitifully small compared to it. With the force of the impact, the poor police car flew backwards, crashed into a nearby house, and exploded and caught fire. Seeing this, the police officers around the police car quickly opened fire, trying to kill the beast. The guard beasts beside them also made similar moves. Their genes destined them to obey orders, and they also pounced towards the rat-like monster. But unfortunately, this rat-like beast was far inferior to the mutant octopus that Chu-Jun had seen at the beginning, both in terms of size and individual strength. It just casually clapped its claws, and a warning beast was smashed to pieces, turning into a pool of bright red meat and organs on the spot. After being stimulated by the blood, the rat-like beast immediately went crazy, carrying the policemen's guns, and rushed into the nearby crowd to kill. At the same time, in the other side of the picture a little further away, a strange beast that was obviously a mutant of a leech was also killing people. But it is different from that rat-shaped monster. This leech-like mutant directly attacked a special truck full of warning beasts, and used its powerful mouthparts to bite to death all the warning beasts that could not resist. Its speed was so fast that even the guard beasts could not react. At the same time, 3 mutant beasts with different attributes, attack methods, and strengths appeared in the city center of Seongnan City, turning this prosperous urban area into a living hell in an instant. However, compared to the tragic deaths of these citizens, King Chu was more concerned about another thing at this time. That is, according to Chu-Jun's judgment, although these 3 strange beasts seem to have no connection, they are actually all related to that strange parasite. Spiders, mice, leeches. Although their appearance has changed greatly, and their size has increased by who knows how many times. But their overall outlines haven't changed much, so I can conclude that these 3 monsters are basically infected variants of these 3 creatures. All 3 of these organisms are common in sewers, and they are among the most common organisms in urban sewer systems. In addition, the mutated octopus monster from before is also a common creature in the sewers. So, if nothing unexpected happens, these 3 monsters should be related to those strange parasites. Looking at the bloody scenes on the screen, Chu-Jun immediately realized something. Damn it, that Seongnan City Council lied. They haven't completely eliminated the threat posed by the octopus monster before, because the source of this octopus monster's mutation is still wandering in the sewer. While Chu-Jun was still thinking, a series of shrill screams suddenly came from the public breeding room. Oh, help, help. This sudden scream quickly attracted Chu-Jun's attention, and when he looked at the source of the scream, his eyes immediately widened. Because, help me. A female student from Seongnan University was lying on the ground covered in blood, shouting with a ferocious look on her face. Her skull was already half broken, and her lower body and back were also covered in blood. Moreover, her screams did not attract any sympathy from the beast. Because the so-called ferocious beast turned out to be a mutated giant crab with various crab eggs hanging on its lower abdomen. At this time, the giant crab was using its claws to dig out more flesh and blood from the girl's back, while using its mouth parts to try to open the girl's skull and suck out the sweet and juicy brain matter inside. As humans use a similar method to open the crab shells and eat their sweet crab meat and crab roe. Oh, faced with this extremely terrifying mutant crab, countless students from Seongnan University tried to escape in panic. But their fate was not much better than that of the girl who had been half-eaten. Because, as the wet feet gradually moved forward, one mutated crab after another surrounded the area where Chu Jun and others were from different directions. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Chu Jun immediately realized. In the entire Songnan city, the areas attacked by mutant beasts are not limited to the city center. Songnan University is also the target of attack by these mutated monsters. On the other side, Xiaohang, who was originally waiting for Chu Jun, suddenly woke up from hibernation. The next second, the little hungry look suddenly turned ferocious. She just showed her sharp claws to the petri dish in front of her, and then smashed the wall of the petri dish madly. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, a tiny crack appeared on the wall of the petri dish. She felt her master. You are in danger. Chapter 58, Disgraceful Behavior. Watching the mutant crabs around her getting closer and closer, a girl couldn't help but scream, lost her composure, and tried to run towards a safe place. But the question is, where is the safe place in this situation? As expected, when the girl tried to run towards the exit, a huge pair of pincers grabbed her from behind without mercy and cut her in half easily, like cutting a noodle. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of two heavy objects falling to the ground, the upper and lower body of the girl fell directly to the ground respectively. But the difference was that when it landed, only the lower body twitched. The girl's upper body was still screaming and wailing, and her intestines and blood were all over the ground. Damn you, idiot. After seeing this scene, Chu Jun couldn't help but curse inwardly. She had to stimulate these mutant crabs at this time. As expected, with the stimulation of blood, the mutated crabs began to move and slowly approached Chu Jun and others. This group of mutant giant crabs with 4 claws and larger bodies than petri dishes are now like the gods of death, holding sickles, attacking everyone. Wah wah. Help! Help! What about security in the school? After seeing this scene, everyone except Chu Jun panicked and fled in all directions. This really played into the hands of these mutant crabs. After all, there are only 6 mutant crabs in this group, and they cannot form a complete encirclement in the environment of the public breeding room. If Chu Jun and the others were calm enough, they could find a gap and escape together. At least when the total number of people is sufficient, everyone's survival rate will be improved. But now, there is no such opportunity. No, I have to do something, otherwise I will be in danger. Chu Jun, who was running away with the largest group of people, thought so as he looked at the mutant crab getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, he was running in the middle of the group, which was theoretically the safest position. However, when this group of people got closer and closer to the mutant crabs, one of the mutant crabs seized the opportunity and extended its claws towards Chu Jun and others. As luck would have it, the claws of this mutated giant crab attacked towards where Chu Jun was. A female student from Songnan University saw this scene and immediately screamed. She quickly hid behind Chu Jun, who was closest to him, and used him as her shield. As a result, Chu Jun immediately became the target of everyone's criticism. As for Chu Jun, he turned around with an indifferent look on his face and punched the woman behind him in the stomach. Then, taking advantage of the other party's frozen state, Chu Jun grabbed the woman and pushed her forward. Along with screams, the woman who tried to use Chu Jun as a shield turned into a shield and died in the mouth of the mutant crab. You bastard. Of course, some people in the group noticed this scene. After seeing Chu Jun treating the girl so cruelly, a boy standing next to Chu Jun immediately cursed him. He felt disgusted by the king of Chu's behavior. But the king of Chu remained unmoved. Because at this moment, any verbal criticism is false. The only real thing is your own survival. Selfishness is engraved in human genes. Seeing the mutant crab's claws attacking him, Chu Jun stretched out his foot without hesitation and tripped the boy who had just cursed him. Under the boy's horrified eyes, the crab claws fell down. As for all this, Chu Jun, whose escape rate was greatly improved, did not have any emotional fluctuations. From the moment he encountered danger, Chu Jun and this group of humans became 2 completely different species. Finally, after offering enough sacrifices in succession, the king of Chu escaped from danger by relying on calm and cruel means. But at this moment, there was a crackling sound coming from the ground ahead. Everyone discovered in despair that a mutant giant crab of the same huge size crawled out from under the public breeding room. And it just happened to be blocking everyone's way. But just when these students from Songnan University were filled with despair, a low roar that sounded extremely terrifying suddenly rang out. A 2-meter-tall insect-shaped monster slowly emerged from the shadows and looked at the mutant crab that was blocking everyone with angry eyes. Oh my god, another monster. The moment many people saw this insect-shaped monster, they began to become more desperate. But only Chu Jun himself showed a relieved expression. Because this insect-shaped monster is Little Hungry. Chapter 59, The Parasite's Body. Little Hungry. When Chu Jun saw Xiao Hungry emerge from the shadows, his heart immediately relaxed. The reason is simple. Although this group of mutated crabs can easily strangle Chu Jun and his group of humans, that is because Chu Jun and his group are all ordinary people. Even if some of Chu Jun's group of people have awakened certain psychic talents, without any exotic beasts around to drive them, they are actually just ordinary people with psychic talents. But a Little Hunger is different. Even though Little Hungry is an insect-shaped monster that is still being cultivated and has not yet fully formed, the fighting power she possesses is definitely not comparable to the mutant crabs in front of everyone. After all, in Chu Jun's design, the genetic blueprint of Little Hungry will be the mother of all Zerg in the future. This design of his itself gives Little Hungry extremely powerful combat and survival abilities. Squeak. After seeing Xiao Hungry, Chu Jun connected his spiritual power with the other party without hesitation. After the spiritual energies of both parties were connected, Xiao Hungry immediately used his emotions to tell Chu Jun two things. That is, it is in an anxious state, and Chu Jun is in danger. Although Chu Jun could not fully understand the emotional meaning of Xiao Hungry, out of trust in him, Chu Jun still chose to move closer to Xiao Hungry. Although the mutant giant crab in front of Chu Jun tried to intercept Chu Jun, when Xiao Hungry approached the other party with a ferocious look, the mutant giant crab seemed to see its natural enemy and quickly retreated. Because of this, Chu Jun completed the reunion with Xiao Hungry without any pressure. When Little Hungry saw his master coming to him, he excitedly put his head close to Chu Jun and made a purring sound. Oh my god, this is the exotic beast he cultivated. We are saved. Very good. After seeing Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry being so close, some people recognized the relationship between the two and immediately ran towards Chu Jun excitedly. But, hiss! Before these people could run over, Xiao Hungry immediately used a pair of cold eyes and his claws to stop the group of people from their reckless behavior. It is obvious that if this group of people dare to approach Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry again, Xiao Hungry will attack them without hesitation. Xiao Hungry's intention was very clear. In this situation, she could only protect Chu Jun alone. If it was just Chu Jun alone, these mutated crabs, acting on their own instincts, would most likely not attack Xiao Hungry and Chu Jun. Once the number of people increases, these huge numbers of mutated crabs will attack everyone and Chu Jun without hesitation. By then, the weak and alone Little Hungry will definitely not be a match for this group of mutated crabs. Moreover, Chu Jun also discovered that after he successfully reunited with Xiao Hungry immediately expressed emotions at a very high frequency and clung to Chu Jun's side, frantically urging Chu Jun to leave here with her. What does this mean? Chu Jun felt a little distressed when he looked at Xiao Hungry's bloody claws that had been used to break the petri dish. But there are more doubts, because he really didn't understand why Little Hungry was so impatient. But no matter what, Chu Jun still chose to trust Xiao Hongye's judgment. After all, Xiao Hongye's instinct to sense danger is much stronger than that of humans. So, under the desperate eyes of the people behind them, the man and the insect quickly ran towards the exit together. Sure enough, just as Xiao Hungry and Chu Jun were about to reach the exit of the public breeding room, the ground under their feet suddenly shook. Immediately afterwards, a scene that surprised Chu Jun appeared before his eyes. An incomparably powerful spiritual energy began to emerge from below the public breeding room. When everyone senses the presence of this spiritual power, the first thing they feel is cold, ancient, and powerful. But at the same time, this being with powerful psychic powers is also expressing his anger, bloodthirstiness, and cruelty. Along with the emergence of this spiritual energy, a thick scarlet tentacle suddenly pierced through the ground of the public breeding room. What's even more terrifying is that this thick scarlet tentacle is covered with countless strangely shaped eyeballs. In every eye, there are countless parasites shuttling back and forth, treating it as their own breeding ground. It seems to be the real mother of those parasites. Chapter 60, Violating Common Sense and Mysterious Beasts. What the hell is this? When Chu Jun saw the tentacle covered with eyeballs suddenly emerge from the ground, he was really shocked. Because even though he had the experience of 2 lifetimes, he had never seen such a twisted and bizarre existence. This is not to say that Chu Jun lacks experience or is narrow-minded, but simply because the tentacle at this time has completely deviated from the scope of normal biological organs. Originally, tentacles and the like were basically used by many soft-bodied creatures as their own offensive and locomotion organs. This structure means that they basically will not grow additional organs such as eyeballs, which are fragile and need protection. This is common sense among living things. But this tentacle completely violates this common sense. Not only did it grow densely packed eyeballs on this tentacle, but it also allowed a terrifying number of white parasites to roam freely in the eyeballs. Moreover, when this tentacle appeared, the urge of Chu Jun by his little hunger became more obvious. Little hunger became extremely anxious in Chu Jun's spiritual power, and this impatience even affected Chu Jun's mentality to a certain extent. But fortunately, although the tentacles of this monster were extremely terrifying, Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry were already close enough to the exit of the public breeding room. As long as the two of them didn't delay any longer, they could easily run away. But just when Chu Jun thought that he was close enough to the exit and they would not be blocked, the dozens of eyeballs in this thick tentacle focused their pupils on Little Hunger at the same time. The next second, a huge wave of psychic energy swept across the entire public breeding room. The psychic energy fluctuation was so powerful that some of the strange beasts that were close enough to the tentacle and had not yet left the incubator died suddenly in their respective containers with screams. But this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that when this wave hit, those mutated crabs that were originally only focusing on the humans who had not yet escaped, suddenly all rushed towards the direction where Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry were. This is true even if there are still pieces of uneaten meat on their crab claws. Their minds are controlled. Damn it. After seeing this scene, Chu Jun quickened his pace without hesitation and ran towards the exit. But before he could run, Xiao Hungry grabbed Chu Jun by the collar and dragged him directly towards the exit. As a result, the speed of the two of them immediately increased a lot. But just when the man and the insect were about to reach the exit, a mutant giant crab suddenly swooped over from the side. It seemed that it had been lying in ambush for a long time. Although Little Hungry is young, her fighting instinct is still strong. In such a complicated situation, Xiao Hungry threw Chu Jun and her hand aside without any hesitation. Then, she waved her claws, dodged the fatal blow of the opponent's crab claws, and stabbed the mutant crab fiercely. Due to Chu Jun's design, Little Hungry's claws are extremely sharp. The mutant crab's hard shell was directly pierced by Little Hunger. While the mutant crab was screaming, Little Hungry aimed his mouth parts at the hole on the crab's body and bit down hard. Wait, it has parasites. Seeing that Xiao Hungry dared to eat the other's flesh and blood raw, Chu Jun wanted to stop it immediately. But it was too late. Even if Little Hungry had not eaten the flesh and blood of the mutant crab, the parasites in the mutant crab's body had already taken the opportunity to drill into Little Hungry's body when Little Hungry pierced the crab's shell. The changes brought about by these parasites are immediate. Because as the first parasite entered Xiao Hungry's body, Chu Jun was surprised to find that a small shadow suddenly appeared in the psychic connection between himself and Xiao Hungry. These parasites actually possess psychic powers. However, something happened that Chu Jun could not have expected. Those parasites that entered Little Hungry's body died within 2 seconds. They can't seem to adapt to the environment inside the Little Hungry body. As for the shadow that entered the soul link between Xiao Elephant and Chu Jun, it was instantly reduced to ashes. In other words, Little Hungry is completely immune to this parasite. Just when Chu Jun was still surprised by his recent discovery, the thick scarlet tentacle immediately extended towards the man and the insect. But for some unknown reason, just as this tentacle was about to sweep over the man and the insect at a rapid speed, it suddenly changed its path and hit the ceiling behind Chu Jun hard. Accompanied by a scream, a mysterious beast with a pair of scarlet eyes broke free from its invisibility and fell from the ceiling. Chapter 61: The Real Target. When the mysterious scarlet beast fell from the ceiling, Chu Jun immediately felt a chill on his back. An inexplicable feeling of fear caused his 2 legs, which he had used to run, to stiffen unconsciously. If Xiao Hungry had not discovered Chu Jun's abnormality in time and rushed over to grab him, Chu Jun's face would definitely have come into close contact with the ground. What is this again? Bats. However, when Chu Jun saw the mysterious beast that made his legs extremely stiff, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Because the appearance of this strange beast is so special. This is a strange beast with an appearance similar to a bat. The reason why it is similar is that the body of this strange beast is very long and slender, but on this slender body, it has 6 arms, 4 long and 2 short, and 2 long legs. There were thin membranes between his arms. Although this strange beast has a somewhat animal-like face, it does not have any hair on its body, not even fluff. Instead, there are tiny scales that are somewhat transparent, but also somewhat dull. It is these tiny scales that allow it to achieve almost perfect stealth. However, Chu Jun, who had already witnessed the human-faced Moth stealth technology, was truly surprised by the fighting ability of this bat monster. Ouch! After seeing that its invisibility was exposed, the bat monster that landed on the ground roared directly at the tentacle that was attacking it. As it roared, a green light began to emerge from its body. Then a huge wave of psychic energy directly turned into materialized damage, causing the tentacle that dared to attack him to crack into pieces, and the eyeballs that had a large number of parasites were also shattered one after another. This is one of the psychic skills possessed by this strange beast, psychic impact. This is obviously a skill that can only be used by monsters with psychic power above level 3. To be honest, this bat monster sent by Zhang Jian to follow Chu Jun was indeed unlucky. Chapter 48. After all, Zhang Jian sent him here to follow Chu Jun. However, when this tentacle covered with eyeballs was attacking Chu Jun, he suddenly felt the weak spiritual energy it emitted and discovered him. In addition, because he was staring at Chu Jun too closely, the tentacle determined that this strange beast was Chu Jun's protector, just like Little Hungry, and thus launched a highly deceptive attack on it first. An important reason to attack him first instead of Little Hunger is, in the tentacle's owner's mindset, he is very strong. It's much better than the Little Hunger I have now. This was later proved by the facts. With the attack of the bat-like beast, the tentacle was severely damaged. But it's just a tentacle. As the ground below collapsed further, another equally thick tentacle stretched out from the ground and slammed hard on the bat-like beast. Although the bat monster was extremely agile, the attack still caused him considerable trauma. At the same time, under the floor, a spiritual energy shock far more powerful than that of a bat directly knocked the bat beast that had been knocked away. Bang! After landing, the bat monster screamed and quickly assessed the current situation. These tentacles are much stronger than him, so it chose to escape without hesitation. Although the goal Zhang Jian set for it was to track down Chu Jun, when its life was threatened, it still followed its own logic and chose to escape first. Of course, after seeing that this strange beast, whose psychic level was at least above level 3, was no match for these two tentacles, Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry had already started to run away. So this bat, a human and an insect, met each other at the exit of the public exotic animal breeding farm. Although the bat just glanced at Chu Jun and quickly fled away, the problem was that Chu Jun suddenly discovered. This bat seems to be a little different from previous strange beasts. The reason why the pupils of this bat are scarlet is because this guy's head has undergone technological transformation. The so-called scarlet color is simply the reflection of some electronic eye device. But just a few seconds before Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry escaped from the public breeding room, Chu Jun looked back and once again discovered the unusualness of the two tentacles. That is, after they stopped attacking themselves, these two tentacles actually began to change their attack targets to those poor monsters imprisoned in the breeding chamber. At the same time, more tentacles began to emerge from below. These twisted tentacles madly swept through the breeding chambers of these strange beasts and stuffed them into the caves where they were one by one. Could it be that their real target is actually these exotic beasts that have not yet been bred? Looking at the strange beasts that were screaming and being dragged down, Chu Jun's mind was full of confusion. Why does it do this? Chapter 62 Project Swarm. What on earth does this guy want to do? Although Chu Jun was no longer attacked by these tentacles with countless eyeballs, he was not happy at all now. Because I don't know if it's because I also have psychic powers. Chu Jun could always feel that underground. There was another extremely evil being who was feeling extremely excited because of the success of his plan. While it is excited, it is also filled with extreme malice towards everything in this world. On the other side, although Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry successfully escaped from the public breeding room. However, the internal security situation of Tsangnan University as a whole is still not optimistic. Because Chu Jun discovered that it was not just the public training room of Tsangnan University that was attacked, but the entire Tsangnan University was actually attacked. At this time on the university campus, all kinds of mutated behemoths roamed around near the entrances to underground passages. Without exception, they are all mutated monsters infested by parasites. However, because Tsangnan University still has a security system, and some teachers are beast masters themselves, these strange beasts that crawled out of the sewers did not cause too much harm to the students outside. The few mutant monsters that dared to approach Chu Jun could not withstand more than 2 moves from Little Hungry. So even though their numbers are far greater than those mutant crabs in the public breeding room, it is the same. All residents of Tsangnan City, please take note. At this moment, Chu Jun's attention was attracted by the TV. The host on TV was telling the news happening in the city center with a serious face. The three mutant beasts currently wreaking havoc in the city center have all been killed by the Qinghai Empire's military system. Attention! Since these three mutant beasts have some kind of infectious properties, all residents who have had direct or indirect contact with the substances of the three beasts are requested to remain calm and take the initiative to report to the Changnan municipal government. Attention! Due to the pollution caused by the three mutant beasts, please avoid the following areas as much as possible. Looking at the three huge corpses of mutant beasts on the TV news, Chu Jun suddenly realized something. That is, his previous guess was correct. After the entire Changnan University was attacked, the monster that had never actually appeared underground, its main target of attack was actually the public breeding room of Changnan University. Otherwise, Chu Jun could not explain why only the public breeding room in the entire Changnan University was attacked by those tentacles. No. Chu Jun stared at the TV, at the ruins caused by the three mutant beasts, and became more determined in his thinking. These three mutant beasts in the city center are completely baits released by that underground guy. Due to the dense population in the city center and the important location, these three strange beasts successfully attracted the full attention of the Changnan City Police and the military. Moreover, it is precisely because of the existence of these three baits that it can reach the bottom of Changnan University unimpeded and achieve its goal. After analyzing all of this, Chu Jun came to an answer that surprised him a little. That is, damn it, this underground monster not only has powerful strength and psychic power, it also has intelligence. Far beyond the intelligence of ordinary humans. When Chu Jun thought that there was such a monster lingering below him, he looked at Xiao Hungry beside him. When Little Hungry felt that her master was looking at her, she immediately lowered her head obediently, allowing Chu Jun to stroke her and make purring sounds. No, I underestimated the danger of the world I live in. Even though I am just a civilian now, I am at risk of being killed. Chu Jun thought about the Babel source crystal, and also about the bat monster that seemed to be monitoring him. Whether it's what happened in the past few days or the threats we face in the future, I need the strength to protect myself. So, Chu Jun looked at the little hungry cat in front of him, who was spinning around in circles because of excitement, and became more determined. Although the current little hunger has not achieved the effect I want, and her own breeding defects have not been resolved, but I still have to start The swarm has planned. A huge and unstoppable plan is about to begin. And this plan will also be the starting point for Little Hungry to become the queen of the swarm. Chapter 63: The Aftermath of the Disaster. 8 hours after the underground monster attacked the city center and Changnan University. The temporary disaster management center headquarters built by Changnan University. All in all, you escaped from the public breeding room of Changnan University with the help of your strange beast, right? During this process, your psychic beast did not suffer any harm or infection, right? Yes. Looking at the police officer in front of him, and then at the photos of the completely collapsed public breeding room, as well as the incomplete human corpses, Chu Jun, who had concealed part of the truth, nodded expressionlessly. Now, can I go now, Officer Kane? Seeing Chu Jun's indifferent expression, the second-level police officer from Changnan City, named Kane, couldn't help but twitch his face. Okay, what about my beast? Chu Jun continued to ask. Your beast can leave now. We found no signs of infection with the white death parasite on its body. Hearing this, Chu Jun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. From the first minute he started to be questioned, Chu Jun did not tell the whole truth, but kept a lot of information to himself. For example, Little Hunger did not come out of the container by itself, but was released by Chu Jun himself. For example, while Xiao Hungry was protecting Chu Jun, he did not have any contact with those mutant crabs. Moreover, in many aspects related to details, due to Chu Jun's excellent memory, he was able to perfectly complete and conceal his own oral content. This also includes the situation of the mutated tentacle and the content of the bat beast that was obviously artificially modified. But it was precisely this kind of perfection that made Chu Jun stay in the disaster management center for a full 8 hours, because... But, Mr. Chu Jun, I'm really curious. As the only survivor who escaped from the public breeding room, did you really not see anything strange? Don't forget that many of your classmates died in that disaster. Besides, Mr. Chu Jun, your confession is a little too perfect. This makes me wonder if you are hiding something from us. Seeing Officer Kane's questioning, Chu Jun's cold face remained unchanged. Then he pointed to his head and said, Sorry, I have a good memory, so I can tell you this. And, Officer Kane, are you questioning, oh no, accusing a legal citizen of the Star Empire? Forehead. When Officer Kane saw the only survivor who escaped from the public incubation area say these words, His face immediately turned very bad. No, that's not what I meant. You can leave here now, with your beast. Officer Kane sighed. However, since you are not a real beast tamer and have not been registered, your beast can only be kept in the beast container temporarily provided by our police. If you want to take it away, you need to find a container and take it away yourself. This is a legal requirement. It's her, not it. Chu Jun frowned and reminded. Who cares? Officer Kane said to Chu Jun impatiently. He was a little angry. The young man in front of him was so indifferent to the death of humans, but so concerned about his own exotic beasts. These damn beast masters. Moreover, Mr. Chu Jun, as a legal citizen of the Qinghai Empire, you should also know that if there is any new progress in our case, you must unconditionally come to our police and continue to cooperate with our investigation. Yes, I know. After responding casually, Chu Jun walked out of the room. Immediately afterwards, Chu Jun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time secretly thanked himself for being careful and not telling his little hungry boy about his contact with the mutated beast. Otherwise, little hungry will most likely be destroyed together with those infected monsters. Chu Jun looked at the beast crematorium set up next to the disaster management center and thought with lingering fear. I have a feeling that the aftermath of this disaster will haunt us for a long, long time. Looking at those parents who were crying in college because they had lost their family members, their sons and daughters, Chu Jun thought, so with an expressionless face. Completely different from the sadness felt by this group of people, the only feeling Chu Jun had at this moment was danger. At the same time, far away on the other side of the city, the bat beast that had followed Chu Jun because of Zhang Jian's order returned to his master silently. However, since the injuries of this bat monster had completely healed, it simply passed the information it had obtained about Chu Jun to its master through psychic power, then crawled into its own breeding chamber and began to repair its wounds. What Zhang Jian didn't notice at all was crash. Along with the replacement of the culture medium, a white parasite followed the old culture medium into the culture medium circulation device. And below this device are more than a dozen of Zhang Jian's main alien beasts. Just as Chu Jun guessed, the aftermath of this disaster is troubling everyone. Chapter 64, The Small Discovery of Babel's Source Crystal. Fuck, Brother Chu, you finally came out. Shortly after Chu Jun left the room, Panghua, who had not had time to eat yet, immediately came over excitedly with a large beef patty in his hand. You made me wait for you for most of the night. I almost thought you were not going to come out. Looking at the fat man in front of him who said auspicious words as soon as they met, Chu Jun took the beef patty from the other person without hesitation. Chu Jun asked after taking a bite of the still hot beef patty in his hand. Are you ready to deliver the little hungry truck? Of course I'm ready. Besides, I had already arranged everything before you left. When you finish eating, we will take little hungry directly to your newly rented laboratory. It turned out that after the disaster 8 hours ago, Chu Jun contacted Panghua and Clare immediately. However, Chu Jun contacted the two for different purposes. Chu Jun contacted Clare Morton in order to let her know that her safety was not affected and to remind her of what he had seen. After all, what Clare and Chu Jun are going to do is to prepare to study this parasite officially named the White Death. So in terms of sharing intelligence, the two of them are basically in step. However, the purpose of Chu Jun contacting Pang Bo was completely different. The reason why he contacted Panghua was not only to remind him that he was ready to be questioned by the police, but also to let him be ready to take Xiao Hungry away. Seeing that Panghua was so well prepared, Chu Jun walked towards the place where Xiao Hungry was imprisoned without hesitation with Panghua. Fortunately, since the entire public breeding room inside Sangnan University had been destroyed, the number of alien beasts belonging to the students who escaped from the entire Sangnan University was no more than 10, so Chu Jun easily found the location of Xiao Hungry. Hey, you've been waiting for a long time. Xiao Hang, who was imprisoned in a strange container and surrounded by strangers and police, immediately became excited when he sensed Chu Jun's spiritual power. Her body had begun to grow larger, and she jumped up and down excitedly in the makeshift container. After seeing the monster getting excited, the policemen nearby held their weapons vigilantly. It seems that the nerves of these policemen have been stretched to the limit due to the previous attack by the White Reaper. Put down your weapons. This is my beast. Chu Jun glared at the policemen who were about to point their guns at Little Hungry and said, Besides, I have fulfilled my civic duty and can take back my exotic beast. Seeing the Little Hungry owners coming, the policemen slowly put down their weapons. Although they hated Chu Jun's attitude very much, considering that the young man in front of them might become a real beastmaster in the future, none of the policemen dared to embarrass Chu Jun. Finally, after completing all the formalities, Chu Jun successfully let Panghua drive a professional truck for transporting exotic beasts and load Little Hungry into the car. Gurgle gurgle. However, before getting on the bus, Xiao Hang, who was obviously hungry, looked at the beef patty in Chu Jun's hand with eager eyes and made a longing sound. Chu Jun didn't think too much about it. He stuffed the beef patty, which he had already taken a bite of, directly into the trunk of the truck to let the poor little guy eat something to fill his stomach. Panghua, who saw this scene, said in surprise, "Fuck, did I see that wrong? What's wrong?" Seeing Panghua's surprised expression, Chu Jun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked calmly, "You actually share food? Looking at the way you were eating, I thought you were some kind of human in beast's clothing. I didn't expect you would share food." Chu Jun shrugged his shoulders and looked at Xiao Hungry with gentle eyes. "That's just her. Okay, let's drive." While in the moving car, Chu Jun suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Panghua, didn't you use the Babel Source Crystal last night? Have you awakened your psychic talent?" "Actually, I haven't used it yet." Panghua, who was driving the truck, smiled sheepishly. "After dinner with you last night, we went to the bar and had a few drinks. I ended up drinking too much and forgot about it." Hearing the other party say this, Chu Jun sighed helplessly. I don't know why, but Chu Jun always feels that this fat guy next to him is a strange optimist. However, after talking about the Babel Source Crystal, Panghua seemed to remember something and told Chu Jun about a little discovery he made last night. "Brother Chu, although I didn't absorb the Babel Source Crystal yesterday, I seem to have discovered that after wearing this Babel Source Crystal for more than one night, my spiritual energy seems to have increased significantly. This growth has brought me to the final step of awakening my psychic talent." Hearing the other party say this, Chu Jun turned his head abruptly. It doesn't seem like a small discovery. Chapter 65 620 Options. Looking at Chu Jun's shocked face, Pang Bo, who was driving, thought that the other party did not believe what he said, so he hurriedly explained. "I'm serious, I'm not kidding. I am really about to awaken my psychic talent. Brother Chu, as a psychic who has already awakened his psychic talent, you should know this feeling yourself." Chu Jun shook his head. As a time traveler, he couldn't possibly tell the fat man in front of him that he had awakened his psychic talent less than 2 minutes after he came here. "No, I trust you." Chu Jun frowned and said, "But, since what you said is true, then my suggestion is that you'd better keep the fact that you have the Babel Source Crystal a secret. Don't tell anyone except me." Chu Jun, who knew very well what kind of creatures humans were, warned Panghua. Pang Bo, who saw Chu Jun so serious for the first time, shrank his neck in fear and nodded quickly. Okay. I won't tell anyone." Then, the cab of the truck fell into a brief period of calm. After a while, although Panghua had tried his best to hold back his words, he still couldn't help but open his mouth as a chatterbox and told Chu Jun some of what had just happened. "By the way, Brother Chu, you may not know one thing. Our school's graduation rate this year will be greatly reduced. To be precise, it means he will be cut in half." "Oh, why?" Panghua rubbed his nose and said with a wry smile. Hee. Of course, it's because the children of the civilians and the exotic beasts they bred all died along with the destruction of the public breeding room. Speaking of this, Brother Chu, you are really lucky. Little Hunger and you both escaped safe and sound. But those civilian children, who had spent so much effort preparing for the alien beasts graduating this year, are now in complete trouble. If nothing unexpected happens, these students who have lost the exotic beasts they have worked so hard to cultivate will not be able to graduate this year. Moreover, the children of wealthy and powerful families in Sangnan University are basically like me. They have already placed the exotic animals they have cultivated in their own private laboratories. Their graduation will not be affected. Oh my God, I can't bear to say any more." After listening to Panghua's story, Chu Jun realized the seriousness of the matter. Indeed, the public training room of Sangnan University is indeed prepared for the common people and a very small number of poor children. They have neither the money nor the power to set up their own private laboratories. Therefore, after the underground monster destroyed the public breeding room, the future of these poor civilian children was almost foreseeable. I never thought that our university would be attacked by monsters. Alas, for my own safety, I found that I needed to get something out that could protect myself, just like your Little Hunger, Brother Chu. It has to be said that Pang Bo was extremely envious of the fact that Xiao Hungry was able to protect King Chu, and his idea coincides with that of the King of Chu. However, what Chu Jun thought was far more extreme than Pang Bo's, because he is already in the preparation stage for implementation. You're right. In fact, I have the same idea. Once we get to the new laboratory, I will immediately start creating a batch of exotic beasts that can be used to protect my life. There is such a good thing. Pang Bo, who originally wanted to spend money to purchase the exotic beast protection service, immediately narrowed his eyes and said to Chu Jun, "In that case, Brother Chu, please help me make some. I bought them. No, I rented them." Hey. Since Panghua is now equivalent to his own henchman, protecting him is equivalent to protecting his own interests. So the king of Chu did not reject Panghua's proposal. However, I don't have many detailed plans for my plans yet. So I need to cut out some unreliable monster plans in order to make the insect swarm monster I want. After all, my resources are limited. Hearing Chu Jun say this, Pangbo couldn't help but laugh. Sure, Brother Chu, you've come up with several plans for exotic beasts in such a short time. You're worthy of being the one. Not just a few. Looking at the scenery passing by outside the window, Chu Jun shook his head and said calmly, "There are 620 different plans for exotic beasts." As the truck braked suddenly, Panghua, whose face hit the steering wheel, asked in disbelief, "Many? How many?" For a moment, Panghua felt that the guy sitting next to him was not a human being, but a monster wearing human skin and imitating human life. Chapter 66 New Laboratory. Are you kidding me, Chuji? After hearing what Chu Jun said, Pangbo looked incredulous. Because the number given by Chu Jun is really too terrifying. Although many beast masters like to study various plans for exotic beasts, those beast masters who have more plans for exotic beasts are basically all veteran beast masters. And even if so, their number could not possibly reach that of Chu Jun. Chu Jun clapped his hands and signaled Panghua to continue driving. And I have all those plans stored in my mind. Once we get to our new lab, I can start running experiments. In my mind. Hearing this, Panghua suddenly realized. Harmful. We are all young people, so it is normal to brag. Thinking of this, Panghua breathed a sigh of relief, stepped on the accelerator, and continued moving forward. Dozens of minutes later, at around 3 o'clock in the morning, Chu Jun and his companion finally arrived at the new laboratory that Chu Jun had rented. One is located at the southeast corner of E Street, in a 3-story laboratory in the former chemical industry zone. As soon as he landed, Chu Jun smelled a pungent smell in the air and couldn't help but frown. Brother Chu, this place was the former chemical industry zone. There are dozens of large machinery factories and exotic beast factories in it, so this area is the most polluted area in the entire Tsangnan city. But decades ago, all these factories were closed down due to the demolition plan of the Tsangnan municipal government. And Ant Street was actually where the families of the former chemical workers lived, but after the factory moved away, the entire street became a slum. Although the demolition plan failed in the end, and the entire block became a slum, fortunately, this is also why we were able to rent such a cheap laboratory, right? After listening, Chu Jun nodded helplessly. Although Pombo's words are a bit hellish, they do make sense. How's the security here? Although Chu Jun himself is from East Street, he doesn't know much about this area because he has been going to school for many years. Very bad, Pombo said seriously. Illegal drugs, prostitutes, drug addicts, and illegal traders are the mainstream creatures in this area. In addition, there are a lot of idle hooligans and some other guys who are not convenient to talk about wandering around this area. But you can rest assured, Brother Chu. This laboratory is an exception. It is absolutely safe. Oh, Chu Jun looked at Pangbo curiously and asked, "Why is it so special?" Because this laboratory happens to be located in the territory of our Jack gang. Before renting this laboratory, I had already informed those damn guys in advance. No matter which of those idiots dare to approach here, as long as they don't have a legitimate reason, they will be greeted with the wrath of the Jack gang. No wonder Pombo was able to rent a place so quickly. It turns out this place was originally the territory of Jack's gang. Chu Jun was thinking deeply in his heart while observing the surrounding environment. Sure enough, although this neighborhood was quite lively with strange people coming in and out everywhere, it was just as Pombo said. No one dared to approach the laboratory. The intimidation of Jack's gang has covered this laboratory with a thin, protective layer. It is colorless and invisible, but it definitely exists. After Chu Jun entered the laboratory, he was surprised to find that although the outside of the laboratory was extremely shabby, the facilities inside were still very new. This laboratory has a total of 4 floors. The second and third floors are the office area and the culture area respectively. The office area has independent washing and rest areas. There are more than a dozen different types of culture dishes in the culture area, from small to large. Not only that, the previous owner of this laboratory also left behind a complete set of culture equipment. As for the first floor and underground floor, they are the reception area and experimental area respectively. After a simple cleaning, Chu Jun immediately started the corresponding equipment and placed Little Hungry into the corresponding culture dish. Then, Chu Jun took out from his pocket a container of gene fragments that he had prepared long ago, as well as a piece of exotic beast culture medium that he had stolen, borrowed from school, and put them together into the new exotic beast culture dish. Soon, preparation for the first embryo was completed. Just as Chu Jun said, sensing the danger, he had to start the swarm plan as soon as possible. He needs the strength to protect himself. However, just as Chu Jun was about to start his swarm plan, he suddenly realized a problem. That is, you're not leaving? Chu Jun tilted his head, glanced at the fat man next to him who was eagerly watching his magic performance, and asked curiously. Chapter 67, The First Zerg Unit. Well, seeing Chu Jun asking him this, Pangbo scratched his hair embarrassedly and said awkwardly, Brother Chu, you also know that my family lives in the city center, right? Recently, because of the White Death, I suddenly feel that my home is not so safe. So, I plan to stay in your new laboratory for a few nights. Of course, I'm not afraid of being in danger or anything. Mainly I hope I can be by your side and help you more. Chu Jun narrowed his eyes, glanced at the cowardly fat man beside him, and said helplessly, All right. It just so happens that I really need some help these days, so you can give me a hand. Hearing that Chu Jun agreed to his request, Pangbo immediately patted his chest excitedly and said confidently that he would become an excellent assistant. After all, he was famous for his hard work in college. But unfortunately, get out of here. Looking at Pangbo, who had contaminated 2 embryo devices in less than 10 minutes, Chu Jun's face turned frighteningly dark. Pangbo ran towards the elevator without looking back and went straight back to the office area to rest. He was afraid that if he ran slower, Chu Jun would pull his head off and feed it to Little Hungry. If I had known, I would have relied on myself. Helpless Chu Jun once again came to the empty petri dish and started thinking. Okay, now let me start my exotic beast breeding plan again. Chu Jun opened the culture device and began to put in enough culture medium. First of all, I need to confirm that what I need to train this time are pure Zerg soldiers, which are purely physical creatures. And they must possess the following characteristics. Easy to cultivate, strong vitality, and they must have strong aggressiveness. So when I train them, I can eliminate most of their psychic potential and instead strengthen their offensive and survivability. Besides that, they don't need to be apparent like Little Hunger, nor do they need to be as all-round as Little Hunger. But they must have a certain level of psychic receptivity, because only in this way can I connect them to the Little Hungry's swarm network and allow the smarter Little Hungry to command them when I'm not controlling them. With this idea in mind, Chu Jun began to search for a suitable exotic beast plan from the plans in his mind. Soon, dozens of plans that suited Chu Jun's ideas were selected by Chu Jun. The next step is further screening. Among the dozens of options I have, each one meets my general needs. So, I need to make a more detailed division. For example, the size and life forms of these strange beasts. After some consideration, Chu Jun finally chose to use a miniaturized alien beast as his option. After this round of screening, there were only 7 or 8 options left in front of Chu Jun. These 7 or 8 types of exotic beasts are basically all miniaturized species with strong vitality and a small amount of psychic potential. However, their aggressiveness varies. Faced with the current situation, Chu Jun once again made his own selection. The first things he eliminated were those exotic beast plans that had long-range attacks, such as strong acid. After all, this strange beast plan obviously cannot help Chu Jun survive better. If Chu Jun's enemy has the ability to get close quickly, then this method of attack will actually kill Chu Jun faster. Therefore, this solution was directly eliminated. Then Chu Jun eliminated 3 types of exotic beasts with extremely strong vitality, but weak offensive capabilities. The reason for eliminating them is not complicated. Chu Jun summoned them to protect himself. These alien beasts with weaker attack power will obviously not satisfy Chu Jun. The next thing is speed. How much speed he can have is also one of the keys to whether he can complete the task. So, when Chu Jun kept eliminating the options in his own plan, in the end, the only option left for him was one that was almost perfect. A plan for a strange beast marked as a knife worm by Chu Jun. In theory, it meets all the requirements of the King of Chu. So, with the idea of testing, Chu Jun took a drop of Little Hungry's blood and put it in his own petri dish. He will start a new round of tests based on Little Hungry's genetic samples, using his ultimate evolution system and his own gene distortion talent. This time, the exotic beast plan chosen by Chu Jun was named by him, Knife Bug, and it will also become the first Zerg unit that can be mass-produced in the Zerg Swarm project. Chapter 68 Knife Bug. The next day at noon, Pangbo, who was sleeping in the laboratory room, got up sleepily. Oh, I really miss my soft big bedroom. And I also miss those kittens that I can call at any time. If the city wasn't too dangerous, I really wouldn't want to rest here. While complaining, Pangwa walked into the elevator and pressed the down button. Fuck, it's already noon. As the elevator went down, Pangwa arrived at the experimental area on the underground floor where Chu-jun was. However, the experimental area was already empty at this time. Is he really gone? Didn't he say he was going to do an experiment last night? Could it be? Has he completed his plan and started breeding? With a skeptical thought, Pangwa returned to the second floor. That's the laboratory cultivation area. However, as soon as Pangwa opened the elevator door, he immediately began to tremble with fear. Because as the elevator door opened, a dozen little monsters, only as tall as his calves, immediately pounced towards him excitedly. And at this moment, stop! As Chu-jun's scolding sounded, the dozen or so little monsters quickly stopped and ran back angrily. What is this? I created the bodyguards, and their names are knife worms. I cultivated them last night, and they are currently in the growing stage. When they grow up, they are about 1.5 meters tall. On the other side, Chu-jun, who was standing in front of the little hungry breeding device, said coldly. Seeing that Pangwa seemed a little afraid of these knife bugs, Chu-jun explained slowly. Don't worry, even though they are very hungry, these little cuties won't eat you. Because they will strictly follow Little Hungry's orders, and my authority is above Little Hungry's. As soon as Pangbo saw that Chu-jun had controlled these little creatures, he immediately became bolder. He hurried forward, caught the slowest running monster, and began to observe it. The next second, Pangwa's eyes widened as he looked at the young knife worm struggling in his hand, but unable to bite him. This is a new beast you designed. Why is it so strange? The reason why Pangwa was so surprised was because he discovered that the knife worm he caught did not look like any other strange beasts at all. The knife worm in his hand is a creature that looks like a combination of a beast and a worm. His body has a stable structure of 4 legs, and the muscles on each leg are abnormally developed and tough. However, in addition to these 4 legs, this knife worm has 2 insect limbs similar to arms growing on both sides of its body, and on each of these 2 limbs, there is a very sharp bone blade. Squeak! It seemed that the knife worm in his hand was a little annoyed with Pangwa, and the knife worm suddenly screamed at Pangwa, who was holding him. It was at this time that Pangwa noticed that this guy's face seemed somewhat similar to Xiao Hungry. They all have mouth parts that allow them to eat easily, but the thing growing next to the mouth parts of this knife worm is not some auxiliary limbs, but 4 rows of extremely sharp, small bone blades. These bone blades, combined with the 2 pairs of fierce eyes of the knife worm, immediately made Pangwa feel cold all over. The young knife worm took this opportunity to break free from the restraints of the human and fell out of the other's hands. Bang! As it landed suddenly, the back of this cute young knife worm hit the ground hard. But it was because of this opportunity that Pangwa noticed that this young knife worm was covered with an inconspicuous brown chitinous shell from the top of its head to the tail. The defensive capabilities of these chitinous shells allowed the young knife worm to sustain no damage at all after falling from a distance several times higher than its own body. On the contrary, it ran towards Chu-jun very lively. However, its speed surprised Pangwa greatly, because this little thing was only in its juvenile state, but its explosive speed had already surpassed that of most exotic beasts, like a sports car. Gurgle gurgle. The young knife worm ran back to Chu-jun's feet and rubbed its head against his feet excitedly. The other young knife worms also surrounded Chu-jun intimately, trying to get him to touch them. But Chu-jun didn't care about it at all, and instead focused all his attention on Xiao Hungry. After seeing how close Chu-jun was to the young knife worm, the degree of Chu-jun's perversion in Pangbo's mind rose to another level. You spent the whole night yesterday to design this thing? Pangbo, who felt the complexity of the knife worm's design, asked Chu-jun with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't believe that this was an efficiency that humans could achieve. How is that possible? Chu-jun lowered his head and recorded something on the operating table. Hearing this, Pangbo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, it is a bit abnormal to design such a sophisticated creature in just one night. But the next second, it only took me half an evening to design and breed these little cuties. Chu-jun said expressionlessly. In the remaining time, I gave Little Hungry a new ability. A new ability called Gene Repository. Chapter 69 Gene Repositories and Chimeras. Forehead. After listening to Chu-jun's story, Pangbo was stunned. At this moment, he no longer knew how to complain. He didn't know whether he should first complain about the monster in front of him being able to create such a strange beast in half a night, or complain about the other party being able to create a new ability for his own beast in the second half of the night, plus a morning. But no matter what, Pangbo was very happy at this time. After all, he feels that his graduation this year should be a sure thing. Thinking of this, Pangbo kicked away a small knife bug that wanted to eat his leather shoes and approached the hungry petri dish. After getting closer, Pangbo realized that the hunger at this moment seemed to have not changed at all compared to yesterday. From the outside, Little Hunger doesn't seem to have any extra functions. By the way, Brother Chu, Pangbo pointed at Xiao Hungry and said seriously, you said you added a new ability to Little Hunger. Where is that repository? It's a gene repository. Looking at the fat man in front of him who was not good at academics, Chu Jun sighed helplessly. This ability is stored in Little Hungry's genes. To be precise, I stored the gene fragments of the knife worm in Little Hungry's genes in a way similar to parts. I created a lot of system redundancy in Little Hungry's genes before. So Little Hungry can easily copy the genes of these knife worms and hatch them through her own eggs. Of course, the premise is that Little Hungry's eggs can be hatched. In short, to put it simply, Little Hungry's genes have a built-in gene storage function. What? After listening to Chu Jun's speech, Pangbo was shocked. How dare you do that? Brother Chu, don't you know that it is very dangerous to add this kind of gene sequence to the gene sequence of any exotic beast at will? Many beast masters have conducted similar experiments, but the fate of their beasts was always miserable. Your inspiration didn't come from the crazy yellow ants, did it? Chu Jun nodded calmly. You're right. My source of inspiration is indeed the crazy yellow ant. This is the only creature with 2 sets of DNA that humans have discovered during the first beast control era. Their genetic structure not only allows them to avoid inbreeding, but also allows them to evolve into different branches of the same species. But when he said this, Pangbo noticed that Chu Jun's eyes looked a little strange. It was a look of excitement mixed with madness. It was as if this guy gradually entered into his own territory and couldn't extricate himself. That was just a misconception created by humans at the time under the influence of media opinion. In fact, the existence of 2 sets of gene sequences is very common in biology, but ordinary people and ordinary beast masters don't care about it. There are so many examples of this. The offspring of black mice and white mice will produce offspring with black and white patterns. The mating of black-haired dogs and white-haired dogs will produce black and white-patterned dogs. This phenomenon is everywhere and happens all the time. But humans do not think it is the manifestation of 2 sets of gene sequences, but only think it is the so-called hybrid phenomenon. But it is precisely because of this so-called common sense that many people have a wrong understanding of the phenomenon of 2 sets of gene sequences, which has led to many people having a wrong understanding of the 2 sets of memory sequences. In fact, the fusion and coexistence of multiple sets of gene sequences can be achieved with just one very simple factor. That's the supergenetic chimera. The coexistence of multiple sets of gene sequences is called chimera, but what I created is an upgraded gene chimera. The existence of this thing allows Little Hungry to absorb many other gene sequences while ensuring the integrity of its own gene sequence. Besides, because of the existence of this thing, as long as Little Hungry is willing, she can always let her offspring use this thing to differentiate and form an entire tribe. More importantly, the function of the super gene chimera can also allow all of her descendants to have different castes and form a complete social structure. Hiss. After hearing this, Pangbo took a breath. Then he shook his head. Sorry, Brother Chu, I don't understand. Seeing the so-called college student in front of him say this, Chu Jun's eyes flashed with a cold light. For a moment, he seemed to have returned to the state of his previous life. However, at that time, he was facing his assistant. But before Chu Jun could reprimand this assistant, Pangbo spoke first. As soon as he opened his mouth, Chu Jun was stunned. Because, although I didn't understand, Brother Chu, what you just created must be something very powerful. Then why don't you consider using this kind of thing to make you money? And, I actually have a question. You don't know how to make money, do you? Chapter 70 Intention of Cooperation. Forehead. Well, after Pangbo finished speaking, it was Chu Jun's turn to be silent. He looked at Pangbo with a strange look. Obviously, Pangbo was right. Although Chu Jun is very, even abnormally smart, and has extremely strong abilities in genetics and life sciences, he still has his own problems. That is, he really doesn't know how to make money. This can be seen from the fact that Pangbo hinted to Chu Jun to place a bet secretly, but he forgot about it. Okay. Pangbo shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. I actually saw it a long time ago, Brother Chu. Although you didn't graduate in 3 years, you are actually a very smart guy. I can't catch up with you. It's just that you didn't use your intelligence to make money. Seeing that Chu Jun was silent, Pangbo became more determined in his opinion. Brother Chu, people like you are actually very common, whether in the Star Sea Empire or in the Human Federation. You are the ones who are promoting science, but your lives are extremely difficult. The wealth you have created is enough to drive the development of the entire world, but what you share is just a small piece of cream on the cake. That's very, very unfair, isn't it? After saying that, Pongwa smiled and picked up the knife bug that had chewed half of his leather shoes. So what do you suggest? Looking at Pongwa with a smile on his face, Chu Jun suddenly realized a problem. That is, this fat guy definitely has something to say. Hee. Brother Chu, you are so smart, you shouldn't not understand. Look, aren't we a perfect match? Seeing that Chu Jun's eyes had turned cold and the knife bug in his arms was growling threateningly, Pang Bo quickly explained. Ahem, don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant. I mean, since you and I are both poor kids from Ant Street, we should have tasted the malice and coldness brought by this world. The rich people look down on us from above. It's like we are bugs. But we can also escape from this situation and become like them. We can be them, the ones looking down on these bugs. So, you have a mind that can change the world, and I have the greed, ideas, to change the world. Brother Chu, let's work together. We formed a company together. Pongwa became more and more excited as he spoke. Let's join forces to dominate this world, change this fucked up world, and let them know that even a group of bugs like us living in a mud pit can become dragons sooner or later. But unfortunately, I'm not interested. Suddenly, Chu Jun shook his head and looked at the petri dish. Let's not talk about whether I will sell my creations, just the idea of setting up a company is too risky for me. Have you forgotten that in the world we live in, there are wars between companies every year? And I don't want to get involved in politics and money. I care more about how to create the insect creatures I like. This is my lifelong goal. It's true. Such extremely smart people all have character flaws. Looking at Chu Jun, who rejected his idea outright, Pang Bo narrowed his eyes. He will not be discouraged. In fact, he is very happy. Because he knew exactly what these people were thinking. Alas, that's a pity. What a pity. Chu Jun asked without turning his head and started operating the instrument. He had a new idea. What a pity for those precious and powerful exotic beast specimens. Click. Chu Jun's operation stopped. Brother Chu, don't get me wrong. I just wanted to say this. If you and I join forces, I don't think we should be short of money. And more importantly, money is not something very important to you. But money can buy the latest and most powerful genetic sequences of exotic animals. You can even buy the original body of the strange beast. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. It is said that last month, someone discovered a 5th-level alien beast that lives directly in space. Although their size is not as large as the star-devouring beast that can directly devour the starry sky. But their size seems to be larger than an asteroid. And it is said that this unique specimen seems to have become extinct, with only a single individual left. The price of one sample of it is more than 1 billion Star Empire points. Chu Jun slowly turned his head, and his eyes were filled with 2 words, interested. Go ahead, Brother Chu. Then, Pongwa asked a fatal question. He squinted his eyes, reached out his hand, and stroked the knife worm's head as if he was stroking a puppy, and was bitten as expected. If we were rich, if we had the money to buy this exotic beast, would you be very happy? Chapter 71 Preparation and Contact. What you said makes sense. Seeing that Chu Jun was interested, Pang Bo smiled. Because as long as Chu Jun is interested, everything will be much simpler. I can agree to cooperate with you. But the problem is, I still don't want my cooperation with you to affect my research. No problem at all. Pangwa said seriously. Brother Chu, what you have to do is very simple. That is, if I have some good ideas, you can help me realize them. Hearing this, Chu Jun nodded. So about investment and profit sharing. I'll be responsible for the investment. Pongwa patted his chest and said with a smile. As for the split, how about we split it 50-50? I am responsible for the sales and operation of the company, as well as other miscellaneous matters, and you only need to take out an evening occasionally to make the exotic animal products I need. How? No problem. I have to say that Pongwa is indeed a good candidate for business. Born in Ant Street, he not only has a sharp eye, but also a very sharp brain. More importantly, Pongwa is a guy with extremely good channels. Even though he is timid in front of Boss Jack, that is only the case in front of Jack. In many cases, Pongwa has various relationships, and these relationships are in a tough stage. Take the example of how Jack was able to get that small piece of Babel's source crystal before. If he was just an ordinary gangster, he would never have been able to do that. What's more, this guy is actually Chu Jun's younger brother, so Chu Jun chose to follow his advice and cooperate with him. After confirming that Chu Jun decided to cooperate with him, Pang Bo immediately demonstrated his high emotional intelligence. He took Chu Jun directly to a restaurant on E Street for a big meal and celebrated properly. Of course, during this period, Chu Jun was eating while Pang Bo was celebrating. After Chu Jun had eaten and drunk his fill, Pang Bo stopped bothering him and said that he needed to go back to the city center and would not be back at Chu Jun's new laboratory until tomorrow. As for Chu Jun, after a night and a morning of hard work, he went straight back to the rental house where he lived, simply washed up, and then lay down on the bed. The reason why Chu Jun chose to return to the rental house instead of going back to the laboratory to rest was not complicated. After he finished setting up his new lab, it was time for him to begin his research on the White Death parasite. However, before going to bed, Chu Jun still sent a message to Professor Clare Morton, who sponsored him. He needed to tell this perverted lady that he had taken care of everything. When she comes back, she can conduct research on the White Death with Chu Jun. After everything that happened last night, Chu Jun could no longer resist his sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Chu Jun suddenly felt a spiritual energy hovering around him. Moreover, this feeling of spiritual energy was very familiar to him. But whose spiritual power this was? Chu Jun, who was sleeping in a daze, couldn't remember for a moment. Until, "Wake up, you stupid pig. Why are you still sleeping?" Chu Jun suddenly opened his eyes and found a huge human-faced moth lying in front of him. And this guy was constantly fanning his chest with his wings, trying to wake himself up. Unfortunately, the little guy's strength was too weak to wake himself up. No wonder her psychic powers made him feel somewhat familiar. Chu Jun woke up, climbed out of bed, and looked at the time. "It's 9 o'clock in the evening. Why are you the only one here? Where's your mother?" Chu Jun was a little curious as to why the human-faced moth, which had been monitoring some important figures in the school, would come to him alone. Moreover, judging from the appearance of the human-faced moth, it seemed that Clare was not by her side. "My mother had something to do, so she asked me to come to you alone. Here, this is what my mother said you need." The human-faced moth handed a mini storage device to Chu Jun. Oh, after seeing this storage device, Chu Jun immediately became interested. "Did your mother say anything else? And what's your mother doing now?" "My mom went to the pleasure club. She does similar things every once in a while, rain or shine." "Claire indeed." Chu Jun sighed. "As for the other things, there is only one. My mother asked me to bring you a message." "What?" The human-faced moth imitated Claire's tone and spoke in an extremely cold and serious voice. "Beware the White Death. There seems to be a psychic connection between their individuals." Chapter 72, Mrs. Chandler. Did this guy go to the pleasure club again? That's really her style. And this guy actually said there's a psychic connection among the White Reaper parasites. I actually guessed this myself. After all, the psychic power I felt back then really gave me a very strange feeling. But anyway, let's do the experiment first. Chu Jun shook his brain, which had just woken up, and said to the human-faced moth, "Okay, I understand. Then come with me." After saying that, Chu Jun took the human-faced moth out of his room, carrying the container containing the white parasites, and walked out of the rental house. "Go invisible." As soon as he walked out of the room, Chu Jun said to the human-faced moth. Although Chu Jun himself could accept the human-faced moth, a mixture of human and alien beast genes, he did not think that the poor people in the ant street could accept the human-faced moth. Of course, civilians living in urban areas cannot do so either. Although many civilians believe that they were already two different species from the poor people in Ant Street, from Chu Jun's point of view, there was essentially no difference between them. Good. The human-faced moth obediently entered the camouflage state. It seems that when Claire called her out, she had already warned her not to cause trouble for Chu Jun. Although Claire is both perverted and stupid, her upbringing is still good, especially in the education of her daughters. Chu Jun thought to himself as he came to the exit of the apartment building, but at this moment, "Xiao Chu, you're still going out so late." An old man wearing a turban, simple and patched clothes, with a kind face, came to the king of Chu. "Have you got a meal yet?" "Not yet, Mrs. Chandler." Facing the old man, Chu Jun rarely showed his previous cold expression, but spoke to the old man as gently as possible. The reason why Chu Jun had such an attitude towards the old lady was because in Chu Jun's memory before he traveled through time, this old lady was one of the few people who had taken care of Chu Jun. As the landlord of this nameless hotel, she not only often reduced or exempted Chu Jun's rent, but also often gave Chu Jun food to help him. It can be said that if it were not for her, Chu Jun would never have lived to attend Songnan University in his previous life. "I'm just about to go out to eat." "Is that so?" Looking at Chu Jun, who looked thin, Mrs. Chandler smiled kindly. Then she took out a loaf of bread wrapped in oil paper and stuffed with thick ham from her handbasket and stuffed it into Chu Jun's hand. Then Xiao Chu, if you don't have enough to eat on the way, you can eat this as well. I just came out of the orphanage and left a piece for you. You've had a big appetite since you were a child, so it's better for you to eat more. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mrs. Chandler, for always taking care of me. I can actually take care of myself. Who knew that after hearing Chu Jun's words, Mrs. Chandler's expression changed slightly. She said to Chu Jun unhappily, Xiao Chu, how come you have become like those superiors in the main city, polite and indifferent? How many times have I told you that we are all ants on Ant Street? We are weak bugs, so we have to help each other, right? No matter how powerful you become, you are the pride of our Ant Street. One day you will become the most powerful ant king among the countless ants in our Ant Street. I see. Chu Jun nodded and tried hard to force a smile from the corner of his mouth. Next time, I won't say that. Mrs. Chandler smiled, patted Chu Jun on the shoulder, said some encouraging words, and then walked into the apartment. After walking out of the apartment, Chu Jun took the human-faced Moth and walked towards his laboratory. In the darkness, it seemed that there were very few people coming outside the school. The human-faced Moth flew around excitedly in the sky, looking around constantly. Whenever she saw something new, she would tell Chu Jun about her discovery using psychic powers. Chu Jun didn't care about her in this regard. He just agreed with the human-faced Moth and walked to his laboratory. Then, after entering the laboratory, Chu Jun asked the face-faced Moth to remove her disguise, and then took her towards the experimental area. But just when the elevator opened, along with the screams of the human-faced Moth, more than a dozen knife insects rushed over from all directions and pressed the human-faced Moth to the ground. These guys are incredibly aggressive. What's more, they are just born and can cooperate with each other. Chapter 73: The Secret of the White Death. Go, 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 go. The moment he saw the human-faced Moth being attacked, Chu Jun immediately called the dog to drive away the knife-like insects. As expected, since Chu Jun's status was higher than Xiao Hungry, this group of small knife insects immediately put down the human-faced moths and pounced on Chu Jun instead. But don't get me wrong. It is impossible for this group of knife bugs to attack Chu Jun. They just followed Xiao Hungry's orders, lying in front of Chu Jun and showing a welcoming attitude towards Chu Jun. Looking at these little cuties growing healthily, Chu Jun smiled. Because he discovered that even though he had only made a preliminary design for this group of knife-worm monsters, these little cuties automatically possessed many innate abilities. Such a change was an extraordinary surprise to Chu Jun. Only, woo-wee-oh-yeah. But on the other side, the human-faced Moth that was knocked to the ground couldn't help but cry out loudly. The sound was so loud that it was no different from that of a little girl crying bitterly. And, I'm going to tell Mom. I want you, my mother, to let the dogs bite me. Forehead. Things seem to be getting serious. Looking at the human-faced Moth lying on the ground and crying loudly, Chu Jun felt for a moment that it was not a good thing to install human genes in such a strange beast. Because they will complain. Considering that Clare possessed the mind whip, Chu Jun reached out and picked up the human-faced Moth, holding it in his arms and comforting it gently. Okay, stop crying. Let's do this. As long as you don't tell your mother, how about I agree to one of your requests? Since the intelligence of the human-faced Moth is still at the childhood stage, Chu Jun used the best method that adults use to treat crying children without hesitation. That's bribery. Really? The human-faced Moth, with tears rubbing its face, looked at Chu Jun's face and said, Real? Then I want 20 Star Empire points. So simple? Chu Jun's eyes jumped, and he immediately agreed. I'll give you 50. Well, from this point of view, Chu Jun is indeed not suitable to be a businessman. I don't want 50, I just want 30. I saw something in the store just now, and I want to buy it. Okay. Seeing that the other party was so stubborn, Chu Jun nodded. The human-faced Moth quickly stopped crying and flew beside Chu Jun with a smile on its face. It seemed that she was not really that scared. After entering the laboratory area, Chu Jun said to the human-faced Moth, I'm going to do an experiment. You can play by yourself in this laboratory first. I'll call you when the results of my experiment come out. Hearing Chu Jun say this, the human-faced Moth firmly opposed at first and said that it wanted to watch Chu Jun do the experiment. But after 10 minutes, she felt bored and flew out of the laboratory to play with the knife worms that could no longer attack her in any way. As for Chu Jun, he put all his attention on the experiment in front of him. Clare said there is a psychic connection between the individuals. Then the purpose of my initial experiment is to first test whether the psychic connection between them is universal or only possessed by certain unique individuals. After saying that, Chu Jun took out dozens of parasites with the help of a robotic arm and used them as samples to conduct experiments on psychic connection. Soon, Chu Jun came to a conclusion. That is, these white, pork tapeworm-like parasites, each of which has a psychic connection. Moreover, during the testing process, Chu Jun also discovered that the psychic connection between these parasites seemed to continue to grow as their numbers increased. In other words, they seemed to be able to amplify each other's psychic energy, allowing their own psychic energy to radiate farther until the number grows to an upper limit. Interesting ability. If this ability is added to the group of knife worms I have in Little Hungry, then these knife worms will have similar characteristics to this parasite. And what's more, Chu Jun suddenly thought of something. That is the early stage of Little Hunger, which is itself a parasitic form. In other words, the ability of the White Death can be directly installed on Little Hungry after slight changes. Secondly, this characteristic of psychic amplification, once universally installed on each knife worm, the genes of these knife worms will greatly extend the command chain of Little Hungry because of the emergence of this ability. Just do it. Taking advantage of the fact that he had enough materials on hand, Chu Jun directly picked up a small piece of White Death parasite tissue and began to analyze it using his ultimate evolution system. Only, when Chu Jun saw the complete genetic sequence of the parasite, he was stunned. How is this possible? At this moment, he actually discovered a very deep secret hidden in the body of this parasite. And this secret also explains why this parasite has behaved like this in the past. Chapter 74: Artificial Genes and Big Bad Things. How is this possible? The White Death, a parasite, is actually man-made. Looking at the White Death gene displayed in the ultimate evolution system, Chu Jun's face immediately became serious. The reason why he was so shocked was entirely because the genetic sequence of the White Death at this time had far exceeded the scope of those ordinary beasts. Even the genetic sequence of this parasite is not something that ordinary beastmasters can design. First of all, the genes of these White Death gods, although the same as the gene sequences of ordinary monsters, are equally messy. They look like the creation of nature, a kind of monster that evolved on its own. But this is just a disguise to deceive the world. But this level of disguise can only deceive the world, but cannot deceive Chu Jun, who possesses the ultimate evolution system. With the help of the ultimate evolution system, the White Death gene sequence in front of Chu Jun had no secrets at all. And the carefully designed genetic sequences hidden under its disguise are extremely obvious. Here, and here. Among the vast genetic sequence, Chu Jun easily found 3 genetic fragments that were obviously artificially modified. Although these 3 gene fragments are independent of each other and are fused at different positions in the gene sequence, Chu Jun can see at a glance that if these 3 gene fragments are fused together, they will become a powerful gene that allows creatures of the White Reaper's level to possess weak spiritual power. After seeing this, Chu Jun first combined these 3 powerful genes and put their combination into his ultimate evolution system. Immediately afterwards, Chu Jun continued to search for more of these artificially modified genes in the White Death gene sequence. Sure enough, more and more gene fragments began to be selected by Chu Jun one by one. Among these, the abilities of many gene fragments are already known to Chu Jun. For example, there are gene fragments that can make ordinary organisms grow rapidly in size, and there are gene fragments that allow the White Death parasites to increase their psychic powers as their numbers increase. Chu Jun collected all these gene fragments into his ultimate evolution system and planned to share this ability with Little Hungry and the knife worms. However, although Chu Jun recognized the functions of these gene fragments, there were still a few gene fragments left that left Chu Jun a little confused. Because among the remaining gene fragments, the function of one gene fragment is to enable the White Death to have the ability to fuse with certain organisms and transform them. Chu Jun had never seen this so-called biological fusion on any individual White Death. Therefore, even Chu Jun himself did not understand the manifestation of this ability. He could not directly see the expression effect of this gene based on this gene. But it's not a big problem, because Chu Jun already had a plan. Later, he would take out a few small exotic creatures and use them as experimental subjects for testing this gene. But this is just one of them. In addition to this genetic fragment that Chu Jun did not understand, there was another genetic fragment in the genetic fragment of the White Death that Chu Jun did not understand. Because the function of this gene fragment is to cause some extremely rare tumors to grow in the body of the organism parasitized by the White Death. Moreover, this gene fragment also possesses some extremely strong selectivity. This selectivity also means that before the hosts that the White Death inhabits grow to a certain size, these hosts will not grow any white tumors. However, Once they reach a certain critical point, the white tumor will grow rapidly from their bodies and eventually become more and more. But if it was just a tumor, Chu Jun would not attach so much importance to this gene fragment. The reason why he cared about this gene fragment was that the ability of this gene fragment was to simply continue to amplify the psychic power of the white death parasite. So, to put it bluntly, such gene fragments are repeated. But as mentioned before, these gene fragments selected by Chu Jun were all artificially created. Chu Jun didn't believe that a guy with such ability would allow such a gene fragment with obvious repeated functions to appear in the gene sequence of the White Reaper. So, what secret is this guy hiding? And why would he do that? Why did he attack Sangnan University? Chu Jun looked at the white Grim Reapers on the test bench with a serious expression. But just when Chu Jun was still thinking, he suddenly received a call from Pang Bo. As soon as he answered the phone, Chu Jun heard the fat man's panicked voice. "Brother Chu, something terrible has happened. Those mining beasts you treated earlier have genetic problems again. And they've mutated more severely than last time." Chapter 75 Leading Research and New Discoveries. How is that possible? When Chu Jun heard Pang Bo say this, his first reaction was, how is it possible? He was very clear about one thing, that is, he had definitely cured these mining beasts at that time, without exception. After all, the genetic sequence of each of them was repaired by Chu Jun himself. But within a few days, Pangwa said that this situation occurred again. So the king of Chu was extremely suspicious, wondering if Pang Bo had made a mistake or something. After all, even if these mining beasts were exposed to radiation or drugs, they wouldn't mutate so quickly. But facing the order of King Chu, Pang Bo said on the phone, "Brother Chu, I'm really not kidding. How about this? I'll pick you up tomorrow at noon, and we'll go to the mining area together to take a look. Please, Brother Chu, this matter is really important. I am the main guarantor of this mine." Faced with Pangwa's words, Chu Jun hesitated for a while and finally chose to agree. After all, it is still night time, and one night is enough for Chu Jun to continue his research. Moreover, during the day of the next day, Chu Jun had nothing else to do except returning to his rental house to take away the white tumor sample. Therefore, in order to save the life of his future partner, Chu Jun decided to go to the mine to see what was going on. After figuring this out, Chu Jun continued his experiment. But at this time, Chu Jun remembered that the human-faced Moth seemed to have given him a miniature storage device. He put the storage device into the computer and examined it carefully. Sure enough, after opening the storage device and reading the contents inside, Chu Jun immediately felt fortunate that he had not looked at the contents in advance. Because what is recorded in this device are all first-hand research data on the white death parasite that Clare stole from somewhere. Moreover, these so-called first-hand information are completely invalid and useless. Because this is first-hand information, and it is information before the White Reaper attacked the city center and Sangnan University. At this time, this elite scientific research team was unable to fully analyze the genetic samples of the White Death. Such analysis speed makes them far inferior to Chu Jun, who has the ultimate evolution system. After all, Chu Jun's system only takes a short time to understand all the secrets in the other party's genetic sequence. So after casually flipping through a few sentences, Chu Jun began to read quickly. He wanted to take a quick look to see if these elite researchers could find some details that he had not noticed. But unfortunately, when Chu Jun turned to the end, he didn't see what he wanted to see. So Chu Jun directly closed the document and chose to continue his experiment. However, before closing the document, Chu Jun noticed that Li Nan, the professor who wanted to dissuade him, actually concluded that he suspected that the White Reaper parasite was not a naturally mutated species of beast. From this point of view, it is not undeserved that Li Nan can be called the pride of Sangnan University. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Chu Jun, with a tired look on his face, summarized some of his experimental results from last night, and then very casually copied them into the micro-storage device given by the human-faced Moth. Then, while eating the bread given by Mrs. Chandler, he went to wake up the human-faced Moth that had been playing crazy all night. However, when Chu Jun really found the human-faced Moth, he saw it helplessly. The human-faced Moth, which was frightened by the small knife worms last night, is now playing with those ferocious knife worms. At this moment, she was lying on her back, sleeping soundly on a row of knife bugs. "Wake up, it's already morning." While waking up the human-faced Moth, Chu Jun handed the micro-storage device to it. "Let's go have breakfast, and then go back to school together. When you get to school, go find your mother, and I'll go to the database." The sleepy-eyed human-faced Moth shook his head as he took back the storage device. "No, you can't go back now." "Why?" Chu Jun frowned and asked in confusion. Have you forgotten that you have to give me 30 Shanghai Empire points and help me buy something with these points? Children have really good memories, especially in this area. Okay, I'll take you to buy it. But you haven't told me which store you're going to buy it from. Although Chu Jun didn't like wasting time, he was also a man who kept his promises, so he did not refuse the request of the little man Moth. I can't read, but I remember which store it is. I know the way. I'll take you there. Because that store is the only one that feeds the monsters with human flesh. Puff. Chu Jun, who was drinking water, spit it out. What is going on? Chapter 76, Honest Man's Shop. At the intersection of Ant Street and Dog Harbor, countless people who had just awakened from Ant Street walked towards the port with tired looks on their faces. Everyone's face was filled with fatigue and indifference. A life full of suffering has numbed their nerves. But even so, they still walked towards the port with firm steps. After all, whether they could get their salary today would directly determine whether they and their families would have food to eat tonight. But Chu Jun in the shadow did not care about these ordinary people at this time. His eyes were fixed on a grocery store called Honest Man in front of him, without moving. Chu Jun, who was standing in the shadows, asked the human-faced Moth beside him with a serious face. Are you sure this is the store? Yes, that's the store. The human-faced Moth said excitedly. It was in this store that I saw the most beautiful necklace in the world. Quick, let's buy the most beautiful necklace. Is the most beautiful necklace in the world only worth 30 Star Empire points? Faced with the childish words of the human-faced Moth, Chu Jun smiled bitterly helplessly. But the next second, Chu Jun shook his head. No, I'm not asking you about the necklace. I'm asking you, are you sure this store is using humans to feed the beasts? Yes. The human-faced Moth said firmly. Do you remember last night, when you and I went to the laboratory, you ignored me and let me fly freely in stealth mode? I was attracted to this store by the necklace, and then I heard a faint sound that you can't hear. It was this sound that made me believe that the owner of this store was feeding the beasts with humans. Hearing this, Chu Jun nodded. Indeed, this human-faced Moth, which has been genetically modified by humans and alien beasts, has this function, and it also has another function. That is the recording and playback function. Then play the one you heard first. Seeing Chu Jun gave his orders. The human-faced Moth expanded its deformed mouth parts directly, and then a voice was played. And she imitated two different male voices almost perfectly. Unknown Man 1. Please, let me go. I'm willing to do anything. Unknown Man 2. Haha, how can I let you go? Unknown Man 2. My little cutie, he's been hungry for 3 whole days. He's already lost his mind due to hunger. In this situation, how could I let you go? And if you hadn't been greedy and broke into my warehouse, how could I have caught you? The growl of an unknown creature. Unknown Man 2. Oh, look, my little cutie is out of the cage. How about it? Isn't she beautiful? Unknown Man 1. The sound of an unknown creature chewing. After listening to the recording of the human-faced Moth, Chu Jun's eyes became sharp. At the same time, the 2 knife bugs in his handbag felt the change in Chu Jun's mood and became a little uneasy. It's not that Chu Jun doesn't believe what the human-faced Moth said, it's just, the guy he saw through the window was just an extremely skinny old man. He couldn't believe that there was such a perverted killer on the street where he lived and near his laboratory. Moreover, this guy just opened his shop on the street in a swaggering manner. Thinking of this, Chu Jun whispered a reminder to the human-faced Moth to be careful about hiding, and then walked towards the honest man's grocery store with her. Ding-ling-ling. Accompanied by the pleasant sound of wind chimes, Chu Jun and the human-faced Moth walked into the honest man's shop together. In fact, to some extent, Chu Jun regarded the East Street where he was born as his own territory. This territorial awareness is also common among some insects. Although these insects may not care, some creatures different from themselves may pass through or even settle in their territory. But the problem is that once a situation occurs, the insects will never tolerate it. And this is the case when a threatening enemy appears in their territory. In this situation, insects with a sense of territory will launch a desperate attack on the enemy, until one of them falls. Hello, what would you like to order? A skinny old man smiled at Chu Jun, and his voice was exactly the same as that of the unknown man in the recording played by the human-faced Moth. Chu Jun's eyes met with the other parties. Chapter 77 Abnormalities in the Basement. Just take a look. After Chu Jun said this to the skinny old man, he went directly to a shelf behind the shop at the urging of the human-faced Moth. During this process, Chu Jun also secretly figured out the internal structure of the Honest Man's store. The Honest Man's store is a rundown store located on a street corner. Like other stores, it has elements unique to Ant Street. Two glass windows that have turned yellow after who knows how many years, a dozen shelves with cockroaches and rats crawling around, a creaking floor, and countless cheap, but equally poor quality goods. When passing the fourth and fifth rows, Chu Jun shifted his gaze slightly and looked at the end of the shelf. There, a door leading to the basement was firmly blocked by several huge steel chains. This scene was as if the area led by the door of this basement was a horrible hell called the Abyss. Seeing this scene, Chu Jun didn't say much, but walked straight to the last row of the shelves. On the last row of shelves, the human-faced Moth spoke in a low but extremely excited voice. That's it. That's it. The most beautiful necklace in the world. Chu Jun followed the other party's guidance and saw the most beautiful necklace in the world. The next second, a smile appeared on Chu Jun's face. As expected, the human-faced Moth is just a child. The most beautiful necklace she mentioned is actually just a necklace with a golden butterfly shape. Looking at the lifelike butterfly on the necklace, Chu Jun also guessed what the human-faced Moth was thinking. After taking the necklace in silence, Chu Jun picked up a dozen bags of snacks that cost less than 1-star Sea Empire point. Although these snacks are cheap and not very hygienic, they are very delicious in Chu Jun's memory. In this way, Chu Jun took the things he bought, came to the honest man's store, and chose to pay. However, before paying, Chu Jun still asked the Moth to fly quietly to the door of the basement to try to see if it could record some important sounds. Of course, he also took this opportunity to take a good look at the owner of the honest shop. This is a skinny, even withered old man. He was wearing a workman's hat that hadn't been washed in who knows how many years, and a gray work jacket that was so big it didn't fit him well, covering his skinny body. His facial features were as shriveled as his body, but Chu Jun noticed that the old man had a pair of extremely bright eyes. A total of 42-star Empire points. Good. After paying the money, Chu Jun turned around and was about to leave the honest man's store. But at this moment, you're Chu Jun, right? Suddenly, the old man spoke to Chu Jun's back. In just a moment, the two knife bugs in Chu Jun's handbag silently bared their fangs. It seems that as long as Chu Jun gives an order, these two knife bugs will rush over without hesitation and tear this shriveled old man into pieces. You know me. I don't think I've been to your store. Hearing Chu Jun say this, the old man's shriveled face revealed an equally dry and ugly smile. I know, but I still know you. The owner of the honest shop said to Chu Jun. You are the pride of our Ant Street. Besides, you and Pombo are the kind of people who can't wait to break away from Ant Street as soon as they pass the exam. You are the real pride of our Ant Street. After all, Mrs. Chandler, I hear you speak highly of me every day. She's a regular here. Oh, and if you see her, remember to tell her that I, Old Burns from the honest store, send my regards to her. Yes, I will. After a few casual greetings, Chu Jun walked out of the honest man's store. The two knife bugs in his handbag also calmed down again. But just as Chu Jun left, the expression of Pence, the owner of the honest man's store, immediately changed. A ferocious expression appeared on his wrinkled face, and his originally bright eyes became extremely gloomy and fierce. What did you just say? At the same time, an indescribable strange sound came from below the honest man's shop. Have you spotted me yet? Don't worry, my baby. You'll be fine. Absolutely not. No one can disturb you. Chapter 78 Robert the Senator and the New Test. Did you record any sound? After leaving the honest man's shop, Chu Jun immediately asked the human-faced Moth. The human-faced Moth was also very obedient and played her recording directly. But unfortunately, the sound played by the human-faced Moth is completely meaningless noise. There is nothing valuable in it. Hearing this, Chu Jun had no choice but to get on the subway with the other party and head towards Tsangnan University. In the subway, on the public television, news related to yesterday's White Death attack was being broadcast. Hello, citizens of Tsangnan City. This morning, Mr. Robert, the city councilor of Tsangnan City, gave a speech. He said that the attack that took place yesterday was unacceptable, regrettable, and also. The host spoke seriously about the content of Congressman Robert's speech today, while the civilians around Chu Jun showed disdainful expressions. Robert is a damn idiot. He is just a stupid pig. I really don't understand how he can be elected as a senator. Is there even a need to ask? This damn bastard must have used his money to accomplish all this. Have you forgotten how rich this guy is? What's wrong with being rich? He didn't earn it in an honest way. Wasn't it revealed last year that the company under this guy was involved in human experiments in the neighboring city? It seems that this guy named Robert, in addition to being a congressman, is also a business owner. Moreover, this guy is actually involved in human experiments? It seems like there's a lot of energy behind him. Chu Jun thought, so while continuing to watch the news. The second half of the news is basically an interview with Congressman Robert, but there is one point that deserves Chu Jun's attention. At the end of the news, Robert's Health Paradise Company will be responsible for the infected people and provide them with adequate treatment for free. Health Paradise Inc. Isn't this the same company that was involved in human experiments? Looking at the short, fat businessman on the news, Chu Jun walked out of the subway. Just as he said yesterday, the aftermath of this disaster will continue to affect everyone. On the other hand, on the way to school, the human-faced Moth was in a very good mood. It was obvious that after getting what she wanted, she was no different from a satisfied child. She kept humming beside Chu Jun along the way and was very satisfied with the necklace she got. However, after arriving at school, the human-faced Moth immediately rushed towards home excitedly as soon as it landed. It seems that she can't wait to show off her achievements to her sisters and mother. Chu Jun smiled and went straight to the cafeteria. Although Chu Jun had already eaten a piece of bread and a dozen packets of snacks, he was still extremely hungry at this time. After finishing 6 buns, 2 eggs, and a bowl of porridge, Chu Jun's hunger was finally relieved. Then, the satisfied Chu Jun started walking towards the temporary public breeding room of Sangnan University with the 2 knife worms in his handbag. Because of the public breeding room of Sangnan University, all the exotic beasts in the breeding room were destroyed yesterday. Therefore, in order to take care of these students who lost their exotic beasts as much as possible, Sangnan University specially opened a new temporary breeding room. And it was because of this that Chu Jun came to school early in the morning. Sure enough, when Chu Jun walked into this temporary training room, he was shocked to find that there was not a single student in the entire temporary training room. But this is not difficult to understand. After all, after their hard work was destroyed, these students needed some time to recreate their own exotic beasts. Seeing this empty exotic beast cultivation device filled with expensive culture fluid, Chu Jun couldn't help but smile. He threw the 2 knife worms he brought into a device without hesitation and then let them grow rapidly. Since these 2 knife worms are in their juvenile stage, they are only the size of an ordinary person's calf at this time. But after being nourished by the culture medium, the 2 hungry little creatures immediately began to grow rapidly. If nothing goes wrong, these 2 little guys will soon grow to the size of adult horned wolves by the afternoon. However, in addition to helping these 2 little guys grow up quickly, Chu Jun came to Sangnan University for another purpose. That is, he planned to use his psychic talent, that is, the ability to distort genes, to allow these 2 knife worms to complete their mutation. After all, in Chu Jun's design, these 2 knife worms, like Little Hungry, also have the ability to grow infinitely. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun extended his spiritual power to the 2 knife worms. Chapter 79 New Knife Worm Variants. I did it. Sure enough, knife worms with simple gene sequences are prone to genetic mutation. After several hours of continuous efforts, Chu Jun, who had a splitting headache, looked at the 2 petri dishes beside him and smiled with satisfaction. At this time, these 2 knife worms have become 2 completely different things under Chu Jun's gene distortion talent. No. To be precise, these 2 knife worms, and the rest of the knife worms, can be said to have become 3 different existences with different characteristics, but they all belong to the knife worm branch. The first knife worm next to Chu Jun had its leg and back genes modified under Chu Jun's various operations. The muscles in these 2 positions become stronger. Moreover, Chu Jun also successfully transformed the 2 sharp claws on both sides of the knife worm, which were used to tear apart the enemies, into claws with light green wings. Despite the knife worm's weight and its 2 wings and sharp claws, it is simply unable to support its flight. However, such a change still allows the knife worm to float in the air for a short period of time, and driven by the strong muscles on its back and its wings, it can move to places that it could not originally reach. This is a knife worm branch that I designed specifically for a specific scenario. Although this design will weaken his offensive ability a little, it is worth it. The code name I gave her in the Zerg gene pool is Winged Knife Worm. After taking away part of the opponent's genetic sample, Chu Jun continued to look at another knife worm. The appearance of this knife worm at this time also underwent drastic changes. Because all parts of this knife worm, except for its eyes, had been mutated by Chu Jun into thick armor. These heavy armors copied from the strong rhinoceros have the ability to directly resist police and some military bullets. In addition, the size of this knife worm has also expanded by half. However, except for a small half of the increased volume which is armor, most of it is basically strong muscles specially developed by Chu Jun for this mutant knife worm. These strong muscles can ensure that this knife worm has a similar movement and supply speed as an ordinary knife worm without reducing its agility. Moreover, in order to ensure the survival of this knife worm, Chu Jun also cultivated a second heart deep in the chest cavity of this knife worm. In this way, even if this heavy-armored knifeworm encounters an attack on the heart, it will not die immediately, but will be powered by this second heart, allowing it to continue fighting. This branch of knifeworms is suitable for frontal battlefields. Once my enemies have firepower weapons such as guns, they can be used as shields by the other knife bugs to cover the other knife bugs behind them while they rush towards the enemy. And her code name in the Zerg gene pool is the Heavy Armor Bladeworm. Similarly, in order to preserve the mutated characteristics of this knifeworm, Chujun also collected the genetic sequence of this heavy-armored knifeworm and stored it. When Chujun returns to his laboratory, he will be able to store these extremely important knifeworm mutant genes into Little Hungry's body. If Chujun needs it, he can use these gene sequences to create more mutated knifeworms at any time. After completing the transformation of the two knifeworms, Chujun went straight to the library of Tsongnan University and began to read materials in order to increase his understanding of this world. By the way, he was also waiting for these two mutant knifeworms to eat the free culture medium in the temporary public breeding room of Tsongnan University. After all, thriftiness is the greatest virtue of the Zerg, isn't it? Just like that, at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chujun received a call from Pang Bo. He has driven to Tsongnan University and is ready to take Chujun and his uncle to take a look at the mining area contracted to save those expensive mining beasts. However, when Pang Bo helped Chujun move the two mutant knifeworms to his car, Pang Bo never imagined that Chujun would give him an extremely terrifying clue. That is, in the honest man's store, that is, in old Pince's basement, there is a strange beast that is fed with human flesh and blood. After hearing the news, Pang Bo was frightened to death. Are you sure? After Chujun expressed his affirmation, Pang Bo immediately became very nervous. If that's what you mean, a thief did go missing from our gang a few days ago. In that case, I will quickly tell this news to Boss Jack. After all, the Jack Gang is our Jack Gang's territory. But the next second, Pang Bo said with gritted teeth, "Damn it. This kind of thing actually happened in the place where we are Jack Gang. It would be nice if we could have our own spies. Damn, now that we have our own spies, we can monitor this place at any time." Wait, what did you say? Suddenly, Chujun was stunned. Forehead. I said it would be nice if we could have our own spies. What's wrong, Brother Chu? A smile appeared on Chujun's face. Nothing. I just had a good idea. Just give me 10 minutes. After saying that, Chujun turned around and returned to the temporary cultivation room of Tsongnan University. He wants to breed a new Zerg creature. A Zerg creature that can solve the current intelligence shortage of Chujun and Pang Bo. Chapter 80. Message Bugs in the Deep Mines. When Chujun walked back into the temporary breeding room, Pang Bo immediately followed. There was no way. He didn't want to sit in the same vehicle with two scary-looking knife bugs. However, at this time, he was surprised to find that Chujun had already taken out a universal embryo and placed it in the culture dish. It seems that he wants to cultivate a new exotic beast. After seeing this scene, Pang Bo immediately dissuaded Chujun. Brother Chu, don't we have something to do this afternoon? You are still researching new exotic beasts. Isn't that a waste of time? We still have precious mineral beasts that need to be rescued. That's all money, our money. But Chujun just shook his head and said calmly, "No hurry, just give me 10 minutes. After hearing what Chujun said, Pang Bo was helpless. Not daring to offend Chujun, he could only silently walk out of the temporary breeding room, light a cigarette and silently wait for Chujun to finish. But a scene that made him unbelievable appeared. 10 minutes later, Chujun, holding a container in his arms, walked out of the temporary breeding room and said to Pang Bo, "Okay, let's get in the car. To the mines." After seeing Chujun coming out, Pang Bo's face was full of disbelief. Brother Chu, is this the end? Otherwise. Chujun, who had already sat in the passenger seat, patted the container in his arms and said calmly. After starting the car, Pang Bo felt more and more puzzled and asked Chujun, "Brother Chu, what on earth did you do in these 10 minutes? No hurry. Wait 5 minutes and you'll understand." Looking at the mysterious Chujun, Pang Bo started the car reluctantly. However, 5 minutes later, Pang Bo discovered with horror. Chujun beside him actually opened the container in his hand and released one after another from it. Big gray moth. These moths are incredibly large, each one is at least 30 centimeters long, and their abdomens are extremely swollen. Moreover, these moths actually have some kind of camouflage function similar to that of chameleons. Once they approach certain areas, they are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Grass. What is this thing? Brother Chu, throw this thing out. Hearing what Pang Bo said, Chujun smiled and spoke calmly. Don't worry, Pang Bo, this thing won't hurt you. Because these little cuties are all Zerg beasts that I cultivated. Their name in the Zerg project is Message Bugs. These, little cuties. Pang Bo's body couldn't help but tremble. It has to be said that in terms of pathology, Chujun is definitely far beyond Pang Bo's understanding. You trained them. For what? Collecting intelligence, of course. Chu Jun said with a smile. What you see are all things I have modified and designed using the genes of a certain moth. However, compared to the original redundant and complicated genes, I have simplified this gene sufficiently and enhanced their reproductive ability. As long as we release them near Ant Street, they can reproduce and monitor the entire block in about 3 days. And each of them has the ability to monitor and eavesdrop. As long as I extend my spiritual power, I can retrieve the information I need in a timely manner from their organs that store sounds and images. Of course, what Chu Jun didn't say was, these moths are also endowed with the psychic genes of the White Death. That's why the King of Chu could do this easily. These moths have psychic connections with each other, so even if one moth dies, she can provide information in her own way before she encounters danger and dies. However, while Chu Jun was still talking about his new creation, Panghua, who was still driving next to him, opened his mouth wide and listened to Chu Jun's explanation in disbelief. Finally, Panghua couldn't bear it anymore. He asked Chu Jun cautiously, Brother Chu, are you sure? Is this something you made in 10 minutes? Of course. What's the matter? Chu Jun looked at Pang Bo with confusion, wondering why the other party asked this. Oh no. Nothing. Panghua said with a twitching eye. I just have some doubts. Are you still truly a human being? Accompanied by the roar of the car, the two finally arrived at the Long Mist mine in the afternoon. However, as soon as he arrived at the mine, Chu Jun smelled a pungent smell. The two knife bugs in Panghua's car suddenly opened their eyes and looked into the depths of the mine. There. It seems that something is posing a hidden but real threat to the arrival of Chu Jun and others. Chapter 81 The Untreatable Mind Beast. Quiet. After sensing the restlessness of the two knife bugs, Chu Jun's brows furrowed. But then he used his spiritual power to calm the two knife bugs and prevent them from acting rashly. This is true even if they feel a real threat. Then, after successfully pacifying the two knife worms, Chu Jun slowly opened the container that imprisoned the two strange beasts. Since Chu Jun was not yet a registered beast master, he could only release these two exotic beasts in such private occasions. Seeing these two grown-up knife worms trotting past Chu Jun to provide guard, Pang Bo's eyes couldn't help but light up, and he said to Chu Jun, I see. Brother Chu, you brought these two knife bugs here to serve as bodyguards for us. But Chu Jun said indifferently, It's not us two. It was me. For these two little guys, protecting myself is already the limit at the moment. After saying that, under the protection of the two knife worms, Chu Jun walked towards the area where the mining beasts were. Well, seeing Chu Jun being so indifferent, in the darkness around the mine, Pang Bo couldn't help but shiver, and then quickly caught up with Chu Jun. Of course, in order to enjoy the protection of these two knife bugs, Panghua did not hesitate to become Chu Jun's follower and followed him closely. Uncle, here we come. As soon as Panghua pushed open the door to the rest area for the miners, he immediately started yelling at the top of his voice. Then, a man who was much shorter and fatter than Panghua came up enthusiastically. Nephew, you are finally here with your friends. Hello, Mr. Chu, please take a quick look at these precious mineral beasts. As the guy who cured the mining beast last time, Panghua's uncle, he had an extremely deep impression of Chu Jun. After all, in the entire Starcy Empire, there are really not many people who can save genetically collapsed beasts as easily as Chu Jun. Chu Jun also nodded. Without saying anything else, he directly opened the containers that held the mining beasts and began to use his ultimate evolution system to detect the genetic sequence status of these mining beasts. This inspection is not a big deal. After the inspection, Chu Jun spoke directly. This mining beast is beyond saving. Its core gene sequence has been completely shattered. If nothing unexpected happens, this mining beast will die in 3 days. Even if I take action and repair its genetic sequence, its injuries are not enough for it to survive. The moment he heard this, Pablo's face turned green. The uncle next to him had a similar expression. However, at this moment, Chu Jun was calmly watching Panghua's uncle through the glass of the experimental container. He was thinking about something. Then, the second one, the third one. Sure enough, just as Panghua said, the pollution encountered by these miners this time was much more serious than the last time. This time, even Chu Jun gave up rescuing these mining beasts. Because it's not necessary. Uncle, what is going on? After seeing that Chu Jun sentenced all the mining beasts to death, Panghua shouted angrily at his uncle. Didn't I tell you not to let the miners go to mine number 173 anymore? Why didn't you listen? Facing Panghua's order, Panghua's uncle nervously explained to Panghua and Chu Jun. I really didn't. After you left last time, I never let these mining beasts go to that polluted mining area again. Perhaps, just as Mr. Chu said, the pollution in the number 173 mine has overflowed. My nephew, I am really sorry for you. After all these mining beasts are dead, we should quickly sell this cursed mining area. Otherwise, this mine will lose money every day. The sooner we sell, the less we lose. Hearing what his uncle said, Manhwa sat down with a plop in pain. It's over. It's all over. As your loan guarantor, I don't know how much I have to pay this time. My car, my house, my savings, I can't keep them all. Looking at Pangbo, who looked dead and almost crying, Chujun coughed lightly. Ahem. Actually, I think this mining area is not worth selling at a low price. What? When Pangbo heard Chujun speak, he stood up from the ground with a start. Brother Chu, do you still have a way to save her? Chujun sneered, and then he looked at Pangbo's uncle with an extremely cold look. Of course. After all, the radiation pollution these mining beasts have suffered is all caused by humans. Chapter 82, Betrayal of Family Members. You, what did you say? When Pangbo heard what Chujun said, he was immediately confused. And Pangbo's uncle was also shocked. He ignored Chujun's cold eyes and said with a guilty conscience. Yes, Mr. Chu, what do you mean? What do you mean the cause of death of these mining beasts is man-made? Seeing that the other party was still playing dumb, Chujun sneered. There is no such thing as standard spillover when it comes to radiation. To be more precise, the radiation spillover is definitely not a uniform existence. After all, radiation is restricted by the environment. But these mine beasts of yours are completely different. Chujun pointed at the miners that were on the verge of death and said, the radiation they experienced, both in terms of timing and severity, was too uniform. If you're saying that it was the radiation leaking out of mine number 173 that caused these mine beasts to become sick, then this excuse is clearly untenable. After hearing this, Pangbo's uncle's face suddenly changed and he became extremely frightened. Then, he pointed his trembling finger behind Pangbo and Chujun. It was as if there was some terrifying monster behind these two people. Pangbo was influenced by his uncle and immediately turned his head to look behind him. When he turned around, he was surprised to find that there was nothing behind him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Pangbo's uncle immediately ran away, trying to escape from here. But unfortunately, with its short legs and fat body, there was no way it could possibly outrun the knife worm that Chujun had specially bred. Chujun, who was not deceived by the other party, used his spiritual power to issue orders without hesitation, directly causing the two knife worms to mutate and pounce on Pangbo's uncle. Oh my god! Seeing the two knife bugs that pounced on him, Pangbo's uncle immediately peed himself on the ground in fear. There is no way. The two knife worms created by Chujun are extremely close to the psychological limits of humans in terms of appearance and behavior habits. Therefore, even a well-trained soldier would feel fear when being knocked down by these two knife bugs, not to mention a lazy loser like Uncle Pangbo. So, after being knocked down by the two knife bugs, before Chujun could speak, the old fat man spoke first. I say, I'll tell you everything. Just get these two monsters off me. This extremely weak attitude, accompanied by this guy's deadly sharp voice, made Chujun feel speechless. However, for Pangbo's sake, Chujun still let this guy stand up from the ground and told Chujun and others what he knew. It turned out that Pangbo's uncle owed a large gambling debt from a casino called Good Luck Dog a few months ago. The gambling debt was so huge that Pangbo's uncle could not pay it off no matter what. So, with no other options left, he was forced to accept a proposal from the casino across the street. The proposal was that he had to get a loan from Jack's gang and then take over the mining area. However, the real purpose of those people was not to let Pangbo's uncle take over the mining area, but to let him use the death of mining beasts to defraud the mining beast company's insurance business after taking over the mining area. Hearing this, Pangbo rushed over and kicked his uncle in the face. Damn it, didn't you tell me at the time that you didn't have money to buy insurance? You bastard, you actually dared to lie to me. Besides, you dared to keep all the insurance money for yourself. I'm going to kill you. Pangbo, with a red face and thick neck, gave his orders to the two knife bugs fiercely. Knifeworm, come on, bite him to death. Sadly, faced with Pangbo's order, the two knife bugs just rolled their eyes and showed no intention of paying any attention. I see. On the other hand, Chujun, who was not interested in the conflict between the uncle and nephew, asked them, but I still don't understand how you allowed so many mining beasts to be contaminated by radiation? In response to Chujun's question, Pangbo's uncle gave his own answer. The owner of the Lucky Dog Casino gave me a beast that is almost immune to radiation, and also gave me several pieces of, or with a lot of radiation. And it was by using this method that I was able to defraud Shanghai Mining Company and get the insurance money. The uncle, who was beaten black and blue by Pangbo, said helplessly, Damn it, do you know that for this mine, I mortgaged my house and car, and even my savings? You are my relative. Why did you betray me? After hearing all this, Pangbo became even angrier. But soon, he faced the reality and said to Chujun, Brother Chu, what should we do now? Looking at the huge mining area in front of him without any mining beasts, Chujun smiled. Don't worry, I have a good idea. A really great idea. Chapter 83 Attempt and Capture. Brother Chu, do you have any good ideas? Hearing that Chu Jun had a good idea, Pang Bo also became interested. However, after listening to Chu Jun's story, he quickly lost interest. Because, let's contract this mining area, Chu Jun said to Pang Bo with a smile. Well, Pang Bo sighed and said to Chu Jun helplessly, Brother Chu, I'm already in this situation. Please stop joking. All our mining beasts are dead. Do you know how much it costs to buy a new batch of mining beasts? Besides, do you know that when the new mining beasts arrive, even if we want to mine, we won't be able to make a quick profit with the cash we have on hand? Not to mention. Faced with Pangbo's careful calculations, Chu Jun smiled. He patted the fat man on the shoulder and spoke seriously. Pangbo, trust me. We don't need to buy mining beasts. We produce our own mining beasts, no mining bugs. When speaking of the word mining bugs, Chu Jun became visibly excited. Because when he was extremely short of money, he wanted to breed mining worms to create a group of cute little creatures that could create a lot of wealth for him. What's more important is that the mining area where Chu Jun is located has already been contracted by Panghua and his uncle. So the king of Chu just needs to convince Pang Bo to agree. Then he can completely realize his plan. Facing such a confident Lord Chu, Pang Bo was alert. Cultivate mining bugs yourself? Will this work? Brother Chu, I'm not doubting you or anything like that. I just think it's better to buy things like mining beasts produced by big companies. Although it's a little more expensive, the quality is guaranteed. Absolutely no problem. Chu Jun said seriously. I will be able to show you the finished mining worm samples tomorrow morning. If you think it's not possible, you can deal with the mine later. How? After hearing what Chu Jun said, Pang Bo, who had invested all his fortune in this mine, hesitated. At this point, even if he quickly sold the contract for the mine, he would still suffer a huge loss, but he would not go bankrupt. However, if Chu Jun succeeds, he may make a lot of money. On the contrary, if the king of Chu failed, Pangbo's fate would definitely be miserable. He will change from a lively and active fat man to a quiet and dead fat man. Thinking of this, Pangbo gritted his teeth. Okay, I agree. Let's do it. Brother Chu, why don't you take a few samples of mining bugs and try it out tomorrow? If it doesn't work out, we will choose to sell the mine. It has to be said that under such pressure, Pang Bo still chose to believe Chu Jun. After all, he had witnessed Chu Jun's abilities with his own eyes. Good. Seeing that Pang Bo agreed with his idea, Chu Jun also showed a smug smile. After all, no matter what, in his swarm plan, his swarms always need the existence of mining bugs and worker bugs. And the current mine is undoubtedly the best experimental area. After confirming that you want to try it once, Panghua, who was about to take the ownership of the mine, gave his uncle a lot of Star Empire points at one time, and then bought out the ownership of the mine. It can be said that Panghua has done his utmost at this time. As for what will happen to his uncle in the future, that is no longer something he can control. This guy has already plotted against his own relatives. Now he can only rely on himself. Immediately following, at Chu Jun's request, Panghua drove with Chu Jun to the entrance of the mine and watched him put the two knife worm mutants into the mine. The purpose of their coming here was to capture the strange beast that was immune to radiation. Brother Chu, is this possible? Can two knife bugs really catch that guy who is immune to radiation? If it doesn't work, we can just find a beast hunter to kill the beast. There's no need to take risks. However, watching the two knife bugs disappear into the darkness, Panghua couldn't help but frown. But compared to him, Chu Jun was not nervous at all. He just looked into the darkness with deep eyes, and then spoke in an affirmative tone. Don't worry, my knife worm can definitely catch the other party. Besides, we must not attract the exotic beast hunters in this matter. Because if I'm not mistaken, this so-called radiation-immune beast must be a rare species smuggled illegally. Its genetic sequence is extremely important to me. As he was speaking, Chu Jun's psychic power suddenly indirectly received a psychic signal from the knife worm. They found each other. Chapter 84: Energy-Devouring Beasts and Smuggling Channels. We found that guy. As the message came from the psychic energy, Chu Jun looked into the darkness with his eyes lit up and shouted. At the same time, in the darkness of the mine, Panghua and Chu Jun both heard shrill screams and beast-like roars. They fought. No. Chu Jun shook his head and said lightly. They've already won. Oh. Before Panghua could react, Chu Jun's two knife insects had already arrived in front of the two men in the dark, dragging a bruised and battered corpse of a creature. When Panghua saw the appearance of this strange beast, he was also shocked. Because this strange beast that has turned into a corpse is actually a first-level psychic beast with strength above that of a horned wolf. This is a strange beast similar to a medium-sized lizard. Its body size is roughly similar to that of a Komodo dragon, but its limbs are much larger than those of a Komodo dragon. Moreover, there are a large number of luminous organs inside the body of this strange beast. These luminous organs continue to emit a faint light even after the other party dies. Can your two knife worms kill a first-level psychic beast? Strictly speaking, no. Chu Jun shook his head and pointed at the strange beast, of which only its corpse was left. However, this strange beast is an exception. Why? Because the name of this strange beast is the energy-devouring beast. Its attack capability is very weak, and its main means of killing can basically only rely on radiation. Moreover, the energy-devouring beast is a kind of exotic beast that is under the strictest management in our Qinghai Empire. It is strictly forbidden for civilians and ordinary commercial companies to import and smuggle it. Chu Jun squatted down and carefully observed the energy-devouring beast. At the same time, he took out the device he had prepared long ago and began to collect the other party's genetic sequence. The biggest special thing about the energy devourer is that it has almost absolute immunity to radiation. In addition, it can also swallow large amounts of radioactive ore, and then convert the radiation in the ore into the energy it needs to survive. This ability allows the energy-devouring beasts to be used as the engine of the Qinghai Empire's biological warships. As long as there are enough of them, they can even drive the entire biological warship. That's why the Qinghai Empire strictly controls the import and export of energy-devouring beasts. When he said this, a fanatical look appeared in Chu Jun's eyes. This kind of fanaticism made Manhwa feel terrified. God is above. Look at this guy. It is simply a miracle of biological evolution. I simply can't imagine how this little guy's ancestors evolved into this state. I had only seen some information about this little guy from the Tsangnan University database before. I didn't expect that when I really saw the whole picture of this guy, I was still deeply shocked by his beauty. I really want to go back soon and study the genetic sequence of this little thing carefully. Wait, if this thing is so dangerous. Compared to Chu Jun, who was caught up in the research frenzy, Pang Bo was the calmest one. He asked doubtfully, "How did the owner of the Lucky Dog Casino get this thing? Didn't I tell you that?" "Have no idea." Chu Jun shrugged his shoulders and said, "It should be smuggling. But I am more curious about who the owner of this Lucky Dog Casino is. He was able to smuggle this thing, which only means that there must be a safe smuggling channel behind him, and the scale of this smuggling channel is far beyond our imagination." Chu Jun began to analyze the intelligence. While treating the two knife worms that were contaminated by radiation, he spoke to Pang Bo beside him. "Pangbo, tomorrow I may have to focus all my attention on the research on the insect swarm and the energy-devouring beast. So, I need to give you a task, and you are responsible for completing it." "What mission?" For some reason, when Pang Bo heard that Chu Jun was going to assign him a task, he suddenly felt a creepy feeling. "I need you to go to the Lucky Dog Casino, find their boss, and communicate. Tell them that I am planning to cooperate with them, and ask them to help me smuggle some special genetic samples of exotic animals in. Because there are some exotic beasts that I particularly want, and they are absolutely illegal creatures in the Qinghai Empire." "What, are you crazy?" After listening to Chu Jun's story, Pang Bo could be said to totally disagree. Not to mention that we killed this precious energy-devouring beast. Just because we ruined his and my uncle's plans, how could he possibly cooperate with us? No, he will. Facing the extremely anxious Pang Bo, Chu Jun was very confident. If he doesn't agree, just give it to him. After saying that, Chu Jun took out a finger-sized container from his pocket and put it in Pangwa's hand. Believe me, he'll change his attitude. An evil smile slowly emerged on Chu Jun's face. Chapter 85, Double Bug Plan. "What is this?" Looking at the finger-sized container in front of him, Pangwa asked curiously. "Don't worry about it. If you believe me, you can just hand this thing over to that guy when the time comes." After saying that, Chu Jun started to deal with the corpse of the energy-devouring beast on his own, and immediately used his spiritual power to repair the genes of the two knife worms that were damaged by radiation. Then the two of them went their separate ways. Chu Jun was sent back to his laboratory on Ant Street by Pangwa, while Pangwa returned to the city center to continue handling his business. By the way, Pangwa is also responsible for going to the Fortune Dog Casino to complete the communication task assigned to him by Chu Jun. So these two people are quite busy at the moment. But even so, when the two men returned to Ant Street, they still deliberately passed by the honest man's store. Late at night, looking at the closed store, the two people sitting in the car fell into silence. It is obvious that both of them have a grudge against the honest man's shop, a place that feeds strange beasts with human flesh. It's just that what Chu Jun felt was annoyance, while Pang Bo felt fear. Tomorrow, I will report the abnormality of this place to Boss Jack. Pambwa lit a cigarette and took a long puff. Damn it, if anyone dares to start a war on Jack's territory, I will definitely demolish him. Although Pambwa didn't have the courage to deal with the other party himself, he still had the courage to ask others to raise this place, and it was very courageous. Yeah, good idea. As Chu Jun spoke, he opened the window and released the message bug he had created. Watching the big moths fly into the darkness one after another, Chu Jun used his spiritual power and successfully connected them. Now we have our own spies. Feeling that everything around him was under his control, Chu Jun smiled at Pang Bo. With these message bugs around, that fellow called Old Burns can't get away. Let's go. After returning to the private laboratory he rented, Chu Jun walked directly into the room where Xiao Hungry was. At this time, Xiao Hunger already knew that Chu Jun had returned through the psychic connection between the two. So at this moment, she was not only dancing excitedly in the petri dish, but also using her psychic power to control those knife worms to pose in a welcoming gesture with her. Seeing this scene, Chu Jun realized that Xiao Hungry's intelligence was improving rapidly. His previous work on modifying Little Hungry's brain had yielded initial results. So Chu Jun was quite happy. He let Little Hungry out of the vessel, patted her head, and then let her get familiar with this unfamiliar private laboratory. To some extent, this is equivalent to giving your pet some fresh air. After giving the other party the order not to cause damage, Chu Jun went to the experimental area on the lower level alone and started his new round of creation. This time, is it a worker insect? Also, my main need right now is to do mining. This is really troublesome. Standing in front of the exotic beast culture dish, Chu Jun had a worried look on his face. But don't get me wrong, the reason why Chu Jun is so worried is not because he has no ideas at the moment. Quite the opposite. The reason why Chu Jun was troubled was that he currently had too many thoughts about worker insects or mining insects in his mind. There are so many that Chu Jun doesn't know which one to choose. This is an extremely luxurious worry. Finally, after a series of screening, Chu Jun came up with a relatively satisfactory plan. After selecting this plan, Chu Jun immediately began to carry out cultivation. However, unlike when he first cultivated the knife worms, this time Chu Jun reduced the attack organs of these mining worms as much as possible and increased their body size to improve their resistance to impact and their ability to survive in harsh environments. What's more important is that when Chu Jun started to cultivate these mining bugs, he also cultivated a new type of insect swarm creature. This swarm creature is completely different from the mining bug. It has neither the adaptability of the mining bug nor the aggressiveness of the knife bug. Her only role is to use her huge body to absorb the ore dug out by the miners, then crush and refine it. She will also use her own characteristics to decompose the excess slag and store it for making new mining worms and knife worms. That's right. This time Chu Jun chose a plan that used two insects to cooperate in mining. And so far, this solution will be the most efficient one in the Zerg settlement. The codename of this Zerg created by Chu Junshin in the Zerg swarm is Mother Nest. Chapter 86, Horrifying Biological Fusion. After confirming the double worm plan, Chu Jun quickly began breeding. Soon, more than a dozen embryos of mining worms and the embryo of a mother nest were produced by Chu Jun. However, due to the different genetic complexity of the two sides, the miners will enter the mature stage almost directly after a few hours. The maturation time of the mother nest is slower. It took her nearly half a day to be born from her alien beast embryo. And this is only the time it takes for her to be born. It takes at least 3 days for the mother nest to mature. But there is nothing we can do about it. After all, in Chu Jun's design, the size of the newly born mother nest is at least 5 times larger than the current Little Hungry one. Moreover, when the mother nest grows further, the tonnage difference between the two sides will become more obvious. After ensuring the normal functioning of the embryo, Chu Jun directly called Little Hungry, who was playing around in the laboratory, and then used the capabilities of his system to store the genetic sequences of the mining worms and the mother nest into Little Hungry's genetic storage bank. In this way, once the problem of Little Hunger's infertility is solved, Chu Jun can allow her to breed a large number of insect creatures at once while only controlling Little Hunger. After completing all this, Chu Jun took a short rest. He felt a little tired, but he ignored his tiredness and forced himself to cheer up. He continued to breed 20 knife worm cubs in the exotic beast breeding area. After testing it during the day, Chu Jun felt that the design of the knife worm was very suitable for his needs. They are small in size, but have strong offensive capabilities, and more importantly, although this group of knife worms have not been trained, the psychic connection between them still allows them to cooperate with each other. So in order to better protect his own safety, Chu Jun directly increased the number of knife worms to 32. As long as these knife worm larvae get enough food, they will immediately grow into qualified warriors. However, now is not the time to buy food for these knife worm larvae. After all, Mr. Chu now has a more important thing to do. That is, he had extracted an extremely special gene sequence from the White Death before, and this gene sequence has not been tested by Chu Jun so far. So Chu Jun decided to take advantage of his free time tonight to test this gene sequence. This gene is the genetic sequence possessed by the White Death, which can fuse and transform other organisms. In order to test the performance of this gene sequence, Chu Jun directly injected it into the body of a newly bred mutant insect, making this gene sequence the strongest in the entire gene sequence. Then, Chu Jun took out a few more embryos and used the rapid ripening function of the exotic beast culture chamber to cultivate a rabbit, a green carp, and a mouse in a very short period of time. Since this rapid ripening function will greatly damage the normal potential of a creature, Chu Jun rarely uses it on his own insect swarm. After all of Chu Jun's swarm creatures have the potential for rapid growth extracted from their small hunger, so there is no need for Chu Jun to use this method to urge his already fast-growing swarms to grow further. But, after Chu Jun sent this mutated insect injected with the biological fusion gene sequence next to several bound small animals, the mutated insect did not seem to show any abnormalities. Even after discovering that these creatures, which were far more terrible than them, had lost their ability to attack, the mutated insects rarely began to actively eat them. But no matter what, Chu Jun still failed to observe the changes caused by this gene sequence. No, changes. Forget it. Maybe it's because there's not enough time. I'm going to take a rest first. Chu Jun, who was completely sleepy, decided to take a rest for a while. After asking Little Hungry and the 32 knife worms to help him guard the entire laboratory, Chu Jun lay directly in the rest area in the laboratory and fell into a deep sleep. But what he didn't know was that during the time he was sleeping, the mutated insect into which he had injected the biological fusion gene was undergoing some extremely terrifying changes. Its body, after eating some mouse tails, began to dissolve rapidly. Then, its melting body began to slowly merge with the other amid the mouse's screams. Then there is the carp, the rabbit. Chapter 87 Abnormal Monster. Gurgle gurgle. As the sun rose in the morning, Little Hungry leaned over and woke up Chu Jun, who still wanted to stay in bed for a while. Hello, little cutie. On the other side, after waking up, Chu Jun smiled and patted the hungry boy's head. Although Chu Jun, as the creator of Little Hunger, should have maintained strict management of his exotic beasts like other beast tamers. However, considering that Little Hungry's nature is extremely obedient, Chu Jun did not let Little Hungry stay in the culture container like ordinary beast masters. After a simple wash, Chu Jun took the elevator to the first floor. However, he did not go directly to his laboratory on the first basement floor. Instead, he went to Ant Street first and bought a lot of breakfast. Give a taste. After eating 2 thick meat patties and a large bottle of juice, Chu Jun placed the remaining meat patties in front of the hungry little one and a knife worm. Since Xiao Hungry had previously shown a desire for human food, Chu Jun's action could be considered a small test. He planned to test Little Hungry's curiosity and his ability to understand the specific things created by humans. One thing that is obvious is that Little Hungry is indeed very curious. When Chu Jun was eating, Little Hungry was already growling anxiously beside him. However, Xiao Hungry's ability to understand cannot be measured for the time being. Before Chu Jun could finish speaking, Little Hungry used his mouth parts to eat up the remaining meat patties in one breath. Even the remaining residues were licked clean by more than 30 knife worms. It seems that Little Hungry's only view on things created by humans, or food, is that they are edible and delicious. Well, it seems that after a while, I will need to strengthen Little Hungry's intelligence. Chu Jun wiped his hands and brought Little Hungry and the knife worms to the experimental area. Then, before Chu Jun closed the door of the laboratory, he immediately widened his eyes. Damn it! What the hell is this? Bang! Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass, a black shadow suddenly broke through the glass of the laboratory container and shot towards Chu Jun. Before Chu Jun could react, the 2 knife worm larvae beside him responded quickly. One of the knife worm larvae hit Chu Jun's ankle without hesitation, causing him to fall to the side instantly. Just as Chu Jun was falling, another knife worm suddenly jumped up and stepped on Chu Jun's chest, causing him to fall faster. At the same time, it fearlessly pounced on the black shadow that was attacking Chu Jun. This is the only choice and also the most correct choice. Because before Chu Jun fell down completely, The black shadow passed the place where Chu Jun had just stood and hit the wall. And it was at this moment that Chu Jun fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, he finally saw the true appearance of the black shadow. This is a horrible monster formed by the fusion of rats, mutant insects, rabbits, and carp. Each of the creatures that made it up showed horrific signs of melting. Moreover, their melted bodies were pieced together under some indescribable aggregation effect, and finally formed an extremely strange appearance. The reason why this monster could jump so quickly and have such a high speed was entirely because it combined the legs of a rabbit and a mouse, and added extremely strong carp muscles to it. This is not the most twisted feature of this monster. Its most twisted feature is that it actually used the shared heads of these monsters and forcibly fused them in its abdomen to form an extremely huge mouth. In this bloody mouth, there are teeth of mutated insects, rats, and rabbits. Squeak. After this guy's first attack failed, this monster, which fully demonstrated its biological fusion ability, quickly turned its head and looked at Chu Jun with its several different eyes. And the next second, with its roar, it pounced on Chu Jun again. But this time, before it could jump, this mutated monster was suddenly smashed into pieces by a claw that fell from the sky. Little Hunger takes action. As a creature with at least level 2 combat power, Little Hungry's combat power completely surpasses all beings present. Looking at the smashed biological fusion monster on the ground, Chu Jun lay on the ground gasping for breath. To be honest, he had been a scholar in both his previous life and this life, and he really could not react from the battle just now. But at this moment, suddenly, an alarm sounded on the first floor of the laboratory. Chapter 88, Clare's Visit. The moment Chu Jun heard the alarm on the first floor, cold sweat immediately broke out. Grasp. Are there any other monsters? This was what Chu Jun was thinking at the moment. You know, he was in an absolutely safe area just now, and was suddenly attacked by the enemy, so he couldn't help but be a little suspicious at this time. But when Chu Jun calmed down, he quickly understood one thing. That is, the so-called alarm just now did not seem to be an alarm, but just a reminder sound of someone knocking on the door outside the laboratory. It sounds a lot like a siren. Damn it. Once I get familiar with this place, I really want to modify everything in this lab. Especially this so-called doorbell. Chu Jun gritted his teeth and kicked the electronic terminal next to him viciously, then ignored the knock on the door. What he needs to do most now is to start collecting the pieces of meat on the ground that were broken into pieces by the power of Little Hunger with the help of the laboratory's robotic arm. These pieces of monster flesh, which have gathered into this shape for unknown reasons, are of great research value. After all, Chu Jun was also very curious. How did the monster just now become like this? Although from their appearance, they looked very much like the mutated insects and those weak creatures that he had placed in the laboratory last night. But their current appearance was a little too weird. At this time, Chu Jun just remembered that he seemed to have injected the biological fusion gene from the White Reaper into the body of the mutated insect last night. Could it be? Is this the function of that gene? Looking at the pile of smashed meat pieces in the container, Chu Jun quickly began to observe them carefully. However, for safety reasons, Chu Jun did not immediately use his system to check the genetic sequences of these creatures, but instead used his naked eyes to observe the current state of these monster pieces of meat. Wait a minute. This fusion doesn't seem to be as thorough as I thought. Under naked eye observation, Chu Jun discovered that the pieces of flesh within the monster's body did not seem to be completely fused. Because in these pools of blood, Chu Jun could not only see almost complete biological tissues, but also a still beating mouse heart. This state made Chu Jun a little dazed for a moment. Because such physiological structure is not reasonable. Even, it violates certain biological principles. This is very wrong. Chu Jun had a cold face. After collecting these things very carefully, he performed the simplest genetic analysis on the most complete and still active heart. With the help of the ultimate evolution system, Chu Jun easily analyzed the genetic sequence of the heart. And from a microscopic level, the changes in the mouse's heart were clearly seen. How is that possible? Nothing has changed. But something happened that surprised Chu Jun. The gene sequence of the mouse's heart has not changed at all, and there is no change in the mouse's heart at the organ and cellular level. To be precise, it is a standard mouse heart without any abnormalities. But in this case, the king of Chu was faced with another problem. That is, if it doesn't change at all, how does it, together with the other hearts, provide power for this biological fusion monster? How does it bypass the rejection reaction caused by other cells? That's right. It's a rejection reaction. While Chu Jun was still thinking, he suddenly remembered something. That was the mouse heart that he saw. It seemed that like other organs, it did not produce any rejection reaction to foreign cells. Thinking of this, Chu Jun directly took the blood of the biological fusion monster and tested it. What followed was a new discovery that shocked Chu Jun. This creature is a fusion of the monster's heart and other organs, and there is indeed not much change. But their blood has completely mutated. These bloods have become a kind of powerful universal blood that can ignore all biological organs and be used by all living things. Chu Jun, who was shocked by the changes in his blood, took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. On the other side, the doorbell of the laboratory door rang again. At this time, Chu Jun, who had calmed down, finally remembered this incident. He turned his attention to the computer terminal to check who the guy knocking on the door was. However, what made Chu Jun curious was, the guy who appeared outside his laboratory door was actually a very beautiful woman with blonde hair, green eyes, and well-dressed forehead. Who are you? After seeing this beautiful woman appear at the door of his laboratory, Chu Jun immediately asked vigilantly through the doorbell device. After hearing Chu Jun's voice, the beautiful woman was stunned for a moment, and then a smile of anger appeared on her face. She pointed at her golden hair, then pointed at her green eyes, and spoke to Chu Jun viciously. Chu Jun, you bastard, can't you see that I am Clare? I funded your lab, okay? And even if you are a scumbag, you can't turn against me so quickly, okay? This beautiful guy turned out to be the slovenly Clare Morton? Chu Jun in the laboratory hesitated. Then, after an awkward silence, the door of the laboratory opened. Chapter 89 Observation Angle and Lucky Dog Casino. Oh, my lovely little kitty, I see you again. Hahaha, you have become even stronger. It seems that your master has trained you very well. Come to mommy quickly. As soon as Clare Morton entered the laboratory, she was immediately attracted by the cute Little Hunger. But before she could get close to Little Hungry immediately bared its teeth. Coupled with the threat of the hungry little claws, Clare had no choice but to give up. Cut. It's not that cute when you think about it. But soon, Clare Morton's attention was attracted by Chu Jun's new creations. Wow. What is this? Clare grabbed a knife bug and rubbed its head madly, looking very fond of it. And this poor knife worm could only be held in the arms of this beautiful but wretched guy and ravaged madly. It can be said that if it were not for Chu Jun's order not to harm Clare, this knife worm larva would have bitten off the opponent's neck long ago. What a cute puppy, what a beautiful moth, and this worker insect and this big bug. Clare, who was attracted by the knife worms, message worms, mining worms, and the mother nest, said to Chu Jun excitedly, "Boy, judging from these new little things, you haven't been idle these past few days." Looking at the excited Clare, Chu Jun nodded. "I've been a bit busy these days. But didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted to come and study the White Death with me? Why didn't you come?" "Harmful. I was doing academic research that day. I'm too busy. I don't have time to come." Facing Chu Jun's question, Clare explained seriously. However, Chu Jun stared at Clare calmly, looking at the woman in front of him who didn't even blush when she lied, and said calmly, "Going to the pleasure club for academic research. Then you are really tired." As soon as she finished saying this, Clare froze in embarrassment. Ahem. Back to the question about the White Death. I've read the information you asked Xiao 11 to bring back to me. It's very good. But I want to know, have you done any further research on the genes of the White Death? Little 11? Who is that? This name sounded familiar to Chu Jun, but he couldn't remember who it was for a moment. But soon, Chu Jun discovered that Clare was wearing a cheap gold necklace on her fair neck. The shape of this golden necklace is exactly like a flying butterfly. At this moment, Chu Jun finally remembered that the name of the human-faced moth seemed to be Xiao 11. And I have already used this part of the gene. I have added the psychic connection genes of the message bugs and knife bugs into their genes, but I have not used the genes of the White Death that can control ordinary creatures to become bigger and stronger. Besides, I also did the test on the biological fusion gene. Come with me." After Chu Jun brought Clare to his laboratory, he showed Clare the corpse of the killed biological fusion monster. Then, Chu Jun explained his discovery to Clare in great detail. Just like Chu Jun at the beginning, after hearing Chu Jun's discovery, Clare was also shocked by the performance of this biological fusion monster. She hurried to the experimental table and repeated Chu Jun's experiment using her own methods and psychic power. Then, she said to Chu Jun in disbelief, "Chu Jun, you are absolutely right. These biological tissues and organs have indeed not undergone any mutations, and each of them still maintains its activity. The characteristics you discovered are indeed consistent with the concept of universal blood." But Clare took out a pair of thick glasses from her bosom and put them on, then said with a serious face, This is definitely not the so-called universal blood. This doesn't even have anything to do with universal blood, because your way of observation is too microscopic. Although I don't know why you can analyze genetic problems indefinitely, your observation direction is wrong. Look. At the same time, on the other side. In Jifeng Town, Songnan City, a not-so-luxury but brand-new car was parked in the parking lot of the Lucky Dog Casino. After a long psychological struggle, the car owner finally got out of the car and stood nervously in front of the door of the Good Luck Dog Casino, holding a finger-sized container in his hand. As for the container in his hand, it contained the most terrifying creature in the entire Songnan City. White Death. Under the strange gaze of several bodyguards, Pongwo walked into the casino. The darkness in the casino, like a wild beast, quietly swallowed him whole. Chapter 90, Pongwo's Little Adventure. Crunch, crunch. With the sound of wooden floorboards under his feet, Pongwo walked into the casino called Lucky Dog. As soon as he walked in, he couldn't help but frown. Because the Lucky Dog Casino is a traditional casino that was born in the second era of alien beasts, that is, the era of starry development. In that barbaric era, the Lucky Dog Casino had everything that a casino had. The seductive girl, the dim lights, the complex crowd, the noisy voices, the smell of cheap perfume mixed with sweat. It was a pungent mixture of depravity and greed. Don't be a coward, don't be a coward. I'm from Jack's gang. I have to remember my identity. I'm going to warn that son of a bitch not to covet my money. Although the security guards nearby were looking at him with wary eyes, Pongwo still gritted his teeth and walked towards the front desk of the casino. After all, he came here with a mission given by Chu Jun. Of course, even if Chu Jun doesn't let Pang Bo come, he will come himself in the future. After all, his uncle owed a large sum of money from this casino, and how to repay this money was also an important topic that Pongwo needed to communicate with the owner of this casino. Otherwise, it would be difficult for his mind to continue operating. Ahem. After Pongwo came to the front desk, he knocked on the table lightly and called the bartender to him. I need to meet your boss. I have something to ask. The strange thing is that before Pongwo could finish explaining why he was there, the bartender in the casino started talking to Pongwo while wiping the cup. You are Pongwo, right? Go ahead, room 209 at the end of the second floor. Our boss is waiting for you. After hearing what the other party said, Pongwo just stood there in a daze. Wait, how do you know me? Ha 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 ha. Seeing Pongwo's silly look, the bartender laughed out loud. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Aren't you one of Jack's gang members, the guy who's in charge of selling tickets for the underground arena? I'm from Jack's gang. How did you know that? Pongwo was even more confused. He didn't understand. He had clearly never been here before, but this guy recognized him. Could it be that his uncle had sold him out? No, if it was my uncle, he would never betray me. Because he didn't know my specific position in Jack's gang. Pongwo thought so. But, you stupid pig. The bartender said contemptuously. Our Lucky Dog Casino is owned by the Desert Death Gang. As a member of the rival gang, the Jack Gang, how come you don't know about our existence? In an instant, Pongwo's body began to tremble. The creator is above. Pongwo really didn't know about this. Pongwo was trembling with fear at the thought that he appeared in the territory of a rival gang. Originally, he wanted to escape directly. But as two burly men with arms thicker than Pongwo's thighs suddenly appeared behind him, Pongwo successfully gave up the idea. Your skin is very white. I like you very much. Do you want to have a drink later? One of the burly black uncles said to Pongwo. Pongwo gave a miserable smile and shook his head quickly. After being helped into the second floor by two strong men, one black and one white, Pongwo came in front of the boss of the Lucky Dog Casino. At this moment, his whole body was shaking. Moreover, due to excessive tension, the clothes on Pongwo's back were soaked. Hello, Pongwo. I am Count Fenrir. You can just call me Fenrir. In the darkness of the private room, an old man with silver hair and dressed as a gentleman slowly emerged from the darkness. The dim light shone on his head from top to bottom, making it difficult for Pongwo to see his expression. I heard your uncle say something on the phone last night, but I'm not sure yet. You are here to pay back the money for your uncle, right? Or was it actually Jack who asked you to come? To come to our place? To relax? No. Neither. Pongwo, who no longer had the courage to warn the other party, was all smiles. With trembling hands, he took out the small container given by Chu Jun and placed it on the table in front of Count Fenrir. I'm actually delivering a message for one of my partners. He wants to use your small channel to buy some things. Of course, we can talk about the money, right, Lord Fenrir? Looking at Pongwo, who was smiling, Count Fenrir took the container with a sneer and then used his psychic power to open the outer observation port of the container. But the next second, what? How is that possible? How dare you? You. What scared Pombo was that when Count Finra opened the observation port of the container, his expression was first surprised, then angry, and finally helpless. Finally, under Pombo's gaze, Count Finra sat down opposite Pombo and took out a handkerchief to wipe the beads of sweat on his forehead. Okay, you two. They are all tough characters. Count Finra said to Pombo. I understand. I will do as you say. You don't have to pay me back. What is going on? Chapter 91, Brain Master and Screaming Locust. What is going on here? Faced with Count Finra's sudden change in attitude, Pombo was completely confused. He didn't know why the other party's face changed drastically, nor did he understand why Count Finra said that he and Chu Jun were tough guys. He didn't understand what Chu Jun had put in this small container to make Count Finra become like this. However, Pombo will soon understand this issue. Because I didn't expect that you and your so-called friend would be involved in this matter. Count Finra waved his hand inside the private room and called all his men out. Then, he slowly placed the container in his hand on the table between Pongwa and himself. The next second, with the help of the dim light in the private room, Pongwa successfully saw what was in the container. Due to excessive shock, when Pongwa saw the full appearance of the White Death, he stood still for an instant and even stopped thinking. But because of this, Pombo's action turned into absolute calmness in Count Finra's eyes. As expected, you know this yourself. Regardless of the fact that Pombo was still in shock, Count Finra continued to talk to himself. Each of you two is an absolutely ruthless character. I'm different from you. I just want money, but you two want my life. This. Wait, when did Chu Jun and I want to kill you? You are such an imaginative guy. The muscles on Pongwa's face twitched a few times. But this is also my own mistake. At first, I just wanted to target you, make your uncle owe you money, and then successfully turn you over and make you my spy in the Jack gang. But now, I admit it. I admit defeat. Count Finra took out 2 bottles of wine from the wine cabinet and poured a glass for himself and Pombo respectively. Because I didn't expect that I just did such a small thing, but the Jack gang used the White Death level to put pressure on me. To put it bluntly, I am just an insignificant little character in the Desert Death gang. Count Finra, who was drinking, observed Pombo's expression and spoke seriously. So Mr. Pombo, what I mean is that why don't we both give up all the previous hatred and start a new cooperation? After all, there is a lot of hatred between us, so you don't need to use the White Death to target us. This kind of thing is a double-edged sword. Because once the White Death infects ordinary people like us, we will be immediately taken away by the Health Paradise Company and become materials for human experiments. After all, the level of secrecy surrounding the White Death has exceeded the capabilities of most Songnan City officials. What? Those ordinary people infected by the White Death were taken away by the Health Paradise Company and turned into materials for human experiments? And the White Death has such a high priority? It's numb. At this moment, Pongwa, who was already in shock, was completely numb. He drank the wine in the glass expressionlessly, trying to reactivate his facial muscles. But it was precisely his expressionless look that made Count Finra even more certain that Pombo must be a very calm guy. It was as if Pongwa had known all these things for a long time. So, Mr. Pongwa, please state your terms. I will try my best to satisfy you, but I also hope that you won't ask for too much. Count Finra's face returned to darkness, but his voice became noticeably softer. In this state, Pongwa was silent. He needed to digest all the information he had heard so far and then think about what to say. My friend, want your smuggling channels. Want. The moment he heard this word, the sense of oppression on Count Finra suddenly became stronger. This is a sign that he has activated his psychic powers. At the same time, Pongwa also felt that on the other side of the box, a terrifying psychic beast had been staring at him with its own means. Once Count Finra gives the order, he will definitely die here on the spot. Thinking of this, Pongwa immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. It's not about wanting, it's about using. He wants to use your smuggling channels to smuggle a genetic sample of an alien beast. The oppression disappeared. What is the name of this strange beast? Lord Finra's voice softened, and he withdrew his psychic energy. Screaming Locust. A dangerous beast that is under strict control of the Qinghai Empire. He wants this. Chapter 92 Secret Meeting. While Pombo and Count Finra were still fighting wits and courage in Chu Jun's private laboratory, your observation method is wrong. If you look closely at the sample, you'll see. These so-called perfect bloods are nothing more than a bunch of universal bloods that simulate the original biological pheromones. Clare Morton, wearing thick glasses, explained to Chu Jun. The first thing they do is to destroy all the immune organs in these original organisms. Have you not discovered that all the immune organs in these organisms, or organs that can exert immune capabilities, have disappeared? Because only in this way can these alienated bloods fulfill their proper functions and continue to allow these important organs to continue to work without causing inflammation and other reactions. Chu Jun took a quick look and found that what Clare said was indeed correct. All the immune organs in these organisms are gone. And secondly, these bloods are not perfect bloods either. They are just holding on to keep these organs and tissues functioning. If you look closely at the functioning of these organs, you'll find that, although they remain healthy at the cellular level, their damage rates are far higher than usual. If this situation continues, these organs will sooner or later develop organic lesions. It's inevitable wear and tear. At the same time, this is also one of the biggest drawbacks of this so-called universal blood. After finishing her story, Clare Morton manipulated the robotic arm to place a small piece of heart slice onto the observation equipment in the laboratory. Chu Jun also successfully used this observation equipment to discover that this small piece of heart slice was indeed in the onset state of a disease. Clare was not wrong. This blood is not universal blood at all. In fact, if Clare hadn't come, Chu Jun might have discovered the problem after a thorough inspection after a period of time. It's just that he's not as quick as Clare Morton in discovering such things. After all, the difference between Clare and Chu Jun is that much of her research is at the cellular and organ level. As for Chu Jun, he went deep into the genetic level. I see. It seems that I really neglected it before and didn't notice this. I have to say, this blood mutation can really be said to be very deceptive. Chu Jun rubbed his temple and said to Clare Morton, "It's okay, it's normal. At first, I was deceived by the performance of this blood and mistakenly thought it was really the legendary universal blood." Clare Morton was visibly more relaxed after taking off her glasses. But, Chu Jun, you really gave me a lot of surprises. Whether it's the gene sequence of this biological fusion or the psychic gene fragment you discovered earlier, your research progress alone has surpassed the total progress of the entire Seongnan City White Death Secret Group. The White Death Secret Group. Hearing the name, Chu Jun frowned. What is that? Facing Chu Jun's doubts, Clare laughed. A group organized specifically to study the threat of the White Death parasite. Among the members, there are not only the top Beastmaster professors from Seongnan University, but also some Beastmasters from the military and technology companies. We are secretly studying the secrets of the terrifying creature, the White Death, and also studying how to eliminate this horrible parasite. Us? Chu Jun frowned and looked at Clare. And Clare laughed. That's right. Although I am a new professor at Seongnan University, as an expert on insects and exotic animals, I have also been assigned to this secret group. Our group will have a new meeting the day after tomorrow evening, and you need to go to this meeting with me. Why should I go? Chu Jun didn't understand why he had to participate in a meeting of this level, but he soon understood why. Hey, Clare smiled. As the only student under my tutelage, you must attend this secret meeting. Where is the insurance mechanism set up by the organizers? Because the content of our meeting is not really a meeting, but to track down and eliminate the mutants that have been infected by the White Death. This is a true battle between alien beasts. After hearing this, Chu Jun realized something. That is, the world he traveled to was not all about peace and research. Fighting and killing are the norm in this strange beast world. Chapter 93: The First Use of the Miners. Okay, I understand. After listening to Clare's story, Chu Jun nodded. Now he has become the only student of Professor Clare. In this case, it is necessary for him to participate in this kind of research conference. Moreover, Chu Jun himself was actually very curious about what the battles between high-level Beastmasters would be like. After all, after traveling to this world, Chu Jun spent most of his time on research, and he didn't know much about combat. So Chu Jun's idea was that in order to allow the insect swarm to grow better, he needed to collect the corresponding information as soon as possible. No hurry. Clare Morton spoke very calmly, as if he had known that Chu Jun would agree. The secret meeting is scheduled for the evening of the day after tomorrow. In the next 2 days, we can continue to study the White Death. This matter is far more important than you and I think. After saying that, Clare packed up a little and pretended to leave. But today, I still have some things to deal with, so I'm going back to school first. If there's anything, 11 will come find you. Oh, by the way, Xiaoxi thinks very highly of you. Clare flicked the golden butterfly necklace on her chest with her fingers and said to Chu Jun. After Clare left, Chu Jun started his research on the White Death again alone. However, the White Death has so many secrets. After studying for a while, Chu Jun did not make much progress. So in order to relax himself, Chu Jun gave up his research afternoon and went to a nice and cheap restaurant on Ant Street to have a big meal. In the afternoon, Chu Jun played with Xiao Hungry for a while, which was a rare occasion, and then started his own nap time. But such leisurely time is destined to be rare. Because accompanied by the sound of car brakes, Pengbo walked into the laboratory and woke up Chu Jun, who was taking a nap. "You're back. How's it going?" Chu Jun asked as he looked at Pengbo, who had a weird expression on his face. He was very curious whether his partner could accomplish his goal and find a suitable smuggling channel for him. It went very smoothly. "Brother Chu, you are right. You asked me to hand this thing over to the other party, and the other party immediately changed his attitude towards me." After saying that, Pengbo placed the container containing the white death parasite directly in front of Chu Jun, etc. "How did you get this thing back?" Chu Jun was stunned. You know, his original plan was to let Pengbo use this thing as a bargaining chip in exchange for the other party's smuggling channels. "Didn't you hand this thing over to the other party?" "Oh, hand it over to the other party? What are you talking about?" This time, not only Chu Jun, but even Pengbo was stunned. He hadn't expected that his partner would actually want to hand over such a dangerous thing as a bargaining chip. What a joke. No normal person would use this as a bargaining chip. Finally, through mutual communication between the two people, they both realized a problem. That is Count Fenrir. "It seems that I have been over-imagining Chu Jun's strength and the forces behind him. Brother Chu, what should we do now? If Count Fenrir knew the truth, would he retaliate against us?" Pengbo finally began to panic. He was very afraid of Count Fenrir's future revenge. "Not yet." Chu Jun shook his head. "Even if he does, he won't dare to retaliate in a big way. After all, we do have the White Death on our hands." Although Chu Jun was very curious about how Count Fenrir knew that Health Paradise was conducting human experiments with the White Death, and why he thought that Jack helped release the White Death, these two things were not what Chu Jun needed to be most concerned about. "We don't need to worry about Count Fenrir's attitude right now. We just need to do our own thing," Chu Jun said to Pengbo while thinking. "What we need to do most now is to make our mine profitable." As he spoke, Chu Jun brought Pengbo to his experimental area. "And this is the new mining bug I created. The mining bugs are unique to my swarm." In the experimental area, Pengbo saw the mining bugs created by Chu Junshin. Although Pengbo had long known that Chu Jun possessed powerful creativity in creating exotic beasts, he was still deeply shocked when he actually saw the mining bugs created by Chu Jun. Because all the miners he saw looked like monsters without exception. Chapter 94: Shocking Mining Efficiency. Rumble. As the giant truck stopped, the supergiant container that imprisoned more than a dozen mining worms and an entire mother nest was successfully opened with the help of the giant truck's mechanical arm. At the same time, Little Hungry and 30 knife worms jumped down from the other side of the giant truck and accompanied Chu Jun. "God, Brother Chu, how come these strange beasts you trained are more terrifying than each other?" After getting off the car, Pengbo couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the group of monsters in front of him. To be honest, although Chu Jun is indeed very talented in designing the cover of strange beasts, however, Pengbo completely disagreed with Chu Jun's aesthetic taste. You should know that exotic animals with cute looks are more popular in the market, right? If we want to sell them. On the other side, Chu Jun, who was eating a hamburger, patted his hungry head and said with a puzzled look on his face, "What are you talking about? Which of these insect creatures of mine is not cute? Wait, you want to sell my swarm to others?" After saying that, Chu Jun reluctantly placed the hamburger in front of her, with a look of hunger, expectancy, and desire in her eyes, and let her eat first. Cute. When Pengbo heard Chu Jun use this word to describe his group of strange beasts, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Ahem, I'll explain the sale to you later. Now, I won't talk about why you designed the mining bug to look like this. Let's just talk about this big guy." Pengbo pointed to the mother nest, which was larger than the 5 little hungry ones combined, and said, "Can you tell me what your design ideas are for the mining bugs?" At this time, the mother nest has initially adapted to the environment around the mine and is moving step by step towards the depths of the mine. In response to Pengbo's question, Chu Jun nodded calmly. "No problem. First of all, my design idea for the mining bug is to retain the excellent characteristics of the Zerg as much as possible while ensuring mining efficiency. So with this idea in mind, I created the mining bug. And their appearance has become what we see now." A mining worm came to Pengbo following Chu Jun's explanation. This mining worm designed by Chu Jun himself looks similar to a centipede. She has a long, thick, and solid body, with many legs growing on both sides of her body. But it was Chu Jun's design. A large part of the limbs on both sides of the body of this mining worm has been modified. Among them, the limbs in front of them were given the ability to dig mines by Chu Jun. This ability, combined with their long, sturdy bodies, allows them to easily dig holes in mining areas and collect more ore. Moreover, in order to collect ore more conveniently, Chu Jun gave the mining bugs multifunctional mouthparts that are much larger and more complex than those of smaller hungry bugs. These mouthparts can directly crush most of the ores. In addition, the digestive organs of this mining worm have also been significantly modified. Because in order to allow these mining insects to cooperate with the mother nest in mining, Chu Jun's digestive organs can only refine the ore preliminarily, and any ore can be refined and fused into pools of nutrient solution and stored in their tails. If Chu Jun's design can only reach this level, then such a design can only be considered passing. What really transformed the miners was the invention of the mother nest, a supporting insect swarm creature. The reason for this is that the mother nest and the miners are one. The huge mother nest can not only replenish the number of mining bugs, but also command the mining bugs to hand over the nutrient solution stored in their tails to itself for processing. Any nutrient solution that has been further refined by the mother nest will directly turn into pieces of decomposed refined ore and be excreted from her body. Moreover, during this process, the mother nest can not only use these nutrient solutions to obtain nutritional supplements, but also provide more nutrients for the mining bugs and even produce new mining bugs. In addition, the mother nest is still in the mobile stage. She could follow the tunnels gradually dug by the miners and continue to follow the group of miners to deeper places and repeat everything that happened before. Mine, get replenished, hatch more miners, then mine more, and continue replenishing. In other words, without too much complicated design, Chu Jun actually designed a nearly fully automated mining beast system. After listening to Chu Jun's explanation, Panghua looked at the dozen or so miners and the not yet fully mature mother nest with half belief and half doubt, then opened the entrance to the mine and let them in. Well, we have to test it anyway, right? With this idea in mind, Panghua and Chu Jun came to the control room in the center of the mine. They planned to test the mining efficiency of these miners. 2 hours later, Panghua got the result. However, this result surprised Panghua. Because, how is that possible? The mining efficiency of these mining bugs is more than twice that of a single mining beast. Facing the surprised Panghua, Chu Jun smiled and nodded. He has great confidence in his creation. However, the current Chu Jun needs to face another problem, which is, what did you tell me before asking me to sell my Zerg beast? What did you mean by that? Chapter 95 Huge Commercial Value. Yes. Brother Chu, have you ever thought that after you become a beast master, you will need to sell the beast you have bred to the outside world? As a beast master who is obviously not a combat type, I think this is obviously your future path. Faced with Panghua's words, Chu Jun simply shook his head. In fact, he had never thought that one day he would sell his swarm of exotic beasts to the outside world. After all, if his research continues, his swarms will become more and more dangerous until they engulf the world. But just as Chu Jun shook his head, Pangbo started laughing. I know what you're thinking, Chu. But don't worry, I will dispel your worries. After saying that, Panghua brought a chair and asked Chu Jun to sit on it. While massaging Chu Jun's shoulders, which were not sore to begin with, he explained to Chu Jun. Brother Chu, actually the reason why I think so. Because I see huge commercial potential in your exotic beast design. Let's not talk about your crazy but highly potential mining worms and mother nest. Brother Chu, let's just talk about the knife worms you created. Panghua casually picked up a knife worm larva that was hovering beside him and said to Chu Jun. These cute little guys can definitely become the best exotic animal pets and part-time bodyguards for middle-class families in Songnan City, or even the entire Qinghai Empire. Pet. Hearing these two words, Chu Jun showed an unhappy expression on his face. He was very disgusted that his precious insect swarm was treated as pets. But Pombo continued to speak nonstop. Brother Chu, after such a long period of observation, I found that the knife worm you cultivated is really a perfect creature. They are loyal and obedient. Moreover, they can tolerate harsh environments and even have several completely different variants. For example, you can think about it. What if the Qinghai Empire government purchased your knife worms with thick shells as a supplement to the warning beasts? What Pongboy is talking about here is the heavy-armored knife worm. For example, what if explorers use your winged knife worms in large quantities to explore certain dangerous locations? What Pongboy is talking about here is the winged knife worm. Indeed, Pongboy is right. Although there are currently only 2 variants of the knife worm, after Chu Jun's design, both of these knife worms have extremely powerful functionality. But this is still not a reason for Chu Jun to sell his swarm of exotic beasts. Seeing that Chu Jun was still unmoved, Pang Bo smiled and changed his mind. The most important thing is that the price of your knifeworm cultivation is less than 100 star empire points. With such a low price, we can definitely occupy all the low-end exotic beast markets. Whether they are cleaning-type beasts or auxiliary and healing beasts, they will all be replaced by your swarm beasts. So, Brother Chu, I have made a preliminary plan. If you are willing to cooperate with me, then we can at least earn this money. After saying that, Pangwa stretched out a finger. 100 million Shanghai Empire points. Chu Jun asked in surprise. No, it's 10 billion star empire points. Brother Chu, we can definitely make so much money. Seeing that Chu Jun was moved, Pangbo struck while the iron was hot. Besides, Brother Chu, have you forgotten? Although you sold your Zerg beast, you can actually do one thing. That means you have planted a genetic backdoor that is unique to you in your product design. In this case, those who bought your product would be equivalent to spend my own money to help you train your little cutie. Your little cuties will always be there for you if you need them. The moment he heard these words, Chu Jun's eyes lit up. What a genius. The fat guy next to me, although he is a little ugly and a little fat, has no academic ability and is lazy, he is really a genius when it comes to discovering business potential. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun decided to put aside his prejudice and have a good chat with Pangwa. The two of them chatted like this until dawn. During this period, Chu Jun suddenly discovered that Pangwa's plan seemed very perfect and very much in line with his needs for the evolution of the Zerg. But just as the two were about to go out for a meal and come back to continue their discussion, a message appeared, interrupting their conversation. And this message is, Bite. Dear customer, your commission from the Tsangnan City Exotic Beast Hunter Guild has been preliminarily completed. The guild's hunters have found and submitted the coordinates of the wild mining worm. Chapter 96, Swarm vs. Wild Miner Nest. Oh, finally there is a clue. Looking at the message on his information terminal, Chu Jun's eyes were shining with excitement. Because since a few days ago, he has been waiting for news from the Exotic Beast Hunters Guild, waiting for the Exotic Beast Hunters Guild to tell him the news about the wild mining worm's nest. And today he finally waited for it. Seeing Chu Jun so excited, Pangbo couldn't help but feel curious about what news Chu Jun had received. However, after hearing Chu Jun say that it was the location of the wild mining worm's nest, Pangbo curled his lips helplessly. It was obvious that he was not interested in this news. The only thing he's interested in is money. Harmful. It's just a piece of information about the coordinates of a strange beast. Is it necessary to be so excited? If you want to go hunting, please don't ask me to come with you. When you come back, let's discuss the issue of making money. Pangwa said with great disdain. No. This message is actually very critical. Chu Jun shook his head. You may not know that Little Hunger and my swarm are actually perfect, but they still have big problems. The biggest problem is that my Little Hungry cannot produce qualified offspring due to genetic defects or other factors. All her eggs were unable to hatch. So I urgently need the genetic sequence of wild miners to repair her problem. After hearing this, Pangwa jumped up suddenly. What? Little Hunger can't give birth? Damn it, if this is true, then it will seriously affect his future money-making plans. Brother Chu, I suddenly feel that this matter is very important. It's time for us to hunt those damn wild mining bugs. Well, although Chu Jun knew that Pangbo was a money-loving guy, he did not expect that this guy would be so proactive. But no matter what, Pangbo's joining is indeed a good thing. Because Chu Jun, who didn't get a driver's license, really needed Pangbo to drive the vehicle. In this way, Pangbo and Chu Jun, two people with different purposes, drove the rented giant exotic truck towards the coordinates of the wild mining worms. Also going with them was Little Hunger and her 30 or so knifeworm larvae. A few hours later, Chu Jun and Pangbo successfully entered the outskirts of Tsangnan City, a vast land called Brown Desert. Oh my god, this place is really desolate. Pangbo, who was driving the truck, complained about the surrounding environment while explaining to Chu Jun. Brother Chu, prepare your beasts for battle. This brown desert we are in is a very dangerous place. This land not only has a large number of wild animals, but also some terrible human bandits. Don't worry. Chu Jun shook his head and patted the carriage behind him and said, including Little Hungry, all my swarm beasts are already ready for battle. Whatever it is that dares to approach us, we can easily hunt it down. Although it was Chu Jun's first time to participate in the hunting process of exotic beasts, he was very confident in his exotic beasts. After all, even if we don't count Little Hungry, the insect killer god, with only his 30 knifeworm larvae, Chu Jun can now travel freely in many places in this desert. Of course, deeper in the desert, Chu Jun didn't dare to say that. Because deep in the brown desert, there are actually some extremely dangerous creatures. Those extremely dangerous beasts are definitely not something that Chu Jun and the insect swarm can face directly at this moment. The most dangerous of them is a terrifying creature called the sand dragon. But fortunately, Chu Jun did not encounter this creature this time. He and Pangwa drove for half an hour and arrived at the coordinates provided by the Exotic Beast Guild and successfully found their target. However, as soon as he got off the car and observed the target's situation, Pangwa discovered something with horror. The target they were facing turned out to be a medium-sized wild mining worm nest, and the number of wild mining worms in this wild mining worm nest actually exceeded 300. But what made Pang Bo feel even more terrified was that Chu Jun beside him did not make any observations or plans, and just let his swarm of insects rush forward directly. After seeing this scene, Pangwa only felt regretful. I regret it very much. Chapter 97, The Second Psionic Talent, Psionic Storm. Damn it, Brother Chu. Are you going up right now? As Pangwa's scream sounded, Chu Jun, who was standing next to him, was already emitting a light green light all over his body. It was obvious that Chu Jun had already activated his spiritual power at this time and connected his thoughts with Xiao Hungry. However, Pangwa noticed that, unlike before, the color of the spiritual energy emitted by Chu Jun this time had turned light green for some reason. Can psychic powers change color? Looking at the light green spiritual energy on Chu Jun, Pang Bo was surprised. However, compared to the changes in the color of Chu Jun's spiritual energy, Pang Bo was more concerned about the performance of those insect swarms and strange beasts at this time. Because so far, it was the first time that Pangwa saw the actual combat performance of the Zerg monsters with his naked eyes. It has to be said that when Pangwa saw the fighting performance of this swarm of strange insects, he was also extremely surprised. Because this group of insect monsters seemed to be performing a little too perfectly. At Chu Jun's instruction, Xiao Hungry successfully took over the group of knife bugs and organized them into teams of 5. Then, the 6 knife worm groups, with Little Hunger as the center, began to attack in all directions. Although these knife worms are in their larval stage and are not as big as the adult mining worms, they can cooperate with each other and defeat the mining worms that have fallen out of the team due to hunger. More importantly, every time a knife worm group successfully kills a mining worm, they will, with the help of Little Hunger, drag the bodies of the mining worms to a safe rear and then eat them. With the nourishment of the corpses of these mining worms, the sizes of these knife worms began to expand rapidly. The fast growth genes in their bodies that originated from Little Hunger are playing their due role. It can be said that under the command of Xiao Hungry, these mining bugs with chaotic formations were simply unable to confront Chu Jun's swarm head-on. One of them is too primitive, while the other is a perfect match. Wait, can creatures like insects achieve this level of cooperation? This level of intelligence is no less than that of humans. After Pangwa observed this phenomenon, he was secretly surprised. At first, Pangwa thought that these battles were all commanded by the King of Chu. But that's not the case. The one who directly commanded this group of knife bugs to fight was Xiao Hungry. This is a direct reflection of her hive mind ability. Hiss. Since Little Hungry's individual strength has exceeded the standard of a first-level psychic beast, and is even close to a second-level beast, Little Hungry is actually the main force in frontal combat. But because of this, more and more wild miners began to notice the existence of Little Hunger. They began to give up attacking the knife worms that were biting them nearby, and instead began to focus their main attack on Little Hunger. No matter how primitive and stupid the thinking of these miners is, they are still creatures that have withstood the test of this harsh environment. So when they felt threatened, they responded in the only correct way. Dozens of small. Brother Chu, something is not right. These miners are starting to defend Little Hunger. Let's first. Before Pangwa could finish, Chu Jun's eyes suddenly widened. No rush. The more dangerous it is, the more Little Hunger can grow. Just when Little Hungry was facing the siege of dozens of knife worms and began to feel helpless, certain abilities in her blood suddenly began to emerge. Countless light green spiritual energies like Chu Jun's, in a state similar to lightning, kept surrounding Xiao Hungry. Wait, Little Hungry's psychic energy is starting to surge, and her spiritual energy is still gathering. Although Chu Jun and Pang Bo did not carry any device that could measure the energy level of the alien beast at this time, they had only seen such a rich amount of spiritual energy in one alien beast. And that strange beast was the experimental subject number 17 cultivated by Jack. However, while Chu Jun and Pang Bo were still amazed at the terrifying amount of spiritual energy that Xiao Hungry had, Xiao Hungry had already used his instincts to anchor a kind of ability in his blood. Then, roar. Along with a terrifying roar erupting from Little Hungry's mouth parts, An extremely terrifying spiritual energy wave surged out in all directions with Little Hungary as the center. This extremely terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation directly wiped out all the wild mining bugs around Little Hungary that were trying to kill her by outnumbering her. Even 2 knife worms died on the spot because they were too close to Little Hunger. Click, click. Along with the sound of the miner corpses falling to the ground, Little Hungry looked at his master from among the corpses. And her master smiled at this moment. Because just now, Little Hungry obtained her second psychic gift. Psychic Storm. Chapter 98 Food on the Road of Evolution. Fuck, that works too. When Pongwa saw that Xiao Hungry evolved a second psychic talent during the battle, he was shocked to the extreme. Then he asked Chu Jun, who was smiling beside him. Brother Chu, according to your design, how many psychic talents can Little Hungry evolve at present? This is a very critical issue. Because at the beginning, Pongwa only thought that Little Hungry was just a first-level psychic beast. After all, Little Hungry had hardly ever used his psychic abilities in front of him. But now, the intensity of the psychic energy erupted by Little Hungry has exceeded the standard of a third-level psychic beast. In addition to the fact that Chu Jun obtained the fourth-level psychic gene of subject number 17, this is also due to Xiao Hungry's own powerful adaptive genes. The mutant insect gene that is so easy to mutate is actually the real reason why Little Hungry can undergo a transformation during the battle. Facing Pongwa's question, Chu Jun said calmly, if the current genetic sequence of Little Hunger doesn't change too much, then in my design, Little Hungry can awaken 2 more advanced psychic talents. Can 2 more be awakened? Etc. Pongwa was surprised at how powerful Little Hungry was, but he reacted immediately. There were 2 words at present in Chu Jun's words. That is to say, can you continue to upgrade Little Hunger? But isn't she a mutant insect? Could it be that she has already escaped the highest level limit of mutant insects? Of course. Chu Jun smiled and walked towards the direction where Xiao Hungry was. And Xiao Hunger in the distance ran towards Chu Jun excitedly. It seems that Xiao Hungry has sensed that his master is very satisfied with him through Chu Jun's psychic connection. Gurgle, gurgle. Little Hungry lowered his head and kept rubbing Chu Jun's hand. After Chu Jun stroked Little Hungry twice, he began to examine the dead wild mining insects. You know, it was a very dangerous act for Chu Jun to do this at this time. Because of the slight hunger just now, not all the wild mining bugs were completely killed. In a cave not far away, there were at least 20 or so mining worms, and the queen of wild mining worms huddled in the cave, alert to the attack of Little Hungry. Brother Chu, why don't you continue to attack? Seeing Chu Jun stopped, Pang Bo asked curiously. No hurry. Little Hungry's psychic energy level has dropped. He lost too much psychic energy in the previous psychic attack. Let her rest for a while, then attack again. Hearing Chu Jun say this, Pang Bo also nodded. Indeed. After what he had just done, Xiao Hungry's energy loss was indeed too great. After all, the terrifying psychic storm just now did not seem like an attack that could be easily released. But at the same time, Pongwa noticed another special point. That is, after Chu Jun collected enough genetic sequences of wild mining worms, he started to modify Little Hungry's genes directly on the spot. Seeing this scene, Pongwa was truly shocked. Because he didn't expect that this guy Chu Jun would dare to directly modify the genes of his most precious exotic beast without any auxiliary equipment. Isn't he afraid that some irreversible accidents might occur during the modification process? As for Chu Jun himself, of course he himself is not afraid. After all, what he has is the ultimate evolution system. With the support of this powerful system, he never worried about making such a mistake. So after a slight modification, Chu Jun finally succeeded in injecting the special reproductive gene in the wild mining worm into Xiao Hungry's own gene sequence. After a period of wriggling in Little Hungry's belly, Little Hungry's genetic sequence reached a stable level. But Chu Jun was not in a hurry to conduct the test. On the contrary, after confirming that there was nothing wrong with Xiao Hunger's condition and that her spiritual energy had returned to a stable level, Chu Jun directly asked her to launch her attack again. In the dark and deep cave, the poor wild mining worm queen and the wild mining worms protecting her were all trembling without exception. What awaits them will be a horrific massacre caused by a Little Hunger. They will be the best and most important food on Little Hungry's evolutionary journey. Chapter 99 Corpses and Insect Eggs. Dozens of minutes later, Pongwa stepped on the corpses of wild mining worms on the ground and entered the nest of wild mining worms with Chu Jun. Wow, it turns out that the inside of a wild mining worm's nest is so smelly. In the dark cave, all the wild mining worms have been successfully eliminated, and the hungry wild mining worm queen is now feasting on the fresh flesh and blood. Chu Jun, who was beside her, was looking at the corpses of wild mining insects scattered on the ground with great interest. It does stink here, but don't worry, Pombo, it's not the smell of excrement. Because the miners are a very clean race, every night they throw their excrement far away from their nests. So, the stench you smell is actually just the ammonia-like smell produced by the decomposition of minerals in the body of the mining worm. Chu Jun raised his head and casually placed the half-dissected body of the mining worm in his hand between several knife worms. The next second, accompanied by the excited gurgling sounds of the knife worms, the body of the mining worm was torn into pieces in just a few seconds. Well, actually, I don't mind knowing the source of this stench, Brother Chu. Peng Bo, who was forced to learn new knowledge, had a look of happiness on his face and said to Chu Jun helplessly, "How long are we going to stay here? Night is coming soon. If we don't get out of the brown desert soon, this land is going to become very dangerous." Although Pongwa does not have much knowledge, but on the way here, he still learned a lot about the brown desert. For this reason, when Pongwa saw Chu Jun still lingering here, he hurriedly explained to Chu Jun, trying to persuade this madman who was obsessed with the insect swarms and strange beasts to leave here as soon as possible. But what reassured him was that although Chu Jun himself was not very normal, but he himself still cherishes his life very much. At least before the swarm was completely wiped out, he still valued his life very much. So when King Chu heard what Peng Bo said, he did not hesitate too much and directly gave his order. "Go, gather all the bodies of the miners into this cave." Faced with the order issued by the King of Chu, Peng Bo's face showed joy at first, but then he was confused. He was happy that Chu Jun was finally ready to leave, but he was confused by, "Wait a minute. You want me to move all these miner corpses in?" Looking at the dozens of miner corpses outside the cave, Pongwa's face twitched. But Chu Jun rolled his eyes helplessly. "How can I let you move? You look so lazy and greedy. It's obvious that you can't even move a single one. The targets of my knife bugs are the ones I just ordered." Well, as expected, after Chu Jun gave his orders, the group of knife worms understood his orders under his spiritual control and began to move the precious meat into the cave. During the moving process, Pongwa was still a little unconvinced. After being told by Chu Jun, he secretly tried to move the bodies of these wild miners. As expected, his attempt lasted only less than a second before he gave up. That's right. He admitted that he was a lazy guy. With this idea in mind, Pongwa began to take the initiative to help Chu Jun supervise whether the knife bugs were slacking off. "Call. Finally, the move is done. I'm so tired." Under the collective contempt of Chu Jun and the knife bugs, Peng Bo wiped the sweat from his forehead with a hard look on his face. "By the way, Brother Chu, why did you bring these corpses in?" It was not until the bodies of all the wild miners were moved into the cave that Pongwa felt that Chu Jun's orders seemed a little strange. Because in the Star Sea Empire, there has never been any law to protect wild exotic animals. As for those exotic beast hunters, they would never move the corpses of these exotic beasts into the cave like Chu Jun did. It is obvious that after following Chu Jun for a long time, poor Peng Bo has lost his ability to think to a certain extent. "I'm just preparing food for my hungry offspring. Little hungry offspring." The moment he heard these words, Pongwa suddenly widened his eyes and looked in the direction of Xiao Hungry. Sure enough, at this time, the little hungry one was really full. Moreover, after eating and drinking to its heart's content, it felt a little hungry, and its body size actually expanded even more than before. This made the already huge little hunger even taller. But what really surprised Pongwa was that Xiao Hungry's belly was already bulging high at this time. And I don't know when it started, but there was an additional pattern in the belly structure of Little Hungry, but it was not very obvious. A twisted double helix pattern. Then, in front of Pongwa's astonished eyes, Little Hungry raised his abdomen and began to inject eggs one after another into the body of the wild mining queen in front of him, which had been eaten more than half, but was still half the size of a truck. The moment he saw these eggs, not only Peng Bo was shocked, but even Chu Jun's expression was somewhat moved. Because Chu Jun could feel it. These insect eggs possess powerful vitality. He succeeded. He successfully solved the problem of his little hungry offspring. Chu Jun was so excited that he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and pat the hungry little boy's head. Little Hungry made gurgling sounds and enjoyed the caress of his owner very intimately, etc. However, Pongwa suddenly stopped the interaction between Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry and asked very impolitely, "Brother Chu, how many eggs did this little hungry creature produce in one breath? Isn't this number a bit too much?" It turned out that Little Hunger had laid at least 50 insect eggs at this time. And in addition to these 50 eggs, Little Hunger also laid a gray insect egg that was much larger than the other eggs. Besides, what's the matter with this insect egg? Facing Pangwa's questioning, Chu Jun began to explain. Not much. I just let Little Hungry lay 15 knife worms and 35 mining worm eggs at once. As for this insect egg, looking at the largest insect egg falling into a wriggling state, Chu Jun revealed a charming smile. He stroked the gray insect egg and said, "It's the new Little Hunger." Chapter 100 Assimilation and Gene Lock. What? This is the new Little Hunger. Along with Pangwa's shocked remarks, the most special egg laid by Little Hunger began to wriggle rapidly. At the same time, the embryos of the knife worms began to hatch rapidly. Unlike the knife worm larvae born in laboratory petri dishes, these knife worm larvae are hatched by a Little Hunger, so their hatching time will be shorter. Because of this, the size of the newly hatched knife worm larvae is much smaller than those grown in the laboratory. These knife worm larvae, which were only the size of an adult's palm, ran directly and quickly towards the wild mining worm meat that Chu Jun had prepared long ago after they were born. And then, it's time to feast. These newly born knife worm larvae are extremely hungry. They frantically gnawed at every piece of flesh and bone around them, swallowing them all. As the chewing sound rang out, the rapid growth gene engraved in their gene sequence also came into play. These tiny knife worm larvae can be said to be growing visibly to the naked eye, just like the bamboo shoots after the rain. It was during this growth process that Pangwa noticed a detail. Among these 15 knife worms, there are actually 3 heavy-armored knife worms and 3 winged knife worm larvae. The emergence of this branching, as well as the newly hatched swarm miners, fully demonstrates the diversity of the Little Hungry's offspring. After seeing this scene, Pangwa finally believed what Chu Jun had said before. That is, Chu Jun really stored the genetic sequence of the entire insect swarm in the Little Hungry's genetic storage bank. As long as Little Hunger still exists, she will use her abilities to breed an entire swarm of insects. At the same time, the second Little Hungry finally hatched. However, unlike the Little Hunger that has entered the mature stage, the Little Hunger at this time is not in a complete form, but is in a parasitic state that has not gone through the cocooning stage. This state was the state that Pangwa was in when he first saw Little Hungry in the arena. However, unlike the knife worm, this second Little Hungry worm did not run towards the food quickly after it hatched. Instead, it came to Chu Jun first and rubbed Chu Jun's shoes with its mouth parts, making anxious, gurgling sounds. This extremely intimate state confirmed one thing, that is, she was indeed a Little Hungry. Chu Jun smiled and touched the second Little Hungry thing, then placed her on the corpse of the mining queen that had been prepared long ago. Compared with ordinary wild mining worms, the corpse of this queen worm is more nutritious. Soon, the second hungry little one no longer cared about being intimate with Chu Jun. It turned around and drilled into the body of the queen miner and began to eat it voraciously. Little Hunger even displayed some kind of psychic connection with the larva, which allowed Little Hunger to achieve psychic synchronization with this new self to a certain extent. Seeing this magical scene, Pangwa finally couldn't help it. He quickly asked Xiang Chu Jun, "Brother Chu, what's going on with this second Little Hungry one? Did you clone her? How could it be a clone? Then what is the synchronization between different individuals?" Chu Jun shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "This is really a new Little Hungry. Although she is a different individual from the first Little Hungry, her mind is psychically linked to that of the first Little Hungry. Don't forget, Little Hungry's first psychic talent is the Hive mind. Although the psychic gift of Hive mind itself allows Little Hungry to become the leader of a tribe, it cannot achieve assimilation of thoughts. But in terms of specific application, while solving the fertility problem for Little Hunger, I also used a new idea. That is because I artificially set a gene lock in Little Hungry's gene sequence." Chu Jun looked at the second Little Hungry one eating heartily and smiled. The existence of this gene lock allows all new Little Hungry creatures to have a complete brain structure, but their brain structure will not allow them to have their own consciousness. They don't even have the will to survive. So, only after being assimilated by the Little Hungry's hive mind, these newly hatched Little Hungry can be considered a real living being. Let me explain it to you in the simplest way. This mode is actually equivalent to me directly transforming the thinking of Little Hungry into a true swarm thinking. As long as there is still one Little Hunger under my command, and as long as this swarm mind is not destroyed, then all my Little Hungers are the same Little Hunger. Chu Jun pointed to the twisted double helix mark on the second Little Hungry's fat belly, which was the same as the first Little Hungry's. Genius. Can the psychic talent of Hive Mind be used in this way? Pombo opened his mouth wide. To be honest, the psychic talent of Hive Mind is not that rare, but he is the first one to hear of someone like Chu Jun who can use it. Wrong. Pombo suddenly realized an important problem. That is, the genius next to me just said. It seems that he came up with this idea when he was adding wild mining bug genes to Little Hungry. In other words, the guy in front of him had just completed this magical-sounding transformation process in just a few minutes without the help of any instruments. Because he didn't know that Chu Jun possessed the ultimate evolution system, the surprise in Pangbo's eyes turned directly into horror. Are they really still human? Pangbo trembled and thought so as he looked at Chu Jun beside him, who was smiling in what he thought was a smile, but actually looked morbid to outsiders. All right, if everything goes well, these little guys will soon be able to gain a foothold in this area and continue to expand their scale. Chu Jun patted the stunned Pangbo on the shoulder and said to him, "Let's get back to my private laboratory. To be honest, I'm in a hurry. Because just now, I came up with a new good idea." After saying that, Chu Jun took the lead and left. Hearing this, Pangbo's eyes twitched. What? Does he have any ideas? He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Pangbo was left in the cave, listening to the sound of insects gnawing on food around him. He suddenly had an illusion that the world he lived in would be destroyed in the future because of the madman Chu Jun. Chapter 101 Military Beast Tamer, and something bad happened. Rumble. Accompanied by the sound of a truck driving on the road, Chu Jun turned on the TV in the truck and started watching it, while humming an unpleasant and out-of-tune song. It seems that he is in a good mood. Since there was already a route back, Pangbo, who successfully switched the truck to automatic driving mode, breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Brother Chu, I don't really understand. Would it be dangerous if you put the insect swarm beasts you cultivated into the brown desert? After all, if we want to sell knife worms in the future, we may need to keep our products confidential to a certain extent. If you put them on the market like this, it will easily make our products lose their commercial value. Besides, why are you in such a hurry to grow your swarm from the wild? Facing Pangbo's question, Chu Jun thought for a moment. Actually, I've thought about these questions. I don't understand the business side of things, so I think it's a bit reckless. But compared to the business content, I have always had a sense of crisis, especially after the White Death attacked Sangnan University. My sense of crisis has become even stronger. So in the face of future crises, I choose to improve my strength as much as possible. After all, money is something you can only earn if you live, right? To put it bluntly, Chu Jun's meaning is already very clear. He is not planning to sell his knife worms. Seeing Pangbo looking like he was worried about the money, Chu Jun smiled disdainfully. I almost forgot to say that. If my plan succeeds, then we can actually use the common creatures and minerals in the brown desert to secretly cultivate a large number of mining bugs. In this way, we can not only obtain a large number of mining bugs for free to mine our own minerals, but also, those poor mineral resources in the brown desert are actually equivalent to our industries. The corners of Chu Jun's mouth curled up. Although the value of these poor minerals is not high, there are many of them. Hearing this, Pangbo immediately slapped his thigh. Fuck, Brother Chu, I misunderstood you. You are actually the real business genius. You actually have such a good idea? Is this okay? Yes. The brown desert is an uninhabited area with no forces stationed in it, so Chu Jun's operation is completely legal. Let's not talk about whether Chu Jun's knife worm can be sold for money now. Just talking about Chu Jun's operation, Pangbo and Chu Jun can basically solve the problem of insufficient funds in the early stage quickly. While chatting and laughing, Pangbo immediately changed his expression, praised the king of Chu highly, and began to flatter him. By the way, Brother Chu, you just said that you have a new idea. Do you have any new ideas? Yes. Chu Jun nodded. Since I successfully implemented my idea of hive mind on Little Hungry, I decided to breed 2 new types of swarm creatures. 2 types of swarm creatures? Because he had been with Chu Jun for such a long time, Pangbo had become accustomed to Chu Jun's abnormal speed in designing monsters. What are their respective roles in the insect swarm? Looking at Pangbo, who was not interested but still tried to cater to his interests, Chu Jun, who was in a good mood, waved his hand and said calmly, "Nothing. These 2 new insect swarm beasts are just auxiliary insect swarm beasts. Besides, what I call an idea now is still just an idea. You'll know when I make it. Right now, I am more concerned about another important matter than conceiving a new insect swarm beast." Chu Jun glanced at Pangbo, who was staring at the beautiful host on TV in a daze, and asked with a serious expression, "Ah, big thing. What big thing?" Pangbo, who had just reacted, was shocked when he saw Chu Jun's serious expression. Which restaurant are you going to treat me to tonight? I haven't eaten anything all day. Looking at Chu Jun's eyes that had turned yellow due to hunger, Pang Bo couldn't help but shiver. 2 hours later, near the intersection of the city center and East Street, inside a barbecue restaurant. Grass. The way this guy eats is even worse than those bugs. Pangbo thought to himself as he drank the tea in his cup with a frown on his face. Opposite him, Chu Jun was stuffing a thick pile of juicy barbecue into the poor piece of lettuce. Remember, it's a stack. Then, with Chu Jun's satisfied hum, the pile of barbecue and the piece of lettuce disappeared directly into Chu Jun's mouth. But this was not enough to satisfy Chu Jun. He just drank a sip of water and repeated the previous operation. On the other side of the dinner table, the words of several young people who were drinking caught the attention of Chu Jun and Pang Bo. Hey, did you hear that? Something happened at Health Paradise. It is said that a patient who was taken away for treatment ran back last night. He was shouting and yelling that Health Paradise was using them for human experiments. I heard that too. It is said that the local military has dispatched their beastmasters to capture him. Unfortunately, before the beast tamer arrived, the guy was already shot dead. What? To capture an ordinary person, a beastmaster is needed. These military bastards are useless. As if they realized that their topic was somewhat dangerous, the group of young people unconsciously lowered their voices. But Chu Jun and Pang Bo looked at each other and fell silent. It was obvious that both of them, knowing some of the inside story, had certain guesses about the matter. However, Pangbo was thinking that the boss of Fortune Dog had said before that the White Death parasite was related to the Jack gang, but he didn't know what the relationship between the two was. What Chu Jun was thinking about was, what kind of condition would occur if the White Death parasite really infected the human body? Moreover, why would the military's beastmasters come to capture ordinary people infected by the White Death? Just like that, the two men began their own thinking in silence. But just when Chu Jun was about to eat, Pang Bo received a call. After Pang Bo received the call, his face turned pale instantly. It's broken, Brother Chu. Something terrible has happened. Chapter 102, The Mysterious Disappearance of Pence. Something terrible has happened. Brother Chu, something happened. Facing the panicked Pangbo, Chu Jun calmly swallowed the last bite of barbecue, then wiped his mouth. What's the matter? Why are you making such a fuss? That. It seemed that it was Chu Jun's indifference that gave Pang Bo enough courage. Pang Bo finally calmed down and spoke to Chu Jun in a very low voice. Do you remember what I said before? That I was going to report to our Jack gang that there was a problem with the Honest Man's store at the junction of Dog Harbor and Ant Street. Remember? Chu Jun remembered this incident very clearly. Due to the unique situation in Ant Street, Chu Jun and Pangbo had no intention of reporting it to the police system, but instead planned to report it to Jack's gang. After all, Jack's gang is the actual controller of Ant Street. In the entire Ant Street, they were the only ones who could believe Pangbo's words without any reason and investigate the Honest Man's store and Pence, the owner of the Honest Man's store. At noon and in the afternoon, we were in the Brown Desert, hunting those. We, the Jack gang, went to collect protection money. Oh no, the guys who went to investigate have all disappeared. And that old fellow Burns also escaped through the passage under the Honest Man's shop. That's right, that bastard is not a good person. He secretly dug a passage from underground to his warehouse in Dog Harbor. In addition, we found a large number of corpses and guns from the black market in the enemy's warehouse. Human bones. After Pangbo finished speaking, his face was already pale. It seems that he was shocked by this news. What? Faced with the information given by Pangbo, Chu Jun himself was a little surprised. Because even he himself did not expect that a small matter would develop to this point. He never expected that old Pence, a guy who had run a shop on Ant Street for many years, would actually own guns circulated on the black market. Yes, you're not the only one who didn't expect it. Even our boss didn't expect things to turn out like this. Pence is a guy who hides things too deeply. So much so that our Jack gang didn't even notice his abnormality. Pangbo said to Chu Jun helplessly. Just now, the people in our gang who are responsible for the affairs of Ant Street and Dog Harbor have begun to hunt down Pence. There's no way this guy can escape from our gang's control. Unless this guy can cross the evil sea and the poisonous fog plateau alone. Chu Jun nodded. It is exactly as Pangbo said. Due to the unique geographical location of Ant Street and Dog Harbor, the only two ways for Pence to escape from these two places are to cross the poisonous fog plateau full of toxic gases, or not to take any means of transportation, but only use his own psychic power and strange beasts to cross the terrible evil sea connected to Dog Harbor. But to be honest, both of these options are no different from suicide. Certainly, compared with these two options, suicide may have the same result, but the suffering of suicide is less. Walk. After thinking for a while, Chu Jun picked up his coat and said to Pang Bo, "Let's go to the scene and take a look." Oh. When Pang Bo heard Chu Jun say that he wanted to go to the scene, he was immediately stunned. What is going on? Why should I go to the scene when there is this guy in front of me who is wearing human skin but is actually a monster? Does he still enjoy playing the role of a policeman? Although he had many questions in his mind, Pang Bo thought about it and decided to go over with Chu Jun to take a look. After all, no matter what, Pang Bo's interests and Chu Jun's are now highly intertwined. In addition, if Chu Jun wanted to go, he would definitely take Xiao Hungry with him. So Pang Bo thought that following Chu Jun might be safer than acting alone. So, after Pang Bo paid the bill, he drove with Chu Jun to the Honest Man's store. At this moment, many members of Jack's gang have gathered here. As soon as they saw Pang Bo appear, they immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Pang Bo also responded to them one by one and became very familiar with them. But compared to him, Chu Jun is a little special, because he neither greeted the gang members nor paid attention to them, but instead focused all his attention on the group of illegal exotic animals kept by Jack's gang. That's right. The world where Chu Jun lives is a world where exotic beasts are the high-end power. As an illegal organization that can control several blocks, the Jack gang's most powerful force is not the gangster thugs who only bully ordinary people, but the illegal monsters. Because Chu Jun was also very curious about how these gang members could imitate the beast masters to control these strange beasts with only weak psychic power or even no psychic power. Roar! Seeing Chu Jun approaching and observing him, a three-headed strange beast with an electronic chain around its neck suddenly made a threatening sound. Next to him, a gangster who knew Chu Jun and was also aware of Chu Jun's relationship with Jack suddenly pressed the remote control in his hand. The next second, there was a flash of electric current. This alien beast, whose combat strength exceeded the standard of a third-level alien beast, let out a cry of grievance and laid down impatiently. But at the same time, another snake-like creature that looked like a giant python but was covered with spikes took over the duties of the three-headed beast and made a threatening sound towards Chu Jun. It seems that this group of ordinary people, without psychic powers, can only rely on auxiliary means to control these strange beasts. But such behavior is very dangerous. Once these strange beasts get out of control, they may be attacked by them at any time. It is no wonder that the Star Sea Empire regards all the alien beasts in the city that do not have a beastmaster and are aggressive as illegal alien beasts. Monsters without psychic control can easily get out of control. This is basic common sense throughout the galaxy. Having figured this out, Chu Jun nodded and walked towards the inside of the Honest Man's store. Along the way, no member of Jack Gang dared to stop Chu Jun. But at this moment, two different spiritual energies suddenly flashed beside Chu Jun. Then, a ferocious beast suddenly pounced on him. Chapter 103 Dark Beastmaster. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As a huge figure flashed by, a pale blue lizard beast as big as a small car suddenly jumped out from beside Chu Jun. However, this blue lizard monster did not attack Chu Jun, nor did it show any hostility. On the contrary, it was very happy when it saw Chu Jun. He kept rubbing his head against Chu Jun's hand, as if he wanted Chu Jun to touch him. It turned out that this blue lizard monster was the experimental subject number 17 that was rescued by Chu Jun. It seems that he still remembers Chu Jun. Although the body shape of subject number 17 has not changed much compared to before, many small bumps have grown on his body. And these bumps are the signs of his growth. Seeing this scene, Chu Jun smiled and put his hand on it, caressing the other person. However, Little Hungry, who sensed this scene through psychic energy, was in a truck not far away, banging on the wall of the truck to express his protest. At this time, Jack, the boss of the Jack Gang, also walked out from the corner of the Honest Man's store. However, as the leader of Jack's gang, he is accompanied by two psychic beasts with strength levels of around level 4 as his bodyguards. This underground emperor, who had a horrible scar on his face and controlled several blocks, immediately smiled when he saw Chu Jun. "You're here, Chu Jun." After seeing that their boss was so polite to Chu Jun, the other members of Jack Gang also remembered this guy, Chu Jun, in their minds. If Chu Jun encounters any trouble in the future, he will be the best channel for these gang members to climb up. Of course, as the object of everyone's jealousy, Pang Bo, who followed Chu Jun, was naturally stared at by many people. Pang Bo, who didn't dare to speak, just shrank his already short neck and said nothing. Yes. Ant Street is where I grew up anyway. If I encountered something like this, how could I not come over to take a look? After hearing Chu Jun's feelings towards East Street, Jack's eyes flickered, and it was unclear whether he was happy or angry. But then, he patted Chu Jun on the shoulder and said to him with a smile, "Yeah, you're right. Especially after something like this happened. By the way, Mr. Chu, come down and take a look. I think you will be interested in this thing." After saying that, Jack pulled Chu Jun and walked towards the basement of the honest man's store. Manhwa also followed the two of them and went down together. After walking through a series of dark and slippery stairs, Chu Jun arrived at the basement of the store. However, as soon as he entered the basement, an indescribable stench hit him in the face, and Manhwa couldn't help but retching. "Fuck, what's that smell? It's even more disgusting than that ammonia thing." But Chu Jun ignored Manhwa and turned his head to look at a corner of the basement. Because there, Chu Jun found the source of the stench. 3 twisted human corpses. Chu Jun moved closer and, in the dim light, discovered that these 3 guys seemed to be members of Jack's gang. If Chu Jun guessed correctly, they should be the 3 gangsters who came to the honest man's store to check and then disappeared. However, these 3 twisted human corpses all showed some strange signs of squeezing and melting. The squeezing refers to these 3 corpses, all of which have changed from their previous ordinary human shapes to a spherical shape. Moreover, their bones and skin also showed some extremely strange melting state. This melting did not directly corrode their skin and bones. On the contrary, their skin and bones basically remained intact, but the organs and blood in their bodies basically disappeared completely, especially their brains. After Chu Jun used the dissecting tools handed over by Jack to easily break open the heads of the 3 corpses, he was shocked to find that their brains had completely disappeared. What's going on? Why are they being digested this way? Wrong. What kind of exotic animal has this special digestive ability? Spider. Seeing Chu Jun's confused face, Jack beside Chu Jun couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Don't look at me. I don't know either. I asked you to come and see these 3 corpses because they are so strange. From what I can remember, I haven't found any other exotic animal that has this kind of digestion method. As for the spider you mentioned," Jack ruffled his messy hair and answered in the negative. "I don't think that's likely. If it was a spider-like monster, then this group of people couldn't be in this state. Because the surface of these people's bodies looks more like they have been digested by python-like monsters. After all, the way pythons digest food is to squeeze the prey in their abdomen, crush it, and digest it." After listening to the other party's description, Chu Jun nodded. "Indeed. It doesn't matter if it's a spider or a python. It is impossible for any single species digestion method to leave these 3 bodies in the state they are in now. The one who killed them and absorbed their organs must be some more bizarre beast. And it is a strange beast that has never appeared in the vision of the Qinghai Empire. It may even be a completely new artificial beast." That makes sense. After Chu Jun finished his analysis, Jack seemed to have thought of something and immediately said to Chu Jun, "By the way, according to what Manhwa said before, the person who discovered the abnormality of this store should be you, Chu Jun." "Yes, what's the matter?" "Nothing." Jack frowned, hesitated for a while, and then said to Chu Jun, "As much as I hate to say this, I still have to warn you in advance. That is, according to my previous tests, the exotic beast that Old Pence kept is most likely a genuine level 4 exotic beast." After saying that, Jack took out a psychic detection device that he got from some unknown channel and placed it in front of Chu Jun with a serious look on his face. The residual psychic energy fluctuation level recorded on this psychic energy detection device is level 4. Next, if you live alone on Ant Street, you may be in great danger, because there is a high probability that Old Pence will take revenge on you. Judging from the weapons and equipment left in his warehouse, he should be a killer or a mercenary. Besides, he is a genuine Dark Beastmaster. Chapter 104 Another Invitation. Dark Beastmaster? What is that? A professional title. After hearing this word from Jack's mouth, Chu Jun was stunned for a moment, because he had never heard of this thing. To be more precise, as a law-abiding person, he had never come into contact with the mysterious existence of the Dark Beastmaster. After seeing Chu Jun's confused face, Jack showed an expression that said, as expected, "Oh, it seems you don't know they exist. Let me explain it to you. It turns out that the term Dark Beastmaster is something only many gangsters know. Moreover, Dark Beastmaster is not a single profession, but a general term for a large group of professions. Among them, there are not only killers who kill people for money, but also beastmasters who illegally transform exotic beasts, and even some mercenaries who specialize in small-scale extermination wars. Even among the Dark Beastmasters, there are scary guys who specialize in providing various beast-controlling potions. However, the reason why they are called Dark Beastmasters is because they all have a common identity. That is, without exception, they are all beastmasters who have not been registered by the Starry Empire government. To put it simply, They do not have the legal qualifications to use exotic beasts. Of course, this doesn't sound like a big deal. But in fact, this behavior itself is a very dangerous thing. Because in the Starry Empire, all Beastmasters who have awakened their psychic potential must register with the Starry Empire's Beastmaster Association before they can obtain a legal identity. This is a necessary supervision, but also a reward from the top. Because any Beastmaster who has registered a legal identity, in addition to being able to easily obtain various positions reserved for Beastmasters, can also enjoy privileges that ordinary people can hardly imagine. As long as they don't violate the criminal law too seriously, many of their evil deeds can be ignored. In fact, in many cases, the only consequence for them to violate the criminal law is to pay a symbolic fine. For example, Manhwa is a gang member. But if he passed the registration and became a formal Beastmaster, the not-so-legal things he had done before would be ignored by the Starry Empire government. Even after becoming a Beastmaster, if Manhwa gets involved in gang affairs, he will not lose his identity as a Beastmaster. Because he is a legal Beastmaster. He is the ruling cornerstone of the Shanghai Empire and the true ruling class. Although many Beastmasters trained by gangs are not good people, their identities are at least legal. This sounds very magical, but it is a fact. But, while the Starry Empire government spent a huge amount of money to win over these Beastmasters, there were still a large number of Beastmasters throughout the Starry Empire and the Human Federation who would rather become Dark Beastmasters than accept the takeover by the Starry Empire and the Human Federation. As for the reason, Jack himself said, some Dark Beastmasters are completely inhumane. In order to escape government supervision, they choose to become Dark Beastmasters and conceal their identities. Because only in this way can they complete their experiments without any psychological burden or supervision. And some Dark Beastmasters pursue higher interests. For example, the benefits obtained by mercenaries and assassins are much higher than those of ordinary Beastmasters of the same level. Because in terms of human ability, no matter how powerful a human killer is, even if he has psychic powers, he is not as powerful as the Beastmasters. That's why the Beast Tamer Killer is the most advanced existence in the killer world. Some Beastmasters are completely different. They will not accept the constraints of the Shanghai Empire, and they are even more tired of those rules and regulations. They concealed their identities as Beastmasters simply because they hated being constrained. Of course, there are also some people who conceal their own beast taming abilities for their own reasons and become Dark Beast Tamers without legal identities. After listening to Jack's story, Chu-jun nodded. I see. And you? And why did you become a Dark Beastmaster? Chu-jun looked at Jack and asked curiously. It turns out that according to the composition of a Dark Beastmaster, Jack himself is actually also a Dark Beastmaster. Because he also does not have the legal identity of a Beastmaster of the Starry Empire, and Jack's strength is extremely powerful. From the 3 strange beasts beside him, each of which is about level 4 in strength, it can be seen that if Jack wants to defect to the Starry Empire, the Starry Empire will help him in minutes, establish a legal identity, and provide treatment commensurate with his strength. It would be the same even if Jack was wanted within the Human Federation. You made a mistake in the Human Federation. What does it have to do with my Star Empire? On the contrary, the wanted criminals of the Star Empire receive the same treatment in the Human Federation. There is not much difference between the two in essence. Hey, guess what's going on with me? Facing Chu-jun's question, Jack laughed. However, with the huge scar on Jack's face, his smile was not kind at all, and could even be said to be extremely hideous. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Chu-jun shrugged his shoulders and said to Jack, I am not curious enough to know other people's affairs. That's good, it's a good habit. Jack appreciated Chu-jun's habit and continued to add, because of this, little one, how about I give you a suggestion? What suggestions? In the event that Old Pence might retaliate against you, I suggest that you accept the protection of our Jack gang. Because the owner of the Honest Man's store, Old Pence, is definitely not someone you can handle right now. You are not yet a qualified Beastmaster. Even if you call the police, those police officers cannot protect your safety. So, Jack glanced at Manhwa and said to Chu-jun, consider whether you want to join our gang. As a reward for joining our gang, I plan to hand over the management of Ant Street to you after you graduate and become a Beastmaster. Hearing this, Pangbo beside Chu-jun couldn't help but open his mouth wide. His boss actually offered such generous conditions just to win over Chu-jun. But then, Chu-jun's answer made Pangbo even more surprised, even horrified. Chapter 105, Good Work and Counter-Detection. Faced with Jack's sincere invitation again, Chu-jun shook his head decisively and rejected the invitation. Of course, Chu Jun's refusal does not mean that the cost of Jack's invitation is not attractive. On the contrary, whether it is the protection of Jack's gang or the ownership of the entire Ant Street, these 2 points are things that really excite Chu Jun. But the problem is that Chu Jun still rejected Jack's invitation. The reason why he rejected the other party was not complicated. What Chu Jun really couldn't accept was that he, a scholar, would be tied to a gang. It's not that Chu Jun, a law-abiding citizen, is so self-disciplined, he just simply thinks so. If I want to complete my research on the Zerg, I cannot get involved with the gang. This is especially true at this critical stage of research on Zerg monsters. Of course, Chu Jun couldn't tell Jack so directly what he was thinking. After all, the channels of the Jack gang are also what Chu Jun covets. So in order to have a qualified reason to reject Jack's invitation, Chu Jun pointed directly at Manhwa beside him and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jack, but I have to decline your invitation. Because I would rather demonstrate my value in the business world than join a gang." As he spoke, Chu Jun patted Manhwa on the shoulder. "Mr. Manhwa gave me a lot of creative ideas. He thought my swarm of insects had great commercial value. So, I directly agreed to his request for partnership. After I graduate, I will probably start a company with him. But, Mr. Jack, although I haven't joined the Jack gang, I think we can still have various business dealings, right?" After saying that, Chu Jun smiled and left the basement of the Honest Man's store. And after he left, Manhwa seemed to tremble. This kind of trembling is the kind that trembles from head to toe. Even the fat on his face began to tremble. Boss, It was obvious that Pang Bo was almost scared to death because of Chu Jun's betrayal. After all, in the eyes of Jack, who was unaware of the situation, his idea of getting Chu Jun to start a company was actually equivalent to poaching his employees. And he also knew his boss's temper. Once his behavior. "Sure, you did a good job." But something happened that Manhwa never expected. He originally thought that his boss would have a gloomy face, scold him, or even beat him up. However, Jack not only did not express any anger, but patted himself on the shoulder with extraordinary joy, and then spoke to himself affectionately. "I didn't expect that asking you to be Chu Jun's contact person was indeed the right thing to do." No. Wait. What does didn't expect mean? Before Manhwa could react, Jack continued. "In fact, I didn't think I could get Chu Jun to join our gang at first. After all, he still has great ambitions now. It's impossible for him to be like me now, completely disappointed with reality. So, what you are doing now is exactly the right thing to do." After hearing this, Manhwa was completely confused, because he really didn't understand what he had done right. But soon, he understood what Jack meant. You and Chu Jun jointly set up a business company, which is simply a perfect answer. On the one hand, I can use the financial resources at hand to directly invest in your company in the name of the gang, so that our gang can enjoy the future achievements of Chu Jun. On the other hand, I can also use legal means, through the shareholder approach, to get Chu Jun to help me complete my research within a reasonable scope. These two aspects combined are simply our gang's standard approach to winning over all potential beastmasters in the future. "Yeah, not bad. Jack praised and patted Manhwa's shoulder. The way he looked was just like a boss treating his capable subordinate. "Manhwa, you are indeed an elite from Ant Street, just like Chu Jun. Although you have encountered some challenges in academic research. But you are an alternative genius in solving problems and having a business acumen." Although Manhwa was a little confused, he still nodded humbly. No. Boss Jack, it's mainly because you taught me well." Hearing Manhwa's advice, Jack smiled and took out a thick check folder from his pocket, then tore off a blank check and handed it to Manhwa. "By the way, if you and Chu Jun set up a business company, how would you divide the shares between the two of you?" Looking at the check in his hand with any amount written on it, Manhwa, who knew what Boss Jack meant, replied absent-mindedly. "Half for each." No. Manhwa shook his head as if waking up from a dream. "Chu Jun owns half, and you and I own 1/4 each." Snort. "You are quite greedy." Jack couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at Manhwa, who did not forget to protect his own great interests even in fear. "All right. 1/4 is 1/4. Just get it done." After saying that, Jack asked Manhwa to leave. He himself was preparing to follow the rest of his men along the passage in the basement to take a look at Old Pence's warehouse. Woohoo! Manhwa, who left the honest man's shop, could hardly suppress his excitement. He quickly rushed to Chu Jun and wanted to tell him what had just happened. But before he could open his mouth, he keenly discovered Chu Jun, who was standing next to the car, looked very bad. "What's wrong, Brother Chu? Why do you look so bad? What happened?" Facing the other party's question, Chu Jun nodded. Then he pointed to a nearby dark wall and said, Do you remember that I once released a lot of information bugs from this area to spy on intelligence? I remember. What's wrong? Pongwa had a deep memory of that horribly ugly moth. I originally came out to use my message bug to check for Old Burn's whereabouts. But all of my message bugs with powerful stealth abilities have been discovered by Old Pence without exception. He, or the beast he controls. In fact, it possesses some of the most powerful anti-detection capabilities. A horrible fact appeared before Chu Jun. He suspected that the conversation between Old Pence and himself was no accident, because at that time, he had already discovered the existence of the human-faced moth. In the darkness, a pair of eyes looked at Chu Jun. Chapter 106: Danger and New Creation. If Old Burns had discovered it. Wrong. Chu Jun shook his head. He must have discovered it by then. He had already noticed my abnormality, and he had known for a long time that it was me who brought the human-faced moth to his store and reported him to Jack's gang. Chu Jun looked at the darkness around him and extended his spiritual power like tentacles. Soon, the surviving message bugs around sensed Chu Jun's spiritual power and responded to him quickly. These insect swarms of strange beasts, which can use their special information organs to record images and sounds, directly piece together and transmit everything they see into Chu Jun's mind through psychic power. Soon, the overall picture of E Street appeared in Chu Jun's mind. Moreover, this picture not only includes the picture of Ant Street, but also includes the sounds and details inside the entire Ant Street. Although the brain of a single message worm cannot store so much information at once. However, after being connected and processed by a large number of information worms' brains, these huge and detailed information directly turned into a complete super picture in Chu Jun's mind, with the time and angle being controlled at will. And this is the real reason why Chu Jun created the message worm. As long as this moth exists, he can make the illusion around him become one-way transparent at any time. However, he encountered a bottleneck the first time he used the message bug. Damn it, how did this guy find and clean up all the message bugs around the Honest Man's store? Although most of the images and sounds in Ant Street were recorded by the message bugs. But what Chu Jun didn't expect was that all the message bugs around the Honest Man's store were in a dead state. Moreover, the death of the message bug also led to another consequence. That is what Chu Jun saw. The Honest Man's store seemed like an information black hole, completely blocking all the information around it. Such consequences made Chu Jun realize that the message worm he created did not seem to be very perfect. They have huge flaws in terms of keeping themselves secret and transmitting information. After thinking about this, Chu Jun opened his eyes. There's nothing I can do. In this situation, we can only wait until we get back to optimize the genetic sequence of the message worm. It seems that my previous judgment was completely wrong. I thought the message bug had a strong stealth ability, but this stealth ability is nothing compared to Pence's anti-reconnaissance ability. Call. Because his exotic beast had a flaw, Chu Jun sighed rarely. This world is actually more dangerous than he had previously imagined. Because Chu Jun did not forget that the moment he walked into the Honest Man's shop, two different spiritual energies swept over him. Among these two spiritual powers, one belongs to Jack. As for the other one, he had no idea who it was. Let's go. After figuring out the situation, Chu Jun woke up Pang Bo beside him without hesitation. This greedy guy, after seeing Chu Jun's bad face, did not choose to disturb Chu Jun's thinking, but took out the check again, and then looked at the check with an intoxicated look. Oh, okay. After hearing Chu Jun's words, Pang Bo woke up as if from a dream and quickly followed Chu Jun's steps. Brother Chu, where are we going? Go straight back to my lab. Chu Jun said coldly. I have some things I need to take care of. Seeing the serious expression on Chu Jun's face, Pang Bo didn't dare to say much. He simply stepped on the accelerator to the maximum and drove towards the laboratory at the fastest speed. Chu Jun's private laboratory is not far from the Honest Man's store. So after just 7 or 8 minutes, Pangwo drove back to the door of Chu Jun's laboratory. Brother Chu, I'm going to go back first. Today plus yesterday are really tiring. I might need to take a break. After operating the mechanical device and placing Little Hungry and the half-grown knife worm larvae into the laboratory, Pangwa said to Chu Jun. In fact, this stupid guy was definitely not going to rest. Because Pangwa had a lot more money at this time, he was actually planning to go home and find some kittens to relax with. Although at this time the urban area of Sangnan City is still at risk of being attacked by the White Death. But Pangwa didn't care about the so-called risks at all. Even if he died, he would die in the hands of those little cats. Cough cough. To some extent, Pangwa can be regarded as a representative of the unity of knowledge and action. But, no. Just when Pangwa was about to slip away and enjoy the bliss of life, Chu Jun stopped him with a cold face. You stay here tonight. But why? Pang Bo said in confusion, not knowing what Chu Jun was crazy about. But Chu Jun was not in the mood to care about him at this time. He just turned his head and spoke with a cold expression. Because it's dangerous. Because Chu Jun felt a vague sense of threat. He could sense that old Pince might take revenge on him soon. In this situation, he was only truly safe when he was with Little Hunger and Knifeworm. And the same is true for Panghwa. Chu Jun had no doubt that once Panghwa drove this rented truck away from Ant Street, then his survival time will not exceed 10 minutes. Is there danger? When Panghwa heard Chu Jun say these words, the hormones in his body disappeared instantly and were replaced by a large amount of adrenaline secreted to deal with danger. Good. Pang Bo, who believed in the unity of knowledge and action, abandoned all his principles without hesitation and quickly followed Chu Jun into the laboratory. Rather than being a dead fat man, he would rather be a rich and alive fat man. Brother Chu, the dangers you mentioned. Don't worry about the danger. Before Panghwa could finish speaking, Chu Jun interrupted him forcefully. You just need to be responsible for one thing tonight. What is it? Help me take care of those newborn swarm embryos. As Chu Jun spoke, he walked into the experimental area of his laboratory. But there are no swarm embryos in our lab right now. Looking at the empty cultivation device, Panghwa said with a puzzled look. But on the other side, Chu Jun, who had already put on the equipment, smiled. Don't worry, it will be there soon. Because I plan to create 3 new types of insect swarm beasts tonight. They are the brain worm that can transmit psychic information and become the information center, and the gene worm that helps me collect the essence of alien beasts and synchronize the genetic sequence of the swarm. And the gunworms that will become the main force of the Zerg in the future for a long time. Chapter 107 Parasitic Gunworm. No words were spoken that night. In the laboratory in the morning. So annoying. Don't touch me. I'm sleeping. In front of the breeding chamber, Panghwa, who was supposed to guard the breeding chamber and report the situation in real time, had been sleeping for who knows how long. At this moment, he was enjoying the comfort brought by a sweet dream, and he unconsciously used his feet to block a knife bug beside him that was trying to wake him up. Call. Call. However, even in his sleep, Panghwa still felt uneasy. Because when he was sleeping, he always felt that the knife bug next to him, which was about to wake him up, seemed to be making some pitiful whimpering sound. Moreover, he could always feel a terrifying shadow standing in front of him, looking at him with some malice. This feeling made him very depressed. The fact is, at this moment, Chu Jun, with a tired look on his face, was standing in front of the sleeping Pang Bo with a ferocious expression. The several knife bugs beside him were trembling because of Chu Jun's anger. Only the knife bug next to Panghwa, which had eaten half of Panghwa's leather shoe, had the good sense to pat Panghwa on the shoulder and try to wake him up. Bang! As the sound of cocoons bursting in the incubator was heard, Panghwa woke up instantly. I'm not asleep. Really, I didn't sleep. To be honest, when Pang Bo saw Chu Jun in front of him with a dark face, he almost peed his pants on the spot. He hadn't woken up yet, so he quickly stood up. But he didn't notice that the knife worms were right at his feet, and he fell down as soon as he stood up. His fat and strong body hit the 2 knife worms hard, making them scream. Well, looking at the breeding room that was in chaos in an instant, Chu Jun covered his forehead helplessly. He somewhat regretted keeping Panghwa. After the initial chaos, Chu Jun ignored Pang Bo and walked to the breeding chamber and opened the door. And at this time, Panghwa noticed. Chu Jun didn't know when he had completed the cultivation of the insect swarm monsters. And the gunworm he mentioned officially appeared in the big family of the insect swarm. Only. Fuck. What the hell is this? When Chu Jun took out the first gunworm from the breeding chamber, Panghwa woke up instantly. Because the so-called gun bug that Chu Jun took out at this time was really too weird. The gun bug made by Chu Jun is a half-meter-long bug that has the appearance of a gun, but it is only the appearance of a gun. But unlike traditional firearms, the body of this firearm is covered with various tiny eyes. Moreover, its lower part is a biological tissue similar to a suction cup, and the suction cup is covered with countless thin tentacles that can fix it. On the back half of the gun were giant cysts filled with scarlet substance. Within these cysts, countless scarlet substances are constantly breeding large numbers of small creatures. Brother Chu, where's your gun bug? Looking at Chu Jun, who was fiddling with this half-meter-long spear-shaped monster, Pang Bo's face was filled with surprise. Gunworm? This is the gun bug. Chu Jun asked with a puzzled look on his face. Isn't his shape similar enough to a gun? That's the problem, okay. Panghwa was about to vomit blood. That's not what I meant. I mean, since the insect swarm monster you created is a gun bug, why did you only design a gun? What about the bugs with guns? Facing the confused Pang Bo, Chu Jun was also confused. Wait, a bug using a gun bug? Why would I design something so useless? This is so inefficient. After saying that, Chu Jun snapped his fingers. Then a knife worm immediately ran to the side of the gun worm and bent down. The next second, as the tentacles of the gun worm kept wriggling, the body of the gun worm was quickly installed on the back of the knife worm and merged into one. It's a kind of parasitism, but also a kind of cooperation. And because the gun worm is very light in structure, the knife worm does not feel too much of a burden even if it carries it on its back. The original speed advantage of the knife worm is still retained. However, the knife worm, which was originally only capable of close combat attacks, gained powerful long-range attack capabilities due to the parasitism of the gun worm. Because following Chu Jun's order, the gun worm immediately turned a full 180 degrees on the back of the knife worm using its biological chassis, and then fired several rounds of scarlet ammunition at the nearby wall. Boom, boom, boom. Phew. In an instant, 3 large holes were shot directly on the metal wall of the laboratory by the gunworm's ammunition. At the same time, in these large holes shot by bullets, there were also traces of metal being corroded by scarlet liquid. Not only that, in these holes, Pambwa also saw 3 ugly and ferocious little insects, which were gnawing at everything around them like crazy. Unfortunately, although these small insects tried hard to gnaw on the surrounding metal walls, they still couldn't survive. After a few seconds, they screamed and died on the spot. But no matter what, Pambwa broke out in cold sweat when he saw this scene, because he couldn't imagine what would happen if such a bullet hit his body. These little bugs are the parasitic bullets used by my gun bug. The number of bullets for the parasites of the gunworm is usually around 100. As for the replenishment rate, it's 1 round per minute. Seeing Pambwa so surprised by the gunworm's behavior, Chu Jun slowly explained. To be precise, they are all larvae of gunworms. They are all generated from the gunworm. Once it can find a suitable host, and the host can withstand more than an hour of biting, they will be transformed into new gunworms in the host's body. But what about that scarlet liquid? Although Pambwa understood the structure of the gunworm and the gunworm bullet, he still didn't understand why the gunworm would shoot out corrosive liquid. In response to this, Chu Jun also gave his own answer. There is no other solution. After all, gunworms are not purely mechanical structures. In my design, the kinetic energy they generate cannot directly penetrate the armor of many enemies, especially the skin of alien beasts above level 4. So in order to kill the enemy more easily, I directly added the gene fragment of the corrosive spider into the gene sequence of the gunworm, so that when they shoot the parasite bullets, they will also add some venom that can corrode the enemy's skin and armor. After hearing this, Pambwa finally understood everything. Brother Chu, in other words, you designed the gunworm to be a parasite that can parasitize the knifeworm? You turn them into some kind of living automatic turrets. No. Chu Jun smiled and shook his head. Not just knife bugs. All of my swarm monsters can be adapted to the gunworms. To be precise, I completed the entire swarm network last night. After saying that, Chu Jun opened the 2nd and 3rd culture chambers. The 2 new types of insect swarm beasts that Chu Jun took out from the culture chambers made Pang Bo unbelievable. This. What is this again? Chapter 108 Brainworms and Trouble. What is this? Fuck, this is too ugly. When Chu Jun took out the 2nd kind of insect beast he had cultivated from another culture chamber, Pambwa finally couldn't hold it anymore and shouted hurriedly. It turned out that the insect swarm monster that Chu Jun took out was actually an exposed brain floating in the air. It has dozens of light tentacles filled with inert gas. Under the action of the gas, these light tentacles keep pulling the strange beast towards the sky. Moreover, because she has an almost transparent skull and a brain that is almost half a person's height, her overall appearance is like a gray inverted jellyfish. Apart from this, its other structures are extremely simple. She has no eyes or mouth, only a simple set of digestive organs and nutrient inlet. Almost all of her organs are used to maintain the functioning of this brain. What the hell is this? It's a brainworm. Chu Jun pointed at the new type of insect beast in front of him and explained. I learned from my previous experience and created this insect swarm creature specially. She has 2 powerful abilities. The first ability is that she has powerful psychic potential. Even more powerful psychic potential than my current little hunger. However, this part of her psychic potential has also been locked by me, so that all of her psychic potential can be used to enhance the ability of Hive Mind. In this case, as long as she floats into the air, she will immediately become a living information transfer station, helping my little hungry ones to establish a stable psychic connection through her as a psychic node when the straight line distance is less than 100 kilometers. Similarly, I can also establish a psychic connection with them and check their every move. Moreover, this is only the case when there is only one. If I can create a few more, or even dozens of them, then the brainworm can build a real psychic network for me in the air. And this psychic network will connect all of my Zerg beasts, allowing them to work together with me to form a psychic network that belongs only to me. After hearing this, Pangwa finally realized the power of this thing. But what really surprised him was not this. Because he suddenly realized that in these few short days, Chu Jun seemed to have gradually built a real Zerg network by solving one incident after another. And the core of this Zerg network is himself. Moreover, Chu Jun's real creation is, "Are you building an ecosystem similar to a system?" Pangwa said loudly. "Are you imitating the computer system and constructing an ecosystem similar to the computer system? You created brain worms that can prolong psychic energy, created mining worms and mother nests as energy sources, created knife worms and gun worms with execution power, and created message worms as a source of information. All of this is moving in one direction. God is above. You are creating an entire, complete, independently viable race." "Yes." Chu Jun smiled. "I didn't expect you to finally find out. I thought you wouldn't be able to find this with your intelligence." Seeing Chu Jun slandering his IQ, Pang Bo curled his lips in disdain. "Cut. Although I am a little bit stupid, I am not a fool, okay? After all, I am an elite who came out of Ant Street. I just seem a little dumb in front of a genius like you." Originally, Pangwa wanted to say pervert, but after thinking it over again and again, he decided not to say so. "You said before that your brainworm has two important abilities. The first is that he has the ability of a psionic node. So what is her second function?" Faced with Pangwa's doubts, Chu Jun was silent for a moment. But in the end, he still said it. "The ability to think. In my design, she has the ability to think. This ability will exist as a supplementary ability for me and Little Hungry. Once this capability is enabled, Little Hungry and I will both gain a huge boost in computing power. We will use the speed that exceeds that of ordinary computers to quickly process various data, and use this data to command my swarm of monsters. To put it in an exaggerated way, as long as there are message bugs near these knife bugs and gun bugs, these gun bugs can even predict and hit the target every time. Oh my god, it's still possible." After hearing this, Pangwa opened his mouth suddenly with a look of disbelief. "Etc. Why do you say, once activated? You haven't enabled this ability for the brainworm yet?" "Yes." Chu Jun nodded and admitted the matter without hiding anything. "Why?" Pang Bo couldn't understand why Chu Jun designed such a powerful ability, but didn't use it. If it were him, he would never waste the brainworm's powerful ability. But soon he understood why. Because the brainworm currently has two major flaws. First of all, the first flaw is that his current brain tissue consumes too much energy. And I have to optimize his brain, increase his computing power as much as possible, and weaken his other brain functions. In order to solve this problem, I may need to get a psychic biochemical subbrain to study it. When Pangwa heard about this device, his eyes went dark. Wow, the price of this thing. But it's very, very expensive. The second reason is, the brain used by this brainworm comes from my brain cells. If I activate him now, then things are going to get really troublesome. Just like Clare, after a long experimental process, Chu Jun finally chose the most taboo path. Chapter 109, Confidentiality and Flies. "What, are you crazy? Do you know what you're thinking about?" Looking at Pang Bo, who was standing beside him with a look of disbelief, Chu Jun said calmly, "Of course I do. The price of a biochemical secondary brain is indeed very expensive, but if I disassemble it and complete it, then I can actually mass-produce some of these parts." Here, Chu Jun was being very conservative. He did not say that he could completely copy a biochemical subbrain, nor did he say that he could imitate a biochemical subbrain. The only thing he said was that he could make the parts for the biochemical secondary brain. Chu Jun had seen the introduction of the biochemical subbrain on the internet, and he knew very well that he could not copy a complete biochemical subbrain. You know, the advanced product, biochemical subbrain, is actually the flagship product of Angel Gene Company. This device, which possesses powerful thinking capabilities, not only possesses extremely advanced genetic technology, but also has a multitude of biochemical technologies. Although Chu Jun can easily copy the genetic sequence of the biochemical subbrain, he does not have the biochemical technology required for the biochemical subbrain. So, wait a minute. That's not the question I'm talking about, okay? Before Chu Jun could finish, Pang Bo immediately interrupted him and said in a very speechless manner, What I really want to say is why you want to inject human genes into the bodies of alien beasts. Brother Chu, you can't be unaware that fusing human genes with alien beast genes is the biggest taboo in our Qinghai Empire. Any citizen of the Qinghai Empire who violates this law will be sentenced to death. I know. Chu Jun nodded and said with a smile. But you won't tell anyone, right? Is it right? The moment he heard these two words, Pang Bo felt a chill all over his body and couldn't help shaking. Although Chu Jun's tone was very calm, Pang Bo could still hear the hidden malice in his words. No, that's not malicious. This wasn't even a warning. Because Panghua clearly realized that in the eyes of Chu Jun, I really won't go to Gaomi. With this thought in mind, Panghua turned his head and looked at little Hungry standing behind him, as well as the knife worms that had already started to equip their gun worms. Of course, my dear brother Chu, we are friends. Isn't it just a fucking death penalty? Even if we were shot to death for 1 minute, I wouldn't tell anyone. Chu Jun shrugged and said with a smile. That's not necessary. If it's mainly about execution, there's no need for even a minute. Moreover, after I created the brain worm, I actually implanted a self-destruction device in it. To be precise, I added self-destructive components to the brain worm's blood through genetic means. These self-destructive blood components, mixed with the gas in the brain worm's tentacles, will explode with extremely strong power. So no matter who discovered the brain worm, or made the brain worm feel danger, or the brain worm simply lost my control, then the brain worm will immediately transform into a terrifying huge bomb in front of the enemy. Chu Jun patted the cute brain worm beside him and continued to explain to Panghua. Just one brain worm can basically destroy the room we are in. Plop. Looking at the brain worm that kept rising and falling under Chu Jun's hand due to the beating, Panghua knelt down without standing firmly. Brother Chu, there's no need for that. After the previous farce, Panghua suddenly remembered something and immediately asked Chu Jun. That's right. Brother Chu, what did you mean when you said before that once you activate the brain worm, things will become very troublesome? That's what it means literally. Chu Jun pointed at the brain worm's huge brain and said, because the brain structure of the brain worm comes from my brain cells. So its essence is no different from my brain. That is to say, once the brain of the brain worm is fully activated, there will be 2 commanders in the swarm, one me and one it. This is a very dangerous thing. Panghua, who looked confused, shook his head and said seriously, really? But I don't feel any danger. The Zerg has 2 commanders. Isn't this what you wish for? Of course not. Looking at the hopelessly fat man in front of him, Chu Jun couldn't help but sigh. What I want is for this brain worm to help me command. Remember, it's help. He plays a supporting role for me. But having 2 commanders is a different matter. 2 commands means that sometimes my command may be to the east, and its response is to the west. These are 2 completely different command modes. If I don't handle it well, once the brain worms awaken their own thoughts, my swarm will be out of my control. When he said this, Chu Jun sighed. That's why I have to do some research on biochemical subbrains. Only if I figure out how the biochemical subbrain solves this problem can I figure out how such a biochemical subbrain can only help the user think and not generate consciousness. I see. Panghua, who finally understood, nodded after hearing this. So, Pombo, the blank check you got from Boss Jack. Chu Jun smiled maliciously, and this time, greed appeared in his eyes. It's time to cash it a little bit. Let's discuss how to use this check that belongs to us. Pombo was desperate. A few minutes later, Panghua, who had discussed the purpose of the check, stood in front of the 3rd petri dish and spoke to Chu Jun curiously. By the way, Brother Chu, you said before that you designed 3 different swarm monsters last night. What is this 3rd type of insect swarm beast? It was obvious that Panghua, whose wallet had been drained dry, tried to find some exotic beast that could be used to make a fortune from Chu Jun's inventions. Seeing Panghua so curious, Chu Jun naturally opened the culture dish containing the 3rd strange beast. The next second, accompanied by Panghua's scream, countless flies flew out of the petri dish. Chapter 1 Tenjin Worm. Along with the sound of the fly flying, Panghua immediately started shouting. Countless flies instantly flew across his face and flew towards Chu Jun. Aawa. Oh my god, so many flies. Help. At this moment, Chu Jun, who couldn't bear to watch it anymore, covered his forehead helplessly. Okay, stop howling. This is not a fly. This is a genetic insect designed by me to synchronize genetic mutations among various insect swarms. Following Chu Jun's spiritual guidance, the flies swarmed onto Chu Jun's palm and formed a very neat queue. However, in the eyes of Pang Bo, who was beside Chu Jun, these so-called genetic insects were too much like flies. To be precise, These genetic insects actually imitate the structure of flies. They have a spherical head, a pair of transparent wings, 3 pairs of feet with claw pads, and… Alright. Chu Jun really couldn't hold it in any longer, and he laughed at Pang Bo's grim face. Actually, these bugs are actually flies. I just optimized their genes and added several new abilities. Seeing that his partner actually created a fly, Pangbo covered his forehead in pain and asked helplessly, "Brother Chu, why did you design this thing? You think the ant street we're in isn't dirty and messy enough, right?" "Of course not." Chu Jun shook his head, looking serious. "On the contrary, if the genetic bugs spread over a large area in our area, they will use their more excellent genetic abilities to purify our area. Compared to ordinary flies, my genetic bugs have the ability to disinfect themselves, so they are much cleaner than flies. Moreover, I have positioned these genetic insects as cleaners of corrupt substances." "Why did you add flies?" "Never mind." Pangbo was completely helpless. He didn't want to debate these issues with Chu Jun anymore, so he asked directly, "Just tell me what this thing is all about." "Good. First of all, my gene bug has 4 functions. I've already mentioned the first function. Genetic bugs can purify the swarm area and keep it clean and tidy, preventing diseases like plague from spreading widely. The second function of the genetic insects is to serve as a food supplement for other insect swarms and exotic animals. The energy source I designed for the Zerg in the beginning was basically the mother nest, but considering that the Zerg creatures in some harsh environments could not obtain supplies, I added genetic insects as a supplementary food for them. They and their cubs can all become food for knife worms and gunworms, especially their cubs. Not only can these genetic insect cubs directly devour the corrupt garbage, but also because of the genetic sequence of the mutant insects, they can grow indefinitely. Although they will no longer be able to transform into genetic bugs due to their infinite size, they are still full of sufficient protein and nutrients. In this way, they can grow rapidly even on the battlefield, providing enough food for the Zerg beasts that have lost their mother nest or cannot reach their mother nest. Next, it is the third ability of the gene bug, the ability of genetic synchronization. In my imagination, since different hungry little creatures are located in different areas, the insect swarms in certain areas will undergo random mutations to adapt to the environment. And these genetic insects are responsible for collecting the mutated factors from these mutated insect swarm creatures and storing them in their own gene storage banks. Of course, if some of the mutations are not suitable for the current environment, then I can also let the gene bugs reopen the normal gene storage pool to Little Hungry, so that she and her swarm can return to their original appearance. By the way, gene worms are one of the few insect swarm creatures with gene storage banks, except for the Little Hungry. And I have also specially added double insurance organs to the gene worms to prevent gene contamination. This is enough to support the long-term storage of these genes in the body of the gene worms. Just like system backup. After listening to this, Pangbo's eyes also lit up. For a moment, he seemed to see endless wealth waving to him from these flies. He knew how to use these insect swarms and strange beasts to get rich. As for the fourth ability of the genetic bug, it is somewhat special. That means they have the ability to steal genes. Gene stealing. Pangbo frowned, and an ominous feeling arose in his heart. What a stealing method. Chu Jun smiled slightly and said, "Of course, I will let my gene bugs spread all over Tsangnan City and steal the gene sequences of all the exotic beasts." Really, a terrifying and extremely unrealistic idea came into Chu Jun's mouth. As long as my genetic bugs come into contact with the culture fluid, skin scraps, hair, or even excrement of these alien beasts, even if it's just a little bit of it, then my swarm of insects will have mastered the genetic sequences of these strange beasts. In this way, we can obtain almost all the genes of exotic beasts for free. Hearing this, Pangbo couldn't help but retort. "But, Brother Chu, even if you have the genes of those beasts, you can't copy them with just a small piece of genes. Gene sequences and genetic samples that can be used to create exotic animals are 2 different things." Facing Pangbo's questioning, Chu Jun smiled. "That's someone else. I don't need it." Although Pangbo has a deep interest bond with Chu Jun, the problem is that he still doesn't know Chu Jun's biggest secret. That is the ultimate evolution system. The existence of this ability makes Chu Jun born with the ability of a creator. This is different from others who need complete genetic samples or even corresponding alien beast embryos to clone alien beasts. As long as the genetic sequence of any creature reaches Chu Jun's hands, he can copy it. Perfect copy. Under Pangbo's questioning gaze, Chu Jun smiled and threw the genetic insect in his hand into the sewer. Now, as long as the time is ripe, Chu Jun's insect swarm will soon reach the harvest season. Chapter 111 Intelligence and Interview. Okay, these are all the designs I had last night. After throwing the genetic bugs into the sewer and dealing with other matters, Chu Jun simply sat down on the old sofa in the laboratory. To be honest, Chu Jun was already exhausted at this time. After a busy day yesterday and staying up late last night, all he wanted to do now was rest. However, before resting, he still has something very important to do. That is, go. You've slept all night, go buy me breakfast. Since Chu Jun needed to attend a secret meeting in Sangnan City with Clare in the evening, Chu Jun decided to do nothing during the day. He was so sleepy that he just wanted to have a good sleep for the whole day after having a hearty breakfast. So the arduous task of buying breakfast naturally had to be given to Panghua, who had slacked off and slept the night before. Faced with Chu Jun's task, Pangbo naturally had no reason to refuse. Panghua, who had long wanted to go out for some fresh air, was even looking forward to leaving this obviously sick laboratory. But before leaving, Panghua remembered something and asked Chu Jun slyly. But, Brother Chu, if I go out now, will it be unsafe? Don't worry. It can't be unsafe. Chu Jun pointed outside. After last night's replenishment, I have replenished the number of message bugs as much as possible. In Ant Street now, any movement will not escape my detection. If Old Pence wants to kill you, I can definitely intercept him in advance. And, Chu Jun sneered. I don't think he dares to kill you, a formal member of the Jack Gang, in broad daylight on the Jack Gang's territory. If he had any sense, he wouldn't do that. Hearing Chu Jun's promise to him, Pangbo rushed out excitedly. But he didn't notice. Shortly after he left the laboratory, 2 knife worms equipped with gunworm parasites followed him along the shadows on the wall. Although these 2 knife worms are strange beasts, with the help of the message worms, they completely bypassed all people and completed the tracking of Panghua. The aiming system formed by the countless eyes on the gunworm can ensure that once the message worm discovers Old Pence, it can immediately lock onto him. The reason why Chu Jun did this was because he did not lie about the matter of Old Pence. If Old Pence was mentally sound, it would be impossible for him to take revenge on Chu Jun and the people around him in broad daylight. But that was when he was sane. No unusual movement. When Chu Jun saw Panghua returning to the laboratory carrying large bags of breakfast, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this guy's mental state is much more normal than I thought. But the question is, if that's the case, then why did he do this? Why did he choose to use humans to breed his exotic beasts? With countless thoughts in mind, Chu Jun began to enjoy the breakfast that Panghua brought back. It has to be said that when it comes to food, Panghua and Chu Jun have surprisingly similar tastes. And he also knew Chu Jun's appetite. Not only did he buy a dozen thick meat patties with minced meat and onions, he also bought 2 large bottles of freshly squeezed apple juice produced by East Street in one go. In addition, Panghua also bought a few small vegetable salads to help Chu Jun relieve his greasiness. After barely finishing 3 meat patties, drinking a bottle of juice, and eating a whole vegetable salad, Chu Jun looked at the several remaining meat patties on the table and asked in confusion, "Did you buy too much this morning?" No. I bought so many on purpose." Seeing that Chu Jun thought he was extravagant, Pangbo hurried to explain. "Actually, I plan to use this food to build a good relationship with these cute little guys." After saying that, Panghua placed one of the meat patties in front of Little Hungry and Knife Worm, who were already jumping with anxiety. These insect swarms and strange beasts have long been salivating over the human food that exudes the aroma of grease. So, when the meat pie was placed in front of Little Hungry, he immediately kicked away the knife worm beside him without hesitation and swallowed the meat pie. The knife worms that were kicked out took this opportunity to pounce back, licking the ground frantically and eating all the oil residue. Don't worry. I still have a lot. Hey, if you see me in danger in the future, come and save me if you can." Panghua divided the meat patties into 2 portions, gave the larger portion to Little Hungry and the smaller portion to the knife worms. "Save me, and I'll give you steak for every meal. I'm very rich." Looking at Panghua, who was trying to bribe the insect swarm with food, Chu Jun smiled helplessly. "It's no use for you to do that. At least it's useless for you to feed the knife worms food." "Why?" "Because Little Hunger is the leader of this group of knife bugs and gun bugs. If you want to gain their protection, you need to please Little Hunger." Hearing this, Panghua quickly put the meat pie for the knife worms in front of Little Hungry. Besides, since Little Hungry's intelligence has not been improved, she cannot understand your words. "So when are you going to improve Little Hungry's intelligence?" Panghua said with shining eyes. "It's not intelligence, it's intelligence. Reshaping Little Hungry's brain is a huge project, even more troublesome than creating Little Hungry. Plus, I need to study the White Death carefully during this period of time, So the plan to improve Little Hungry's intelligence will have to wait for a while. Hearing Chu Jun say this, Pangbo nodded helplessly. You should have said it earlier. If he had known that bribery was useless now, he would have saved himself some money. But it was precisely because of the mention of the White Death that Pangbo suddenly thought of an important thing, and he hurriedly said to Chu Jun, "By the way, Brother Chu, I received a text message while I was having breakfast. A text message from Lord Fenrir. He sent me a message saying that your plan to smuggle screaming locusts has already been implemented. But what?" Pangbo shrugged his shoulders. But he needs to have a meeting with you before deciding whether to open his smuggling channel to you. Chapter 112 Chu Jun's Second Psychic Talent. Interview. After hearing this word, Chu Jun couldn't help but frowned. Did this guy go back on his word? Chu Jun remembered very clearly that Pangbo had said before that Count Fenrir had already agreed to Chu Jun using his smuggling channels to smuggle screaming locusts. But now, Count Fenrir seemed to have changed his attitude and insisted on meeting with Chu Jun before agreeing. So Chu Jun naturally thought that Count Fenrir had changed his mind. It's possible. Pangbo nodded and analyzed calmly. But I think that rather than going back on his word, I always feel that Earl Fenrir wants to simply meet you. Otherwise, if he really goes back on his word, he should directly reject your request. Unlike Chu Jun, who has a simpler mind, Pangbo, who climbed up from the mud pit of Ant Street to the big tree of Jack Gang, is more detailed in his analysis of such things. So what's his reason for doing this? Maybe it's a way to win over others. Pangbo continued his analysis. Although you and I both live on Ant Street, and Ant Street is the territory controlled by Jack's gang. But Brother Chu, your information cannot be hidden at all. Although Boss Jack is very powerful, he doesn't handle many details well. For example, the fact that he wants you to join the gang is not only known to us lower-level gang members, but also to those who belong to the forces behind Count Fenrir. So I think the possibility of them trying to win you over is very high. Of course, I think there is actually another possibility. That means he may need your help with something. Although Pangbo was also very curious as to why Chu Jun insisted on smuggling the screaming locust, a dangerous species that was strictly prohibited from import by the Star Empire. However, considering Chu Jun's various strange behaviors and research, Pangbo finally did not say it out loud. All right, if that's the case, then you should reply to the other party. In a few days, if I have time, I will meet with him. But the meeting place should preferably be in a neutral area without gangs. Seeing Chu Jun say this, Pangbo immediately felt relieved. He didn't want to meet that weird guy again, especially the black guy next to Count Fenrir. When Pangbo thought of the horrific experience that day, he immediately began to tremble with nausea. Anything else? If not, I'll go take a rest. When he said this, Chu Jun himself was already extremely sleepy. After confirming that there was nothing else, Chu Jun staggered to the office area on the 4th floor and lay down on the bed and fell asleep. There was no way. After a day and night of hard work, even he could not bear such fatigue. But when Chu Jun really fell asleep, where is this? After Chu Jun woke up from his sleep, he was shocked to find himself in a gray space. This gray space is filled with all kinds of strange things. Some of them sometimes twist and sometimes disappear, while others mutate from time to time into some strange and indescribable existence. But when Chu Jun really got close to these things, he found that these things would turn into some kind of genetic sequence. What's even more bizarre is that Chu Jun, who originally possessed the ultimate evolutionary system and could analyze genetic components at will, was unable to analyze and identify these genetic sequences after seeing them. With countless curiosity, Chu Jun tried to touch these creatures with his hands. But to Chu Jun's surprise, all his attempts were in vain, because these strange things disappeared suddenly before Chu Jun could touch them. Immediately afterwards, as Chu Jun got closer and closer to the center of this space, Chu Jun saw the most bizarre existence. That is the symbol of my psychic talent. A twisted, double helix logo. Where exactly is this place? Chu Jun, extremely surprised, approached his psychic talent symbol. But before he could get close enough, a flash of thunder appeared in the gray space. An extremely dense existence suddenly approached Chu Jun at an extremely fast speed. However, this mass of matter did not harm Chu Jun. It just quickly approached Chu Jun and began to try to make some changes. But it was precisely because of such changes that Chu Jun now felt that his brain seemed to be torn apart. The extremely horrible pain made Chu Jun groan. Until, gurgle gurgle. The next second, Chu Jun woke up from his sleep. Gurgle gurgle. When he saw Chu Jun wake up, Xiao Hungry, who had climbed to the 4th floor at some point, immediately and happily put his head on Chu Jun's neck and made happy purring sounds. Chu Jun, who was suffering from a splitting headache at this moment, realized that he must have just entered some kind of dream. But problems also arise. Really, are there dreams that are so real? And why did my headache also shift from the dream to reality? Chu Jun rubbed his head frantically and struggled to get up from the bed. But at this moment, tick-tick, bright red blood dripped onto his quilt. When Xiao Hungry saw this scene, he stopped gurgling excitedly and looked at Chu Jun with a worried expression. Chu Jun hurriedly wiped the blood with his hands and tried to stand up to find out where he was bleeding and why. My psychic talent has been upgraded. What is going on? But before Chu Jun could get in front of the mirror, a brief but extremely intense pain made Chu Jun stop where he was. And what follows is a kind of awakening that comes from psychic energy. Chu Jun's spiritual power began to tell Chu Jun his changes in its own way. During the time he had just slept, his psychic power level increased to level 2. Moreover, he once again gained a new psychic ability. A new ability called psionic perception. But at this moment, Chu Jun's cell phone beside the bed rang. Claire's magnetic voice penetrated Chu Jun's eardrums. Tonight is the day for a secret meeting. Chapter 113, The World of Psychic Power and Her. Psychic perception. Do I have a new psychic talent? This really caught me by surprise. To be honest, the awakening of Chu Jun's psychic talent is really an extremely special case, because he himself had not expected that he would be able to awaken his second psychic talent in his sleep. Moreover, the previous dream was indeed somewhat weird. Don't think about that for now. First, test my new abilities. Chu Jun shook his head and cleared his mind. Then, he tested his new psychic talent. The next second, Chu Jun's psychic perception ability was activated, and the door to a new world appeared before Chu Jun. This is... In just a moment, Chu Jun's perspective changed to psychic perspective, which increased his penetrating ability. And all the normal colors of the world in his eyes disappeared. What replaced it was a new world that was more delicate and more gorgeous. In this world, countless creatures survive in the form of psychic energy. That's right. No matter how small a creature is, it has its own spiritual power. Humans, mice, or bugs. However, there are also differences in the levels of spiritual powers. In this room, the one with the most powerful psychic power is Chu Jun himself. His psychic form is like a blazing torch. Chu Jun's eyes suddenly widened, and then he turned his head and looked at Xiao Hungry beside him. Little Hungry's spiritual power is only slightly weaker than Chu Jun's. But even with such a tiny difference, Chu Jun could still see it very clearly through his psychic vision. It was as if there was an extra ruler in Chu Jun's mind. This absolutely accurate ruler firmly marks the scale between all spiritual powers. Unconsciously, the improvement of this psychic ability made Chu Jun, who did not understand what psychic power was before, suddenly understand a lot of things. The essence of psychic energy is very similar to the souls in myths. They run through the entire body of living things, allowing them to survive. It's just that, due to some unknown reasons, some creatures are born with strong souls, while others are born with weak souls. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun looked at the knife bugs and gun bugs beside Xiao Hungry. As expected, compared with Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry, the psychic power level of these basic units of the swarm is very weak. Their psychic flame is only about the size of a small flame. It seems that my previous guess was wrong. I've always felt that using the amount of spiritual energy within the Human Federation to rank the alien beasts was a little unscientific. After all, the amount of spiritual energy cannot be directly converted into combat power. But as time goes by, I find that psychic power may be more important than I thought. Chu Jun, who realized the reality, patted his head. The next second, he exited his previous state of psychic perception. After only such a short period of observation, Chu Jun already felt his head a little swollen. If he insisted on observing, he would only last 2 minutes at most before passing out due to exhaustion of spiritual energy. It seems that maintaining this state is also a considerable burden for the current Chu Jun. Because my spiritual energy recovers too slowly, I will not activate this ability for the time being. Chu Jun analyzed while putting on his clothes. I also need to save my precious spiritual energy to observe tonight's battle. As mentioned before, tonight is the day Clare invites Wu Wei to attend a secret meeting in Chang'an City. But this is more than just a memory. Because on this important day, Clare once hinted to Chu Jun that they might need to clean up some of the creatures that have been infected by the White Death tonight. Therefore, in order not to delay the observation operation tonight, Chu Jun decided to leave his precious spiritual energy to observe those truly powerful beasts and take a good look at the strength of these powerful beasts. Chu Jun couldn't help but feel excited when he thought that he was about to observe the core power of this world with his own eyes. So, with excitement, Chu Jun quickly put on his clothes, and with a little hunger and a few knife bugs, he came to the door of the laboratory and waited for Claire's arrival. Soon, accompanied by the sound of trucks arriving, a small convoy appeared in front of Chu Jun's laboratory. An officer wearing the uniform of the Starry Empire, accompanied by a third-level military beast that looked like a giant wolf, the bloodthirsty beast, got out of the car, while several soldiers followed him and were responsible for the guard duty. "Hello, are you Professor Clare's student, Chu Jun, right?" "Yes." Chu Jun nodded, but his eyes were not on the officer, but fixed on the bloodthirsty beast. Because compared to these serious-looking humans, this bloodthirsty beast is really so beautiful. By the way, the bloodthirsty beast is a military-grade monster that has been continuously exposed to chemical agents since the embryonic stage to stimulate its potential. As military-grade monsters, in addition to possessing the powerful strength of conventional monsters, they also have the ability to command and coordinate with lower-level monsters. The second-level alert beasts beside the human soldiers are all subordinates of this bloodthirsty beast. The cooperative relationship between them is the same as that between this officer and his soldiers. Ahem. In that case, please prepare your exotic beast and let it get into the truck. We'll take you straight to your destination. But during this process, all your means of external communication, such as personal information terminals, must be handed over to us for safekeeping. Good. Since Clare had already reminded Chu Jun of these rules before, Chu Jun naturally had no great resistance to them, and he directly handed his phone to the other party. But it's her, not it. What? The officer was confused. What I mean is that my alien beast should be called she, not it. After saying that, in the darkness behind Chu Jun, Xiao Hungry slowly walked out with 5 knife bugs equipped with gun bugs. The next second, the hunger and malice they possessed caused the guard beasts and bloodthirsty beasts beside the warriors to roar in unison. Rest assured. Looking at the nervous expression of the officer, Chu Jun showed a harmless smile. They don't have any bad intentions. Chapter 114, The Sky and the Beasts. Your beasts. It's really special. Looking at the swarm of insect monsters behind Chu Jun that had no restraints or confinement devices, all the soldiers in this team became nervous. After all, no matter how you look at it, it is indeed dangerous for Chu Jun, an unregistered beastmaster, to allow his exotic beast to appear by his side. But soon, Chu Jun used his own methods to make these soldiers relax their vigilance. Because Chu Jun snapped his fingers, those knife bugs that obeyed Chu Jun's spiritual command sat down collectively and looked at the warriors in front of them with their heads tilted like puppies. "Oh, they really are ugly and cute," a soldier said as he looked at these knife bugs that tilted their heads and acted cute. "Call. We feel relieved to see them so obedient. But are you sure you want to take these 6 beasts? Those 5 little ones don't look like the main alien beasts. If you encounter danger later, you will need your alien beast to protect you," the officer kindly reminded. "Don't worry. In fact, Chu Jun never thought about participating in the battle. After all, Clare and Chu Jun made it very clear that the intensity of the battle this time was such that only strong people like them were qualified to participate. The reason why Chu Jun and other professors' students participated in this meeting was simply because the government needed these students to be a safety net for their respective professors. If the professors encounter any unexpected events, Chu Jun and others can continue to take over their work. This is very cruel, but also the most efficient option. The officer stopped talking, but silently let Xiao Hungry and other exotic beasts enter the professional exotic beast transport vehicle, and then took Chu Jun away from the laboratory. But what they didn't notice was, shortly after they left, a shadow floating in the air looked towards Chu Jun's laboratory. Peng Bo, who didn't know that Chu Jun had left and was sleeping soundly in the laboratory, didn't feel the gaze of this shadow at all. Even now, he didn't know that he had become a bait. "Aren't we going to a secret meeting? Why are we heading toward the city?" On the other side, Chu Jun, who was sitting on the truck, asked the officer next to him curiously. Because from the time they started driving to now, Chu Jun and others have already traveled a long distance. Moreover, the direction they were heading was actually the urban area of Songnan City. Sorry. I can't tell you, but you'll find out soon enough. Sure enough, after driving for a distance, the convoy drove directly into a camp inside the urban area of Songnan. To be precise, it is the Qinghai Empire Army headquarters in Songnan City. Seeing this scene, Chu Jun couldn't help but frown. He was somewhat skeptical. Was such a place really suitable for holding a secret meeting? The officer next to him looked at Chu Jun with a puzzled expression and revealed an expression of as expected. The next second, after these vehicles stopped, several huge black shadows quickly descended on the vehicles where Chu Jun and others were. Brush. As a huge pulling force appeared, Chu Jun widened his eyes. He flew. Wrong. I was pulled into the air by some psychic force. Looking at the increasingly smaller Tsangnan city through the window, Chu Jun immediately understood what had happened. He turned his attention to the other vehicle. On top of the car, there was a creature similar to a manta ray. This is a military space bat. Because their information is extremely confidential, Chu Jun only knows that this creature, which looks very similar to a manta ray, is a cargo plane used exclusively by the Star Sea Empire's army. Moreover, these strange beasts that have no combat power at all are also genuine level 5 strange beasts with space capabilities. Not only can they use their abilities to fly and carry cargo in the atmosphere, but they can also carry cargo. And their psychic abilities can work even in space. I want this guy's genetic sequence. This was Chu Jun's first thought at this moment. After all, after traveling to this world, Chu Jun was constantly attracted by the abilities of these strange beasts. And this space bat is one of the most desired existences in this world for Chu Jun. But, due to information asymmetry, at this time, Chu Jun's desire was still too superficial. Because just when Chu Jun is still longing for the genetic sequence of the exotic beast, the space bat, the ancient beast-taming kingdom of the Star Sea Empire, will bring him a real shock. As the space bat successfully led the convoy to fly higher and higher, a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of Chu Jun. This? What is this? When Chu Jun saw clearly what was in front of him, he was completely shocked. A gigantic whale-like monster, as big as several football fields, was floating in the sky tens of thousands of meters high. Despite its huge size, it is surrounded by dozens of truck-sized floating monsters. More importantly, this huge monster was covered with purple tumors of various sizes that constantly emitted spiritual energy. It is these purple tumors that give this huge monster the ability to float in the sky. In addition, these purple tumors are also the most powerful means of attack of this strange beast. Because as long as this strange beast can inject enough energy and psychic power into these tumors, he can use these biological tissues to fiercely emit psychic rays to destroy enemies in the sky and even in space. It is the basis of the Empire's maintenance of rule, and it is also one of the standard warships of our military. It is a mini-class, or in other words, a satellite-class space monster. Level 8 Psychic Beast. The Bestie. As the officer beside Chu Jun explained, the flesh and blood beside the bestie began to move. Soon, a passage large enough to accommodate several trucks appeared in front of everyone. In the passage of this creature, countless technological creations all demonstrate the power of this strange beast. This is the real strange beast. With endless desire and greed, Chu Jun quietly released two fly-like creatures in the carriage. Chapter 1:15 Scholars and Lateness. As soon as he entered the interior of the bestie behemoth, before even getting off the spaceship, Chu Jun immediately saw his current mentor Clare Morton. The blonde beauty wore a relatively clean outfit today and put on light makeup. Even though her hair was still messy, this look was completely different from her usual look. Hey Chukuin, how about it? Are you excited to see this big guy? Clare Morton was obviously happy to see Chu Jun coming, because just now, there were too many flies surrounding him. Oh, is this your student? 2 or 3 greasy but high-ranking looking scholars came over with a smile. You look really young and promising. May I ask if you have published any papers? One of the men wearing gold-rimmed glasses was the first to show goodwill to Chu Jun. I have not published any papers. Oh, the man with gold-rimmed glasses twitched his face and spoke quickly. In that case, you should still be in the research stage. No, I failed 3 years. Chu Jun, who had no idea what was going on, shrugged his shoulders and told the truth. The next second, the group of greasy men who had just been praising Chu Jun and Clare fell silent. Hee. Clare walked up to Chu Jun with a smile, gave him a thumbs up, and then whispered to Chu Jun. Well, I'm still very attractive, right? In the eyes of these bags, I am a beautiful flower, and they are the bees attracted to me. Hearing this guy still bragging, Chu Jun rolled his eyes helplessly. Clare, do you know that in biology, bees are not the only creatures that can be attracted to certain organisms? Shit, and flies belong to the same category. Ahem. I mean, this beast is really huge. Ha 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 ha. As Clare's expression gradually became gloomy and the faint sparks of psychic energy appeared on her body, Chu Jun changed his words in a timely manner. But before Chu Jun could say anything, a middle-aged man in military uniform came over with several soldiers. He has silver hair, brown skin, and a relatively young face with a trough nose and a pair of deep green eyes. In addition, he wore the rank of colonel on his dark black military uniform. Is everyone here? If everyone is here, Let's start the combat meeting as soon as possible. A war meeting? This wording is really a military tone. Looking at this rather majestic man, Chu Jun became a little curious for a moment. That is the man in front of him. As a colonel of the Star Sea Empire, how powerful is his psychic power? With this thought in mind, Chu Jun quietly activated his psychic perception. The next second, that colorful but strange world once again appeared in Chu Jun's mind from a psychic perspective. And he also got the answer he wanted. So strong. Looking at the huge trace of spiritual energy in front of him that was as huge as a volcano, Chu Jun's eyes twitched slightly. At the same time, he also quickly observed the psychic strength of several scholars around him, including Clare. Is Clare so weak? Although Clare's psychic power is far stronger than Chu Jun's, from Chu Jun's perspective, the psychic power she possessed was only about a quarter of that of the general. The psychic powers of the flies, oh no, the bees beside her, are much stronger than Clare's. This time, Chu Jun finally had a more accurate scale in his mind. Since Clare Morton is a level 4 psychic, then the psychic levels of the people around her are basically around level 5 and 6. The Colonel's psychic power strength is probably at level 8 or even higher. I'm sorry, Colonel Norton, our people haven't arrived yet. In response to the Colonel's question, the officer who brought Chu Jun here hurriedly apologized. Seeing him sweating profusely, Chu Jun shook his head secretly. Someone hasn't arrived yet. The third team must have had some problems, so they arrived a little late. Colonel Norton frowned. Team 3. Which side's personnel is that team responsible for? The sweaty officer thought for a moment and gave an answer. It should be Professor Li Nan, Professor Dahl, and the Vice President of Tsangnan University. What's the reason for being late? The Colonel held out his watch and checked the time. Now, 2 minutes have passed since the original gathering time. However, the third team still did not arrive at the bestie, which made Colonel Norton very dissatisfied. According to the captain of the third team, the reason they were late was because Professor Li Nan and his team. Before the poor officer could finish his explanation, several military space bats arrived on the bestie carrying special trucks for exotic beasts. As the truck door gradually opened, an old acquaintance of Chu Jun jumped off the truck and spoke to everyone with a smile, without any apology. Sorry, I'm late. I'm so sorry. Although this guy was saying sorry, Chu Jun and others did not see any apology on his face. I just invented a new genetic extract an hour ago. Li Nan smiled and explained the reason why he was late. And this gene extract can perfectly resist the infection of the White Death parasite and can even directly kill the White Death parasite. It took us a long time to transport these supplies. What? Hearing this, the scholars around were stunned. How could this guy create something like this so quickly? And it stuck at such a critical moment. Thinking of this, many scholars remembered Li Nan's identity. Him. But he is the most outstanding and youngest professor among Tsangnan University. He is perfect in terms of grades, resume, and even as a student. But at this moment, Chu Jun, why are you here? Colonel Norton, did you get the wrong person? A young man behind Li Nan couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw Chu Jun at the scene. The people who didn't know Chu Jun's relationship with them immediately turned their attention to Chu Jun. They were all waiting for Chu Jun to respond. Chapter 116 Struggle in Progress. Before Chu Jun could respond, Clare Morton beside Chu Jun immediately got furious. She pinched her waist and spoke viciously to Li Nan and the young man behind Li Nan. Hey. Do you guys really look down on me? Chu Jun is my eldest disciple. Seeing Clare Morton say this, Li Nan's face couldn't help but twitch, as if he was trying to hold back a laugh. The young man behind him had a similar expression. The reason is simple. This young man is the student brought by Li Nan and also his insurance program. At the same time, he has another identity. He is Lu Zihao, the rising star of Tsangnan University, whom Li Nan is currently cultivating with all his strength. This is different from the king of Chu, who came from a poor family and died 3 times in 3 years. As Li Nan's student, Lu Zihao not only has excellent grades in all subjects, but his family is also quite wealthy. Even though his parents were just the first generation of old money, that is, the nouveau riche in Tsangnan City. But this still cannot stop this pair of nouveau riche from using their financial influence to quickly change the entire Tsangnan City's business landscape. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as Lu Zihao can successfully become a beastmaster and obtain the status of an imperial researcher, the Lu family will definitely be able to gain a foothold in Tsangnan City. No. That's not what I meant, Professor Clare. I'm sorry. I just suddenly realized that my senior, Chu Jun, is your student. It's a little different than some people think. Lu Zihao looked at Chu Jun, the poor student whom he had always looked down upon, and saw that he was able to appear on the bestie like himself. He did not feel ashamed at all. He just thought it was ridiculous. Similarly, Li Nin also found it ridiculous. Because in his eyes, Clare is just like Chu Jun, a very ridiculous person. You know, it's inside Songnan University. Just as there is competition between students, Li Nan and Clare are also in a competitive relationship. Clare is also very young and talented. Both of them are level 4 psychics and are researchers of the Star Empire. So in order to obtain more school resources, the two of them will naturally compare in all aspects. Just like the bugs and the poison. Only the winner has the right to survive. Looking at the smiles on the two guys' faces, Clare's breathing became heavy. Ahem. At this time, Chu Jun coughed lightly to stop Clare from getting angry. Then, in Clare's puzzled eyes, Chu Jun showed a strange smile on his face. Colonel Nua Deng, now that we are all here, should we hold a wartime meeting? Chu Jun said to Colonel Norton. We have already wasted a lot of time. Yes, you are right. Colonel Norton had no interest in the power struggle within Songnan University. He came here only to complete the task given by the imperial government. All right, everyone. Please put aside your disputes for the moment and come with me into the conference room. Remember, our time is valuable. Under the leadership of Colonel Norton, everyone quickly passed through passages mixed with flesh, blood, and machinery and arrived at the center of the behemoth. This is the conference room, and next to it is Colonel Norton's command room. In the conference room, Chu Jun and Clare sat together. Hello, why are you stopping me? Clare winked at Chu Jun. You should know that I could have scolded him madly just now, right? The kind that made him doubt his life. I know. Chu Jun took a sip of water and said in a low voice. But if you criticize him, it will only make you look very spicy and rude. That's not even really an insult. When saying this, Clare noticed that an almost evil smile appeared on Chu Jun's face. Looking at the genetic extract invented by Li Nan on the table in the conference room, Chu Jun took a deep breath. So, don't worry, Clare. I will make Li Nan and Lu Zihao feel what true despair is. As the meeting began, Colonel Norton began to explain the current situation to Chu Jun and others as quickly as possible. First of all, the White Reaper parasites seem to have entered a state of inactivity after the previous attack. But in fact, this is just a disguise. Although the White Death parasites no longer appear in the densely populated central area of Songnan City, their traces are spread throughout the suburbs of Songnan City. Even after detection by a professional military team, the military discovered a small amount of White Reaper remnants in a small exotic beast factory in the suburbs of Songnan. If they had arrived a step later, this exotic beast factory would have most likely become a breeding ground for the White Death. All the alien beast embryos in the factory will be plundered by the White Death gods. But problems also arise. At this time, the military and government leaders finally realized the unusualness of the White Death, this strange parasite. Because these parasites seem to be constantly plundering the embryos of various exotic animals with some purpose. From the public breeding room of Songnan University to this exotic animal factory. All of this indicates that these strange parasites seem to be planning something in secret. Although it would be ridiculous to see a parasite planning something. But many of the scholars present couldn't laugh. Because in the previous meetings, they had already determined that the White Death possessed some kind of intelligence. And after genetic testing, this intelligence was confirmed at the genetic level. Therefore, in order to get rid of the White Reaper parasite as soon as possible and prevent the problems it brings, the military and senior government officials in Songnan City decided to cooperate and convene a group of scholars and top animal masters to deal with the White Reaper parasites. Everyone, the following are the latest images we have collected. Colonel Norton turned on the TV and played a video. The moment they saw the video, all the scholars, including Chu Jun, changed their expressions. How is this possible? What's this? What the hell? Chapter 117 Biofactories and New Discoveries. God, what on earth is this thing? The picture in front of the scholars showed a hellish scene. In a dark and deep cave, a military reconnaissance team is conducting an in-depth investigation with several level 3 armed monsters and a monster that can communicate over long distances. But before they walked deeper into the cave, the white secretions on the ground caught their attention. Just as one of the team members was about to collect the white secretions, a giant White Death parasite suddenly emerged from the secretions. Before the other soldiers could react, the white bugbit opened his military-grade protective suit in front of them and drilled into the soldier's body. In the camera, the White Death parasite, which had grown to a gigantic size for unknown reasons, cruelly penetrated the soldier's skin and moved all the way up along his skin. The camera can even capture the traces of it swimming in the flesh and blood. As the soldier screamed, the other warriors took out their weapons and put the monsters they controlled into combat mode. But at this moment, along with the roar from deep in the cave, the other members of the team seemed to sense something and immediately raised their weapons and pointed them at the darkness in the cave. The members who were not concerned about being exposed decided to lead the way out of the darkness. Release the Noctiluca. As the container of Noctiluca scintillans was opened, countless insects that looked like small suns quickly illuminated the entire cave. But what they didn't expect was that in the dark cave, there were one after another of the biological fusions that Chu Jun had simulated. What's even more exaggerated is that there are no caves behind these creatures. Because the hosts of the White Death parasites transformed these caves into a huge peristaltic organ. This organ is wriggling and secreting white secretions that are home to a large number of White Death parasites. And in the farther direction, there are eggs one after another. The video ends here. This is some kind of biological factory. An old man in his 50s spoke to everyone the moment the video ended, before Professor Morton could even speak. Although it's primitive, this is indeed the prototype of a biological factory. The biological factory is also called the alien beast factory. It is a hybrid of genetic technology and biochemical technology that can create facilities for mass production of exotic beasts. That's right. Professor Clare Morton frowned and continued. Our previous guess was correct. The White Death is indeed intelligent, and it is quite intelligent. You can see that they're creating these crude biofactories. However, what surprised me the most was that the size of those White Death parasites seemed to be increasing. Li Nan shook his head and explained to everyone. No. It's not that it's increasing in size. This is actually the White Death parasite, an unknown beast that has reached a new stage. That is their second stage. After hearing this, many people were stunned. Phase 2, what does that mean? Seeing that he had finally become the focus of everyone, Li Nan smiled. He longed for the feeling of being noticed. First, I need to explain something. Although Tsangnan University was the first organization to obtain the White Death experiment subjects, as a researcher, I did not directly study the White Death genetic sequence like other researchers. Upon hearing this, many other professors from Tsangnan University turned pale. Because I can feel that the White Death parasite is actually some kind of man-made creature. Hearing this, Chu Jun and Clare were both stunned. You have to know that among all the people present, they were the only two who knew that the White Death was a man-made monster. But that is also because of Chu Jun's ultimate evolutionary ability, which can infinitely disassemble genetic sequences, so he can know this. So the two were very confused as to how Li Nan, who was unable to analyze the entire genetic sequence of the White Death, knew this. No doubt. I have very sufficient evidence. Li Nan noticed that many people doubted his conclusion, so he directly brought out his own data to prove his correctness. First of all, it is impossible for the White Death to have intelligence in the parasite stage, and it is also a collective intelligence. Bugs are just bugs after all. Secondly, its life form does not conform to the development laws of our world. If the White Death possessed so many powerful characteristics, our planet Hagens would have been ruled by it long ago. We can't even establish a central base in Tsangnan City. Plus, the appearance of the White Death was so strange that it seemed as if he appeared out of thin air. So, I think the White Death is a man-made creature. Hearing this, Colonel Norton finally spoke. Professor Li Nan, everything you said above is just your personal speculation. I called you, the smartest scholars in Tsangnan City, here not to let you guess. I want to see the logic and the evidence. There is evidence too. Seeing that the colonel denied his guess, Li Nan smiled and opened the two containers and placed them in front of everyone. In each of the two containers, one large and one small, is a giant rat that has been parasitized by the White Death. The other is the gene extract produced by Li Nan. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, Li Nan smiled and successfully atomized the gene extract, then put it into the container where the giant rat was. The person who created the White Death should be some kind of very old-school beastmaster. When creating and cultivating exotic beasts, he usually chooses to use biological catalysts instead of pheromones to promote their birth. So, I created this genetic extract targeting the blood components of the White Death parasite. The next second, as the giant rat inhaled the genetic extract, the White Death parasites in its body went out of control. These horrible white parasites kept crawling out of the giant rat's body frantically. Although they had drilled out as fast as possible, Li Nan's genetic extracts still ruthlessly caused them to die miserably while twisting and struggling, and they leaked out smelly white plasma. In just a few seconds, all these White Death parasites died tragically. Of course, the same goes for that giant rat. Chapter 1:18 Ineffectiveness and Anger. That's a really great idea. A researcher from the military couldn't help but admire Li Nan's results after seeing his achievements. I never thought that you could find such a tricky way to eliminate the White Death before all the genes of the White Death parasite were analyzed. And it actually worked. It's really you, Li Nan. Although I have heard that as a third-level researcher of the Empire, you have strong scientific research capabilities. But today, I still look at you with admiration. Not only this military researcher was satisfied with Li Nan's results, but several other professors and researchers also praised Li Nan's research results. After all, no matter how you put it, Li Nan is a person who makes people feel a little annoying and a little too pretentious. But his results are real and effective. So after seeing that the gene extract produced by Li Nan was effective, many scholars present began to discuss with Li Nan. Alas, I just had this idea. It was my students who really made this idea a reality. Li Nan patted Lu Zihao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "My students helped me a lot during my experiment." For a moment, Li Nan's status among this group of scholars became like that of a leader. Lu Zihao, whom he mentioned, also had a look of pride on his face. Damn you. On the other hand, after seeing Li Nan produce actual results, Clare Morton, his current nemesis at Songnan University, secretly expressed great dissatisfaction. It is obvious that she does not think Li Nan's results are that good. But at this moment, Chu Jun, who had been silent during the meeting, suddenly handed a note to Clare from below. Although Clare didn't understand what Chu Jun meant, but she was still very obedient and held the note given by Chu Jun in her hand, and then read it secretly. After reading the contents of the note, Clare's expression immediately changed to joy. To be precise, it is ecstasy. Then Clare patted the table gently and said to Li Nan, "Li Nan, although I really want to recognize your achievements, the problem is that I have a question that I need you to answer. If your gene extraction potion is specifically targeted at the White Death parasite, does this also mean that your gene extraction potion cannot work on monsters that have been completely fused and strengthened by the parasites? Also, I have another question. What exactly is the second stage of the White Death that you mentioned?" Hearing this, the venue fell silent. Everyone was looking at Li Nan and Clare. Haha, don't worry. Although Li Nan was given a difficult time, he was able to manage his facial expressions well and still maintained a smiling look. My gene extraction agent can not only work on the parasites themselves, but also kill their hosts. This mouse is the best example, isn't it? As for the second stage of the White Death parasite, I can also explain it very clearly. Li Nan said very confidently. In the previous video, the White Death that ate the soldier was actually the second stage of the White Death. Because in my prediction, the White Death parasite is not just a complete parasite. Once the host condition stabilizes, its size will grow in the same way as the host. I even think that those so-called alien beast factories are actually the third stage of the White Death. Clare shook her head. Perhaps. But if that's the case, can you ensure that your gene extract can really play its due role in actual combat? Absolutely no problem. Looking at Clare, who was still questioning him, Li Nan showed an impatient expression on his face. He is indeed cultured, but not much. Seeing this guy become like this, Clare immediately waved her hand. Okay, if that's the case. When we begin direct contact with the White Death parasite, you will be our first mover. Can. Li Nan, who was provoked by Clare, said angrily. I'll show you my results. Of course, I also hope that after you see my results, you will be less suspicious of me. In fact, the reason why Clare was so angry with the other party was entirely because Chu Jun wrote something on the note. This thing is, Li Nan's gene extraction agent can indeed kill the White Death parasite and even eliminate the hosts parasitized by the White Death parasite. However, Chu Jun, who was familiar with the White Reaper gene, did not think that the other party's potion would be effective on hosts that had already entered the biological fusion stage. The reason is simple. Chu Jun and Clare both understood that once these creatures began to merge, then their blood will become something like universal blood. And the composition of this blood will definitely not become an anchor point in the other party's genetic medicine. To put it simply, once those biological fusion monsters encounter these gene extraction drugs, they will not lose their combat effectiveness. On the contrary, they will fall into a state of complete frenzy due to the death of the White Reaper parasites in their bodies. Thinking of this, Clare smiled. And Chu Jun beside her showed an evil smile. Now, with everything ready, they just had to wait. Waiting for these powerful beast masters to destroy the nest of the White Death parasite. Chapter 119. Fight in the Laboratory. Just when Chu Jun and many other scholars including Clare were discussing how to deal with those White Death gods, Chu Jun's eyes suddenly widened. Moreover, his spiritual energy also expanded instantly. Although the change was very subtle, and many scholars did not care about Chu Jun, the only one present who noticed the change in Chu Jun was Clare. What's wrong? Clare lowered her head and asked quietly. But at this time, Chu Jun shook his head. Nothing. Although Chu Jun said that nothing was wrong, he still looked under the bestie, towards where his private laboratory was located. 2 minutes ago, above Chu Jun's private laboratory. Crash. As three shadows appeared in the sky, the three message bugs outside Chu Jun's laboratory died instantly. And when these three message bugs died, their psychic connections were all cut off without exception. Snort. This little guy still doesn't learn his lesson. Looking at the death of the three message bugs, old Pence snorted coldly. Beside him stood two strange beasts, one on the left and one on the right. They were of different shapes, but both looked extremely ugly. One of these two strange beasts looks like a hybrid of a spider and a scorpion, and the other looks like a giant eagle with a snake head. But I'm really curious about how he created that human-faced moth mixed with human genes. Forget it. There's no point thinking about it now. Instead of thinking about this myself, I might as well wait for him to come back and ask him. Anyway, under our torture, no one dares to keep their secrets, right? Isn't that right, my darling? After saying that, old Pence patted the two strange beasts beside him. The two strange beasts nodded very docilely. Then, at the instruction of old Pence, the monster that looked like a giant eagle began to retch directly from the roof of the laboratory. The next second, a ball of green mucus came out of its mouth and corroded the roof of the laboratory silently at a rapid speed. Old Pence was carried by the spider-scorpion monster and jumped down from the hole together. As the sound of old Pence and the spider-scorpion falling to the ground was heard, Pambwa suddenly woke up from his bed. What's that sound? In the darkness, not knowing what was happening, Pambwa turned on the light. The next second, Pambwa, who saw the spider-scorpion and old Pence, the man and the beast, immediately let out a scream. Fuck, how did you get in? When old Burn saw Pambwa, he narrowed his eyes. He said to Pambwa with a wicked smile, "Oh, there's an unexpected gain. Little fatty, I see that you have delicate skin and tender flesh. It would be a very good idea to use you to make food for my baby." After saying that, at the instruction of old Pence, the spider-scorpion immediately moved its legs and pounced towards Pambwa at a rapid speed. Seeing that the spider-scorpion was about to take down Pambwa, old Pence showed a ferocious smile on his face. He couldn't wait to see Pambwa being torn to pieces by his baby. But at this moment, bang 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 bang, accompanied by the sound of dozens of gunshots, the spider-scorpion that was just flying suddenly stopped, squatted on the spot, and took a defensive posture. Dozens of scarlet bullets hit his body. However, it could defend against most bullets, but it successfully defended against the bullets of the gunworm. At least, it seems to be prevented. In the darkness, 5 or 6 knife worms with gunworm parasites on their bodies walked out with threatening growls. After seeing this scene, Pambwa burst into tears. "My little knife worm, I know I didn't feed it in vain." Before Pambwa could get close, a knife worm, who was annoyed by Pambwa's presence, turned around and glared at Pambwa. The 3 words, "Don't get in the way," were written on the knife bug's face. It turned out that after sensing an intruder coming in, all the knife worms left in Chu Jun's private experiment rushed to where Pambwa was. What kind of monster is this? On the other hand, old Pence, who had never seen a hybrid of a knife bug and a gun bug, couldn't help but frown. Although as a former killer, he had seen many strange and bizarre creatures. But the insect monsters in front of him were still somewhat beyond his expectations. Snort. Whatever monsters you are, today, you will all be buried with your master. Who dared that idiot to destroy my most satisfactory residence after retirement? After saying that, driven by old Pence's psychic power, the strange beast with a snake head and an eagle body quickly flew out from the big hole behind him and sprayed a green mucus bullet towards the location of the knife bugs and gun bugs. Because the flying speed was too fast, these knife bugs were unable to avoid the attack. Sizzle. As the slime bomb fell, the knife worm that had been firing continuously just now was dissolved by this green substance with a scream. But just as this strange beast with a snake head and an eagle body was admiring the death of these knife insects, Chu Jun's design worked. Several gun bugs that were not yet dead aimed directly at the strange beast with a snake head and an eagle body on the half-melted body of the knife bug, and then opened fire. Caught off guard, the strange beast with a snake head and an eagle body was hit by several bullets. But old Pence didn't care at this time. Because his 2 exotic beasts are both level 4 exotic beasts, their defensive capabilities are very strong. Ordinary military-grade kinetic bullets can't even penetrate their skin, although those scarlet bullets look very scary. But as an old killer, Pence clearly judged that the initial velocity and power of the bullets fired by these gun bugs could only reach the police level of strength. So at this time, old Pence drew his weapon with a sneer, stood behind the strange beast with a snake head and an eagle body, and pointed the gun at those gun bugs that had not yet completely died. Bang bang bang. The high-speed bullets pierced through these gun bugs. But just when Pence was about to let his monster kill Pambwa completely, More gunworms carrying knife worms came across the stairs and came in front of Pongwa. The leading ones among them were knife bugs covered with armor and looked as heavy as small tanks. Puff! As another green slime bullet was fired, two knife worms with heavy armor actually sacrificed themselves and crashed into the slime bullet without any orders. Puff puff. This time, something unexpected happened to Pence. Although these heavily armored knife worms were severely damaged and their armor and muscle tissue had largely dissolved, they still dared to charge towards the two strange beasts in front of them. Such a strong vitality, and aren't they afraid of death? With this thought in mind, Pence raised his weapons and prepared to fight these knife bugs together with his monsters. As these knife worms charged, the rest of the knife worms had clear division of labor. The knife bugs that were not equipped with gun bugs followed behind the heavily armored knife bugs and pounced on the target together. The knife bugs equipped with gun bugs kept moving, dodging possible slime bombs while firing at the enemy. But just when Pence mistakenly thought that these knife bugs were only capable of this, swish, swish, swish. With the sound of flapping wings, several winged knife insects suddenly passed their fellow knife insects in front of them and pounced on the spider scorpion. When the opponent was caught off guard, they began to bite it madly. What is going on here? How did they get past those little monsters? Seeing that the development of the situation was beyond his expectations, old Pence gritted his teeth, raised his weapon, and prepared to activate his own spiritual power. But at this moment, the snake-headed giant eagle that was just alive and kicking beside him suddenly let out a miserable cry and fluttered to the ground. And a pair of eyes saw this scene in the darkness. P.S. Everyone, since there are too many people supporting this book and the revenue of this book is not ideal, starting from today, this book will be temporarily changed to be updated once a day. Please forgive me. Chapter 120 Living System. When the snake-headed giant eagle screamed, it immediately attracted the attention of Old Pence. You know, Old Burns is very fond of his exotic beasts. Compared to the alien beasts being tools, the alien beasts under his command are more like his family. So after hearing the screams of the snake-headed giant eagle, Old Pence gave up his original psychic attack target without hesitation and turned his attention to the snake-headed giant eagle. But an incredible scene appeared. What is this? A parasite? It turned out that several wounds corroded by the gunworm fluid appeared on the body of this snake-headed giant eagle at some point in time. In these wounds, one after another bullet-shaped parasites were frantically biting the flesh of the snake-headed giant eagle and constantly drilling into the inside of the snake-headed giant eagle. The scary thing is that these parasites are not the gentle type. They did not release any paralyzing substances to the snake-headed giant eagle like ordinary parasites, nor did they try to reduce the snake-headed giant eagle's pain as much as possible. Quite the opposite. These horrible parasites were gnawing at every piece of flesh near the wound of the snake-headed giant eagle at an indescribable speed. While they were gnawing, they were also constantly drilling into the interior of the snake-headed giant eagle. The speed of eating even surprised Old Pence, a killer who had seen a lot of storms. Because among the countless kinds of strange beasts, these are the most vicious ones it has ever seen. The structure of these parasites themselves determines that it is almost impossible for them to successfully parasitize and complete the final stage of growth. They are just using their parasitic ability to cause as much unspeakable pain to their hosts as possible. And this is exactly the real intention of Chu Jun when he designed the gun bug. Unfortunately, Chu Jun's designs are always so efficient. Because judging from the way the snake-headed giant eagle jumped up and down and kept wailing, the pain it experienced was indeed in line with Chu Jun's original expectations. Hateful. After seeing this scene, Old Pence directly activated his own spiritual power and smashed it onto the snake-headed giant eagle that was twitching constantly due to severe pain. But don't get me wrong. By doing this, Old Pence was not harming his precious exotic beast. On the contrary, he was trying to save the snake-headed giant eagle. His spiritual energy made a crackling sound immediately after hitting the snake-headed giant eagle. Tiny bolts of lightning energy quickly killed the gunworm bullets that were just gnawing at the flesh of the snake-headed giant eagle. The screams of the snake-headed giant eagle stopped. Despite its wounds, it continued to bleed. But it managed to survive, and with the help of its own psychic power and genetic abilities, it quickly recovered its health. This kind of control. You are a level 3 psyker? On the other hand, seeing Old Pence's performance, the knowledgeable Pongwa immediately said in surprise. But the poor fat man forgot one thing. That's the wrong timing to speak. Old Pence spotted Pongwa again and turned his head sharply. At this time, his eyes were already red, and he looked extremely angry. You son of a bitch. I'm going to skin you and drain your tendons, then feed them to my little cutie bit by bit. I want your flesh and blood to become his tonic. After saying that, Old Burns suddenly raised his pistol, pointed it at Pombo, and pulled the trigger. Fuck, I'm not in charge of these bugs. Don't take it out on me, okay? Whatever you have, come at these bugs. Seeing that the other party was aiming at him, Pombo screamed and rushed out. And a heavily armored knife worm jumped to the key position in advance to help Pombo block the attack. What a joke. He felt a little regretful and wondered why he had done such a stupid thing just now. He should have just hidden himself. Thinking of this, Pombo rushed out of the back door of the room without hesitation and tried to leave the rest area of the laboratory via the stairs. Snort. What the hell are you talking about? But just when he mistakenly thought that his explanation could reduce Old Pince's hostility, Old Pince said with a ferocious face, "Look at these little monsters, they protect you so much. You still dare not admit it?" Bang bang bang. Old Pince fired bullets at Pombo again. But that heavily armored knife worm, for some reason, could block them every time. This kind of coordination and this kind of reaction speed made Old Pince feel that something was wrong. Because as a killer, he is very clear about the reaction limits of low-level monsters. In the narrow terrain where both sides were located, it was impossible for them to block bullets for the fat man. After all, the reflex nerves of low-level monsters are not enough to do this, unless they have both dynamic vision and depth vision among the 8 motor nerves. But having these two abilities is just the basis for being able to block bullets. For ordinary creatures to react to extremely fast bullets, they need extremely good judgment and coordination and command capabilities, which is like having something looking down at the current situation from high in the sky. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Old Pince realized the crux of the problem. He finally figured out why the heavily armored knife worm could help Pombo block the bullet. Because there is something really watching me from high in the sky. Old Pince looked up and was shocked to find that the message bug he had killed before was lying motionless on the ceiling above his head. It is they who provide the knife bugs and gun bugs with complete information about the battle situation. It is precisely their existence that enables this group of insects to exert an offensive power far beyond their current combat power. These bugs are cooperating with each other. They never work alone, but form a living system. Thinking of this, Old Pince immediately pushed his spiritual power to the maximum and bombarded the ceiling fiercely. The next second, accompanied by silent death, those message bugs fell down one after another. However, what Old Pince did not expect was, he thought he had solved the problem of these message bugs, but he was greeted by more message bugs. Countless message bugs on standby in the ant street all flew towards the laboratory. Their number is endless. Moreover, just as Old Pince was re-examining the situation, his spider-scorpion beast also had big problems. Although the spider-scorpion can easily defeat those weak insects, the number of these insects is still too large. More importantly, the spider-scorpion with powerful armor can block the bullets and corrosive liquids of the gunworm and avoid being parasitized by the opponent. However, as the battle continued, a piece of the armor on the spider-scorpion's body was completely shattered. And it was at this time the being who commanded this group of insects to fight actually took action. A little hungry creature that had just hatched not long ago and was left behind by Chu Jun at some unknown time, in the form of a parasite, let out a sharp scream and, under the cover of the knife insects, rushed to the side of the spider-scorpion monster and launched its parasitic ability towards the other's body that was not protected by any armor. The parasitic ability of the little hungry is definitely not comparable to that of the gunworm. After just a few seconds of drilling in, the spider-scorpion's vitality began to decline rapidly. The screams it made were definitely much more intense than those of the snake-headed giant eagle. Not good. Retreat. Feeling that his hunger could not be solved directly by psychic power, Old Pince prepared to retreat. But now he couldn't leave, because no one knew when several knife bugs carrying gun bugs had come behind them. Dozens of larger message bugs were also successfully parasitized by the gun bugs, and they pointed their guns at Old Pince and his two monsters whose combat effectiveness had been damaged. Each of them was staring at Old Pince with eager eyes. Just as he thought, these bugs are a complete and living system. They are the original swarm. Chapter 121 Victory and Shock. Not good. When Pince saw message bugs equipped with gun bugs flying out of the hole behind him continuously, his scalp tightened. The current situation is very dangerous. Before the gun bugs opened fire, Old Pince no longer cared about being exposed. He grabbed a grenade from his arms and threw it hard at the message bugs that were trying to squeeze in. But unfortunately, this group of insect monsters are still unable to understand the technological products of humans. However, as a powerful race dominated by instinct, the Zerg still made a nearly perfect response. A message bug that was not equipped with a gun bug directly picked up the grenade that had not yet exploded and flew towards Pince in the opposite direction. With a bang, the flames covered Old Burns and his strange beast. Old Pince was almost unharmed, but his beloved exotic beast screamed and laid down in front of him, dying. If it weren't for the snake-headed giant eagle of Old Pince that blocked in front of him without hesitation, this blow would have been enough to take his life. No, 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 no. Seeing the strange beast that had been with him for who knows how long falling in front of him, Old Pince was so angry that he decided to fight with his life. He was ready to push his psychic power to the limit and transform himself into a psychic bomb. But his efforts were in vain. As the gun bugs opened fire, waves of severe pain came, and all of Old Pince's limbs were pierced by the gun bug's bullets. The powerful corrosive liquid and the gnawing of the gunworm bullet larvae made it impossible for Old Pince to even gather his own spiritual energy. It hurt so much. This kind of pain is so severe that even a battle-hardened killer like Old Pince cannot resist it. So, after experiencing great pain, Pince fainted unwillingly. The last scene that Old Burns saw before he fainted was an insect monster named Little Hungry, although only half the size of a human, still screamed out from the spider-scorpion's body and looked at him viciously. That is the look that only a true predator has. After thinking about this, Pince fainted. It has to be said that this time, the swarm of insects left behind by manhwa and Chu Jun experienced a truly fierce battle. A killer with psychic powers, working with two strange beasts with 4th-level psychic powers. Such a configuration can theoretically wipe out the entire laboratory. Even if the strange beasts left behind by Chu Jun were not insect swarms of strange beasts, but a group of ordinary 1st-level strange beasts. Old Pince's speed in killing his way through the entire laboratory did not even take more than 2 minutes. But here's the thing. This group of insects and strange beasts cooperate so well. They perform their respective duties perfectly and united against a powerful enemy. Moreover, among these insect swarms, the ones that made the greatest contributions were the gun bugs designed by Chu Junxing. They are the absolute protagonists of this battle. Just as Chu Jun had designed before, the gunworm is like an accessory in the entire insect swarm. This existence also determines that among the entire insect swarm of monsters, the gunworm is one of the few universal monsters that can be equipped on almost all non-mini monsters. Because of this, just when Old Pince mistakenly thought that although his attack had failed, he could still retreat. This group of insect beasts, commanded by the young Little Hungry, burst out with a powerful strength that was obviously not that of a 1st-level beast, causing Old Pince's 2 beasts and himself to be left behind. This is how the Zerg fights. They never hunt alone, but in packs. Well, he's dead. On the other side, when the gunshots from upstairs gradually stopped, manhwa finally stopped panicking. Because at this time, he successfully saw it from the surveillance footage of the laboratory. Old Pince, who was still arrogant 2 minutes ago and said he would turn manhwa into feed, is now lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. The 2 terrifying beasts beside it, like its master, were unconscious and lying on the ground. Huh, still want to kill your fatty? Seeing the enemy fall, manhwa, who burst out with great confidence, went back upstairs with wild laughter. Even though he was running away, he looked like a fleeing dog. When he came back, he held his head high and chest out, like a victorious general. I knew that my brother Chu's beast could do it. Haha, you old bastard, you like to use humans as feed for your exotic beasts, right? Now I'm going to make you food for the bugs. With a mixture of fear, anger, and relief, manhwa pushed open the door. However, the next scene made manhwa open his eyes wide. What's going on? A look of fear appeared in manhwa's eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sky above Sangnan City. After flying for a while, all members of this secret meeting had arrived at the entrance of a mountain range in the far suburbs of Sangnan City. As soon as they arrived in the area, Colonel Norton's men began to report. Report to Colonel Norton. We have successfully arrived at the target location. Would you like to start the delivery? Hearing this, Colonel Norton frowned and asked, how's the safety situation around here? We didn't find any white death or white death parasites at the landing location we booked before. Then start casting. The moment he finished saying this, Chu Jun, who had been waiting in the car for a long time, was carried by the military air bat using its own abilities and flew quickly towards the ground together with Clare's convoy. This flying speed has already exceeded the ordinary military transport planes in my previous life. Moreover, because of its psychic powers, the safety and stability of this military air bat far exceeds that of mechanical devices. Looking at the psychic beasts flying above his head, Chu Jun began to calculate certain things in his mind. But before he could finish his thought, the military air bat had already arrived at the destination. Moreover, as soon as Chu Jun and others were put down, these military air bats had already flown away from them and flew towards the bestie. We can't think about these things for now. After all, we are too close to the enemy. And today is a great opportunity. Chu Jun regained his spirits, patted his cheeks, and then looked at Clare beside him with a pair of fiery eyes. The strange beasts. Open the storage device. Clare, who hadn't yet felt that she was being watched, spoke to the soldiers on the truck. Next second, phew, accompanied by the sound of the container opening. Chu Jun's eyes suddenly widened, because behind the giant truck, a huge centipede-like beast was roaring and crawling out of the truck at a rapid speed. It can be said that this giant centipede monster is much larger than the centipede mixed with human genes that Chu Jun saw in Clare's laboratory. Its length alone is several times longer than that of a military truck. It seems that if it wasn't curled up, this military truck would not be able to fit it at all. Although Chu Jun has always believed that the size of the military trucks specially used to transport exotic beasts is really too large. But now, Chu Jun no longer has such an idea. Because the first thing this giant centipede monster did after walking out of the military truck was not to come to its owner. Quite the opposite. After leaving the truck, the giant centipede monster began to expand rapidly. Its originally smooth shells instantly grew thousands of hidden thorns from the inside out. Moreover, its exoskeleton kept making banging sounds, as if it was loosening its muscles and bones. More importantly, this is only Clare's first exotic beast. Her second strange beast had just crawled out of the exit of the military truck at this moment, and it truly gave Chu Jun the shock that a powerful beast like him deserved. Chapter 122: Monopoly and Fighting. Along with the groaning sound of another military truck, the second strange beast carried by Clare also walked out of the truck. As soon as Chu Jun saw this strange beast, he immediately widened his eyes with excitement and secretly exclaimed, "This beast is really awesome." It turns out that Clare's second exotic beast is a species of exotic beast called the desert devourer. He has a huge and strong upper body, with dozens of claws on the upper body that can cut almost any substance, and a snake-like body like a giant python below. Although this species was much smaller than the previous centipede monster, it immediately began to burrow into the ground after getting off the military truck. With a not-so-loud sound, the giant desert devourer slid smoothly under the feet of the crowd. You know, Chu Jun and others are at the edge of a mountainous area. Although this place is close to the desert, the underground is still filled with various hard stones. But even so, this desert devourer still easily broke through the blockade of these hard stones and successfully penetrated underground. How about it, my strange beasts? Seeing that Chu Jun beside her seemed to be fascinated by these exotic beasts, Clare turned around and said to Chu Jun with a smile, "Aren't they very powerful and very fascinating?" "Yes." Chu Jun nodded and did not deny it. At this moment, he once again figured one thing out. What is completely different from the world he lived in his previous life is that none of the scholars in this world are weak. Even if they spend all day in the laboratory, they are still the most powerful people in the world. Even the military forces that specialize in warfare have to turn to them for help when faced with the deadly threat of the White Death parasite. Because they are beastmasters. Even the senior military officials, such as the colonel and the young officer who picked up Chu Jun, they are also beastmasters. The upper echelons of this world are monopolized. But this monopoly has become the most powerful force for mankind. Because all the monopolists, without exception, are guys who can easily form an army by themselves. Ordinary humans are no different from ants in front of this group of beastmasters who have the help of exotic beasts. They don't even have the qualifications to resist. Because the existence that provides electricity in this world is not a generator, but the electromagnetic beasts carefully cultivated by beastmasters. The ones who provide medical services in this world are not doctors, but the exotic beasts that are controlled by beastmasters and have healing abilities. Even if the beast tamers disagree, ordinary people in this vast Star Sea empire won't even be able to resist. It's just because the people who connect one planet after another are also the beastmasters and their strange beasts. This group of ordinary people are nothing more than vessels for breeding beastmasters. This is truly a deformed, cruel, yet vibrant world. Chu Jun said so after figuring this out. But soon, his attention was drawn away again. As more scholars descended on this land, Chu Jun was surprised to find that more and more powerful exotic beasts began to descend upon his vicinity at the same time. And unlike Clare, the strange beasts brought by this group of scholars and researchers are no longer insect-related beasts. There are common combat-type monsters, flying-type monsters, and even 3 rare healing-type monsters. Although the races and abilities of these strange beasts are different, they are all level 5 or even level 6 beasts without exception. The alien beasts above level 5 are already the absolute main force in the alien beast war. So after seeing this scene, Chu Jun didn't care about his own horrified look and kept observing the strange beasts one after another. Wow. Clare, the student next to you has such a scary look in his eyes. A female scholar noticed Chu Jun's eyes and whispered to Clare with lingering fear. Isn't he one of those perverts who is particularly interested in humanoid beasts? As Chu Jun's mentor, Clare naturally attaches great importance to Chu Jun's reputation. So she raised a thumbs up without hesitation and explained to the other party with a bright smile. Of course he's that kind of pervert. Besides, sometimes, even if the beast is not humanoid, he can still do it. Alright. Judging from Clare's performance, perverts are attracted to each other. Of course. Although Chu Jun was very excited at this time, he still did not forget to do his business. He was observing the strange beasts around him with a terrifying look in his eyes and gently patting his trouser legs. In an instant, several flies appeared at his feet, crawled down the soil, and hid themselves. As soon as everyone leaves here, these fly-like genetic insects will go to the place where the strange beasts just went without hesitation, bring back the genetic sequences that Chu Jun needs, and further enrich the genetic inventory of the insect swarm. However, just when Chu Jun was still excited about the further expansion of his insect swarm, a voice that clearly displeased him came from beside him. Hey, Chu Jun, where's your beast? Li Nan's proudest disciple, the young man named Lu Zihao, approached Chu Jun with a sly smile. Next to him was a strange ape beast that had clearly gained psychic and genetic abilities. Although this gorilla monster is still in the breeding stage, its strength and individual intensity have far exceeded the graduation standards. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. You don't have any exotic beasts, do you? After all, you haven't been able to breed any qualified psychic beasts for 3 consecutive years. But what Lu Zihao didn't expect was that just as he was about to continue mocking Chu Jun, a huge black shadow quickly appeared on his flank and grabbed him. The speed at which the black shadow exploded was so fast that even the gorilla monster next to him couldn't react. This black shadow is naturally little hungry. At this moment, he seemed to feel Lu Zihao's malice towards Chu Jun. He lifted him up without any hesitation and then grabbed him towards his mouth with an almost vicious look on his face. After seeing such a horrifying scene, Lu Zihao was naturally almost frightened to death. However, before completely losing his mind, he quickly called out to the gorilla monster behind him to protect him. But what he didn't expect was that the strange beast he had personally raised was very obedient at the beginning. He did move closer to him and tried to block Little Hungry's attack on his master. But when the monster Little Hungry showed its mouth parts to the ape beast and released its intimidating aura, the ape beast, which had not yet established much psychic connection with Lu Zihao, collapsed without hesitation. Seeing this guy and his strange beast in this state, Chu Jun couldn't help but sneer. Put him down. Plop. With a look of disgust, Xiao Hungry threw Lu Zihao to the ground. Then, Little Hungry stared at the piece of meat intently while staying beside Chu Jun obediently. On the other side, several scholars nearby also noticed this little fight. One thing is obvious. After this round of small conflict between the two sides, the strength gap between Chu Jun and Lu Zihao was completely reversed. Because whether in terms of combat effectiveness or obedience, Chu Jun's insect-shaped beast far surpasses Lu Zihao's beast. But the story does not end there. After seeing Lu Zihao defeated, Li Nan's face changed instantly. He strode towards Chu Jun. Clare, on the other hand, came to Chu Jun with a sneer and looked at the other party who was obviously coming with bad intentions. Chapter 123 Prevention and Risk. Clare, what do you want to do? Li Nan's face darkened when he saw Clare approaching him. What do I want to do? Isn't this sentence reversed? It should be, what do you want to do? Clare Morton stood beside Chu Jun. At the same time, her 2 exotic beasts also made attacking gestures towards Li Nan. The centipede half surrounded Chu Jun and Clare with its body and pointed its head at Li Nan. And underground, the huge desert devourer kept moving around in the area between Clare and Li Nan. Although he did not show up, the slight ground tremors and the ubiquitous psychic fluctuations still indicated one thing. That is, once Clare gave the order, the desert devourer would definitely rush to the ground in an instant and tear apart all enemies in front of it. Snort. I just want to teach your impolite student a lesson. Li Nan looked gloomy. And, you don't think you can beat me? As he spoke, a powerful monster with 4 arms and the lower body of a horse appeared behind Li Nan. The difference is that Clare brought 2 exotic beasts. This time, Linan only brought out 1 exotic beast. However, the deterrent power brought by this exotic beast is even more terrifying than Clare's 2 exotic beasts. Because Linan's strange beast is a super strange beast named Yunling. Theoretically, it has the potential to grow into an 8th level psychic power. And even though it has not yet grown into its complete form, its psychic power level has already reached level 7. In addition, it has several special psychic abilities cultivated by Linan, including psychic destruction, psychic vortex, psychic shield, and the most powerful aura of annihilation. It merely appeared behind Linan, and it had already begun to create one psychic energy vortex after another out of thin air beside him. It can be said that Linan's meteorite spirit is a perfect monster except that its physical body is a little fragile. Linan is very strong, but Clare is not weak either. She sneered as she watched the fallen spirit appear, then activated her psychic abilities. The next second, a blue spiritual energy poured into the body of the desert devourer. Although no one knew what Clare had done. But judging from the ugly expression on the strange beast meteorite, the pressure that the desert devourer put on the opponent was already enough. Once a real fight breaks out, not to mention the desert devourer, just the giant centipede surrounding Chu Jun and Clare will be enough to give Yunling a hard time. After all, the physical body of this giant centipede is the most powerful among the many strange beasts present. And the scholars who were watching the battle nearby also discovered it. Clare and Linan both lied. Although Clare and Linan both claim to be 4th level psychics. But judging from the psychic fluctuations from them, Clare has actually reached the final stage of becoming a 5th level psychic. Linan, on the other hand, had already surpassed the 5th level psychic and was currently striving to become a 6th level psychic. Regarding this point, Chu Jun, who secretly opened up his psychic perception, was the one who knew it best. But just when everyone thought that the 2 professors from Tsangnan University were about to take action. Linan, Clare, both of you stop it. An old man with gray hair, well-dressed, but leaning on a cane, suddenly stopped both sides. After hearing what the other party said, Clare and Linan did stop. Because the old man's name is Renaud, and he is the vice president of Tsangnan University. To put it simply, he is the direct superior of these 2 guys. Do you want the researchers and military of the Empire to laugh at Tsangnan University? Renaud, leaning on his cane, came to the area between Clare and Linan. Clare and Linan glared at each other and immediately stopped fighting. This is not only because Renaud is the vice president, but also because Renaud's own strength is far superior to Clare and Linan. And also, Renaud's own exotic beast. He was also looking down at everyone from the air with a fierce look in his eyes. His exotic beast is a sky-screaming eagle mixed with the genes of a thunder dragon. Snort. After seeing that Linan and Clare had stopped, Renaud finally snorted coldly and said to Colonel Morton, who was watching the fun beside him, "Colonel, you may issue your orders now." Apparently, like any other scholar. Although Colonel Morton is a military man, he also hopes to see a battle between the 2 sides monsters. It wasn't just Colonel Morton. The soldiers and officers of the military were also somewhat disappointed. For them, not seeing the battle between the beasts was a big deal. After all, within the Star Sea Empire, the vast majority of people have a certain fanatical mentality towards the battle between the exotic beasts. This can be seen from the fact that there are official and underground monster arenas in the city of Tsangnan. Ahem. Good. Since there is no conflict between you 2, let's start the battle deployment. As Colonel Morton spoke, he called over a military flying camera beast with holographic imaging capabilities. As this military camera animal presented the images, the detailed situation of the entire area appeared before everyone's eyes. In addition, Chu Jun and others were organized into a team by Colonel Morton. Except for a few individuals who were assigned to logistics, each of them had their own area of responsibility. The King of Chu was no exception. Certainly, as part of the military operation, there was a giant alien warship, the Bestie, providing air support above their heads. After confirming the areas they were responsible for, everyone quickly took their exotic beasts, got on the special small vehicles, and started on their journey. But before this group of scholars, the people who led the way were still the military's foot soldiers. These ordinary people, who are far weaker than the scholars, or who possess a small amount of psychic power, are now carrying a variety of weapons and equipment and walking forward. The military monsters beside them followed them according to their set procedures. To put it in a more ruthless way, in other words, Chu Jun and other students are the safety devices of Clare and others. Then this group of soldiers is equivalent to the demoning device in front of the tank, which is specifically responsible for crushing minds. The only purpose of their existence is to hold back those terrifying white deaths for a while before Clare and other scholars encounter real danger. No matter how long they could delay, the purpose was the same. This once again proves one thing. That is, this vibrant alien world is indeed a deformed structure for Chu Jun. In the presence of exotic beasts and psychic powers, the role of ordinary people is infinitely devalued. Hello. Just as Chu Jun and others were moving forward, Clare suddenly called Chu Jun and spoke in a low voice. If there's any danger later, you must not run far away, stay beside me. My little six will protect you. Clare patted the centipede monster beside her and said to Chu Jun. After saying that, the centipede monster named Xiaolu moved its head towards Xiao Hungry beside Chu Jun in a flattering manner. It seemed to like the smell of Little Hungry. But Little Hungry was extremely disgusted with the opponent and directly gave it a claw. Looking at Xiaolu, who went back dejectedly with his head down, Chu Jun shook his head. No need. You'd better complete your task as soon as possible. I have a feeling that the longer we linger here, the greater the danger we'll be in. Chu Jun did not forget that psychic connections are prevalent within the bodies of white death parasites. This is a deadly risk. At this moment, the soldiers in front of the crowd suddenly stopped. Chapter 124 Attack and Greater Trouble. Stop. Following the gesture of the soldier in front, Chu Jun and his entire team stopped. What's wrong? Chu Jun frowned and asked Clare beside him. Since Chu Jun's own psychic power level was not as high as Clare's, he could not see the situation ahead and could only ask Clare to explain. At this time, Clare Morton was using his psychic powers to sense the situation ahead. To be more precise, she was using her psychic power to communicate with her alien beast Xiaojiu, allowing this alien beast that burrowed underground to transmit the information ahead into her mind. I don't know the specific situation, but it seems that they have discovered traces of the enemy. It should be some host parasite by the White Death. Since Chu Jun was not a military member nor an official researcher of the Empire, he had no way of knowing the battle situation at the front in the first place. But before Clare could finish her words, the soldiers walking in the front suddenly opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Along with the sound of guns firing, the little hungry ones walking outside Chu Jun's car and the knife bugs carrying gun bugs immediately took offensive postures. They discovered the danger earlier than their master. Then, in the farther direction, several guys as fast as black shadows came out from the nearby small caves and rushed towards the soldiers walking in the front. As the soldiers at the front of the team suddenly let out horrifying screams, his body was torn to pieces by the enemy. The military monsters beside them finally reacted and pounced on the monsters. Those human warriors who were not attacked also took advantage of this time to launch a counterattack. The enemy is coming. Chu Jun, who was sitting in the car but felt the danger, waved his hand gently, and Xiao Hungry, who was standing next to the car, instantly understood what he meant and started walking forward. But before Little Hungry could take 2 steps forward, Clare's giant centipede blocked her in time and prevented her from moving forward. Seeing this scene, Chu Jun looked at Clare beside him. Clare shook her head and said in a deep voice, "No hurry, it's not time for us to show up yet. These soldiers in the front are all bait to lure the snake out of its hole. Only when their casualties reach a certain level, or when we have a thorough understanding of the situation, will it be time for us to step in." These cruel words stunned Chu Jun for a moment, but the next second, he immediately adapted to the current situation. Yes, Claire's right. Due to the parasitic nature of the White Death, these scholars' beasts cannot guarantee that they are safe from danger. Therefore, when given a choice, these high-value alien beasts should give priority to letting these low-value human warriors and low-level alien beasts explore the way. This is the operating logic of this world. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but smile bitterly, even though he had been labeled cold and cruel in his previous life. But compared with this world, the cruelty of his previous life seemed incomparably gentle at this moment. Thinking of this, Chu Jun immediately waved his hand and asked Little Hungry to retreat back and guard his side. Bang, bang, boom. The sound of firing continued, and the black shadows that rushed out did not hold out for long before they fell down with a loud bang. It seems that their strength is only at the first or second level alien beast stage. Although they can easily kill human soldiers at this stage, they are still not strong enough to be compared with military monsters. However, just when those soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, more dark shadows began to appear on all sides of the convoy. The strength of this group of infected monsters has reached the 3rd or 4th level. At this stage, once they form a group, the defense line formed by this group of human warriors and low-level military beasts will definitely not last more than a few seconds. Thinking of this, Chu Jun immediately became nervous. But his nervousness was unnecessary. Because before these parasitic beasts could rush over, the military beasts that had just fought with the White Death quickly launched a counterattack. They rushed straight towards the infected beasts. What is this for? Just when the king of Chu thought that the military command had lost its mind, a shocking scene occurred. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The commander at the center of the army saw the military beasts approaching and directly pressed the button in his hand. The next second, as a psychic connection was established, a horrific explosion instantly swept across the battlefield. Those strange beasts that were parasitized by the White Death were destroyed by the explosion before they could get close. Noticing Chu Jun's shock, Clare tilted her head and laughed. The armor of these beasts contains the technology of the military beast company, the explosive devouring body. A weak beast that can store explosive gas in its body and then use psychic connection to blow up the enemy. Military beast company. Explosive body. Chu Jun secretly memorized the two terms and nodded. Then, while everyone was attracted by the bomb, Chu Jun secretly gave Xiao Hungry an order. The hungry belly was slightly bulging. The next moment, she quickly produced eggs the size of rice grains and hid them in the sand under everyone's feet. The genetic insects that Chu Jun brought with him have been used up. So now, he needs to be a little hungry to produce some himself. Otherwise, he might not be able to collect the genetic sequences of those organisms called explosive eaters in time. After doing all this, Chu Jun turned his attention to the front. At this time, the first group of human soldiers had completed their mission. They began to rotate. During the rotation process, they were only half a kilometer away from their destination. Everyone could already see the cave located halfway up the mountain with their naked eyes. At the outermost side of the cave, countless white mucus have proved to everyone that from here on, it is the territory of the White Death parasite. Many scholars also understand this point. Although they did not get off the car, the strange beasts beside them surrounded them even more tightly. Some of the high-level exotic beasts even directly activated their psychic abilities and went on alert. Keep going. After the commander of the army saw that the scholars in the team were ready to be alert, he once again gave the order to advance. But just when everyone was about to reach the predetermined safe location, rustle, countless tiny moving sounds suddenly rang out from under the vehicles of the crowd. Then, countless White Death parasites that had been lying in ambush in the sand for a long time all jumped up and pounced on the surrounding soldiers and strange beasts. Moreover, these White Death parasites are all second-stage parasites without exception. They themselves already have powerful offensive capabilities. Oh no, these parasites are ambushing us. They actually guessed our route. In just a moment, the team began to panic. And just before they could react, Little Hungry was surrounded by powerful psychic energy, and he screamed and used his psychic storm ability. Boom. In a moment of little hunger, lightning storms composed of psychic energy swept across everyone, making everyone feel a trace of pain. Since Xiao Hungry controlled his strength well, this psychic storm would not cause too much harm to everyone. However, this damage, which is basically harmless to ordinary people, is fatal to the White Death parasites. Countless White Death parasites that had just popped up died with screams. Well done, Chu Kuan. Seeing Little Hungry's outstanding performance, Clare was overjoyed. But before she could finish flattering him, she immediately discovered. At this moment, Chu Jun's face looked terribly ugly. Chu Jun, who had already opened up his psychic perception, now felt that he was in a deeper underground direction. A big trouble, real big trouble is heading their way quickly. If Chu Jun guessed correctly, this big troublemaker was the guy who attacked the public training room of Tsangnan University. Chapter 125, Flesh Giant and Living. Just as Chu Jun and others were about to arrive at the designated location and enter the tunnel. Not good. That guy is coming. Chu Jun's face immediately turned cold, and then he stared towards the distance. It turned out that a monster with extremely powerful psychic power was in the tunnel beneath the mountains and desert, attacking everyone at a crazy speed. Although this monster has not yet arrived in this area. However, Chu Jun and others, especially those scholars with powerful psychic powers, sensed the other party's existence early on. And more importantly, because at this time Chu Jun already had the ability of psychic perception. The guy in his eyes has become as bright as a star. This means that the opponent's psychic power level is at least the highest in the field. No rush. But just when Chu Jun was still thinking about how to deal with the monster that was underground and moving towards here, Clare shook her head calmly. She also sensed the other party, but it was different from Chu Jun. She was very calm and didn't care about the other person at all. Such a difference in behavior inevitably made Chu Jun a little confused. Wait, do we have a backup plan? Sure enough, before Chu Jun could finish asking, A bolt of thunder appeared in the sky. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening and terrifying sound, a flash of white lightning directly shattered the night sky in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a ray of light that was far brighter than a star suddenly flew down from the sky and quickly rushed towards the tentacle monster. Its speed was so fast that it even exceeded that of the white lightning. In such a disillusioning scene, the only thing Chu Jun, whose psychic power was only at level 2, could see was a bluish-white strange beast flying into the desert together with a high-level beastmaster. Next second, the sound of fighting came from underground. These two equally terrifying beasts began to fight. Yes, this is actually our backup plan, Claire said with a smile. It's just as I guessed. When we used these human soldiers as bait, we so-called scholars were also used as bait by higher-level beings. When she said this, Claire couldn't help but smile bitterly. Only, we are baits of high value, so when we are in danger, the strong men of the Qinghai Empire will choose to rescue us. Hearing this, Chu Jun couldn't help but frown. Is the gap between the high-level strong and the weak so obvious? Wrong. Rather than the gap between the strong and the weak, what Chu Jun was more concerned about at this moment was this high-level strong man. Why was he waiting here so early? It was as if the military had already mastered the movement patterns of the giant monster. Moreover, Chu Jun also realized another problem. That is, judging by the military's recent behavior, these military personnel seemed to be overprepared for the White Death parasite. After all, it took them less than 3 days to complete all the mobilizations and achieve initial results after the White Death parasites began attacking the city center. The efficiency of all this has exceeded Chu Jun's understanding of the Starry Empire. Could it be that they have already obtained some information about the White Death parasite? After thinking about this, Chu Jun suddenly recalled some details. Man-made monsters. High-level strong. The military was well prepared. Li Nan's previous discovery. Damn, that's a really horrible idea. Chu Jun, who had figured out some things, looked at Colonel Morton, who was sitting in another car not far away, and couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. In order to understand all this, he silently let Little Hungry produce several message bug eggs from the original place. On the other side, when the powerful monster in the distance was restrained by a high-level strong man, the team, including Chu Jun and others, was also not idle. I saw the human soldiers and low-level monsters quickly rushing to the designated positions and taking a defensive posture. Then, it's Li Nan's performance time. He personally commanded a group of soldiers to place the atomized gene extracts on a special device, and then confidently released his creations into the cave. In an instant, fog poured in. This cave, which once swallowed an entire human team, was immediately filled with mist. Oh. Not long after, countless White Death hosts, who had been infected at some unknown time, rushed out of the cave howling. But their struggle is doomed to be in vain. Because Li Nan lived up to everyone's expectations and proved one thing, that is, the genetic extract he produced can indeed kill those White Death parasites at the fastest speed. Squeak. Squeak. Under the gaze of everyone, those hosts that rushed out of the cave died tragically on the spot before they could cause any harm to the human soldiers. White parasites of all sizes kept emerging from their skin and organs. These parasites that are about to die due to toxic gas pollution no longer care about the life or death of their host at the last moment of their lives. They screamed and wailed as they poured out of their host's body, just to live for one more second. But unfortunately, these actions accelerated their death. The reason is simple. Outside the host's body are more concentrated and more deadly genetically extracted poison gases. Well done, Professor Li Nan. It works, as expected of a genius professor at Songnan University. Seeing that Li Nan's medicine was effective, several scholars who were close to him praised Li Nan. Even Vice President Renault, who was standing next to Li Nan, nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he himself was very satisfied that the professors at his school had won honor for him. But good times are always short-lived. Just when Li Nan was not ready to express his gratitude and say some nice words, there was a sudden sound of unusual movement in the cave filled with poisonous gas. Boom. It's like the heartbeat of the earth. A horrifying vibration came from the cave. The sound of the vibration was so terrifying that even Chu Jun and Li Nan and others who were standing outside were frightened by the vibration. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Boom, boom, boom. Then, there were tremors one after another. As the sound grew louder, the scholars finally reacted. But it was too late. These humans who thought they had controlled the White Death parasite with genetic extracts finally had to pay the price for their arrogance. Because the terrifying roars became more frequent and louder. A pair of scarlet, Terrifying huge hands suddenly appeared at the outermost edge of the cave. With just one strike, those human soldiers who had not yet reacted and who had not fled because of military orders were smashed into pieces. Then a huge giant of flesh and blood squeezed out of the cave in a boneless state. He squeezed out and looked at the scholars with the countless eyeballs that had merged into his body. Roar! Then, a deafening roar resounded throughout the scene. While Chu Jun and others were still worried about the things happening here, Pang Bo, who was far away in East Street, was also worried. However, the troubles he encountered were slightly different from those encountered by Chu Jun and others. The trouble he was having was, for some unknown reason, the brainworm number 1 bred by Chu Jun actually took out old Pince's brain and nerves intact in front of Panghwa. Take it off in the physical sense. And what's even more terrifying is, old Pince is still alive. And this kind of living is actually living in the physical sense. Chapter 126 Post-Processing and Purchase. Damn it, what's going on? Panghwa widened his eyes, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. At this time, the brainworm had successfully removed old Pince's brain and intact nerves. What made him even more unbelievable was that, even though old Pince's brain and nerves had been taken out by the other party, judging from his squirming brain and nerves that were still emitting residual heat, he is not dead. What's even more terrifying is that this brain worm, with Little Hunger's permission, quickly opened its container with redundant space, and then carefully used its tentacles to stuff old Pince's brain and nerves into its body. Countless tiny tentacles instantly took over old Pince's nerves. And at this moment, due to the biological activity of old Pince, rays of psychic energy burst out from its brain. Panghwa may not have fully awakened his psychic powers, but he already has the potential, and he can still feel old Pince's pain from the rays of psychic light. He is still alive, but from now on, he can only live in the body of this brain worm. This body will be his prison for eternity. God, what are you doing? Panghwa, who saw this scene clearly, couldn't help but take a few steps back. His eyes were full of fear. After all, before, Panghwa did not dislike the insect swarms and monsters because they were Chu Jun's creations and were also his helpers. But now, the behavior of this swarm of insects has exceeded certain limits and is beginning to move out of control. Let's not talk about how excellent Chu Jun's design is. Just based on the current capabilities of this group of insects, Panghwa has no doubt that once Chu Jun gives up control of these insect beasts, then these swarms of insects and strange beasts will grow into the next disaster like the White Death parasite in a very short time. And, judging from the current capabilities of the insect swarms and monsters, the disasters that these insect swarms can cause will far exceed those of their competitors. Just as Panghwa was thinking this, bang! As he stepped back, he accidentally stepped on the body of a knife worm. But when Panghwa lowered his head to look at the knife worm, he was immediately stunned. Because for some unknown reason, this knife worm seemed to have received an order and was staring at Panghwa with an extremely terrifying look. The eyes of the knife worm, a strange beast, are not the traditional compound eyes of the Zerg, but are eyeballs that have been redesigned by Chu Jun to adapt to high-speed movement. So Panghwa can see something called eyes from the other person's eyes. Panghwa had seen this look before. That was the look in the eyes of this group of insects and strange beasts when they saw their prey. Hiss! Just as Panghwa was feeling frightened by the look of the knife bug, the roar of Hungry number 3 was heard. Little Hunger was issuing orders. No one was allowed to harm Panghwa. The next second, the knife worm's eyes immediately regained clarity. It first took a close look at Panghwa, then immediately ran in the direction of Little Hungry. Not only this knife worm ran over, but the other uninjured knife worms also ran in the direction of Little Hungry. But they didn't come here for nothing. On the contrary, they came here to help Little Hungry quickly dismember the 2 level 4 alien beasts brought by old Pince. Because each of these 2 strange beasts is not small in size. So it is difficult for a Little Hunger to deal with them alone, and the only way to deal with them here is to eat them. Not to mention, the current Little Hungry number 3 is only half the size of a human and has the appearance of a parasite. But fortunately, the King of Chu had already made plans for this. After the knife worm successfully tore the 2 level 4 monsters into large and small pieces of meat, 2 centipede-like insect monsters quickly climbed up along the pipe. Fuck, when did Chu Jun hide 2 mining bugs in the pipe? Looking at the sudden appearance of the miners, Panghwa was confused. Could it be that this madman had secretly stuffed swarms of insects and strange beasts, big and small, around the entire laboratory without consulting him? This is very much like this guy's style. When Panghwa thought about the place where he slept and rested being surrounded by these terrible insects, he couldn't help but feel a chill and a little peace of mind. 2 miners came to Little Hungry and quickly started eating the cut pieces of meat. Then, due to the powerful digestive ability of the mining worms that can digest stones, these pieces of meat disappeared into their stomachs like snowflakes. Little Hunger, on the other hand, excitedly lay behind the two miners, as if waiting for something. Sure enough, the miners quickly digested some of the meat and turned it into some kind of filtered nutrient liquid. The nutrient solution exclusive to these insect swarms began to drip along the tubes behind the mining worms. Squeak. Seeing the insect nutrient solution begin to flow in the tube, Little Hungry number 3 excitedly began to suck it. Its body expanded rapidly, almost like a balloon being blown up. After the nutrient solution in one of the mining worms was completely absorbed, Little Hungry number 3 quickly crawled to the second mining worm and sucked the nutrient solution from its body in the same way. And so on. In just a few minutes, Little Hungry, which was only half the size of a person, successfully expanded its size by 3 times. She couldn't eat anything anymore. And the two miners were still eating. After they devoured the remains of the remaining 2 level 4 alien beasts, they turned their flesh and blood into nutrient solution and stored it. Once Little Hunger number 3 successfully digests the previous nutrient solution, they can continue to provide supplies. On the other side, after ensuring the safety of Little Hunger number 3, the message bugs that came to support began to leave the laboratory in an orderly manner. Before leaving, they even took the initiative to drop the gunworms on their backs, allowing them to crawl onto the nearby knife worms. Those knife worms that were not parasitized by gunworms and were still relatively healthy began another mission. Under Panhwa's gaze, they slowly approached the knife worms that had just been seriously injured in the battle or had lost the ability to move. Hiss! Under Panhwa's gaze, the knife worms that were injured or had lost the ability to move trembled as they waited to be slaughtered, while making sounds similar to begging for mercy. But it was obvious that under the suppression of Little Hunger number 3, the desire to survive of these knife bugs did not allow them to have any ability to resist. They were quickly torn to pieces by their own kind and turned into their food. This is one of the most obvious characteristics of the Zerg beast. They always put survival first. No resources will be wasted by them. Seeing this group of insects being so efficient yet so cruel, Panhwa couldn't help but sigh. But just when Panhwa was about to leave and stop watching the cruel scene, his eyes moved suddenly, and then he ran to a corner. There, a knife worm with 2 legs missing and 1 eye blind was about to be taken away by other of its kind. But Panhwa bravely stood in front of them and stopped them from recycling the knife worm that had lost its value. The reason is simple. This knife worm was the first one to accompany Panhwa and ate his leather shoes. Because there was a spot on her shell that looked like a birthmark, Panhwa remembered her very clearly. Stop! Panhwa stopped the other knife bugs and shouted loudly to Little Hungry number 3. Let this knife bug go. Panhwa gritted his teeth. I'll buy it. Hearing this, Little Hungry, who had become as fat as a ball, looked at Panhwa. Panhwa was also praying. He was praying that the other party could understand his language without any psychic connection. But unfortunately, the current Little Hunger can't do this. Chapter 127 The Differences Between the Beasts. Since Xiao Hungry couldn't understand Panhwa's words, he ignored Panhwa's request at this time. She still firmly commanded her knife worms, circling them towards the disabled knife worm that was shivering behind Panhwa. Seeing that the knife bug was about to be killed, Panhwa got angry. Cough, cough. To be precise, he stretched out his hand in desperation and tried to stop those terrible knife bugs. But at this moment, an extremely intense pain instantly attacked Panhwa's brain. The pain was so severe that Panhwa couldn't even scream. But at this moment, a strange feeling began to linger in Panhwa's mind. That is, he seemed to gradually begin to perceive the thoughts of these knife worms. Not only the knife bugs in front of him, but also the disabled knife bug behind him and the message bug on the ceiling that is not left yet. Their thoughts were also sensed by Panhwa. In addition, Panhwa also sensed the thoughts of those genetic insects that were everywhere and had already collected the necessary gene sequences. Among them, the most important thing is actually the thought of Little Hunger. Because the moment Panhwa sensed Xiao Hungry's thoughts, a fear from the soul instantly woke Panhwa up. Dark, cold, hungry. These 3 words together make up the thought of Little Hungry. It was at this moment that Panhwa finally realized something. That is, he has awakened his psychic talent. And his psychic talent is mind communication. At the same time, on the other side of Sangnan City. Bang bang bang. As the sound of gunfire rang out, the terrifying flesh and blood giant roared in pain. It suddenly lifted its soft but huge body from the ground, and then smashed its arm, which was made up of the flesh of countless creatures, at the human soldiers who were firing around it. With a bang, these poor human soldiers were smashed into pieces by this fierce punch. Fortunately, the white death parasites had been completely killed in the body of this flesh and blood giant. Therefore, their flesh and blood, which are still alive after their death, will no longer continue to be a part of this flesh and blood giant because of the attack of this flesh and blood giant. Certainly, now that they are dead, perhaps they won't care about these little things anymore, right? However, the flesh and blood giant did not remain rampant for too long after its appearance. Because it is impossible for this group of scholars and their strange beasts to indulge him so much and let him slaughter military soldiers at will. So after the flesh and blood giant crazily slaughtered dozens of human soldiers at the front, this group of scholars and researchers finally took action. I saw a researcher wearing glasses who, after sensing the flesh giant's flaw, directly activated his psychic ability. Next second, a giant gorilla-like monster that was at least 15 meters tall, wielding a customized heavy alloy weapon, smashed hard into the flesh giant. Moreover, on the hands that were wielding the weapon and on its arms, there was an extremely thick aura of spiritual energy. Just one hit. The flesh and blood giant fell down wailing. Before the flesh and blood giant could recover, a senior researcher affiliated with the Empire ordered his bat-like beast to release terrifying invisible sound waves through the air. In an instant, the body of this flesh and blood giant was as if it had been rubbed harshly by huge sandpaper, and bright red and white blood kept oozing out. Not only that, even the countless eyeballs on his body almost all exploded in this short moment. It took less than 10 seconds. This horrific flesh and blood giant that easily killed dozens of human soldiers has collapsed to the ground, unable to get up again. Grasp. Why is this weird thing so strong? Clare, who was sitting in the car, frowned and said this. Chu Jun, who was beside him, looked at Clare in shock. Clare, are you serious? Such a huge flesh and blood giant only lasted for a dozen seconds before losing its fighting power. You call this strong? To be honest, when this flesh and blood giant first appeared, Chu Jun himself was a little shocked. After all, in his impression, this flesh and blood giant is likely to cause huge damage because his size and his abilities, no matter from which aspect, have exceeded the limits of ordinary creatures. But when Chu Jun saw this flesh and blood giant falling down after only holding on for a dozen seconds in front of the two psychic beasts, his thinking changed instantly. After all, this battle gave him an almost wrong understanding. That's what this flesh and blood giant is, nothing more than that. But it turned out that his perception was indeed wrong. This flesh and blood giant is indeed very strong. But it's not a psychic beast. Isn't this strong? Clare turned her head and looked at Chu Jun with a smile. Wait, Chu Jun, there is nothing wrong with your cognition, right? You have to understand, although this flesh and blood giant looks very powerful, it itself does not have any psychic power. That is to say, this flesh and blood giant is, to put it bluntly, just an ordinary beast that is a little bigger in size. And the two beasts that just defeated it are all psychic beasts. Having said that, Clare pointed at the strange ape. The reason why that ugly gorilla has such great power is because he used the blessing of psychic energy to increase his strength. And that bat-like beast used the high-level ability of psychic sound waves. If this flesh and blood giant wasn't strong, it would have been reduced to pieces by just this one blow from the gorilla monster. If it wasn't strong, it wouldn't even last long enough for the bat monster to unleash its psychic powers. After saying this, Clare didn't say anything else, but looked at Chu Jun with a smile. It was obvious that she was waiting for Chu Jun to understand it on his own. Sure enough, after a brief thought, Chu Jun immediately realized it. I see. No wonder the exotic beasts in the Starcy Empire are divided into two different groups because of the existence of psychic energy. One is an ordinary beast, and the other is a psychic beast. The existence of psychic energy allows psychic beasts to possess superpowers that ordinary beasts do not possess. It is precisely because of this ability that ordinary beasts are unable to fight against psychic beasts. Because psychic energy can allow psychic beasts to possess combat power and potential far beyond that of creatures at this stage. At this time, Chu Jun finally solved a problem that he had been thinking about for a long time, but could not figure out. That is why the little hungry source biological clocks, that is, the mutant insects that are so weak that they can only be used as feed, have become a species of psychic beasts because they have proven psychic potential. He finally understood why countless beast masters were trying hard to use those ordinary exotic beasts to try to awaken their psychic abilities. Clare's words explained a lot of things. The most important point is, Chu Jun finally figured out why Tsangnan University's graduation standard has always been to breed an independent psychic beast, rather than a beast that meets the combat power standards. The reason is, Compared with ordinary monsters, the potential and combat power of monsters that already possess psychic potential are really far apart. This is a world where strange beasts live. But the creatures that dominate this strange beast world are strange beasts and humans with psychic powers. Looking at the bloody giant lying on the ground, Chu Jun, whose mind was clear, showed a fanatical light in his eyes. He finally understood the next direction of the swarm's evolution. He wants to make the entire insect swarm have powerful psychic potential. The Zerg will become the real master because of the existence of psychic power. But just when Chu Jun was still observing this flesh and blood giant, a black shadow suddenly flew towards Chu Jun and others from midair. After seeing this black shadow, both Colonel Norton and Vice Principal Renault's expressions became extremely stiff. Because that shadow is. Chapter 128, Unexpected Development. Boom. Along with the sound of a giant object breaking the sound barrier, a black figure slammed in front of the scholars and researchers present. The moment they saw this thing, the faces of these scholars and researchers basically froze. Because this thing was actually the head of a giant beast made up of countless infected flesh and blood. Just the size of the beast's head alone was larger than the flesh and blood giant that everyone had just defeated. Moreover, it was also the first time that everyone saw the head of this giant beast made up of countless pieces of flesh and blood. It has a face that resembles a mixture of an octopus and a humanoid creature. However, although his face is a little strange, the composition of his face is even stranger. Because on its huge face, there are all kinds of eyeballs. Some of its eyeballs actually remained strangely active at this moment, constantly looking at everyone. Chu Jun, who had already activated his psychic perception, also noticed that these eyeballs actually had extremely weak psychic energy still emanating. Bang! But just when Chu Jun was carefully observing one of the eyeballs, a pair of snow-white military boots suddenly stepped on the eyeball and exploded it. Chu Jun couldn't help but frowning when he was disturbed. He wanted to see which bastard dared to disturb him from observing the sample. But when Chu Jun looked up along the snow-white military boots, he was surprised to find that the owner of the boots was actually a human female wearing a snow-white military uniform. She was about 17 or 18 years old and was wearing a snow-white military uniform. In addition, she has a delicate face and rare golden eyes, and her body is full of youthfulness even under the background of military uniform. Although her face and intentions are very girlish, she herself, with the contrast of military uniform and serious expression, gives people an oppressive feeling that keeps strangers away. To be more precise, she gave people a very bad impression, especially Chu Jun. Because his psychic perception was turned on, Chu Jun could clearly see that the girl was using some seemingly invisible psychic thread to scan his body continuously. This feeling is like a female spider with bared fangs and claws. The other party is looking at everything around him with malice and boredom. For some unknown reason, after the girl crushed the person Chu Jun was observing with her foot, she suddenly looked at him fiercely. In an instant, the girl's golden eyes met Chu Jun's black eyes. Neither of them spoke, but both of them were observing each other. Just as Chu Jun felt the malice and boredom of the other party, the girl was also observing Chu Jun's soul. Just when Chu Jun was about to observe the other party more carefully, he suddenly felt someone pulling him. Chu Jun, not knowing what was going on, turned his head and was shocked to find that Clare had knelt on one knee without him noticing. "What are you doing, little bastard?" Clare, with a look of nervousness on her face, spoke to Chu Jun in silent language. And Chu Jun became even more confused. He didn't understand why his mentor made such a gesture. With this question in mind, Chu Jun looked in a farther direction. But this time, Chu Jun was even more confused. Because it wasn't just Clare who was kneeling on one knee. All the scholars, all the researchers, without exception, were kneeling on one knee. What made Chu Jun even more confused was that his vice president, the old man named Renault, was looking at him quietly with cold eyes that were almost angry. Colonel Norton beside him had the same look in his eyes. "What is going on? Are you not a citizen of the Empire, so you don't understand the Empire's etiquette?" At this moment, the girl with golden pupils spoke. Her voice was soft, but also cold. At this moment, a pure white dragon-shaped beast suddenly flashed behind the girl. It turned out that she was the high-level beastmaster that he had seen at the beginning. At this time, Chu Jun finally figured out some things. But with Clare's sudden force, Chu Jun was immediately pulled down by the other party. "Ahem, Your Highness Clarice, I'm very sorry about my student's disrespect." Clare, who was very careful to protect Chu Jun, said this seriously. "This student of mine has been unable to graduate for 3 years, so is it true that I say his brain is not working well?" "Clarice, Her Royal Highness?" Suddenly, Chu Jun realized something. The girl in front of me seems to be the princess of the Qinghai Empire. Damn it. If Clare hadn't reminded him, Chu Jun would have completely forgotten about it. The system in his world is completely different from the system ruled by synthetic experts in his previous life. In this backward world full of strange beasts, there still exist two backward systems, the Empire and the Federation. What is more important is that Chu Jun has completely forgotten that although the place where he is full of technological civilization, his identity is still a citizen of the Starry Empire. The Starry Empire is a complete monarchy. In other words, the emperor and the princess really existed. Thinking of this, Chu Jun finally realized. But the girl named Clarice showed a smile at the corner of her mouth. The guy who didn't graduate in 3 years? Then I really can't blame him. After all, stupid people are everywhere. Hearing this, Chu Jun, who wanted to taste the iron fist of the empire, subconsciously refuted this official of the nth generation. But in the murderous look in Clare's eyes, Chu Jun chose to keep silent. The girl snorted coldly and clapped her hands. Everyone, please stand up. Although I am here today, I am not the princess of the empire, but the major general of the 3rd Beast Taming Corps. Please treat me with military etiquette. Hearing this, everyone present stood up. Colonel Morton hurriedly walked to Clarice's side and performed a standard military salute to her. He clenched his fist and placed it at his heart. Princess, Major General Clarice, why did you come here to fight with us? Shouldn't you be in the planet's orbit, guarding the Empire's territory? Colonel Morton asked uneasily and doubtfully. And if I remember correctly, the person leading this operation should be Major General Liar. Looking at the strange beast with dragon blood behind Clarice, Colonel Morton swallowed nervously. Apparently, Clarice's arrival here really caught Colonel Morton off guard. After all, he had not expected that a Major General of the Empire, and a Major General who was also a princess, would appear in the operation he was in charge of. Clarice explained to Colonel Morton with a calm expression. Actually, I didn't need to participate in this operation. But an hour ago, because the genetic samples uploaded by Tsangnan City were identified and compared by the great scholars of the Empire, it was found that the internal structure of the White Death parasite had traces of the existence of the terrorist organization, the Cult of the Immortals, so I hurried over here. Distribute the report. Remember, this is a level 03 Imperial secret. Scholars and researchers, please do not spread it outside. After saying that, Clarice took out reports from the storage device next to the blue-white stone dragon, handed them to Colonel Morton, and asked him to distribute them. The Cult of the Immortals? What is that? Why is it a terrorist organization? Moreover, this is a level 03 secret? Just as Chu Jun, like everyone else, turned to the first page of the report with a puzzled expression. But the next second, Chu Jun's face turned pale, and he slowly turned his head with an extremely stiff posture and looked at Clare. At this time, the logo of the Immortal Organization appeared on the first page of the report. Chu Jun had seen the physical object of this logo before. It was a blood drop composed of countless strange limbs. P.S. 41 chapters. And Clare also noticed the changes in Chu Jun. So she turned her head and smiled at Chu Jun with her beautiful face. Fuck. Chapter 129, The Terrifying Eternals. Looking at Clare Morton, who was smiling at him in front of him, Chu Jun felt a chill all over his body. Because he knew very well how dangerous this guy's situation was. No, how dangerous the current situation of myself and this guy is. You know, at this moment, Chu Jun and Clare are currently surrounded by the Imperial Army and Imperial researchers. Even if those scholars did not take action, they alone would be enough to destroy the terrorist Clare Morton and her cute and innocent number 1 disciple. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help it. He glared at Clare Morton fiercely. The meaning in his eyes was clear. You damn lunatic. Clare looked at Chu Jun with a smile on her face. Damn it, this guy is pretending nothing happened. Isn't she afraid? When Chu Jun thought of Clare beside him wearing the necklace called the Immortal Organization, he just wanted to punch her in the face. Oh no, 2 punches. However, it seemed that he could see Chu Jun's worry. Clare smiled and reached her hand to her chest, then took out the necklace, etc. Suddenly, Chu Jun realized a problem. That was the necklace that Clare took out from her neck. It was not the weird blood necklace, but the butterfly necklace that Xiao 11, the human-faced moth, gave to her mother. Seeing this, Chu Jun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But now he is even more confused. That is why this guy Clare is connected with the Immortal Organization? Wrong. Chu Jun realized that his way of thinking was wrong. He shouldn't ask why Clare was connected to the Immortal Organization. This logic is reversed. Because Clare is originally a member of the Immortal Organization. Thinking of this, Chu Jun's eyes suddenly widened. There came a moment when he finally understood. First of all, he was right to suspect that the Star Empire military had a connection with the White Death parasite. However, the reason why the Star Empire military is connected with the Death parasite is because they are always hunting down members of the Immortal Organization. Because of this, the military of the Star Empire responded so coincidentally quickly after the spread of the White Reaper parasites. But this coincidence is not real. The real coincidence should be Clare shows up. There are too many coincidences in her that Chu Jun inadvertently overlooked. Thinking of this, Chu Jun calmly flipped through the report in his hand while recalling all the coincidences of Clare. First, the first coincidence is, after the first appearance of the White Death parasite, that is, the infected octopus that ate the homeless people was discovered, Clare Morton appeared on the campus of Tsangnan University almost at the speed of light. This coincidence is very special and completely unnoticeable, because Clare Morton is a researcher of the Empire and a doctor active in the Starcy Empire. If she wants to come to Tsangnan University as a professor, her appointment order cannot be issued on the spot. Tsangnan University must have contacted Professor Clare Morton days, weeks, or even months in advance. This operation completely shielded Clare Morton from suspicion. But the thing is, Clare's coincidences don't end there. Because Clare is an expert on insects and exotic animals. And they are expert professors that Tsangnan University itself does not have. With this identity, not long after arriving, he encountered an infestation of White Death parasites. Then this will undoubtedly allow Clare to quickly enter the secret meeting of the White Death parasite. And this is Clare's second coincidence. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but take a breath. In addition, there is a third and fourth coincidence about Clare. For example, Clare, as a researcher of the Empire and a professor of Tsangnan University, actually has a tapeworm army that controls the Tsangnan University network. For example, Clare's judgment on the White Death parasite is even better than Chu Jun, who possesses the ultimate evolution system. The king of Chu didn't care about this at the time, but now it seems very strange. After all, there are too many coincidences about Clare. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun looked through the report on the Immortal Organization given by Clarice. And just after this look, Chu Jun was even more surprised, because he really didn't understand. Why would Clare join such a go into a strange organization? The full name of the Immortal Organization is the Society for the Study of Immortal Psychic Powers. This society, which was classified as a terrorist organization by the Star Empire, has a very large number of members, according to conservative estimates. There are probably hundreds of millions of members of the Immortal Organization hiding within the Star Empire alone. Moreover, the strength of the Immortal Organization itself is also very powerful. Their leader is an 11th level psyker who has survived for more than 3,000 years. This level 11 psychic was called the Blood Emperor by the Starcy Empire. Among his subordinates alone, there is a level 12 psychic beast and 4 level 11 beasts. In addition to this top psychic, the Immortal Organization even has its own fleet and intelligence system. What's even more terrifying is that outside the territory of the Star Empire, in a zone called the Scarlet Destruction Star Zone, there are 2 planets that were captured by the Immortal Organization and turned into the organization's base. Although the names of these 2 planets have been erased by the Starcy Empire. However, the information about these 2 planets was officially classified as top secret at level 05 by the Empire. In other words, there is a high probability that these 2 planets are still alive. It's just that their existence is not known to ordinary people in the Star Empire, as well as most ordinary scholars and researchers. Although so much has been said above, compared with the strength of the Star Empire, the overall strength of the Immortal Organization is nothing. As long as the Star Empire is willing to pay a high enough price, the Immortal Organization can actually be destroyed. Even, as long as the Star Empire is willing to turn a blind eye, the Immortal Organization and its territory can be listed as part of the Star Empire's colony. But here's the thing. The philosophy of the Immortal Organization is unacceptable to the Star Empire. Because the organization's philosophy is that they believe human genes have no sacredness at all, even compared to humans. Exotic beasts are the real advanced species. Therefore, if humans want to truly evolve, they must allow humans and alien beasts to truly become one. But please don't misunderstand. Because the fusion mentioned by the Immortal Organization is not that kind of heavy-flavored fusion. This taste is much more than that which is melted into one body weight. Because the Immortals want to invent a creation that can integrate the human genetic sequence into the genetic sequence of all alien beasts in the form of a plug-in. This damn terrorist organization believes that once they accomplish this feat, as long as the alien beasts feel the conditions are right, they can not only give birth to alien beasts from the natural environment, but also give birth to all kinds of humans. Human beings will exist forever in the sea of stars in the form of genetic plugins. And human beings will also gain true eternal life. This is the origin of their organization's holy emblem, the symbol of eternal blood. That drop of blood made up of different limbs. In order to achieve this goal, the immortal organization will not hesitate to invade the human world they deem suitable and use the humans in that world as disposable experimental subjects. At the end of the file, a heavy message full of blood and tears appeared in Chu Jun's eyes. In April of the year, data cleared. The planet Mutfa 7 was invaded by the data cleared, created by the immortal organization. The local data cleared. According to the last statistics, 2.36 billion of the planet's 2.4 billion population were infected by data cleared. In May, the planet was thoroughly purified and cleared by the Starry Empire. Data cleared. In the archives, there is a picture showing the interior of a building with hideous pieces of flesh growing and merging with each other. But before these flesh and blood creatures turned into this appearance, they were all living people. And this is the masterpiece of the immortal organization. Chapter 130, Staying and Being Discovered. What this organization has done is it's crazy. No fear, no disgust. After reading the contents of the report, Chu Jun said very calmly, "That's right. Although the immortal organization has been identified as a terrorist organization by the Star Empire, and their actions are indeed heinous, but in Chu Jun's cognition, the organization's behavior itself did not disgust him too much." Clare, who was standing aside, raised the corners of her mouth slightly after hearing Chu Jun's words. The other side. The princess of the empire, Clarice, clapped her hands gently when she saw that everyone had finished reading the report. "Dear scholars, you have already read the contents of the report." After everyone put down the reports in their hands, they nodded. "In that case, I believe you must have many questions that you would like to have answered. For example, the internal structure of their organization, some of their organization's secrets, and the content of their experiments. But I'm sorry, because the existence of the immortal organization itself is already a level 03 secret. So I have no way to continue to disclose detailed information about the organization to you." Upon hearing this, all the scholars, including Chu Jun, had a blank expression on their faces. But in fact, in their hearts, this group of scholars who dared to be angry but not speak out had already kept them on suspense. But Clarice, who did not want to reveal any information, was cursing them profusely. No way. Clarice's dual identity was there, and they could only be angry but not speak out. Those who only had the status of imperial researchers and not university scholars gave a wicked smile. It seemed that they had already guessed that Clarice would say this. As for Clarice herself, she secretly ridiculed this group of scholars in her heart. I really dislike this group of scholars who have a spirit of research but are also extremely greedy. However, although Clarice hated being with scholars, she still had to complete her mission. So she continued speaking to the crowd. However, although you cannot understand many of the internal situations of the immortal organization, since the imperial military has confirmed the connection between the white parasites and the immortals, your current mission needs to be changed. You now have two tasks. First, you need to cooperate with the military to quickly research and develop effective drugs and similar products that can target the White Death. The faster the research and development, the better. Second, you need to help the Tsangnan city government to eliminate all existence and evidence related to the White Death as soon as possible. However, during the research process, I need you to stop the genetic research on the White Death, and under no circumstances are you allowed to perform any deconstruction or recombination of the genes of the White Death parasite. As for the genetic research of the White Death parasite, we can and can only hand it over to researchers under the supervision of the Empire. Is it really like that? Since the White Death was developed by the Immortals, the Star Empire has begun to be vigilant. You know, what scholars like most is to explore the unknown. Once they discover how miraculous the White Death's genetic sequence is, they will most likely fall. So, instead of having uncontrollable scholars study the White Death, they decided to have Imperial researchers who could be monitored do the research. After all the researchers in the Empire are controlled by the military. However, such an approach is extremely cruel to the civilians of the Starry Empire. After all, if we don't analyze the genetic sequence of the White Death parasite, then the special medicine we produce will most likely only be able to suppress the White Death's ability and will not have a healing effect. Does this mean that the Starry Empire has given up on the lives of civilians? Compared to civilians, they are more willing to save their energy to destroy the White Death. Moreover, even if the researchers of the Empire developed a medicine that could cure the White Death, these medicines will most likely be supplied to the military first. Chu Jun secretly analyzed Clarice's words and began to think. As expected, due to Clarice's order, many scholars quickly reached a consensus. Accustomed to following orders, they immediately followed Clarice's instructions and decided to change their research goals. However, what was difficult for these scholars to accept was that, although they had already arrived near the mother nest of the White Death parasite, Clarice firmly rejected the scholars' request to enter and conduct research. Even though many scholars secretly reminded Her Royal Highness the Princess that if they could get in, it would most likely speed up the development of a specific drug for the White Death parasite. The young but old-fashioned princess rejected their request without hesitation. At this point, all the scholars left here dejectedly. There were only two exceptions. Li Nan and Clare are the only two exceptions. The reason is simple. Different from those guys who only have the status of scholars, these two guys established good relationships with military research institutions early on and obtained the status of researchers. What's more important is, whether it's Li Nan or Clare, the reason why they can continue to serve as professors and scholars in the university shows that there is absolutely no problem with their background checks. It is even possible that the two of them have made a huge contribution to a certain research project of the Empire. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Imperial Research Institute to let the two of them leave the institute and at the same time allow them to maintain their status as Imperial researchers. Thinking of this, Chu Jun glanced at Clare beside him, and then couldn't help but sigh. What a joke. Has the Starsea Empire where he lives been infiltrated to this extent? Anyway, because of Clare's status as a scholar, Chu Jun was retained. Those scholars who did not have researcher status and their apprentices were sent back by the military. Looking at the scholars leaving, Clare patted Chu Jun's shoulder gently and said to him, I will first enter the mother nest of the White Death parasite and obtain some samples to do research. And you, as my insurance, stay here. Hearing Clare say this, Chu Jun nodded. The other side. Li Nan and other researchers have already entered the mother nest. His students and the assistants brought by the researchers were left outside the cave with Chu Jun. Once in the mother cave, Li Nan, Clare, and other researchers encountered an accident. Chu Jun and others can at least continue to improve their research results, or at least retain their original ideas. For Chu Jun at this time, waiting for this process is actually very boring. After all, he also wanted to go deep into the nest of the White Death parasite with other researchers and observe for himself how the creation of this immortal organization mutated into its current appearance. However, the King of Chu was not completely idle at this time, because after everyone left, he was actually secretly controlling the genetic insects that he left behind, constantly absorbing the remains of those powerful monsters. These things are all treasures to him. Chu Jun couldn't imagine to what extent his swarm of monsters would evolve once he collected the genetic sequences of these powerful monsters. But just as Chu Jun quietly let a genetic insect sneak towards him, a pair of hands wearing white gloves suddenly grabbed a genetic insect he had released. You are. As the genetic worm struggled painfully in the white gloves, a pair of golden eyes looked at Chu Jun. What are you doing secretly? Looking at Clarice's indifferent expression, Chu Jun was stunned. How did this guy notice the existence of genetic bugs? Chapter 131, Talking Big and Being Tough. Damn. What's going on? Why was the other party able to notice my gene bug? Chu Jun looked at the genetic insect that was struggling in Clarice's hand and immediately froze in place. You know, the size of the genetic bug is actually the size of a fly. In some ways, genetic insects are even smaller than flies. After all, Chu Jun also added some abilities to the genetic insect's gene sequence that can reduce its size under normal circumstances. But even such a small insect was still discovered by Clarice, which made Chu Jun a little suspicious. Was she staring at him? This is a special beast that I bred. However, although Chu Jun was very surprised. But now he can't panic, because he didn't think that if others found out that he used gene worms to steal the genetic sequences of other people's exotic animals, he would be forgiven by others. So in order to cover up his panic, the King of Chu could only make excuses as much as possible and try to get away with it. Special beast. Hearing Chu Jun say this, Clarice was also stunned for a moment. Then she narrowed her beautiful golden eyes and once again observed the so-called special beast in her hand. Why is this strange beast you bred a fly? What's the use of this kind of thing? When Chu Jun heard Clarice ask this, he felt relieved. Judging from the way Clarice asked the question, this guy probably didn't have much knowledge. It's equivalent to being semi-illiterate. Therefore, as long as the other party does not have too much knowledge, Chu Jun can easily fool him. With this thought in mind, the nervous expression on Chu Jun's face completely disappeared. What replaced it was an absolute confidence and smile. He tried his best to be graceful and explained to Her Royal Highness the princess in front of him. Your Highness, Clare. It's Clarice. Clarice's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch when a civilian called her the wrong name. Ahem. Chu Jun rubbed his swollen temples and continued to explain. This special beast is not a real fly, but a new species that I bred using the gene sequence of flies. I named it protein worms. Chu Jun laughed. First of all, this kind of bug can cooperate with all my insect swarm monsters. For example, these insects have powerful reproduction and digestion capabilities. They can quickly break down any kind of rotten food and convert it into protein and other nutrients in their bodies. Hearing this, Clarice couldn't help but frown. She asked in confusion, "Isn't that a fly? What's the difference between this and an ordinary fly?" Hearing what the other party said, Chu Jun shook his head. No. The great Lady Clarice. The biggest difference between protein worms and flies is that they reproduce faster and are cleaner and more hygienic. First of all, they can reproduce several generations in just a few hours. This way, my insect swarm creatures can get extra food supplies even in harsh environments. Secondly, unlike ordinary flies, my protein worms have a strong self-disinfection ability. With this disinfection capability, the surface of these protein worms will not be contaminated by any bacteria and viruses, including fungi. If you don't believe me, allow me to cover it for you. Chu Jun stretched out his hand towards Clarice, and Clarice also understood and opened her palm, allowing the genetic insect to fly into Chu Jun's hand. After taking the protein worm, Chu Jun quickly ran to Little Hungry and let the other party eat the protein worm with his mouth parts. Look, my other insect swarm beasts can completely obtain more nutrition and vitality by absorbing these protein worms. And I don't need to worry about these protein worms turning into flying pollutants after devouring corrupt substances. After all, their final destination is to be eaten by my other exotic beasts. After listening to Chu Jun's explanation, Clarice understood. I see. This is equivalent to emergency food on the battlefield, right? And it's an emergency thing that can be used to reproduce on its own, right? Yes, there is absolutely nothing wrong with your understanding. Chu Jun smiled and nodded. But his answer did not satisfy Clarice too much. On the contrary, the beautiful but cold Imperial Major General and Princess smiled disdainfully. Hee. Although I would like to say that your design is interesting, I'm sorry, your design, other than being interesting, is not practical at all. Hearing this, the corner of Chu Jun's mouth twitched. Logically speaking, Chu Jun's best choice at this time should be to shut up. After all, he had already cleared himself of suspicion, so there was no need to create more trouble. But the problem was that Chu Jun's design was actually questioned by the other party. This made Chu Jun very unhappy. So, improper. Chu Jun suppressed his inner anger and asked Clarice. Then Your Highness Clarice, what do you think is impractical about my design? Clarice's eyes widened immediately when she heard the civilian in front of her ask her this. Apparently, she hadn't expected it either. As a major general and a princess, I was actually questioned by a commoner. It's not practical in any way. It's not practical on the battlefield. Such an ambiguous and hesitant statement actually confirms one thing from the side. That is, Clarice didn't actually think that Chu Jun's design was impractical. She just habitually belittled the people around her. Normally, no matter how Clarice belittled others, she would never talk back. But the problem is that the man in front of her is definitely not that type. Isn't it practical on the battlefield? Then you. Give me a scene as an example. After being questioned by the other party about his design, Chu Jun was extremely annoyed. Because of this, Chu Jun's eyes have changed. He returned to his sickly, indifferent self. I can definitely simulate it and see if my protein worms can adapt to the scenario you described. Forehead. This time, it was Clarice's turn to be confused. The conscience of heaven and earth. She had only said it casually and had never expected Chu Jun to be so serious. For a moment, her expression and movements began to become flustered. This also reflects Clarice's essence from the side. Although she was very powerful, with strong psychic powers and psychic beasts, her young age meant that she could not have a conversation with professional scholars. But this is also normal. Clarice is only 18 years old. At her age, it is impossible for her to be so talented as to be in charge of military and political affairs while possessing a high level of knowledge. To put it bluntly, apart from the halo bestowed by the royal family, she is just an ordinary person. In fact, she is not as good as ordinary people in some aspects. But Clarice is still a member of the royal family after all. After being questioned by the other party for talking nonsense and falling into silence, Clarice quickly regained her composure. I just thought about it. Although your research results are extremely impractical, To some extent, the soldiers of our empire's military do need some other means to supplement nutrients. It's just that there are too many scenarios where your design is not practical and needs a lot of improvement. So I think it's necessary for me to point out the way for your future research. After the mission in this area is completed, I will take you to the real battlefield to test it. Hearing this, Chu Jun was completely stunned. What is going on? Chapter 132, Mimic Psychic. What did you do, kid? A few hours later, Clare Morton, who had successfully collected samples, walked out of the cave. Shortly thereafter, she also learned about the various grudges between Chu Jun and Clarice. If I say I did nothing, would you believe me? Chu Jun shrugged helplessly and spoke to Clare in a very low voice. I just questioned him a little bit, but I didn't expect him to get so angry. Chu Jun said innocently, What is this guy? You are going to die, aren't you? That's Her Highness Clarice, or rather, Major General Clarice. Clare, who was a member of the terrorist organization, glared at Wu Wei fiercely. But, you finally got your comeuppance, ha ha ha. When I think about how you usually get upset about this and that, you hit a wall this time. Ha ha ha, this is what happens to those who argue. Damn it. The only thing I don't want to be told that by a jerk like you. Chu Jun looked at Clare Morton with gritted teeth. Never mind. Anyway, my best option now is to wait for Clarice to forget about me. I hope that this petty and stubborn princess has a memory that is slightly worse than that of an average person. With unrealistic ideas, Chu Jun has given up struggling and chose to leave everything to fate. But unfortunately, after Clare and other researchers communicated with each other for a while and confirmed that all the research samples had been obtained, they decided to leave here on the equipment provided by the military. Starting tomorrow, Clare and Li Nan, both of whom have dual identities as scholars and researchers, will suspend their teaching duties at the university and instead work at the Imperial Research Institute for a period of time. During this period, Clare and Li Nan will work with other Imperial researchers to develop a specific medicine that can suppress the White Death parasite. But wait until Major General Clarice announces the completion of the first phase of the mission. The Princess of the Empire called out to Mr. Chu with a frosty face. You. The moment they heard the word you, everyone looked at Chu Jun. I am very interested in your research, and I think that with a little modification, you may be able to contribute to the Empire's military. So, come find me later with Colonel Norton. Hearing this, Chu Jun's face couldn't help but twitch, and then he said, Well, Your Highness, although I very much hope to contribute to the Empire, please understand me. I haven't graduated from Tsangnan University for 3 years, and this year may be my last chance. So, I hope to be able to postpone my contribution to the Empire. Hearing this, Clarice looked at Vice Principal Renaud of Tsangnan in the distance with her cold eyes. That's not the case at all, Princess. Principal Renaud spoke to Clarice righteously. We at Tsangnan University have always attached great importance to students' contributions to the Qinghai Empire. So, Mr. Chu, just go ahead and go with Her Highness Clarice without any worries. As long as you make any contribution to the Empire's military, I will personally ensure that you graduate with 100% success. That's my promise. Hearing this, Chu Jun looked at Renaud. At the same time, his eyes also explained what he meant. You damned old man, are you selling me out just like that? Renaud, who already knew the inside story, also looked at Chu Jun. His eyes also expressed his meaning. What else? It's better for you to die than for me to die. Seeing that his vice president was so unreliable, Chu Jun nodded helplessly. To be honest, now he regrets it very much. He felt a little regretful. He regretted why he had to argue with the princess over such an insignificant matter. With the last hope, Chu Jun looked at Clare. Save me. Clare smiled and shook her head. No help. In the end, after calling for help in vain, Chu Jun had no choice but to follow Colonel Norton back to the space behemoth, Bestie. Of course, he was accompanied by Little Hungry and other insect beasts. That, Colonel Norton, which battlefield are we going to next? After returning to the Bestie, considering that he might have to participate in the war, Chu Jun naturally made some preparations in advance. When Colonel Norton heard Chu Jun's question, he said with a serious face, Ahem, Mr. Chu Jun, it is you who is going to the battlefield, not us. It's you, not us. As for the battlefield you are heading to, I'm sorry, I don't know either. My orders were only to take you to the Major General. After saying that, this guy, who looked serious on the surface but also didn't want to go to the battlefield, dragged Chu Jun to the senior officer's lounge on the Bestie. After sighing silently, Chu Jun knocked on the door and walked in. But as soon as he walked in, Chu Jun saw that Clarice had already washed and dressed in a military uniform. She was sitting at the desk holding a thick book. Chu Jun narrowed his eyes, ready to see what book the other person was reading. But before he could see the title of the book clearly, Clarice spoke first. Your psychic power is very special. Hearing this, Chu Jun was stunned. Because he didn't understand what the other person meant. Why did this guy suddenly say that his psychic powers were special? When Clarice saw that Chu Jun was still in a daze, she couldn't help but sneer. Why? Don't you understand yet? Clarice put down the book and walked in front of Chu Jun. Although she was short, her aura at this moment far surpassed Chu Jun's. This kind of aura is definitely not something that ordinary people can cultivate. Only those senior executives who are used to being superior and looking down on others will habitually acquire this aura. To be more precise, this is a true aristocratic temperament. I mean, from the first moment I saw you, I realized that you and I are the same kind of people. Same kind of people? Chu Jun became even more confused. To be honest, people have been saying this to Chu Jun ever since he traveled to this world. Whether it was Jack, Clare Morton, or even Clarice in front of him, they all said that he was the same type of person as themselves. What is going on? Your psychic power is very similar to mine. As she spoke, Clarice sneered and poked her finger at Chu Jun. The next second, a tiny but real light red psychic spark burst out from Chu Jun's body and Clarice's fingers at the same time. Then, the psychic sparks of the two people merged into one directly in front of Chu Jun, becoming indistinguishable from each other. However, during the fusion process, the spiritual energies of the two began to change at the same time, turning black and red. Seeing this scene, Clarice couldn't help but sneer again. See, I know it. You and I are truly the same kind of people. Our spiritual powers can be integrated with each other. This is the biggest proof. I still don't understand. What does this mean? Chu Jun shook his head and said seriously. He really didn't understand what Princess Clarice was talking about. At this time, Clarice laughed. Really? This idiot doesn't understand what this means yet. This means one thing. That is, you and I are both special psychics, 1 in a million. We are mimic psychers. At the same time, we also have another more popular name. We are called universal psychers by other ordinary psychers. We are the most disgusting of all psychics. Because we are born evil. Chapter 133 Simulation and all. This. What does this mean? After listening to the other party's story, Chu Jun did not understand what the other party meant. And now he is even more confused. Etc. However, considering that the princess in front of him might not be very smart, Chu Jun did not ask her too rudely. First, explain it to me. What is mimicry? Secondly, explain to me why mimics are born evil. Seeing Chu Jun's puzzled look, Clarice couldn't help but smile. As expected, you know nothing about this. But since you asked, I'll tell you. After saying that, Clarice shook her hair and returned to her seat at the desk. What surprised Chu Jun was that both Clarice's pupils and hair were golden. Moreover, although Clarice's character is extremely bad, her appearance is indeed top-notch. Although she is not very old, she has already shown an extremely charming temperament. Only, none of the above made Chu Jun feel excited at all. Quite the opposite. When Clarice deliberately showed off her charm, Chu Jun felt an inexplicable sense of panic. This kind of panic comes from psychic power. This made him secretly increase his vigilance. First of all, this gentleman who thinks he is very smart. Wait, what's your name? Clarice's mouth curled up in an unpleasant, mocking look. Chu Jun. But Chu Jun ignored her ridicule and spoke calmly. Secondly, what you said before was wrong. We are not mimics, but mimic psychers. Or, you can also describe us as universal psychics. As for what a mimic psychic is, let me explain it to you in the simplest way. Clarice didn't let Chu Jun sit down, but asked him to stand and listen to her. It seems that she likes this feeling very much. However, in Chu Jun's opinion, this is also a manifestation of her distorted character. The mimicry in mimic psychopath refers to our psychic state. We, the mimic psychics, are born with the ability of psychic disguise, and this ability is extremely powerful. For any psychic, their psychic powers have different properties. For example, many psychics who are good at communication usually have green, purple, or blue psychic powers, while psychics who are good at combat usually have red and black psychic powers. Generally speaking, many people can basically judge a person's personality and fighting style by observing the color of another person's psychic energy. But mimic psychers are different. Because of the ability of psionic disguise, it allows our psionic powers to appear as any type of psionic power without deliberately hiding it. After saying that, Clarice demonstrated her ability to hide her psychic power in front of Chu Jun. I saw a green spiritual energy extending from her fingers. Then, this green spiritual energy turned into an extremely bright scarlet color within just a few seconds. Then, Clarice continued to activate her spiritual power, changing it from scarlet to green. In just a dozen seconds, this green spiritual energy quickly changed into dozens of colors, making Chu Jun dazzled. Clarice seemed to have guessed Chu Jun's thoughts and continued to explain. The color change of psychic energy may seem useless, but in fact, it is very important. Because psychic power is an external manifestation of the soul. The more similar the psychic powers of two psychics are, the higher the possibility that they will be attracted to each other. Speaking of attraction, Clarice once again tried to exert her charm on Chu Jun. But unfortunately, the previously calm Chu Jun is still as calm as ever. I see. No wonder whether it's Clare or Jack. It turns out that the reason why they all think that I am similar to them and are the same kind of person is because of this incident. After figuring this out, Chu Jun nodded. So, what's the matter with you saying that mimic psychers are born evil? Seeing that Chu Jun ignored her charm, Clarice's eyes were full of confusion. After all, she had just activated her hidden psychic ability, charm. But Chu Jun's expression remained unchanged. Such behavior made Clarice secretly curse Chu Jun in her heart, thinking that he might be some kind of pervert. Could it be that this guy likes men, or rather, strange beasts? Looking at Chu Jun's indifferent eyes, Clarice seemed to have confirmed some strange truth. If that's the case, then why are we born evil if we only have psychic disguise? After clarifying some issues, Chu Jun continued to ask. Now he really wants to find out the truth about the next step. However, facing the impatient Chu Jun, Clarice just waved her hand. No hurry. You don't need to care too much about why I said we are evil people. Because I will tell you next how much benefit we will gain when we become mimic psychers. Benefit? When Chu Jun heard Clarice's words, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Because at the beginning, he thought that being able to transform his spiritual energy at will and making many people think that they were the same type of people, as they said, was the biggest benefit. But what Chu Jun didn't expect was that the real benefit of becoming a mimic psychic would be so powerful. You'll see. As Clarice's voice rang out, she successfully released a psychic whip in front of Wu Wei. However, such ability did not surprise Chu Jun too much. After all, although Chu Jun does not have this ability, Clare Morton does. Since Clare Morton has this ability, it means that this psychic talent is actually not that great. But soon, Chu Jun's expression changed. Because after Clarice released the psychic ability of Psionic Whip, she seamlessly connected it to another psychic talent called Psionic Shock. Then comes the third and fourth psychic talents. The fifth, the sixth. Finally, after Princess Clarice released 15 different psychic talents in succession, Chu Jun opened his mouth wide, totally unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. What is going on? You actually possess so many psychic talents. When Clarice heard Chu Jun say this, she couldn't help but laugh. She shook her head and explained, I thought you could be Clare's apprentice. You would be a very smart guy. And you actually asked such a stupid question. Clarice looked at Chu Jun, who was confused, and shook her head helplessly. How is it possible that I have so many psychic talents? Have you forgotten what I just said? Under the light, Princess Clarice's face seemed too charming for some reason. This kind of beauty has even far exceeded the scope of what humans can possess. I don't even know if it's an illusion. This time, the face of Clarice and Chu Jun's eyes actually had some structures of an alien beast. Seductive, alluring, and irresistible. With such thoughts, Chu Jun's breathing became heavy, but Clarice came over with a smile and put her lips close to Chu Jun's ear. For a mimic psychic, the most important thing is the word mimicry. I am. Mimicate the form of others. In theory, we mimic psychers possess all kinds of psionic talents. The charming fragrance made Chu Jun's consciousness slowly disappear. Chapter 134, Dreams and Price. As Clarice's body gradually emanated an extremely tempting fragrance, Chu Jun's consciousness fell into darkness. Then, he had an extremely absurd dream. In his dream, he had a terrible pleasure with the bad and disgusting woman in front of him. But this was not a normal kind of joy. Because in this dream, Clarice sometimes turns into her human form, and sometimes turns into some indescribable appearance that has a fatal attraction to Chu Jun. Sometimes, Clarice herself would even transform into some strange beast and eat Chu Jun alive. This is a joy woven of greed, but also a carnival of indulgence. It is also a true confrontation on the psychic level. But Chu Jun is the loser. Head. It hurts. I don't know how much time has passed. Maybe the dream was over, or maybe Chu Jun's instinct gave him a warning. After a long period of darkness, Chu Jun slowly woke up. But the moment he woke up, he immediately became keenly aware that a spiritual energy that was extremely familiar to him had rushed into his mind. This is the psychic power of a little hunger. Although Xiao Hungry has not yet mastered human psychic abilities, she is still extremely determined to transmit her emotions into Chu Jun's psychic power. It was some kind of extremely anxious emotion. After feeling the spiritual power of his master, Little Hungry quickly changed from anxiety to joy. In fact, due to the long period of time when Chu Jun could not be contacted, Little Hungry had already started a riot in his own container. She howled madly and bit the container cage beside her. But unfortunately, this is the military's advanced warship. The strength of the containers here is definitely not comparable to those at Songnan University. So even if Little Hunger bit herself and got covered in wounds, she was unable to break through the restrictions of the cage. However, the knife bugs and gun bugs completed this task for her. Although Little Hungry was locked in 2 separate containers with the knife worms and gun worms, their containers had been damaged a lot because the gun worms were highly corrosive. As long as they are given some more time, they will be able to help Little Hungry escape from trouble. Fortunately, time did not give them this opportunity. Just as he was becoming increasingly hungry and anxious, Chu Jun woke up. Although Chu Jun had a splitting headache at this time, he was still completely conscious. After regaining consciousness, Chu Jun quickly used his spiritual power to calm his hunger. After appeasing his little hunger, Chu Jun finally had time to check his current condition. Only, what is going on? Chu Jun widened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. At this moment, he had already been lying on the military bed without knowing when. Next to him lay a guy with blonde hair and golden eyes. Moreover, the fishy smell near Chu Jun kept reminding him that everything that happened just now was not a dream, but a distorted reflection of reality in the dream to some extent. Hey, are you awake? Looking at Chu Jun's suddenly widened eyes, Clarice, who was lying beside Chu Jun with blonde hair and golden eyes, revealed an intriguing smile. However, because the distance between the two was very close, Clarice patted Chu Jun's face easily. Now I finally understand why you were not attracted by my appearance and psychic powers before. As Clarice spoke, she stood up without any worries and said to Chu Jun with a smirk on her face. Because you don't have much desire for pleasure, in this case, my slight adjustment of appearance will not work on you. Moreover, you seem to have awakened an ability called psychic perception, which can reduce the possibility of being disturbed by other people's psychic energy as much as possible. So I can only choose to use a method called pheromone simulation, which allows my skin to produce pheromones that specifically have a pheromone effect on you, so that you will obey me obediently. I have to say, you need some exercise, in every sense of the word. Clarice said very critically. Why do you do that? Chu Jun also stood up and looked calmly at Clarice, who was already dressed and putting on her white gloves again. Wow, your ruthless attitude is really beyond my expectation. Clarice shrugged and said helplessly, I thought you were going to ask if what just happened was real. Or rather, I thought you would ask about some details just now. In the end, you didn't ask anything, but asked me why I did it. This is really interesting. Clarice threw Chu Jun's messy clothes over. So, why on earth did you do this? Chu Jun frowned, dressed himself, and continued asking. Because I need to vent. Clarice said with a smile. First, you are the second person of my kind that I have met in such a long time. There are very few of us mimic psychics, so when I saw you, I naturally wanted to celebrate. And I have to say, although you, a lowly commoner, are rude, vulgar, and think you are knowledgeable, you are my only choice at the moment. Compared with the calm Chu Jun, Clarice does not have much knowledge. However, as she had taken the initiative and information, she was still in a very proactive position at this moment. Second, I think this is the best way to control you. Once what you, a lowly person, did to me is exposed, you will die miserably. So I think I can control you through this method. For a long time to come, you can be my slave and be used by me. When Chu Jun heard Clarice say this, his face darkened. That was your initiative. Who cares? Clarice shrugged dismissively. Do you know the difference between our identities? As long as I open the door, just yell casually. Whether you are innocent or not, you will die. Even if you are innocent, the Qinghai Empire will not accept the blasphemy you have committed against me. You will die, and die quietly. Hearing this, Chu Jun's face turned extremely ugly. Although Clarice is indeed very stupid in some aspects. But it must be said, after all, she is also a real high-ranking official in the Empire. As long as she wants, she can kill Chu Jun at any time like killing a bug. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't want to die like this, especially after being taken advantage of by the other party. What exactly do you want me to do? If you are smart enough, you should understand that I am just a worthless person. Even a Beastmaster is not a small character. Seeing that Chu Jun finally surrendered, Clarice smiled happily. Yes, you are indeed a minor character, but it's still the same problem. As a Beastmaster, you are destined not to be a small role forever. Do you remember I once said that mimic psychers are born evil? Clarice walked over and patted Chu Jun's face with her hand, as if she was an artist appreciating a work of art. This is because, in order to simulate other psychers, all mimic psychers must absorb and steal the psionic talents of other psychers. And as long as we have this ability, we will have motivation to hunt other psychers. This method of acquiring psychic energy is an absolute torture for ordinary psychics. But as the price of this power, we, the mimic psychers. For some reason, Clarice's fingers twitched and her golden pupils suddenly contracted. They are all truly crazy. Even if we're not crazy now, we will be crazy later. Chapter 135 Questions and Research Institute. We'll all go crazy in the end. After hearing what Clarice said, Chu Jun couldn't help but frown. Then, he asked the biggest question in his heart. But why are you crazy? In Chu Jun's opinion, the acquisition of power does require a price, there is no doubt about that. But the problem is that he doesn't understand why stealing other people's psychic energy would make him crazy. This is illogical. Faced with Chu Jun's question, Clarice couldn't help but sigh. Because when we, the mimic psychers, really start to absorb the psyker energy of others, the essence of our actions is equivalent to devouring other people's souls. This kind of devouring is a complete devouring in the true sense. We will not only absorb the opponent's spiritual energy and strength, but also absorb the opponent's memory and thinking. Clarice narrowed her eyes, put her arms around Chu Jun's neck, and said with a smile. To put it simply, we'll develop a condition called schizophrenia. Those who are absorbed by us will use their spiritual energy and consciousness to interfere with our will and thinking, making our thinking no longer completely belong to us. Take me, for example. When I was having sex with you, the thought of a female beastmaster in my mind showed joy. And the mindset of a former general is to resist and roar. Hearing this, Chu Jun frowned. He probably understood what Clarice meant. Then, shouldn't we, the mimic psychics, not devour other people's psychic energy? As long as we can hold back on this matter, we won't go crazy later, right? Hee. Hearing Chu Jun say this, Clarice sneered. Do you think it's possible? If you had the opportunity to master all the psychic talents in this world, would you resist devouring other people's souls? If this opportunity allows you to possess the most powerful beast and become the master of this world, would you be able to resist? Chu Jun was stunned for a moment when he heard Clarice's words. Indeed, he couldn't help it. When Chu Jun thought about the opportunity to master such powerful strength, every cell in his body felt excited just by imagining it. More importantly, during this period of time, there are many psychic talents that can directly strengthen one's own exotic beasts. So after a brief thought, Chu Jun recognized a reality. That is, even I cannot be free from this temptation. This has nothing to do with greed. Because human nature itself cannot pass such a test. Snort. It seems that you understand it. In that case, I can tell you my next plan for you. When Clarice saw that Chu Jun already had greedy thoughts, she sneered and said, in order to make you the subordinate I need, in the next 2 days, I will send you to the Imperial Army's Research Institute for further study. And in the Imperial Army's Research Institute, you need to cooperate with me to complete the following tasks. I will help you secretly and let the team I train behind the scenes help you complete your biological research on protein worms. Once you complete this research, I will have the opportunity to get you through the Tsangnan University exam. Then you, a piece of trash who has not graduated from Tsangnan University in 3 years, will be able to graduate successfully and become a true beastmaster. I hope you will be worthy of my dice in the future. Hearing this, Chu Jun frowned. Now he finally understood that the reason why Clarice behaved like that before was just because she was acting. Although Clarice is not very smart from an academic point of view, she is as scheming as any adult. However, Chu Jun had some objections to Clarice's arrangement. Chu Jun, who still wants to go back to cultivate his own Zerg, does not want to spend too much time in the Military Research Institute. With this idea in mind, Chu Jun began to try to communicate with Clarice. But unfortunately, because Clarice thought that Chu Jun was useless except for being a mimic psychic, she rejected all of Chu Jun's requests without hesitation. After a brief conversation, before Chu Jun had time to say anything, he and his little hungry were sent into space. This damn heartless scumbag. Chu Jun, who was sitting on a military space bat, couldn't help gritting his teeth as he watched Kang Nangxing getting farther and farther away from him. He finally realized that Clarice was serious. She really wanted to become the other party's subordinate, and her orders were unquestionable. Chu Jun, who was full of anger, was forced to come to the military research base of the number 3 satellite of Tsangnan Star. The person who greeted him was the second in command of the local base, a man named Tajik, who is in his 40s but looks extremely old. I've read the report. I heard that you were the person Princess Clarice called here to complete a study on something called protein worms, right? Tajik looked at Chu Jun in front of him with an unhappy face. To be honest, he was disgusted by Clarice's behavior of relying on power to allow outsiders to come to her research institute at will. Yes, I need to test the protein worms from the battlefield to see if they meet the criteria. Chu Jun rubbed his head and took out a report. From this report, Chu Jun already knew what requirements the Imperial military had for protein worms. Does it meet the current needs of the Qinghai Empire military? If not, then I need to make corresponding improvements. By the way, where's my lab? Seeing that Chu Jun was so rude, Tajik spoke sternly. Hey kid, I don't care whether Her Highness Clarice called you here or not. You must understand that I am your superior in this institute. Considering your research, it will probably take several years to complete, so all your actions must be approved by me. Do you hear me? Facing Tajik's statement, Chu Jun, who was already furious with Clarice, sneered. Several years. I'm sorry, but I'm not a piece of crap like you. This base is like a garbage dump, and it is also vulnerable to attack. I don't want to stay there for even a moment. Besides, I was personally called here by your superior's superior. So take me to my institute right away. If you delay, I will not hesitate to tell Clarice. Sir, about your malfeasance. Also, I need genetic samples from the following exotic animals. Go and get them all for me. Hearing what Chu Jun said, Tajik, who was still pretending, turned pale. But no matter what, there is nothing wrong with what Chu Jun said. After all, in a sense, he is really Clarice's direct subordinate. Thanks to his relationship with Princess Clarice, Clarice was able to crush Tajik as quickly as she would a stink bug. So, although Tajik wanted to give Chu Jun a warning, Chu Jun finally got everything he needed half an hour later. Tajik returned to his office with a grim face. Asshole. The Qinghai Empire was gradually surpassed by the Human Federation because of these connections. It's all because of these parasites who only know how to suck blood from the Empire. We, the real researchers, are being suppressed. I've said it before, we, a group of researchers, should form a circle and jointly safeguard our interests. Hajik returned to the office and complained madly to the assistants around him. Mr. Hajik, you worry too much. I've read the information about that guy named Chu Jun. This idiot who hasn't been able to become a beastmaster in 3 years will never be able to complete the mission assigned by the princess. As long as he can't complete the mission, we can just let him stay for a while and then go back. After hearing what his assistant said, Hajik's expression became much better. You have a point. I have actually seen his research and development tasks. They are extremely difficult. Even for me, I would probably have to form a whole team and spend several months to complete them. So we don't need to care about him at all. Just wait until... The words haven't finished yet. Chu Jun suddenly pushed the door open. In his hands were a dozen insect eggs of different colors. My experiment is complete. Now, let's start the first test. Hearing this, Tajik and his assistant were stunned. They looked up and glanced at the clock. Now, only an hour has passed since Chu Jun arrived at this research base. Tajik and his assistant looked at each other. What is going on? Chapter 136 Toxins and Evolution. Are you kidding me? When Tajik heard Chu Jun say that he had completed the experiment and was ready for it, he was completely stunned. Because it had been less than an hour since Chu Jun arrived at the laboratory. How could someone be so fast? I don't have time for jokes. Chu Jun pointed to the container in his hand, then pointed to a few insect eggs in the container and said, I have already made several basic experimental subjects. Now let's test it. After saying that, Chu Jun urged Tajik and others to take him to a battlefield of the Tsangnan 2 satellite for testing. Driving a slightly outdated truck, they came to a half-collapsed wasteland base marked as number 6884. An old sergeant with a missing arm and ragged clothes greeted everyone. This is our military's testing site. Although it is a battlefield, our main targets are basically the local beasts and a small number of refugee armed forces. Tajik spoke to Chu Jun with some doubt. The local Tabi beasts are roughly as strong as first-level alien beasts, but they reproduce quickly and are more aggressive. Although our military soldiers can easily destroy a large number of Tapamon, these Tapamon can easily come back again. And the local refugees like to attack the soldiers' logistical supplies. The soldiers can still endure the harsh environment and lack of supplies, but our military beasts cannot. Without Zerg supplies, these military beasts will lose their combat capabilities very quickly. That's why Her Highness Clarice hopes that the exotic beasts you researched can temporarily solve the supply problem on the battlefield. Hearing this, Chu Jun frowned. He did not start the experiment immediately, but instead walked around the dilapidated wasteland base. Soon, he discovered a problem. He found a large number of tabi beast corpses around the base. These strange beasts, which look like hyenas but have a pair of pincer-shaped forelimbs, are extremely numerous as described. And because of the local environment of Tsangnan, 2 satellite, it is also suitable for the survival of tabaman. So the status of this creature is the same as that of rats in the city. Why don't you consider using the corpses of these tapamon to make food supplies? Chu Jun pointed at the rotting corpses of the tabi beasts and asked the local sergeant. The sergeant with a broken arm shook his head helplessly. We have tried it, but the bodies of these tabi beasts contain trace amounts of toxins that can accumulate. Ordinary feed beasts, such as mutant insects and other feed beasts, can be easily poisoned to death by this toxin. And even if they don't get poisoned, they're still not edible at all. Chu Jun did not see the trace amount of toxins in the report. The report he received at the time only stated that it was difficult to breed exotic animals for domestication locally. Okay, I understand. As Chu Jun spoke, he took out a turquoise insect egg and handed it to the sergeant. Go. Just place this egg on any tabaman corpse. Seeing that this strange imperial researcher gave him an order, the one-armed sergeant immediately looked at Tajik with a questioning look. Although Tajik had tried to solve the problems at their base before and failed, this did not affect the sergeant's trust in Tajik. Go ahead. Tajik nodded. Although he did not trust Chu Jun, out of trust in Clarice, he chose to agree to Chu Jun's experimental method. Soon, the emerald green insect egg was stuffed into the body of a tabi beast. Originally, everyone thought that they would need to wait at least 1 or 2 days before they could see Chu Jun's eggs hatch. But what they didn't expect was that the emerald green insect egg completed its hatching process after half an hour. A huge maggot broke out of the egg and devoured the corpse in front of it. However, this maggot-like insect beast was not too greedy to devour all the corpses it could. On the contrary, after accumulating enough energy, the maggot began to metamorphose and turned into a green carnivorous beetle. After it completed its metamorphosis, it quickly laid a number of emerald green eggs on the uneaten body of the tabi beast. Seeing this scene, Tajik couldn't help but frown. Then he asked Chu Jun, "Wait, didn't the protein worm you mentioned earlier look like a fly? Why did it turn into a carnivorous beetle this time?" Facing Tajik's question, Chu Jun, who was feeling impatient because of the harsh surrounding environment, said, "This is because I have set up 3 different biological forms in its genetic sequence. When conditions are moist and warm, they metamorphose into their fly form, but when conditions are dry and potentially dangerous, they transform into their beetle form. But when they encounter a water environment, they transform into an aquatic worm form." Oh, so it is. Wait, what did you say? Originally, Tajik simply thought that Chu Jun had changed to a different kind of exotic beast to train. But when he understood what Chu Jun had done, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and stared at Chu Jun with an unbelievable look. You can actually insert 3 forms into the genetic sequence of the same creature, and in the body of this extremely weak alien beast. How on earth did they do this? Facing the other party's question, Chu Jun sneered and gave an answer. Mutated insect. Mutated insect? What is he talking about? Aren't mutated insects supposed to be the weaker ones? And theoretically speaking, mutated insects should be unable to adapt to these trace amounts of toxins. Tajik, who couldn't understand what Chu Jun did, looked at the green beetle that was laying eggs with a puzzled look. Sure enough, it was just as Tajik had thought. After ovulation, the weakened green beetle quickly began to devour the surrounding tabi beast corpses. However, due to the accumulation of poison, the small creature died soon after. But the rows of eggs it laid continued to hatch. And wait until these eggs are hatched. They imitated their ancestors without hesitation, devouring and then laying eggs, and then being poisoned by their own food. However, their number is growing exponentially. In just 3 generations, or about an hour and a half, their number reached more than 10,000. The densely packed beetles began to take more of the tabi beast's corpses as their food. But starting from the 3rd generation, these beetles began to show a trend of convergent evolution. Many green beetles began to develop a special gland to excrete toxins from their bodies. Although this gland is immature at first. However, because they reproduce very quickly, the structure of this gland is becoming more and more adapted to the corpses of the tabi beasts. In addition, these green beetles began to give birth to their offspring later and later under the manipulation of some kind of embryonic form of the swarm, little hunger. Those beetles that failed to adapt to the toxin didn't even have the chance to leave offspring. Only those beetles with powerful detoxification glands and are even stronger themselves have a chance to preserve their characteristics among the insect swarm. Finally, around the 5th or 6th generation, these green beetles began to flap their wings and flew towards the corpses of the tabby beasts in the distance. At this moment, they have already won the life and death battle with the toxin. All the beetles that are still able to survive have completely become immune to the toxin. Looking at the carnivorous beetles flying all over the sky, Chu Jun smiled. As he expected, as long as he no longer used the ultimate evolution system to restrict the evolutionary capabilities of the Zerg beasts, even today's Zerg beasts would be able to quickly adapt to any environment. They are the leaders in this evolution. One of the green beetles, with the permission of Little Hungry, slowly flew into Chu Jun's hand and touched the palm of Chu Jun's hand affectionately with its mouth parts. Then Chu Jun, smiling, picked up the green beetle. But the next second, the style of painting changed. Come, try it. How does this green beetle taste? Chu Jun held the green beetle and said to Tajik and the sergeant with the broken arm. Chapter 137 Bad and Homeland. Faced with the green beetle that Chu Jun suddenly handed over, Tajik couldn't help but frown. The armless sergeant beside him hesitated. This guy? Are you so confident about your experimental results? After only the first round of experiments, he concluded that the exotic beasts he cultivated were already edible. It seems that I have wronged him. Although the information stated that he had not graduated from Tsangnan University in 3 years. But just from his performance over the past hour or so, he is definitely not the kind of student who is careless. Perhaps there was some other reason why he was unable to graduate. With this thought in mind, Tajik took the green beetle and put it in his mouth. As a 6th-level psychic, Tajik would naturally not be afraid of the toxins contained in this beetle's body. Even if he was really poisoned, given his status, he would be able to receive proper treatment and would definitely not die. Then, with the collision of the upper and lower teeth, the body of the green beetle instantly disintegrated from his mouth. The sticky liquid instantly flowed into his mouth. Suddenly, under the intense gaze of the armless sergeant, Tajik couldn't help but hum. Seeing this scene, the people following the Tajik people around all became panicked. Some people tried to get the antidote, while others took out their healing beasts and prepared to treat him. But Tajik stopped everyone and explained slowly. I'm fine, don't worry. Then, Tajik asked Chu Jun with curiosity. Why do the green beetles you bred smell like milk? Hearing this, the other researchers and soldiers were all stunned. A beetle with a creamy scent? Unconvinced, they quickly caught a few green beetles and tasted them. Just as Tajik said, these green beetles actually smell like milk. Moreover, in addition to the milky flavor, they also have a strong sweet taste. This makes the overall taste of these green beetles as tempting as milk beans. One greedy researcher even ate several. Oh no, several. Did you design this green beetle to look like this on purpose? Facing Tajik's question, Chu Jun smiled and quickly denied everyone's guess. Of course not. The reason why these green beetles smell like milk is because their detoxification glands are working. As he spoke, Chu Jun crushed a beetle, took out its enlarged detoxification gland, and displayed it to everyone. You should remember that the corpses of strange beasts like tabaman are poisonous. The detoxifying substance secreted by the detoxifying glands of my protein worms is actually an alkaline liquid that can neutralize toxins. However, after this alkaline liquid encounters the toxin of the tabby beast, it loses its activity and turns into protein that can be eaten by protein worms. The byproducts produced during their synthesis process are short-chain fatty acids. That's really why they become milky. Chu Jun squeezed the beetle in his hand, completely releasing the other's scent. In an instant, the fragrance filled the air. Everyone smelled the aroma of milk. As for the sweet taste you taste, it is simply because the protein worms will accumulate a large amount of fat in their bodies during their growth and reproduction and convert it into a substance similar to lactose when the time is right. Although you have tasted the sweetness now, once the protein worms enter the next stage, especially after the reproduction stage, their taste will be greatly reduced, and they will become strange beasts with no sweetness but only milky flavor. After finishing the explanation, Chu Jun asked Tajik, "How about it? Do you think my design this time is enough to meet Her Highness Clarice's requirements?" Cope. No. This is already an extraordinary performance. Looking at Chu Jun, who easily created the green beetle version of the protein worm, Tajik was very excited. He said to Chu Jun seriously, "The design of this strange beast is definitely sufficient. Besides, I think this strange beast has the potential to be promoted." Tajik tasted the protein worms again and nodded with satisfaction. In fact, among the supplies of the Qinghai Empire's military. Although each planetary garrison has its own special edible exotic beasts, your exotic beast may be the one with the best taste and nutrition. If you are willing to improve it a little, then your design will most likely be spread throughout the Star Empire military, and you will become an important figure in our institute. Hearing this, the assistants around Tajik were stunned. They also did not expect that the connected person in front of them, who had annoyed Tajik a few hours ago, suddenly received high praise from Tajik. And Tajik himself is notoriously stubborn. However, Tajikistan's attitude has changed. But the king of Chu did not appreciate it. Chu Jun didn't want to stay in this dangerous war zone for even a minute longer. Not to mention, at this time, Chu Jun had already asked Little Hungry to secretly plant new Little Hungry eggs. For him, this planet is no longer of any use. Oh no, I'm not in the mood to continue improving. Chu Jun said helplessly. I'd rather go back and do my own research than continue studying this bug, which is not that complicated in itself. Since you think this thing meets the requirements, let's go back. Seeing that Chu Jun was so ungrateful, Tajik couldn't help but sigh. As expected, although Chu Jun's abilities are outstanding, but as a relative of Clarice, he certainly was not willing to put too much energy into such trivial matters as the battlefield. With this thought in mind, Tajik reluctantly called for a vehicle and prepared to return to the base with Chu Jun. Of course, on the way back, Tajik still has the opportunity to persuade Chu Jun to let this guy who has not graduated yet, but has already demonstrated strong academic ability, join his research institute. However, he was still very curious about one thing. That is, until now, Chu Jun has not tasted any green beetle protein worms. Out of curiosity about this matter, Tajik asked Chu Jun, "What? You asked me why I don't eat this green beetle?" Chu Jun looked at Tajik and others with disgust. Are you kidding me? I am a human being. As a human being, my food should be those delicious lamb chops, juicy pies, and fragrant juices. I'm not an animal. Only animals and exotic beasts would give up delicious food and eat those carrion-eating insects. Also, no matter how good-looking these green protein worms are, don't forget that they are actually maggots. The milky aroma you eat is essentially the decomposition of corpses and feces. In the returning car, the researchers sitting opposite Chu Jun and Tajik and others all had grim looks on their faces. Some of them even started to retch. I'll let you try it because I don't want to eat this kind of thing. It will be convenient for me to record the taste. Actually, I'm not that confident about my experimental results. Now Tajikistan has finally understood the most important thing. That is the guy in front of him. Although he is very powerful, his character. But it is extremely bad. This is an absolute bastard. As the car gradually drove away, among the countless tabby beast corpses, an egg that was different from all the protein worms began to hatch. And soon, a newborn baby hungry hatched from the shell. As a gift for its birth, the front of it was filled with the protein worm corpses that had been prepared long ago. And it is also the first among all the little hungry ones to leave its homeland. Chapter 138, Secret Plot and Madman. Crack. As the eggshell broke, the first little hungry creature far away from Tsangnan Star was born. As soon as she hatched, she was immediately excited to see a mountain of genetic insect corpses piled up in front of her. Although Chu Jun told Clarice that his worm was called protein worm. But it's just a lie. The genetic insect may have the function of providing food, but in essence, it is still a member of the insect swarm. Their main job has always been to extract and store the corresponding genetic sequences for the Zerg monsters. Sure enough, when Little Hungry was about to devour the corpses of the genetic insects, two special genetic insects that were secretly hidden by Chu Jun flew to Little Hungry, one on the left and one on the right. The reason why these two genetic insects are special is that they contain the genetic sequences of military space bats and the most important genetic sequence of Bestie. Little Hungry didn't hesitate too much and swallowed the two genetic insects one by one. She was born with psychic powers, and along with Chu Jun's psychic powers that had not yet dissipated, she received the orders given by Chu Jun. After she devoured the two different genetic sequences, she quickly began to devour more nutrients. In less than a few hours, she grew from the size of a larva to half the size of a person and began the rapid process of cocooning. And it's different from other Little Hungers. This Little Hungry creature is rare in that it starts to cocoon itself without going through any parasitic stages. This is because her current resources are extremely abundant, and she can complete the evolution without additional flesh and blood. Another reason is that her current position is not that of a combat-type swarm leader. After this Little Hungry creature completed its first metamorphosis, its appearance changed directly into a dark brown scorpion-like shape, with a thin and strong body and two claws for digging. She is like a mutated version of a mining bug. Moreover, her abdomen is extremely flat, and she does not have the huge reproductive organs like the other little hungry creatures. In this state, she quickly began digging the ground after completing her transformation. Soon, the little hungry creature dug out an extremely deep tunnel. The tunnel is about several dozen meters deep and wide enough for her to live nearby. But Little Hunger was not satisfied with this, because the length and width of this tunnel did not meet her requirements at all. To be precise, it does not meet the requirements of the King of Chew. After coming out to replenish food, Little Hungry started digging again. This time, she directly expanded the width of the tunnel several times. Then, her butt began to wriggle. An egg called the mother's nest was hatched by her. It can be predicted that with the birth of this mother nest, the digging speed of the Little Hungry will increase rapidly with the help of the mining worms. And everything Little Hungry did was for a purpose. The purpose is that Xiao Hungry needs to dig a pit on the satellite of Sangnan Star as soon as possible, which is large enough to accommodate the giant swarm of insects and monsters. And this pit will also be an important turning point for the Zerg to transform from planetary creatures to galactic creatures. This important turning point is called Swarm Leviathan. While this little hungry creature is still busy working for the future of the swarm, her master had already returned to Sangnan City on Sangnan Star and was sitting at the dinner table with a comfortable look on her face. In front of him was a freshly roasted leg of lamb. Gurgle, gurgle. After smelling the aroma of the food, the two hungry cubs of similar size looked at Chu Jun with eager eyes at the same time. One of them even moved its head closer, placed it under Chu Jun's arm, and rubbed him affectionately. But Chu Jun completely ignored all of this. He just lowered his head and ate the lamb leg with mashed potatoes topped with chicken soup. Even though there was a big hole behind him corroded by bullets, and there was dried blood under his feet. But all this did not affect Chu Jun's appetite. After he had completely finished eating the leg of lamb, Penghua, wearing an apron, came out with the second and third plates of lamb legs and placed them in front of Little Hungry, one on the left and one on the right. And behind him, a knife worm followed him happily like a pet dog. Click, click, click. The two hungry little ones started to chew on it without hesitation, swallowing the delicious human food, even the bones. After seeing the two hungry little creatures finish the food he had prepared, Penghua excitedly extended his spiritual power to them and asked, "How does it taste? Is it delicious?" The two hungry little ones nodded excitedly. Seeing that Xiao Hungry could understand what he said, Penghua patted Chu Jun's shoulder excitedly. "How's it going, Brother Chu? In just 2 days, I have completely mastered the psychic talent of psychic communication. Wow, I never thought that I, who has had bad luck all my life, could actually awaken such a top-notch talent. Look, even the strange beast you designed can understand my words. This is truly a super achievement." Hearing what Penghua said, Chu Jun put down his knife and fork and laughed. "No wonder you did nothing after I came back. Give me some barbecue first. So you just want to show off your abilities in front of me." Hearing Chu Jun say this, Pangbo waved his hand in a very pretentious manner. "Well, how can you call it showing off? I just showed off my psychic talent a little bit, that's all. Hee hee, Brother Chu. Although I know you envy my psychic talent, it's a pity that fate chose me to have such a top talent. Although you are a genius, you still lack a little bit of luck after all." Hearing Penghua say this, Chu Jun sneered and shook his head. "Not necessarily. If I want your ability, I can actually do it. If I eat you, I can gain the same ability." "Penghua, harmful." After a moment's silence, Penghua said disdainfully, "Come on, Brother Chu. We haven't seen each other for 2 days, and you come back to scare me. That's pointless." Pangbo, who mistakenly thought Chu Jun was joking, said so. "If you can really eat me to gain my abilities, then go ahead and eat me. I don't care anyway." Looking at the little fat man in front of him who was so arrogant, Chu Jun smiled and shook his head. In fact, he was really considering whether to eat the other party and obtain the other party's ability called psychic communication. However, considering that Penghua was a good assistant and his ability to get things done was indeed good, Chu Jun finally suppressed his greed and did not try it. In addition, Chu Jun was actually secretly worried that he would become crazy because of devouring other people's spiritual energy. Considering Clarice's abnormal personality, Chu Jun has been hesitating. Just came back from. After Chu Jun told this cold joke, Pangbo asked while cleaning the table, "By the way, Brother Chu, you said before that you were going to attend a meeting, right? Why did this meeting last for 2 whole days?" Seeing that Pangbo was so curious about his itinerary, Chu Jun slowly told him everything he had experienced during this period. From the content of the meeting, to the confrontation with the White Death, and then to Clarice's and the Satellite Research Institute on Sangnan Star. After Chu Jun finished speaking, Pangbo sat across the table without saying a word. What did you just say? You had sex with our Qinghai Empire's princess, Her Highness Clarice. Pangbo perfectly ignored all of Chu Jun's other experiences and chose the least important point. Chu Jun nodded calmly, while Pangbo looked dejected. Broken. My partner, after going out for a while. Becoming crazy. Chapter 139 Subsequent Arrangements and Humanoid Worms. Harmful. Isn't it just sleeping with a princess? When Pangbo mistakenly thought that the king of Chu was bragging, he also grinned evilly and started speaking in slang. I have made a lot of money in the past 2 years, and I have the princess to accompany me every day in the city. Chu Jun was stunned when he heard this. The emperor of the Qinghai Empire has so many daughters. All right. When it was time to be naive, Chu Jun's naivety did not seem to be fake. I shouldn't ask these questions. However, after eating and drinking, Chu Jun took the initiative to ask Pangbo about some recent events. This rare concern also made Pangbo tearful. Pangbo also told the truth about everything that happened in the past 2 days. I have to say that Pangbo has been experiencing both good and bad luck recently. He first experienced Old Pince's sneak attack, and then he experienced the counterattack against Old Pince by the swarm of monsters. Immediately afterwards, he experienced a living human body slice-up process, and was finally forced to awaken his psychic talent and save the little black boy beside him. This experience is not much less boring than Chu Jun's. That's right. This knife worm, which was rescued by Pangbo and raised as a pet, was named Xiao He by Pangbo. Oh, Chu Jun nodded while picking his teeth with a toothpick. So many things happened. Besides, Xiao He seems to have recognized you as his master. Chu Jun clapped his hands, and then the knife bug named Xiao He ran over quickly and circled around Chu Jun affectionately. But when its behavior angered Little Hungry, and it was kicked by the jealous Little Hungry, it lay down next to Pangbo without hesitation and did not move. However, even with such a short contact, Chu Jun discovered something unusual about Xiao He. That is, compared with ordinary knife worms, although Xiao He's limbs are still partially incomplete, its body size is more than 1 circle larger than that of ordinary knife worms. To put it in an example, ordinary knife worms are cannon fodder in online games, while this little black monster is a real elite monster. More importantly, this little black creature's intelligence is greatly improved compared to ordinary Zerg. It seems that after Pangbo awakened his psychic talent, he also communicated with the other party frequently, etc. While Chu Jun was still observing Xiao He, Pangbo interrupted Chu Jun's observation and quickly spoke. Brother Chu, your emphasis is in the wrong place. You have to know that we have the complete brain of a murderer right next to us. In this case, why would you care about my little black instead of worrying about this murderer? Seeing Pangbo so impatient, Chu Jun frowned and said curiously, why should I worry about this murderer? Isn't its brain already stored in the brain worm's body? In this case, do I still need to worry? After saying that, Chu Jun patted the brain worm floating beside him, and inside its transparent body, there were 2 brains floating on the left and right. One brain is based on Chu Jun's genes, and the other is Old Pince's brain. However, although the 2 of them share the same body, one of them is imprisoned in the body of a brain worm, unable to live or die. This. It seems to be true. Pangbo scratched his head and said helplessly, I thought you arrested Old Burns for research purposes. I am prepared to study him, but I am not able to do so now. After all, Chu Jun looked at the brain worm beside him and shook his head. Until my brain worm is further strengthened and transformed, I cannot conduct corresponding research. That's right. When will the biochemical deputy brain I ordered arrive? When Chu Jun thought of the brain worm, he remembered that before he left, he had told Pangbo to order a biochemical secondary brain. I've already placed the order. However, the biochemical secondary brain is a customized product and requires at least a week's production cycle to produce. Taking into account the shipping time, Brother Chu, you probably won't be able to get it until next week. Hearing this, Chu Jun thought for a moment. Okay, as long as it's decided, there will be no problem. My goal is to disassemble the biochemical secondary brain for research on brain worms. And the current brain worms are not part of my core research content, so you just need to wait until the biochemical subbrain arrives to remind me. Good. Pangbo suddenly remembered something and immediately reminded him. By the way, Brother Chu, the Earl Fenrir wanted to meet with you to discuss the smuggling matter. When are you free? Having said that, Pangbo quickly added, he has urged me several times, but I always use the excuse that you were not here. A request for a meeting from Count Fenrir? Chu Jun thought about it. Let's arrange the meeting with him for the day after tomorrow. Tonight and tomorrow, I plan to spend my time expanding my swarm of insect beasts. So, in order to have a better rest, you can tell Earl Finner that we will meet at the Degenerate Bar on Ant Street the day after tomorrow afternoon. The Fallen Bar is the cheapest bar on Ant Street, but it also has the highest traffic. The reason why Chu Jun wanted to meet here was not only because this bar was the territory of Jack's gang, but also because he wanted to test whether Count Finner was really sincere about the transaction. If he was not so sincere, he would never have come. Then I'll help you arrange it tonight. The day after tomorrow afternoon, right? At this time, Pangbo had completely transformed into Chu Jun's assistant, constantly helping him record his itinerary. Chu Jun, who had already eaten and drunk his fill, patted his hungry head and walked straight to the laboratory. Originally, Pangbo thought that Chu Jun had just returned from a business trip and would only stay in the laboratory for an afternoon at most. What he didn't expect was that this time, Chu Jun actually stayed in the laboratory for a real night and a morning. During this period, except for his midnight snack who was allowed to enter the laboratory, Pangbo himself was directly stopped outside by Xiao Hunger. At noon the next day, Pangbo walked into the laboratory again under the pretext of delivering lunch. For some reason, Chu Jun did not turn on the light this time. The already dark laboratory seemed unusually dim because there was no light. But when he saw clearly these new creations of Chu Jun, the plate of braised beef in his hand fell directly to the ground. What are these? In the darkness, a pair of eyes were staring at Pangbo through the glass of the petri dish. The solemn atmosphere even froze his blood. Beside him, the little hungry cat, completely unaware of the strange atmosphere, was licking the braised beef that had fallen on the ground frantically and was enjoying the meal very much. Nothing. In the darkness, Chu Jun walked out slowly, holding a genetic sample. Behind him was an extremely fat maggot creature. This monster, with hundreds of tentacles growing on its body, was staggering behind him. These are all the prototypes of the new insect swarm beasts I created last night. Oh, by the way, I seem to have forgotten to turn on the light just now in order to observe the sample. Pop. As the lights turned on, the new type of insect beasts bred by Chu Jun finally appeared in front of Pangbo in its entirety. Pangbo also took advantage of the light and was surprised to find that Chu Jun actually managed to cultivate 4 different groups of exotic beasts in just half a day. A snake-like Zerg creature that can float in the air, an insect-like monster that is slightly larger than a knife worm, but has 4 petal mouthparts and can breathe fire, and a giant Zerg creature with an organ for digging. And a monster with a human form, but a completely insect-like body and facial structure. Chapter 140 Super Products and Super Spies, Mimics. What is this weird thing? Pangbo looked at the strange humanoid insect and couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, his eyes revealed a look of despair. Brother Chu, you finally took that step. What step? Chu Jun, who looked tired, asked with great confusion. To be honest, even though Chu Jun had experience and knowledge from 2 worlds, he often couldn't understand what Pangbo was saying. What else could it be? You have finally gone crazy and completely crossed the Empire's red line. Pangbo said helplessly. You completely fused human genes with those of the Zerg, creating this half-human, half-insect monster. Next, are you going to kill all humans and turn them into food for the Zerg? What the hell are you talking about? Chu Jun was speechless because he was confused by Pangbo's sudden surprise. If I destroy humanity, who will provide me with food and cook delicious food for me? Besides, when did I completely merge the genes of humans and Zerg? To fuse human genes into the Zerg's genes is simply a blasphemy against the perfect Zerg creatures. Forehead. Pangbo was completely stunned when he heard this. He pointed at the half-human, half-insect monster in the container and asked in confusion. If you haven't completely integrated the human and Zerg genes, then what is this thing like? This time, Chu Jun finally understood everything. It turns out that this uneducated little fat boy was shocked by this kind of thing. Looking at Pangbo, who was shocked, Chu Jun clapped his hands without hesitation. The next second, as Pangbo watched, the half-human, half-insect hybrid monster in the container instantly began to disintegrate. The human skin on its body quickly collapsed and turned into a thin layer of human-shaped flesh membrane. After collapsing, this layer of human-shaped flesh membrane did not stay in the outside world for too long before being taken back into the back of the monster, which had completely turned into a worm. It can be said that within just 2 or 3 seconds, the half-human, half-insect monster turned into a cute from Chu Jun's perspective little insect that was about half the height of a person. Forehead. What's going on, Brother Chu? Pangbo was completely shocked, while Chu Jun explained slowly. This is a mimic insect that I created to simulate human form and help me complete various tasks. As long as I give the order, it can transform into any kind of human form. Skin color, height, appearance, hair color. As long as it doesn't exceed its standard weight by much, it can replicate it for you. Seeing that Pang Bo didn't seem to understand his explanation, Chu Jun simply performed it again. Bang! As Chu Jun clapped his hands, the mimic insect that had just transformed back to its original form directly filled the human-shaped flesh membrane again. This time, Pangwa clearly saw that the humanoid film began to change its color and material continuously during the filling process. He even clearly saw the changes in the facial features and the growth of the hair on the humanoid film. In the end, a person who looked 99% like Pangwa replaced the previous insect and stood in the container. Wow! Pangwa tilted his head and looked at himself in the container. He also noticed at this time that this self-transformed by the mimic insect not only had almost the same facial features, hair color, and skin as himself, but also had an expression that was extremely similar to his own. He is imitating himself. Yes, he has the ability to imitate voices. And I also copied the gene sequence of a certain moth from this guy. As long as you say a word, he can completely imitate your voice. Just say it and see. Since the king of Chu said so, Pang Bo naturally had no reason to refuse. Ahem, I'm the handsome guy. After saying this, the mimic insect in the container nodded, and after a brief silence, it opened its mouth. But, you're a big idiot. You. The mimic insect controlled by Chu Jun began to send telegrams frantically. Pangwa was stunned at first by the identical voice, but then he couldn't think of any way to fight back. After all, if he fought back, he would be cursing himself. In just a few seconds, Pangwa's face turned red with anger. Ha! Looking at Pang Bo, whose face turned red with anger because of the scolding of his own voice, Chu Jun couldn't help but laugh out loud. What do you think of my mimics? Perfect. It's simply a work of art. Pangwa, who had just recovered from being criticized so much, said seriously. You know, there are quite a few strange beasts in this world that can simulate humans, but the one that Chu Jun has is almost the absolute best among them. Because that kind of strange beast is rare and its functions are not complete. Some of them can only partially imitate the human appearance, or can only imitate the human voice. And even if some strange beasts can completely simulate humans, a strange beast like Chu Jun, who can simulate the full appearance and voice of humans in a nearly perfect state, is really the first one Pangwa has ever seen. More importantly, Brother Chu, can you tell me how much it costs to make this bug? Forehead. Although Chu Jun didn't know why Pang Bo asked this question, out of academic considerations, he still told him the price of the mimic insect truthfully. Since the mimic has 3 extremely complex organs, the price of its complete body is basically the most expensive one besides the complete body of Little Hunger and the complete version of the Mother Nest. If calculated in Star Empire points, its price would be around 3,000 Star Empire points. 3,000. 3,000. When Pangwa heard this number, he first looked incredulous, then jumped up violently. Immediately afterwards, the fat man excitedly demonstrated his flexibility in front of Chu Jun. Brother Chu, we are going to get rich. I've made a fortune. Chu Jun tilted his head, looking confused. He didn't understand what the fat man was so excited about. But soon, Chu Jun understood. Change it to this for me. Pangwa placed a photo album of supermodels in front of the container. Brush. As the mimic worm transformed again, she perfectly turned into one of the supermodels with short red hair, white skin, and blue eyes under Pangwa's guidance. Woohoo! Let me be like this again. Brush. The mimic insect completed another round of transformation, but this time, she turned into a girl with long black hair, who was about 20 years old. Do this to me again. Pangwa threw away the photo in his hand and showed the pictures in his mobile phone in front of the mimic insect. The next second, the mimic insect turned into a girl who was famous for her beauty even in Songnan University, which was full of beautiful girls. And Chu Jun also noticed that the girl transformed by the mimic insect seemed. In the past, she was pursued by Pangwa for a long time, of course. Pangwa was rejected by the cold-blooded man because of her ugly appearance. Ha ha ha. This is really great. Woo! I actually realized my dream in my lifetime. Pangwa shed sincere tears and knelt in front of the mimic insect with a pious look on his face. His appearance even made the mimic insect feel inexplicably frightened, and it had to turn its head to look at its master. Chu Jun also looked helpless, because he didn't expect that Pangwa, the greedy and lustful fat man, actually discovered another use, or the real use, of the mimicry insects. That's 4. To be honest, whenever Chu Jun thought that his bottom line was low enough, the fat man next to him could always refresh his bottom line in an even lower way. Grass. It may also be the lower limit of cognition. But no matter what, Chu Jun really accidentally created something that is likely to be popular throughout the Qinghai Empire. Super product. At the same time, this is also a true super spy created by Chu Jun. A super spy that is hard for anyone to refuse. Chapter 141 Digging Worms, Flaming Worms, and Winged Snakes. Damn, how did you come up with such a good idea? Chu Jun, who was shocked by Panghwa's keen sense of business opportunities, asked Panghwa beside him with a puzzled look on his face. The longer this fat guy with an unattractive appearance and little ability stayed with Chu Jun, the more Chu Jun could feel that this guy possessed a strong talent for business. Moreover, this talent of his is innate and can be acquired without any training. Hehe, I'm not that strong. I'm just average. Seeing Chu Jun praising himself so much, Pangbo couldn't help but laugh. Brother Chu, do you remember you said that you understand human nature very well? Chu Jun nodded. He did remember saying this in the truck. If you think you understand human nature well enough, then I know a great deal about desire. I understand what people need and I understand what people want. I'm more of a service person than an academic. I don't need to study those obscure knowledge. That's not my task. As a service staff, I just need to see the needs of others. Everyone has desires, including you. If you take yourself as an example, your desires are knowledge and food. As long as I can grasp your needs and satisfy your desires, then you won't mind my existence. You may even need me very much. You need someone like me to be by your side. This is my philosophy of life. When he said this, Panghwa seemed to have some realization. In fact, my fate and yours are similar, yet completely different. Although you and I both came from the extremely lowly ant street, you chose to climb up through your own efforts and knowledge. In my opinion, this path is difficult and terrifying. Although you are likely to reach the top, the scenery along the way is often accompanied by hardships. This is what I cannot accept the most. I am also a smart person, but I am not as smart as you. I have seen the same mountains you have climbed, but I do not have your perseverance and determination. So the moment you start climbing the mountain, I lost the idea of climbing the mountain and just kept circling it, looking for any step that would take me to the next level. If you can find it, move forward. If you can't find it, keep looking. Chu Jun nodded and thought about it. Good. I didn't expect that you, a silly, sleepy guy, could have such a thoughtful side. I underestimated you before. In that case, I will give you the commercial development rights of all the insect swarm beasts. As long as you find the right opportunity, I will customize the products you need according to your needs. After all, the biggest thing I discovered after going out for a walk the other day was that I needed money, lots and lots of money. Chu Jun is telling the truth. Although he successfully used the gene worms to collect a large number of genetic sequences of high-level exotic beasts on the night of the battle with the White Death parasite, such a collection did not make Chu Jun feel any satisfaction. On the contrary, at this moment, he was like a bug that had grown in size. As his size grew, he felt even more extremely hungry, because he discovered that the more genetic sequences of exotic animals he knew, the more possibilities he would be able to see in the exotic animals. Just picking out any one of the genetic sequences of the scholar's exotic beasts would be enough to bankrupt him. Therefore, he now urgently wants to collect more genetic sequences of alien beasts, and then use them on his own insect swarm of alien beasts. But achieving such a goal requires money. Lots and lots of money. No problem. When Pangbo heard that Chu Jun was going to hand over the commercial rights of the insect swarm monsters to him, he narrowed his eyes excitedly. After waiting for so long, he finally waited until Chu Jun was eager for money. And he, naturally, would not give up this opportunity. In fact, during the 2 days that Chu Jun was away, he had been secretly observing Chu Jun's swarms of insects and strange beasts, and discovered many business opportunities. But before that, he had one more thing to deal with. That is, during last night and this morning, Chu Jun created 3 different kinds of insect beasts in addition to the mimic insects. Wrong. It's 4. Panghwa looked at the fat maggot covered with tentacles behind Chu Jun and said that he wanted to learn more about Chu Jun's new creations. Chu Jun also readily followed suit and introduced himself to him directly. No problem. First of all, this little cutie behind me. You must have seen her many times. This cute little guy is a little hungry. Chu Jun patted the tentacle maggot's head and said with a smile, "What? This is actually a little hunger? What on earth did this guy do to little hungry's genes?" Wrong. What does this madman think the gene sequence is? It's like plasticine, you can mold it as you please. However, this little hungry one is still in my experimental stage. It is a semi-finished product. Unlike ordinary little hunger, her structure is currently in a state of extreme climbing psychic energy. I hope to use little hungry's form to give her psychic abilities far superior to other little hungries. I see. I don't understand. But forget about the commercial value of little hunger. Pongwa narrowed his eyes, looked at this monster which gave people a terrifying feeling no matter what form it was in, and thought to himself, and this little cutie is what I call a digger. Chu Jun continued to introduce his creation. This time, the one he chose was the giant Zerg creature with a burrowing organ. Its function is very simple. It can dig tunnels quickly in non-lava environments at a speed far exceeding that of most machines. Other than that, it does not have any complex functions. My plan is to use the ability of the burrowing worms to dig enough tunnels in and around Songnan City to facilitate the rapid movement of my children. This is fine. Pongwa smiled. This thing can definitely be sold to those construction companies. Pongwa also speculated that the cost of the digging worm would most likely be lower than those expensive machines. And this little cutie is called the firebug by me. Chu Jun pointed to the strange beast whose mouth was divided into 4 parts, and there was a slight flame in its mouth parts, and said, his ability is to eject flammable and explosive aerosol particles and then ignite them rapidly. Beyond that, this particular aerosol particle has some special effects. That is, once they are volatilized and not ignited in a confined space, they will quickly undergo an oxidation reaction with oxygen in the air and turn into a substance that is trace toxic to the insect swarms and beasts, but highly toxic to ordinary creatures and humans. After listening to Chu Jun's introduction, Pang Bo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He thought about it and decided that it would be better not to consider the commercial value of this exotic beast for the time being. It's not that he didn't understand the value of this exotic beast, he was just simply afraid that this horrible substance would poison him. Then, he looked at the snake-like insect swarm beast flying in the air, which was left behind by Chu Jun, with hopeful eyes. Chu Jun also noticed Pang Bo's eyes and smiled. In fact, he was very confident in this special insect beast. This little cutie may be more special than other insect swarm monsters. Except for the brainworm. Even the mimic worm has some offensive capabilities, but this one has none of these. Although she looks a little fierce, she is actually a surprisingly gentle little girl. Sensing its master's emotions, the giant flying snake slowly floated beside Chu Jun, rubbed Chu Jun's cheek with its neck, and spit out a tongue with thousands of tiny filaments. Her code name among the Zerg beasts is Winged Snake, and the ability I reserve for her is extremely fast biological healing. In my design, as long as she masters the genetic sequence of a creature, the secretion she produces can theoretically cure any creature's internal diseases, and her tongue has the function of surgery. Including humans? Pombo asked tremblingly. Including humans, Chu Jun said in a decisive tone. Chapter 142, The Medical System and Unreasonable Demands. When Pongwa heard that Chu Jun's winged snake had powerful healing properties, he immediately became excited. Because this time, he really found a huge business opportunity. God is above. Brother Chu, we are really going to make it big. If you are not kidding, then the winged snake you created will have extremely strong medical competitiveness. And this competitiveness will be used by me to provide illegal underground medical services. We're going to make a ton of money. However, after listening to Pongwa's statement, Chu Jun was a little confused. Illegal, underground, medical. When these 3 words of different nature were combined together, Chu Jun just felt it was a bit absurd. He didn't understand. Medical treatment should be medical treatment. Why should it be hidden illegally underground? Moreover, the Starry Empire where he lives is an extremely powerful alien beast civilization. With strange beasts with medical abilities walking around everywhere, he believed that medical care should, in theory, be available to everyone. After all, the world he originally lived in, the world destroyed by the Zerg, had already completed the true transformation of its citizens on the eve of its destruction. Not only is their medical care free, but their medical rights are also truly equal. No matter what the differences and levels are within their world, everyone has absolutely equal medical opportunities. Because the rights of wealth can be unequal, but the right to life must be equal. Out of his own doubts, Chu Jun told Pang Bo about his questions, and Pang Bo chuckled after listening. As expected, Brother Chu, you still don't understand the real situation of our society. But this is not your fault. After all, you have been a good student since you were young. You have been studying in a public school sponsored by our empire and have received free medical services from a public school. But what about those of us who don't have access to the empire's public healthcare system from childhood to adulthood? We have never had the opportunity, or even the qualifications, to use the empire's public healthcare system. Although those powerful healing beasts can rescue a low-level citizen in a matter of minutes, these medical beasts are not prepared for people like us at the bottom of society. For us low-income people, whether it's a minor fracture or an incurable cancer, when we get sick, Our only option is to go to those illegal doctors deep in the streets and try to get a cure. The reason is simple. Outside of the public medical system, the simplest treatment for those healing beasts requires at least 20,000 Starry Empire points. This situation occurred because the middle and high-level officials of the Shanghai Empire, in order to ensure that they and their beloved exotic beasts could receive medical treatment as soon as possible after being injured, they connected with the Healing Exotic Beast Guild, allowing them to greatly increase the price of medical treatment, and the cost has been raised to a level that the poor cannot afford. In this way, the doctors of the Healing Beast Guild can not only obtain the most economic benefits through monopoly prices and the lowest attendance rate, but also ensure that the middle and high-level officials of the Starry Empire always have the most convenient medical assistance opportunities. All of this added together is a win-win deal. Hearing this, Chu Jun suddenly realized. He also didn't expect that with just a medical issue, Manhwa successfully revealed the cruel and twisted side of the world in front of him again. What about the civilians? Civilians? What are civilians? Manhwa smiled bitterly. In our Shanghai Empire, there are no such things as civilians. Our Shanghai Empire has been completely divided into two completely different camps because of the alien beasts. The first camp is the so-called beast masters, them and their families, those who serve them, those who need them, such as the military, the designers of the breeding studio, the owners of the biological factory, and the military of the empire. They are a camp, and they control 99% of the wealth in this Shanghai Empire. To be more precise, it is their camp that is worthy of using wealth. Of course, a small number of poor people who have obtained false qualifications for advancement also belong to them, but their status is not stable. Once they lose their jobs or encounter misfortunes, they will soon become poor again. Office workers in cities are such a group. The second camp is the people at the bottom of society. Oh, yes, that is what you call the common people, but I prefer to call them the poor. After all, they don't have any real wealth. Their only value is to become a component cell of the biological machine of the Starry Empire. Although they have produced wealth, they are not qualified to use it. If they want to use the wealth, they can only become a beast master or someone who serves a beast master. But most of these opportunities don't belong to them. Because their fate is predetermined, they will most likely only be coolies carrying certain special goods throughout their lives, and workers in the biological factory who can be eliminated at any time. In addition, those hooligans on the street, prostitutes in the red light district, beggars on the roadside, and low-level soldiers in the Imperial Army are also their due fate. Hearing this, Chu Jun was silent for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking. But Manhwa beside him just smiled bitterly, because he knew Chu Jun too thoroughly, as he had been away from work for too long. After all, the word commoner is exactly what these people who have left the working class can say. Moreover, apart from the politicians of the empire, the only people who can say the word commoner are scholars like Chu Jun. The former uses his status as a commoner to narrow the distance between himself and grassroots voters. But for scholars like Chu Jun, it is simply a cognitive problem. So how do you plan to use the winged snake to make money? Chu Jun asked curiously. First, I need to find a way to escape the supervision of the Healing Beast Guild and prevent them from noticing our little cutie. For the first time, Manhwa used the three words cute to describe Chu Jun's swarm of insect monsters. Because once the Healing Beast Guild finds out that our winged serpents are not under their supervision, they will ruthlessly eliminate us. Economic and legal elimination, not physical elimination. As Chu Jun's eyes suddenly became extremely fierce, Pang Bo, who was afraid that the Healing Beast Guild might encounter an accident, could only quickly change his explanation. Secondly, I will use the connections of Jack Gang to spread the news that we have the healing beast to those prostitutes, hooligans, and more low-level people. As for the price, I plan to set it at 3,000 for general treatment and around 10,000 for surgical treatment. Such an expensive price? For a moment, Chu Jun doubted whether those poor people could really accept this price. After all, for many lower-class people, their annual income is only about 10,000 or 20,000 yuan for the worse off, and about 20,000 or 30,000 yuan for the better off. But the king of Chu finally agreed to Manhwa's plan and did not say anything to stop it. After all, he doesn't understand economics, let alone the lower class that Manhwa mentioned. You know, from the moment he was admitted to Tsangnan University and had the chance to become a beastmaster, even though he still lived in Ant Street, he was no longer the same creature as the civilians. This is not evolution. This is just pure differentiation. After confirming the commercial value and usage of winged snake, Manhwa and Chu Jun quickly started the second topic. This topic is a little more special than the former one, because this time, what the two discussed was Manhwa's graduation issue. It is time for Chu Jun to fulfill his promise and give a little help to Panghwa's graduation project. He needs to customize a strange beast for Panghwa that will allow him to easily pass the graduation requirements. However, after seeing many of Chu Jun's designs, Pangbo, who had a much broader vision, naturally proposed some. Not a very reasonable request. Chapter 143. Panghwa's Thoughts and the Evolved Human-Faced Moth. Brother Chu, while you help me design the exotic beast, can I make a small request first? Because both Chu Jun and Pangbo need to graduate. In addition, the two of them only have about 2 months left before graduation. So at this time, Chu Jun has already begun to prepare to help Pangbo with his graduation design. But the problem is, after Chu Jun told Panghwa his idea, this guy suddenly became excited. I guess if Chu Jun didn't say it, this guy would find a time to talk to Chu Jun about graduation. After all, it is impossible for a normal person not to be tempted when seeing swarms of strange insects such as hungry knife bugs and gun bugs running in front of him every day. The desire for power and more powerful weapons is something that is engraved in the genes of every human being. Don't ask me if I agree or not yet. Looking at Panghwa, who was excited, Chu Jun couldn't help but frowned and said indifferently, "First tell me what your so-called small request is. If it's too much, I will never agree to it." Hearing Chu Jun say this, Pangbo immediately hesitated. It seems that he also seems to feel that his request may be a bit excessive. But even so, he still spoke his mind firmly. Actually, Brother Chu, my requirements are not too high. My idea is that the beast you create for me should reach a standard that is higher than the passing standard. For example, before graduation, it can have the physical strength of a third-level alien beast. Of course, I am referring to the latest standard for the classification of alien beasts that came from the Human Federation. It has to be said that as an ancient existence with a human mother planet. Although the Star Empire has in fact been separated from the Human Federation for thousands of years. However, the standards of the Human Federation are still the goal pursued by the Star Empire. Besides that, I also hope that my exotic beast can have the potential to grow to the 4th level psychic standard. Of course, the most important thing is that I hope the exotic beast you help me cultivate will be very handsome, extremely handsome. Hey, Brother Chu, don't leave. As Panghwa's demands were too high, Chu Jun left. But as Panghwa quickly slid to his knees, Chu Jun finally patiently listened to Panghwa's request. It's just that this time Panghwa's request was much more reasonable and normal. Level 2 Alien Beast. My requirement is a dual-level psychic beast, one that meets both physical and psychic requirements. But if possible, I hope you can help me completely transform Xiaohei, the knife worm, into my own exotic beast. And I need him to have strong protective abilities and the most basic treatment. Oh no, first aid abilities. If I were ever in mortal danger, it would at least give me a chance to survive. After hearing what Panghwa said, Chu Jun began to think. To be honest, this is the first time that Chu Jun has customized a so-called exotic beast for someone else since traveling to this world. But this kind of private customization is actually not uncommon in the entire Starcy Empire. This is because many powerful beastmasters have some specialties that are biased. They either only have the ability to research and develop exotic beasts but lack the ability to cooperate with them in combat, or they simply can only fight but cannot breed exotic beasts. Therefore, beastmasters who are good at fighting, especially those famous beastmasters, often like to find beastmasters who are good at developing exotic beasts for private customization. Moreover, those who are able to cultivate powerful beastmasters basically have fixed templates to use. For example, some beastmasters like to breed bird-shaped beasts, while some beastmasters like to breed marine beasts. At present, Chu Jun actually performs somewhat biased. After all, he had never fought with his own monster before. Moreover, all the exotic beasts he cultivated were insect-shaped. I have an idea. After thinking for a while, Chu Jun nodded. Because at this time, the knife worm Xiaohei has completely belonged to Panghwa. So theoretically speaking, Chu Jun can use many different transformation plans to transform Xiaohei, the knife worm, which are different from the transformation plans for the insect swarm monsters. Wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow I will give you 3 different basic plans for you to choose from. Once you have chosen the basic plan, we will discuss the details. Hearing Chu Jun say this, Pangbo's face immediately broke into a smile. He also patted Xiaohei's head beside him and told it the good news using his psychic power. Xiaohei, this special knife bug, naturally became excited and kept circling around Panghwa. After finishing this matter, Chu Jun did not start to make a new design immediately. Because he had been busy for a whole night and a whole morning, he really needed to take a rest. So, accompanied by 3 little hungry creatures of different types, Chu Jun lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I slept. Chu Jun began to dream in his sleep. Moreover, this dream was exactly the same as when he awakened his psychic perception talent. He came to that gray world again in his dream, but it was different from last time. This time, after Chu Jun followed the previous path and came to the previous position, there was no change at the end of his path. But the problem is that there are many more forks in the road around him. It feels like Chu Jun needs to make some decision during this period of time. But before Chu Jun could finish thinking about what this meant, Achoo! Accompanied by a stinging pain and a violent sneeze, Chu Jun woke up from the bed. Wow, you finally woke up. As a little girl's voice sounded, Chu Jun saw the familiar human-faced Moth, which was lying on his face and staring at him with its two huge compound eyes. This is Clare Morton's strange beast. Oh no, it's her daughter, the human-faced Moth Xiaoxi. However, what surprised Chu Jun was that even when he was separated from the human-faced Moth, the face of the human-faced Moth, Xiao 11, was still a deformed and extremely ugly and distorted human face. But now the human-faced Moth Xiaoxi's face has undergone a lot of corrections. Although she was still very ugly, her face was much better than before, at least it looked like a human. What's more surprising is that the strength of the human-faced Moth Xiaoxi has also increased a lot without anyone noticing. She has reached the current 3rd level psychic level from the previous level that was not even at the 3rd level psychic beast level. More importantly, her wings are much more gorgeous than before. The gene assembly method that Clare got from Chu Jun, the building block method, seems to have come in handy. But at this time, Chu Jun shifted his gaze from Xiaoxi's wings to her two deformed little hands. How did you wake me up? The reason why Chu Jun asked this was because this damn human-faced Moth was actually holding a few of his hairs in his hand. Now he needs to confirm it. You were sleeping so soundly that I couldn't wake you up. So, I have no choice but to pull out your hair. Hey. Looking at the smiling human-faced Moth, Chu Jun also showed a cold smile. He was ready to teach the other party a lesson. It's the same even if the other person is Clare's daughter. But just when Chu Jun was about to take action. But there is nothing we can do about it. My mother asked me to urgently send over some high-value genetic samples of exotic animals. I'm in a hurry, so this is the only way to wake you up. High-value genetic samples? The smile on Chu Jun's face gradually changed from a deathly attribute to a truly kind attribute. Ahem. You did the right thing, Chu Jun said with a smile. But he suddenly realized an important problem. Is that why Claire suddenly wanted to send him high-value genetic samples of exotic animals? How did she know I was back? And what does this troubled girl, who is also a terrorist, want to do with me? Chapter 144 Invitation and Peeping. Here, this is your genetic sample. As he spoke, Xiao 11 took out a well-preserved precision container from his fleshy pocket. After Chu Jun took it, he looked at it carefully. Well, Xiao 11 didn't lie. Although Chu Jun currently does not know which exotic animals the genetic samples Claire gave him are from, he can be sure that this sophisticated container does contain genetic sequence samples. Seeing this, Chu Jun couldn't help but become more curious. Did your mother say anything else to you? Have. The human-faced Moth nodded obediently and used its biological recording function to play Claire's voice. In this recording, Clare Morton only said two things. The first thing is that all the genetic samples she gave to Chu Jun were her compensation to Chu Jun. After all, her identity as a member of the Eternal Organization caused Chu Jun a lot of trouble. So, in order to prevent Chu Jun from being too worried, Claire decided to give Chu Jun some sweetness. The second thing she mentioned was more special. She planned to invite Chu Jun to the Joy Club tonight to discuss some matters related to the Immortal Organization. As for what the specific matter was, she did not say. Forehead. After listening to Claire's story, Chu Jun couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he didn't really want to go to the pleasure club tonight. This is not to say that Chu Jun is afraid of Claire doing something to him. Because if Claire had any ill intentions towards her, she would have done it long ago. In addition, during the time that Chu Jun and Claire knew each other, Claire was indeed nice to Chu Jun. So he didn't think Claire would hurt herself. But even so, Chu Jun didn't really want to go to the pleasure club to talk to Claire. After all, she has too many secrets. Although Chu Jun didn't understand how many secrets Claire had, he could still feel that this lunatic Claire must be related to some even more terrifying secrets within the Immortal Organization. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but hesitate. But just when Chu Jun was thinking, the human-faced Moth Xiao 11 flew into Chu Jun's arms with an excited look on her face and spoke to Chu Jun in a little girl's voice. Wow, Chu Jun, are you going on a date with Mom tonight? Will you be my new daddy? Hearing this, Chu Jun's brows furrowed even more, because he noticed that the human-faced Moth in front of him seemed a little too human. To be more precise, although she is a strange beast that has undergone genetic fusion with humans and possesses some human genes. But her way of speaking and thinking are so similar to those of humans. Is this what Clare is capable of? Or is this the ability of the immortal organization? With this thought in mind, Chu Jun reached out and touched Xiaoxi's head. While secretly collecting Xiaoxi's genetic sequence, he explained as gently as possible. How is that possible? With your mother's bad personality, she will most likely die of loneliness. Although she has a pretty face, she is a demon in human skin. Not to mention that I have no plans to find a spouse at the moment. Hearing this, there seemed to be a pleading expression in the compound eyes of the human-faced Moth. But Chu Jun pulled her out of his arms without any care and put her on the edge of the bed. He glanced at the time and was surprised to find that he had slept for the entire afternoon and half of the night. It's already past 3 in the morning. It is very rare for Chu Jun to sleep for such a long time. If Xiaoxi hadn't woken Chu Jun up, he would probably have been able to sleep until morning. Okay, stop looking at me like that. I'm going out to buy some food and go shopping. Chu Jun spoke to the human-faced Moth while putting on his clothes. Would you like to walk around with me before you go back? Hearing this, the human-faced Moth's expression immediately changed from aggrieved to excited. Clare assigned her too many tasks and she rarely had the chance to go shopping. The last time she went out with Chu Jun, she was already very happy. So naturally, she would not refuse this time. Good. I love shopping the most. But I don't have any money. If I see something I like, can you buy it for me? Can. Thanks to the sponsorship of many kind-hearted people, Mr. Chu had no worries about money at this time, so he did not mind the small request of the human-faced Moth at all. After all, he was still planning to wait for the human-faced Moth to evolve again and continue to fleece her. Ant Street is not actually quiet at 3 o'clock in the morning tonight. Because of the invasion of the White Death this month, at this time many low-level workers who had just finished their night shifts came out of various legal and illegal factories. They work around the clock to create the products that traumatized downtown residents and the city itself need. Just as when a whale falls, all things come to life. The trauma in Songnan City actually brought a brief prosperity to East Street. The hungry and cold workers, due to the heavy workload, were in urgent need of finding some unhygienic but definitely cheap food to fill their stomachs on this cold night. Because of this, the midnight is when the most delicious food is available on Ant Street. Handsome boy, give me some fresh rat meat skewers. 3 skewers for 1. Ant beef buns. Ant beef buns. Fresh squeezed juice is cheaper and less diluted than next door. Walking in the crowded Ant Street, Chu Jun tasted all the delicacies with a smile. Behind him, the invisible human-faced Moth was flying around excitedly. She would smell the food, then go over to eavesdrop on other people's conversations, then fly to some roadside stalls to secretly observe some of her favorite little things, and then report to Chu Jun. Wow, I love this. I like this too. The generous and magnanimous Chu Jun easily bought a big bag of things for Xiaoxi. Although he didn't understand what Xiaoxi wanted these things for, considering the relationship between Xiaoxi and Clare, Chu Jun bought them without any hesitation. There's no way, these things are too cheap. This big bag of stuff only adds up to 30-star Empire points. However, when Chu Jun was about to pay the bill, he suddenly felt that the human-faced Moth lying on top of his head suddenly became nervous. Even this guy stopped whispering when he saw something he liked. But just when Chu Jun was about to ask Xiaoxi what he had discovered. Chu Jun, don't move. Xiao 11's nervous voice reached Chu Jun's ears. Something is spying on you. These things are very weak, but they have deep malice towards you. But I can't find it. What? Chu Jun's eyes suddenly widened, but other than that, he showed no abnormality. He simply paid the bill with a calm expression and continued to enjoy the delicious food from the roadside stalls. Xiao 11 used the softest voice to guide Chu Jun. Keep going. Stop. Left. Chu Jun remained calm and moved closer to the thing that was peeping at him little by little. But he didn't see anything unusual, because there are too many people at the night market tonight. But at this moment... No, it ran away. It found itself exposed. Chase after him. Following Xiao 11's urgent voice, Chu Jun took a step forward and ran towards the direction she indicated. Xiao 11 also shook off Chu Jun without hesitation and went ahead. After turning a street and entering a dark alley, Chu Jun finally saw the thing that was spying on him. Wait, this is... a mouse? Chu Jun looked at a black rat, which ran into the sewer in panic, with a confused look on his face. But soon, Chu Jun realized the seriousness of the problem. Because the rat that ran into the sewer turned its head, and a white parasite was moving in its eyes. Chapter 145, The First Battle Between the Zerg and the White Death. It's the White Death parasite. When Chu Jun saw the familiar white parasite appear in the mouse's eyes, he reacted immediately. He gave orders to Xiao 11 without hesitation, asking her to track the rat in the sewer. Then he used psychic power to contact the message bug closest to him. After this message bug received the message from Chujun, it quickly sent its own message to the message bug closest to it. In this way, with the relay of countless message bugs, Chujun's order was directly delivered to Little Hungry, 2 kilometers away from here. Gurgle. As the de facto leader of the swarm, Little Hungry naturally has the fastest reaction speed. Although Xiao Hungry herself did not move, the knife bugs and gun bugs under her command, as well as the newly bred firebug, rushed out of the entrance of the laboratory directly and then drilled into the nearest sewer entrance in the darkness. Swish, swish, swish. Although the speed of 2 kilometers seems very far, Chujun's knife worm itself is designed with agility requirements. So in the sewer, this group of knife bugs quickly came to the area below where Chujun was and followed Chujun's instructions, continuing to chase Xiao 11's footsteps. Their real purpose was not simply to kill the rat infected by the white parasite. Their real purpose is to completely eradicate the White Death in this sewer. What a joke. Chujun was an extremely cautious person. After seeing that the White Grim Reaper dared to spy on him, he would never let the other party escape. After all, he already knew how powerful the White Death was. As long as he allowed these White Death gods to grow in the sewers of Ant Street and did not eradicate them completely, then these evil and terrifying monsters will come back sooner or later. By that time, the fate of Ant Street will be the same as that of Tsongnan City Center, and it will become the target of their attack. Swish, swish, swish. Just as these knife worms were still running wildly in the sewer, several mutated giant crabs that Chujun had seen appeared in front of them and stopped them. But the problem is that although these mutated crabs could easily slaughter ordinary humans in the past, they are almost powerless in front of professional Zerg troops. Although the pliers in their hands were extremely sharp, the knife bugs were so agile that they could not keep up. Several knife bugs carrying gun bugs on their backs jumped up and down from their encirclement like dancing fairies, hiding in places one after another that were out of reach of their attacks. Then the gun bugs opened fire. These Zergs, which were specially designed by Chujun to create a large amount of firepower, directly shot a large number of living bullets into the bodies of these mutant crabs. In an instant, these mutated crabs let out horrifying wails. Although the white parasites can alleviate the pain of these hosts to a certain extent, the damage caused by the gunworms is not just the penetrating wounds of firearms, but the penetrating wounds plus corrosive damage plus the parasitic damage of living bullets. Under this triple damage, these mutated crabs, which were not even as strong as first-level alien beasts, naturally fell into unbearable pain and fell down. But such a victory did not make the King of Chu feel any satisfaction. Instead, it made him even more worried. Because he knew that when Xiao 11 was still chasing the mouse, these mutant crabs were able to appear in this position, which meant one thing. These White Death parasites have once again taken root in this sewer, and among them, there is definitely one or several stronger White Death hosts. These powerful White Death hosts possess a certain degree of intelligence. Otherwise, there is no way to explain it all. With this thought in mind, Chujun commanded the swarms of insects to move forward without hesitation. And behind them, there are a whole bunch of message bugs following them. There is a reason why these message bugs did not arrive immediately. The orders they received were different from those of the knife worms. The message bugs returned to the base first, and then brought enough gun bugs over. It can be said that Chujun's design of the gunworm is excellent enough. This firepower is enough to deter level 4 or even level 5 monsters, and it has the ability to cooperate perfectly with most Zerg monsters. Such firepower may not be as good as that of the military beasts of the Starsea Empire, but at this moment, in this narrow sewer, they are absolutely invincible. Chujun's idea was indeed correct. Because these swarms of insects and strange beasts are going deeper and deeper into the sewers. The enemy they faced was finally completely exposed. The first to emerge from the sewers and confront these swarms of insects and strange beasts were dozens of mutated giant beasts of various kinds. The appearance of these mutated giant beasts has completely surpassed the few mutated crabs just now, and they have completely transformed into the appearance of mature White Death hosts. They are huge, and each one is stronger than the other. The most powerful one among them looked like the multi-legged octopus that Chujun had seen before. Its speed is the fastest among them, although its size is extremely large. But its tentacles still bound them directly at a speed far exceeding that of the gunworms. Although these gun bugs and knife bugs tried their best to hurt each other before they died, the damage capabilities of both sides were not at the same level at all. In just a few seconds, several knife worms had become corpses. But this is not good news for the White Death. Because just when they were still thinking that they could destroy these insect swarms and strange beasts, the firefly bred by Chujun was hiding in an unnoticed corner, constantly spraying some aerosol particles with a faint smell. Then, at the moment when Xiao 11 successfully escaped, the fireflies directly ignited the entire space. In an instant, with a bang, these powerful mature white death hosts were directly burned into smelly charcoal by the flame explosion in the small space. What's even more terrifying is that although some hosts are resistant to fire, these chemical agents specially designed by Chu Jun still firmly cling to their bodies, causing them to die along with the knife worms that are also alive. Everything became quiet. In the entire underground passage, the only creatures that still exist or exist on the surface are the swarms of insects and strange beasts. But this silence did not last long. While these insect swarms were still hiding in a safe area, waiting for the fire to be completely extinguished. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a loud roar, an immature but equally huge flesh and blood giant began to crawl out from a hidden tunnel that even Xiao 11 had not discovered. Although these underground tunnels were built wide enough, they still looked extremely bloated in front of this flesh and blood giant. Having already felt the threat from the insect swarm beasts, it roared and pounced towards the few remaining insect swarm beasts. But at this moment, the group of insects and monsters chose to retreat. This is definitely not about escaping from a fight, nor is it their survival instinct taking effect. The only reason they retreated was that in the darkness, two black shadows, much larger than ordinary insect beasts, were slowly emerging from the darkness with cold steps. The two hungry little ones finally arrived at the front battlefield. And their battle with this flesh and blood giant will be the first showdown between the Zerg beasts and the White Death parasite. They will decide who is the real owner of the area below Ant Street. Chapter 146: Hatching and Psychic Differentiation in the Sewers. Hiss. Gurgle. As the two hungry little creatures gradually approached the half-finished flesh and blood giant, they let out threatening growls from the left and right. However, due to the different growth conditions and initial growth environments of these two little hungry cubs, although they are similar in size, their internal structures are very different. The little hunger that made the hissing sound, the little hunger that ate old Pince's two level 4 alien beasts, was Chu Jun's third little hunger. Although she belongs to the same type of little hungry, her body is smaller and she does not have large and bloated reproductive organs, and the shell on her body is much thicker than that of other little hungry. What's more crucial is that, after the other little hungry creatures transformed and abandoned their original parasitic forms, little hungry creature number 3 retained a certain parasitic form. Her parasitic system is still functioning well. This is true even though her current size is already larger than most ordinary exotic beasts. The other little hunger is Chu Jun's first little hunger, and she is also called little hunger number 1. Her genetic form can be said to be a standard little hungry template. Diverse abilities, moderate speed and attack power, and a complete reproductive system. But the problem is, although these two little hungry ones look very different, they are indeed the same creature. No. To be more precise, it's the same creature. Thanks to Chu Jun's bug-like ability, he successfully transformed the will of the little hungry into the true will of the swarm. So in this case, these two little hungry ones have absolutely perfect cooperation ability. Brush. When the flesh and blood giant roared and approached little hungry number 1, little hungry number 1 showed extraordinary agility and dodged the attack. But she did not just dodge. Instead, she quickly used psionic storm after dodging the attack. As the huge spiritual energy turned into lightning, the flesh and blood giant was directly electrocuted and twitched. Although the injuries he suffered were not fatal, they still kept him in a stalemate. Taking advantage of this gap, little hungry number 1 quickly had the knife worms drag over a few gun worms, and let these gun worms lie on his body to provide them with energy. The next second, the gun bugs on the hungry little thing kept firing. The flesh and blood giant immediately let out a painful wail. The skin on his body kept festering due to corrosion, and the living bullets were also madly gnawing at his flesh and blood. Despite the severe pain, his attention was firmly attracted by little hungry number 1. He roared and rushed towards the direction of little hungry number 1. But this is exactly what little hungry wants to see. Because just when the flesh and blood giant's attention was attracted, little hungry number 3 was like the god of death in the shadow, following the shadow in the sewer, and pounced directly on the flesh and blood giant. She roared and broke through the first layer of skin of the flesh and blood giant, and then drilled directly into the body of the flesh and blood giant under the flood of countless blood plasma. Then, it was a long period of torture. Due to the size and destructive power of little hungry number 3, this huge but obviously unfinished flesh and blood giant can be said to have experienced a hellish journey. Countless organs in his body were eaten clean by little hungry number 3. In addition to providing sufficient nutrition for the little hungry, these nutritious organs also brought unspeakable pain to this flesh and blood giant. Little hunger was biting the other party madly while trying to contaminate the other party's internal tissues as much as possible. As a result, after being eaten and beaten like this, the flesh and blood giant didn't last long before he lost his ability to fight and fell to the ground wailing. Chu Jun, who was standing on the street, finally felt relieved at this time. However, Chu Jun was still very curious at this time. What he didn't understand was that the sewers on East Street had clearly been cleaned up by the police from Songnan City, and that period of time had not been that long. But why did he find traces of the White Death again in the sewers of Ant Street so quickly? What exactly happened here? With countless questions in mind, Chujun lowered his head and looked at the entrance of the sewer. For a while, he began to hesitate. He was thinking about whether he should let Panghua secretly call the police and then let the police in Songnan City conduct a major cleanup. But in the end, he didn't make up his mind to do so. After all, no matter how chaotic Ant Street is, it is at least the territory of Jack Gang. If he accidentally attracted the police to this area, it would cause a lot of trouble for Jack's gang. Apart from this, Chujun had no trust in the police in Songnan City at all. After all, the police in Songnan City openly discriminate against the poor people in East Street. It seems that I can only rely on myself. While Chujun was sighing, he used his psychic power to give orders to Little Hungry number 1 and number 3. After receiving Chujun's order, the two hungry little creatures raised their thorny buttocks without hesitation and planted more than a dozen different insect eggs on the body of the flesh and blood giant one by one. As long as these insect eggs are given a certain amount of time, a large number of insect swarms and strange beasts will soon be born in the entire Ant Street sewer area. However, if it were an ordinary monster, once these eggs were hatched, they would be immediately captured by the White Death. But the problem is, because the genes of Chujun's swarm may not be accepted by the White Reaper parasite, or because the blood of the swarm originally designed by Chujun contains certain toxins, the White Reaper parasite will not parasitize the swarm's monsters. Therefore, Chujun does not have to worry about this problem at all. He can boldly let his swarm of insects and monsters hatch inside the sewer. As for Xiao 11, Chujun asked her to take advantage of the night and go back to find Clare with the things he bought for her. Moreover, Chujun told Xiao 11 very seriously that she must tell Clare what happened here. After all, Chujun couldn't figure out what abilities the White Death parasite created by the Eternal Organization had yet to unleash. A few minutes after completing all this, the two hungry little bugs, wet and dirty, took advantage of the darkness and quickly returned to the laboratory base with the remaining knife bugs and gun bugs. However, because the smell on them was so strong, Panghua and Xiaohei, who were still sleeping, were woken up by the smell. When Panghua, who was a bit of a clean freak, saw the hungry looks of these two little ones, he almost fainted on the spot. Although he was a little curious about what these two hungry little cubs were doing and where their owner had gone. But his most important task at the moment was still to take these two little hungry cubs to the back of the laboratory and wash them clean with a special exotic beast faucet. Wow. Did you go into the sewer? Why is it so dirty? Just as Panghua was washing Little Hunger with a helpless look on his face, Chujun, who thought that Little Hunger had been cleaned up, returned to the laboratory at just the right time. No way. He himself knew that the smell on Xiao Hungry's body might be a little pungent at this moment. Isn't it better to let Panghua wash them than to wash them myself? However, as soon as he returned to the laboratory, he immediately rushed to Little Hungry. Because he discovered that just after the two little hungry creatures finished fighting, their spiritual energies showed signs of instability. This is a sign of psychic awakening. Little Hungry is about to evolve into a third-level psychic beast. And more importantly, the evolutionary paths of these two hungry little ones seem to be different. Their spiritual powers showed signs of differentiation on an individual level. Chapter 147 Dual Arrangement and Proliferation of Ticks. Is Little Hunger going to evolve again? When Chujun felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy in Xiao Elephant's body, he quickly came to Xiao Elephant's side. The washed little hungry puppies were naturally very excited after seeing Chujun and quickly came to the side of their master to let him check them. While Chujun used his spiritual power to detect Xiao Hungry's various conditions, he also carefully observed Xiao Hungry's current evolutionary trend. And the two little hungry ones evolved together, evolving in different directions. This really surprised me. And soon, he came up with this answer. Although these two little hungry creatures experienced unstable psychic powers at the same time, the shapes and colors of their psychic powers were completely different. Take number 1 Little Hungry as an example. The current psychic color of number 1 Little Hungry is a delicate gray, pure gray. Its unstable psychic shape is like a nebula that has not yet fully hatched and expanded. But compared to her, the psychic color and shape of Little Hungry number 3 are completely different. The psychic color of number 3 Xiaoji is a red that is close to scarlet, and the shape of her psychic energy has the appearance of some kind of beast. Overall, the feeling Chujun got from Little Hungry number 3 was that it was evolving into a ferocious beast that was good at fighting. Little Hungry number 1 continued to remain mysterious and continued to move towards a comprehensive state according to Chu Jun's original design. But why are there different psychic evolutions? Chu Jun looked at these two little hungry creatures with completely different evolutionary trends and showed a puzzled expression. In his design, although these two little hungry creatures look very different in appearance, they are essentially the same creature. But at this moment, they have completed psychic evolution in two directions while being the same creature. Moreover, this way of acquiring psychic energy is a true evolution, not the absorption and simulation of Chu Jun's mimic psychic. Therefore, this point can be said to be quite puzzling to the king of Chu. After all, when Chu Jun designed Little Hunger, he did not actively think of giving them this ability. When thinking of this, Chu Jun suddenly realized a problem. He seemed to have forgotten that Little Hungry, a Zerg creature he designed, actually possessed the ability to evolve on its own. Perhaps, Little Hungry's current situation is due to this ability to evolve on its own. Thinking of this, Chu Jun began to think again. He was considering whether he should create more Little Hungers in one breath. Then the number of small hungers was used to study the laws of this evolutionary trend. But after some thought, Chu Jun finally gave up this plan. After all, he has a lot of things to deal with right now, and paying too much attention to Little Hunger is not a good thing. Perfecting the swarm is the key. Of course, all the above evolutions are just a trend after all. Although Little Hungry's psychic power has entered an unstable state, she is still a level 2 psychic beast and has not broken through to the level 3 stage. So, before the hunger broke out, Chu Jun once again took the time to make a plan. That is, he was going to try to see if he could let the Little Hungers fight multiple times and at multiple frequencies to speed up their evolution. The method he thought of was to let Little Hungry rejoin the competition in the underground arena. Moreover, the enemies she needs to face should preferably be those truly powerful monsters. After clarifying this idea, the king of Chu immediately asked Pang Bo to start making arrangements. After careful consideration, Chu Jun let the two Little Hungry ones participate in the competition under different names in different species so that he could make the most of the Little Hungry one's time. That's great, Brother Chu. I've actually wanted to let Little Hungry participate in the underground competition for a long time. This is a great opportunity for us to make money. As a witness of several previous battles, Pangbo was very clear about Xiao Hungry's abilities. Except for a few, the other strange beasts in the underground arena could not survive more than a few rounds. Therefore, he had a near certainty of winning when Little Hungry participated in the competition and battle. So when he heard that Chu Jun wanted Xiao Hungry to participate in the competition, he completed all the preparations at the fastest efficiency. In fact, in addition to being Chu Jun's servant, Pangbo's most important job is to be the ticket seller of Jack's gang. Theoretically speaking, what he did was just his job. A few hours later, after completing the observation of Xiao Hungry and arranging the competition, Chu Jun once again went into his own laboratory. In the laboratory, Chu Jun first studied the genetic sequence of the White Reaper parasite for a while. After finding nothing, he immediately turned to the study of those white tumors. Unfortunately, due to Chu Jun's thinking problems, he has not made any new discoveries about the white tumor, so he had no choice but to take a rest for a while. But as an avid scholar, Chu Jun's rest is not the kind of rest we understand. What Chu Jun called rest was just to put his attention back on the study of the insect swarm and strange beasts. Although Chu Jun did not make a breakthrough in the research on the White Reaper, it was precisely because of his research on the White Reaper that Chu Jun made a huge breakthrough in the research on the insect swarms and strange beasts. Success. I never thought that it would be so difficult to cultivate such a little thing. Chu Jun in the laboratory said excitedly as he looked at a nest of gray-white ticks that had just hatched in front of him. At this time, Pangbua, who was bringing lunch, dessert, and drinks to Chu Jun, tilted his head and looked at the tick in Chu Jun's hand and said in confusion, "What is this? A parasite?" "Yes, but this is not an ordinary parasite. It is the hypertrophic tick that I cultivated." Chu Jun nodded and mentioned these grayish-white ticks. A special parasite that has both therapeutic and lethal properties. Therapeutic? Mixed lethality? Pangbo was a little confused as he didn't know what Chu Jun was talking about. He didn't understand. Why can these two different properties be integrated together? And didn't Chu Jun just create a flying snake that can be used to treat exotic beasts? As if knowing that Pangbo didn't understand his ideas, Chu Jun smiled and demonstrated it to him directly. Soon, he let a knife worm come to his side and let this old experimental subject show Pangbo his experimental results in person. Chu Jun placed a nest of ticks on the body of the experimental subject. These grayish-white ticks began to suck blood from the knife worm's body frantically at an extremely terrifying speed. In just less than 2 minutes, those ticks, which were originally the size of sesame seeds, quickly turned into gray-red and the size of cigarette boxes. Their abdomens swelled rapidly, making them completely unable to move. However, due to Chu Jun's additional design, although the bodies of these ticks expanded hundreds or even thousands of times, their expanded claws still tightly grasped the poor knife worm. Moreover, these bulging things looked like gray-red wriggling tumors lying on the knife worm's body, which made people feel extremely disgusted and at the same time wanted to crush them. After all, humans have the instinct to kill parasites. Pambwa had the same idea. He couldn't stand it any longer and stretched out his finger towards the tick closest to him. But the next second, Chu Jun shouted loudly and stopped Pambwa's stupid behavior. Then he stated the reasons for stopping the other party from doing so. Are you going to die? These ticks can explode. Each tick has the power of a grenade of equal size. The genetic sequences of these hyperplastic ticks come from the explosive eating beasts of the Military Beast Technology Company. P.S. 124 chapters. Chapter 148 Two forms and the first use of mimics. What the hell? It's so dangerous. When Pangbo heard what Chu Jun said, he immediately gave up the idea of crushing these proliferating ticks. Because of his carelessness, he almost let Chu Jun and himself be blown to death in this small room, and not even their bodies were left. Because the room they were in was too small. Once these proliferating ticks, which are as powerful as grenades, explode, the explosion reaction they create will completely destroy this space. After stopping Pambwa, Chu Jun finally spoke. You idiot. You almost killed me and my test subjects. Hearing this, Pambwa couldn't help but curl his lips, looking aggrieved. No way. He really didn't expect that Chu Jun would be so bold as to put such a dangerous creature as the hyperplastic tick directly into the laboratory. Chu Jun had no intention of understanding Pambwa's grievances. On the contrary, at this moment he was enthusiastically explaining the abilities of those swarms of strange insects called hypertrophic ticks. These hyperplastic ticks have two main functions. His first function is to absorb the blood of any Zerg creature and transform it into a liquid bomb filled with acid. The direct power of these acidic liquid bombs is not as strong as the explosive-loving beasts cultivated by the Military Technology Beast Company. But the corrosive nature of their bombs greatly makes up for this. More importantly, this is only the first function of the hyperplastic tick. In addition to being used for explosions, it also has a second property, which is healing. Chu Jun stretched out his hand, took the second nest of hyperplastic ticks, and said lightly, these hyperplastic ticks, in addition to being able to parasitize on the bodies of these insect swarm creatures and turn into bombs, also possess the fake universal blood properties that I stole from the White Death parasite. As long as these ticks are still under the control of Little Hunger, they can drill into the bodies of injured insect creatures and temporarily replace the tissues and organs of the corresponding insect creatures with their bodies that swell up after sucking blood. Although Chu Jun's research on the White Death parasite has temporarily stalled, but the White Reaper parasite is truly a treasure trove. Many of his designs are far ahead of their time and can be directly borrowed by Chu Jun. It's just that the tissues and organs it can temporarily replace are extremely limited. Organs like the brain and heart are irreplaceable. So, it functions more like a first aid kit for the Zerg on the battlefield, specifically for use before the winged serpent arrives to treat the situation. Of course, as he spoke, an evil smile appeared at the corner of Chu Jun's mouth. If these hyperplastic ticks are unable to save these doomed insect swarm beasts, they will immediately transform into their first form and become hidden bombs inside the bodies of these insect swarm beasts. Once those foolish enemies pass by these insect swarms, these proliferating ticks will give them small gifts one after another. Chapter 201 Reconstruction and Reshaping. Brother Chu, how can I live without you? Wow. I just became the boss of this neighborhood. How come you're gone just like that? At this moment, near the ruins, Pangbo was kneeling on the ground, feeling very sad. After all, he didn't expect that he just went out to do something, and then I got home and it exploded. At this time, the other younger brothers also looked melancholy when they saw their boss crying so sadly. But the next second, why are you crying? I'm not dead. With a big kick from the mimic insect Chu Jun, Pangbo, who was kneeling on the ground, was kicked more than 1 meter away. Chu Jun, who was already furious, was naturally very angry when he saw this scene as soon as he climbed up. Brother Chu, you are not dead. Mimic insect Chu Jun covered his forehead helplessly. Of course I'm not dead. I was just strolling outside. Chu Jun lied. I didn't expect a gas explosion to happen in this old building. Hearing this, Pangbo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Gas explosion? This must be a fucking laboratory, Where does the gas come from? No, no, no. Compared with Chu Jun's other excuse, this so-called gas explosion is not so ridiculous. Because he knew that Chu Jun would never go out for a walk. So something must be going on here. It's just that Chu Jun was unwilling to say it because of his younger brother. Thinking of this, Panghwa nodded immediately. Oh, I see. You guys. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help clean up the ruins here. Go and call some people over. After seeing their boss speak, Panghwa's brothers immediately took action. On the other side, Chu Jun found an opportunity to chat alone and told Pang Bo everything that happened here. As expected, when Panghwa heard that he was actually used by that woman and that the so-called affair was just a trap, he immediately became depressed. I mean, how could a stupid and fat man like me have such good luck? Woo woo woo. Looking at the heartbroken Panghwa, Chu Jun rolled his eyes, then patted the guy on the shoulder to comfort him. It's okay, you're just stupid. Being fat is not that exaggerated. Panghwa. In short, after understanding all this, Panghwa also had a plan of his own. He took advantage of the moment when the laboratory was destroyed and made a suggestion to Chu Jun, planning to have him move to another place and set up a new laboratory. The previous secret laboratory belonging to the Hidden Frost Legion is a good place to go. But in the face of Panghwa's suggestion, Chu Jun shook his head firmly. No, absolutely not. Why? Looking at Panghwa's face full of innocence, Chu Jun, who wanted to be angry but couldn't, explained helplessly. Because it's dangerous. If I'm not mistaken. Because of Jack's existence, the Human Federation is likely to come and kill us day by day. That's for sure. So this place, Ant Street, may be the safest place for us in the future. Even if we are in the city, it's not as safe as here. Hearing this, Panghwa suddenly realized. Could it be that, Brother Chu you mean? Take advantage of the chaos in Ant Street. Chu Jun nodded. More than. Chu Jun looked at the brightly lit Ant Street not far away and said seriously. Although this part of Ant Street is poor and backward, but this will become our most stable defensive area. Because even the police are unwilling to manage places like Ant Street. In the urban area, once these people find that they can't defeat us with hard power, they are likely to use external forces such as the police to defeat us. So, Ant Street can perfectly help us resist those possible foreign forces. Except for the above. I chose to stay in Ant Street for another reason. Then, under Panghwa's gaze, Chu Jun pointed at Panghwa's men who were helping. These gang members will help us defend ourselves in a reasonable manner in the future. So in order to achieve this goal, we need to do two things. Which two things? The first thing we have to do is rebuild a laboratory from Ant Street, right on the original site. But I will design this laboratory and choose the materials myself. I will make this laboratory a fortress that hides the swarm and dangers. Hearing the word fortress, Panghwa couldn't help swallowing. He could imagine that the guy in front of him, named Chu Jun, was going crazy again. The second thing is, Bomb, you have to reshape the Jack Gang now. And I will do my best to help you rebuild the Jack Gang. And your most important task is to give up part of the Jack Gang's territory and focus on running Ant Street and the nearby Dog Harbor area. Hearing this, Panghwa was stunned for a moment. No, Brother Chu, what you may not know is, because of Jack's death, this area of Dog Harbor has actually been occupied by a gang called the Bloody Skulls. Although they didn't say it, the master behind them is actually the chairman of the local council. How could that guy agree to let us take it back? It only takes a day or two. Did this gang occupy the territory that originally belonged to Jack's gang? These bastards are really fast at taking action. However, facing Panghwa's question, Chu Jun smiled. Don't worry, I have a way. After saying that, Chu Jun's real body took out a mobile phone and dialed someone's number. I need your help. Chapter 202 Panghwa's participation in politics. Hello, Mr. Pang. I am the new president of the Tsangnan Council, Alcaro. In the luxurious office in the city government, Panghwa, dressed in a formal suit and with his hair combed meticulously, was smiling very stiffly. Opposite him was Carlo, who was also dressed in a suit but had a calm expression. Damn it! Why am I here? Why would I confront the president of the city council? After shaking hands with Alcaro with a stiff expression and body, Panghwa had countless doubts in his heart. And at the same time, he finally recalled what happened last night. Panghwa, I've already called Clarice. Tomorrow you will go directly to meet with the president of the council. When the time comes, Clarice will arrange your funeral. Aftermath? Panghwa fell to his knees instantly. Sorry, I said it wrong. It's not about the aftermath, it's about the aftermath. Chu Jun scratched his head and continued. If I'm not mistaken, you'll soon be able to help your gang take back your territory in Dog Harbor. Hearing this, Panghwa, who was almost scared to death, couldn't help but sigh. I have to say that this guy Chu Jun is really scary sometimes. Speaking of which, Brother Chu, if you just want my gang to occupy this territory, then aren't you making a big fuss? After all, Her Royal Highness Princess Clarice, a phone call is enough to make the other party spit out their territory. There's absolutely no need to meet in person. Facing the innocent manhwa, Chu Jun smiled. That's the theory. But the thing is, I really don't make a mountain out of a molehill. Because after I told Clarice all my plans, our beautiful princess gave me a little reminder. Beautiful princess. This is totally unlike how Mr. Chu usually evaluates Her Royal Highness the Princess. So, what did this unruly and unreasonable princess say to King Chu that made him change his opinion of her? Soon, manhwa understood why. Because Clarice and Chu Jun gave him a big surprise. She thinks that simply making you the boss of this gang wouldn't be much help to me. And she thinks that since she is ready to arrange it for you, then it's not worth it just to let you become the gang leader. So we both agreed that you should participate in politics and become a joint counselor of Ant Street and Dog Harbor. Oh shit. These two bastards. manhwa, who was kneeling on the ground, kneeled even straighter. Ahem. Mr. Pang. Since manhwa was still recalling what he had just experienced, he was a little dazed at this moment. Mr. Pang. But Alcaro was not angry because of Pombo's daze. On the contrary, he still had a very professional smile on his face and gently called manhwa, awakening him from his memories. Forehead. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Alcaro. I was a little distracted just now. Ha 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 ha. It's okay, it's okay. Alcaro took out a bottle of wine from his drawer and poured a glass for himself and Pombo respectively. After all, there was an explosion in your neighborhood yesterday, and as a well-known and enthusiastic citizen in Ant Street, you must not have slept well last night. Forehead. What does this mean? manhwa nodded blankly, although he didn't understand what the other party was doing. But at this time, Chu Jun gave him instructions and asked him to just nod. That's right. At this time, Chu Jun was also watching every move of Pombo and Alcaro. Because a message bug was lying on the window of manhwa and Chu Jun's room, using a psychic link to tell manhwa Chu Jun's thoughts. This guy, although he looked stupid, but I just gave the other party a way out, but the other party immediately took it. The master behind this guy must have given him an explanation. Thinking of this, Alcaro continued. That's what I saw. Let's use this time as your entry point into politics. Alcaro said with a smile. Since you, Mr. Pang, want to become a counselor of Ant Street and Dog Harbor, my advice to you is to focus on safety and employment and gain the support of voters in Ant Street. As long as you can get enough votes in the primary election for a member of parliament, you can basically enter politics and become a new member of parliament. However, the parliamentary election will be held in 2 months, and the handover ceremony between the members will take another month. So according to my estimation, you may not be able to become an official member of Ant Street until August. Hearing this, manhwa couldn't help but feel confused. Etc. Is it my illusion? Because if he remembered correctly, Member of Parliament was a very prestigious position. After all, unlike those peasants on Ant Street, the parliamentarians, as the power holders at the grassroots, do have real voting rights. But for some reason, in the eyes of the parliament president, such a high-ranking position is no different from those workers in the low-level factories who can be replaced at will. It's as if, in the eyes of this group of high-level officials, these congressmen are the real bottom of the society. With this thought in mind, manhwa couldn't help but sit up straight. At this time, Chu Jun reminded Pang Bo in a timely manner and asked him to ask about the following content according to his own will. Ahem. Mr. Alcaro, I have no objection to your proposal. But I still want to ask. Although if you arrange it this way, I have a chance to become a member of the Ant Street and Dog Harbor Council. But you also know, in our Ant Street and Dog Harbor area, there is currently a counselor named Cullen. In this case, we would prefer that you come up with a more secure way for me to be a 100% MP for the area. Hearing this, Alcaro's face became extremely gloomy. manhwa couldn't help but get nervous. But, so that's how it is. I see. Alcarlo nodded. Then he drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. After finishing his drink, he pressed the button on his desk. Hey Daisy, let this guy Cullen come to my office. manhwa was horrified. What? My competitor is right outside this office. Chapter 203 Calm Rival. Although manhwa trusted King Chu very much, he also believed in Princess Clarice's powerful political power. But at this moment, he still couldn't help feeling a little flustered. Even though he was a real gangster, he was still too inexperienced at this moment. After all, what Chu Jun wanted to do was to poach people in front of others. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. This kind of something that causes people to lose their seats. Pambwa didn't think he could do it at all. Because no matter how not so good the other party is, at least he is a big shot in parliament who obtained his seat from countless competitors through unfair means. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Pambwa absolutely did not believe that he would not be retaliated by the other party after doing this. Ant Street is the worst neighborhood, and the counselors within it have never used legitimate means. So when Alcaro suggested letting Cullen in, Pambwa was extremely uneasy. On the other hand, after seeing Pambwa's performance, Alcaro began to think secretly in his heart. Does this guy's relationship with the princess not have a strong enough connection? After all, if the relationship is strong, he should know what will happen next. Should I test this guy's bottom line? With this thought in mind, Alcaro hesitated for a moment, but then he came to his senses in an instant. No, don't ever think like that. For the guy who has a relationship with Her Royal Highness the Princess, it's no longer a question of whether the relationship is strong or not. Me, I am really a frog in a well. I have been thinking in such a low-level and mundane way. Anyone who can establish a relationship with Her Royal Highness the Princess is definitely a top figure in this city. So, this guy is most likely a tool used by Her Royal Highness the Princess to test me. Her Royal Highness the beautiful princess must be testing me to see if I can faithfully carry out his orders, even if his actions will cause damage to my interests. With this thought in mind, Alcaro's eyes suddenly became firm. But he would never imagine it. In essence, the thoughts he just had were actually completely about attacking himself. Cough, cough. Anyway, Alcaro, who knew nothing about all this, still asked his secretary to bring in the congressman named Cullen. Very quickly, a man with a shaved head, looking and dressed very neatly, walked into the room. He had bronze skin and wore a straight blue-black suit. Next to him was a secretary with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a hot body. Chairman Alcarlo, Mr. Cullen has come in. Do you need anything else? What a beautiful secretary. Ahem. Hello, beautiful lady. I am the new counselor of Ant Street and Dog Harbor. My name is Pombo. As he spoke, Pambwa stretched out his dirty hands towards the female secretary in front of him, wanting to shake hands with her. But this guy is very lucky. Because, although Pambwa performed very badly, but the female secretary named Daisy still smiled, nodded, and shook hands with the other party, without any sign of being annoyed by Pambwa. Quite the opposite. The gentle secretary explained to Pambwa very promptly. Mr. Pombo, you really have a great sense of humor. There are still 2 months until the regional elections for councillors. It's a little too early for you to say you are a member of parliament now. At this moment, although Pombo had been rescued by Daisy beside him, everyone could see that the expression of the current congressman named Cook had become noticeably more ferocious. At this time, Pombwa's occupational disease can be said to have recurred, because when the lady walked in, this guy's eyes were almost narrowed into slits. What is even more speechless is, it was obvious that this idiot was fooled by that female human federal agent not long ago. As a result, this idiot who thinks with the brain below is now in this situation again. And what's even more terrifying is, this guy was clearly thinking about what to do if he was retaliated against by the current congressman. As a result, he turned into a pig nose in the next second. Well, even Chu Jun couldn't help feeling disappointed with Pang Bo at this moment. With the thought that you are such a useless guy, Chu Jun let his message bug tell Pongwa what he wanted to say. Pongwa's originally shy face twitched instantly. However, something happened that surprised both Chu Jun and Pang Bo. Although Cook's expression at this time was very distorted and terrifying. Even looking at his expression, it seemed that he was about to strangle Pongwa to death in the next second. But, Cook, after your term ends, don't participate in the next election. And Mr. Pombo will take your seat. As for Mr. Pongwa's competitors, I have already thought about them. You don't have to worry about anything, do you hear me? Also, remember to pick up your wife and daughter from my house tonight. Faced with Alcaro's ruthless and even nakedly humiliating words, Cook's expression also twisted. But soon, a smile appeared on his face, and he spoke to Alcaro. Hello, Mr. Alcaro. I see. I will obey your orders. After saying this guy, who had served as a counselor of Dog Harbor and Ant Street twice, turned around and left very calmly. Is that the end? Chapter 204, Temporary Residence. Forehead. Is that all? When Pambwa came back, he still felt like he was dreaming. Everything that just happened was too unreal. The Speaker of the Parliament in front of him only used 2 or 3 sentences and a humiliation to make Pombo complete the future transfer of power. What's even more terrifying is that the other party has no objection. But it was different from Pongwa, who was extremely shocked. Chu Jun was extremely calm about what had just happened, because he already had some guesses. But these are not important anymore, after all. Who cares? Chu Jun, who was supervising the construction of his new laboratory, turned his head and said disdainfully, "Since this guy has already made a promise, then we just have to wait. If he doesn't fulfill his contract, then we don't have to worry. After all, Clarice is not so gentle to anyone. She already said that last night. If this guy doesn't follow her orders, she will come over and tear his head off." Hearing Chu Jun say this, Pang Bo looked helpless. Speaking of which, Boss Chu Jun, aren't you a little too skilled at bullying people by taking advantage of your power? But just as Chu Jun said, Pombo really doesn't need to worry about these problems. Because letting Pombo become a member of parliament was a joint decision made by Chu Jun and Clarice. Chu Jun convinced Clarice of two things. The first thing is that she should have her own rear force in Songnan. Moreover, it is best if this force is semi-official and semi-official. Ponghua is the best candidate. Because although Clarice has a special identity, she is still a princess after all. There are many things that are inconvenient for her to do, and such a force can do a lot for her. As for the second thing, it is a little special. That is, after Chu Jun's persuasion, Clarice finally made up her mind. She planned to ask Chu Jun to thoroughly investigate the Human Federation's intention to destroy Songnan Star. That's right. This damn Imperial Princess finally took this matter to heart and was not prepared to watch Songnan Star being blown up. What? It turns out that after more than 3 days, our princess doesn't care at all about the impending destruction of Songnan. Chu Jun nodded helplessly. Unlike him, Pombo didn't know what Clarice was really thinking. Because Clarice's theory is that the interests of the Empire are not equal to her interests. So she was dismissive of the destruction of Songnan Star. But now, thanks to Chu Jun giving her enough benefits and reasons, she decided to take care of it. Remember, this is just for reference. The real investigation still depends on Chu Jun's own ability. After all, Her Royal Highness the Princess is very busy. Now, she has been transferred to Songnan's number 3 satellite to wipe out the Empire's rebels. By the way, have you bought this land? In order to reassure Pang Bo, Chu Jun changed the subject. Since this laboratory is rented, the ownership of the land is not in Pongwa's hands. Chu Jun's idea of building it privately is actually not very legal. But don't worry. Oh, not yet. I'll go talk to that old man this afternoon. See how much cheaper this guy can give us. He knows he can't refuse to sell it to us anyway. Although Pongwa is very weak to the outside world, he already has the posture of a boss in Ant Street. Seeing that Pongwa was so reliable in this matter, Chu Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right. My base has been built by a professional construction team. But consider the time issue. It will take them at least a week to completely rebuild. Chu Jun was very dissatisfied with the efficiency of the construction team in this world. Because in his past world, a building of this size could be completed using building modules in just half a day at most. But now, these lazy guys actually need a whole week. This is simply a blasphemy against efficiency. But that's not the point. The point is, Pombo, during this week of rebuilding the lab, I will place most of the swarm underground in Ant Street. If you need help, you can just call them. And as for Jack, this guy is sleeping in my old room. You should sleep together with Jack at night. Let him protect you while you cook for him. Oh, and say hello to Mrs. Chandler for me. Hearing Chu Jun say this, Pang Bo couldn't help but ask in confusion. I said stop. Brother Chu, from what you said, it seems like you are not planning to live in Ant Street this week. Yes. Facing Pongwa's questioning, Chu Jun nodded without hesitation and admitted it. I need a new laboratory to continue my experiments. After all, the experiments cannot stop, and I have already found a new place to live. Where? Looking at Pongwa's puzzled face, Chu Jun smiled and said nothing. 2 hours later. Clare, open the door. Open the door. Clare, I have no place to live. Let me in. In the university's tutor's dormitory, Clare Morton crawled to open the door for Chu Jun, and then pulled in the guy who was holding a quilt and had several hungry little ones on his shoulders. At the same time, Clare Morton's face turned red, which was rare. The reason is very simple. Although there are not many people in the tutor's dormitory area, but Chu Jun, who was holding the quilt, and the words he said would obviously cause others to misunderstand him, isn't that good. Looking at the indifferent guy in front of her, Clare wanted to strangle Chu Jun to death. You damn bastard. Don't you know to keep a low profile? Clare roared at the group of curious students staring at her dormitory. However, Clare soon calmed down. Because I need your help, Clare, Chu Jun said with a serious face. Chapter 205 Sharing Intelligence. You need my help? When Clare Morton heard what Chu Jun said, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. I don't know why. Clare always felt that the guy in front of her was a little bit skilled when he said he needed help. What a scumbag. Clare sniffed. She smelled the scent of a scumbag in the air. What do you need me to do for you? Help me cook something first. I'm a little hungry. Chu Jun said this with a cold expression, and at the same time he threw the quilt into Claire's arms. Please wash the cups for me. Sizzle. Sizzle. Looking at the psychic lightning that kept bursting out from Claire's hands, Chu Jun's face immediately changed from indifferent to serious. Ahem, I just want to liven up the atmosphere. I can cook and wash my own clothes. As long as you let me stay here for a week and lend me your laboratory, that will be all. I have to say, when it comes to avoiding danger, Chu Jun did a very good job. Before Clare could get completely angry, Chu Jun had already given in. No way. As a psychic, he knew all too well how painful it would be to be whipped hard by the opponent's psychic whip. Where's your lab? Seeing Chu Jun's pitiful appearance, Claire couldn't help but feel sympathy. She pulled Chu Jun to the table, gently poured a glass of wine for him and herself, and prepared to listen to his story. But the next second, I blew up my own lab. Puff. Claire, doubting whether she had heard it wrong, sprayed out the wine. Are you fucking crazy? Why did you blow up your own lab? Faced with Claire's question, Chu Jun hesitated for a moment. But in the end, he still laid out everything that had happened recently. From Clarice to the attack on the lab. From Jack's rebirth to Pombo's future career. Fuck, you've done so many big things recently. Besides, it turns out that the radioactive beast in Songnan City is also related to you. I was wondering why the top officials in Songnan City have been so secretive about this matter until now. Even our immortal organization is not quite clear about the cause of this matter. Claire was shocked for a reason. After all, she didn't expect that the boy in front of her, who was an ordinary student more than a month ago, has now become such a monster. What's more crucial is that it seems that I always fueled this guy's growth process. She didn't expect it. This guy Chu Jun is actually a mimic psychic. It's no wonder. When I first saw him, I instinctively thought that he was one of my own. Of course, in reality, Claire and Chu Jun really belong to the same type of people. This is true even if Chu Jun is not a mimic psychic. But don't get me wrong. The reason why Chu Jun told Claire all this important information was not because he needed Claire's protection or anything like that. Quite the opposite. His current plan is to establish his own power with the help of Claire. A force with Clarice hiding behind the scenes, himself as the middleman, and Pombo as the actual manipulator. His ultimate goal is to use such a force to enable himself to compete with the immortal organization behind Claire on some level and balance his current passive position. This is a very risky move. Because all the information Chu Jun has currently said is actually based on information that Clarice is not aware of. If Clarice knew what Chu Jun had done, then Chu Jun would most likely be suspected by Clarice, or even. But the same thing. This is something that has to be done. After the previous assassination by the Human Federation and the coercion by the Immortal Organization, Chu Jun couldn't wait to have his own organization that could solve many problems and troubles openly. Ant Street is his only and best choice. Is that so? I see. Claire Morton nodded to show that she understood. So, what do you all need, and how can I help you? Faced with Chu Jun's request, Claire did not refuse. Because she had no reason to refuse. In her opinion, the fact that Chu Jun could tell her these things was enough to show that he trusted her enough. Moreover, the information the other party provided was indeed of no harm to the Immortal Organization. For example, the information that Songnan planet will be destroyed in a month. This information is extremely important even for the Immortal Organization. There was no need for me to refuse Mr. Chu's request from a moral and logical perspective. First, I need to borrow Xiao 11 from you. The name of the human-faced moth, Xiao Shi. I plan to use its ability to help me keep an eye on some important people I need to keep an eye on. Let me see if I can use Xiaoyi to capture some spies from the Human Federation and find clues to the destruction of Songnan Star. Chu Jun needs to find a way to eliminate Pongwa's competitors and those spies who may be hiding in Ant Street. Only, faced with Chu Jun's first request, Claire slowly shook her head and expressed her refusal. You refused? Why? I can share information. Facing Claire's rejection, Chu Jun's face was full of temptation. He was very puzzled as to why the other party was unwilling to agree to his request. It's obvious that the other party will agree to this information even if I don't collect it. However, Chu Jun was wrong. Claire refused Chu Jun's request not because she didn't want to collect similar intelligence. The real reason is actually exactly the opposite of Chu Jun's perception. I already have enough information about the spies of the Human Federation. So, you don't need Xiao 11's help to get this information. Because I just need to share the corresponding information with you. Chapter 206, Non-Existent Solitude. After preparing for a few minutes, Claire took out a thick stack of information and placed it in front of Chu Jun. So much. Looking at the paper intelligence that he hadn't seen for many years, Chu Jun couldn't help but frown. That's all. Before I came to Sangnan University, I had already asked Xiao 11 to stay in Sangnan University in advance to collect intelligence for me. Wait, don't I remember that my little 11 told you this? Chu Jun said helplessly as he flipped through the information in his hand. When Xiaoyi told me this, you and I weren't that familiar with each other yet. At that time, I just thought you were a crazy woman and didn't take it too seriously. And I didn't realize that the spies you mentioned were spies from the Star Empire. No one would have thought that a crazy woman like you could be so reliable, okay? This damn little bastard. Hearing Chu Jun calling her a crazy bitch on the left and right, Claire couldn't help but harden her fists. After basically reading the information, Chu Jun nodded. I'll find a chance to capture them and interrogate them later. But after hearing what Chu Jun said, Claire rolled her eyes helplessly. Wait, you idiot. How dare you? Why not? The identities of these people are spies of the Human Federation. Well, the person in front of me looks very smart. But in reality, he lacks basic knowledge about many things. Take this matter for example. Again, are you an idiot? Although these people are spies of the Human Federation, they are all normal citizens with legal identities. I can guarantee that if you want to arrest them, you will be taken away for investigation within 2 days. You are just a civilian. You don't have the right to arrest them. What should we do then? Do you want to kidnap them? This feels even more unreliable. Chu Jun asked naively. It's kidnapping. Claire sighed. But the people who kidnap them are a little different from what you think. They are all professionals. Because they are all members of the Immortal Organization. Believe me, they are the best people in the universe at doing this kind of thing. Hearing this, Chu Jun suddenly realized something. It is no coincidence that the Pleasure Club has so many prostitutes. In short, after discussing this matter, Claire asked Chu Jun if he needed her help with anything else. And Chu Jun nodded immediately. In fact, searching for clues to the destruction of Sangnan Star is just the least important of all the things he needs to do right now. Because compared to this matter, Chu Jun himself also needs to start preparing to improve his own strength. As for his desire to improve his strength, this matter can be viewed from 2 aspects. First of all, Chu Jun needs to quietly absorb the pieces of Babel source crystals that Clarice brought to him in Claire's laboratory to improve his psychic power level. Only after his own psychic power level is improved can he officially unleash the true power of a mimic psychic. Although Chu Jun didn't have much confidence that he could resist the negative effects of schizophrenia, but anyway, improving strength is still the top priority of all his tasks. And this is just one aspect of Chu Jun's personal strength improvement. In other aspects, Chu Jun also needs to improve his strength accordingly. That is it. He plans to give the swarm of monsters a comprehensive evolution during this period of time. He is ready to free the Zerg from its current predicament of having only quantity but no quality. Otherwise, the Zerg will still not be able to defeat the previous enemies. Whether it's the radiated beast that is filled with a large amount of radiation and the Zerg cannot get close to it, or the female agent of the Human Federation. The insect swarm creatures all urgently need to improve their strength. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun talked to Claire. As expected, Claire also supported Chu Jun's idea. After all, she was also happy to see Chu Jun's growth and to help her go further in the Immortal Organization in the future. However, we should be alert and cautious about the matter of mimic psychics. Claire still persuaded Chu Jun that if possible, it would be better not to devour those psychics whose emotions were already unstable. Otherwise, the chance of Chu Jun going crazy will be very high. Good. Well, now that we have reached an agreement, then you should stay quietly in my house during this time. Sometimes, I sleep in my own house in the city. Usually, you're the only one here. Hearing this, Chu Jun was overjoyed, because he likes this kind of solitude. But he forgot one very important thing. That is it. If Claire was not in the room, then he was indeed alone. But she has daughters. Oh right. Claire smiled wickedly and then clapped her hands. Since you want to use my house for research, you can take care of my daughters at the same time. Xiaoyi will be back tonight to help you. After saying that, Claire ran away. At the same time, all the daughters who were locked in the room by Claire came out. Wow, it's you. You're here again. Chu Jun. Your name is Chu Jun, right? Countless strange insects with human faces surrounded Chu Jun from all directions. Chu Jun sighed helplessly. Speaking of which of you guys can do laundry or something? All the bugs shook their heads helplessly. What is laundry? What are clothes? Chapter 207, The Evolution of Little 11. That guy. In the room at night, Chu Jun, who had just finished work, scratched his head. Little 24. Help me get the eggs. Yes, those yellow and white ones are eggs. Wait, don't break it. Looking at the broken eggs, Chu Jun's face was full of helplessness. Well, let's order takeout. Since there were not many ingredients left, Chu Jun looked at the mess on the kitchen floor and made the first correct decision since he entered the room. And the opposite of it. His first wrong decision was that he did not take his cup out of the living room in time. By the time he wanted to take his cup away, his quilt had disappeared. Instead, there was a strange existence of some kind of cloth mixed with cotton. In addition to this wrong decision, Chu Jun's second wrong decision was to drive out these little cuties from Clare's bloodline when he was doing his experiment. Because he didn't expect it. These insects with human faces are all less intelligent than each other. But their curiosity is stronger than each other. Whenever Chu Jun picked up an experimental device, they needed Chu Jun to explain to them what these things were. Although they were very obedient and would not touch anything in the laboratory, Clare had taught them a lesson. Chu Jun still felt extremely uncomfortable with the feeling of having dozens of elementary school students standing behind him. But fortunately, with the successful opening of Clare's customized version of the incubator, Chu Jun's hard days are finally over. Because Chu Jun originally wanted to use these incubators, which were more advanced than the breeding chambers, to hatch out some more powerful insect swarms. However, stimulated by the group of little ancestors behind him, Chu Jun finally changed his mind. He decided to hatch 2 mimic insects first to solve his real-life troubles. Chu Jun pointed at the mimic insect in front of him that had transformed into his appearance and gave his orders. Leave this school and buy me some delicious food. I want roast meat, fruit, and cake. Once you get to the restaurant, I will use my psychic powers to control you to make the purchase. Go ahead. Seeing the first mimic insect successfully executing his orders, Chu Jun couldn't help but shed tears. Wow. Compared to Clare's test subject, every one of the insects in my swarm is a real little angel. They are both obedient and well-behaved. But Chu Jun did not stop after commanding the first mimic insect. He then gave new orders to the second mimic insect. You, eat these hair and nails belonging to Clare and become like her. As the mimic acquired Clare's genes, she perfectly transformed into Clare's appearance. Wow, it's Mom. Mom, are you back? Mom, why have you been out for so long? Clare's daughters shouted with excitement. It's obvious. Their intelligence is not enough to tell whether their mother is real or fake. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the mimic insects do not use psychic power. As long as the mimic doesn't use his psionic abilities, he won't be exposed. Then, you guys, go play with your mothers and stop bothering me. Seeing that there was finally nothing behind him, Chu Jun felt exhausted and no longer had the heart to do experiments. He was exhausted because he had been annoyed by these insect-like children for a whole day. In an extremely tired state, Chu Jun took the 2 hungry little ones directly into Clare's bedroom. I finally understand why this guy is so happy that I'm here. It feels like this scumbag treats me like her babysitter. It seems that this bastard is usually tortured by these naughty kids. Chu Jun, who was lying on Clare's bed, said with gritted teeth. But being angry is being angry. After attributing all the misfortunes around him to Clare, Chu Jun fell asleep quickly within a minute. The 2 hungry little dogs beside him worked together to cover their master with a quilt, and then laid down beside Chu Jun, one on the left and one on the right. But, with a bang, a shrill scream woke Chu Jun up from his sleep. Fuck, what's going on? Chu Jun, who had just woken up, mistakenly thought that an enemy had broken in. Chu Jun rolled and crawled out of the bed, holding his 2 little puppies nervously, and walked outside. The little hunger in his hand was in a fighting stance. But when Chu Jun saw the so-called attacker, he was immediately speechless. Because the so-called attacker was not an attacker at all. That's Xiao 11 coming back, okay? Oh. How dare you imitate my mother, you damn bastard. I'll bite you to death. I'll bite you to death. Right now? Xiao 11 had returned from completing a mission outside, but as soon as she came back, she immediately rushed to the mimic insect. There was no other reason. She simply wanted to use her mouth parts to bite to death this Kago who was pretending to be her mother. The poor mimic insect had already had a large piece of its scalp bitten off by Xiao 11. However, due to the setting of the mimic insect, she was ultimately unable to fight back against Xiao 11. Hey. Seeing Xiao 11 so irritable, Chu Jun finally couldn't help but try to stop them from fighting. After all, it is quite troublesome to cultivate mimic insects. He doesn't want to. Fuck. Who are you? Just when Chu Jun pulled Xiao 11 over and prepared to teach him a lesson, Chu Jun was suddenly surprised to find something. Xiao 11's appearance at this moment has actually completed some kind of evolution. Her originally ugly and deformed face actually. It turned into a beautiful, lowly face. Moreover, at this time, Xiao 11's wings and other things also became beautiful. She evolved again. Chapter 208 3 Sets of Gene Sequences. You evolved again? When Chu Jun looked at the current appearance of the human-faced moth Xiaoxi in front of him, he couldn't help but say in surprise. After hearing what Chu Jun said, Xiao 11 flapped his wings excitedly, showing Chu Jun his current charming posture. Yeah. My mom made the genes in my body more like my sister's a few days ago. According to my mother, I have now reached the second stage of growth. Becoming more and more like your sister? Phase 2. Chu Jun touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Judging from the information currently available, this guy Clare Morton should have made significant optimizations to Xiao 11's genetic sequence. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain Xiao 11's current situation. And, if Chu Jun guessed correctly, the sister that Xiaoxi mentioned should be some kind of advanced exotic beast developed by Clare. The more advanced the alien beast, the more likely it is to have a complete human appearance. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun touched Xiaoxi's head and said with a smile, "Then your mother is really amazing. But Xiaoi, I need to remind you of something. That is, during this period of time, you must get familiar with the smell of the mimic insects. After all, I'm going to be living here for the next week or so. If you keep biting the mimic insects carelessly like you do now, I will be in trouble later." "Oh, Chu Jun, you are going to live here, that's great." When Xiaoxi heard that Chu Jun would live with him for the next period of time, his eyes immediately lit up and flew around Chu Jun nonstop. At this time, Chu Jun also noticed that Xiaoxi's eyes had changed. That is her eyes, which have completely changed from the previous Zerg compound eyes to the human eye style. But style is just style after all. Chu Jun grabbed Xiaoxi, who was still flying, and gently pinched Xiaoxi's eyes with his fingers. Then, amid Xiao 11's screams, Chu Jun confirmed a fact. Those are Xiao 11's eyes, but they just look like human eyes. The inside of her eyes are still the compound eyes commonly used by Zerg creatures. Wow. But because of Chu Jun's rough behavior, Xiao 11's eyes were pinched and hurt, and he immediately started crying. There's no way. Curiosity is something that needs to be satisfied quickly. However, this kind of crying only lasted less than 2 or 3 seconds. Because Chu Jun's other mimic insect came back with big and small bags of purchased food. Xiao 11 and her other sisters immediately became excited when they saw the food bought by the mimic insects. Xiao 11 was so excited that he snatched one of the bags of mimic insects. "Wow, ice cream. I just said, I smell ice cream. Chu Jun, can we have these ice creams?" Looking at the expectant eyes of Xiaoxi and her sisters, Chu Jun, who originally wanted to eat all the ice cream for himself, nodded. "Can. But does your mother allow you to eat human food?" "Of course not. That's why we have to watch over you while you eat. Then mom won't blame us. We really don't want to eat the nutrient solution. It tastes terrible." Hearing Xiaoxi's words, Chu Jun was speechless. "No problem, you guys eat. Regardless of whether you want to eat meat or not." Looking at the barbecue that Chu Jun brought out, Xiao 11 shook his head in disgust. "I don't want to eat meat. The meat smells stinky." After saying that, Xiao 11 ran away with the bag of ice cream, and her sisters hid in other rooms with her. The skills that Clare possesses are truly powerful. Even a hybrid beast like Xiaoxi with a special bloodline can continue to evolve. Although Chu Jun is at an invincible stage in his understanding of genes, Clare is not much inferior to Chu Jun. And what's more important, Clare is clearly a genius when it comes to genetic programming. Because based on Xiaoxi's genes, it would be difficult for Chu Jun to create one if he relied solely on himself. If it weren't for these little guys here, sometimes I would almost forget about it. Clare Morton is a genius of the Zerg beast. After recalling this incident, Chu Jun suddenly became interested in Xiaoxi and other hybrid monsters. With the blessing of this interest, he also began to pay attention for the first time to these strange beasts with dual forms of insects and humans. However, unlike the previous times, this time, Chu Jun began to observe other strange beasts besides Xiao 11. Speaking of which of you wants more ice cream? I can ask the mimic to buy it. After confirming the plan, Chu Jun said with a smile. This group of hybrid beasts, whose intelligence was obviously similar to that of children, quickly responded to Chu Jun's request. Under the stimulation of ice cream, no exotic beast could refuse. Under such circumstances, Chu Jun easily took away the genetic sequences of all of them. Then, after collecting enough genetic samples, Chu Jun began his own experiment. Something's wrong. As more and more tests were performed, Chu Jun's complexion became worse and worse. Because he discovered, some of the half-human, half-insect creatures created by Clare actually have 3 complete sets of DNA in their bodies. The first set of DNA was the DNA of a human female. The second set is the complete DNA of each exotic animal. Spiders, centipedes, moths, flies, and mosquitoes. The above two sets of DNA did not surprise Chu Jun, because he had guessed it. What really surprised Chu Jun was actually the third set of DNA, because Chu Jun discovered it. The third set of gene sequences in these strange beasts are surprisingly highly similar to the gene sequences of the White Death parasite. What is going on? Chapter 209, A Dream from the Past. What's going on? The genetic sequences of these strange beasts are surprisingly similar to those of the White Death parasite. After clearly seeing the genetic sequences of this group of strange beasts, Chu Jun's doubts about Clare became more obvious. That's not all. Moreover, some of the strange beasts actually had tumors similar to those of the White Death parasite. Although the color of these tumors is not white, but it still illustrates the problem. That's Clare. He didn't obey the orders of the Immortals or the Tsangnan City Council, but continued to study the technology of the White Death. Thinking of this, Chu Jun stopped thinking about research. It is worth mentioning that this is the first time that Chu Jun took the initiative to stop research. However, the reason why he stopped his research was very special. That is, he believed in Clare. After he discovered the other party's secret, instead of just guessing here, he might as well ask Clare directly. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun, who was already feeling tired, stopped all his research work and laid down on the bed. Accompanied by the gurgling of two hungry cubs beside the bed, Chu Jun fell into a dream again. Night. The Lord of Chu had a dream. This dream was very strange, because he had only had this dream a few times since he crossed over to this world. But every dream is basically related to psychic power, or to that strange psychic symbol. But this time, there was no spiritual power in the dream. In this dream, Chu Jun did not repeat the previous situation, because, in his dream, he returned to the past. Chu Jun, what are you still standing there for? Report quickly. The live broadcast of the National Assembly has started. You are still in a daze. Following the roar of the Speaker of the Parliament, Chu Jun suddenly raised his head. At this moment, he had returned to the world before he traveled through time through dreams. And in this dream, he, as a scholar who should not appear in public, participated in this live TV broadcast for the first time, accompanied by many researchers, and spoke to countless people. Am I in a dream? Or maybe I just woke up from a dream. Due to the blurring effect of the dream, Chu Jun was a little confused as he looked at the manuscript in his hand. But the constant urging voices in his ears made Chu Jun cheer up again, or rather, made him immerse himself in his dreams again. Hello everyone. I am the Vice President of the Shadow and Holy Light Society, Chu Jun. Maybe you haven't heard of our name, but you just need to know. We have existed since the moment humans set foot in the galaxy. We, the members of the society, have no good or evil, and no humanity in the conventional sense. Our only mission is to make the best possible choices for humanity at every crossroads that affect the fate of mankind. When Chu Jun's voice was heard in the video, countless viewers watching the live broadcast were stunned. They had clearly established this society completely ruled by a council of experts 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. Logically speaking, if what Chu Jun said is true, then they should have known of their existence a long time ago. After all, there are no secrets in their society. Everything and all the information appears on the internet, allowing civilians to view and monitor it at will. But why? The existence of this society is a secret. But soon, these people will know why. Because of the existence of this society. No. Every single person in this society should be destroyed by the laser beam and completely annihilated in the universe. They are no longer worthy of being called human beings. Everyone, you should have understood who is the greatest enemy of human society right now. That existence is called Gaia Zerg. As Chu Jun's cold voice continued to sound, countless people looked at him in the video with curiosity. They didn't know why the vice president of this weird society was qualified to discuss the issue of Gaia at the National Assembly. After all, the existence of the Gaia Zerg should be handled by the head of the military. But what was strange was that when this group of viewers were looking for the military leader out of curiosity, they were surprised to find. When Chu Jun was speaking, the highest military leader, the commander of all the legions in the galaxy, did not utter a word. It seems that he has completely acquiesced to Chu Jun's existence and agreed that Chu Jun will be fully responsible for the content of the speech at this meeting. The Gaia Zerg are a terrifying existence that comes from another world, possibly even from another dimension. They have powerful bodies, endless evolutionary capabilities, and even extremely high IQs. However, the Gaia swarm that invaded our galaxy ultimately ended up being completely wiped out by us. Even though we paid the price of thousands of stars, they were still destroyed. Our society remains safe, and our civilization remains thriving. When Chu Jun said this, he took a deep breath. Above. It's all lies. They are lying. It's all lies. As soon as these words came out, all the citizens watching the live broadcast were collectively stunned. What? Is this guy accusing their technocratic parliament and their famously independent military of lying? How is this possible? You know, the society they live in is. Under the gaze of countless citizens, their parliament speaker and military commander all lowered their heads. They accepted this fact. In fact, the threat of the Zerg has not been resolved. On the contrary, the society we are so proud of is about to fall apart. And our civilization, which we have worked so hard to build, is on the eve of collapse. All in all, Gaia Zerg is about to completely destroy our world. No one is immune. This is not a prophecy, but destiny. Chapter 2:10 Desperate Past. Having guessed that the citizens outside were in chaos, the Speaker of the Parliament said helplessly to Chu Jun. Chu Jun, get to the point. We are running out of time. If I'm not mistaken, this speech may very well be our last chance to speak in front of all citizens. Hearing the other party say this, Chu Jun nodded. Then he continued his speech. However, he still showed an extremely indifferent attitude. It was as if what he described later was just something extremely bland. First, let me explain our current situation. Along with Chu Jun's speech, he sent a new video to all the citizens who were watching the live broadcast. And when these citizens opened the video, almost everyone collapsed. Because in the picture, it is a machine specially made by Chu Jun. Machine. In the dim room, hundreds of humans who had been artificially infected with the Gaia Zerg life factor by Chu Jun were being stitched together in some strange posture. At first, this group of citizens could not figure out the use of this thing made by the King of Chu. But they soon understood. Because as the camera gradually zoomed out, this group of citizens suddenly discovered. Chu Jun actually transformed this group of humans into an existence similar to the Zerg brain. This is a signal receiver I built using humans. After I have this thing, I can use the mixed genes of humans and Gaia's swarm to simulate the signal of Gaia's swarm. More importantly, through this machine, I can also use human genes to understand the meaning of Gaia's swarm signals, rather than pure speculation. Chu Jun explained coldly. In fact, when I first made this thing, I didn't have high hopes. After all, the genes of the Gaia swarm are too powerful. I don't even understand how their genes work. But fortunately, after hundreds of experiments, I succeeded in making this machine. And using this machine, we have established a two-way connection with the Gaia swarm. Hear this. Citizens across the society were all angry. They accused Chu Jun, saying that he was a devil and a demon. He was so cold-hearted that he infected his own compatriots and transformed them into this appearance. Moreover, his indifferent attitude was as if what he was exploiting was not some fellow human being, but some kind of, say, meat chunks. This attitude finally completely angered all the citizens. They cursed Chu Jun and clamored for his death penalty. But Chu Jun ignored them. In fact, he already knew the truth a long time ago, and now he no longer cares about these so-called threats. Because something even more terrifying is about to come. Fellow citizens, after I have established contact with the Gaia swarm using this device, I was lucky enough to finally understand a lot of things related to the Gaia swarm. For example, their way of command, their relationship between superiors and subordinates, and even their social system that does not exist but exists all the time. Seeing Chu Jun's excited facial expression, the military commander beside him immediately glared at him. Chu Jun continued to explain helplessly. Ahem, anyway. After learning this knowledge, I made a new discovery yesterday. That means the Gaia swarm had already successfully devoured the entire food yesterday. Yes, that's food. Although I have tried my best to interpret the meaning of the word food. But I think the food in the mouth of the Gaia swarm is most likely referring to the universe or the galaxy. And even though they had devoured enough food, they still did not feel satisfied. On the contrary, they became hungrier. Because their hunger will never be satisfied. Unfortunately, after my inspection, the next target of the Gaia swarm will be our world, Chu Jun said calmly. The other experts around him, who were unaware of the situation, had expressions of fear on their faces. Before the group of idiots around him could say anything, Chu Jun added directly. Everyone, I know what you are thinking. You may be thinking that maybe our army has already wiped out the invading Gaia swarm once, so wouldn't it be good to wipe it out again? After a pause, Chu Jun gave a bitter smile. Excuse me. Your thoughts are too naive. Because according to the information I have learned, those Gaia swarms that invaded our world before, those monsters that took us thousands of suns to destroy, they are just a group of Gaia insects that are responsible for marking the world. That's right. You heard it right. Chu Jun drew a huge black hole on the screen. Then he pointed out an insignificant dot next to the black hole. Those Gaia swarms that could easily tear apart our warships and destroy our planets before are not even considered their vanguard. Their status is equivalent to that of scouts in one of our armies. Their duty is to use the paint in their hands to draw a small mark from our world after discovering its existence. After the large forces behind us devour other universes or worlds, we will send the real elite to our world to feast on them. When he said this, Chu Jun's originally cold expression turned into a serious one. He pointed at the giant black hole and then at the tiny black dot. Everyone, I don't know what your emotions are like right now, but I can assure you, our world, the universe we live in, is about to be completely destroyed. There are no other possibilities. Chapter 2, 11 Experiments on Source Crystals. Last night Is this a dream? The next morning, Chu Jun, awakened by a little hunger, woke up with a sleepy face. What's more, it's a little different from previous sleep. This time, Mr. Chu was not only extremely tired mentally, and he himself felt that there was something strange about his physical condition. Wait, my psychic power level has increased again. But why? Chu Jun was full of doubts at this moment. He didn't understand why he had that dream about the past last night. He didn't understand why his psychic power level increased after he woke up from that strange dream. But anyway, he still became a genuine third-level psychic. And the new psychic abilities he gained were two. The first newly acquired psionic ability is called Psionic Barrier. This psychic ability is very common and extremely practical, whether it's Clare or Clarice. Both of them possess this ability called Psychic Barrier. As long as Chu Jun uses this ability well enough, he can even use it to block bullets. However, because Chu Jun only has third-level psychic power, the number and quality of bullets he can resist are extremely limited. In addition, Chu Jun also gained a second psychic ability, a power called Psionic Reconnaissance. But this new psychic ability is actually a mutant ability based on psychic perception. This mutated ability gave Chu Jun an extremely special perspective. His vision now can go through walls. Good. These two abilities are pretty good. They're absolutely practical skills. After seeing the abilities of these two psychic talents, all of Chu Jun's previous doubts were thrown behind him. After all, being able to obtain these two abilities is a kind of good fortune for Chu Jun. For many psychics, their abilities are basically acquired randomly. In this case, the probability of obtaining two practical abilities is already very low. Come on, little hungry. But it's different from other beast masters. After Chu Jun gained psychic powers, he did not tell his relatives and friends about the news. On the contrary, after gaining the ability, this guy directly used the ultimate evolution to bestow both the abilities of Psychic Barrier and Psychic Reconnaissance on the two little hungry creatures beside him. Although these two little hungry ones are currently in parasitic state, their strength is not even that of first-level monsters. However, these two abilities can be directly activated after Little Hungry grows into a higher-level monster. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but feel a little excited. Because he felt that if he further improved his psychic abilities, then in addition to becoming a mimic psychic, he could also use his mimic psychic abilities to personalize countless Little Hungry creatures. He did it as soon as he said it. When Chu Jun had this idea, he took out the pieces of Babel Source Crystal that Clarice gave him without any hesitation, placed them beside him, and began to absorb them. Although Pombo and Clarice both reminded Chu Jun that if he needed, he could crush these Babel Source crystals into powder. In this way, he will be able to absorb the spiritual energy very quickly. But the King of Chu, who was cautious by nature, naturally could not do that. After all, this is a new mineral that has not undergone extensive experiments and has just been discovered, so Chu Jun is wary of it. He believes that this overly radical use of the device could very well be dangerous to him. So after thinking for a moment, Chu Jun learned how to use it from Pongbua, hung it up, and placed it next to him. But maybe it's because of his excessive curiosity. Although Chu Jun doesn't think it's safe to ingest this thing directly, he doesn't mind using a Little Hunger to do an experiment. After all, as Chu Jun's signature creature, Little Hungry possesses swarm thinking, and she has an almost infinite body as she deposits her consciousness in the swarm thinking. In this situation, Chu Jun found the tools without hesitation, crushed the smallest piece of Babel Source Crystal, and placed the fragments of the Babel Source Crystal in front of the hungry little cat who was chosen as the lucky one. Come, eat this stuff. Looking at Chu Jun's smiling face, Xiao Hungry swallowed the Babel Source Crystal powder without hesitation. 3 seconds later, Little Hungry's body became extremely stiff and his belly turned upside down. Chapter 212, The Higher Intelligence of Little Hunger. Forehead. When Xiao Hungry became stiff due to swallowing too much source crystal powder, Chu Jun was stunned. Is this thing so dangerous? After Little Hungry ate this, he died immediately. No way. At this time, the Little Hungry body had become completely stiff. So even the Lord of Chu couldn't help but be a little surprised. By the way, I don't think I've heard of it before. Some creatures will enter this rigid state of death after absorbing the source crystal. At least this has never happened to humans. Although Chu Jun always thought Pang Bo was a little stupid, he still understood one thing. That is, no matter how stupid Panghua is, this guy would not dare to deceive himself with such a thing. He said before that someone absorbed the source crystal without any problems, so Chu Jun believed that Panghua was absolutely serious. After all, Clarice had also made similar suggestions, which was undoubtedly the best evidence. But the same thing. Why is it that nothing happens when humans inhale the powder of the source crystal? But how can a little hunger cause such symptoms? While Chu Jun was thinking, he picked up the stiff little hungry thing and placed it in the palm of his hand to observe it. Could it be that strange beasts are inherently different from humans? Can't they directly use the powder of the source crystal to evolve? With an experimental idea, Chu Jun threw the body of the little hungry cat to another little hungry cat without hesitation. Don't waste food. After Chu Jun gave some instructions, he walked directly into the laboratory and started a new round of experiments. He used the materials Clare already had to create a psychic beast with a strength of about level 2, and placed the source crystal powder in front of it, letting it swallow it up in a hungry manner. But this is strange. This strange beast is fine. Furthermore, this guy's life form, especially his psychic power, has improved a lot because of swallowing the powder. After confirming again and again that the psychic beast was fine, Chu Jun had more questions in his mind. But at this moment, accompanied by a strange psychic energy, it suddenly penetrated into Chu Jun's mind. Chu Jun was surprised to find that a little hungry creature had established a psychic link with him without his consent. You know, little hungry would never do this if there were no enemies. But now Mr. Chu does not think that there are any enemies near him. Because this is Songnan University, and it is Songnan University after it was attacked by the White Death parasite. Chu Jun absolutely did not believe that there would be any enemies here. As expected, just as Chu Jun was about to call Xiaoxi over to ask if there was anything unusual happening nearby, he was surprised to find that the little hungry creature that had been stiff before, actually, still in a stiff state. Cough cough. Well, although the little hungry body is still in a state of stiffness. But with the help of another little hungry creature, she was sent to Chu Jun. Moreover, Chu Jun discovered this little hungry creature, which had swallowed a large amount of source crystal powder, showed signs of advanced intelligence for the first time. Because at first, she was excited about her awakening, but when she saw that Chu Jun was not too excited and didn't even notice her change, she showed annoyance instead. Then, after Chu Jun turned his attention to her body, the little hungry creature was extremely excited and kept emitting her emotions in the psychic connection with Chu Jun. You know, although Xiao Hungry can also use psychic links to express his emotions. But the number of emotions that Xiao Hunger can express is extremely limited. Apart from anger and happiness, she can only express the extremely primitive emotion of hunger. But this time, Little Hungry's evolutionary performance far exceeded his understanding. Because Little Hungry used his own language in the psychic link between the two parties. Gurgle gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. The little hungry thing, which was held in the mouth of his companion, was looking at Chu Jun and constantly arousing various complex emotions. And all these emotions are accompanied by the word gurgle gurgle, or in other words, her original cry. She is beginning to possess advanced intelligence. Thinking of this, Chu Jun immediately became excited. He gently rubbed the stiff little hungry thing and quickly started the first round of attempts. The purpose of his first attempt was to teach Little Hungry the most basic characters, her own name, and what she represents. Hunger. Chapter 213, The Correct Use of Mimics. A few hours later, Chu Jun looked at the little hungry cat in front of him with a sleepy face and put a piece of cut meat to the little hungry cat's mouth. Hungry. The piece of meat was successfully swallowed by Little Hungry. Little Hungry shook her recovered head with satisfaction, then shouted out the only word she knew at the moment. I know you're hungry. Chu Jun covered his face helplessly and put another piece of meat in front of Xiao Hungry. But this time, Chu Jun didn't give her any to eat. On the contrary, in the extremely eager eyes of Xiao Hungry, Chu Jun took an apple. Come. Learn this word. Apple. But unfortunately, when Little Hungry saw the apple, she became excited. Hungry. A very obvious point. She knew that this apple could also be eaten. Damn it. Chu Jun pointed at the apple and said to Xiao Hungry, I know you want to eat, but this thing is not hunger. This is an apple. While Chu Jun was speaking, Xiao Hungry was very obedient and lay there motionless. But after listening to it, she still spoke without hesitation. Hungry. With this guy. You feel lonely after listening to the lecture, right? Well, after discovering that he really had no talent for teaching, Chu Jun became somewhat discouraged. For some reason, he always felt that he was unable to teach Little Hungry. This sense of frustration was even greater than the frustration he felt when his own research failed. So after trying again and not getting the results he wanted, Chu Jun reluctantly put the apple and meat in front of Little Hungry and let her eat them herself. Although Little Hunger has only had his head and a few small limbs freed so far. But this guy doesn't mind using such a body to satisfy his hunger. Never mind. You can't rush this kind of thing. After all, Little Hungry has only recently gained advanced intelligence. It is impossible to teach her so hastily. After giving himself some psychological counseling, Chu Jun turned and left the laboratory and came to another spare Little Hungry one. At this time, although he also had a strong desire to cultivate, he wanted to let this little hungry creature eat some source crystal powder to evolve, so as to facilitate experimental comparison. But Chu Jun restrained his desire and temporarily let the hungry little creature go. After all, this little hunger is Chu Jun's last means of self-protection. Once someone approaches him, his current swarm of insects will not be able to rush over to protect him due to the distance. Although they have been digging tunnels as much as possible. But according to Chu Jun's estimation, it would take at least a week for the swarm of insects in the sewer to dig directly to the Tsongnan University area on the other side of the city. So Chu Jun touched the last hungry little one with great pity, and then made a decision. Well, it seems to be because life is too dull, or it may be due to the influence of the previous dream. Now I always feel that life lacks a little fun. And if that's the case, then I'll just go for a walk. It's a good change of mood. After saying that, Chu Jun patted the hungry little head, and then lie down. That's right. Although Chu Jun said he wanted to go out for a walk. However, this guy, who is extremely lazy in life, is not planning to take his real body out for a walk. On the contrary, compared to sweating all over myself, Chu Jun would rather let the mimic insect go out for him, while he would lie on the bed and watch his clone wandering around. After all, no one can resist such temptation. A being that can perfectly replicate your body, go out for you, socialize for you, and even work for you, while your original body can lie at home and do nothing. It has to be said that Panghwa's previous business ideas were too monotonous. Throbbing is just one of the countless functions of mimics. And the way Chu Jun is currently using it is the real purpose of the mimicry insect. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun comfortably slipped into the soft big bed, while his two mimic insects transformed into Chu Jun and a random passerby respectively and walked out of the door of Clare's laboratory. My clone, just walk around the university and see what good things have happened in the school recently. After you finish browsing, go to the school library on my behalf and help me find some information. And you? Chu Jun said to the mimic insect that looked like a passerby and thought for a moment. Go back to Ant Street secretly and see what the situation is like there. Chapter 214. A Chance for Remedies. Soon, Chu Jun's plan was implemented. The mimic insect that looked like Chu Jun successfully entered the campus. He lay comfortably on the bed, using the mimic insect's spiritual power to feel the sweet natural air. All right. In fact, since the mimic insect's psychic level is only level 1, Chu Jun did not give the mimic insect the ability to allow both parties to share senses. But it is precisely because of today's attempt. Instead, the king of Chu became more determined to do so. Because in his eyes, the performance of the mimic insects is actually the ultimate form of the Zerg's own instrumentality. Although Chu Jun was in a very good mood at this time. But he still noticed something strange. That is, damn it. Why are these guys looking at me weirdly? And there's more than one person. At this time, Chu Jun's mimic insect was walking on the campus, and many students noticed him. But the problem is, this is different from the Chu Jun of the past who had to keep a low profile even if he didn't want to. Although Chu Jun is now low-key enough and tries to walk on less crowded roads as much as possible, he is still recognized by students from Tsongnan University. Many people cast extremely strange looks at him, regardless of gender. Moreover, precisely because both men and women gave Chu Jun strange looks, for a while Chu Jun mistakenly thought that his mimicry was wearing the wrong clothes, or that its appearance was not simulated well. But soon, Chu Jun understood one thing. That is, the reason why this group of students are discussing me is completely related to my identity. Hey, have you heard? After the Jack Gang got into trouble, this guy Chu Jun seems to have become an important figure in the new Jack Gang. A man with long hair said to his friend beside him. And the look in his eyes when he looked at Chu Jun was clearly filled with fear. There's more. The information you heard is too incomplete. But his friend said it with great disdain. It's not just this guy Chu Jun who has become an important figure in the new Jack Gang. Do you know that guy named Pombo? Pombo. That fat guy selling tickets. Yes. It is said that Panghwa seems to be in cahoots with Chu Jun, and together they form the backbone members of the new Jack Gang. These two poor students who came out of Ant Street finally failed to graduate as we expected. Instead, they became Dark Beast Masters through years of study. Yeah. I can understand why Panghwa became a Dark Beast Master, but it's a pity for Chu Jun. I remember he used to be very studious. TSK, what do you know? People like them who came out of Ant Street are just like dogs that can't change their bad habits. The student with an extremely disdainful expression said as he looked at Chu Jun's back as he walked on the road. No saint will ever be born in the lowly Ant Street. After all, the saying that poverty breeds evil, while wealth breeds conscience, is the truth of this world. It turns out that these guys were talking about this matter. Chu Jun, who secretly used the mimic insect's super hearing to eavesdrop on the other party's words, felt extremely complicated at this time. First, he was happy that the mimics had not been discovered to be fake. After all, the mimic insect is the most special and practical unit in his swarm. On the other hand, he felt a little annoyed by what these people said. However, Chu Jun is a special person. The words of those idiots will not break his defense. After all, he wouldn't care about these stupid people, just like he did in his previous life. What he really cared about was the gazes of this group of people. Chu Jun hates this feeling of being observed, because he knew that anything he did would attract too much attention. Then he will bring trouble to his future. Thinking of this, Chu Jun suddenly realized how stupid his past behavior was. But luckily, thanks to these idiots' reminder, I have an opportunity to make amends. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun turned his attention to the random passerby heading towards Ant Street. At this moment, he was ready to take advantage of this opportunity to go out and let this random passerby replace Chu Jun and become the underground king of Ant Street. Chapter 215 Special Look. Bang, bang, bang. As there was a knock on the door, Pongbo put out the cigarette in his hand. In fact, he really didn't like smoking, but in front of his younger brother, he thought smoking would help him maintain his dignity. Who is it? Brother Pang, there is a man who wants to see you, and he said that Chu Jun asked him to come. The younger brother outside the door added a sentence to Pongbo through the door. And it's a stranger. Chu Jun. Didn't this guy go to live in the university? How come he still has time to come to see me? No. Pongbo frowned slightly. He was not too surprised that Chu Jun came to see him. What really surprised him was that Chu Jun actually knew strangers. This made Pongbo feel a little unbelievable. Ahem, let him in. When Pongbo let the other person in, he calmly patted Xiaohei who was sleeping beside him, asking her to help him keep watch. At this time, Xiaohei's body size had expanded to 3 times its previous size because the food he ate was better than that of other knife worms. With her physical strength alone, this guy is enough to destroy most of the first-level monsters. As long as she is around, Pongbo can feel at ease. But something unexpected happened to Pongbo. That is, as a man with very ordinary facial features, one could even say ordinary to the point of being special, walked into the room. Xiaohei beside him suddenly changed from his tense and stretched state to a relaxed state. Then, after relaxing, Xiaohei beside him actually lay down directly. It was like she had no nerves at all. Seeing this, Pongbo couldn't help but sit up straight and look at the man. But to Pongbo's surprise, after this man came in, he actually gave orders directly to the younger brother beside Pongbo. You guys, go out. Good job. Who is this person? Although Pongbo's younger brothers did not know this man, this did not prevent them from raising their weapons because of the man's extremely arrogant words. Hello. Are you looking for death? Do you know whose territory you are on? You are so arrogant. Seeing his younger brothers around him supporting his position so much, Pongbo's face was filled with emotion. But just when he was about to speak out in the name of the boss, he suddenly noticed the look in the eyes of the strange man. A look that was cold but a little cruel. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Suri and Pongbo didn't recognize the man's face, but he must know the look in his eyes. Because in the whole world, the only one who can have such eyes is that guy. As soon as Pongbo saw this extension, his body trembled immediately. Then he slammed the table. All right, everyone, get out. After seeing their boss suddenly say this, many of the younger brothers were stunned. But before they could say anything, Pongbo immediately started yelling. Everyone, get out. Damn it, don't you understand my orders? Following Pongbo's roar, these younger brothers ran away without hesitation, leaving their boss's room as if they were escaping. It seems that although they cannot understand why Pongbo is so irritable, the experience of Ant Street over the years has taught them one thing. That is when the boss gets angry, don't ask anything. Just run away. Oh. On the other hand, after seeing Pongbo's performance, Chu Jun also felt a little emotional. I didn't expect that even after I changed my appearance, you still recognized me. By the way, among so many people, you are the only one who recognized me. How did you do that? Since Chu Jun was very confident in his disguise, he was also very curious about how Pongbo did it. In response to Chu Jun's question, Pongbo smiled and scratched his head. Actually, I figured it out through reasoning. Hearing this, Chu Jun's eyes immediately turned cold. Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me why. Well, it's the eyes. Brother Chu, your eyes. I'm afraid it's not that. It's the look in your eyes that is so special. I've lived with you for so long. I can tell who you are the moment I see your eyes. Hearing this, Chujun nodded. At the same time, the mimic insect he controlled also directly changed its pupils and eyes, making him even more ordinary. By the way, Brother Chu, why are you here? Manhwa asked as he poured tea for Chujun. Nothing. I just thought of a good idea and came over to try it out right away. Chujun explained while smiling. Because I plan to use this body to replace you and become the boss of this gang. Chapter 216 Legal Identity. Huh. Pangbo, who was pouring tea, immediately shook his hand after hearing what Chujun said and spilled the scalding tea onto Chujun's thigh. And Manhwa swore to heaven. I was definitely careless. Because when he heard the news, he had that feeling. So is Chujun going to give up on himself? Is it because I haven't been doing well recently? Or does the other party simply think that he or she is not capable enough? Countless thoughts appeared in Manhwa's mind. And there was a moment. Manhwa could clearly feel that although Chujun did not feel the heat, the mimic insect that he accidentally scalded must have made a faint squeak sound because of the pain. Cough, cough. Anyway, after the initial panic, Manhwa calmed down. After all, he knew that if Chujun wanted to give up on him, he would have given up long ago. But now, the other party didn't say anything, but just told me the decision. This undoubtedly means that Chujun must have his own plan. As expected. After Chujun saw Pangbo calm down, he immediately smiled. Good. You have definitely grown up recently. At least you didn't panic after hearing my decision. Hey, of course. Although I am lazy, I have still grown. How could I be surprised by such a small thing? After receiving a rare compliment from Chujun, Pangbo became inflated, or in other words, became thick-skinned. But, Brother Chu, why did you suddenly change your mind and not let me be the boss anymore? Faced with Pangbo's inquiry, Chujun slowly explained. First, I haven't changed my mind. I don't want you to be the boss. That's just my statement. You are still the boss of the new Jack gang. Hearing this, Manhwa became even more confused. Brother Chu, what does this mean? That's literally it, of course. Chujun pointed outside and then at Pangbo. First, I will make this mimic insect of mine, the mimic insect named John, the big boss in public. And you will become his subordinate and work for him. From now on, any decision you make must go through him, at least on the surface. Your position in the gang will change to behind the scenes. After hearing this, Manhwa finally understood. Double act. Brother Chu, you want people to think that the leader of our new Jack gang is you, a mimic insect. Oh no, it's John, right? As long as he can become the boss of the new Jack gang, then we can hide safely behind the scenes. Seeing that Manhwa finally understood, Chujun nodded. Yes, that's it. Because we have encountered danger several times in a row before. So I think that instead of letting us continue to be exposed to others and become the opponent's #1 target, it is better to create a #1 target to replace us. Perfect idea. And Manhwa was also very excited at this time. He hastened to add, if I want to run for counselor in this neighborhood, my gangster identity may become an obstacle for me. But with this guy, I don't have to worry about this problem at all. Hearing that Manhwa also understood what he meant, Chujun nodded. That's right. That's it. And I realized there were a lot of other things we could do if we had this guy as a model. For example, if we have a John, then we can have a Wood. And what is the guy who started the company for us? His men, and our companies are D personnel, Tom. Hearing this, Manhwa's eyes immediately lit up. Fuck, Brother Chu, your idea is really great. Yes, that's how mimics should be used. But just when Manhwa was in an excited state, Chujun poured a basin of cold water on him without hesitation. Our plan is indeed good. But now, our plan has another big problem. What's the problem? I'll solve all of them for you, Manhwa said, patting his chest. No. In fact, this problem is actually very difficult to solve. Because I need you to find a way to get a legal identity for Wood and people like Tom. And it's a legitimate and usable real identity. They need to become real social humans in a certain sense. Hearing this, Manhwa couldn't help but feel dizzy. Sure enough, this question is indeed too difficult. Chapter 217, A Little Trouble. Damn it, what you were talking about seems to be a bit too troublesome. Pangbo was overwhelmed by the King of Chu's request. Brother Chu, if you use this John, as a gang member, he doesn't actually need any legal identity. After all, she could have become an illegal immigrant just like Jack was back then. No one comes to check on him anyway. But, Pangbo raised his head. It's difficult to obtain a legal and usable identity. After all, the Starry Empire's ID is a biological ID. Due to the development of the beast-taming civilization, the Starry Empire performed particularly poorly in many technological aspects. But in terms of identity authentication, they still have a long way to go. For example, Long before the Starry Empire came to the Interstellar, their ancestors had already implemented biometric ID as a method to identify their citizens. Today, thousands of years later, this biometric ID technology can't be said to be immature. At least it can be considered close to perfect. All in all, if Chu Jun and Pang Bo wanted to use their own methods to deceive the Qinghai Empire, the chances would be basically zero. After all, many times, things like biometric ID cannot be solved by simply applying a face. I know this is a very troublesome matter. That's why I told you this. I'll let you solve it. Chu Jun laughed. But at this moment, he was smiling. But in Pangbo's opinion, he always felt weird when he smiled. It was as if Chu Jun, who was controlling John, accidentally got stuck. This feeling is also very similar to when playing online games, and the player's controller experiences network delays. But I think you should be able to solve this problem. Because you are still the boss of the New Jack gang, right? Since you control Ant Street, you will definitely be able to get some legal identity, right? Although Pangbo's attention was completely focused on Chu Jun just now, he still started to explain when he heard what the other party said. No. Brother Chu, you think too highly of me. Even though I currently control Ant Street and Dog Harbor, Oh shit. I see. Pangbo also laughed. Brother Chu, are you trying to steal other citizens' IDs? Yes. Turn out to be. Chu Jun and Pangbo have exactly the same idea. That is, they plan to use the dead people in Ant Street and Dog Harbor to complete their biological ID stealing plan. This sounds a little unbelievable, but in fact, it is not difficult to operate. There are two reasons. First point, Ant Street and Dog Harbor are both famous lawless areas. In this area, apart from the poor, the most common people are prostitutes and thieves. As their occupation is illegal, it is unlikely that they can update their biometric ID information normally. In addition, if someone dies here, most of the people here would be too lazy to call the police. Unless their family members come and cancel their IDs, their biological IDs will always be available. I am going to use the biological IDs of these dead people to establish their identities. But if you want to carry out this plan, you must be fully prepared. First, you have to make sure no one finds the dead body. Second, the genetic sequences of those corpses must remain intact. Hearing this, Pangbo nodded. Don't worry, Brother Chu, I'll take care of this matter. But I don't quite understand. Can the activity of the genetic sequences of those who died really be maintained by mimics? In order to implement this plan, Chu Jun needs to verify the other party's biological ID regularly. Therefore, Chu Jun must also ensure that the genetic sequences of this group of people must be in an active state. This means that Chu Jun has to keep cloning the blood of this group of people and store it in the bodies of mimic insects. This is no small project. Well, how should I put it? Not yet. But if you give me a day or two, I should be able to use the cloning technology one got from Jack on the mimic insects to do this. Hearing this, Pangbo immediately felt relieved. That'll do. Since you are so confident, Brother Chu, I will start looking for a target in the next few days. However, would you like to keep this mimic insect named John with me so that I can introduce him to other members and say that he is my financial sponsor? The kind that can provide a large number of exotic beasts? Not today. Chu Jun shook his head. I'm in a bit of trouble right now. I need to use John to buy some food for me. After all, my other mimic insect was taken away by the police for questioning. Oh, I see. Etc. What did you say? Chapter 2:18 Anti-Exploitation. What? Brother Chu, why are you being targeted by the police? When Pangbo heard Chu Jun say that his other mimic insect was being questioned by the police, he was extremely shocked. No, he was extremely frightened. Because he knew one thing very well. That is, there are too many secrets in Chu Jun's body. If Chu Jun accidentally revealed it, then both he and he would be in great risk. I don't know either. But that guy should have been eyeing me for a long time. Don't worry, I can handle it. In fact, what Pangbo noticed before that Chu Jun was a little stuck when laughing was not an illusion. Because while Chu Jun and Pangbo were communicating, he was using his psychic power to control another mimic insect to respond to the police's questions. And it is extremely coincidental. The guy who arrested Chu Jun this time turned out to be an old acquaintance of Chu Jun. A policeman named Kane who once questioned Chu Jun about the invasion of the White Reaper in Songnan City. P.S. 63 chapters. Hey. Say something, Mr. Chu Jun. Speaking of which, as the light shone on the mimic's eyes, the mimic closed its eyes lifelike, looking like a human. Aren't you a college student from Ant Street? Logically speaking, you should be quite good at talking. Why are you mute now? After hearing Kane say this to him, Chu Jun sighed helplessly. At this time, he still didn't open his eyes. The reason is simple. The mimic insect does not have the function of tears, so in order not to expose its identity, Chu Jun directly chose to use this method to evade the other party's inspection. And, hey, Officer Kane, what do you want me to say? Chu Jun imitated Officer Kane's tone and laughed. You want me to admit that I know Jack's secret? Or do you want me to admit that I'm actually the boss behind the new Jack gang? Hearing Chu Jun say this, Kane couldn't help but laugh out of anger. By the way, do all of you people from Ant Street have such rich imaginations? I know you have some personal connection with Jack. But what makes you think you can know Jack's secret? Hee. I'm telling you the truth. The secrets of this guy Jack are beyond the control of my boss and my boss's boss. How could a guy like you know such an important secret? Although he spoke in a mocking tone, in reality, Kane's face looked vicious. As for you being the new boss of Jack's gang. Haha. That's what I find even funnier. By the way, have you been living in Sangnan University these 2 days? You must know that your former follower, the fat guy named Pombo, has actually become the boss of the new Jack gang. Oh, aren't these policemen too well informed? No. When I get back, I need to ask Pombo to clean up the internal order. But, after listening to Officer Kane's description, Chu Jun became excited instead. Then I understand. You're planning to ask me to provide some information about the new Jack gang's boss, Pombo, right? Yes. Seeing that Chu Jun finally fell into the trap, Kane couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But before he could recover, Chu Jun's face was full of smiles. No problem. I can say anything, but how about we make a deal? Kane wants to use Chu Jun, so Chu Jun is ready to use him in return. After all, he also has information that can only be learned from the police. Chapter 219 Deal and Torture. Trade. Do you think you are qualified to trade? Seeing Chu Jun so confident, Kane couldn't help but sneer. In his eyes, Chu Jun was not a qualified trading partner at all. It can even be said that in Kane's view, Chu Jun has no qualifications to trade with Kane at all. Soon, Mr. Kane, Chu Jun said with a solemn oath. As a prerequisite for good faith in the transaction. Let me put it this way. You'll find out in a day or two. The so-called new Jack gang will have a new boss behind the scenes. And the boss's name is John. John. New boss. After listening to Chu Jun's spoiler, Kane couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Then, after staring at Chu Jun's face, Kane burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. I really didn't expect that. I thought you were smart. From now on, you are just a fool. At this time, Kane's companion came in. His companion was holding 2 handfuls of coffee in his hands. Hello. Can you believe it? This brat actually gave us false information in order to get away as quickly as possible. He said that the boss of the new Jack gang will be replaced soon. And the person who came over was called John. Ha ha. Kane's companion took a sip of coffee and sat down. John. What a bullshit name. From Jack to John. Is this some old name contest from before interstellar colonization? Faced with the ridicule of these 2 people, Chu Jun didn't mind at all. If you don't want to believe it, forget it. Anyway, you should have your own informants in the new Jack gang. He will verify whether I am lying or not. Hearing this, Kane's face changed. Chu Jun's expression was too bland. It was as if this guy really knew some inside information. A mental storm swept through Kane's brain. First of all, Ponghua, this small-time gangster, really doesn't have the ability to be the boss. Secondly, this guy was indeed very close to Ponghua before. Maybe he really knows something that I don't know. As Kane thought about it, his expression changed. He turned and asked with a serious face. Where did you get your information from? This time, it was no longer Chu Jun who was anxious. Chu Jun smiled and shook his head. I said, between you and me, it's a deal. So, I paid the price of the deal, and you have to pay the corresponding price. And, Officer Kane, if I remember correctly, it's been 2.5 hours since you detained me. No, asked me to help you with your investigation. I have fulfilled my duty, and you must let me go. As he spoke, Chu Jun raised his arm and pretended to look at his watch. You. Kane gritted his teeth. Although he was very unhappy, as a police officer, he had to abide by the law. So, under the persuasion of his companion's eyes, he stood up silently. Mr. Chu, I don't want to say too much. But I still hope that you can cooperate with our work as much as possible. Because Ponghua, that seemingly harmless guy, has turned into a monster for some reason recently. Rumor has it that this guy is not only planning to enter the underworld of Dog Harbor and Ant Street, but he is also actively running for local councilor. As a citizen of Ant Street, you naturally. Kane's companions noticed that Kane had said too many things he shouldn't have said and immediately stopped him. I told you this is a deal. Chu Jun stood up calmly and flicked the ashes off his body. Then, under the light shining from above, All the facial features of this indifferent man were hidden in the darkness. And your words don't impress me at all. That's fake, Officer Kane. You idiot, you were targeting my Ant Street background just a second ago. And the next second, you want to use my background to tell me that I should be as upright as you, right? Please. You, who also walked out of Ant Street. Wouldn't you have forgotten the most famous saying of Ant Street? Chu Jun whispered as he walked towards the door of the interrogation room. There is no right or wrong in Ant Street, only life and death. Morality. There wasn't much real meaning in this filthy, smelly neighborhood. After Chu Jun left, Kane slammed the table hard. This damn guy. How dare he use the words of Ant Street to teach me a lesson? After hearing what Kane said, his companion shrugged helplessly. So you like this guy, come from Ant Street? Yes, what's the matter? Kane smiled bitterly. Are you going to laugh at your origins, just like I did? Of course not. Kane's companion smiled and shook his head. I'm not that naive and superficial. You are the most upright and rigid person I know. After all, everyone in our police station has accepted bribes from Jack, except you. So it's impossible for me to discriminate against you. After hearing what his companion said, Kane's expression improved a little. But I have to despise your intelligence. Why? Kane's companion laughed. Because that guy named Chu Jun just played a trick on you. That guy lied to you and said the time was up, but 5 minutes later, it was your time limit to detain him. And secondly, that guy didn't even have a watch on him. Kane. On the other side, after walking out of the interrogation room, Chu Jun's heart was filled with joy. First of all, he didn't expect that the foreshadowing he had laid 2 hours ago would be used by him in the blink of an eye. And even he himself didn't expect it. This guy manhwa actually has a chance to become a big boss. But it seems that my previous judgment was correct. Chu Jun turned his head, looked at the police station behind him, and said helplessly, everything I did before was too high profile. Although it didn't last long, it was enough for those who were interested to notice manhwa and me. So, the plan to use mimic insects to shift the blame must be advanced. Chu Jun, feeling extremely fortunate, let the mimic insect take a rare trip to the city. In the urban area, Chu Jun also saw the pitiful and terrible ruins of the urban area for the first time with the naked eyes of the mimic insect. Countless places have been cordoned off, creating a scene of a wasteland after a radiation apocalypse. Although the authorities are trying their best to restore the city as quickly as possible. However, the double attack of the radiated beasts and the white death parasites still makes the reconstruction of the urban area seem a little difficult to support. And, although Jack was making a very violent scene at the time. But in terms of destructive power, the white death is more powerful. A huge warning sign appeared in front of Chu Jun, causing him to stop. Most of the characteristics of the white death are written on the warning sign. Moreover, the warning even included the message of being careful with some strange beasts. As long as residents find that some common strange beasts suddenly become larger and stronger, they must be more careful. Besides that, the most important thing is, if any citizen discovers that a human or an alien animal is infected with the white death parasite, please call the Health Paradise hotline immediately. Health Paradise has taken absolute precautions against the threat of the white death. Seeing this, Chu Jun couldn't help but smile. He didn't forget. I have the responsibility of fulfilling the duties of 2 people. And the missions of these 2 people are related to Health Paradise Company. After walking around for quite a while, Chu Jun decided to let the mimic insect go home and buy himself some food on the way back. However, while waiting for the bus, the mimic came across an ice cream cart and immediately began to tremble all over. It is obvious that after buying ice cream for Xiaoxi and others for a long time, the mimic has also fallen in love with this thing. In desperation, in order to appease the unstable mimic insect, Chu Jun spent money to buy 2 of the most expensive ice creams and let the mimic insect eat them while riding the bus back to school. In fact, his original plan was to let the mimic walk back to save some transportation fare. But after considering that the consequences of doing so might not be good, he gave up the plan. After all, the mimic's physical strength has reached its limit. After she comes back with food, she will probably need to rest for more than 10 hours. It seems that the direction in which mimics are evolving is more than just new sensory abilities. But, while the mimic insect was returning, Chu Jun was not idle either. At this moment, he had already focused his attention on another person. This person's identity is quite special, because she was the federal female agent who failed to assassinate Chu Jun. Now she was lying in a tunnel further down the sewer, enjoying the torture from the swarm of insects. Only, this torture has lasted for 3 whole days. Chapter 220 Dual Plan. Hello. How are you? In the dark underground tunnel, as Chu Jun's ghostly voice rang out, The female human federal agent who had been imprisoned for 3 days immediately became excited. She now looked completely different from how she was 3 days ago. Her originally smooth skin had turned into some kind of wrinkled, indescribable, strange skin-like tissue. There was only one reason why her skin was in this state. That is, after experiencing the torture of unlimited rebirth and destruction by the flying snake, winged snake, her skin cells have completely collapsed. Unlimited growth, unlimited rebirth. Such torture had already driven this guy crazy during these long 72 hours. Woo woo woo. Looking at Chu Jun, the mimic insect, who suddenly arrived, a hint of clarity suddenly appeared in her originally dull eyes. Her tongue had completely lost the ability to speak due to excessive ulceration. So for now she can only make a humming sound. Of course, this is also related to the fact that she bit her tongue too many times to commit suicide. Although the flying snake's repairability is not as good as that of the top-level healing beasts, the main feature of its repair fluid is simple and crude. For a small wound like the one on the other's tongue, no matter how many times the other person bites it, it is doomed to be in vain. Of course, although the opponent's body was tortured, but her spirit was exceptionally strong. Although she wanted to use her psychic powers to commit suicide several times, her calmness and hope allowed her to persevere until now. It's a pity. As a psychic, it is impossible to go completely crazy. After all, the specialness of psychics is not just in their abilities. Their spirit is also an extremely interesting existence. Whenever a psychic's mind becomes disordered, they can always repair their own mind quickly. This is why psychics are so powerful in this society, but the number of anti-human and crazy psychics is so small. So when Chu Jun saw how spirited this guy was when treating him, he immediately laughed. Not bad. I haven't gone completely crazy yet. Where's that guy on your chest? What Chu Jun is talking about here is the beast called Fallen Liquid, as a special beast that stays with this woman. In fact, most of Chu Jun's attention was focused on this liquid monster. After all, it is absolutely impossible for Chu Jun to study a liquid monster like Fall, which is a monster that can merge with its master without restrictions. That doesn't fit his character, and it doesn't fit his perception. But unfortunately, due to the special structure of this liquid monster, at this time, Chu Jun was completely unable to take down this liquid monster for research. Because the cunning creator of this strange beast actually researched and developed 2 completely different but miraculous safety devices for this liquid beast. Its first safety device is a common heart. This liquid monster called Fallen shares the same heart and blood system with this woman. If Chu Jun wanted to use surgery to take this guy down, it would wither and die immediately. Even the cells in this strange beast's body will wither and die faster than its heart. Don't worry. The reason why Chu Jun knew this was because this guy had actually tried it. However, due to the failure and the risk of death, Chu Jun did not make the next attempt. And this is just the first line of insurance for this strange beast. In addition to this line of insurance, this strange beast has a second line of insurance. That is separation death. This is a wonderful technique that even Chu Jun cannot understand. Because the technology situation is like this. Once this guy's cells are cut into small pieces and separated far enough from his body, then the cells that are separated will die immediately. In this case, Chu Jun can forget about research. He couldn't even observe this guy's appearance. It can be said that with both safety devices in effect, Chu Jun was in a very embarrassing situation. First, he had no way of dissecting this woman, and he couldn't let this female spy from the Human Federation die. Because once she died, this precious liquid monster would also die. There was no way Chu Jun would let himself waste such a precious experimental opportunity. So after making this clear, the King of Chu increased the number of flying snakes so that the death that the other party expected would never come. But this is just maintenance. Second, at this time, Chu Jun had no way to study this liquid monster. After all, the guy who created this liquid monster has blocked all research paths. Unless Chu Jun has a way to conduct research directly on the opponent's body without slicing it, he will never be able to figure out the structure of this thing. Chu Jun's current condition is like those monkeys locked in a cage with bananas all around. No matter how impatient he was, these bananas always kept an ambiguous distance from him. But the same thing. Chu Jun is not that monkey after all. Even if he is a monkey, he is definitely the smartest monkey among all monkeys. Because at this time, he had already made 2 plans for the current situation. His first plan was to continue to keep this female spy from the Human Federation. However, Chu Jun's purpose in doing this was actually to use this guy as bait. He decided to see if anyone else could come and save her. After all, judging from this guy's combat power, Chu Jun didn't think that the forces behind this guy would easily give up on her. So as long as this guy is still alive, then Chu Jun believed that someone would definitely be able to find her. Remember, this is a world filled with psychic energy. As long as there is psychic power, no matter whether it is a human or a strange beast, There is always something you can't predict. So in this matter, Chujun made a 100% plan. And even if the other party succeeded in rescuing the other party, Chujun would only lose a puppet that he could not use at all. But the price the other party has to pay is much heavier. Because Chujun had already greeted the Empire's Princess Clarice. No matter what means this female spy and her companions used to escape, Chujun believed that they could not escape from Clarice's clutches. After all, this Empire's carnivorous plant, this terrible witch, is suppressing the rebels on the satellite. But one of her main alien beasts was in a dormant state, hovering above the Songnon moon. And this main monster once killed an almost complete flesh and blood giant in seconds. This is the real reason why Chujun dared to make such a crazy plan. He is not good at commanding battles personally, and he only has one attitude towards fighting. That is to maximize all favorable conditions. Take advantage of everything you can. In the shadows, Chujun thought so as he looked at the guy in front of him who was groaning in pain. Of course, this is not the only plan that Chujun has. After all, compared to the information on this woman and the power behind her, what Chujun cared more about was the strange beast in this woman, the corruption. The same thing. Compared to the title of conspirator, Chujun is more like a genuine scholar. Out of his infinite thirst for the unknown, his primary goal is still to explore the exotic animals in this world. So, hold on. I almost forgot. Chu squatted down and patted the body of the strange beast. Next second, the fallen liquid monster directly grew a mouth and bit off one of Chujun's mimic insect's hands. I almost forgot that you recover faster than your master. After all, I knocked all your teeth out before, but now they have grown back like an old dog. Facing Chujun's provocation, Fall directly transformed into a middle finger. Hiki, don't treat me like that. Actually, I have no ill will towards you. To be precise, I have no ill will towards any of the experimental subjects. In my eyes, they are all equal. As soon as he finished speaking, Chujun controlled the mimic insect and stretched out his other intact hand, suddenly injecting a syringe into the body of the strange beast. The next second, violent screams echoed in the underground pit. It's not just the Fall that's screaming. Even her host was screaming. Soon, they began to twitch. Quick, release the antidote for me. With the release of the antidote, the man and the beast recovered. But then comes the second shot. The third needle, the fourth needle. As Chujun's face gradually distorted, the experimental drugs he created were injected into the opponent's body one by one, causing the opponent to fall into a hell of pain. Until, this substance works. Along with the state of this liquid monster, there was a slight change. Chujun also stopped, because he found a way to study this strange beast. A solution similar to BUG. Chapter 221 Analysis of Fall. I really didn't expect that. Is cachexia the only substance that works among so many substances? At this moment, the Fall was shaking constantly due to contact with cachexia, and small pieces of tumor-like substances were splitting out on its originally smooth body. And what Chujun was waiting for was actually such an opportunity. He quickly ordered the mimics to collect these small tumor-like things from the fallen body. At the same time, he immediately gave an order to the mimic insect to put these small tumors into the container. But that's not all. Chujun then asked these knife worms to bring the collected tumors to their side. As long as these tumors can remain active when the body comes into contact with them, Chujun can use his ultimate evolution system to perform genetic analysis and obtain the genetic sequence of this strange beast. After all, the existence that was in contact with the other party at this time was just a mimic insect controlled by Chujun, not Chujun's real body. Therefore, if Chujun wants to use the ultimate evolution system, he must either go to this place in person or take this method. But it must be said, Chujun's plan is indeed the only one that can achieve its goal. After all, by doing this, he can perfectly circumvent the two insurance mechanisms on Fallen's body. Those tumors that have mutated due to cachexia can no longer be considered truly degenerate at this point. They are not even organs of depravity. They are just some kind of corrupt product mutated by drugs. It was for this reason that Chujun successfully collected her genetic sequence at this time. Although these gene sequences have some mutations to varying degrees due to cachexia contamination. But fortunately, as long as Chujun collects enough samples, then he could definitely create a complete form of corruption if he had enough genetic samples. In other words, it is close to the corruption of the essence. But this is still not a perfect solution. Because the trouble Chujun has to solve is not as simple as the two so-called insurance mechanisms that have fallen. He also faced two other different challenges. One is the Fall's extremely powerful ability to repair its own genes. The other is time. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Looking at the first knife worm carrying the mutant sample running towards him, Chujun started to recite something in his heart. At this moment, the corrupted tumor in the container has begun to repair itself due to the reduction of cachexia. I saw countless black bubbles appearing near the tumor. These are all abilities that the fall itself possesses, the ability to self-repair. Then, under the repair of these black bubbles, the first tumor was quickly and completely repaired to the original appearance of the fall. So, as soon as the repair is completed, the separated tissue exploded into powder in the container with a snap. Seeing this scene, Chujun immediately understood. This is the part that was separated from the fall. The moment it recovered, it sensed that it was too far away from its original body, so it directly chose self-annihilation. But at this time, Chujun was not disappointed. He didn't even care, had no emotion at all. Because he knew very well. This is certain. With the corrupted genetic abilities, there is absolutely no way that the guy who originally designed this strange beast would let himself get the corrupted genetic sequence so easily. But, quick. The second and third containers were carried by a knife worm and a message worm respectively and rushed towards Chujun's location through the intricate sewers. Then came the fourth and the fifth. More and more insect beasts, carrying their own genetic samples, try to complete their master's tasks. Finally, accompanied by countless failures, the first knife worm that successfully delivered the genetic sample back to Chujun appeared. Looking at the genetic sample in his hand, Chujun also became excited. After picking up a piece of meat and rewarding the lucky knife worm, Chujun immediately used his ultimate evolution system without hesitation to start genetic analysis on this sample from the fallen alien beast. Soon, all the secrets hidden by the fallen beast appeared directly in front of Chujun. Only, how was that possible? As the other party's genes were analyzed, two strange discoveries made Chujun couldn't help but widen his eyes. This guy actually has some human genes in his genes. No. After spending more time with Clare, this is nothing. The most important thing. The guy who created this strange beast actually dared to insert his own symbol into the genes of this strange beast? Is this a provocation, or he's asserting his sovereignty? Chapter 222 God's Creation. At this moment, Chujun has completely understood this alien genetic sequence called Fall. However, after seeing the other party's genetic sequence, he was very surprised. He had never even thought that such a scene would appear before him. At this time, in the interface of the ultimate evolution system, Chujun had already seen part of the genes of this strange beast. But what was strange was that the genetic sequence of the fallen beast, which was supposed to appear in the form of a genetic chain, actually had a small butterfly appear at the tail. What's more important is that this tiny butterfly is actually made up entirely of useless proteins. Notice, the uselessness here does not mean that these proteins have lost their activity. Quite the opposite. These proteins are all truly active proteins. They can even replicate continuously as the gene sequence replicates. But they are still useless. Because their only effect on this section of genetic sequence is that they have no effect. They are just the marks a person leaves on his work. This behavior may sound insignificant, but it's actually pretty scary. Moreover, for someone like Chujun who understands the existence of genetic sequences, the more he understands this thing, the more he can feel the horror of this behavior. Because the gene sequence is something that many people jokingly call the shit mountain code. But the reality is, this mountain of shitty code is a mountain of shitty code that not everyone can delete at will. Even Chujun himself could not, and even dared not to arbitrarily delete the genetic sequence of any organism. Even the genetic sequence of the little hungry creature created by Chujun doesn't work. Because everyone may have forgotten. The existence of Little Hungry is actually the result of Chujun using the genes of a mutated insect, a strange beast, to transform it step by step to its current level. In other words, Little Hunger herself actually has some kind of prototype. Chujun himself simply made various deletions and improvements based on the original prototype of Little Hunger. If you create something out of thin air, Chujun can do it too. But most of the time, he could only create ordinary original creatures, and he could also create a small number of improved creatures. For example, those swarms of insect creatures he created, these creatures were all created by Chujun after improvements. But without exception, none of these creatures were created from scratch. They all have templates that Chujun can use as reference to a greater or lesser extent. But the beast Fallen is completely different. If Chujun guessed correctly, judging from the genetic sequence of the fallen beast, this guy was most likely created out of thin air by her creator using his own means. Of course, even if this guy borrowed something, it couldn't be considered borrowing. Because as Chujun used the ultimate system to gradually study the functions of the fall and the overall picture of its genes, he was surprised to find the so-called human genes were actually just a DNA console and unlocking code embedded in the body of the fallen monster. This may cause some ambiguity, but to put it in a simpler way, it is actually. The reason why this set of DNA exists is that only people who possess this set of DNA can use all the functions of the fallen beast and fully utilize the enhanced functions of the fallen beast. Although ordinary humans can theoretically use the fallen beast to strengthen themselves. But the problem is, the effect of such enhancement is very limited, and a certain fallen gene fragment will forcibly absorb the biomass of this human being to replenish itself due to genetic mismatch. Damn it. This female agent from the Human Federation really didn't lie. The strange beast on her body is actually a custom-made product, and it's the most high-end custom product. What's even more terrifying is, Chujun himself is very clear about it. If this fallen beast is really his creator, he can create it out of thin air. So the guy who created her is, in some ways, much more powerful than Chujun. This kind of strength is not simply strength in knowledge or psychic power, but strength in a certain personality. In other words, to put it simply, this guy. Could it be the legendary god? The god who created living things in the legend? An incredible, even crazy idea appeared in Chujun's mind. This crazy guy showed signs of losing his sanity for the first time. Chapter 223 Disassembly and Replication. As more and more genetic sequences from Fallen fell into Chujun's hands, Chujun finally began to analyze Fallen's abilities on a large scale. At this time, Chujun had recovered from his previous shock. He began to deal with the fall with extraordinary calmness. There is no fear, no surprise, no envy or doubt. Because Chujun knew very well, all the emotions you currently have will eventually lead to errors in your research results. A truly qualified researcher should find ways to treat his or her experimental subjects in an absolutely rational way of thinking. With this thought in mind, Chujun began to decipher the genetic sequence of the Fallen. But it's a little different from what many people imagine. When Chujun began to analyze in detail, the first function he analyzed was not the attack ability of the fallen beast, but the set of abilities that she possessed that were connected and coordinated with human genes. That's right. This ability is not a separate ability. Rather, it is a complete set of capabilities that work together and connect with each other, eventually becoming an independent system capability. After Chujun's initial experiment, he found that it was somewhat different from what he had originally imagined. The fallen gene sequence is not a perfect match for the human gene sequence in the strict sense, because as long as Chujun can modify certain genetic sequence nodes of fallen, then in theory, he can make fallen cooperate perfectly with others. But then the problem arises. Which step should I start with? Is it the verification capability of the gene sequence, or is it the detection entry point of the gene sequence? Chujun had an idea at this time. In order to better and more carefully understand the full capabilities of the fall, he planned to simulate a fall of his own as soon as possible. Because if he can also make a complete imitation, then this means the guy who created the fall is stronger than Chujun. But the gap between the two sides is still within the scope of the ultimate evolution system. As long as you can succeed, then this would be exciting news. This is the real reason why Chujun chose to start with the connection function. As night gradually falls, Chujun, who had fallen into a state of frenzy, was busy in his laboratory. He didn't even have time to eat the dinner that Xiao 11 brought him. He didn't even know Clare came back halfway. The only thing he knew was that he was simulating the first function of depravity bit by bit. Finally, success. After failing dozens of times in a row, Chujun finally completely copied the first function of the fallen beast, which is the function of gene sequence detection and access. And in order to prevent this function from causing symptoms such as forgetfulness, Chujun, who had a splitting headache, directly treated Xiao Hungry as his own mobile hard drive and stored the data directly into the genetic storage bank in Xiao Hungry's body. Next, it's the various abilities of the Fallen. But before I continue copying, I need to take inventory of the various abilities of the Fallen. First is the first ability. Fallen in the flesh, possessing the ability to use its own cells to strengthen the host cells. She can use the substances in her own cells to give the host stronger reaction abilities, hearing and vision, and even enhance the adaptability of its neural network. But Chujun said as he disassembled and copied it, this ability is just a foundation. Because the ability of fall is actually adapted to her second ability. The second offensive ability of the corrupted is that after the initial fusion with the host, it can use its own cells to deeply change and fuse the host's limbs. It can become the host's muscles, the host's claws, and even actively transform into some kinetic tools with more complex functions, such as bows and arrows, and single-molecule wires that appear to be high-tech but are actually still in the category of cold weapons. But this fusion is essentially more like a fleshy exoskeleton. As Chujun spoke, he disassembled this ability and stored it in Xiao Hungry's body. And Chujun also recalled, when the fallen guy rushed into his own laboratory, he did release 2 single-molecule lines from his wrist. At that time, Chujun thought that this was the weapon that the female agent carried with her, but he didn't expect that this was actually her own corrupting ability. Next, it is this guy Fallen's most special and most important ability. Psychic Power Enhancement. Chapter 224 Clare's message. Fallen can enhance the psychic power of its host. This ability should be just a psychic ability, but she actually achieved it by possessing a body. But this is also the first time I've seen it. A psychic ability can actually be amplified by possessing a body, although Chu-Jun ignored her third ability when he first saw it. But after several experiments, he finally found the correct use of this ability. And this ability, the same structure, is stored in the body of Little Hungry. Ahem, I have to say it. This little guy, Little Hunger, is sometimes quite multifunctional. For example, sometimes she was Chu-Jun's bodyguard. Sometimes, she was Chu-Jun's subordinate, helping Chu-Jun issue various orders. Even if conditions permit, this parasite, which has grown several sizes, can even become Chu-Jun's pillow. First, take a break. At noon the next day, Chu-Jun, who had been working for more than 10 hours without realizing it, suddenly felt as if there was an earthquake around him. But Xiao Hungry's calm psychic connection told Chu-Jun clearly, there are no earthquakes here. He was just in a bad state. When Chu-Jun thought of this, he realized it at this moment. I have been working for more than 10 hours in a row. Although the genetic sequence of the fallen had been completely analyzed by him and more than half of it had been copied. But Chu-Jun couldn't hold on any longer. It wasn't because his spirit was tired, but because his body couldn't hold on any longer. It's a little different from what many people think. In fact, in some cases, using your brain consumes more nutrients than physical work. In fact, Chu-Jun's high-intensity mental work consumes more nutrients than most physical work. This is the main reason why he often feels hungry. At this time, Chu-Jun, with tired eyes, stood up silently. Because he had taken back his previous cold and extremely rational thinking, he had regained his emotions and felt terrible again. Well, whatever I think. The guy who created the Beast of Fall is extremely terrifying. And the more I think about it, the scarier it gets. But if I didn't have the ultimate evolution system, I would probably just think that the Fall was just some kind of mutant beast. On this point, ignorance is really fearless. While thinking this, Chu-Jun left Clare's laboratory. Wow, Chu-Jun, you finally came out. As soon as he left the laboratory, Xiao 11 excitedly flew into Chu-Jun's arms and said with a smile, my mother came back last night. She was talking to you, but you ignored her. Oh. At this moment, Chu-Jun was thinking back to last night, when there seemed to be someone by his side. It turns out that this person is Clare. Chu-Jun, who was staying at Clare's house, thought so. What does she want from me? It seems like Mom wants to ask you if you want to go out for dinner. But you didn't reply, and my mom got angry, so she went out to eat by herself. This damn guy. You went out to eat delicious food without inviting me. Even if I didn't reply to her, she should at least pack some for me. Chu-Jun, who was starving and blaming others for his mistakes, thought so. And I almost forgot. I need to ask Clare about her daughter's genes. Besides these, what else is there? What else did your mother say? My mother said she won't be back tonight. But tomorrow night, she will be back and bring you the information you want. Oh. Upon hearing this, Chu-Jun suddenly realized. Clare hasn't come back these 2 days. Could she be busy with this matter? It seems that Clare Morton is more reliable than I thought. Thinking of this, Chu-Jun nodded. Okay, then I'll wait for her tomorrow night. Oh, by the way, my mother also said something not so important that I don't even want to tell you. What is it? She said, no ice cream for my daughters. Chapter 225, The Little Hunger of Level 3 Psychic Energy. Wow. Cream ice cream still smells good. By the way, don't you want to eat something? At this moment, Chu-Jun, who had already eaten and drunk his fill, was lying comfortably on the sofa, eating dessert while squinting his eyes at Clare's daughters who were standing or lying in front of him. Hey. When he saw the centipede-like beast drooling, Chu-Jun could no longer hold back the smile on his face and laughed out loud. Chu-Jun, you were such a bad guy. Give us the ice cream. Seeing that the evil guy Chu-Jun was still laughing, Xiao 11 immediately pounced on him, snatched the bucket of ice cream from his hand, and then shared it with her sisters. In fact, the main reason Chu-Jun did this was not only to amuse Xiaoxi and the others, but also he was observing these insect swarms and strange beasts, especially their preferences. Haha. I don't know why your mother forbade me to give you ice cream, but are you too keen on ice cream? In fact, it's not just Xiao 11 and the others who like to eat ice cream. Even Little Hungry and other insect creatures like to eat ice cream. For example, the mimic insect was also excited and thrilled when it saw the ice cream near the station. It seems that high-calorie foods such as ice cream are indeed what these insects and strange beasts like. At least pure sweetness is not enough to make these insect beasts so crazy and obsessed. With this idea in mind, Chu-Jun began a new round of food testing on Clare's daughters. The results were obvious, except for the ice cream. Many foods rich in fat are also popular among them. More importantly, the issue of taste is actually related to intelligence. Let's take the two insect-shaped monsters, Xiaoxi and Xiaoqi, as examples. Although the highly intelligent Xiao 11 also likes high-fat foods, she will never eat uncooked food. But Xiaoqi, a low-intelligence monster, didn't mind. She was even more keen on eating bloody foods. Such intellectual differentiation made Chu Jun realize that intelligence can indeed fully influence the habits of a creature. Thinking of this, Chu Jun's true purpose was exposed. That is, he had some guesses about the nature of the Babel source crystal. Taking advantage of the time when he was not doing experiments, Chu Jun took out the little hungry that had eaten too much source crystal powder. At this time, the little hungry had recovered more than half. Her mobility and ability to move were also restored. Under such circumstances, Chu Jun took out another small piece of source crystal without hesitation, crushed it into powder, and let the little hungry creature, which had been paralyzed once, eat it again. Although I don't have any evidence at the moment. But I still have every doubt. When little hungry devoured the source crystal powder, the emotions she displayed were exactly the same as when she consumed high-energy food. So in some cases, these so-called source crystals should also be another kind of high-energy substance. However, there are two reasons why Chu Jun used should instead of definitely. First of all, source crystal does not have a very high energy value. There is no doubt about this. Because materials like source crystals, if they have high energy value, then their nature cannot be hidden. Just like those horrible nuclear materials. So the source crystal is actually a high-energy substance of another nature. That is a high-energy item that targets psychic energy. As expected, little hungry, who had already tasted the source crystal powder once, immediately showed a greedy and hungry look when he saw the source crystal powder again. He started to eat all the source crystal powder in an almost crazy manner. Under Chu Jun's gaze, the little hungry creature's state changed again. As a separate individual among countless hungry little ones, her psychic level and psychic strength are constantly rising. Final. As the little hungry body gradually stiffened, she finally ate all the source crystal powder, and her psychic power level directly reached level 3. This is the only one among all the little hungry individuals that has exceeded the 3rd level of psychic power. At the same time, Chu Jun also observed. Xiao Hungry's original emotional fluctuations began to become more complicated. She finally began to understand the words that Chu Jun had taught her before. But what really surprised Chu Jun was the transformation of this hungry little creature actually led to an evolution for the entire insect swarm, because she successfully mutated her most critical psychic talent, Hive Mind. Chapter 226, Growing Again. As little hungry's psychic power directly broke through the 3rd level, Chu Jun was surprised to find that the swarm creatures, especially little hungry's most important Hive Mind, had directly mutated. This psychic ability has now mutated into a new ability, and it has undergone 2 mutations in one go. First of all, the psychic talent of Hive Mind directly mutated into a psychic ability called Insect Mind. This psionic ability is based on hive thinking and adds the ability to control Little Hunger. Before, Little Hunger had to rely on Chu Jun's help to communicate between Little Hunger in the wild and Little Hunger in the sewer. But now, Little Hungry can directly complete the docking of all swarm thinking with the ability of swarm thinking. What is more important is, Little Hungry's ability also enables all of her individuals to directly possess the potential of 3rd level psychic powers. From now on, as long as the Little Hunger is created by Chu Jun, they will have the ability to obtain 3rd level psychic energy. Of course, each hungry little individual still needs time to grow. All in all, in addition, Little Hungry has enhanced its ability to control other insect swarms and monsters. Without any assistance, a single Little Hunger can control nearly 2,000 swarms of monsters. And if with the help of Chu Jun and the brainworm, this number will continue to rise. The evolution of this ability is actually more like an amplifying patch. He did not change the basic capabilities of the Hive Mind, but made it easier for Little Hungry to control a swarm. But after Little Hungry swallowed the source crystal powder, her biggest change was that her thinking became more active. When I was a little hungry before, my thinking was still very primitive. In that state, her intelligence level was probably that of a beast, and a beast with a relatively low intelligence level. But now, her intelligence level has surpassed. Dog. Cough cough. Don't get me wrong. This is not to discriminate against Little Hungry or anything, but Little Hungry's current intelligence has really reached the level of a dog. Although this level does not sound like a big improvement, Xiao Hang, who could only say the word hungry not long ago, learned several words that Chu Jun had not been able to teach him for a long time, such as apple, meat, etc., in just a few minutes. Come. Chu Jun took out a piece of fried chicken and picked up an apple and put them in his hands. A little hungry. Which one are you going to eat first? Meat. Apples. Little Hungry excitedly slapped his only moving tail and excitedly shouted with psychic power in Chu Jun's mind. Which one should I eat first? Meat. Sure enough, after Chu Jun asked Xiao Hungry chose to eat meat first without hesitation. And this time, the effect of positive incentives really appeared. After Xiao Hungry discovered that she could get rewards by talking to Chu Jun in this strange language, she began to frantically pick out her favorite food. Of course, all the food she could choose was meat without exception. Finally, after Chu Jun fed the entire box of fried chicken nuggets beside him to the two different hungry little ones, Chu Jun stopped without hesitation. No matter how hungry the little one cried, he stopped giving him food. It's not that Chu Jun is cruel, but there is really no food around him. However, it was precisely because Xiao Hungry's ability had been improved that Chu Jun now once again remembered an extremely important thing. That is to strengthen and supplement his brainworm. When Chu Jun constructed the brainworm, he specifically chose his own gene sequence as the basic part of the brainworm's brain. So in order to prevent the brainworm from developing self-awareness, he directly blocked almost all of the brainworm's functions. But now, Chu Jun can solve this problem. This is because Chu Jun gained enough inspiration from the previous biochemical subbrain, and at the same time, he also discovered another way to solve this problem when he analyzed the fall before. That is, he planned to set the brainworm to be a similar existence to the fall. A special insect swarm beast that can only control the brainworm through his genetic sequence. As long as he can complete such a setting, then Chu Jun will in fact become the permanent master of the insect swarm and monsters. No one else can do this. Only he is qualified to control the swarm. Chapter 227 Fear and Confusion. Success. With Chu Jun's third experiment, the first modified brainworm was finally created by Chu Jun. However, this new brainworm cannot be said to be exactly the same as Chu Jun's original brainworm, but it can at least be said to be completely different. If Chu Jun's previous brainworm looked like a large balloon that could float in the air and had many tentacles on its body, now Chu Jun's brainworm has completely given up its ability to float and turned into an extremely large pool of viscous liquid. That's right, a pool of liquid monster that is very similar to the fallen being. However, due to the nature of brainworms, they are creatures that provide computing power after all. So this pool of liquid is not a completely viscous liquid, but a liquid filled with 9 brains. That may sound odd. Let's use a simpler example to illustrate this. At this time, the brainworm has turned into a huge spread-out omelet, but on this omelet, there are 9 brains that look like egg yolks. These brains were completely wrapped in this viscous liquid, and their structure was also completely preserved. Although Chu Jun has not yet fully understood the principle of depravity, but the knowledge he currently possessed had allowed him to partially plagiarize most of the structure of the fallen. At the same time, one of the most important functions of fall, which is the function that can only be controlled by Chu Jun's genes, was also completely copied by Chu Jun. So at this time, Chu Jun was already very satisfied with the function of the brainworm. He also planned to test the computing power that this brainworm could provide. As Chu Jun used his psychic power and genetic sequence to log into his first new brainworm, a brand new continent and a strange world appeared directly before Chu Jun's eyes. Because just like the last time Chu Jun used the biochemical subbrain, these 9 new brains directly supported Chu Jun's computing ability with an extremely terrifying computing power. What's even more terrifying is, this time, Chu Jun's computing power increased far more terrifyingly than before when he used the biochemical subbrain. Because the biochemical subbrain used by Chu Jun at that time looked huge, but the computing power it provided was only slightly higher than most of the biochemical beasts used for computing today. But Chu Jun's brainworm is completely different. Because the adorable girl directly connected 9 blank brains together. The computing power that these 9 blank brains can provide allowed Chu Jun to directly begin further testing. He began to try to use this supercomputing power to continue analyzing the remaining genetic sequences of the fallen alien beast. As expected, this time, Chu Jun's speed was nearly 10 times faster than before. In just 3 hours. Not only did he analyze the entire genetic sequence of the fall, but he also had enough computing power to simulate all the previous disassembly methods again to see if he had made any mistakes. Fortunately, although Chu Jun did not have the help of the brainworm before, he was still careful enough. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with his previous disassembly steps. Only, after having a higher level of computing power, Chu Jun's fear of the existence that caused corruption became even deeper. Because he really discovered a horrible fact. That is, the horrible guy who caused the fall has truly surpassed him, a mortal, in terms of status. Chu Jun calculated it. With his current abilities, even with the support of hundreds of brainworms, it is impossible for him to design and create a creature like the corruption from scratch. This is not because of computing power at all, but it's a question of ability. As a human being, Chu Jun simply does not possess such ability. After thinking about this, Chu Jun silently cut off the connection with the brainworm and sat back down. For a moment, all he felt was fear. But as the fear gradually subsided, his current feeling turned into confusion. Because he doesn't understand. Such a guy, if he really exists. So why hasn't he set out to change the world? It is obvious that he has become a genuine god to some extent. God. Chu Jun chuckled. Yes. Since he traveled to this world, he has seen a strange being who calls himself God, and a being who does not call himself God but actually possesses the power of God. This weird world is really scary. A feeling of powerlessness came over Chu Jun's heart. At this moment, it seemed to sense that Chu Jun was a little depressed, so Little Hungry slowly crawled over and put its head in Chu Jun's hand. She was trying to comfort Chu Jun. Chapter 228, Leaving This Planet. This was different from the previous times when I clearly felt that something was wrong with Chu Jun and tried to comfort Chu Jun's hunger. This time, the little hunger really expressed the emotion of care. And what about it? She also seemed to express rare empathy towards Chu Jun. For example, a cute little hungry cat, after seeing Chu Jun was in a low mood, silently walked to the empty box that was no longer filled with fried chicken, found a piece of fried chicken with oil residue left by it, and brought it to Chu Jun. Meat. Little Hungry was still a bug after all, and she couldn't understand why her master was so depressed. She simply thought that the reason her master was like this was probably because she was not full. Therefore, giving this precious food to Chu Jun was the only solution she could think of. And the other side. After feeling Xiao Hungry's heartwarming gesture, Chu Jun finally came back to his senses. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chu Jun smiled and stroked the Little Hungry head and put the already tasteless residue into his mouth. At the same time, Chu Jun also made up his mind. Snort. God. God absolutely does not exist, because the character of the King of Chu is extremely special. At this moment, he no longer had any fear, nor any confusion, because this terrifying guy has now turned all his confusion and fear into anger. That damn guy. Not only is he not some high and mighty god, but even if he is, he must be a false god. He just mastered a certain biotechnology earlier than me, and the level of biotechnology he used was far more crude than I imagined. Although Fall appeared to be very powerful, she and her manipulator still lost to Chu Jun, or at least to Chu Jun's swarm of insects. So Chu Jun's mentality at this time underwent an almost miraculous reversal. Those fears and confusion made him humiliated, and this humiliation eventually turned into complete anger. His goal has been changed, because he wanted to make the guy who made him feel fear and confusion feel what real fear and confusion are. And the method he used to achieve this goal was not complicated. That is, Chu Jun is going to use his creation to crush all of that guy's sense of superiority. If there is a god in this world, then this god can only be my swarm. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun called Pang Bo. What's wrong, Brother Chu? Why did you call me suddenly? My new base hasn't been built yet. Not knowing what Chu Jun wanted to do, Pang Bo asked tentatively. By the way, Brother Chu, are you going to tell me that John over there is ready to take over my duties? Panghua, who really didn't want to be the boss, asked excitedly. But unfortunately, Chu Jun didn't call for this purpose. Quite the opposite. At present, Mr. Chu just has a new idea. Neither. I'm just looking for a place for my swarm of insects to test their strength. What's the meaning? Panghua was confused. He didn't understand what was wrong with Chu Jun. After all, this guy's brain circuit is to do whatever he wants. So he didn't quite understand what Chu Jun wanted to do. But he soon understood what this madman Chu Jun wanted to do. Moreover, Panghua himself was very opposed to this plan. You knew some guys involved in smuggling before, didn't you? You mean Lord Fenrir? It's not him. He is a channel for smuggling, not an individual smuggler. When I say smuggler, I mean someone who can actually go to other planets. Yes, I know a captain. Okay, help me make an appointment with him. I have something to give to him. Forehead. What do you want to do? On the other end of the phone, Panghua had a bad feeling. Nothing. I'm just planning to release a few little hungry ones onto some uninhabited planets. After all, the current insect swarm is already perfect enough in terms of structure. They should have left this planet earlier than us. Chapter 229, Smugglers. Although Panghua often did not understand Chu Jun's thoughts, out of fear of Chu Jun, he promptly told Chu Jun the contact information of the smugglers he knew. It is worth mentioning. All the things Panghua provided were ways to contact the other party, not traditional contact numbers. This is so because the so-called smugglers are very dangerous. They cannot move freely in the city center and surrounding areas of Tsangnan like ordinary people. Even to some extent, they are much more likely to be caught by the police than the so-called gangsters. Because in the eyes of the Tsangnan city police, the harm caused by this group of smugglers is far more serious than that of the gangs. What? Don't you believe it? Then this group of Tsangnan city police officers have something to say. Because what are the most common death cases in Tsangnan city every year? Are they those homeless people who die of disease, thirst and hunger because they have no money? Yes. Cough, cough, cough. But it doesn't matter, After all, society is another form of cruel nature. They starve to death because they didn't work hard enough. What's important is that the second most common death case in Sangnan City is related to the smuggling of exotic animals. That's right. Even though this society has entered the era of alien beasts and interstellar space. However, within this empire called the Star Sea, there is still a huge smuggling system. Many exotic animals with special functions have to be smuggled in. And these so-called special beasts are, without exception, harmful to ordinary people. For example, a few months ago, Jack helped them sell a strange beast called the seven-colored lizard. This strange beast itself is not powerful. It can even be said to be weak. However, this strange beast has a special function, which is to secrete a powerful hallucinogenic liquid. These hallucinogenic liquids not only have the abilities of those drugs, but can also give many old men new life. This sounds like a good product, right? But there is only one problem. This thing has a side effect. That is, if this hallucinogenic liquid is taken too much, or if there are too many impurities in the liquid, then these liquids will be transformed into a horrible poison that can make people crazy. This poison will not directly kill those who take it, but will cause them to indiscriminately attack all living things around them. All in all, the seven-colored lizard that Jack helped escape and sold at a high price has caused hundreds of deaths so far. There are so many cases of people killing their wives and children due to toxins that the police have become accustomed to it. There have even been cases of police officers under too much pressure shooting civilians after taking this drug. This number is more than the number of people killed by Jack Gang in a year. That's why the entire Star Sea Empire has strictly turned many exotic beasts with special functions into contraband that cannot be smuggled. The strange beast called Screaming Locust that Chu Jun has always wanted is the best among them. The best among the contraband exotic beasts. In short, in order to prevent themselves from being found by the police, all smugglers have their own unique communication channels. Most of them don't have a phone, and the location where they live is also extremely special. For example, the woman Chu Jun is currently in contact with. By the way, if you want to find this place, it's really troublesome. Slurp. In the extremely hot desert, Chu Jun, the mimic insect, licked the ice cream in his hand frantically and then left the car. Under the sunlight, he slowly left the road and walked towards a sign on the side of the road. Then, Chu Jun followed Pamwa's request and drew a 5-pointed star symbol in the corner of the road sign with a marker. Then, it's a short wait. If Pombo wasn't lying. Slurp. Chu Jun's mimic worm licked a fresh bite of ice cream and got back into the car. Due to the complex functions of mimics, they are far more afraid of heat than Chu Jun imagined. So in order to solve this problem, Chu Jun specially rented a car with a refrigerator and air conditioning for the mimic insect. By the way, this guy, mimic insect, actually has a talent for driving far superior to Chu Jun. Although it was its first time to drive, it still quickly mastered all the driving skills. However, just over 2 hours later, a car stopped next to Chu Jun's car. After a burly man with arms thicker than Chu Jun's neck came down, he came to Chu Jun's side without caring about anything else. At the same time, he raised his gun. Sit in the passenger seat. I know. That's why I asked you to sit in the passenger seat. Remember to cover your eyes with this. After the burly man finished speaking, he threw a black eye mask in front of Chu Jun. Okay. After all, it's a mimic insect, so it's not afraid of death. Chu Jun asked the mimic insect to do as he was told. Although this human was very weak, Chu Jun did not think it was necessary to offend him. After all, he still has his own goals to achieve. Slurp. In the car, although its eyes were covered, the mimic insect continued to eat the popsicles and ice cream in the refrigerator. The burly man next to him was driving without saying a word. But what is predictable is that the mimics keep eating. His expression gradually became confused. By the way, does the human next to me have an iron stomach? Even if it's hot, you can't eat it like this. But this desert is indeed very hot. The temperature is probably around 50 degrees. While thinking this, the sturdy man secretly stole an ice cream from the refrigerator and started eating it while the mimic insect was not paying attention. Although the mimic was very unhappy, Chu Jun comforted her and said that he would buy her a refrigerator when she came back. That's all. The two of them drove for an hour and a half, snorting all the way. And most of the time, these two people are just going in circles. However, just as the car drove into a shadow, the sturdy man suddenly braked. Are we there yet? No. It's me. A cold female voice sounded from beside the mimic insect. Chapter 230, Terrifying Request. After hearing this, Chu Jun immediately took off his blindfold and looked at the back of the car. At the same time, a beautiful but creepy face appeared in front of Chu Jun. And beauty and creepiness appearing on each other's faces at the same time is definitely not an exaggeration, but a real description. Because the owner of this face can be said to be an absolute beauty. Oval face, pretty forehead, big eyes. But even such a face was severely scratched from left to right by the claws of a certain creature. This pretty and fair face was disfigured just like that. Slurp, slurp. However, I don't know if it was because she was annoyed by being stared at, or maybe the woman was annoyed by the constant slurping sound. She simply pulled out her pistol and aimed it at the mimic insect and the big man sitting in the driver's seat at the same time. You too. Take out what's in your hands. Slurp, slurp, you guys are so fucking annoying. And you, Jack. You son of a bitch, if you dare to steal from my clients again, I'll beat your assholes to pieces. Aren't you afraid that this guy might poison you? Hearing this, the sturdy man who was also called Jack immediately trembled. In the resentful eyes of the mimic insect, he snatched the ice cream from the other's hand and threw it out together with his own. At this moment, Jack had just woken up from his dream, because he didn't expect that he, who had always been cautious, would make such a mistake. Yes, what if the other party poisoned us? This possibility definitely exists. But Jack soon understood. It's all this guy's fault, he keeps eating. If this guy wasn't such a greedy guy, he would never have lowered his vigilance. Thinking of this, Jack glared at the mimic insect. I was wrong, big sister. Jack said humbly. Such a performance made Chu Jun roll his eyes. Good man, are you so timid? All the muscles on your body are fake. I didn't expect you to succumb to such a woman. Okay, big sister, I won't eat popsicles or ice cream for the next period of time. Then Chu Jun smiled and said to the other party, next, can we discuss the issue of smuggling? Stop, stop, stop. Seeing Chu Jun's familiarity, the woman couldn't help but feel a headache. I don't know you that well. Don't call me big sister, just call me 02. Okay, 02. Then maybe we should discuss the issue of smuggling. At this moment, the mimic insect has been turned into intelligent mode by Chu Jun. His tone also changed. And because of this function, the mimic insect has partial autonomy and can help Chu Jun solve his own problems in his own way. Of course, this is just a test after all. Moreover, the object of this test is Chu Jun's next transaction partner. Therefore, there is no way to break Chu Jun's psychic connection. Chu Jun was just observing to see if the mimic insect could achieve its goal. But I must remind you that our prices have increased recently. That bastard manhwa. Did I tell you about our service and how much it costs? Mimic insect Chu Jun nodded and gave an answer. 200,000 for the basic service price, no more than 100 grams. For every additional gram above 100 grams, the price will increase by 5%. As for the genetic ones, you pay by the number. Am I right? 02 nodded. You are right, but the price has doubled now. The price for basic services is 400,000. Above 100 grams, double it. If you increase 1 gram, it will be 15%. Chu Jun, who already had an idea of the price in mind, couldn't help but be shocked after hearing this price. Why is it growing so much? This is not just a simple doubling. Although Chu Jun is very rich, but that money was not his own. In addition, Chu Jun's subsequent service fees were destined to be very expensive, so he was still extremely surprised. But 02 just shook the barrel of the gun without explaining. You think it's expensive? Then find someone else. I don't think people who think prices are expensive are worthy of doing business with me. After saying that, 02 was about to get off the bus. But at this moment, Chu Jun's eyes changed. Even though it was only a split second, 02 still noticed it. This guy's previous childlike look changed directly to a monster-like look. Indifferent and cruel. And there is not much human touch. This is Chu Jun's thinking coming back. Fine. Not expensive. As soon as Chu Jun regained consciousness, the mimic insect's expression and posture changed. Just when 02 was still thinking about whether he should do something to prevent Chu Jun from suddenly attacking. This guy has become what he is today. He is like a polite but unapproachable gentleman. I don't mind a price increase for your services. So, let's continue talking about cooperation. What happened to this damn guy just now? Is he schizophrenic? 02 was confused by Chu Jun's expression and posture, and his mind was full of questions. But anyway, since Mr. Chu is here to give money, then she, who was short of money, had no reason to refuse the other party. Tell me what you want. What are you going to ask me to smuggle in for you? By the way, I can smuggle almost everything in for you, except for screaming locusts, ghost sharks, and colorful lizards. Oh, by the way, if you want to buy source crystals, that is, Baber source crystals, then this is also impossible. Hearing this, Chu Jun shook his head. Neither. I'm not asking you to smuggle anything in. You can't smuggle anything I want in. Cut. This guy is still pretending. 02 thought unhappily. But the next second, Chu Jun's words shocked 02. What I want you to do is to secretly send something of mine to these dozens of planets. Dozens of planets. What you up to? In an instant, 02 became alert. Chapter 2:31 A simple question. Nothing. I just want to send some insect eggs I made to those planets for experiments. Believe me, I don't have any evil. Before he could utter the malicious word, the muzzle of a gun was pointed directly at Chu Jun's, the mimic insect's, forehead. You f***ing. 02's eyes turned red, and he said with a ferocious look on his face. You can't be the one who sent the insect eggs to Tsangnan City and killed so many people. Damn it. I knew that pretty boys like you who look pretty handsome are not good people. When Chu Jun heard this, he immediately realized the problem. It turns out that 02 thought he was the mastermind behind the White Death parasite. This is a huge misunderstanding, okay? Although Chu Jun is currently considered a non-staff member of the Eternals, Immortals organization, but he is not the mastermind behind releasing the White Death parasite. The more important point is, to some extent, he is a hero who prevented the White Death parasite from spreading in Ant Street. So when he thought of this, he immediately began to explain. But before Chu Jun could explain, 02 started roaring. Damn it, you bastard, why did you hurt us? You scum who obeyed the tyranny of the Eternal One, all deserve to die. Seeing that the other party was getting more and more agitated, Chu Jun had no choice but to comfort him. Stop. Ms. 02, I'm really not the mastermind you claim I am. Secondly, I once participated in a secret meeting against the White Death. If you don't believe me, you can check the relationship between me and a mentor named Clare Morton. And I've also been involved in research on products targeting the White Death parasite. Forehead. If opposing that product counts, then Chu Jun was indeed involved in it. After hearing this, Chu Jun saw that 02's attitude had softened. So he struck while the iron was hot. If you don't believe me, then I can take out my sample and show it to you. You can see if it is the White Death parasite. After saying that, under 02's death gaze, Chu Jun opened the innermost layer of the refrigerator and took out a few little hungry ones hiding behind the ice cream. They were all placed in a test tube, resting peacefully. Look. After seeing the samples of these insects, 02 finally relaxed and put the gun back. Fuck, this bug is so ugly. Did you design this? The burly man named Jack also stuck his head in and said with a frown. How could this thing be designed like this? It is ugly indeed. Hearing this, the little hungry creature in the test tube trembled. Little Hungry was already able to understand some people's words. If Chu Jun hadn't stopped him, he would probably have bitten the other person to death. Ahem. Beauty and ugliness are not important. What matters is the effect. Chu Jun said half lying and half truthfully. I am a guy who is very obsessed with mutant insects, so I modified the genes of mutant insects to give them stronger survival abilities. Under this circumstance, I want to try to see if my mutant insects can really accomplish my goal as I expected. Hearing what Chu Jun said, 02 nodded, agreeing with what Chu Jun said. But she still had a question. Etc. Are mimic insects really so valuable that you would spend so much money to test them? If you want to place it on these dozens of planets, then the price you pay will be at least. 02 did a rough calculation of the price and came up with an extremely terrifying number. 20 million Star Empire points, or the equivalent Human Federation points. Of course it's worth it. At this moment, Chu Jun's real body was stroking the little hungry boy beside him and speaking seriously. Researching this thing is priceless in itself. And as a Beastmaster, you should also understand this. Things used for experiments are supposed to be very expensive. After all, many academic idiots in universities would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars from the Star Sea Empire even if they just made a work of carving on shit. Compared to them, my little money is nothing. Hearing Chu Jun's determination, 02 took a deep breath. I don't understand. Although I am a Beastmaster, I am a practical person. I don't do research. I only buy useful exotic beasts. All right. Anyway, you pay and I do the work. As for why you pay, or what makes you pay, I don't mind. 02 took the gun in his hand, scratched the scar on his face, and said, as for my overly excited attitude before, I am ready to apologize to you. How about this? I'll be generous and give you a discount. 100,000. Damn you. Tens of millions is only 100,000 cheaper. But it's really generous. Even Jack, 02's subordinate, couldn't help but cast a look of contempt. But Jack was actually very excited, because if 02 succeeded in this deal, then he might really have to retire. I can't go out this week. Next week, same time, same place. You bring your ugly monster over here, pay me, and I'll deliver the goods. 02 said to Chu Jun. Good. But don't leave yet. Would you mind if I ask you a question? No need to ask. The big sister doesn't have a boyfriend, Jack said with a smirk. If you want to ask. But the next second, facing the black muzzle of the gun, Jack ran away. What's the problem? You'd better ask it quickly. Every second here is unsafe. It's okay, just a small problem, Chu Jun said calmly, with a smile on his face. I just want to know, Ms. 02, how did you know? But his eyes became colder and colder. The White Death parasite was brought in by smugglers. Chapter 232, Deja Vu. How do you know that the White Death was brought by smugglers? Looking at Ms. 02 in front of him, Chu Jun said in an extremely cold tone. When I participated in the internal seminar of the White Death parasite before, no one said anything about it. The origin of the White Death. No. Chu Jun shook his head. I just expressed it incorrectly. It was during our internal seminar that we did discuss the source of the White Death parasite. They are some kind of horrible biological weapon created by the Eternals. Chu Jun did not talk nonsense about the location of the White Death parasite. In fact, this is a very official statement. But the problem is, we only discussed this one thing during our internal seminar. That's where it came from. As for how it was secretly transported here, it was never mentioned. In fact, according to my intelligence sources, I have never heard of any connection between the White Death and smugglers. So why are you so sure? The White Death parasite was placed here by you smugglers? Facing Chu Jun's questioning, 02 remained very calm. None of your business? None of your business? Hee. The moment he heard these 4 words, Chu Jun couldn't help but laugh. But his smile was even more terrifying than Jack's, clone Jack's, original smile. Really? You're right. What does it have to do with me? To be frank, I'm just curious. But can I understand it this way? Chu Jun's voice turned cold. At the same time, that guy Jack just pulled out his gun and pointed the black muzzle of the gun directly at Chu Jun, the mimic insect's head. What do you want to understand? Asshole. Although facing the muzzle of the gun, the mimic insect was a little panicked. But Chu Jun, who was controlling her, was not panicked at all, and even wanted to laugh. You are the guy who released the White Death parasite in the first place. Fart. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? Jack was furious and punched Chu Jun. But the mimic insect naturally didn't want to be hit, and it directly dodged the attack in a strange posture. Then he asked 02 again. I am not. And why do you think I'm the one who sent these horrible creatures? 02's expression also changed at this time. She became extremely angry at the same time. Signs of psychic energy also appeared in her palms. If Chu Jun said something more extreme, she would naturally kill the guy in front of her without hesitation. In fact, I don't think you are either. Suddenly, Chu Jun changed the subject. He laughed. I have to say, the moment this guy laughed, not only was 02 surprised, even Jack beside her felt a little strange. Because neither of them knew what this madman Chu Jun was thinking. Don't look at me like that. I swear, I'm not kidding. I don't think you are the culprit who smuggled the White Death parasite and caused such a disaster. Because I can sense from your previous attitude that you actually hate the Eternal Organization, right? Chu Jun smiled. That's right. From the moment the other party mistakenly thought he was a member of the Eternal Organization, this guy went on a rampage for a while. Judging from this performance, it is absolutely impossible for the other party to deliver the White Death parasite into this world. You? 02 asked doubtfully. If you know that, why are you asking? Nothing. I'm just testing your attitude. I think that although you may not be the sender, there is a high probability that you know the sender of the White Death parasite. After all, your expression changed when I mentioned this matter. Look, you're baring your teeth again. Haha, I guessed right again. Chu Jun laughed, and his laugh was very bright. So, what is the truth? Tell me about it. Hearing this, 02 narrowed his eyes. You damn bastard, you don't think you're that smart. Chu Jun nodded proudly. What else? Okay, since you want to know the answer, then let's make a deal. Hearing this, Chu Jun was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Someone comes to me to make a deal? This seems familiar. Chapter 233 Active Transaction. What do you want? Although it is a little bit strange that others take the initiative to approach me to do business. However, faced with the other party's request, Chu Jun did not hesitate at all and directly agreed to the other party's request. It's nothing, just your life. Forehead. Chu Jun. Oh no, the mimic insect's expression froze for a moment. Don't be afraid, I was just joking. Suddenly, 02 burst into laughter. She laughed so loudly that even her tears came out. You should have seen the look on your face. It's damn funny. Never mind. I won't tease you anymore. Let me put it this way. You kid, have participated in the research of the White Death parasite, right? Again, if destructive research can be considered research. Chu Jun did participate. Very good then. I can think that you and I should be comrades on the same front. Forehead. Chu Jun waved his hand. Please don't call me comrade. I don't like this title very much. It's better if you call me sir. I don't know why, but Chu Jun always feels that this title is a little danger. Okay, Mr. Chu Jun. When 02 said the word sir, his expression turned into gnashing of teeth. Since you want to get my information, then you can exchange your own information for it. I'll tell you the exact origin of the White Death parasite. And you, tell me the information I want to know. It's an equal exchange, isn't it? Hearing this, Chu Jun nodded. So what are you interested in? I learned from internal information that the White Death parasite is a man-made. No. It seemed that Chu Jun was about to reveal his information for exchange. 02, but he very gently blocked Chu Jun's mouth. The barrel of the gun in his hand blocked Chu Jun's mouth. I don't care at all about the things that you scholars are interested in. The only information I want to know is whether you know any members of the Eternal Organization hiding in this city. As long as you give me accurate information, I will immediately give you enough information after I kill at least the members of the Eternal One's organization. This guy wants to know about Claire's existence? And then revenge? She will die miserably. This guy Claire will tear her and her group to pieces. How could she give herself information when she was torn into pieces? No. Chu Jun's real body shook his head and rejected the idea. 02, although I hate the Eternal Organization. But he didn't actually name anyone he wanted to kill. In other words, theoretically speaking, Chu Jun only needs to give the other party a list of people who have joined the Eternal Organization. Then she should be able to tell me the information I want. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but confirm it. Can any member do it? Anyone will do. I'm not picky about food. 02 licked the other end of the gun barrel, his eyes fierce, but with a smile. I really don't know now. But I have a way of knowing. Good. This time, it was 02's turn to get excited. What time? After this evening? Hiss. I'm leaving this afternoon and won't be back for at least 5 days. Although this is a short-distance transport mission, only covering 2 or 3 worlds, I still can't come back tomorrow. 02, think about it for a while. Then let's do this. A week later. 1 week later, you will contact us again using the same method as today. And then, how about you and I exchange information? Can. A week is still acceptable to Chu Jun. After all, he also needs some redundancy for a period of time to prevent any accidents. Finally, after the two finished their conversation, 02 and her men let Chu Jun go. Apart from that, they had no more conversation. But it's the same as when I came. Chu Jun was still blindfolded and was sent back to where he came from by Jack. However, Jack became even more silent along the way. He didn't say anything extra until he left. Looking at the other person's back as he drove away in another car, Chu Jun, who was sitting in the car, couldn't help but frown. Speaking of which, is it my illusion? I always feel that the White Death parasite seems to be becoming more and more dangerous. Although it has been dormant. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about this. Let's just leave here first. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun asked the mimic insect to start the car. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the hum of a car. This locomotive. Anchored. Chapter 234. The Adventures of the Mimic. Call. Huff, huff. Slurp, slurp. In the hot desert. As the car broke down, the mimic insect that had transformed into Chu Jun's state was about to collapse. As a swarm creature that cannot tolerate heat very well, the mimic is very unlucky. In this furnace-like world, she could not survive for more than 3 hours. What's even more terrifying is, the popsicle in her hand was the last one she had. If she doesn't find a way to survive within these 3 hours, she will die quickly and become the first insect beast to be killed by heat under Chu Jun's command. Cough, cough. Although this is a little funny, but this is not a funny thing for this mimic insect. But, although Chu Jun did not have too many feelings for this mimic insect, but considering the cost of this thing, it is indeed a bit expensive. So he still sent out his own rescue as much as possible. He asked his little hungry one in the desert to send out 2 teams of knife insects to come as quickly as possible. As long as they can get to the side of the mimic insect can eat the knife worm's body and survive. In addition, Chu Jun also sent cars for rescue. After all, the car was rented, and if it broke down, the company would naturally be responsible. But unfortunately, neither of these 2 rescue methods is likely to provide relief to the poor little mimic before she dies. After all, the wasteland is too far away from here. The knife worm's speed is not enough to support this distance. And the message bugs can't fly here either. Thinking of this, the mimic insect couldn't help but feel desperate. What's strange is that it is one of the few creatures in the insect swarm that can simulate the way humans think. After Little Hungry gained higher intelligence, the mimic insect also gained more emotions and the ability to imitate humans. And now, the only emotion she can imitate is despair. But this is not an imitation, but a fact. As the sun gets hotter, the little mimic is also becoming more and more impatient. This damn road is about to become her burial place. Just like that, after the mimic had walked for nearly an hour, her physical strength and water resources had reached their limits, and she couldn't help but fall to the side of the road. It would be nice if I could eat something cold again. The mimic hugged his knees and thawed aggrievedly under the shadow of the rock. At this time, Chu Jun's spiritual power had also been disconnected. This couldn't help but make her feel even more lonely. That's all. Under the scorching sun and high temperature, the little mimic gradually died. Until... water. Is there water? As the cool water fell into the little mimic's mouth, the little mimic suddenly opened its eyes. At this moment, she no longer cared about popsicles or ice cream. This water source is what she loves most from now on. Drink slowly, kid. Gudong, gudong. At this moment, the mimic opened its eyes and discovered he was actually lying in a place where only the master and the little hungry queen were qualified to lie. A place called bed. And an old lady was drinking water with a smile on her face. Where are you? The mimic was a little confused. No. What should I do? As it awakened, the mimic insect instinctively used its psychic power to call upon its master. But unfortunately, Chu Jun did not respond to her immediately. So, she was frightened and curled up on the bed, at a loss. More importantly, because Chu Jun closed his spiritual energy channel, the mimic doesn't know whether it should speak or not. She just looked at the old lady with primitive eyes. Oh, you're confused by the heat. It's okay, little one. When the old lady saw the mimic's behavior, she mistook him for a young man who had fainted on the street from the heat. I won't hurt you. Speaking of which, are you still thirsty? By the way, I have some ice cream here. Do you want some? When the mimic heard this, it was stunned for a moment. Next, now that she has lost contact with Chu Jun, she has to act according to her instincts. The mimic nodded excitedly. That's good. By the way, what's your name? My name is Mrs. Biggs. P.S. 45 chapters. Mrs. Biggs gently took out a cheap ice cream from the old refrigerator and handed it to the mimic. Chapter 235 Chips. Actually, the reason why Chu Jun did not contact the lone mimic insect did not mean that Chu Jun abandoned her. Exactly the idea. As for everything the mimic insect went through, Chu Jun actually observed it occasionally in 5-minute increments. However, this kind of observation is just true observation. He didn't waste too much time on this mimic insect. Because at this time, the king of Chu was facing another difficult problem. That is, he was once again called over by the police officer named Kane. He must fulfill his civic duties. This is the law of the empire. Although Mr. Chu, whose status is currently legal, is not very willing. But he always has to cooperate. That's why Chu Jun, who was not willing to torment himself, successfully made another mimic insect change into his appearance and went to the police station in the city. At this time, Chu Jun had already guessed that the next conversation would be quite important. So he naturally interrupted the life and death of the mimic insect that was surviving alone in the desert. But luckily it is. Just when Chu Jun was about to give up on this mimic insect completely, it was rescued by a girl named Mrs. Biggs. That's right. Chu Jun has an extremely good memory. Even though it was only the first time he had seen Mrs. Biggs up close, he still connected Mrs. Biggs with the old lady who sought help from the beast hunter's public household. Since the mimic insect had been completely rescued, Chu Jun naturally had no need to worry about her. After all, his swarm of insects and strange beasts were almost there. Now, all I need to do is deal with Kane's questioning. Well, these cops from the Starcy Empire. It's really useless when you're in trouble. But when they are not in trouble, they are the trouble. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun controlled the mimic insect and walked into the police station. Hey, long time no see. Officer Kane. By the way, you found me. Did you miss me? Although Chu Jun was a little annoyed by this guy who kept calling him that, out of courtesy to the Imperial Order, Chu Jun still spoke with a smile. Snort. Stop smiling at me over there. As he spoke, Kane said viciously. I don't know if this guy has a professional habit or what. This guy always has only two expressions. The first one, stinky face. The second one, a vicious face. After seeing the other party's expression, Chu Jun thought so. Bump. Accompanied by loud knocking sounds, Kane started running the timer beside him vigorously. It seems this guy still remembers that Chu Jun tricked him. With the watch he didn't wear on his arm. Still holds a grudge. Chu Jun said with a smile. All right. Officer Kane, you asked me to come here to ask me about Tom, right? What Tom? That's John. Looking at Chu Jun, who had confused this common name, Officer Kane said helplessly. Our intelligence was correct. Chu Jun, you are right. Since yesterday and the day before yesterday, this damn guy Manhwa has been communicating with a guy named John. The two of them must be thinking of something evil or a horrible conspiracy. King Bomb. I won. Chu. Manhwa, who was playing poker with John, a mimic insect who was exercising his thinking ability, couldn't help but sneeze. Damn, who's talking about me? Indeed. Chu Jun nodded after seeing what John did. That guy is indeed very evil. And I suspect this guy has definitely done something evil and murderous. No, not a doubt. This guy definitely did it. I can guarantee it. Hearing this, Kane was stunned. What? Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. Chu Jun smiled. But what do you want in exchange? My dear Commander Kane? An extremely playful expression appeared on Chu Jun's face. To make a deal, you have to pay a price. Chapter 236. The poor man with a will, but no power. Trade. Haha. I didn't expect you to be so persistent in making the deal. When Kane heard Chu Jun talking about a trade, this guy's expression changed immediately. He changed his previous sullen face into a kind one as much as possible. Of course. Just try your best. It is impossible for this guy, who is keen on fighting crime and has a very upright temper, to be really kind to Chu Jun. He was just trying to imitate a good-tempered person as much as possible and trying to confuse Chu Jun. But unfortunately, his confusion didn't last long. Aren't you afraid of death? Chu Jun, what makes you think I would do business with you? Because when Kane saw Chu Jun's calm smile and thoughtful expression, Kane finally couldn't hold back anymore. He hated evil in the literal sense and could no longer tolerate Chu Jun, a man who obviously had important connections with the underground gang, being so arrogant. You don't think I can cure you, do you? Kane said as he placed his hands on his waist. It seems that he is ready to threaten the king of Chu with force. But unfortunately, feel sorry. Of course I would think so, ha ha. Facing Kane's threat, Chu Jun smiled without hesitation, with a look of disdain on his face. Officer Kane, you haven't forgotten it, have you? Me. But he's a future beastmaster. When he said this, the smile on Chu Jun's face became more obvious. In contrast, Kane's face became serious. There are two types of human rights in the Qinghai Empire. The first kind of human rights is the false human rights that the poor and ordinary people seem to have, but actually do not have. The second kind of human rights are the human rights that people like me have. The human rights of beastmasters. Real human rights. As he spoke, Chu Jun pulled his chair back and put his feet on the table. So, I don't think you dare to use force against me to force me to say anything. Your identities and mine are different. When Officer Kane heard the words, different identities, his eyes were filled with anger. It seems that he is very dissatisfied with Chu Jun's self-important attitude. In fact, many police officers have become accustomed to such discrimination. Because in name, these police officers are the law enforcers responsible for the safety of this city. But in fact, the masters of this city have always been these beastmasters. They are just a means used by the beastmasters to control the civilians. However, although Chu Jun said something very excessive, but he didn't really mean to irritate Officer Kane. Quite the opposite. It started from the moment Chu Jun came into contact with Officer Kane again. He had an extremely important idea, which was to use Officer Kane. But, Officer Kane, during this time, I also investigated your past. I discovered that you, like me, are people who came out of Ant Street. But unlike me, your psychic abilities are not enough to make you a beastmaster. So after Tsangnan University rejected your application for admission, you entered the police academy and became a police officer. Chu Jun laughed. I have to say, your choice to become a police officer is really suitable for you. Because whether you are talking about your resume or the reputation of those poor people, you are an upright and good person. What do you want to say? Seeing that Chu Jun was still talking nonstop, Officer Kane became alert. What I want to say is, you are a good person. I can see your wishes from you. You long for order to return to Ant Street and for those underground gangs to disappear. At the same time, you also hope that the poor and common people can live a better life. But the problem is, everything you did was just wishful thinking. Because you can't eliminate any gangs, not even the real underground gang members. You are just an insignificant police superintendent. That's enough. Seeing that Chu Jun was still insulting him, Kane became furious again. Enough? Not enough. What I said is not enough. Chu Jun laughed. Officer Kane, in my opinion, you are a poor man with good intentions, but no power. You can't change anything. So what? I'm going to give you power. A power to change the current order. This is actually what I want to trade with you. In the shadows, Chu Jun's smile became particularly terrifying, like a devil. Chapter 237, A Deal with the Devil. What do you want to do? When Officer Kane saw Chu Jun's horrified expression, his heart immediately skipped a beat. Because he knew that look. This kind of expression only appears on the faces of truly evil people. No, Chu Jun is definitely not that kind of person. Officer Kane took a deep breath. He is more terrifying than evil people. He is the kind of person who is cold and keen on calculating others. Nothing. I just want to help you. Chu Jun said with a smile. Actually, I'm a Beastmaster. Although I haven't completed the assessment and formally registered, I am still a Beastmaster. You should know this. When Kane heard Chu Jun say this, although he was reluctant to admit it, he still nodded. Indeed, from the information he collected, this guy Chu Jun has not graduated in 3 years. But this year, he seems to have made great progress. Not only did he successfully develop a qualified psychic beast, he even became a person respected by Jack with his own abilities. Even Manhwa, who inherited the legacy of the Jack gang, respects Chu Jun very much. So what? I secretly placed a strange beast next to that guy Manhwa as my spy. Are you crazy? Hearing this, Kane suddenly became serious. If Manhwa knew you betrayed him, he'll kill you. It seems that Kane really doesn't know the specific relationship between Chu Jun and Manhwa. In fact, it is difficult for others to know. After all, the relationship between Chu Jun and Pang Bo seems like a cooperative one. Really, this guy doesn't know the relationship between me and Manhwa. That's easy. Seeing that the other party was exposed, Chu Jun immediately said everything according to his own idea. It doesn't matter. In fact, Manhwa, the idiot, has been sidelined. The person who really holds power is the mysterious man named John. Besides, I can swear to it. That mysterious man named John is developing a new type of strange beast to control the entire Ant Street. Hearing this, Kane couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wow, he didn't expect that Chu Jun could provide such important information. Moreover, this information is actually very easy to verify. And once this information is confirmed, then Chu Jun had not lied at all before. Since he knew these things, it proved one thing. He really placed a strange beast next to Manhwa as a spy. Call. The logic should be closed. Chu Jun smiled. At this time, he had already made plans. Since he said so, he will let John take complete control of Ant Street. In the meantime, he also planned to let John successfully develop some exotic beasts that would be suitable for underground gangs to control the neighborhoods. Anyway, it is not difficult to cultivate such exotic beasts. However, the exotic beasts that John cultivated were definitely defective products. After all, his designs must be kept far enough away from Chu Jun. Otherwise, it would be easy for people to discover the flaws. Thinking of this, Chu Jun continued to speak. Anyway, I have shared my information with you. With this information, my dear Commander Kane, you should be able to quickly verify the truth of this information. In that case, I think that after you have verified the truth of this information, you should find me again and make a deal with me. After all, trading, in essence, is about exchanging money for goods. I've paid the price in advance, and you should also pay enough. Hearing this, Kane was a little confused. Because if what Chu Jun said is true, then in the near future, he will definitely be able to overthrow that bastard named John and free Ant Street from the rule of the underground gangs. No one will rule Ant Street anymore. If he continues to make achievements, he could become a senior superintendent within the police force. By then, with power, he will naturally be able to bring Ant Street under his rule. Under the rule of a ruler. But before realizing this wish, as Chu Jun said, Kane needs to get a deal done. A sum. Kane raised his head and looked at Chu Jun in the shadows. A deal with the devil requires the sacrifice of one's soul. Have you made your decision? Captain Kane, Chu Jun said with a smile. Chapter 238. Information about Health Paradise Company. I need time. Facing the aggressiveness of the King of Chu, Officer Kane still chose to be cautious. But the thing is, no problem. I have plenty of time to wait for you. Chu Jun showed an evil smile. Why is the devil's deal so fascinating? The biggest reason is that the devil is a monster that can see through human nature. Chu Jun understood too well what Kane needed at this moment. So he understood too. Your plan will surely succeed. After all, in the next period of time, Kane's soul will definitely be corrupted step by his own plans, and he will become the most suitable puppet in his plan. But, Chu Jun, you haven't said anything yet. What kind of information do you want? Officer Kane suddenly changed the subject and said coldly. Since this is a deal, I have to hear your offer. No problem. Chu Jun nodded. I just need two things. First, you need to provide me with information about the Health Paradise Company. I am very interested in this company. Health Paradise Company? That's not a small company. And why are you interested in this company? Kane seemed very confused when faced with the company name proposed by Chu Jun. He didn't know why Chu Jun was interested in this particular company. This company in particular is frequently the subject of some gray news reports. Those news reports about human experiments. Have you forgotten? I am a Beastmaster. However, Chu Jun's answer surprised Kane. As a Beastmaster, I certainly hope to be able to enter such a large company. Hey, this is a big company that not just anyone can get in. Indeed, even though you said so much. But you are still a person who puts his own interests first. After hearing Chu Jun's information, Kane seemed a little disappointed. Only, Chu Jun's answer was very reasonable. It was so reasonable that Kane didn't know where to start his suspicion. So what's the second request? Kane did not forget that Chu Jun made two requests to him. Gathering intelligence on Health Paradise was the first step. And he was also curious, what was the second requirement? The second requirement is even simpler. Chu Jun smiled. Because that request is related to your job. Main job? Kane narrowed his eyes and said with a bad look on his face. You would like me to serve you? You think too much. No. Chu Jun shook his head. I will just ask you to help me catch someone when I need you in the future. Relax, Officer Kane. The person you want to arrest is 100% definitely a guilty person. Hearing this, Kane felt relieved. After the two of them chatted for a while, Kane finally let Chu Jun leave. Call. It's finally over. Seeing Kane finally relaxed. At this time, Chu Jun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, this guy, although not strong, is not even a Beastmaster. But his identity made Chu Jun take it very seriously. Because he's a detective, his identity allows Chu Jun to use him as a qualified weapon. Moreover, this weapon will become extremely powerful when facing those enemies whose identities are not very legal that Chu Jun faces. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but feel much better. By the way, what happened to that mimic insect? But just when Chu Jun was about to take back his spiritual power, he suddenly remembered that he still had a mimic insect wandering outside, which was active. Although Chu Jun maintained the habit of watching every 5 minutes, he was not sure what the mimic insect did during these few minutes. Thinking of this, Chu Jun immediately looked at the other party. But what Chu Jun didn't expect was, wow, this mimic insect was not killed by the sun. On the contrary, this guy actually came to a real paradise. Oh, my dear little one. You must be exhausted after helping me do so many things. Mrs. Biggs smiled and patted the mimic's head then. She placed a large bowl of roast beef in front of the mimic insect. Eat, my dear child. This is all yours. Seeing so many things, the mimic's eyes couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Is this really a paradise? Chapter 239 Trucks and Hunting Bugs. Huff huff. As the little mimic worm ate voraciously, the pot of beef was soon finished. Immediately following, after eating its fill, the little mimic felt a rare sense of happiness. Then, in the smile of Mrs. Biggs, he slowly stood up and continued to clean everything around him vigorously. That's right. Just when Chu Jun was communicating with Police Officer Kane, this mimic insect was cleaning the entire room frantically. I have to say, thanks to Chu Jun's excellent design, this mimic insect, after learning too many human behavioral habits, has unparalleled talents in many things. Just like cleaning. In just an hour and a half, this cute little mimic insect cleaned Mrs. Biggs's room directly. By the way, she also cleaned up the garbage near the house. But don't get me wrong. The reason why the mimic is so obedient is not because she is a member of the insect race and loves cleanliness. Quite the opposite. Her behavior was rewarded by Mrs. Biggs. At first, Mrs. Biggs just asked the mimics to help her clean up the clutter around her. After the cleaning was completed, the mimic received a pudding as a reward. Oh my god, this is bad. Motivated by food, the mimics gain a bizarre cognition. Cleaning. It's like being rewarded with food. Therefore, with such conditioned reflex, this mimic insect can be said to have transformed into the most powerful cleaning expert. The meticulous kind. Also with the help of mimics. Mrs. Biggs was pleasantly surprised to find that her room had been completely transformed. And in many places, it is even cleaner than those cleaned by professional cleaners. Such a surprise made her give the mimic insect the roast beef she had made. Rest assured, the beef looked expensive though. But as a farmer, Mrs. Biggs didn't mind at all. Even every once in a while, he would have to deal with the headache of dealing with the beef. The reason is simple. On Mrs. Biggs's desert farm, various predatory insects often appear to attack the cattle. Although Mrs. Biggs often asks hunters from the Exotic Beast Hunters Guild for help, she is old and can only watch her cattle being torn to death without the help of hunters. These nasty hunting bugs. Good job. I didn't expect that a bug could have such an adventure. Chu Jun looked at the barbecue on the other person's plate and couldn't help drooling. Yeah, next time. I will come to this room and eat as much as I can in the name of a mimic insect. After all, the barbecue here tastes better than the ones sold in restaurants outside. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun narrowed his eyes. Then, he controlled the mimic insect and let her start a new round of help. Let me help you clean up the mimics, Mrs. Biggs. Oh, can you speak? Well, I'll talk when I'm full. Controlling the mimic insect, the shameless Chu Jun said so. Forehead. Do such miraculous humans really exist? Mrs. Biggs was startled, but because she was old and confused, she couldn't help but ask. Can you really? Those mimics are very vicious. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem, Chu Jun said seriously. In fact, Chu Jun's mimic insect could not defeat those hunting insects at all. But he is very confident. Because just as Chu Jun said these words, several knife worms had already successfully lurked near the farm. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Chu Jun to be defeated by just a few hunting bugs. So, under the guidance of the knife bug, Chu Jun took Mrs. Biggs's hunting rifle, walked towards the nearby hunting bug nest, and fired a few shots at random. Then the knife bugs began to massacre the hunting bugs. Mrs. Biggs' farm will not be attacked by hunting insects in the near future. But something strange happened. Right now, just when Chu Jun was about to go back to report the good news, he suddenly discovered several of his knife bugs were suddenly attacked and killed on the way out. Moreover, those who attacked the knife bugs were all humans. Just when Chu Jun was confused, several trucks appeared near Mrs. Biggs's house. Moreover, on these trucks there are the logos of the Exotic Beast Hunters Guild. Boom. The corpse of a knife worm was thrown down and placed in front of Chu Jun. Chapter 240 Hunting the Swarm. Accompanied by a thud, the body of a knife worm was thrown off a truck. Fuck. What's this monster? Why are you on Mrs. Biggs' farm? A rough voice appeared, and a young man jumped out of the truck. Who cares? Carl, don't investigate these strange beasts yet. Come with me and see if Mrs. Biggs is okay. Damn, this weird beast has a really strong vitality. I thought he was dead, but before he died, he fucking bit me. As he spoke, Jellos from the Beast Guild took out a gun from the truck. Together with the young man named Carl, they rushed towards Mrs. Biggs's house. But at the same time, something he didn't expect happened. Well, Mrs. Biggs, who is this person next to you? Jellos, who finally rushed in and mistakenly thought that Mrs. Biggs was in danger, was surprised to find that there was a young man in Mrs. Biggs's room. And he still knows this young man. Wrong. I know you. You're the guy who bumped into Guoling. Out of professional habit and strong memory, Jellos quickly remembered Chu Jun's identity. But Chu Jun also remembered this guy's identity. Hello, Mr. Jellos. Let me make it clear that it was not me who hit the fruit spirit, but the fruit spirit that hit me. After hearing this, the information about Chu Jun in Jello's mind became clearer. Yes. I'm sorry. I am a bit rude. But Jellos looked at Chu Jun suspiciously. What are you doing here? Just as Chu Jun was about to explain. Gyros, my dear Jellos, you are finally here again. As Mrs. Biggs's voice sounded, the frail old woman ran out excitedly. While hugging Jellos, the old woman's expression was visibly happy. I thought you wouldn't help me anymore. How is that possible? Hearing Mrs. Biggs say this, Jellos said seriously. Mrs. Biggs, my companions and I were all educated by your son. He is our big brother and our mentor. So whenever you need us, we'll be here to help you. As he spoke, Jellos smiled and helped Mrs. Biggs to the table and let her sit down. I was actually supposed to come over and help you with the hunting bugs last night. But unfortunately, we were hunting exotic animals last night. Due to the client's request, we only came here at about dusk today. Hearing what Genos said, Mrs. Biggs smiled again. So what did you get? Not very good. Genos shook his head. Let that monster escape. But fortunately, we caught her cub. And right next to your farm. Don't worry, we have already killed him. What? After hearing what Genos said, Chu Jun's original body immediately widened his eyes. She ran away, and her cub was killed. Damn it. Could it be that Genos is just hunting down the hungry creatures in the wilderness? You know, thanks to Chu Jun's design, his little hungry ones are all connected to the Zerg network. But their daily activities are free and easy. They even each have their own territory. And the wild little hunger is such a special little hungry one. But what really made Chu Jun curious was this. Why did her little hungry creature in the wilderness never tell herself that she was being killed by humans? Oh no, he was being hunted by hunters from the Exotic Beast Guild. Secondly, What is more important than this is? Chu Jun didn't understand. Why do Jellos and his group of hunters from the Exotic Beast Guild want to hunt down his little hunger? With this thought in mind, Chu Jun's eyes immediately changed. But no matter what, these people will die? Just as Chu Jun was secretly pondering how to kill this group of exotic beast hunters without making any noise, he suddenly realized an important problem. That is him now, he can't kill them. It's not that Chu Jun can't do anything. It's simply because Chu Jun needs to find the masters behind these exotic beast hunters through them. Chapter 241, Weird Hunting. Ahem. Just when Chu Jun was about to say something, Mrs. Biggs seemed to have noticed Chu Jun's abnormality. Noticing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, she quickly began to explain. That's right, Jellos. This young man helped me. Not only did he help me clean the house, he also helped me get rid of those dangerous hunting bugs. Hearing this, Jellos said, oh, no wonder it's so clean here. It turns out this guy was the one who cleaned it. Damn it. Why didn't I think of helping Mrs. Biggs clean up before? Damn it. It's because I'm not careful enough that Guiling always rejects me. Etc. This guy helped clean up the hunting bugs. So with that said, wait, you just want to clean up the hunting bugs. What did you use to clean it? When he said this, Jellos glanced at the gun next to Chu Jun's hand. No bullet holes were found on the body of the hunting insect. Damn it. Chu Jun was speechless at this time. He cleaned up those hunting bugs using knife bugs. He didn't even use a gun. This is the key reason why this group of knife bugs came here and were caught by Jellos. But he considered that his purpose could not be discovered by Jellos. So Chu Jun chose to lie without hesitation. Oh, I was ready to use a gun. As Chu Jun spoke, he used the information the mimic insect had just heard to weave his own lies. I just fired 2 shots, and there were 2 knives. A monster with knife-like limbs and a body the size of a large dog rushed over directly. When they saw I had a gun, they immediately hid in the nests of the hunting bugs. As a result, all the hunting bugs were killed by them. I have completed the task myself. As for the latter, I threatened them to leave after I saw them leave the cave. Hearing this, Jellos looked at Chu Jun suspiciously. How to say it? These are what Chu Jun said. Very true. But it was this reality that made Jellos somewhat suspicious. He always felt that the guy named Chu in front of him was a little weird. But he couldn't tell what was strange about it. He always felt that Chu Jun's purpose of coming here was a little strange. Notice, this is an intuition, not reasoning. But fortunately, just when Jellos was about to ask something, Mrs. Biggs recounted the story of how he treated Chu Jun. Oh, I see. Luckily you met the kind-hearted Mrs. Biggs, so you survived. After hearing Mrs. Biggs's story, Jellos immediately dispelled his doubts. Yes. Chu Jun smiled. He himself had not expected that such a thing would be such a coincidence. But, just as Chu Jun was thinking here, he also received a reply from Wilderness Little Hunger. It turned out that these humans had indeed hunted for food and were little hungry. But Little Hunger never took them seriously. The reason is simple. This group of humans has not had any chance to get close to the Zerg for a long time, due to the powerful fighting instinct of Little Hunger. Instead, this group of humans encountered ambushes by the Zerg several times and were almost killed by them. If they didn't travel by truck, they had probably already become the excrement of the insect swarm and were then absorbed by the genetic insects again. So in the eyes of Little Hunger, she had never been hunted. Quite the opposite. This group of humans were not really noticed by Little Hungry. After all, in the simple cognition of Little Hunger, this group of humans are just a group of prey that successfully escaped. For such prey, Little Hunger has absolutely no obligation to report. Are these exotic beast hunters so stupid? Chu Jun, who originally wanted to look up to these guys, now had a look of helplessness in his eyes. It seems that the hunting of these hunters is just a lonely one. But to be honest, in a way, it was really lucky that these guys were not killed by the Zerg. But because of this, Chu Jun became even more curious. What kind of person is hunting his own insect swarm? With this question, Chu Jun asked Jellos. But he asked very politely. Didn't ask directly. Speaking of which, what kind of monster did you just hunt? I don't remember ever seeing this strange beast. Chu Jun smiled and said, Chapter 242 Revenge and Night. Hearing Chu Jun say this, Jellos said helplessly, You're talking about this kind of monster. In fact, we don't know where this thing came from. But they seem to be a new species, active in various wastelands. Oh, Chu Jun asked, pretending to be curious. Then why are you hunting them? Does anyone want to study them? Hearing Chu Jun say this, Jellos smiled. Of course not. Actually, the reason why this thing is hunted by people, it's because the farmers in the wasteland are issuing corresponding hunting requirements. These damn beasts are really greedy. In the beginning, These monsters simply devoured the wild beasts and nibbled on the ores. But as time went on, they started to attack the farmers. What's even more hateful is this. Some damn monsters ate the farmer's precious cat before. The farmer was so angry that he asked us to kill these monsters and avenge his cat. And I thought some dangerous person noticed my hunger. After finding out that all this was caused by Little Hungry's stealing, Chu Jun immediately reprimanded Little Hungry in the wilderness through his spiritual power, asking this greedy guy to pay attention. If possible, the wild hungry will no longer enter human areas and become active. But Chu Jun was shocked when he thought that he had lost 4 knife worms because of a cat from this farmer. Being a petty person, he decided to take a small revenge. Little Hungry, go eat all the cats on his farm. Then move to another place, farther away from these human areas. I have to say, in many ways, the King of Chu is indeed an inhuman being. Even if he was a little bit human, he wouldn't be so inhuman. Cough cough. All in all, after understanding the whole story, Chu Jun finally felt relieved. In the meantime, with the appearance of Jellos, Mrs. Carlos, who was already happy, became even happier. She grabbed Chu Jun, who was about to leave, and invited him, Hercules and his companions, to have dinner here before leaving. Originally, Chu Jun didn't want to do this. After all, the previous rescue vehicle was almost here, and he also needs this mimic insect to continue running errands. But considering that Jellos later said that he could help him send it back, and he could save a lot of money, Chu Jun readily agreed to the other party's request. Soon, Mrs. Biggs put in all her strength. I made a large table of dishes for Chu Jun and Jellos. Although Chu Jun has tried his best to make this damn mimic insect behave normally and not damage its image outside. But unfortunately, the way of eating mimic insects still aroused everyone's contempt. After all, the way mimics eat is somewhat similar to the reincarnation of starving ghosts. And just when Chu Jun and others were happily enjoying their meal, the little hungry creature in the wilderness who was scolded by the King of Chu was also enjoying a big meal. The angry Little Hungry perfectly fulfilled Chu Jun's request and took revenge on the farmer. Then, amid the farmer's loud cries, Little Hungry led the knife worms away with satisfaction. Just as Chu Jun said, the wilderness is a big place. There is no need for Little Hungry to come into conflict with humans in this way. Besides, Chu Jun also needs to keep a low profile now. Therefore, the swarms of insects such as Little Hungry will need to remain dormant for a while. The other side. After the poor cat was avenged by a Little Hunger, the dinner at Chu Jun's side was also over. Chu Jun, the mimic insect, even took a ride with Jellos and successfully returned to the city. But just when Chu Jun thought that Jellos was going to send him directly back to the city, this guy suddenly received a call. During the phone call, Jellos was extremely humble. But it was also because of this phone call that Chu Jun coincidentally encountered another strange existence tonight. And this strange existence is the lady named Guoling. And her identity is also very special. Sorry, Mr. Chu. I need to help pick up my girlfriend first. But after picking her up, I will still take you home. Under Chu Jun's cold gaze, the car stopped next to Guoling. And Guoling also noticed Chu Jun. The eyes of both parties met. Chapter 243 Sisters. Hee hee. My dear Guoling, you must be getting impatient. Sorry, I was late on the way. This is because my work didn't go very smoothly today. Following Jellos' licking speech, Guoling sat in the car very dissatisfied. You bastard. I told you not to be late. Besides, I have something urgent to do today. Guoling complained and looked towards the back row. But it doesn't matter if she looks at it this way. When she saw clearly who was sitting behind her, her expression froze instantly. Oh yeah, Guoling. Let me introduce you. You should have seen this person. He is Chu Jun, who used to be in our union. Shut up. Before Jellos could finish, Guoling interrupted him. Then, she looked intently at the back seat. Why are you here? Hearing his beloved girlfriend say this, Jellos immediately began to explain. Guoling, I was just about to explain it to you. Mr. Chu Jun encountered some danger today and was rescued by Mrs. Biggs, so I brought him back in the evening. I told you to shut up. And at this moment, Jellos suddenly noticed. There seems to be something strange about my girlfriend. She was even more irritable than usual when she was disgusted with herself. No. This has nothing to do with being irritable. It's this guy Guoling, he's shaking for some reason. And what's even more terrifying is, Jellos didn't know when Chu Jun's expression in the back seat changed. I really didn't expect it. Guoling, you actually have this identity. In the shadows, Chu Jun's expression became ferocious. Actually, I didn't expect that either. It's such a coincidence that I meet you here. To be more precise, I finally understand now. Why did you have that expression after you bumped into me? I finally understand. Why did you possess such terrifying psychic power back then? In the darkness, Chu Jun revealed his face. At this moment, his face looked extremely terrifying and distorted. So, you are a mimic psychic like me. You have always been disguising yourself as an ordinary person, and I was wondering why the guy I caught looked so familiar. It turns out that you and she are the same type of people. And I'm curious about one thing. The moment this sentence was finished, it's really smart. I saw the clothes on her chest suddenly being torn. An extremely sharp claw tore through the disguise and chopped off Chu Jun's head. In an instant, Jello's expression changed from flattery to horror. The young man who had laughed so hard in front of Mrs. Biggs just collapsed. He also didn't expect that his life would be reversed in an instant. My girlfriend killed someone, and the person he killed was a person he had just brought back to the city. But the next second, something even more frightening happened to him. Ha 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 ha, accompanied by Chu Jun's wild laughter. He took back his severed head. In the meantime, Chu Jun's expression became even more ferocious. By the way, my dear Guoling is a little hungry. Although I don't know what the liquid beast on your chest is called, but from what I've observed, he should be very different from the strange beast called Fallen. Chu Jun said loudly. Speaking of which, Miss Guoling, would you like to stay and do an interesting research with me? The words haven't finished yet. Chu Jun was kicked out directly. As he landed heavily, a grenade hit near him. At the same time, this guy Guoling drove out directly. Not good. My identity is exposed. It turns out that this guy Guoling is actually an accomplice of the female Human Federation agent. And the two of them are sisters. Chapter 244, Jiros is confused. Fuck. At this time, Jellos, who was sitting in the car, had no idea what was going on. The only thing he knew was his own girlfriend. Well, the person who was about to become his girlfriend suddenly changed her appearance. She changed from the beloved Guoling, the beautiful girl with a soft and cute voice at the front desk, to a monster. Not only has the body of this monster expanded to an exaggerated extent. In addition to Guoling's originally beautiful face, Guoling's entire muscles have turned into those of a muscular man. Moreover, her entire skin was exposed and turned into a dark red color. What's even more terrifying is, his girlfriend, who was so weak and cute that she didn't even want to kill a mosquito, had just killed an adult male. And she even cut off the other person's head. Oh shit. Yes. At this time, Jellos was terrified to the extreme. He didn't even realize it. The two things I just mentioned are not the most terrifying ones at all. Because the two most terrifying things are actually, the way his girlfriend killed the adult male was actually with a knife. Oh no, it's a chest knife. Right. That's right. The black and red substance on Guoling's chest directly turned into a knife. This is fucking impossible. Secondly, the most terrifying thing is, the beheaded man actually, still alive. He actually held his head and looked at himself with a grin from the back of the car. Yes, he is still smiling. And he laughed very happily. Oh shit. What's going on tonight? A horror movie set? With this thought in mind, the only thing Jellos could do now was to step on the accelerator. He wants to escape from here. Escape from here at all costs. He planned to escape from here and then ask Guoling what happened. That's right. Even after so many things happened, this guy Jellos was still not going to give up on his girlfriend. He believed that everything that happened was just some illusion. Maybe this is just a nightmare. Fuck. There's a car ahead. Don't grab my steering wheel. No. Don't leave me behind. Whoa. Bang. But before Jellos could finish his thought, Guoling snatched the steering wheel. Then, Jellos discovered with horror. My girlfriend has completely turned into a monster. Her arms extended to her sides. At the same time, she extended her arm and grabbed her steering wheel, then threw herself into the back seat of the car as if she was picking up a chicken. Shut up. Jiros. Hold your pistol. Before Jellos could say anything, a black and hard pistol was stuffed into Guoling's hand. Pistol? Why does Guoling have a pistol? Wrong. At this moment, Jellos' mind was completely confused. He didn't think now was a good time to figure out why the spirit had a gun. After all, Guoling's monstrous state at this moment has surpassed all doubts. But even so, he still had some doubts. Forehead. Jellos, who was already dumbfounded, said to Guoling helplessly, "This pistol is not my pistol." Jellos stared blankly at the mark of the Human Federation on the pistol and said speechlessly, "This gun is yours now. You damn idiot. Be ready to shoot." Shot. Huh. Jellos looked at the busy city scene beside him, and then looked at his girlfriend, who was like a monster in front of him. Could it be? Should I shoot her? Was she controlled by a monster? So she begged me to give her relief? With this thought in mind, Jellos slowly pointed the pistol at Guoling. Is this what it means? You're Are you stupid? Guoling, who was sitting in the passenger seat but still able to drive the car, slapped Jellos. I told you to prepare to shoot, not to shoot at me. I mean, get ready for a gunfight later. What gunfight? With whom? Looking at the man in front of her who wanted to be her boyfriend but was so stupid, Guoling said with gritted teeth. Of course it's fucking with Chujun. I never thought that I would meet him under such circumstances. And I didn't expect it. This damn bastard. It's actually related to my sister's disappearance? You have a sister. Why don't you introduce yourself to me? Pop. Accompanied by a slap in the face. Jellos raised the gun in his hand tremblingly and became alert like a frightened bird. But what he didn't expect was, he did not encounter any attacks along the way. And what about it? Guoling didn't know why, but she brought him here. Ant Street. Chapter 245. Follow me. Follow me. Next, we must complete these 2 tasks. Rescue my sister and escape within 5 minutes. Accompanied by a handsome drift. Jello spat out. Although he has always considered himself a racing enthusiast. But he still couldn't accept Guoling's violent driving. That's not racing anymore, okay? It really is like a person flying in front and a soul chasing behind. There were many times when Jellos thought he would die on the road of racing, but fortunately, he managed to survive. Guoling's driving skills far exceeded his imagination. But unfortunately, he discovered that the place he had come to was Ant Street. Forehead. Good. Although I don't know why my girlfriend became like this. But when Jellos saw the other person's face, all his doubts were suppressed in his heart. Because he knew that no matter what Guoling became, he would still love her. Only. Hello. Come over. Good. Before Jellos could say anything, Guoling took the initiative to call him over. Then, at the moment when Jellos was confused, Guoling hugged him and gave him a fierce kiss. That's right. Because the fruit spirit has a liquid monster, Slaughter. At this time, her height was over 2 meters, and her muscles were like a little giant. So the scene that Jellos had imagined countless times before, hugging the petite and cute fruit spirit and kissing her, was now reversed due to the contrast between the two's terrifying body sizes. Instead, he became that little bird-like guy. Guoling, Before Jellos could come to his senses, Guoling spoke. Shut up and let me talk. I am an agent of the Human Federation. I came to your Tsangnan star to carry out 2 tasks. One mission is to collect Jack's whereabouts. The other is to collect mimic psychers that can be recruited. And Chujun is a mimic psychic. One of my kind. Forehead. What does mimic psychic mean? Why the same kind? Jellos didn't quite understand what Guoling was saying and only understood those few words. She is an agent of the Human Federation. Hiss. Jellos, who considered himself a good citizen of the Empire, hesitated for nearly a second. The hesitation time was so long. So much so that It's okay, I stand with you. No matter who you are. In the end, he chose to stand on Guoling's side. That's right. This damn traitor of the Empire showed a smile that was almost like an idiot. After seeing his smile, Guoling said helplessly, Don't think too much. That kiss I gave you was just an encouragement. After all, I need you to be a good tool in the future. Solve me some trouble. Yeah, no problem. I'd do anything for you. Hiss. This lick dog. It's true. What the senior agent from the Human Federation said is absolutely right. In an environment like Empire, where boys are willing to give to women without asking for anything in return, it is easy for boys to become bootlickers. With such thoughts in mind, Guoling said helplessly, So that's what you said. In that case, follow me. I can sense that my sister's psychic information is nearby. After saying that, Guoling grabbed the manhole cover and threw it out. It hit a brand new 9-hand car hard. Then she took the lead and entered the underground passage. And Jellos followed her in. Careful. I can feel the breath of the strange beast. It's Chujun's strange beasts. When Jellos heard the words exotic beast from Chujun, he was stunned for a moment. If the other party hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten that Guoling had killed the other party. Wait, isn't Chujun already dead? After the Beastmaster dies, his beasts cannot be controlled. As a veteran exotic beast hunter who also has considerable combat power, Jellos said with great confidence. At this moment, under the stimulation of love, he no longer cared about many things. So, amid Guoling's incredulous expression, he walked directly towards the direction of the group of strange beasts. Speaking of which, Guoling. For strange beasts without a master to control them, the method of destroying them is actually very simple. That is to hurt them directly and make them feel scared instinctively. As a hunter of exotic animals, I know this very well. After saying that, Jellos walked forward alone. Let me see how scared Chujun, the idiot beast, must be when facing someone as experienced as me. Along with Jellos's voice, it rang out from the underground passage. The little hungry creature in the sewer slowly emerged from the shadows, and beside her were hundreds of knife bugs. Oh, damn it, Jello said desperately. Chapter 246 Greetings and Rotten Meat. 246. Run. It turns out that the group of terrifying cat-eating beasts in the wilderness were designed by that bastard Chu Jun, accompanied by Jello's terrified cry. No way. Although Jello's is a powerful exotic beast hunter, but he had also seen some hunger. I have to say, although the sewer version of Little Hungry is a little different from the wilderness version, but the knife bugs beside both sides are basically the same, and it's different from the Little Hunger in the wilderness. The sewer version of Little Hunger brought hundreds of knife worms in one breath. Such a large number frightened Jello so much that he ran away. Because he knows. In this case, in an environment like a sewer, creatures like knife worms are absolutely invincible. But the fruit spirit, in desperation, attacked directly. I really shouldn't have believed you, you idiot. You damn idiot. Help me shoot those monsters that I couldn't attack. After saying that, Guoling transformed into a ball of black lightning and smashed Little Hunger into pieces. That's right. In terms of physical strength, Fruit Spirit and Slaughter are far more powerful than Fall. Her strength is still far greater than Little Hunger's in terms of intensity. So in just a few breaths, the entire insect swarm was killed by the Fruit Spirits, leaving only a few knife insects. But what the knife worms didn't expect was, before the knife bugs could fight back, Jello's opened fire instead. At this time, he had recovered, and his strength was also brought into play. Under such circumstances, the death of these knife worms naturally became inevitable. Snort. It's quite useful. After Guoling said this, she pulled Jello's directly towards the deeper part of the sewer. What came next was naturally the second batch of little hungry monsters and more knife worms. Only, this time, the hungry ones are clearly equipped with ticks. Although Guoling still killed them easily. However, the proliferation of ticks still injured Guoling. You're hurt. Jello started treating Guoling. At the same time said with concern, where is your sister? Where was she taken? Seeing Jello's caring about him so much, and the rescue mission was almost completed. For the first time, Guoling felt the sincerity of the man in front of her. She kissed him again. Then she said with a smile, right below us. The moment these words were spoken, Guoling launched a terrifying attack. Jello's and Guoling fell directly down. The scene below made Jello's feel completely terrified. Fuck. So many bugs. Hundreds of knife bugs and gun bugs shot directly at the two people falling from above. The next second, countless bullets fired. But Guoling just roared and bounced the bullets back. Just as Chu Jun said, the ability of psionic shield is already very common. What made Chu Jun unhappy was, except that his psionic shield has no mutant abilities. The psionic shields of other people all have mutant abilities. All in all, after a fierce battle, the fate of these insect creatures was no different from the last time. The ability of the liquid monster is still something that this group of creatures cannot contend with. Then, Guoling brought Jello's to where his sister was, in another adjacent pit. Only, what terrified Jello's was, Lord Chu. It's here too. He should have had his head chopped off, but now he was looking at himself with an evil smile. Hello. You too. By the way, your greeting skills aren't that great. One of you didn't take me home as promised. If you pick one up, you'll take my head off. By the way, shouldn't you apologize to me? Chu Jun smiled and walked towards the two of them. At his feet, there was a mass of rotten meat. Chapter 247 Headless Corpse. Vomit. Is this human? When Jello saw the rotten meat, he couldn't help but vomit. The fruit spirit beside him said in pain, that's my sister. Forehead. Feel sorry. No need to apologize. Guoling looked at Chu Jun fiercely. The one who should be sorry. It's this damn bastard. The moment these words were spoken, Guoling rushed over and punched Chu Jun on the head. Next second, the upper part of Chu Jun's mimic insect was directly blown apart. This frightened the mimic insect so much that it ran out holding its lower body. But after seeing this scene, Guoling reacted immediately, etc. Is this the reason why this guy didn't die? That's the case. Why is he still here? Suddenly, a terrible guess appeared in Guoling's mind. Quick, get my sister. Run away with me. Huh. After hearing what Guoling said, Jello's was stunned. But he was confused. But he did it anyway. After all, everything that happened tonight was too magical. He no longer knew what to do. He's a fool. Now that I understand, I don't know what to do. But he still understood that it was right to follow Guoling. But he would never have thought of it. This will be a dead end. Because just when Jello's was about to leave the sewer with the fruit spirit, a white figure rushed over from the other end of the sewer. It was a strange white beast. A super monster with the Imperial emblem printed on it. And the reason why Jello's is so sure. Because when the white monster came back directly, The alien beast energy detection device on his body rated this monster as having a 9th level psychic power. God bless you. Little Hungry's psychic power level at that time was only level 3. But it was at this time that Jellos finally understood. The fruit spirit next to him, the spiritual power level of the strange beast on him, is actually a full 8 levels. Speaking of which, although the 8th level of psychic power cannot defeat the 9th level of psychic beast, but at least it's still possible to escape, right? Jellos thought so. The thing that made Jellos despair finally happened. When the white monster rushed over, the fruit spirit beside him just fought back. Then, she was knocked out directly. He was literally knocked out. And what about it? Half of Guoling's leg and less than half of his abdomen were shattered by this blow. What's even more terrifying is, hey, it's not too late for you two to start apologizing now. Chu Jun walked out of the darkness again with a sinister smile. After all, there are 2 of you. Oh no, it's you 3. There's no chance of escape. I'm not kidding. After saying that, Chu Jun patted the strange beast beside him. After all, this is Her Highness Princess Clarice's exotic beast. You guys are dead. In the dark sewer, Jellos looked at the fruit spirit beside him. A brave decision was made. He raised the gun in his hand towards Chu Jun. Fruit spirit. Run. Run. I don't know who you are, but you must hurry. Terribly sorry. This is different from those pure love novels where the protagonist always hesitates to say what he wants to say. The moment Jellos was about to raise his gun, the white monster had already knocked his head off. That's right. The above content is completely the imagination in Jellos' mind. Him, in reality, it has become a headless corpse. Forehead. This guy. Death really has no value at all. What do you think? Fruit spirit. Chu Jun walked over with a grim smile, accompanied by the body falling to the ground. In Guoling's eyes, tears flowed. Chapter 248, Fruit Spirit Sneak Attack. Surrender. If you resist, you're dead. Surrender now. As Jellos' head fell to the ground, Chu Jun looked at the 3 of them without mercy. At the same time, the white level 9 monster next to him was emitting bursts of azure psychic lightning. These psychic lightning bolts struck Guoling directly, causing her to be blown away from her kneeling position. It's obvious. Under Chu Jun's order, the white monster belonging to the Imperial Princess Clarice did not directly kill Guoling and the fallen woman who possessed the monster. After all, sometimes living enemies are far more useful than dead enemies. I will never kill you. After all, the information you carry is far more useful than your corpses. Of course, if you choose to resist, your fate may be worse than death. Just as Chu Jun was saying this, another little hungry creature in the sewer successfully brought more knife bugs and gun bugs, those fire bugs and message bugs, to the back of Guoling. Their purpose was to block Guoling's hope of escaping. But in fact, even if they didn't do this, Guoling would have no hope of escape. Because the white psychic beast next to Chu Jun, this white beast that looks like a long-legged lizard, is itself the most invincible existence in this area. Although Guoling possesses powerful strength, he can easily kill Xiao Hangyong in seconds. But in the eyes of this white lizard monster, her strength is still that of a pure weakling. A weakling who is not worth mentioning. So after Chu Jun finished saying this, the white lizard shook its body and slowly approached Guoling and her sister. Okay, I surrender. Only, I have a request. Looking at the white lizard slowly approaching him, Guoling took a few deep breaths, then stretched out his arms and made a gesture of surrender. And at the same time, the liquid monster attached to her body also chose to remain silent. He no longer provided the fruit spirit with a powerful possession effect, but instead turned into the other party's clothes, returning to his previous state without being exposed. It seems, this guy is really ready to surrender. Oh, this guy really surrendered. And the other side. When Chu Jun saw Guoling's condition, he felt a lot more relaxed. Although he was a little confused. Why did these female agents from the Human Federation surrender so decisively? However, the appearance of Guoling still made Chu Jun feel that these guys were actually very smart. After all, in the face of the threat of death, this group of people are good-looking, have good figures, and have good personalities, etc. Suddenly, Yao Yuan's real body felt something was wrong. Because in his perspective, the appearance of this guy Guoling is becoming more and more perfect. And at the same time, this damn guy seemed to have made Chu Jun have a strong favorable impression of him. He actually began to feel that the fruit spirit was very perfect and very much in line with his own aesthetic. He even had an impulse, an urge to comfort Guoling and then hold her in her arms and pamper her. This is not normal. This is her psychic ability. What's even more terrifying is, at this time, Chu Jun discovered that the white lizard next to him, which had been wary of Guoling, had relaxed its vigilance without him knowing when. Even the psychic spikes on his back were removed by him on his own initiative. He was also disturbed by the psychic ability of Guoling. No, it's not just the two of them. Even the knife bugs and hungry little ones behind them silently relaxed their vigilance. It was as if the fruit's spirit was an innocent, harmless, but ordinary being that made them feel particularly close to it. Careful, accompanied by Chu Jun's loud reminder. The white lizard immediately became alert, as if it had just woken up from a dream. But it was this moment. Feeling that the time was right, Guoling roared. Then, the liquid beast slaughter that had been dormant in her body suddenly expanded and ejected part of its body. That part of her body turned directly into a sharp blade and stabbed fiercely at the white lizard monster. Die! With infinite malice. Guoling looked at the white lizard fiercely. She wants the other person to die? But, crack, accompanied by a flash of lightning. The body of the white lizard simply disappeared. He changed into a psychic state, and the knife stabbed hard into Chu Jun's mimic insect. Fuck! With a bang, Chu Jun's mimic insect exploded directly. Chapter 249 Communication between the two parties. How is it possible? Accompanied by Guoling's look of disbelief. The white lizard beast that had just transformed into a state of psychic lightning appeared again. But this time, there was an obvious roar in the eyes of the white lizard. This damn human actually dared to launch a sneak attack on me. Next second, accompanied by the roar of the white lizard monster, he directly treated his psychic lightning as his own anger and released it onto the fruit spirit. In an instant, the fruit spirit, who had a malicious look on his face just now, started screaming. The liquid monster on his body, named Massacre, also let out a horrifying scream. This was also the first time that Chu Jun saw this liquid monster make a sound without any contamination from any drugs. But, stop, stop, stop. As the fruit spirit's screams became louder and louder, Chu Jun directly used his spiritual power to stop the reckless behavior of the white lizard monster. The same thing. He didn't want Guoling to die immediately. A dead fruit spirit is not as valuable as a living fruit spirit. So he had to stop the other party. At the same time, Chu Jun also used his spiritual power to convey his thoughts to the white beast. Although Chu Jun does not have the ability of psychic communication like Pang Bo. But what surprised Chu Jun was that this white lizard monster actually paused. What's going on? Has the intelligence of this psychic beast become so powerful? Or does it mean that psychic beasts of this level already possess such powerful intelligence? Only, the accompanying white lizard monster stopped attacking, and with a very anthropomorphic expression, it glanced at the little hungry creature beside it and gestured to the other party with its head. What does this mean? Hello, just when Chu Jun was still confused. Clarice's voice suddenly came into Little Hungry's mind. I have to say, the sound of hey scared Little Hungry so much that he curled up. Then, the frightened Little Hungry just waved his claws and scratched the air nearby. There is a feeling of wanting to scare the enemy away. After all, it was the first time for her to hear someone else's voice in her mind. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take these two guys away as your spoils. Forehead. At this time, Chu Jun realized an important problem. That is, although I do not have the ability to communicate psychically, but Clarice, a veteran mimic psychic, does have it. And judging by what Clarice said, this guy's psychic communication ability must have mutated more than once. After all, the princess of the empire was remotely controlling the white lizard next to Yao Yuan from a very long distance at this moment. She used the white lizard as her own node and sent her own thoughts into Little Hungry's mind. I have to say, such ability further strengthened Yao Yuan's determination to become and use the ability of a mimic psychic. No way. This ability is really useful. But before that, wait a minute. You want me to take care of these two guys? By the way, won't you let your private army take these two away? Faced with Clarice's request, Chu Jun asked with some curiosity. To be honest, although he also wanted all the abilities of the liquid beast, he also had a new liquid beast to study. But after these two consecutive incidents, Chu Jun has a very clear understanding of the danger he is in. So at this moment, he no longer wanted to put the hot potato of Guoling into his hands. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Clarice is the tall one. You think I don't want to? As Clarice's voice sounded, the white lizard beast looked at Little Hungry with a contemptuous expression similar to the one Clarice often used. As for Xiao Hungry, he used Chu Jun's usual indifferent expression to communicate with the other party. Alright. In fact, Little Hunger itself does not have any expression function. Cough cough. All in all, you have no idea how bad the situation is here. The rebels on my side launched a general attack yesterday. You may not believe it if I tell you. I am now in combat mode. Moreover, I found traces of the Eternal organization among the rebels. Chapter 250, The Changed Eternal. I am really convinced. This group of Eternals seems to have suddenly become active, and their methods seem to have become, how should I put it? Become more flexible. As Clarice's voice sounded, the white lizard beast showed a helpless expression in a very human-like manner. I'm really fucked. This damn cult group didn't even launch its own terrorist attack on Songnan's satellite. On the contrary, these bastards actually took the initiative to provide weapons and exotic beasts to the rebels. And they are hiding very low-key. If I hadn't captured a prisoner from the Eternals a few days ago, I really wouldn't have known of their existence. Hearing this, Chu Jun's expression became serious. Because although strictly speaking, he is also a peripheral member of the Eternal organization. But deep down, he was also extremely disgusted with the actions of the Eternals. So when Clarice told him the news, he also felt the real threat from the other party. Good. In that case, I'll lock them both up first. Chu Jun expressed regret that Clarice didn't have time to come. Then he had an idea. But during this time, I will interrogate them first. Let's ask them both what they are planning. Can. After hearing what Chu Jun said, Clarice spoke very calmly even during the battle. But, Chu Jun, I have a suggestion for you. Before you ask them, tell them both about my existence. What's the meaning? Are you going to threaten them? After hearing what Clarice said, Chu Jun thought that Clarice wanted to use her great reputation in the outside world to intimidate the two of them. But that is not the case. No. I just need you to tell them both. If the two of them are willing to reveal the information, even if they betray their own organization, then I am willing to take them both under my command. Clarice, who was remotely controlling the white lizard beast, said so. As she spoke, the expression of the white lizard beast also became unusually gentle. What's going on? Didn't you just recruit a group of spies? Why do you want to bring them together now? You don't understand. It's actually very difficult for such people to betray their own organization. But once they betray, they will be absolutely loyal. After all, you tortured that woman, Guoling's sister, for so long. Wasn't she reluctantly ready to reveal her information to you? That's true. After hearing what Clarice said, Chu Jun nodded. In that case, I will reluctantly help you operate it. But let me say this first. This white lizard beast of yours is the most powerful fighting force beside me, so you can't just take it back. Now I can feel that Songnan is becoming more and more dangerous. It seemed that he felt Chu Jun's request. The white lizard monster narrowed its eyes and looked at Chu Jun, or a little hungry one, with contempt. Too weak. This is probably what the white lizard monster means. And little hungry glared at the other person fiercely. It seems that the opponent's level is high enough. But Xiao Hunger is still not afraid of the other party. Okay. Anyway, this guy's duty is to protect Songnan. Since you need him so much, I'll let him stay with you. Clarice also felt the danger in Songnan at this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed so readily. But, just when Chu Jun was about to deal with Guoling and her sister, preparing to cut off their limbs and plant a little hunger, Clarice's voice came through the white lizard monster. By the way, Chu Jun, I heard that you've been getting close to a guy named Clare recently. By the way, what is the relationship between you two? Boom. A flash of lightning appeared in Chu Jun's heart. Ahem. I have no idea what you are talking about. Goodbye. I'm going to be busy. I still have a lot of things to do. After saying that, Chu Jun immediately cut off the psychic connection between the two and controlled Little Hunger. Chapter 251, Gathering Intelligence. In the sewer of Ant Street, Guoling, who had come to rescue people before, and her sister who was about to be rescued by her, were thrown by Chu Jun into a more secure tunnel deeper underground. Only, same as her sister. At this time, the fruit spirit's limbs were also cut off. What's even more terrifying is, she is much stronger than her sister. So the number of little hungry creatures in her body is as many as 4. Moreover, in order to prevent the organization behind them from attacking this place again, they rescued the two of them. Chu Jun let the white lizard sit here without hesitation. Wait until the fruit spirit wakes up. Then Chu Jun will immediately complete Clarice's task. Forehead. Although this sounds weird. But in fact, it was because Clarice discovered Clare's existence. So this time, Clarice really told Chu Jun about it in the form of a task. If he fails to complete the task, what awaits him then is a violent storm of wrath. So it's very rare. Chu Jun became extremely serious about Clarice's mission. However, after Chu Jun finished this matter, he quickly created more mimicry insects. And his new mimic insects were not hatched to be busy with other things. Quite the opposite. After experiencing the previous round of events, Chu Jun did a very smart thing. That is, he let the mimic insects imitate the dead jellos and the terrifying fruit spirit respectively, and they were active in Sangnan for a while in their postures. And the two of them stuck together very deliberately. With a posture that was extremely consistent with the standards of a couple, they left a mark in Sangnan and attracted the attention of many people. These people who are watching them will later become important witnesses that the two of them are still alive. That's right. Unlike Chu Jun, who was easily exposed a few days ago. This time, Chu Jun's IQ in crime can be said to have developed rapidly. He didn't just notice this detail. He also fabricated a set of evidence in great detail for Guoling and Jellos, which could allow them to disappear at any time without arousing suspicion from others. Like, they're getting married or something like that. In this way, Chu Jun believed that some of the beings who were paying attention to him would feel that something was wrong, but at least they won't trace it directly to themselves. And at the same time, Chu Jun was still busy with another matter. That is, he was constantly trying to find ways to get closer to his teammates who originally belonged to Jellos. He let the mimics approach them in various ways to obtain enough intelligence from them. Of course, if it was just Jellos, then Chu Jun wouldn't need to do this. The only reason he did it was just because he was curious about the identity of this guy Guoling. He believed that through Guoling's identity, he should be able to find some of the enemies hiding in Sangnan City. After all, the fruit spirit has not yet awakened. But even if he really woke up, it would be impossible for Chu Jun to fully believe his information. He can only trust the information he discovers himself. However, I don't know if it's just coincidence or luck. When Chu Jun's plan began to be implemented, he discovered a horrible fact. That is the existence of this guy Guoling. Very reasonable. It was so reasonable that Chu Jun began to doubt whether he had arrested the wrong person. Because her identity is not just legal, and he is in Sangnan City, there are actually family and friends of my own. That's right. These family members and friends also exist. But their existence seems to have nothing to do with this matter. They were just ordinary civilians of the Empire. And Guoling's life is also smooth sailing. No strange incidents occurred. Even Chu Jun couldn't find any reason or sign that this guy had turned from an imperial citizen into a human federal agent. It's like their family, the fruit spirits in this neighborhood, suddenly became like a different person. What on earth happened to make her become like this? Wrong. Who are Guoling and her sister? Chapter 252, Clare returns. Fruit spirit. We all know that girl. It's very quiet and very beautiful. In the 8th block of Sangnan City, in front of a small supermarket. By the way, officer, you are not trying to pursue her, are you? If so, you don't stand a chance. Because there is a handsome guy named Jellos who has been pursuing Guoling. I heard from others that the two of them are planning to get married and go traveling. A fat lady said with a smirk. Opposite him, Chu Jun, who had transformed into Cain, rolled his eyes helplessly. Travel? What a joke. That's all fake news that I released. The real Jellos was now completely lost in the physical sense. And the fruit spirit. Snort. This girl, along with her sister, are already lying in the tunnel beneath the Ant Street sewer. Nothing. It's just that there was a case recently that involved the Exotic Beast Hunter Guild. And Guoling happens to be an employee of the Hunter Guild. Chu Jun, oh no. To be precise, the mimic insect that looked like Cain said without blushing. I see. No wonder the police came here a few hours ago and asked Guoling and others other questions. Officer, let me tell you, that policeman is not the same as you. That person is actually me. After hearing this, Chu Jun waved his hand helplessly and left the nagging old lady. Something is wrong indeed. All the information from Guoling seems a little off. Let's put aside the question of her ability for now. Just talking about her life experience, there are so many things wrong with her. Chu Jun's real body said helplessly as he looked at the information in his hand. She has never left Sangnan and is a local through and through. She has never been in contact with any political entity or organization. In fact, in the first 20 years of her life, she was just an ordinary student. Her parents are also extremely ordinary people, and they are normal citizens of the Empire. But why? Will she become a female agent of the Human Federation? At first, Chu Jun thought Guoling was a fake. After all, the Human Federation, provided it has the technological means, can allow her to replace Guoling. But this idea was quickly rejected by Chu Jun. Because of his gene bug, he obtained the genetic sequence of Guoling and her parents. Chu Jun also compared the genetic sequences of their family and even their clan. He discovered that the genes of these people were all normal and they were all related to the fruit spirits. That is to say, the fruit spirit is this fruit spirit. But she suddenly became a different person and an agent of the Human Federation. And more importantly, in addition to becoming an agent of the Human Federation, Guoling also possesses combat experience and knowledge far beyond that of ordinary people. That's right. This is the thing that Chu Jun cannot understand the most. Genes and the like can be faked. People or anything else can be replaced. But things like combat experience and knowledge are absolutely impossible to fake. Because if you don't have the knowledge, you don't have it. No matter how a person changes his appearance, his knowledge reserves remain fixed. Again, humans are not computers, and knowledge cannot be directly acquired through data storage. Knowledge takes time to learn. Whether it was the fighting skills that Guoling had demonstrated before, or her skills in using psychic powers. Even her skills in using guns and driving cars required years, or even decades of learning. But Guoling violates this logic. She went straight from being an ordinary imperial girl to a ruthless killer. Moreover, during the transformation process, she also acquired those terrifying knowledge. Such changes always made Chu Jun feel. There are far more secrets about Guoling than she imagined. Just when Chu Jun was sitting in the laboratory and was puzzled by this problem. My dear girls, I am back. As Claire's voice sounded, Clare Morton finally came back again. As soon as she came back, the little ones immediately rushed over and surrounded her excitedly. But the next second, Claire frowned when she smelled the ice cream on her daughter. Really? Not long after she came back, she discovered that Xiao 11 and other insects were instigating the mimics to buy large amounts of ice cream. After scolding Xiao 11 and other strange beasts for a long time, she pushed open the door of the laboratory. Chu Jun. We already know the truth about Songnan's destruction. Chapter 253, A Prophecy. Has Claire discovered the secret of Songnan's destruction? What's going on? You are so efficient. Faced with Claire's new discovery, Chu Jun was a little skeptical. Because it was only 3 short days, and she had already completed this arduous task. And what's even more terrifying is, clearly 3 days ago, Claire said that she was just preparing to collect some intelligence. Of course. Claire laughed. You haven't forgotten one thing, have you? Behind me is the entire Eternal Organization. Her green eyes were filled with a smug smile. What you can't accomplish alone, our organization can easily accomplish. This is the power of organization. Does it mean there is strength in numbers? Wrong. Chu Jun shook his head and expressed his doubts. Has your organization known about this for a long time? Or have you already prepared? After all, although you are an organization, the Human Federation is also an organization. Chu Jun, who was almost tricked by Claire, asked in confusion. But the next second, Claire rolled her eyes and punched Chu Jun. Hey, you little bastard. What do you mean by your organization? It's our organization. Chu Jun, you must have forgotten that you are a member of the Eternal Organization just like us, right? Damn it. Chu Jun, who was punched by Claire, cursed in his heart. It's true. He really had forgotten. It seems like I have become a member of the terrorist organization, the Eternals, 2 weeks ago. This is really a headache. The other side. Claire seemed to have noticed Chu Jun's desperate expression and immediately said with a smile, Boy, you can't run away. The moment you become a member of our organization, you are bound by us. Your girlfriend can't save you either. Indeed. As Chu Jun's identity as a member of the Eternal Organization, once he is exposed, then even Clarice can't save herself. So Claire's words really made Chu Jun feel a little desperate. But what if I am an undercover agent? Chu Jun narrowed his eyes. If I am an undercover agent, is there any chance of reversing my identity? Ahem. But the next second, Claire once again saw through Chu Jun's psychology and directly interrupted his fantasy. My dear Chu Jun, although Clarice is very terrifying, very powerful, and very cruel, but the methods of our Eternal Organization cannot be considered merciful. And, Claire said with a smile, although most people in the sector around us are supporting the rebellion of the Imperial rebels, but the strength of our people is not something you can handle alone. Hateful. Facing Claire's obvious threat, Chu Jun could be said to be gritting his teeth. Don't say that. The Eternal Organization is really not an existence that Chu Jun can deal with alone. After all, the Eternals organization is a cult and a villain organization in name only. But it is a powerful organization that has been fighting against the Star Empire and the Human Federation for a long time. You can say he is evil, you can say he is blasphemous, but you can't say he's a bad cook. Thinking of this, all Chu Jun's previous little thoughts disappeared. Then, Chu Jun, with a serious face, asked Claire, All right. I'm just thinking about it. And I didn't do anything. But, compared to this little thing where I was a little bit disloyal, shouldn't you explain in detail now what exactly happened to Songnan's destruction? Hearing Chu Jun say this, Claire was not in the habit of being a riddle teller, so she told Chu Jun the whole story. Actually, this matter is very easy to explain. The reason why Tsangnan planet is going to be destroyed is because the commander-in-chief of the Human Federation has heard the prophecy from the prophet. In Tsangnan Star, there is an evil being that is about to endanger the entire universe and is slowly awakening. And in order to prevent the universe from being destroyed, they can only eliminate this threat in advance. Oh, so it's a prophecy, etc. A prophecy? What is going on? Chu Jun, who was already confused, became even more confused this time. There was no way. The last second, he was still racking his brains over Guo Ling's situation. The next second, he encountered an even more brain-burning situation. The reason for all this happening is just because of a prophecy. Chapter 254, Another God. Damn it, are you kidding me? As Chu Jun's expression gradually became stiff, the smile on Claire's face became more obvious. Do I look like I'm kidding? Chu Jun. As she spoke, Claire stretched out her dishonest hand and hooked Chu Jun's chin. Her green eyes were full of smiles. For a moment, Claire Morton's expression made Chu Jun even more suspicious that the other party was joking with him. After all, his mind could not accept the fact no matter what. You know, Jack's clone paid with his life in exchange for the information that Tsangnan is about to be destroyed. The importance of this information cannot be measured in terms of money. But the weird thing is, behind this intelligence is not a game between empires, nor a contest between great wills. The reason for Tsangnan's destruction was just one: prophecy. To be honest, this situation can no longer be described as simply absurd. This is such a huge joke. Looking at Chu Jun's suspicious eyes, Claire burst into laughter. It's ridiculous and weird, isn't it? Chu Jun nodded. I find it ridiculous, too. But it is a fact. Never mind. I know that with your way of thinking, you will definitely not believe what I tell you. So, come with me. I'll take you to see it for yourself. As Claire spoke, the young professor pulled Chu Jun up and took him outside. At the same time, she also picked up her coat, looking serious. Etc. Where are you taking me? Pleasure Club. Hearing this name, Chu Jun immediately calmed down. Since Chu Jun had a not-so-pleasant experience the last time he went to the Pleasure Club, he was obviously a little resistant this time. If we're going to the Pleasure Club, I don't think there's any need for me to go with you. Let me use the mimic insect and go with you. Snort. What are you thinking about, kid? What can your mimics do? I want your people. And how dare you use a mimic insect to replace you in such a blasphemous way? You forgot again. Is the Pleasure Club such a sacred place? How did a pleasure club, a place full of prostitutes, become associated with the word sacred? Besides, how different can your mimic insect be from yourself? Oh yes. Chu Jun almost forgot. Below the Pleasure Club is actually the headquarters of the Eternal Organization on Tsangnan Star. And there is also the Temple of the Eternal under the club. So speaking from this situation, the Pleasure Club is really a relatively sacred place. After getting into Claire's car, Claire took Chu Jun and rushed towards the Pleasure Club. Claire, why did you insist on taking me with you? Why don't you just tell me the reason directly? Chu Jun became a little impatient because of the car seat, especially the unpleasant smell inside the car. No way. Even Pombo's truck was cleaner than Claire's car. I can't help it. This is God's will. God prophesied about you. He prophesied that you would come to the temple below the Pleasure Club today. And it's you who's here, not your mimic. Another prophecy? After hearing Claire's charlatan-like remarks, Chu Jun felt that his cognition had been continuously challenged during this period of time. What is going on? Can God predict everything about himself? Yes. There is no need to doubt the correctness of this prophecy, Chu Jun. Although Chu Jun had not asked the question yet, Claire spoke with foresight. God had already predicted what was going to happen today from the moment you gave me the intelligence, and I reported it to him. He said you would be here, and here you are. Faced with this absolutely charlatan-like statement, Chu Jun said with disdain, what if I didn't come? Or maybe I deceived you with the mimic insect, and it was a mimic insect that came. Impossible. Because God's prophecies never go wrong. Did he predict the destruction of Tsangnan Star? After all, isn't the Human Federation also using the power of prophecy? The king of Chu was not convinced at this time, so he turned into a strong person and used the prophecy to crack the prophecy. But Claire's prediction made Chu Jun stunned on the spot. Because, no, our God failed to predict the destruction of Tsangnan Star. In his prediction, Tsangnan Star was not destroyed, but he could not see the detailed future related to Tsangnan Star. Because the God of the Human Federation has interfered with him. Are there gods in the Human Federation? Chapter 255, The Eternal's Recognition. Is there also a god in the Human Federation? Etc. As Claire spoke, Chu Jun keenly noticed something was wrong. The last time he came to the Pleasure Club, The girl called Madame Nunnally, half human, half plant woman, once said this to herself. Their organization of immortals is a religious organization that transcends religious organizations, because it is different from ordinary religious organizations. All other religious organizations are superstitious. They are superstitious about false gods and devoted to false gods. But it's different for Lady Nunnally, Clare, and others. They believe in the true God. That is the God who gave Chu Jun the 6th-level alien beast gene sequence, as well as all the messy memories and knowledge. But this sentence also has another definition. That is God. It really exists. But if that's the case, then when Clare said that God's prophecy was interfered with by another God, this also means that the Eternals are actually admitting it in disguise. There is also a true God in the Human Federation. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun looked at Clare. Clare smiled and nodded, then continued driving without saying a word. Damn it. This guy's meaning is very clear. There is nothing wrong with Chu Jun's idea. There are also gods in the Human Federation. Moreover, this so-called God was also recognized by Clare. Otherwise, Clare would never call the other party a god, but would call him a false god or something like that. Finally, under the impact of big news, one after another, Chu Jun, who was sitting in the car, was completely silent. It's not that he doesn't want to talk, but he no longer knew what to say. He didn't say a word, but just sat obediently in the car, letting Clare drive him to the pleasure club. As for Clare, she seemed to have guessed Chu Jun's reaction a long time ago. After smiling silently, she followed Chu Jun's silence and drove on her own. Less than an hour later, the two arrived at the door of the pleasure club. But this is different from Chu Jun, who came here alone and didn't even know where the gate was. Clare, a distinguished lifetime member of the pleasure club, had just arrived here when she was led by the club members to the distinguished member area. Her car, which was expensive but messy with beer bottles and clothes scattered all over the place, was driven away by a special parking attendant and parked in a special place. I have to say, things like money and status really do play a crucial role in some aspects. Chu Jun thought, so as he looked at the waiters who were busy around Clare and constantly trying to please her. Of course, at this moment, Chu Jun was also thinking about something in his heart. That is, most of these waiters are probably not members of the pleasure club. If that is the case, how horrified would they be if they knew the true identity of the female boss they serve? But Chu Jun was just thinking about it. Now he has not forgotten one extremely important thing. That is to help Ms. 02, who is responsible for smuggling, to find a member of the Immortal Organization. That's right. Ms. 02 is a person who hates the Immortal Organization very much. She not only has the task of helping Chu Jun spread the Zerg one. Moreover, Chu Jun also attaches great importance to an important piece of information that Ms. 02 can provide. That is, she is one of the few people who knows how the White Death parasite arrived at Sungnon Star. Therefore, in order to complete these two tasks, Chu Jun naturally needs to find a lucky person and let him make friends with Ms. 02. With this idea in mind, Chu Jun has been looking for members of the Eternal Organization in the Joy Club since he entered the Joy Club. And soon, he found a suitable partner. Chapter 256, Going to the Underground Temple. P.S. This chapter is a long chapter of 6,000 words. As Chu Jun and Clare arrived inside the pleasure club, Clare Morton visibly relaxed. At the same time, it was not known whether it was because she had spent a lot of money, or because her identity as a member of the Eternal Organization played a role, but almost all the waiters in the pleasure club were very polite to Clare, and it could even be said that flattery. Such an attitude made it inevitable that the king of Chu would be treated preferentially. Along the way, if Chu Jun had not insisted on walking by himself, he estimated that he might have been carried away by those fanatical waiters. Hello. Because of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but feel curious when he saw this situation. Clare, this privilege of yours comes from your, Because someone was passing by, Chu Jun couldn't help but lower his voice. Does it come from your special identity? Hearing Chu Jun say this, the blonde, green-eyed Clare lowered her head and said with a mischievous grin, "What special identity? I don't understand. This damn guy is pretending to be so serious in front of me at this time." Thinking of this, Chu Jun immediately glared at her. "Stop teasing me here. Of course, I'm talking about your illegal status." Ha 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 ha. Clare finally couldn't help laughing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Yes, my status in the Eternal Organization has actually determined how I am treated today. Since our Eternal Organization is distributed on almost all planets, you can regard the Joy Club as the base of our organization. And in our base, you can get different levels of support and help based on your status. Take me as an example. I am a biological attendant of the Eternal Organization and one of the leaders of the Sungnon district. My treatment is divided into 2 levels. On the first level, I am qualified to meet our God once a month. This is a gift from God, a reward of spiritual and organizational status, and also the most important gift of our organization. And the second level is a little more vulgar. Because according to the regulations, I can mobilize a maximum of 20 million Star Empire points or Human Federation contribution points from the organization every month for my personal life and research. How many? 20 million? At this moment, Chu Jun finally understood why Clare, as a professor, could live a life of debauchery every day but never worried about money. It turns out that this guy is the richest person among everyone Chu Jun knows. However, compared to this matter, Chu Jun was more curious about another thing. That is, Clare said that he was a biological attendant of the Eternals, and this so-called biological attendant sounded like a job title within the Eternals. Yes, the title of biological attendant is indeed a job title within our organization. In addition to biological servants, our Eternal organization also has 2 major positions, psychic prophet and mechanical monk. If you go up further, you will find the priests. Priest. After hearing this word, Chu Jun frowned. Is there no other prefix before priest? You know, biological servants, psychic prophets, and mechanical monks all have corresponding ones. But the title of priest is the only lonely one, which seems very different compared with other titles. There is none left. A priest is a priest. At this time, Chu Jun and Clare had already arrived at a new high-end VIP room. So when speaking here, Clare was obviously very unscrupulous. In our eternal order, all priests are unique. Because the duties of the priests are completely different from those of all of us. They are beings that can communicate directly with the gods and tell us about their gifts. I see. From this point of view, although the Eternals say that they are completely different from religious organizations. However, judging from the names they use to describe members within the organization and their religious structure, their nature as a religious organization is exposed. Wait, Clare, are these the only 4 titles in your organization? Besides the 4 of you, what are the names of the other team members? Hey, it's not your organization. It's our organization. Clare was very angry that Chu Jun always treated the Eternal organization as the organization she joined rather than his own organization. However, considering that Chu Jun, like herself at the beginning, had never seen the power of gods, Clare did not say much in the end. Instead, she patiently continued to explain to Chu Jun. Apart from our 4 job titles, the organizational structure of our organization is actually very simple. Because you can understand us, these 4 people in these positions, as the upper echelons of our organization. And in our lower class, we only have 2 types in total. As she spoke, Clare pointed at Chu Jun. The first one. You are a prospective member who has been recognized by God, but has not yet been tested and fully accepted into our organization. It's your honor. Forehead. Why don't I feel honored? Chu Jun took a sip of the wine handed to him by someone else and thought helplessly. Then, Clare grabbed the waiter who served her and Chu Jun and said with a smile. The second type is existence like them. Hearing this, Chu Jun looked at the waiter. That person was a very common human male in the Eternals organization. He had a pale face, blonde hair, a well-maintained body, and an unhealthy mental state that was obviously caused by drugs. While Clare was catching him, Chu Jun memorized the name engraved on his badge. Similin, Tarida. This group of people are called slaves of our Eternal organization. It's the lowest grade. They are responsible for a lot of things within our organization. For example, the staff. Those women and men are basically born by them. They are the property of our Eternal order. Of course, not all staff members are members of our organization. In some pleasure clubs, there are still a large number of ordinary staff. Besides that, there are still many things they need to be responsible for. For example, they are the laborers and experimental subjects of our organization. Oh no, Clare said to the servant named Simulon. To us, you are experimental subjects, but to you, you should be servants dedicated to God. You are absolutely right, Miss Clare. Faced with Clare's almost insulting words, Simulon was unexpectedly magnanimous. No, that's not being generous. I am always eager to show up for our God. Please, Miss Clare. Please let me have this honor in the next experiment. Hiss. This is complete brainwashing. Looking at the guy in front of him, Chu Jun thought helplessly. Clare might be better. At least she used the term experimental subject, and she knew what she was doing. But this idiot in front of me, he is beyond help. After seeing Clare Morton's expression that was like a charlatan, Chu Jun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. He believes in reason and science, even though he has seen many amazing things in this world that cannot be explained by science at present. But his scholarly nature still made him unwilling to believe in the existence of gods. And more importantly, he believed that Clare was the same person as him. But I don't know why. Clare seemed particularly careless and irrational when it came to the matter of God. She clearly knew that God did not exist, but she was still obsessed with this organization. So, the main reason why Chu Jun kept in touch with Clare and trusted her for such a long time was that he believed that Clare could wake up. But judging from the current situation, Clare, this smart girl, has been seriously poisoned by the ideas of the Eternals. Even, her mental state has also become a problem. Chu Jun thought so after looking at Clare's fanatical appearance. But at the same time, Chu Jun also realized another problem. That is, since the idiot in front of him is beyond help, then he might be a good material for trading. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun once again memorized this guy's appearance. The other side. After Chu Jun and Clare stayed in the VIP room for a while, Clare seemed to have received an oracle and began to take Chu Jun out of the room and walk towards the bottom of the pleasure club. After all, the real destination of Chu Jun and Clare is below this giant building. When Chu Jun once again took the elevator that kept going down, he suddenly realized. This time when I came today, I didn't seem to see the lady named Nanali, a half-human, half-plant woman. Is she not here today? After hearing Chu Jun's question, Clare joked to Chu Jun with a funny expression. Chu Jun, do you want to know where the lady Nanali who has a crush on you has gone? Ms. Nunnally, who has a crush on me. After Chu Jun heard what Clare said, he couldn't help but be speechless. Stop joking, Clare. I don't think Ms. Nunnally has any feelings towards me. And my aesthetic is pretty normal. I only like normal-looking people. When he said this, Chu Jun glanced at Clare and then added, a mentally sound woman. Cut. You're still pretending to be a serious person over there. Others may not know it, but don't I know you? How could a guy like you who was flirting with Clarice like someone in his right mind? Forget it, I'll just say it straight. The reason why Ms. Nanali is not here today is because she is currently on Songnan satellites number 2 and number 3, engaging in a terrible fight with your lovely girlfriend. As the only 9th-level psychic in the Songnan star region, she is currently the only one among us who can compete with Clarice. After hearing this, Chu Jun couldn't help but widen his eyes. This news is indeed a bit shocking, because although he knew that Clarice was fighting the rebels, he also knew that the Eternals were funding the rebels. But the problem is that Chu Jun didn't think of it. The two bosses he knew, one was Princess Clarice of the Empire, and the other was Nanali from the Eternals organization, actually fought each other. What's even worse is, this girl Clarice just told Chu Jun that she was engaged in a fierce battle. It was hard for Chu Jun to imagine. Once this girl Clarice finds out that the person she is fighting is actually Chu Jun's ally, what will she do to Chu Jun? Sure enough, after Chu Jun's expression gradually froze, Clare beside him finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. So you guys are afraid sometimes. But don't worry, our organization is losing ground on the Songnan satellite, and your lover almost killed our lady Nanali several times. All in all, nothing will happen to your little girlfriend. Forehead. It seems that what I am worried about is not that she won't come back. What I'm really worried about is whether she can come back. Chu Jun glanced at Clare who was gloating beside him and thought angrily. Snap. As the elevator gradually reaches the bottom, Chu Jun followed Clare into the Temple of Eternals. As soon as he entered the temple, Chu Jun's spiritual power quickly sounded an alarm, because at this moment he keenly discovered that many psychics around him had noticed his arrival. And what's even more terrifying is, this time, he could feel it clearly. In this so-called Temple of the Eternals, there are at least dozens of strange beasts of different sizes staring at him. Sure enough, as Chu Jun's psychic shield instinctively rose, the 8 little hungry creatures lying in Chu Jun's arms quickly poked their heads out from various positions beside Chu Jun. They also felt the danger. But just when Chu Jun was ready for the worst. Oh my goodness, there you are, Miss Clare. I haven't seen you for a long, long time. About how long has it been? 3 or 4 years? Or a lifetime? Accompanied by an extremely feminine and annoying voice, a man about 1.5 meters tall, dressed in an extremely feminine manner, walked out from the next room. He took small steps in a very seductive manner and ran towards Clare quickly. At the same time, his face was full of excitement. The short sissy rushed over and hugged Clare before she could react. Well, X79, you're here too. After seeing this effeminate man, Clare immediately introduced him to Chu Jun. Chu Jun. This Mr. X79 is the best psychic prophet in our organization. Mr. X79, the person next to me, is called Chu Jun. He's the newest talent we've ever had in our organization. The biological waiter of the future. Oh, after hearing what Clare said, X79 also looked at Chu Jun with a smile. Oh, is this the new creature waiter from now on? You look good, don't you, young man? As he spoke, Mr. X79 stretched out his hand, stroked Chu Jun's lab coat, and said with a smile, "Wait a minute, do you want to go to the pleasure club for a drink? By the way, I want to see if your experimental ability can be used on me." Facing the other party's blatant harassment, Chu Jun smiled slightly. Chu Jun knew very well that as a gentleman, he should not be too rude to someone he had just met. "So, believe it or not, I can beat you to death with one punch, you 1.5-meter tall pervert. Get lost." All right. Mr. X79 does have some mental problems. You don't have to be so angry. After comforting X79, who ran away crying, Claire said helplessly, "Although X79 is stupid and lustful, he is really a good person. Because he is one of the few members of our organization who will not harm ordinary people." As she spoke, Claire led Chu Jun towards the interior of the temple. While walking on the road, Chu Jun's expression gradually changed from calm to shocked. "Because it's different from the last time I came. At that time, there were only him and Nanali in the entire temple, and the entire temple seemed very empty. But this time, the entire temple was not only filled with members of the Eternal Organization, but these members also brought all kinds of exotic beasts. For example, there is a firebird with countless spiritual flames wrapped around its body, which is very similar to the legendary phoenix. A giant monster that looks very similar to humans, but its body is at least 10 times larger and is covered with armor and weapons. A green butterfly monster that is very small in size, but possesses at least level 7 healing abilities and can directly restore thousands of soldiers and monsters on the battlefield. The price of any exotic beast taken out from here has already exceeded hundreds of millions. Even among these exotic beasts, most of them are impossible for ordinary beastmasters to buy, because some of them are either contraband or are not for sale from some beastmasters. Oh my god, Ms. Nunnally was right before. This place is really a paradise sometimes." As Chu Jun spoke, his hands began to tremble slightly. But don't get me wrong. The reason why Chu Jun's hands were shaking was simply because he was currently, in this area, continuously dropping genetic insect eggs. He was greedy and wanted to collect the genetic sequences of as many precious exotic animals as possible in this area. But just when Chu Jun forgot everything. Hey. Chu Jun. Stop. Are you crazy? Claire suddenly grabbed Chu Jun and spoke to him seriously. What's wrong? Chu Jun looked at Claire, somewhat confused. God just told you through an oracle to stop releasing genetic bugs. This is a blasphemous act. God. Oracle. Faced with Claire's crazy operation, Chu Jun was speechless. Why didn't I hear the oracle? Claire, are you going crazy again? Just when Chu Jun was about to say that Claire was crazy or something, suddenly, he was surprised to find that the ground around him suddenly burst into flames. Immediately following, all the genetic insect eggs that he had just released were directly destroyed by these flames. Meanwhile, swish, swish, swish. As the flames continued to burn, the firebird that Chu Jun had seen before rushed over at a rapid speed. She was the culprit who burned those insect eggs. However, what made Chu Jun feel strange was, this firebird was actually looking down at him with a look of disdain. She seemed very dissatisfied with her behavior just now. But this weird feeling is right, because this fire spirit bird is using spiritual power to communicate with Chu Jun at this moment. This is God's territory. Exotic beasts that do not meet God's requirements are not allowed to be sent in. It's obvious. This fire spirit bird refers to Chu Jun's genetic insects. However, the little hunger in Chu Jun's arms and inside his clothes does not fall into this category. But at this time, little hungry, because the fire spirit bird had just burned its eggs, was coming out of Chu Jun's collar with anger, and looked at the fire spirit bird with a ferocious face. Although the gap in strength between the two sides can be said to be as huge as heaven and earth, but the ferocious attitude of little hunger is still real. She's not afraid of anything. But just when Chu Jun was thinking this, the little hungry babies in his arms suddenly seemed to feel threatened, and they turned their heads and looked at the ground. Etc. Why are they looking underground? Accompanied by Chu Jun's questions. Beside Chu Jun, Claire, who had already guessed what was going to happen, couldn't help but sigh. Hey, don't go too far. Then, the ground beneath his feet suddenly roared. Accompanied by a series of loud roars, Chu Jun was surprised to find that the ground beneath my feet is actually alive. That's not the ground, that's a living. Biology. Chapter 257, The Future Priest. The land beneath my feet is alive. Along with the roar of the earth, Chu Jun was surprised to find that the ground under his feet was actually alive. And what's even more terrifying is, The creature that he was stepping on was turning its head around at this moment, and it, still a human being. A face has been infinitely stretched by the earth, but one can still vaguely see that it is a human being, or rather, the face of a human being. But at this moment, what Chu Jun finds even more incredible is, this human face, and the earth it rests on, is not just an ordinary creature. Because this is a super huge snake. A giant snake whose size alone may be larger than the city of Tsangnan. At this moment, the giant snake was raising its neck, looking down at Chu Jun with a contemptuous attitude, using its snake head and the almost blurry human face on its head. It's not just him. All the strange beasts and believers of the eternal sect surrounding this side were staring at Chu Jun with strange eyes and expressions. It's like a group of hungry wolves staring at the sheep in the sheepfold. Hey, hey, hey. But, while Chu Jun was still surprised, Clare beside him showed a helpless and painful expression. You're almost there. Every time there's a new person coming, you guys are always like this. Is it fun to scare people? Get out of here now. As Chu Jun's mentor, Clare stood up earlier than Chu Jun. She had one hand on her waist and the other hand pointing at the giant snake with an angry look on her face. Especially you. Tadadar. You, lower your head right now. Every time a new person comes, you guys are always like this. Aren't you annoying? The next second, amid Clare Morton's angry curses, those people who had just had weird expressions on their faces all burst into laughter. It was just as Clare said. The reason why these guys did this was actually just to scare Chu Jun. In fact, this is not the first time they have done this to scare newcomers. Because Chu Jun later found out that the reason why Clare was so protective of him was not just to protect himself, but because she was obviously the newcomer who had been frightened before. Moreover, the shock she had suffered in the past was far more serious than what Chu Jun was going to suffer this time. Professor Clare Morton is anxious. There's nothing we can do. It was because Clare Morton was the first one among so many newcomers to wet her pants and faint at the same time. Yes, I still remember the expression on the little girl's face when she fainted. Ha 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 ha. Amid the laughter, Clare Morton's face turned completely red. She just roared and directly stimulated her psychic power to the extreme. Then, holding the psychic whip, she rushed towards the group of people who were laughing at her. Ouch! Why do you only hit me? Mr. X79 roared, dodging Clare's blows. Clare's answer was very concise and clear. Among so many big guys, Mr. X79 is the weakest one. Cough cough. All in all, after this farce, Chu Jun became the forgotten one. But he was not forgotten by everyone. At least that super huge snake-shaped half-human, half-monster still had a stern face and spoke to Chu Jun very seriously. Boy, though you haven't become a member of our organization yet, but you still have to understand one thing. That is, don't try to steal our alien animal gene sequences with those despicable tricks in front of us. This giant snake named Tadadar is the one that Chu Jun wanted to steal using genetic insects. Because we are different from many organizations outside. Many of us have completed the fusion of genes with alien beasts and have reached a great state where you are in me and I am in you. So in the outside world, your behavior might be labeled as ordinary gene-stealing behavior. But in the eyes of our organization, Tadadar lowered his head and spoke in a threatening tone. Your behavior is likely to be considered a provocation by us. A provocation against every one of us. All right, Tadadar. Stay away from my Chu Jun. On the other side, Clare, who had already beaten Mr. X79, walked over with a disdainful expression on her face. At the same time, Clare informed this group of people of a very important news. Forehead. To be precise, it is this group of people and the beasts. In fact, my Chu Jun is a little different from you. He has received gifts from God for a much longer time than any of you. Besides that, if the oracle spoken by Lady Nunnally is correct, Chu Jun may become a priest within our organization in a year. Its status is far higher than any of us. After hearing Clare's words, the area that had been extremely lively before suddenly became quiet. Almost everyone looked at Chu Jun with a complicated expression. But it was also because of their gaze that Chu Jun realized something very strange. That is, the group of people and beasts who had looked down on him before actually showed fear in their expressions when they looked at him. Hello. Why didn't you tell me about this? Didn't I come here just to witness the truth of that prophecy with my own eyes? After feeling the atmosphere around him become somewhat tense, Chu Jun also sensed something was wrong, and he immediately asked Clare. Clare smiled wickedly. Of course I want to give you a surprise. Hey, didn't you see the terrified expressions on these guys' faces? It's clear that they are already scared. They are very scared. You will punish them later. Besides, if I tell you this so early, I'm a little afraid that you will run away. If I catch you then, it will be very troublesome. Looking at Claire's cunning expression, Chu Jun couldn't help but narrow his eyes. She was indeed right. If Chu Jun knew that he might become a priest in this damn organization in the future, he would most likely not come. Okay, get out of the way. I am going to take my Chu Jun, my future high priest, to where the gods are to meet our great god. As he spoke, Chu Jun was pulled to the center of the temple by Clare amid the strange, silent gaze of all the beings. You are protecting me. But please don't treat me as your property, okay? While heading towards the center of the temple, Chu Jun said to Clare. But I don't know why. When Chu Jun said this, Clare, who was always a bit shameless, suddenly blushed. Ahem. You are right. I was too impatient. What does this have to do with urgency? Facing Clare, who suddenly blushed, Chu Jun was even more confused. But anyway, Chu Jun finally came to the center of the temple reluctantly. At this moment, his mentality was very complicated. On the one hand, he was very wary of the so-called God and was unwilling to believe in the other party's so-called prophecies. On the other hand, he really wanted to meet this God again. There are two reasons. First, Chu Jun was eager to learn the truth of his so-called prophecy. After all, that concerns his actual interests. As for the second point, it is a bit special. Chu Jun I am very eager to see the so-called gene of God again. With extremely complicated feelings, Chu Jun walked in. Chapter 258 The Future in the Oracle. Come in. When Clare successfully brought Chu Jun to the center of the temple again. Going to see that thing again. I really don't know if I can see those so-called gods clearly this time. Thinking of this, Chu Jun's already complicated mood became even more uneasy. However, when Chu Jun and Clare really walked near the divine stone tablet, Clare suddenly stopped. Facing Chu Jun's puzzled face, Clare shrugged her shoulders. Don't look at me like that. I'm not going in. Because the oracle is for you. I have no way of listening to your oracle. Hearing this, Chu Jun nodded and took a few steps forward. Then, he once again saw the 9-meter-tall fusion monster with 3 arms and 4 lower limbs, Odin, from the temple. Clare will no longer be able to accompany Chu Jun on the rest of the journey, and Odin will take Chu Jun with him to complete the rest of the journey. Because this is not the first time the two have met. So when Lady Nanali's brother saw Chu Jun, he immediately smiled and nodded. It's just that his smile doesn't match his face very well. Although he was trying his best to put on a friendly smile. But his ugly and deformed face still greatly reduced his kindness. I didn't expect you to come here again so soon, and to receive the oracle alone. It seems that God values you very much. Halfway through, Odin said to Chu Jun with a smile. Chu Jun nodded helplessly. There was no way. He really didn't know how to respond to the other party on this question. But he couldn't just tell the truth and say that he didn't want to be here, or even that he didn't want to have anything to do with this organization. As if he could see that Chu Jun was holding back, Odin had a meaningful conversation with Chu Jun before he was about to reach the strange mural. Boy, I actually understand your mentality very well. You still have reservations about our God. You can even say that you don't trust us or our God at all. But I must remind you of something very important. Odin stood in front of the existence that the eternal organization called the Sacred Mural and said to Chu Jun with a serious face, You're not the only smart one among us. You're not even the smartest among us. Hearing this, Chu Jun suddenly raised his head. So when you think that too many people in the eternal organization have fallen into what you call religious fanaticism, kid, you must think about one thing carefully. Is that really how smart you are? After saying that, Odin left and let Chu Jun go in. Am I really smart enough? At this time, Chu Jun stood in front of the mural of God and showed a disdainful smile. What a joke. I'm definitely the smartest one. After saying that, Chu Jun sneered, walked to the front of the mural of God, and looked at the so-called God. Why didn't the murals change this time? However, when Chu Jun finally went through numerous hardships and came before this divine mural, he was surprised to find that this so-called mural was in a very special situation. That is, all the special scenes that Chu Jun had seen before had disappeared. And more importantly, the mural that had looked so abstract before also disappeared. At this moment, there was only a bare stone slab in front of Chu Jun. That's right. At this moment, all that appeared in front of Chu Jun was a bare stone slab. Some of the things that existed before no longer exist. This scene made Chu Jun wonder if he had come to the wrong place. Etc. Something's wrong. This is an illusion. I am in an extremely realistic illusion. The reason why Chu Jun was so sure was that at this moment, he did not feel any hunger at all. And in this world, the spiritual energy he can feel is only his own. You know, because Chu Jun lacks a sense of security, he is basically always a little hungry. Moreover, These little hungry ones would never take the initiative to cut off their spiritual connection with him no matter what. The more important point is, Chu Jun also discovered that he had lost part of his memory. This part of the memory happened to be the memory when he ended the call with Odin and came to this stone slab. There is a gap in his memory. Let's put aside the issue of memory. If it was just a little hunger in me that cut off the psychic connection, then all this could be explained. But now, Chu Jun touched his belly. The little hunger in my stomach has also disappeared, which is a bit unrealistic. So this is definitely an illusion. The moment Chu Jun realized that what he was seeing was an illusion, the world in front of Chu Jun was shattered. And then, one scene after another appeared in front of Chu Jun's eyes. In an instant, the intense pain overwhelmed Chu Jun's brain and caused it to collapse. This is because there are simply too many of these images. What's even more terrifying is, these scenes are all predicted and are about to appear. Unlike the last time he came into contact with God, this time, God did not give Chu Jun the opportunity to view God's genes. Because last time, the reason why God showed that gene in front of Chu Jun was just because he was using that gene to arouse Chu Jun's interest. This time, God's contact was purposeful. So, certain prophecies that the God General Chu Jun was not supposed to see were presented in the form of separate pictures, allowing him to understand how the so-called future should work. However, at this time, King Chu had no way to understand the thoughts of God. His only thought at this moment was pain. The pain is so severe that it is beyond words. His brain was completely unable to think. Fortunately, due to the collapse of the illusion, Xiao Hungry's spiritual energy was directly connected to Chu Jun's mind again. Unfortunately, Chu Jun, this despicable guy, did this to ease his own pain. In his agony, he chose to transmit the images he saw psychically to the minds of the group of hungry little ones around him. The next second, no matter whether it was the little hungry cat sleeping in Chu Jun's pocket, or the little hungry cat lying on guard in Chu Jun's sleeve, or the little hungry cat stealing food in Chu Jun's stomach, they all screamed at this moment. There is nothing we can do about this. Chu Jun's brain is unable to process so much information on its own. All the hungry little ones around him shared the pain for him. Of course, thanks to Chu Jun's words and deeds, this group of hungry little ones did not blindly endure the pain brought by too many images. Instinctively, they diverted and transmitted this data to the minds of various Zerg creatures without hesitation. Since I am suffering, don't even think about running away, share my pain with me. Those swarms of insects and monsters that were hunting in the sewers and were very close to this place became the first victims. They convulsed directly from the extreme pain. Next came the message bugs that were a little further away. Then came the swarms of insects from farther areas. But this pain still has an end. Because of a certain hunger, all the images were luckily transmitted to the body of the new brain worm designed by Chu Jun. Next second, the pain ended as the brainworm's several brains were directly loaded to capacity, and the sweaty Chu Jun can finally think again. However, his expression now looked extremely pale, because he found that the future he saw might be too broad. In those images, he saw the death of the Guoling sisters, the complete outbreak of war, and the destruction of a satellite city on Sungnan Star. In addition to this, he also saw the scene of himself and Clare enjoying pleasure as husband and wife. But the most important point is, Chu Jun saw clearly the future structure of the Zerg. That is to say, Chu Jun has gained future knowledge in advance. And this is the power of the Oracle. Chapter 259, Clare's Fear. Damn it, what did I just see? When Chu Jun saw those so-called oracles, he felt pain for a while. Immediately afterwards, he obtained countless fragments of the future in pain, and saw many futures that he should not have seen at this time. But more importantly, he saw his own future guinea pigs, fragments of the future that he had created. This is very critical, because now Chu Jun only has a basic idea about his future experimental subjects. And at this moment, Odin came over again. "Are you all right, kid?" The monster asked, standing beside Chu Jun. But his expression was a little strange, because it is different from when ordinary Eternal Organization members watch the Oracle. When Chu Jun watched the Oracle, he not only watched it for a much longer time than all the other believers, but also watched it for several hours. What is more important is, what's going on with this guy? The other members were basically in tears when watching the Oracle. And only this guy, while watching, not only screamed crazily, but also sweated profusely. "I'm fine." Facing Odin's question, Chu Jun shook his head. Then, without speaking to Odin again, he walked out of the temple and headed outside. Only, at this time, Clare Morton was no longer in the temple. She went to the meeting with other team members. Although Chu Jun didn't know what the meeting with Clare Morton and others was about, he no longer cared. because he has more important things to do than Clare Morton. And this thing is, hurry up and create the things that you created in the future fragments. A few hours later, Clare Morton had finished the meeting, but what she didn't expect was, I have already finished the meeting, but this guy Chu Jun hasn't come out yet. That's right. Clare Morton hadn't thought of this at all at this time. The bastard Chu Jun whom he brought with him actually sneaked away alone while he was still in a meeting. Damn it. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to invite Chu Jun to have some fun. After all, she had been very busy with Chu Jun's affairs during this period and had not had time to rest for a long time. As a result, this guy? There were flames of anger in Clare Morton's eyes. Let's not talk about the fact that Chu Jun abandoned me and left me. Let's just say that maybe he forgot something very important. That is what he needs to communicate with the spies who know that Songnan's star is about to be destroyed. What did this guy think our organization's holy place was? A public restroom. Come whenever you want. Just go if you want. The angry Clare Morton quickly rushed back to find Chu Jun. Asshole, you're leaving without waiting for me, right? With the roar of Clare Morton. But what she didn't expect was, stop making noise. I'm busy. At this time, Chu Jun did not have any psychological burden about abandoning Clare Morton. Instead, this guy stood in front of the biological culture with a serious face, making something frantically. The frequency of its operation made Claire suspicious. Is this guy too skilled? Obviously, when it comes to creating exotic beasts, one needs to be extremely cautious. But this guy, at this moment, is like a machine, producing nonstop and extremely quickly. And at the same time, Clare Morton also noticed that something was wrong. And something is not right. It refers to two aspects. The first aspect is, Chu Jun's spiritual power at this time gave Clare Morton an extremely dangerous feeling. This feeling was the first time Clare Morton felt it. Because before, the king of Chu was too weak. At his age, he has just reached the third level of psychic power, which is obviously the qualification of an ordinary beastmaster. But now it's different. Buzz. As Clare Morton gradually approached Chu Jun, the traces of psychic energy on Chu Jun's body became increasingly dangerous. Even in a trance, Clare Morton saw Chu Jun's spiritual power emitting some strange fluctuations. This is a manifestation of his unstable emotions and the fact that his psychic power level has just been improved. No, something is definitely wrong. An ordinary increase in psychic power level would never make her so scared. Clare Morton took a deep breath. At this moment, she discovered something that made him unbelievable. That is, she discovered that Chu Jun's spiritual power level had actually increased from level 3 to level 5. This guy? 2 stages were born in succession. He directly upgraded from a level 3 psychic to a level 5 psychic. His psychic power level has surpassed Clare Morton. Broken. This time, it was the opposite of Tian Gang. Clare Morton rubbed his forehead helplessly. Now, she is about to transform into a 5th level psychic, but that is only about to happen. But at this time, the king of Chu had surpassed himself. This not only made her doubt whether her god was too friendly to Chu Jun, but just when Clare Morton was still doubting whether God was fair, Chu Jun suddenly stopped what he was doing, turned around, and looked at Clare Morton with his own eyes. And the next second, Clare Morton felt like she was suffocating after successfully looking into Chu Jun's eyes. Because at the moment when the two looked at each other, Clare Morton felt that the guy standing in front of him was not a human being. That was a monster. A terrifying, psychic monster. His spiritual power was completely stimulated, just as Claire thought. At this moment, Chu Jun was indeed a monster. Because of what is the essence of the king of Chu? He is a mimic psychic. The purpose of the existence of a mimic psychic like him is to devour beings like Claire. They are his food. So it was completely normal for Clare Morton to feel fear when she saw Chu Jun's eyes. But Clare Morton's fear did not last long. As Chu Jun's eyes gradually returned to normal, or perhaps he had gradually become accustomed to his psychic powers, he became very calm in front of Clare Morton. But at the same time, Clare Morton finally found out. What is the second aspect that makes me feel something is wrong? That is, this new strange beast created by Chu Jun. After a brief silence, Chu Jun's expression changed from indifference to joy. Apparently, he really liked Clare Morton coming to him at this time. After all, this is the most exciting moment for him. Claire, come. How about my new creation? Along with Chu Jun's excited voice, Clare Morton was pulled in front of the newborn beast. What the hell is this? At this moment, what appeared in front of Clare Morton was an extremely miniature monster embryo that resembled a mammoth. It's just different from the cute animated appearance of ordinary mammoths. The monster created by Chu Jun not only has blade-like limbs in front, but also has countless tentacles growing all over its body. Moreover, these tentacles are all grown on this guy's abdomen and sides. This made the already deformed embryo even more indescribable. Clare Morton did not feel any beauty in this monster. The only thing she could feel was the horrific destructive power that this thing could cause after it hatched. Because this is a strange beast with a psychic level of 5 and a physical strength of over 8. Chapter 260 Tyrant Bug and Metamorphosis. What is this? After initially suppressing her fear, Clare asked Chu Jun. This is my new creation. A new creation for ground attack and defense. Her code name in my swarm is Tyrant Bug. As if he was asked a key question, Chu Jun couldn't help but get excited and quickly explained. Do you remember that I obtained the genetic sequences of 3 level 6 psychic beasts from the god of your organization before? It's our organization. Clare, who was angry at Chu Jun, reminded him again. Never mind. I remember the gene sequences of those 3 level 6 psychic beasts. What's wrong with that? Chu Jun snapped his fingers and said seriously. Just remember it. I thought at the time that the 3 level 6 psychic beast genes given to me by your god were completely useless, right? But now I realize it. It turns out that these 3 psychic beast genes are extremely important. Because it is precisely because of these 3 level 6 psychic beast gene sequences that I was able to create this cute little fellow. Hearing this, Clare couldn't help but lean her head over and look at the alien beast embryo that Chu Jun had placed in the container. It's a little fellow indeed. No way. The size of this strange beast embryo at this moment cannot be said to be very large, but at least it can be considered extremely mini. The entire embryo is only a dozen centimeters long. Although the embryo was of this length, Clare was able to clearly see the internal structure of the embryo. But the problem is that Clare still can't tell this thing from what Chu Jun said. Used for hooking in ground attack and defense battles. No way. Although Clare could already feel the threat posed by this thing. But it is still a little too small after all. Haha, it's okay. Facing Clare's questioning, Chu Jun said with a smile. This thing is only in the cultivation stage. When my beast grows up, it will be about 20 meters in size. 20 meters? Giant alien beast? Because the strange beasts are also divided into small, medium, large, giant, and supergiant strange beasts. So when Clare heard that Chu Jun's strange beast was actually 20 meters tall, she couldn't help but be scared. Because for a long time, Chu Jun's designs were basically small and medium-sized monsters. This 20-meter-long giant beast is Chu Jun's first experiment. Many people will not encounter any problems when making medium or small-sized exotic beasts. However, when creating giant monsters, they often experience several or even dozens of failures. Because the cultivation equipment required for giant alien beasts is relatively easy to deal with, but how to ensure the physical condition of giant alien beasts during the cultivation process is an extremely difficult process. In addition, it is quite difficult for giant monsters to obtain spiritual energy. Therefore, the number of giant exotic beasts bred will basically be very small. Each giant exotic beast is basically a treasure that each beastmaster is reluctant to take out. And Clare's giant exotic beasts are her dearest treasures. But anyway, out of trust in Chu Jun's ability, Clare did not question whether Chu Jun could create this terrifying giant beast. What she really questioned was how Chu Jun could hatch this thing. You know, her laboratory is full of incubators for breeding small and medium-sized exotic animals. It is simply impossible to hatch this 20-meter giant with this level of breeding equipment. So when Clare asked this question, Chu Jun just smiled. Then, he brought Clare, the embryo he created, and Clare Morton to the mine that originally belonged to Uncle Pongwa, but now belonged to Pongwa and Chu Jun. But when Clare Morton came here, she was surprised to find this guy Chu Jun actually created so many new species and new exotic beasts outside of other times. Moreover, each of these new exotic beasts has its own unique function. When Clare saw the miners and their hive for the first time, she was so fascinated that she couldn't walk for a moment. She really wanted to secretly take a few away and go back to do research while Chu Jun was not here. Cough, cough. Of course, this is unlikely, because the mine where Chu Jun is located also has a little hunger. Although the little hungry in this area cannot obtain enough meat like the little hungry in the wilderness and sewer versions. But she still has enough protective power in this area. Then, in Clare's incredulous eyes, Chu Jun easily used tools and psychic powers to directly transform the genetic sequences of the miners and the mother nest in front of her. Then, something horrific happened. With the modification of the genetic sequences of the mother nest and the mining worms, the body shapes and ecology of the two species underwent completely different changes. The mother nest, which was only 6 or 7 meters high before, expanded wildly with the help of the insect swarm's special mineral nutrient solution and turned into a monster nearly 30 meters high. Fortunately, the mother nest is located in a mine. The area near this place was originally an uninhabited area. Otherwise, ordinary people could directly see the appearance of the mother nest from a long distance. But what made Clare even more unbelievable was that after the size of the mother nest expanded wildly, Chu Jun directly placed the tyrant worm's embryo into the mother nest. Then, the mother nest that had completed the evolution began to frantically ripen the tyrant worm's embryo at a speed far exceeding any other equipment, allowing it to expand from an embryo of only a dozen centimeters to a monster more than 1 meter long in just a few minutes. It looks like if he is given another half an hour, this tyrant worm will be fully hatched. And the other side, those miners also began to transform. Their size did not expand like the mother nest. On the contrary, their size further shrank, becoming only half of their original size. But even though their size has shrunk, their work efficiency has surpassed that of their previous selves. Because at this time, Chu Jun not only optimized the neural structure of this group of mining insects, but also reorganized their muscle tissue. In this way, not only will they consume much less food, but their work efficiency will also be greatly improved due to changes in their muscles. Oh my God, Chu Jun, what kind of oracles did you see from God? With more and more shock, Clare finally realized where Chu Jun's abnormality came from. After watching the oracle, this guy seemed to have gained endless knowledge, and all of this knowledge could be fully applied by him in his own insect swarm. But this is far from the end. Because just as Clare was still amazed by the huge size and hatching capacity of the mother nest, Chu Jun actually started a new operation again. And the target of his operation this time was actually a little hungry. After a series of operations that dazzled even Clare Morton, a master of biology, she found out the little hungry ones, which were in their complete form just now, began to spontaneously turn into cocoons. And due to the further optimization of genes, their growth rate in the cocoons has become extremely fast. What made Clare feel even more contrary to common sense? Every little hungry cocoon that hatches out of it has a completely different shape. Some are a little hungry and still look like insects. But some little hungry ones have most of the human form. Chu Jun is not simply creating. He is helping the entire swarm to transform. Chapter 261 Humanoid and the Truth of the Prophecy. After Chu Jun finished modifying Xiaoheng's genetic sequence, the shackles that bound Xiaoheng were finally and completely freed. Now she has become, in a sense, an extremely omnipotent being. Because at this time, Chu Jun added a new function to this group of hungry little ones. This function is, use your own gene library to modify the function of your own genes. That's right. Because Chu Jun attached great importance to Xiaoheng before, he did not implement this function on Little Hungry. In fact, this function had already been developed by Chu Jun a long time ago, and had even been used in some aspects. But please don't misunderstand. The reason why Chu Jun did not give Xiao Elephant the authority to use this function was not because Chu Jun did not trust Xiao Elephant or anything like that. Quite the opposite. The king of Chu did not open and install this function, which was precisely a kind of protection for Little Hungry by the king of Chu. Because there is a problem with Little Hungry's level of intelligence. Although Xiao Hungry could understand some of Chu Jun's instructions before, the key commands, especially those at the strategic level, still needed to be commanded by Chu Jun himself. Although Little Hunger is cute and affectionate, Chu Jun can't let go of him. But at that time, she was essentially just a monster who relied on her own instincts to fight and survive, an inhuman existence. So in this situation, if Chu Jun rashly gave this function to Xiao Hungry, then Xiao Hungry would uncontrollably mess up his own genes, turning himself into a pure monster that only pursues single combat power, with other abilities greatly reduced. This is not a put down, it is the truth. Organisms are different from humans. Before the intelligence of living things reaches the level of humans, strange beasts will always be stupid and short-sighted creatures. The creatures in nature are the best examples. The reason why humans are human is because they know how to exercise moderation and look at the long term. On the other hand, there is another reason why Chu Jun did not open this ability to Xiao Hungry. That is Little Hunger itself, unable to control the power of this function. As the absolute queen of the Zerg, the gene bank in Little Hungry's body contains all the Zerg genes. If Little Hunger had simply contaminated its own genes, then the entire swarm could still barely keep going. But if Little Hunger contaminates the genes of the entire swarm without realizing it, then the entire swarm will become abnormal. Furthermore, if there is only one insect colony, Little Hungry, in the entire area, then this genetic pollution will be difficult to remove and recharge. But fortunately, Because Chu Jun had previously used the Babel source crystal to feed Little Hungry's intelligence had now greatly improved. At this time, Xiao Hungry could already use simple language to communicate with Chu Jun in the most basic way. When possible in the future, Little Hungry's intelligence will be further increased. By then, Chu Jun will have absolute confidence that Xiao Hungry will have some self-control and the ability to look at the long term. Under such circumstances, it was not until now that Chu Jun officially added this function to Little Hungry. He believes that Little Hungry can grow better with this ability. In fact, after Xiao Hungry acquired this ability, she did use it to grow herself rapidly. For example, the Little Hungry creature guarding the mind directly called upon the gene fragment related to night vision in its own gene bank. This gene fragment can give her a greater advantage in the dark mining area. In addition, she also called upon part of the mother nest genetic sequence to expand her body size again and greatly increase her production capacity. As for the other Little Hungry, because she has been with Chu Jun for a longer time, her evolutionary path has become a bit extreme. That is, she seems to be developing in the direction of humanization. And this Little Hungry one is also the most special one. Because Chu Jun noticed that the evolutionary direction of this hungry little creature was to reduce its size and make itself more like a human. In addition, as a swarm creature, she did not give up her own fighting power during the process of evolution. On the contrary, this smart little guy really thinks and imitates. She discovered that humans were very wary of fangs and claws. So she changed her exposed mouthparts into internal mouthparts. Her claws also became retractable and hidden under her limbs. She also discovered that humans were friendlier to creatures with female body characteristics, so she tried her best to change her body shape to have female characteristics. At the same time, Little Hungry also observed that humans, especially most ordinary humans, rely on firearms to harm the enemy, and their agility is completely not up to the standards of the Zerg. So on this basis, Xiao Hungry chose to increase his agility to the highest level. She turned her already strong leg muscles into spring-like structures. What's even more exaggerated is that Little Hungry also pays great attention to her own protection. After she completed the hatching, she immediately chose to improve her psychic abilities. And because Chu Jun had already given all his psychic abilities to Xiao Hungry. Therefore, with the swarm thinking of Little Hungry, he directly chose the most powerful psionic shield ability for himself. Hiss. By the way, this Little Hungry thing gives me a weird feeling. Clare stood beside Chu Jun and said as she looked at the Little Hungry humanoid. And Chu Jun also nodded, which was very rare. You're actually right. It's just weird. That's right. Having said so much before, Little Hunger is imitating the appearance of humans. But in fact, Little Hunger is not that smart. Because now Little Hunger is still an imitator with intelligence close to that of humans. What she calls imitating humans is just imitating according to her inherent thinking. After all, no matter how stupid a human being is, it is impossible for him to mistake a guy who is 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with arms thicker than Chu Jun's waist, a long and thick tail, and covered with scales, as a human being. So this Little Hungry humanoid is indeed disguised. But it's only half a disguise. After Chu Jun and Clare confirmed that they agreed with each other, Clare finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. God is above. Chu Jun, although I admire your imagination and creativity, but this Little Hunger still makes me laugh. Chu Jun patted the hungry little humanoid's head and said helplessly, next time, don't try to transform into a humanoid so easily. While this form is indeed a great attempt, there is not much improvement in such ability. But Little Hungry didn't quite understand. She just moved her head closer and made purring sounds while being stroked. Finally, after completing the transformation plan for Little Hunger and the Zerg, Chu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Then in the mine, Chu Jun finally had time to have a good talk with Clare. At this time, Chu Jun told Clare everything about the oracle illusion he had seen before. After finishing speaking, Chu Jun began to analyze. In fact, the reason why I left after reading the oracle is because in this fantasy, I have seen why the Human Federation is so against Songnan's star. I can also understand why the Human Federation is so determined to destroy Songnan's star. Because the White Death parasite is evolving rapidly. The purpose of those exotic animal gene sequences they collected before was to create a new god. A god whose physical body can grow without limit. It has stolen the power of your eternal organization. Chapter 262 Planning and Busyness. Amid Clare's stunned expression, Chu Jun continued speaking with a smug look on his face. That is to say, the so-called prophecy from the top leaders of the Human Federation actually points to the White Death parasite. After hearing this, Morton couldn't help but frown. White Death parasite. Are you sure this thing is really that powerful? Since Clare was relatively familiar with the White Death parasite, she did not quite believe at this time that such an existence could become the center of the prophecy. Of course, Chu Jun smiled and said seriously, in that so-called oracle, I saw the transformation of the White Death parasite. Although I don't know exactly how it did it, I can see part of its ultimate form in the oracle's image. In the oracle, the White Death parasite has completed a certain transformation, becoming a being with a psychic level of 10 and a physical level of 11. Moreover, Chu Jun also saw in the oracle's picture that after this guy's transformation, he will start a horrific massacre in Songnan New City in 3 weeks. Songnan New City, the newly established satellite city of Songnan, and the countless workers and residents within it will be reduced to ashes in the anger and roar of this guy. This point in time is quite far from the day of Songnan Star's destruction, but it is undoubtedly an important fuse. After all, in the great battle 3 weeks later, Chu Jun not only saw Clarice fighting this thing. At the same time, he also saw a figure that shouldn't be in this place. Zhang Jian, the Star Beastmaster from the Human Federation. And in the picture, his appearance has been completely infected by the White Death parasite. Hearing this, Claire also noticed something unusual. Zhang Jian. She knows the name. But to Chu Jun's surprise, Claire was much more surprised at the appearance of this name than Chu Jun thought. Because that's not right. How could Zhang Jian appear here? Claire Morton said to Chu Jun. Don't you know that not long after the White Death parasite first attacked Songnan, he left the planet Songnan due to illness and returned to the Human Federation? He went back. Of course. Claire said firmly. You are not a Beastmaster yet, so you definitely won't pay attention to the exotic beast fighting competition. But we veteran Beastmasters still attach great importance to this thing. So Zhang Jian's intelligence is not intelligence at all. Everyone basically knows that he left Songnan. It even caused a public opinion storm online at the time. Many of the audience who bought tickets to watch this celebrity Beastmaster perform are now clamoring for a refund. And Claire Morton said very seriously, Mr. Chu, you may not be very familiar with the communication between the two political entities of the Star Sea Empire and the Human Federation. The reality is, as long as Zhang Jian leaves Songnan Star, it will be troublesome for him to come to the territory of Xinghai Empire through formal channels. Hearing this, Chu Jun did not rush to refute, but asked Claire, So do you believe in your God? Claire thought for a moment and said with fanatical eyes, I believe it unconditionally. Then since this is an oracle issued by your God, why do you question it? Forehead. Claire was stunned for a moment, not expecting Chu Jun to use this method to refute her. Looking at Claire's dull face, Chu Jun couldn't help but smile. No matter how exaggerated you think this matter is, you can think like this. This is the picture I saw from the oracle with my own eyes. At the same time, this is what your God told me. Hearing this, Claire's expression turned serious. Then I understand. I will report this information, no, both of these pieces of information, to the senior leaders of the organization later. Chu Jun nodded. For these two things, it would be far more reliable to ask the Eternal Organization for help than to do it alone. After all, the power of an individual is limited. However, compared to this incident, Chu Jun suddenly realized an important issue. That is why he could see so many Beastmasters and terrifying beasts in the underground temple of the Eternal before. Perhaps it was related to the fact that Claire's God also felt the threat of the White Death parasite. After returning from the mine, Claire left her laboratory in Songnan University and went to find the Eternal Organization. Not only did she have to report the information, but more importantly, she was also responsible for many things during the time when Mrs. Nanali was away. This was an important reason why Claire Morton was often not at home at night before. And the other side. After completing the transformation work on the insect swarm, Chu Jun himself was not idle. On the one hand, he created more mimicry insects. With the help of Manhwa and the New Jack Gang, these mimic insects will obtain legal identities as soon as possible and act as Yao Yuan spies throughout the entire Songnan planet. Of course, Chu Jun alone cannot control so many mimic insects. After all, he is still a human being, and his energy cannot guarantee that he can control these mimic insects 24 hours a day and be active in society in the form of a human being. So the importance of brainworms is reflected. Because the new brainworm has acquired higher intelligence with the help of Little Hunger. The computing power it possesses is more than enough to accomplish this task. On the other hand, after Chu Jun completed the arrangements regarding the mimic insects, he quickly turned his attention to the ant street. Because in another day or two, his new laboratory will be completed. And he himself. To be precise, it is the mimic insect with his own identity that will enter this laboratory and live on Ant Street under his name. The above two aspects are how Chu Jun set his identity and sources of intelligence. And these are just the most insignificant things among all the things he has been busy with recently. Because at this time, Chu Jun wanted to make the illusion he was in completely safer. He gave a very crazy order, asking the little hungry creatures in his sewers to plant eggs of the mother nest in the sewers throughout the city. The only function of these nests is not to collect nutrients nearby, but to concentrate on cultivating the terrifying fighting force called tyrant worms under the nourishment of the insect swarm. Once the affairs of Cangnan are out of Chu Jun's control, he will not hesitate to use these tyrant insects in battle. In addition, Chu Jun also sent out one of his own mimic insects, and using the convenience provided by Her Highness Clarice, it directly came to the #1 satellite of Cangnan Star. She has only one mission. That is to inject the series of new Zerg unit genes created by Chu Jun during this period into the body of the only Zerg Leviathan. As long as everything goes well, this Zerg Leviathan will have a powerful Zerg unit in its body in 3 weeks. And they will also become the last resort of the King of Chu. After nearly a day of busy work, Chu Jun took a short rest. Then he came to a special place, in an underground tunnel where the Guoling sisters were imprisoned. Now, it's time for him to deal with these two big and thorny problems. Because in the Oracle, he also saw things about the two sisters. And the secrets they hold are no less secret than those of the White Death parasite. Chapter 263, Opposing Organizations and Rebirth. Hey. Isn't this my beautiful, lovely fruit spirit? How did you become such a monster? As Chu Jun's devil-like voice rang out, Guoling, who was immersed in pain, suddenly opened his right eye. The reason why she only opened her right eye at this moment was because she only had her right eye left. Her left eyeball, along with the part where she could have a left eyeball, was hollowed out by the torture from the insect swarm. Facing Chu Jun's ridicule, Guoling did not feel any hatred, nor did she have any emotional fluctuations. She just stared at her right eye and spoke to Chu Jun. Please kill me. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will tell you everything. Hearing this, Chu Jun narrowed his eyes. Tell me first, and then I'll free you. Hearing this, Guoling suddenly shut her mouth. But just when Chu Jun was about to lose his patience, Guoling suddenly spoke. Mr. Chu Jun, I advise you not to try to torture me and my sisters in such a cruel way again. Oh, why? Faced with Guoling's statement, Chu Jun's expression turned into a smile. By the way, because Chu Jun's spiritual power was directly raised by 2 levels during the previous oracle process. Therefore, he is now a 5th level psychic. The 2 new spiritual powers he acquired include mind detection, which can detect the emotional fluctuations of others. The other is psychic impact. That's right. It was not until level 5 that Chu Jun gained offensive psychic abilities for the first time. How can I describe the strength of this psychic ability? Better than a gun. Cough, cough. However, the ability of thought detection is extremely powerful. Because this ability, in essence, is similar to an enhanced 6th sense. It allows Chu Jun to feel whether the other person is lying while using this ability. Because my sister and I have reached the limit of our mental state. As Guoling spoke, she looked at her sister lying beside her with her right eye. Her mental state was completely broken. Under this situation, no matter what means you use, you will not be able to continue to obtain intelligence. Your vicious and inhumane method is effective, but it has its limits. Hearing this, the smile on Chu Jun's face disappeared. Indeed, what Guoling said is correct. Because according to the current situation, due to Chu Jun's excessive torture and Facia's crazy fruit spirit sister has become almost vegetative. No matter how Chu Jun provoked this guy, his brain was already in a state of confusion, and he had no way to respond to Chu Jun effectively. There is no way. When it comes to torture, Chu Jun can only be considered a newcomer. It was normal for him, who did not have much experience, to not be able to control his strength when torturing the prisoners. So when Guoling said that Chu Jun's torture had lost its meaning, although Chu Jun was reluctant to admit it, but it has to be said, this is indeed a fact. Guoling's sister is no longer of any use to her. Keeping her would only make Guoling's consciousness of resistance even stronger. Once Guoling chooses to fight to the end because of her sister, then Chu Jun might completely lose her, this valuable captive. After all, a mental breakdown could happen in the next second. Thinking of this, Chu Jun's mimic insect immediately raised its chin and gave an order to Xiao Hunger, who was standing next to the Guoling sisters. Next second, as the little hungry claws fell, they pierced into the opponent's heart. Guoling's sister stopped breathing and turned into a corpse, deader than dead. At the same time, because Guoling's sister and the liquid monster called Fallen used the same energy system. So when Guoling's sister died, The liquid monster on her body quickly dehydrated and turned into a mummy and died. But something strange happened. Chu Jun observed sharply. When Guoling faced the death of his sister, an expression of relief and relaxation appeared on this guy's already deformed face. This is very weird. But before Chu Jun could continue thinking about anything, Guoling spoke. Since you have freed my sister, then I will tell you what I know as agreed. Guoling stared at the mimic insect with Chu Jun's face and took a deep breath. My sister and I are actually top agents of the Human Federation. It's just that we don't belong to the same department as the Hidden Frost Legion that you clashed with before. Just as Chu Jun expected, Guoling and his sister do not belong to the Hidden Frost Legion. After all, if Guoling and the others had taken action in the battle between Chu Jun and the Hidden Frost Legion, manhwa, who was trapped there, would never have been able to escape. After all, let's not talk about whether the fruit spirit is powerful or not. Just take her sister and the strange beast called Fallen. The strength of the two of them is enough to rival an entire team of Hidden Frost Legion warriors. On the contrary, the organization we belong to is actually in a competitive and hostile relationship with the Hidden Frost Legion. Oh, looking at Chu Jun's slightly surprised expression, Guoling sighed helplessly. I'm not kidding, this is real. Because there is a huge ideological conflict between the controller of the Hidden Frost Legion and the controller of our federal law department. We both want to kill each other. Our previous mission was to capture Jack, but the purpose was completely different from what you guessed. Guoling thought for a moment and chose the most appropriate word. We are actually protecting witnesses. As long as Jack's existence can be leaked by us, the Hidden Frost Legion and its actual controller will most likely be directly removed from the Human Federation. My sister acted like she was out to avenge the Hidden Frost Legion, but it was just a trick. Hearing this, Chu Jun's real body quickly opened Clare's internet terminal and used her computer to check the information related to the Human Federation Department of Justice. After checking the information about the Human Federation's Ministry of Justice, Chu Jun turned around and said to Guoling, I just checked, and the highest official of your Human Federation Law Department seems to be called Zhang Nan. Because the essence of the Human Federation Law Department is still a legitimate organization. Therefore, such information is not difficult to obtain for the citizens of the Star Empire. Yes, he is my direct leader. My sister and I are directly responsible for him. When she mentioned Zhang Nan's name, Guoling's eyes showed some extremely complicated emotions. And at the same time, far above Blue Star, the capital of the Human Federation, beyond several wormhole areas, ding ding, detected the signal of psychic energy returning. The psychic reshaping process has begun, reshaping the body, reshaping consciousness. Snap. As a high-tech device that mixed exotic beast technology and psychic technology was gradually restored and put into use, countless psychic energies instantly gathered on this device. Then something strange happened. As the device operated, a pure white, flawless body was recreated by the device. At the same time, an experimenter walked in holding an embryo with no fixed shape, but actually a fallen alien beast. After he placed the embryo of the alien beast into the chest of this flesh body, the alien beast's fall quickly enveloped the entire body of this flesh body. Then, as the spiritual power of this physical body gradually increases, Guoling's sister woke up from her sleep. She, reborn. The cloning methods Jack possesses are not unique in the Human Federation. What's even more terrifying is, Zhang Nan, the highest official of the Human Federation's Ministry of Justice, also walked in. How is it going? Chapter 264. Whose voice is this? Is this the secret base of the Human Federation Justice Department that Guoling mentioned? But this place is really unexpected. Next to the Human Federation office in the center of Tsangnan City, a mimic insect disguised as an ordinary Tsangnan citizen. Standing opposite the federal office, he quietly watched several teams of SWAT officers rush into an apartment room across the street with their respective exotic beasts. Then, amid the protests of a group of human federal workers, the SWAT officers came out of the apartment with grim faces, carrying out several obviously modified exotic animal culture dishes. Hey. Are you trying to provoke a protest from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? How dare you break into our private residence and take our things? We have additional immunity. Facing the protests of these federals, Officer Kane said with disdain. Your stuff? Diplomatic immunity? Are you kidding me? Federal bastards. Your diplomatic immunity does not include illegal alien beast breeding equipment. And your diplomatic immunity only applies within the office. These illegal exotic beast cultivation devices have been seized by us. If you want to take these things back, please contact our Ministry of Foreign Affairs first. After saying that, Officer Kane withdrew his team, leaving only the federal workers who continued to protest on the spot. Just a few hours before the incident, Chu Jun obtained an extremely important piece of information from Guoling. This important information is that the strange beast on Guoling's body was made from these special devices. And she herself, under the instruction of the former diplomat, merged with this strange beast called Slaughter. Although Guoling still did not say how she became an agent of the Human Federation from an ordinary imperial girl, she also did not say how she acquired the knowledge and abilities needed to become a human agent. But these things are no longer so important. Because in Chu Jun's opinion, if he could master this special alien beast breeding device that could produce the ability to kill this alien beast, then he might be able to learn more secrets about the Human Federation. Of course, since this matter involved another super-political entity, Chu Jun could not obtain intelligence through assassination or kidnapping as he did in previous times. So he chose the simplest method without hesitation. Call the police. He directly reported the information that there was a special exotic beast breeding device hidden here to Officer Kane anonymously. As expected, after receiving Chu Jun's call, Officer Kane rushed here almost without stopping. At the same time, he was ruthless and impartial, and indeed did not have the tact of other police officers. He directly seized the batch of illegal devices using extremely strict legal procedures. Seeing that his plan worked, Chu Jun couldn't help but smile. Now, he can finally verify the differences between these modified devices. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun sent out the second mimic insect and controlled it to come to the police station where Kane was. Ahem. I'll look for Officer Kane. Since Chu Jun had already reached a cooperation agreement with Kane, he was able to meet with Officer Kane quickly and without any obstacles. What do you want to see me for? After the two met, Kane still had an impatient expression. It was obvious that this guy was just busy with the equipment that had just been seized, and now Chu Jun called him out, which must have made him extremely annoyed. Nothing. But Chu Jun was not in a hurry. He just smiled and said calmly, I just want to see what happened to the equipment that was seized with my help. Hearing this, Kane's eyes widened suddenly. Since Chu Jun reported anonymously, he didn't know who provided the information, but he never imagined that the guy who provided this important information was actually Chu Jun. It's you. How do you know the location of this batch of illegal alien beast devices? Chu Jun smiled and shook his head. Don't worry about that. Anyway, just show me the equipment and inspect it. Kane's expression immediately became serious. He instinctively wanted to reject Chu Jun's request, but considering that this guy Chu Jun could indeed help him, he still hesitated. After all, Chu Jun himself said that everything he and Kane did was a transaction. If he broke this deal, then his ultimate goal, the idea of liberating the entire Ant Street, would also be destroyed. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to agree. Can, but I will go with you. And your inspection time is only 10 minutes at most. Kane, who made a deal with the devil, rarely violated police discipline and accompanied Chu Jun to the evidence room. Then, under Kane's vigilant gaze, the mimicry of Chu Jun excitedly rushed to the obviously modified devices and began to inspect them. But it was a little different from what Kane thought. As Chu Jun's examination became more and more in-depth, his expression gradually changed. His expression, from excitement at the beginning, gradually changed to serious. In the end, his expression turned into a sour face that was almost the same as Kane's. And all of this happens for a reason. Because Chu Jun found out that he had been fooled. That guy Guoling deceived himself. This damn guy said these devices were specially modified and illegal. And that's the truth. These devices have indeed undergone special modifications. However, these transformations are not the master-level transformations that Chu Jun had imagined. Because these exotic beast breeding devices are nothing more than illegal private modifications. Many illegally modified molds made by masters of exotic beast training have been added to them, but such modifications do not bring much so-called functional improvements. Because 99% of the rich people will use such illegal transformation methods to make their exotic animals more unique. This kind of transformation is just like the customized vehicles that wealthy people liked in past generations. It's illegal, but it's nothing special. What made Chu Jun even more unacceptable was that when Chu Jun checked the hatching records of these exotic beast breeding devices, he found that there was no hatching record of slaughtering this liquid exotic beast in these breeding devices. Even these exotic beast breeding devices are almost all in brand new condition. This is blatant deception. Finally, Chu Jun was completely enraged. After realizing that he had been tricked, Chu Jun controlled another mimic insect and rushed viciously into the place where the fruit spirit was. You damned fellow. How dare you play tricks on me? Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? Along with Chu Jun's roar, He ordered Little Hungry to stretch out his sharp forelimbs and stab them fiercely into the body of the fruit spirit. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Hungry also felt Chu Jun's anger at the same time, and she herself became much more irritable. Click, click, click. Guoling's chest was slightly crushed. Ha! Yes, I did it on purpose. What can you do to me? You're such a smart idiot. Although Guoling was in severe pain, she still laughed and mocked Chu Jun. For the first time, Chu Jun was completely suppressed by his own anger. Give me. Kill her. This is the only thought in Chu Jun's mind. But before he could utter these 3 words, a cold and ruthless voice strangely appeared in Chu Jun's mind. Dominate. Don't kill her. Something is wrong. Whose voice is this? Chapter 265. Brainworm with its own thoughts. Don't kill her? When this strange and indifferent voice appeared in Chu Jun's mind, he was almost immediately horrified. The reason why he was so nervous was that the source of the sound was actually the psychic link between him and the Zerg. Secondly, the owner of this voice is definitely not Xiao Hungry. With Little Hungry's current intelligence, at most he can tell what's delicious, what's very delicious, what enemy is bad, etc. She definitely can't say such logical and rational words. This is exactly the scariest part, because the appearance of this sound means something. Among the entire Zerg swarm, there is a third unknown entity with its own consciousness. Thinking of this, Chu Jun immediately used his spiritual power to lock onto the source of the sound. And soon, he locked onto the owner of the voice. Only, when Chu Jun saw the guy who spoke, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After all, he could never have imagined that the person who gave him advice before was actually your own brainworm. In Clare's laboratory, Chu Jun looked at the creature in front of him, which had grown more than a dozen brains, but whose body was still the shape of a large pancake, and fell into deep thought. Because at this time the brainworm also discovered that Chu Jun had discovered itself. So he simply stopped pretending. The brainworm was seen slowly wriggling its body while sending out its psychic signals to Chu Jun. Dominate. There's something strange about that woman. Please trust my observation. Although the brainworm was right in front of Chu Jun, but it seemed that he sensed some vigilance and gaze in Chu Jun's spiritual power. Although this brainworm was already in a limp state, it still lowered its body in front of Chu Jun and tried to shrink its body as much as possible. What are you doing? However, Chu Jun naturally also discovered the other party's abnormality. Master, I discovered that your spiritual energy contains emotions such as vigilance and disgust. So I think you might be seeing me as a threat. But in my understanding, reducing size is both a sign of submission and a good way to reduce the threat in the eyes of others. So I try to use this method to gain your trust. Hearing this, Chu Jun narrowed his eyes. At the same time, a little hungry creature in normal form slowly walked out from behind Chu Jun. With the same vigilant eyes as Chu Jun, it fiercely swept the brain worm that suddenly made a sound and interfered with the will of the master. As long as Chu Jun gives a slight order, Little Hungry will tear this brain worm, which has no fighting ability, into pieces without hesitation. But just as the brain worm was retreating more and more, and even began to tremble, Chu Jun stretched out his hand and stopped the Little Hunger that was getting closer and closer. Little Hungry also lay down very obediently, looked at the brain worm with a vigilant attitude, and then lowered his head. As his intelligence improves, Little Hungry's behavior becomes more mature and he obeys commands more. At the same time, Chu Jun spoke again. How did you gain sanity? Chu Jun didn't say any nonsense because there was no need. So he directly asked the other party for this most important and also the most crucial information. My lord, I gained consciousness not long ago when you listened to the oracle. The brainworm answered very straightforwardly. At that time, the queen and you were in pain because you were carrying a lot of information at once, so you instinctively passed on the information that you were unwilling to accept. And I gained consciousness because I received this excessive amount of information. But the real key point is, Master, when you transmitted the information to the outside, you accidentally transmitted your thoughts and the queen's thoughts into my mind. So my essence is a mixture of your thoughts and the queen's. Hearing this, Chu Jun suddenly recalled that a few days ago, he was indeed transmitting all the images he saw to the swarm's thinking because of the severe pain. Of course, since Xiao Hungry suffered the same pain, she did the same thing as Chu Jun and passed on the pain she had suffered. However, because they had received too much knowledge at that time, they never thought of it. His unintentional actions would actually indirectly lead to the awakening of this brain worm and give it its own thoughts. Since you were at that time, you already had your own thoughts. So why are you just starting to speak today? Make yourself known to me. And why do you call me Lord? In response to Chu Jun's question, the The brainworm's already small body shrank again. Master, after I gained consciousness, I didn't feel any pleasure at first. On the contrary, I fell into pain and confusion, which made it impossible for me to think normally outside of work. It was not until I got used to this pain and confusion that I was able to start thinking normally and learn human language at the fastest speed. Until I communicated with you just now, I passed the human language test I set up myself and confirmed that I have complete human language ability. Hearing this, Chu Jun's eyes suddenly widened. This guy actually has the ability to learn on his own. Even this ability is far more powerful than Little Hunger. As for why I call you Lord, it is because the title of Lord is inherited from the Queen. The brainworm that could only think and talk for itself squirmed and moved a little closer to Little Hunger. But Xiao Hungry glared at her fiercely, and the other party immediately squirmed, looking very aggrieved. I see. Is this name actually the same as that used by Little Hunger? Although this guy, Little Hungry, has not yet acquired stronger language skills. But in her mind, she already has a title. Thinking of this, Chu Jun touched Little Hungry's head, and Little Hungry narrowed his eyes and made a comfortable gurgling sound. Next question. What did you mean by saying that there was something wrong with this woman Guoling and that you didn't want me to kill him? At this time, Chu Jun had already accepted the existence of this brain worm to some extent. Although this guy's birth experience and condition are a bit weird. But since Chu Jun and the brain worm were both communicating using psychic energy, and Chu Jun could use his psychic energy to sense whether the other party was lying, Chu Jun could trust the other party to a great extent. So, with this basic trust in his heart, Chu Jun decided to find out what the brainworm's warning was all about. In response to Chu Jun's question, the brainworm spoke quickly. Master, I have been secretly observing you for a long time. Although I didn't have the ability to communicate with you before, this does not prevent me from having the ability to observe and think. So it was during this period of observation that I discovered that you had shown abnormal anger during your recent communication with Guoling. Hearing this, Chu Jun smiled bitterly. It turns out that there is something wrong with the thinking of this brainworm. After all, as a normal human being, how could he not feel angry after being touched by the fruit spirit? This is a very normal phenomenon. But just as Chu Jun was thinking this, the brainworm suddenly spoke again. But its analysis made Chu Jun stunned. Because, notice, Master, what I mean by abnormal is the abnormality in your thinking. Your mind seems to have been influenced by the fruit spirit, and you have fallen into its trap. Chapter 266, Thoughts of the Brainworm. After hearing what the brainworm said, Chu Jun immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. He is not a fool. On the contrary, he is really a smart man in every sense of the word. Because of just a reminder from the brainworm, he immediately realized a series of his previous problems. First, the emergence of anger is a normal phenomenon. After all, it is impossible for anyone to remain calm and continue communicating with the other party after being fooled by Guoling like this. Moreover, Chu Jun discovered that his previous anger was obviously beyond his current level. What's more important is that Chu Jun suddenly realized that Guoling's biggest goal is actually to be liberated and die. This is a very scary thing. The reason why Chu Jun had gotten rid of Guoling's sister before was actually because her mind was broken and she was completely unable to respond to Chu Jun's questions. But Guoling is different. Although she was also tortured, she still had complete consciousness. More importantly, Guoling had many extremely important secrets. These secrets include how Guoling transformed from an ordinary imperial girl to the current federal female killer, as well as the equipment on Guoling and the secrets about these liquid monsters. So under normal circumstances, Chu Jun should not kill the other party under any circumstances. At least he shouldn't kill the other person before these secrets are revealed. Thinking of this, Chu Jun also came to an important conclusion. That is, my previous emotions were indeed greatly affected. And this influence most likely comes from Guoling himself. She somehow managed to interfere with and control her own thoughts. And her ultimate goal is to let Chu Jun kill her. Thinking of this, Chu Jun once again had a new question. That is, since I was already caught up in an emotional outburst and couldn't extricate myself, how did this brain worm discover my abnormality? Although the brain worm said that he discovered the abnormality by observing Chu Jun's behavior patterns. But the key point is that Chu Jun does not think that this brain worm can discover his own abnormality in such a simple way. So, the king of Chu asked his question. This brain worm responded very quickly. In front of the master, it seemed impossible for it to lie. Or perhaps, the Zerg at this time had not yet evolved the ability to lie. That's right. Although we may be accustomed to the fact that humans lie, or even don't care about it. But in fact, this ability is a very terrifying skill for non-human creatures. Because the ability to lie or conceal one's intentions is not only a necessary condition for ancient humans to invent traps, but the subsequent abilities derived from this ability, such as conspiracy, are also the key to human evolution. But no matter what, the brain worm, which was unable to lie at this time, was in a state similar to transparent thinking in front of Chu Jun. So he told the king of Chu everything he had done without reservation. But what surprised Chu Jun was that his previous guess was completely wrong. The reason why the brain worm was able to discover his own abnormality was entirely due to his observation of Chu Jun's usual behavior. Only, the brain worm's observation of Chu Jun was too careful, even to the point of being outrageous. Lord, this is an excerpt of your daily life that I have compiled into a form that you can understand. In this form, I have conducted a rigorous analysis of your living habits. As the brain worm spoke, it transmitted this so-called table into Chu Jun's mind through psychic transmission. When Chu Jun looked at the table, he had a feeling. That means he wants to kill this brain worm with one punch. Actually, it's not Chu Jun's fault for thinking this way, because the table of this brain worm is really too detailed. Not only did she describe Chu Jun's daily living habits strictly and in detail in her form. What does Chu Jun usually eat and drink? How much sugar does he like? And how much sleep does he usually get? What's even more terrifying is, many of Chu Jun's behavioral habits that he did not want to know were also recorded by her. For example, what time does he usually go to the toilet? How long does he stay in the toilet each time? How much weight he loses after each use of the toilet, etc. Even more terrifying is that the brain worms also observed. When Chu Jun is sleeping at night, how long does it take him to open his mouth and eat a passing flying insect? Seeing this, Chu Jun glared at the brain worm fiercely. This damn omelette bastard. Let's not talk about this damn guy for now. Why would he pay attention to these horrific data like a pervert? What Chu Jun couldn't understand the most was why this little bastard would watch him eat those bugs without reminding him. But anyway, in the brain worm's report, Chu Jun did discover that something was wrong with himself. During the time he was in contact with Guoling, his behavior indeed became more and more violent. Even his behavior patterns gradually became arrogant, and he did not notice many details that he should have taken into consideration. But no matter what, Chu Jun calmed down and carefully read the rest of the report of the brainworm. The following series of events not only allowed Chu Jun to completely calm down his anger, but also made Chu Jun want to praise the brainworm. Because the content behind this table reflects the true value of the brainworm. After observing Chu Jun's behavioral habits, she actually simulated a very impressive and highly feasible battle plan. If Chu Jun acts according to this plan, his combat capability will be at least 20% higher than his current capability. More importantly, this is just one of his plans. In addition to this set of solutions, she also gave hundreds of other solutions. However, the targets of these plans are no longer Chu Jun, but the insect creatures controlled by Chu Jun. It even includes the brainworm's thoughts on the little hunger and the combat modes of other Zerg units. Among these countless plans, she not only considered the limitations of each Zerg unit, but also very considerately gave Chu Jun some instructions on the coordination mode of each type of unit. She believes that the gunworms and the Zerg are indeed an extremely versatile unit, and they fill the problem of insufficient firepower of the Zerg units. But she believes that among the Zerg units, there should also be a type of firepower unit with firepower far greater than that of the gunbugs. Moreover, the ability of this unit should be coordinated with the Zerg Leviathan, because only in this way can the Zerg conquer the world better. That's right. It was different from being carefree and just wanting to stay by Chu Jun's side to fill her own hunger. Since its birth, this brainworm has had a heart that wants to conquer the world. What's even more terrifying is, this guy is an absolute doer. She has really started thinking in her mind how to conquer the planet Songnan. And she thought about many key points, such as the defense force of the entire Songnan star, the edible number of humans in the city, etc. Well, those are all very good ideas. After reading all the reports, Chu Jun suddenly widened his eyes and patted the brainworm excitedly. Brain. Chu Jun's previous anger had completely subsided, and at this moment, he was about to eliminate his vigilance against this brainworm. The reason why it was about to be eliminated was because Chu Jun still had one last question to ask this brainworm. Only after passing this question can this brainworm that cannot lie become an official member of the swarm. Chapter 267 Confusion and Disaster. Brainworm, what do you think your position is among the swarm? Although the brainworm has proved its value to a great extent, the problem is that Chu Jun still does not completely trust this brainworm. Because it was in Chu Jun's original design. The Zerg is a special existence with one and only one true master. And this so-called master is not even Chu Jun himself, but the little hungry beside Chu Jun. Little Hunger has never been just a queen. Her true identity is actually the embodiment of the will of the swarm. Due to Chu Jun's previous actions, her thinking at this moment was the real will of the swarm. Although each little hungry is an individual, it has its own evolutionary direction. But their essence has not changed at all. They share a common mindset and are driven by it to accomplish their goals. And more importantly, not only the little hungers will be driven by their own will, but also other Zerg units. Whether it is a huge number of knife worms or a small number of swarm leviathans. These Zerg units, without exception, are all driven by the will of the Zerg. Under the suppression of the swarm's will, their survival instincts and individual thinking will all be suppressed unlimitedly. They have no consciousness of their own, not even thoughts of their own. Of course, the one who has been kicked out of the Zerg's will is the little black one belonging to Panghwa, who is an exception. And this is the biggest reason why Chu Jun does not trust the brainworm. Because apart from little hungry who can have his own consciousness, this brainworm became the second existence with its own consciousness. This is a very dangerous behavior. After all, the will of the swarm is not a democratic conference, but a one-man show. The swarm needs to have a will. But you can only have one will. This number called 1 is the absolute upper limit. Status. Master, I don't understand what you mean. However, to Chu Jun's surprise, although this brainworm has far more brains than ordinary creatures. But when it comes to power, this brainworm's thinking is shockingly simple. I don't understand what status in the swarm means. Status is irrelevant to survival and will lead to a huge waste of resource allocation. Hearing this, Chu Jun blinked. Since brainworms will not and cannot lie, his previous question was basically an invalid question. So he asked the other party in a different way. So in your opinion, what function do you have in the insect swarm? When he said this, Chu Jun's eyes became extremely cold. As long as the brainworm is wrong or not satisfactory, then there is only one fate for the brainworm. That means he will be directly destroyed by Chu Jun and killed here. This question is not as good as the previous one. After being asked this question, the brainworm obviously pondered for a moment, and then he gave his own answer. Master, I believe my function is calculation and simulation, but I don't know how to use my features. As for how you think I should play my role in the swarm. The brainworm squirmed and carefully extended towards where Chu Jun was. I'm sorry, I don't know. I am a member of the swarm, and I serve the swarm and you, that's all. I should have whatever functions you think I should have. I felt very painful after I gained my consciousness because I didn't know where I stood in the swarm. I am just an individual in the swarm. I shouldn't have consciousness, and there shouldn't even be the concept of I. Thought is suffering, consciousness is shackles, and so-called freedom is slavery. So please, give me some pointers, my great lord. After hearing this, Chu Jun was stunned for a moment. To be honest, Chu Jun really didn't expect that the brainworm would say such words. Because in his original understanding, freedom, thought, and sanity are all gifts from this world without exception. But why did this brainworm think that once she regained consciousness, she would feel pain and confusion? Although the brainworm's answer perfectly met Chu Jun's expectations. Not only does the brainworm have no idea of gaining status, on the contrary, her thinking about herself is different from that of ordinary people. She hates the concept of I. But this made Chu Jun even more curious about her. So with this idea in mind, Chu Jun began a series of communications and thinking with the brainworm. Actually, my initial impression of you is that you were a high-level calculator. After hearing this, the brainworm's mood obviously improved a lot. Because she mistakenly believed that she had her own responsibilities. But the next second, Chu Jun's answer made the brainworm completely depressed. It's just that the current insect swarm doesn't need a calculator as advanced as yours. Your function is probably to simulate various optimization plans for the insect swarm. Hearing this, the hydrated cyst couldn't help but shrink a little. But Chu Jun said immediately, but I have a new idea that can directly utilize your function. But that requires the help of the swarm leviathan. As he spoke, Chu Jun began to make plans for the brainworm. His current new idea is this. Since the brainworm possesses super powerful thinking and computing abilities, Chu Jun decided to dig out the Abyss Leviathan from the planet of Tsongnan in advance and let it cruise around the planet of Tsongnan on its own. But at the same time, the body of the brainworm will be sent by Chu Jun to Leviathan. She will stay on Leviathan and use her powerful computing ability to directly help Chu Jun plan in detail and generally every move of the Zerg on the entire Tsongnan planet. Of course, during this process, Chu Jun will also send his mimic insects and the new little hungry into the Abyss Leviathan. The reason for doing this is that after such a long time, many of Chu Jun's new ideas can be applied to the Abyss Leviathan. During this period of time, Chu Jun has accumulated many ideas. When the brainworm heard this, she immediately became excited. Different from ordinary humans. Creatures like brainworms cannot accept self-awareness. In her opinion, if she didn't have a mission, then her life would be a suffering. So when Chu Jun gave her the task, she immediately became excited and looked ready to go. However, compared to the brainworm's excitement, Little Hungry was very dissatisfied at this time. Because the more the brain worm communicated with Chu Jun, she felt that the less attention she could get from Chu Jun. So, after Chu Jun communicated with the brainworm for a while, she found a time when Chu Jun was not around and slapped the hateful brainworm with her claws like she was slapping a balloon. Of course, this behavior is just an unnecessary means of venting for Xiao hunger. But to the brainworm, she seemed a little aggrieved. But compared to the harmony on Chu Jun's side, the scene on Guoling's side was not so harmonious. Because after Chu Jun discovered this guy's abnormality, he almost did not hesitate to use the most cruel means to force this damn guy to tell her true purpose and the important secrets she knew. But I don't know why. This time, even if Guoling was completely crazy, he was unwilling to reveal the secret to Chu Jun. It's obvious. What is she waiting for? A horrific disaster is brewing madly in the Human Federation. Chapter 268, Preparing for Graduation and a Romantic Encounter. Wow, congratulations. Brother Chu, our new laboratory is finally built. As Pamwa's excited voice sounded, the mimic insect that looked like Chu Jun raised its head, looked at the huge, brand-new laboratory above its head, and nodded. Then, after opening a glass of champagne and celebrating briefly, the two walked in. But something extremely embarrassing happened. Although the outside of this laboratory is decorated very nicely, but the equipment inside was almost empty. To be precise, it was the emptiness in Chu Jun's eyes. Because although Pangbo was very thoughtful and decorated the interior of the laboratory like a palace, it even has 4 different bedrooms. But there is no cultivation device here. Not bad, it is. But the problem is that the cultivation equipment inside doesn't seem to be fully configured. Hearing Chu Jun say this, Pang Bo also said helplessly, I can't help it, Brother Chu. Neither you nor I are serious beast masters. All the equipment you want requires certification from a beast master. Hearing this, Chu Jun also nodded. Indeed. In recent times, due to the increasingly tense atmosphere of war, policies on the purchase of all professional equipment have been tightened. The breeding equipment that previously only required a biological ID to purchase now requires the identity of a beast master. What's even more exaggerated is, the prices of these cultivation devices are also rising wildly. By the way, Brother Chu, since we are already in graduation season, why don't we just go and graduate? Pangwa said to Chu Jun. It just so happens that I want to make some changes to my little blackie. Hearing what Pangwa said, Xiaohei's expression suddenly became much more serious. She tilted her head and looked at Pangwa with an expression as if she was looking at a scumbag. But Chu Jun ignored Xiaohei's expressions and thought about it seriously. Well, in a way, you're right. Although I don't really want to become a beast master and get noticed, but considering that I want to work at Health Paradise, I do need the identity of a beast master. Hearing this, Pangwa's eyes lit up. Good. Then I'll go back and prepare. Prepare? What are you preparing for? Pangwa, who was about to slip away, was pulled back by Chu Jun. Wait, Brother Chu, don't you want to get ready first? Pangwa pointed at Xiaohei beside him and said, Xiaohei hasn't completed her transformation yet. In this case, how are we supposed to graduate? She doesn't meet the standards of an alien beast now, right? Facing Pangwa's question, Chu Jun smiled slightly. No, she's getting there soon. After saying, under Pangwa's horrified gaze, the next second, accompanied by Xiaohei's horrified cry, Xiao Hungry, who was following the mimic insect, grabbed Xiaohei, who was trying to escape. Then, Little Hungry actually started to modify the genetic sequence of the knife worm right in front of Pangwa. That's right. Now that she has the genetic worm, Little Hungry can, with the help of Chu Jun and the brain worm, use the genetic worm's genetic sequence and the psychic power given to her by Chu Jun to directly modify the genetic sequence of any swarm creature in the form of a swarm. The inspiration for this modification plan actually came from what Chu Jun had previously obtained from the strange beast called Fallen. Crack, crack, crack. Xiaohei's genetic sequence was modified. Tens of thousands of genetically modified insects began to use themselves as nutrients, feeding Xiaohei madly. Then, something happened that Pangwa couldn't believe. Xiaohei, who was a cute little knife worm just now, suddenly expanded several times in just a few tens of seconds. Moreover, her surface volume rapidly expanded several times, and a large number of filamentous substances were derived. Finally, these filaments transformed her into a giant biological cocoon. Moreover, inside this biological cocoon, the sound of Xiaohei's heartbeat became very obvious. Knock knock. Boom boom boom. The huge and loud heartbeat made Pangwa feel a little scared. Because at this time, he possessed the ability of psychic communication. While he was communicating with Xiaohei, Xiaohei kept expressing his pain through psychic means. Such a situation inevitably made Pang Bo feel a little distressed. But soon, he felt less distressed. As the organs of the Zerg creatures gradually improved, Xiaohei no longer felt pain. On the contrary, under the new genetic sequence, she felt extremely comfortable. However, compared to this incident, Pangbo was even more surprised and puzzled. This guy Chu Jun actually has the ability to breed exotic beasts without a breeding chamber. This was what surprised Pangbo the most. Because this shows that in the past week, little hungry and other insect swarms have evolved again. Secondly, since Chu Jun doesn't need a breeding warehouse anymore, then why did he spend money to buy equipment? Of course, although Pangbo had 100,000 questions in his heart, but considering that the more he asked, the worse off he would be, Pangbo finally chose to shut up. And the other side. While Pangbo was still worried about Xiaohei's hatching work had already been completed. What made Pangbo feel unbelievable was that Xiaohei, who used to look like a knife worm, turned into a black version of Xiao Hunger after undergoing genetic modification by Xiao Hunger. Moreover, Xiaohei's ability was directly upgraded from level 1 psychic power to level 3 psychic power. Although she did not possess the ability of swarm thinking, Chu Jun retained some reproductive abilities for her, as well as 3 psychic abilities: psychic shield, psychic detection, and rapid healing. And with the blessing of such high-level psychic power, if the relationship between her and Pangbo was not deep enough, she would not be controlled by Pangbo at all. But fortunately, while Pangbo was still hesitating, Xiaohei, who had obviously become smarter, suddenly lowered his head, used his head to imitate the hungry look, and rubbed Pangbo's hand. "Brother Chu, you can actually upgrade the knife worm to a little hunger?" "Of course." Chu Jun smiled. "I have learned a lot in this week or so. And your Xiaohei is my first experimental subject. How is it? Are you satisfied?" Hearing this, Pangbo narrowed his eyes. Hiss. "This sounds weird, right? What if you make a mistake?" Faced with Pangbo's question, Chu Jun questioned him instead. "Don't you trust me? Do you think I could be wrong?" Cough cough. All in all, after Chu Jun shamelessly questioned Pangbo, who dared not speak out, the two of them got together again after more than a week and drove towards Tsangnan Planet University together. During this week, Chu Jun and Pangbo were each responsible for different things. There is no need to say more about Mr. Chu. What he experienced was both strange and terrifying, and even beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. After all, fruit spirits, liquid beasts, the gods of the eternal organization, oracles, the truth of the war, etc., none of them are things that Pangbo can touch. But things on Pangbo's side were much more joyful. First, he completed Chu Jun's mission and made Chu Jun's mimic insect John the official leader of the new Jack gang. Secondly, he once again had a new romantic encounter. Squeak, squeak. With the sound of violent brakes, the mimic insect driving the car suddenly stopped. Then, while Pangbo was confused and puzzled, Chu Jun asked with extreme caution, "What's the situation with your new affair? Could it be that the killers from the Human Federation are coming back again using this method?" Chu Jun thought so. Chapter 269 Tools and Control, etc. As Chu Jun questioned him, Pangbo was almost scared to pee. He naturally understood what Chu Jun was questioning, but he quickly told the truth. "Brother Chu, don't misunderstand me. What I mean by an affair is that I happened to start dating a very nice girl." Because Pangbo's last date was with Sister Guoling. So when Chu Jun heard Pangbo say that he had another romantic encounter, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. But fortunately, Pangbo's affair this time was obviously not so thrilling. The reason is simple. Pangbo, the second-in-command of Jack's gang, had done background research on the other party before Chu Jun conducted the investigation because he was afraid of death. Pangbo had thoroughly investigated this girl's entire family. What's more crucial is that before Pangbo dated this girl, he even secretly performed a psychic assessment on her to test whether she was a psychic. All in all, Pangbo really wasn't joking this time. In order to save his life, he really did the background check to the extreme. After hearing what Pangbo said, Chu Jun finally nodded helplessly. Anyway, be careful. Since Chu Jun has encountered a lot of things recently, he attaches great importance to such safety matters. And, although Chu Jun said so, but in fact, Chu Jun was still a little worried about Pangbo, the troublemaker. So when Pangbo didn't mention the matter, he actually secretly placed a few message bug eggs on Pangbo's back. When he goes on another date, the woman's information will be thoroughly monitored by Chu Jun. In this way, the two of them came all the way to the school. Although Chu Jun's real body was in Clare's laboratory at the school, in order to confuse possible opponents, Chu Jun did not leave the laboratory. Instead, he continued to use the mimic insect and went into the office area of Tsangnan Star University with Pangbo to apply for graduation procedures. "Oh, Chu Jun, it's you, kid." In the office area, a brown-skinned middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment after seeing Chu Jun, but then she greeted him warmly. "Hello, Miss Julie." And Chu Jun also greeted her, which was rare. But this is not something difficult to understand. After all, in the entire Songnan Star University, Chu Jun is the only student who has met her 3 times and has not yet graduated. Moreover, during the first 3 times, each time when Chu Jun had not graduated, Ms. Julie gave Chu Jun enough comfort. She may be one of the few good people in the entire Songnan Star University. A truly good person. I heard that your strength has grown rapidly recently, and you have become an important member of Jack's gang. It looks like you're really going to graduate this year. Since the news of Chu Jun joining Jack's gang had spread everywhere, Ms. Julie naturally also got the news. But unlike those students who were either jealous, disgusted, or fearful, Ms. Julie, who has lived and worked in Songnan Star University for decades, did not care about Chu Jun's choice. Because she knew very well that a poor student like Chu Jun, who came out of East Street, did not have the family, resources, and vision that ordinary students had. So joining a gang seems like a very bad choice, but in fact, isn't this the only choice for the king of Chu? So, Ms. Julie said to Chu Jun with a smile, Chu Jun, don't pay attention to what others say, just be yourself. No matter what your choice is, the fact that you were able to walk out of the Ant Street already proves that your talent far exceeds theirs. After saying that, Ms. Julie smiled and handed the report form used for the graduation application process to Chu Jun and Pang Bo. Yes, thank you. After receiving the report form, Chu Jun also responded politely. Then, the two of them sat together and started filling out the form. It is worth mentioning that the Star Sea Empire's Beastmaster graduation standards are now copied from the Human Federation's Beastmaster graduation standards. Therefore, this is the first time that Chu Jun and Pang Bo have come into contact with this new graduation process. In this new set of graduation standards, the once simple alien beast graduation standards were directly subdivided into 4 compulsory assessment items and 3 sets of optional assessment items. Among these assessment items, there are 2 testing items. The first test item is the physical strength test of the alien beast. This test will classify the physical strength of the monsters into 13 levels. After inspection, as long as the physical strength of the alien beasts participating in the test reaches level 2, which is the level that can defeat a small group of ferocious alien beasts, they will pass. Next is the test of psychic power level. This test will also divide the exotic beasts into 13 levels. As long as the spiritual power of the graduating monster reaches the first level, it will pass the test. The above 2 tests are basically child's play, because the next test is the real difficulty. First, after meeting the above 2 tests, qualified exotic beasts will be taken to a professional obstacle course. That's right. This so-called obstacle course is, in essence, a training ground full of obstacles similar to those used by people and police dogs. However, the alien beasts are much faster than ordinary creatures, and they also possess more powerful abilities. Therefore, the difficulty and length of this obstacle course far exceed those of ordinary training courses. Moreover, there are not only obstacles in this training ground. Obstacles are not the difficulty in graduation at all. The real difficulty is the exotic beasts that need to be tested need to pass through these obstacles as quickly as possible according to the orders of the Beastmaster under various noise pollution and strong light pollution. Once these strange beasts feel fear or other special circumstances and are unable to follow the Beastmaster's command to pass through these obstacles, they will be judged as unqualified. That is to say, the essence of this test is actually to detect the psychic communication problem between the Beastmaster and his own beasts. After passing this test, these strange beasts will undergo a 4th test. The difficulty of passing this test is even higher than the previous 3, because the assessment method of this test is derived from psychic mental attack. This time, these exotic beasts that have undergone the test will stay with their masters and establish a psychic connection with them. The professional testing team will use their psychic abilities to forcibly interfere with the psychic perception of these strange beasts, making them mistakenly believe that their masters are in serious life danger. Then, in this illusion, these strange beasts will receive psychic requests from their master. In their illusions, they too must make choices. Either they watch their masters being killed by danger, or they must stand up and block the attack for their masters. Of course, because of the special effect of this illusion, these strange beasts that undergo the test will go through a very strict psychic suggestion. That is, once they stand up, they will definitely be killed. Although this seems to be a trust test that is very similar to the 3rd test, and even has some overlap. But the reality is not like this, because the ultimate purpose of this test is actually to detect, can this group of strange beasts resist their own biological instincts and put the lives of their masters first? This is a very necessary test, because the essence of exotic beasts is to be tools serving the Beastmaster. And the Beast Masters must also have absolute control over their tools. Chapter 270 Cutting in Line and Goodbye 02. The above are the first 4 items of the Beastmaster test. Basically, as long as they can pass the first 4 tests of a Beastmaster, Chu Jun and Pang Bo can basically become Beastmasters. But before that, there is one final test that needs to be completed. Damn it, why is this graduation procedure so complicated? Panghua, who was filling out a form, couldn't help but complain. I remember this year was the first reform. Why did the first graduation reform become so complicated? At this time, Pang Bo complained while showing his report to Chu Jun. Brother Chu, take a look. After these 4 tests, there are still 3 more tests that need to be chosen by yourself. Is it not possible to choose? Chu Jun rolled his eyes helplessly. He was not blind. The 2 people's reports were obviously the same. Why did this idiot show them to him? Certainly, Pang Bo was not that stupid. He had his own purpose in showing this report to Chu Jun. He actually wanted to ask Chu Jun whether his Xiao Hei could pass the next assessment. If he can pass it, which test should he choose? Before Chu Jun could say anything, Ms. Julie, who was sitting next to the desk, spoke first. You can't not choose. Although these 3 assessments are nominally optional, in reality, you must choose one assessment item from them in order to graduate successfully. After all, this is the original assessment content of our Qinghai Empire. Hearing this, Panghua's face instantly turned into a bitter one. You know, as the mortal enemy of the Human Federation, the Qinghai Empire copied the 4 basic assessments from the Human Federation, but the high-level officials of the Empire always like to compare. They just want to do better than the Human Federation. Therefore, in addition to the 4 basic assessments, they added additional functional tests for 3 different exotic beasts. The first test is the offensive test of aggressive monsters. The purpose of this test is to test whether the offensive alien beast can complete the designated offensive mission. The second test is the therapeutic test of the healing beasts. This test requires the alien beast to heal sufficient injuries within a specified time. The third test is a little more complicated. Because there are no standards for the third test, you only need to prove to your examiner that your exotic beast has unique functionality. For example, if the function of your alien beast is to burrow into the ground, then you need to prove your alien beast's ability to burrow into the ground. For example, if the function of your alien beast is high-speed flight, then you need to prove the flying ability of your alien beast. In short, if the 4 basic tests mentioned above are all basic, they all have a unified standard. The following 3 tests are one-on-one functional tests and do not have any unified standards. But this may cause many people to be confused. The subsequent 3 tests seem a bit redundant compared to the first 4 tests. But that is not the case. Because all the major institutions in the Star Empire need the results of these 3 tests to decide whether to recruit you. After all, even Beastmasters need to compete with each other. Therefore, in these 3 tests, the abilities of the alien beasts will be divided into different levels by the Star Sea Empire. Oh, this damn original assessment content. This is not about reducing the burden, it's obviously increasing the difficulty. After learning the above information, Panghua cursed inwardly. Chu Jun covered his forehead helplessly. Indeed. At this time, after he finished looking at all the test subjects, he also had a headache. After all, according to his plan, he originally wanted to complete this graduation test in 1 day. But from now on, this graduation test is estimated to last for several days. That's right. The administrative efficiency of the Star Sea Empire is so shockingly low that it can only conduct 1 test a day. And what's even more terrifying is, how long do we have to wait in line, Ms. Julie? After filling out the registration form, Chu Jun discovered that the Beastmaster graduation test did not start immediately, but he needed to wait in line patiently. In response to Chu Jun's question, Ms. Julie replied with a smile. 3 days later. Don't worry, Chu Jun boy. I secretly cut in line for you. Hearing this, Chu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days is still acceptable. Ah, what about me? When Pang Bo saw Chu Jun getting the queue jumping service, he immediately asked excitedly. In a week. Unfortunately, Ms. Julie obviously did not have a good impression of Panghua and gave him a cold answer. Ms. Julie, like Chu Jun and Pang Bo, is a low-class person from Ant Street. However, compared to someone like Panghua who joined the gang right away and obviously looked down on Ant Street, Ms. Julie prefers Chu Jun, who is more hardworking and serious. So there is a slight difference in the treatment of the 2. Damn it, why should I be treated differently? After leaving the registration office, Pang Bo complained to Chu Jun beside him. Chu Jun shrugged helplessly and did not answer. He can always tell Panghua directly in front of him that you are just not a likable guy. In short, after completing the formalities, Panghua and Chu Jun drove away directly. However, What Pongwa did not expect was that when he was halfway through driving, the mimic insect next to him suddenly shrank into its original insect form, and then his appearance once again changed into that of a stranger. Brother Chuyu, what are you doing? As he didn't know what Chu Jun was trying to do, Pangbo couldn't help but become a little nervous. Unlike the brainless villains in many movies, Pongwa is a person who is not very smart but has some wisdom, and he is very clear about one thing. The guy next to me is a real big boss. Although in name, Chu Jun has extremely strong strength. But the thing is, this guy's strength will also bring a lot of trouble. Nothing. Chu Jun first calmed down Pongwa, who was so nervous that he was about to vomit, and then he stated his purpose. I just want to change my appearance and let my real body start from the other side of the city. And to prevent any accidents, especially since I don't want people to see that there are two of me in this city, I changed this mimic insect into my appearance. Oh, I see. After hearing this, I couldn't help but feel relieved. In that case, since I have nothing else to do today, I'll take your mimic insect to eat something. After all, it's almost noon now, and I didn't eat breakfast. Hearing this, the mimic insect immediately turned around and patted Pongwa's head vigorously with a happy look. And what surprised Pongwa was that the ability of this mimic insect has evolved to the point where it can have its own thoughts. I want ice cream. Looking at the mimic insect that was not under Chu Jun's control but could still make its own voice, Pang Bo had an illusion. That is, during the time when he was away, Chu Jun's insect swarm seemed to evolve at a faster speed. To be more precise, it was too fast. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a mimic insect that looked like Chu Jun walked out from the shadows of the city. Then, she skillfully found the car that Chu Jun rented and drove into the desert. That's right. This time, Chu Jun's purpose is to meet the smuggler Ms. 02 again. At the same time, lying on the back seat of the vehicle was a man with his hands and feet tied. He is a gift. Chapter 271 Clues and War Prophets. Ah, Chu Jun, you are here again. As Mrs. Big's voice sounded, the mimic, who had been here once before and survived, nodded excitedly. Yes, Mrs. Biggs, I'm here to help you with the housework again. Oh, hearing Chu Jun say this, Mrs. Biggs couldn't help but smile. You know, it has been more than a week since Jellos last came here. Mrs. Biggs, on the other hand, didn't see anyone during this week except for the team members who came to deliver and pick up the parcels. As an old lady, she really likes young people like Chu Jun to come to her and help her do things. In fact, since there were still more than 8 hours left before the time agreed with 02, and Chu Jun needed to observe the impact of Jello's disappearance, and this mimic insect really liked being with Mrs. Biggs, Chu Jun let this mimic insect stay with Mrs. Biggs for these 8 hours. By the way, Chu Jun himself has no likes or dislikes towards Mrs. Biggs. He had another important reason for wanting to send the mimic insect to Mrs. Biggs. That is, he also wanted to taste the roast beef that Mrs. Biggs once made for the mimic. For this purpose, he specially added a new function to the mimic insect, which is to use psychic power to simulate this guy's sense of taste and transmit this feeling to Chu Jun's brain. Despite this feature, it is very labor-intensive and has no practical value. But Chu Jun still created this function. There is no doubt that when it comes to eating, Chu Jun is no different from a bug. As greedy as the swarm is, he is as greedy as he is. However, although Chu Jun really wanted to eat roast beef, he himself had no intention of helping Mrs. Biggs with the work. So when Chu Jun saw the mimic insect start cleaning, he immediately turned his head and focused his energy on scientific research. As for the mimic worm itself, she is conscious enough, and with the help of the brain worm, Chu Jun doesn't need to worry about it. Time passed bit by bit, and when Chu Jun was sitting in front of the experimental table and was already feeling drowsy, a piece of good news came out. At this time, the mimic insect had already helped Mrs. Biggs finish cleaning. In order to thank the mimic, Chu Jun, for its help, Mrs. Biggs stewed a large pot of beef and placed it in front of the mimic. In addition, Mrs. Biggs also remembered the mimic's preferences and gave her a large bucket of ice cream as dessert after the meal. Under the temptation of such delicious food, Chu Jun naturally ate a big meal. Then, after feeling the deliciousness, he handed over control to the mimic insect. It's night now. He needed to rest, and as for the mimic insects, they would have to wait until the next morning and leave here for the area where 02 was. However, during the time when Chu Jun was sleeping, the mimic insect did not rest. Instead, she helped Mrs. Biggs with more farm work very seriously, and once again enjoyed a hearty breakfast in the morning. It's just that I was too bored during this period. So during this period of time, Chu Jun happened to not control the mimic insects. In addition, the brainworm's observation at this time was not careful enough. So when the mimic was cleaning Mrs. Biggs's eldest son's room, it was actually, he missed a very important clue. That is, this guy who had long been missing had a vase in the room that was obviously inconsistent with the style of the room. When the mimic was wiping the vase, there was a mark underneath it. 1. The symbol of the Human Federation. The next morning, after saying goodbye to Mrs. Biggs, the mimic drove the rented car towards the designated location. On the other side, Chu Jun was observing the movements of the mimic insect while once again meeting with Officer Kane in another identity. At this time, he had already reached a deal with Officer Kane, and this identity was an informant he made up, specifically used to exchange intelligence with Officer Kane. On the one hand, he was passing on evidence of the new Jack Gang's crimes to Officer Kane, and on the other hand, he was taking over intelligence from the Health Paradise Company in the name of Chu Jun. However, what Chu Jun did not expect was that Officer Kane actually started to reverse dig out his own mimicry insects in front of him, trying to brainwash and seduce this guy to help Officer Kane and obtain more intelligence. This act of poaching was so stupid that Chu Jun wanted to laugh. But at the same time, he also had a deeper understanding of Kane's nature. In a sense, Officer Kane is an out-and-out good man. Although his principles have been broken before, most of the time he is still a law enforcer who abides by the law, protects the weak, and dares to fight against gangs. But such a person is not someone who keeps his promises. Because Chu Jun had clearly reached a deal with him, but this guy still dared to break his promise behind his back and tried to secretly fight against Chu Jun. Doesn't he know that this informant is likely to tell Chu Jun what he said? No, he knows it very well. He just doesn't care. Because in Kane's eyes, Chu Jun had cooperated with Jack's gang, so his essence was a corrupt element who exuded a foul odor. Therefore, he had his own legitimacy in eliminating the King of Chu. He is righteous, but also hypocritical. Perhaps, only with these two personalities can he grow to where he is today. Chu Jun thought so. At the same time, the mimic insect that looked like Chu Jun was driving a car on the road in the desert, heading towards the designated location. Soon, the scene from last week happened again on the mimic insect. Jack came to the mimic's side, blindfolded him, and took her to where 02 was. But maybe it was because the two of them had already known each other once. This time, Jack actually took the initiative to speak. You are really on time, kid. Have you never thought about what would happen if something happened and we couldn't come here? After hearing what Jack said, the mimic insect began to respond using Chu Jun's logic. He smiled and said in a confident manner, "Don't employ those you doubt, and don't doubt those you employ. I believe in your abilities. Since you set the meeting time, I think if I get here on time, you will definitely get here too." Hearing this, Jack nodded. "Well, that's a good point. If you weren't a beastmaster, I would have kidnapped you and made you one of us. Actually, it doesn't matter if you are a beastmaster. After all, we are a smuggling ship and we are in great need of beastmasters." Hearing this, the mimic reacted, but she still pretended to be shocked and replied, "Well, forget about this kind of invitation. I'm not very interested in something as dangerous as smuggling." "Hey, I know." Jack grinned wickedly and continued to seduce the other party. "But, after a period of time, our smugglers' profits will at least triple." Before Chu Jun could ask, he started to explain. "War is coming. Under the stimulation of war, we smugglers will become the richest group of people. As expected. Still the same reason. The war is coming soon. As the ancients of the earth said, chaos is the ladder. In war, there are only two kinds of people who can profit. The first are politicians, the second are smugglers, arms dealers, and countless criminals who profit from wars." Before Chu Jun could say anything, Jack spoke again. "Okay, here we are." Ms. 02 came to the side of the car and took off Chu Jun's blindfold. Chapter 272 Promises and Hype. Dear Ms. 02, we haven't seen each other for a long time." When Chu Jun's blindfold was taken off, he immediately said with a smile. But unfortunately, Ms. 02, the captain of the smuggling ship, had a cold look on her face at the moment. "Shut up and don't call me in such a familiar way. We're not that familiar yet." Although Ms. 02 said this, Chu Jun clearly observed that Ms. 02's cheeks were visibly redder. Even the scars on her face turned red because of shyness. It seems that this fierce-looking female captain doesn't have much experience in love. Under the analysis of the brainworm, Chu Jun noticed many details that he had never paid attention to. I have to say that the growth of the brainworm is really a surprise for Chu Jun. After all, the brainworm can proactively provide Chu Jun with extremely rich information without any orders. Perhaps this is the manifestation of her subjective initiative when life is painful. "Hello, have you fulfilled the promise we made to each other?" But just when Chu Jun was thinking secretly, Ms. 02 spoke first. She said to Chu Jun with a serious face, I have released your experimental insect eggs onto different planets, as agreed. Hearing this, Chu Jun's eyes couldn't help but light up. Because according to his plan, if the eggs of these little hungry insects can hatch normally, then these little hungry insects will successfully become the masters of these worlds and hatch a large wave of insect swarms with their own abilities. What's more important is that Chu Jun has implanted a command in the form of genes into the bodies of all the little hungry creatures. That is, little hungry needs to avoid human areas as much as possible and then hatch the Zerg Leviathan in the right place. Once these Zerg Leviathans complete their hatching, the Zerg swarms near these planets will be completely connected. Their psychic signals can even extend to Songnan Star, where Chu Jun is. In this way, Chu Jun's swarm of insects will completely become a true cosmic species. But before that, Chu Jun needs to spread the genetic sequence of the new brain worm to other swarms with the help of the first swarm Leviathan. But while Chu Jun was still fantasizing, but I have sealed all these eggs in fixed containers. Ms. 02's cold words quickly brought Chu Jun back to reality. Without my order, your experiment will not succeed. As she spoke, Ms. 02 sneered and placed a special remote control in front of Chu Jun. Fulfill your promise, and I will release your larvae from the container. And, Mr. Chu Jun, during my transportation process, I actually discovered something interesting. So these so-called mutant insect test subjects of yours should not just be simple test subjects. Hearing what Ms. 02 said, Chu Jun smiled and shrugged his shoulders, then walked out of the car and walked towards the trunk. Don't move, what are you doing? Due to her job, Ms. 02 was very nervous at the moment and couldn't help but put her hand on her waist. There was an HX-type anti-animal pistol there. It seemed that as long as Chu Jun had any ill intentions, she would blow the other person's head off without hesitation. In fact, once Chu Jun was hit by this gun, then what he lost was not only his head, but most of his body. The original purpose of this HX-type anti-beast pistol is to fight against beasts with a physical strength of level 2 or above. But Chu Jun smiled, indicating that he meant no harm, and then pressed the trunk button of the car. Next second, woo woo woo. After the trunk of the car was opened, Smirantari suddenly screamed. P.S. I appear in Chapter 256. Unfortunately, even though he tried his best to scream, the rag in his mouth still performed its duty perfectly, preventing his scream from being heard. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. At this moment, after seeing Chu Jun, Smirantari's eyes showed extremely complicated emotions. He was first confused, then afraid, and then angry. But unlike his complicated emotions, when Chu Jun revealed the other party's true identity, Ms. 02's eyes were full of excitement and desire. A believer in the immortal? Forehead. Chu Jun couldn't help but tilt his head and showed a puzzled expression. Although Chu Jun didn't quite understand why Ms. 02 used the word complete to describe it. But this so-called completeness always feels weird. But Chu Jun is a cold and cruel person, but he still has the most basic humanitarian concerns. Good luck. Chu Jun smiled, patted Similantari on the cheek, and blessed him. I hope you can still keep it intact. Under Similantari's death gaze, Chu Jun was blindfolded again. Jack left with him and went to the smuggler's rest area to rest. Similantari was lucky enough to be taken into her room alone by 02. Wow, your ice cream is really delicious. In the smuggling boat of 02 and his gang, Chu Jun was eating ice cream provided by Jack and others with a smile on his face. The other smugglers in the room nodded with a smile. Of course, Mr. Chu. The psychic wave ice cream you are eating is a famous product on planet Frank. This ice cream not only has a very rich taste, but also to some extent it can stimulate your spiritual energy and make your spiritual energy become active. Normally, this ice cream cannot be exported and is only consumed by local people and high-ranking officials in the empire. Common people, even wealthy people who are not beastmasters, are not qualified to eat this thing. In fact, if we weren't smugglers, we might never get to eat this in our lifetime. Hearing this, Chu Jun couldn't help but widen his eyes, because he didn't expect that a so-called dessert actually had hidden class distinctions. Unless you reach a certain class, ordinary people are not even qualified to eat this dessert. Then the price of this thing must be very expensive. I meant the cost. Upon hearing this, a smuggler who had one biochemical eye and one mechanical eye couldn't help but laugh out loud. How is that possible? The cost of this so-called high-grade ice cream on planet Frank is about the same as the cost of ordinary ice cream on planet Songnan, or even cheaper. Hearing this, Chu Jun couldn't help but feel puzzled. How is that possible? No, it's true. Did he understand it wrongly? The cost of this thing is so cheap, then why is it specially classified as something that only the high-ranking officials of the empire are qualified to enjoy? In response to Chu Jun's question, a fat beastmaster with third-level psychic powers answered the question. The reason why this thing is like this is because the Frank planet has reached some kind of agreement with the top leaders of the Starcy Empire. They deliberately hyped up the concept that ice cream is only for high-class people, and artificially hyped up this huge production volume of ice cream into a rare and scarce luxury product. It is only because of this that the price of this thing becomes so terrifying. Do you think that if this thing becomes more expensive, the income of Frank planet will decrease? No. On the contrary, after the price of this thing was hyped up, the income of Frank's planet actually increased significantly. Because the officials of Planet Frank are also secretly selling and smuggling this ice cream in large quantities. Officials can get it for free, but ordinary people have to spend several years' salary to have a bite. These imperial bastards. Every one of them is rotten. Just as Chu Jun and others were cursing the greed of the Qinghai Empire, 02 walked out of his room. And in her hand, she held a human head. The head of Similantari. Chapter 273 Tracking in the Universe. Hiss. When Chu Jun saw 02 walking out dragging the head, he couldn't help but gasp in shock while his main body was in Clare's laboratory. Because the scene in front of him at this moment was too weird in every aspect. A woman with beautiful features but scars all over her face walked out of a sci-fi, yet dilapidated spaceship room, holding a man's head in her hand. When it comes to this, it actually feels close to a horror movie. But the real horror is this. Although only a head was left of the man, he was not dead yet. Kill me. I have done everything you said. Please kill me. Because no one knew when it started, 02 actually used a mechanical chassis enhanced by biochemical technology to replace the man's torso, allowing him to survive with only a head left. But what is even more terrifying is that although this man is nominally alive, his expression at this moment has become extremely hideous. Moreover, a black unknown liquid was constantly flowing from his nose, ears, and eyes. For some reason, when Chu Jun saw the black liquid, he always felt these black liquids look familiar. But before Chu Jun could take a good look at this device and the head in its strange state, suddenly, 02, whose expression was normal the last second, suddenly turned cold and said to the smuggling crew members who were chatting with Chu Jun next to him, "Catch him. He is an undercover agent from the cult of the Eternals." In a flash, almost all the crew members woke up and pointed their guns at Chu Jun. More than a dozen guns were aimed at Chu Jun from different positions. It seems that if Chu Jun makes any abnormal move, he will be killed at any time. But, just as this group of crew members were staring at Chu Jun with ferocious eyes, Chu Jun raised his hands very calmly. Although it may seem a bit shameless for me to say this, the most basic fact is, a wicked smile appeared on Chu Jun's face. I don't think I've ever said that I'm not a member of the Eternal Cult. Hearing this, the crew members of the surrounding smuggling ships quickly used restraints on Chu Jun. Wow, this is the first time they have seen someone reveal his identity in this way. At this time, 02 was extremely angry. She roared angrily and punched Chu Jun's mimic insect directly. Immediately afterwards, the spark of psychic energy directly transformed Ms. 02 into Ms. Thunder and Lightning, and countless terrifying psychic halos lingered around her. Under such a level of impact, Chu Jun's mimic insect naturally fell into coma. Fortunately, although 02 was very angry, she did not kill Chu Jun. Instead, she ordered her men to throw Chu Jun into another room. Then the majestic captain quickly gave the order to let the dilapidated spaceship set sail again and escape from here. That's right. Chu Jun's mimic insect is definitely not really unconscious. She just pretended to be unconscious. After all, given the situation just now, if she didn't pretend to be unconscious, this mimic insect would probably be scrapped. Damn it. The other side. In the cockpit of the spaceship, Ms. 02 was gritting her teeth as she drove her smuggling ship madly towards outer space. After all, she herself didn't know whether Chu Jun, the damn eternal sect believer, would bring members of the Eternal, a twisted and terrifying terrorist organization, to their territory. She herself had no idea what kind of undercover agent Chu Jun was. At the same time, the Chu Jun mimic insect, which was previously unconscious, woke up on its own from its coma. However, as soon as the mimic insect woke up, it immediately tore off its human disguise and turned back into a real insect. After all, at this moment, she no longer had any way to use her psychic powers to communicate with Chu Jun. Now she is in a helpless state. Yes, although in many cases, spiritual energy can cross extremely long distances and allow beastmasters to communicate with their exotic beasts. But unfortunately, although Chu Jun's psychic power level has reached level 5, he is still unable to extend his psychic power to the spaceship where the mimic insect is located. So it was not surprising that the mimic insect quickly panicked after losing the spiritual power of its master. She turned back into a bug again and retracted herself into her own shell. She herself followed the nature of insects and crawled into the dark corner of the room, shivering. You know, mimic insects are absolutely functional insects. She herself is not offensive at all. But soon, her panic disappeared, because spiritual power can be extended through other means. The more powerful the psychic beast, the more it can transcend time and space and extend to extremely far distances. For example, a Leviathan number 1 with a psychic level of 6. In the cold shadow of the universe, Leviathan quietly followed behind 02's ship. At the same time, it successfully activated the psychic hiding ability inherited from the military space beast. Captain 02, we don't seem to have any pursuers behind us. We haven't sensed any hostile signals approaching yet. On the smuggling ship, 02 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing the news. But she is not yet completely relaxed. I saw this young but experienced captain driving his spaceship at a very fast speed, surpassing the maneuverability of the mechanical device, and quickly flew most of the way around the entire Songnon star. Then, after confirming that she was not being tracked, she drove her spaceship into a giant garbage dump consisting of broken satellites and a large amount of space garbage. But surprisingly, there is a whole new world inside these inconspicuous giant garbage dumps. Because 02 and her crew built a secret base that belonged to them alone in this space garbage dump. It was this secret base that supported their smuggling business and allowed them to evade wave after wave of pursuit from the Star Empire military. This so-called secret base contains their wealth and supplies. At the same time, it is their real safe haven and their real hive of activity. It is a pity that such a precious land is about to fall today. Because shortly after 02 drove his spaceship in, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared from the universe and approached the secret base. Call. It's finally safe. After 02 and the other crew members walked into their secret base, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the next second, before they could rejoice that they had escaped those enemies that didn't even exist, boom, accompanied by violent shaking, an extremely thick tentacle suddenly pierced through the outer shell of the secret base and reached into the base. Crack. Jack quickly loaded his weapon and aimed it at the swarm of tentacle that looked so weird. Oh no, there are enemies invading. Everyone, prepare for battle. Not only him, but other smuggling crew members were also prepared to arm themselves. Just as they were about to open fire, 02 suddenly shouted, "Stop! Don't fire." 02, the reason for not allowing the crew to open fire is simple. At this moment, a black-haired young man slowly walked out of the tentacles of the Abyss Leviathan. And he was actually Chu Jun. But next to him stood swarms of insects and strange beasts. But the number of these insect swarms is too large. Chapter 274, Recruiting a Smuggling Ship. Who are you? Facing Chu Jun, who appeared in front of her again, Ms. 02 did not say any nonsense. She didn't want to know how Chu Jun suddenly appeared here like magic, nor did she want to know what Chu Jun had done. The only thing she needs to care about is who Chu Jun is. After all, being able to track them here and break in directly in this way already shows his strength. Therefore, it is more important to recognize what kind of person the other party is than his methods. I've already said that before. I am Chu Jun. Chu Jun's mimic insect walked out among a group of knife insects and gun insects. Although his attitude was very humble and gentle, he still looked like a monster when surrounded by these knife bugs and gun bugs. This has nothing to do with his appearance, it only has to do with his aura. Put down your weapons. I have no ill will towards you. Chu Jun couldn't help but smile as he looked at the crew members of the smuggling ships still pointing their weapons at him. If I really have ill intentions towards you, I don't need to show up at all. Wouldn't it be more convenient to just let Leviathan kill you? Pointing to the Leviathan savings behind him, Chu Jun said with a smile. After all, this is space. If your base is destroyed, I don't need to do anything to kill you. Hearing this, Ms. 02 couldn't help but sigh and waved her hand. Put down your weapons. But I said, put down your weapons. Crash. At the captain's majestic roar, all the crew members immediately laid down their weapons. At the same time, as if to cooperate with the actions of the crew members, the swarms of insects and strange beasts beside Chu Jun also climbed down. However, after they laid down, two little hungry creatures that were adapted to the space combat environment crawled out from Leviathan's tentacles. Unlike the general little hungers, these two little hungers are specially used for space combat, and their bodies are streamlined. This form helps them to move freely and fight in spaceships and bases. And there is no exoskeleton on their skin. The plan Chu Jun customized for them is somewhat different from the ordinary little hunger. Their main means of defense are all psychic power. After all, in space combat, Unless in extreme circumstances, the defensive capabilities of the exoskeleton are basically inferior to psychic means. But these two little hungry ones are just appetizers. More little hungers are yet to come. After the first two space versions of the little hungers felt that the location they were heading to was safe, the dozen or so little hungers behind them walked out of the passage leisurely. So when these dozen little hungry ones appeared, Ms. 02 sighed in her heart. Fortunately, she had her men put away their guns in advance, otherwise, these streamlined monsters alone would be enough to completely slaughter them. But while 02 was still thinking this, boom, 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 ouch. Accompanied by violent knocking sounds, a huge crash suddenly occurred at a hatch near the base. At the same time, the roars of several strange beasts sounded from the cabin. Oh no, the exotic beast we smuggled here has gone crazy. Hurry up and find a way to stop them, don't let them. Unfortunately, before Ms. 02 could finish her words, 6 ordinary beasts at level 4 and level 3 directly broke through the defense of the base and rushed out of the room. These strange beasts, which had gone mad because they sensed the presence of the insect swarm, did not hesitate at all and rushed directly towards Chu Jun and others. Seeing this scene, 02's scalp went tingling. Because she was very scared, she was afraid that Chu Jun would think that these strange beasts were deliberately sent to target him. But she overthought. Because these little hungry and insect beasts did not take these runaway beasts seriously at all. Swish, swish, swish. In less than a few seconds, the little hungry creatures rushed forward and tore the 6 strange beasts into pieces. What's even more terrifying is that when these 6 strange beasts were not yet completely dead, the hungry little ones had already started to eat them alive. Such a ferocious appearance formed a very sharp contrast with their well-behaved appearance when they were with Chu Jun. Gudong. Feeling frightened, 02 couldn't help swallowing his saliva and looked at Chu Jun nervously. It's okay, they're just hungry. Also, my dear Ms. 02, I hope you won't let their rude eating affect our future cooperation. Chu Jun walked over slowly and stroked the scar on 02's face. After all, from this moment on, I decided. We're going to recruit you. A kind smile appeared on Chu Jun's lips. Chapter 275, Underground Room and Parasitized Humans. I want to recruit you. And I promise, I am definitely not someone who works for the Eternals. Believe me, I'm a smart man, and I don't have any beliefs. Chu Jun said after giving 02 and the crew members behind her a kind smile. And if you don't agree, I will kill you immediately. After all, I don't like uncontrolled variables. Hiss. Faced with the kind smile on Chu Jun's lips, almost all the crew members couldn't help but gasp. No way. They are different from manhwa. Manhwa has become accustomed to the cruelty and ruthlessness of the King of Chu. But they can't. When Chu Jun really showed his signature cruel smile, almost everyone instinctively felt a sense of fear spreading in their minds. No way. There are actually quite a few dark beast masters among this group of crew members. And their exotic beasts are hidden in every corner of the spacecraft. But at this moment, none of these strange beasts, which were far more powerful than mortals, dared to speak. Because of fear. They even transmitted this fear to their masters through psychic energy. All right. But it's different from the other crew members. Ms. 02 is the backbone of this smuggling ship, but she is the calmest one at this moment. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Finally, she spoke. I agree to your recruitment, but I don't work for the Eternals. If you ask me to work for the Eternals, I will blow up this spaceship in an instant. I will die with you. After saying that, Ms. 02 took out a remote control from her trouser pocket. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hungry immediately straightened his body, looking like a murderous god. Although Little Hungry's intelligence could not understand all the conversations, she was able to fully understand the word death. But the mimic insect Chu Jun just smiled and patted the hungry little girl's head to comfort her. Good. No problem. To everyone's surprise, Chu Jun did not have any emotional fluctuations at this time. He just nodded slightly and began to discuss the matter of recruitment with Ms. 02. That's right. It was obvious that 2 minutes ago, they were hostile opponents. But now, they have become a pair of businessmen, constantly discussing the matter of recruitment with the other party. And they actually bargained. First, I need to get a piece of your smuggling profits. I want 40%. At most 20%. Ms. 02 said dissatisfiedly. We are in a life-threatening business. Not anymore. Chu Jun said seriously. From now on, your smuggling group will use my swarm Leviathan to travel. She has a strong military-grade defense and a stealth ability that you can't detect. In the future smuggling process, you can use my Zerg Leviathan to attack and be fully protected. After all, my little hungry ones are far more powerful than your crew. If I'm not mistaken, the performance of most military biological warships is not as good as my Leviathan. After all, my lovely Leviathan was transformed from a military biological battleship. After hearing this, the smuggling ship crew members, whose minds were already confused, became even more confused. What's going on? Did this guy steal the embryo of the biological battleship from the army? No, no. What on earth is this guy doing here? Isn't this guy named Chu Jun here to trade information about the White Death parasite with our captain? Why did he suddenly become a spy from the Immortal organization? But the next second, he acquired us. The crew members, who were unable to figure out all this, were all silent. About 30%. Your Leviathan cannot reach the atmosphere. This is not good news for us. Okay, 30% off. 30% off. Chu Jun smiled and agreed to the other party's request. In that case, we can move on to the next step of our conversation, Ms. 02. What else do you want to know? Ms. 02 crossed her arms and asked warily. You don't have to be so wary of me. I still say the same thing. I want to know, how much do you know about white parasites? After all, you seem to have said that the white parasites were released at Songnan Star by smugglers. So I want to ask, what important information have you learned? Hearing this, Ms. 02 couldn't help but sigh. I can say anything. But after I say that, you must also state your identity. This is the basis for our future cooperation. Chu Jun nodded in approval. Come with me. I'll take you to see it. After saying that, Ms. 02 pushed open the semi-closed door of the spacecraft and took Chu Jun back into the secret base. Then after she entered a bunch of passwords, a hidden door suddenly opened. A dark and gloomy room was opened. Then, a bad smell came out from inside. The smell was so bad that even the mimic insect Chu Jun couldn't help but frown. But as 02 turned on the light, a horrifying scene appeared in front of Chu Jun. Because in this room, there is a huge container, and in this container, there is a. Humans are riddled with holes and eaten by the White Death parasites. And he is still alive. Because when he saw Chu Jun and 02, he showed different emotions. He showed fear towards Chu Jun. As for 02, it is greed. The only 1/4 of the eyeball left revealed a piece of information. That is, he longs for 02's flesh and blood. He is very hungry. He is the guy who launched the White Death parasite towards Songnan Star. As 02 sighed, she began to slowly tell the truth about the rampant White Death parasite. Chapter 276 12 Planets. He's the guy who delivered the White Death parasite? He really exists. Faced with Ms. 02's words, Chu Jun moved closer with interest. I thought you were talking nonsense to me. However, when he really approached the man who was emitting an inexplicable stench, perhaps because of the feeling from the White Death parasite, this guy immediately shrank into a ball in fear. It was as if there was some substance that Chu Jun feared inside the body of this mimic insect. No. After Chu Jun's brief observation, he discovered that what the other party was afraid of did not seem to be the material aura in his body. What he really feared was the psychic connection between himself and the Zerg. Something's wrong. When Chu Jun saw this, he couldn't help but frown. He really felt that something was very wrong. Because Chu Jun remembered that he had come into contact with the White Death parasite several times. But every time, when he came into contact with the White Death parasite, whether it was hostile or non-hostile, the White Death parasite has never felt such fear. This is not nonsense, it is a fact. The White Death parasite shouldn't be afraid of itself. After all, there is nothing about him that would scare the White Death parasite. So, is there any abnormal change in my spiritual power? Level up? Or is it that his identity as a mimic psychic is gradually taking effect? Or was it that he had come into contact with the gods of the cult of the immortals, which caused the White Death parasite to panic? Questions one after another appeared in Chu Jun's mind. But now he has no way to verify this. What's wrong? Have you discovered anything unusual about this guy? Ms. 02, who had no idea that Chu Jun's mentality had undergone a drastic change at this moment, asked curiously. Nothing. I just have some guesses. Chu Jun shook his head and said to Ms. 02, Now I have seen this guy. Then, you should tell me how you know this guy and how you locked him up here. Besides, Ms. 02, you should understand by now. It's useless to lie in front of me. Instead of hiding some information, you might as well tell me all the information. After all, you and I will be partners in the future, right? Hearing this, Ms. 02, who had been prepared for a long time, nodded. Then, under Chu Jun's gaze, she reached into her shirt. Looking at Chu Jun, who was indifferent and not nervous at all, Ms. 02 sighed silently. Then she took out a boat ticket? What's this? After Chu Jun took the ticket, he asked curiously. At this time, he had already finished looking at the ticket. The content on this ticket is not complicated. First of all, this is a ship ticket from the Star Empire to the Human Federation that should have completed its journey half a year ago. The name of the ship was written on the ticket in gold-plated fonts. Journey of Happiness. The following information is engraved on the back of the ticket. Want to experience 12 different planets during a 9-month voyage. Want to drink and chat with passionate colonial girls and serious but stuffy federal girls in 27 different landscape environments. Then join the happy journey. Here are luxurious cocktail parties, indulgent parties, and everything you want. Then, a vividly portrayed but inexplicably vulgar middle-aged man from the Empire appeared at the bottom of the ticket. This is your ticket to a happy journey. Chujun looked at Ms. 02 with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" Although he had never been on such a ship, he knew that this was a ticket. But at the same time, this is also a ticket to the Mobile Immortals, Eternals, organization. Yes, if you are a member of the cult of the Immortals, then you should know that this damn terrorist organization actually controls some special resources. Chujun nodded. He did know. After all, he had been to the Pleasure Club twice. Then this ship of the Happy Journey is actually a special ship of the Immortal organization. And if you take a look at the journey of the ship, you should understand why I want to give this to you. Hearing this, Chujun immediately looked at the front of the ticket. As expected, Sangnan Star is exactly one of the stops for the ship. But what made Chujun feel even more incredible was that Sangnan was only the fourth stop for the ship. In front of him, there were 3 stations. And behind him, there are 8 stations. Could it be? That's right. These 12 planets have all been contaminated by the White Death parasite. And the source of the pollution is the ship. But there is actually one thing I haven't told you, Mr. Chujun. Ms. 02 pointed at the human male who had been trapped in a container and had been eaten beyond recognition. Actually, until more than 2 months ago, these White Death parasites will not affect the host's sanity. How is that possible? Chujun, who had personally dissected the White Death parasite, immediately refuted it. He believes in science, so he doesn't believe what Ms. 02 says. After all, the genetic sequence of the White Death parasite contains the ability to infect and interfere. It's true, because this guy, like me, is the captain of a smuggling ship. And 2 months ago, he was still communicating normally with me and everyone else. He can even fly a spaceship. Ms. 02 laughed. A chilling feeling surged into Chujun's heart. Matter. It's a big deal. Chapter 277 2 Tasks and More Important Matters. Wait, are you sure you're serious? Of course, Ms. 02 said with a cold face. I never joke about the immortal cult. Besides, according to you, aren't we partners? Why would I lie? Or, why do you think I'm going to lie? Is it because you're going to lie? The Chujun, who was outmaneuvered, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It seems that Ms. 02 is definitely not an incompetent person since she can become the captain of a smuggling ship. At least in terms of speaking, this guy is definitely qualified. No, I'm not going to lie. Chujun said to Ms. 02. And now that you've proven your sincerity, then I will show my sincerity as well. Then, Chujun slowly recounted some of the illusions he had seen in the Immortal organization. Of course, all the fantasies that Chujun could talk about were, without exception, related to the White Death parasite. As for the things between him and Clare, and the details about his invention of new exotic beasts, he didn't tell them all at once. But even so, Ms. 02 was shocked. What did you say? In the core of our planet, there exists a White Death parasite that is evolving into its full form? And it's about to evolve into a god? Yes. Chujun nodded helplessly, and then he immediately added, not evolving into a god. I would never describe something as god. My argument is, that guy is about to evolve into another extremely terrifying complete life form. Isn't that God? Chujun, who was rendered speechless by Ms. 02, covered his forehead helplessly. Although this guy hates the Immortal organization extremely, for some reason, his acceptance of God is surprisingly high. Thinking of this, Chujun immediately added some explanation. Never mind. I can guarantee that this is absolutely true. In fact, Clare didn't go home for the past 2 days. But she had already told Chujun some of the things. That is to completely eradicate the threat of the White Death parasite. A large number of members of the Immortal cult have actually begun to gather here. In a few days, they will go to war against the White Death parasite. Once I get more information, I will share it with you. Ms. 02 nodded and agreed to Chujun's request. To Ms. 02's surprise, after she agreed to join Chujun's forces, this guy became inexplicably very easy to talk to. His murderous expression before once made Ms. 02 mistakenly think that he was a pervert. But soon, Ms. 02 then realized that she was wrong. Because, in the next period of time, I need you to complete 2 tasks. The first task is to continue to spread my insect eggs on the planets I specified. For the second mission, I need you to investigate the remaining 11 planets and the spaceship called Happiness Journey with the help of my Zerg Leviathan. Hearing this, Ms. 02 was stunned for a moment. Wait, are we going to do all these missions by ourselves? Aren't you going? Faced with Ms. 02's question, Chujun shook his head. I will definitely not follow you. After all, I still have a lot of things to do on Sangnan Star. You guys, do you trust us so much? Aren't you afraid that we will take the initiative to break free from your restraints and escape from your control? Of course I'm not afraid, you idiot. Chujun smiled and patted Ms. 02's shoulder. Because before you leave, each of you must take an egg. An insect egg from a hungry little creature. This is what Chujun didn't say. She will hatch inside your body and remain dormant. But once she finds out that you want to get rid of her, or that you haven't felt my spiritual energy for a long time, she will use the most cruel method to eat your internal organs from your body. Believe me, the last guy who got eaten made the entire gym vomit. Sure enough, Chujun is still that cold and meticulous pervert. Although this guy can share information with you and chat with you, all this comes at a price. The price is that you and your soul will be firmly controlled by him. There is absolutely no possibility of escape. 02, who was tricked by Chujun, suppressed his anger and nodded helplessly. Okay. It would be better to die later than now. And more importantly, this guy Chujun is indeed different from those mentally ill members of the immortal cult. He really looks like he could cooperate. But before that, Ms. 02 still had some doubts. You said you were going to take care of some business in Songnan? What are you going to deal with? Ms. 02 couldn't think of anything more important than investigating the White Reaper parasite. But Chujun's answer ruthlessly shattered her original understanding. What I'm dealing with is extremely important. Because I need to work on my graduation project in person. Otherwise, I might not be able to graduate. Hearing this, 02's scalp suddenly went numb. She looked at the little hungry creatures, then at the huge Leviathan, and then she asked in astonishment, "You bastard. You haven't graduated yet? Is this really an ability that a student should have?" Chapter 278, Giant Cannon Bugs and Self-Destructing Flying Bugs. After saying goodbye to Ms. 02, Chujun quickly began his preparations for graduation. However, compared with other graduates who were also participating in graduation preparations, the attitudes of Chujun and Pang Bo cannot be said to be extremely nervous, but at least they can be considered to be indifferent. Cough cough. It means not caring at all in the truest sense. These two guys, one is spending money to lie in the pleasure club and enjoy physical pleasure. The other one stayed completely at home in his own room. Oh no, it was Clare's room, constantly studying his new exotic beast. However, there is a reason why these two guys are so relaxed. First of all, Chujun was not nervous because he didn't care about this test at all. The difficulty of this test for him was almost non-existent. After all, Little Hunger can handle every test here perfectly. The reason why Pang Bo was not worried was because he had Chujun's strong thigh. Are you kidding? How can I fail the assessment? If he fails the assessment, it would not be a slap in his face, but a slap in Chujun's face. Therefore, during the upcoming assessment period, Pangwa can be said to have completely given up. Oh, yes. By the way, because Xiao Hunger and Chujun are quite well known in the Immortal Organization, so he didn't notice while Pangwa was still enjoying the pleasure. In fact, his Xiaohe was being secretly watched by many members of the Immortal Organization. Of course, poor guy Pangbo was actually surrounded by this group of terrorists. It's just that he doesn't know it. I wonder how this guy would feel if he found out that he was sleeping soundly in the terrorist base. And on the other side, just when Pangbo was completely defeated, there was new progress in Chujun's experiment. He has completed the basic research and development of the two new types of exotic beasts. But just when he was about to celebrate the success of his research, Clare suddenly appeared behind Chujun like a ghost. She was wearing pajamas, and she put her head close to Chujun's face and spoke seriously. "Hey, did you create two new species for your swarm?" Clare's sudden appearance gave Chujun a fright. "Wah! Damn it, when did you appear behind me? Don't you know to tell me when you come?" Faced with Chujun's words, Clare pinched Chujun's ear and lifted it up without hesitation. "First of all, you damn little asshole, this is my house. You are the tenant, and you are the tenant who doesn't pay the rent. Secondly, I've been standing behind you for over 3 hours. How did you manage not to notice my presence for 3 hours?" Hearing the other party say this, Chujun was stunned for a moment. Forehead. What the other party said seems to make some sense. However, compared to Chujun's shamelessness, Clare seemed to have gotten used to it at this time. So she quickly focused her energy on the two new insect beasts invented by Chujun. What are the positions of these two cute little guys? One is long-range firebombing and the other is fast-flying units? At this time, Clare had 100% confidence in the function of Chujun's first exotic beast, because the shape of this exotic beast is very consistent with Clare's aesthetic. This is a giant strange beast with the shape of a scorpion's territory. Its height is about 5 or 6 meters, and its width is 7 or 8 meters. However, unlike ordinary scorpion monsters, this guy has 3 tails. Moreover, these tails have also undergone Chujun's crazy transformation and have directly become some kind of launching device. What is more important is that inside the tail of the strange beast in the area where these launch devices are connected, there is a complete set of devices for producing biological shells. Yes. Chujun pointed at the strange beast that looked like a 3-tailed scorpion and said, This strange beast is codenamed the giant cannon bug in my insect swarm. Their function is indeed for long-range firebombing. After all, their tails can be retracted and fired to directly blast out biomass shells that are several times more powerful than military shells. Of course, this kind of launch relies heavily on psychic energy. If the spiritual energy is exhausted, the abilities of these beasts may be similar to those of biological catapults. Chujun continued. However, I have made special modifications to their tails. This modification allows it to fire 3 different biomass shells at the same time. First of all, the first type of shell is a traditional metal bomb with explosive properties. The second type of shells are biomass shells similar to those of gunworms, with corrosive and parasitic properties. The properties of the third type of shells are more special. Because the property of this shell is to break the psychic property, it can suppress the enemy's psychic energy. Those psychic shields will not be effective in front of it. Moreover, my giant cannon worms are not designed according to the traditional giant cannons. In addition to having 3 tails for launching shells, they also have high-energy pincers that I stole from your alien beasts. When encountering close enemies, they can also serve as chariots. Hearing this, Claire's eyes lit up. Genius design. I never thought you would use this design to create a fire support unit for the Zerg. She didn't care that Chujun stole her things. On the contrary, she was surprised that Chujun used her things on his own insect swarm. What about this little thing? Are they aerial scouts? Clare pointed at the tiny, palm-sized bee-like insect swarms and said, No. Chujun shook his head and gave a negative answer. They are not scouts, quite the opposite. They are my most powerful aerial confrontation unit at the moment. They are self-detonating flying insects. Chapter 279, Chujun's way of thinking and concealment. Self-detonating flying insects? You want to use them to fight for air superiority over the Zerg? Yes. Chujun nodded. That's what I planned. After hearing Chujun's statement, Clare couldn't help but feel puzzled, because she didn't think that the Zerg unit she saw could do this. After all, the new type of insect swarm monster designed by Chujun is really too small. Although these self-destructive flying insects are shaped like bees and their bodies are as big as the palm of your hand, in Clare's opinion, there are huge problems with such existence. First of all, these self-destructing flying insects are not psychic beasts, but ordinary beasts. This is extremely critical. Because in this world, flying beasts basically need psychic abilities. This can be seen from the official military space bats of the Star Empire. Flying beasts without psychic abilities are simply unable to fly long distances. Moreover, without psychic powers, these flying beasts would not be able to transcend the atmosphere and fight in space. Secondly, Clare thought, the way these suicide flying insects attack is to self-destruct. Then their body size determines that the power of their self-detonation will be positively correlated with their body size. So in Clare's opinion, even if these self-destructing flying insects possess extremely powerful self-destructing abilities, their own overly small size is not enough for them to exert their due strength. Especially when Clare took into account that in space and air confrontations, most flying units have relatively powerful armor and psychic shields. However, when Chujun heard Clare's doubts, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Clare, you seem to be mistaken. I did say that we would use these self-destructing flying insects to gain air superiority. But I never said that I would only use them to fight for air superiority. Hearing this, Clare was stunned. Then, Chujun expressed his plan. It turned out that this guy Chujun did not regard the self-destructing flying insects as the only weapon to fight for air supremacy. Quite the opposite. She is just a Zerg unit fighting for air superiority. Just a weapon. It turns out that the purpose of things like self-destructing flying insects is actually just weapons. All aerial units, including thigh-sized message bugs and leviathans that are more than several kilometers long, can hatch self-destructive flying bugs in their bodies. Since all Zerg units are living creatures, their fighting methods in the air and space are basically related to melee combat. The role of the suicide flying insects is to lurk in the bodies of these units. Once they start fighting, these creatures with a short flying distance but extremely fast movement speed will immediately break out of the body and launch extremely terrifying suicide attacks directly on the enemy. What is more important is, these self-destructing flying insects are just the first step that Chujun takes in gaining air supremacy over the insect swarm. They are just Chujun's first product. Because according to Chujun's plan, he will soon design an aerial mother nest unit specifically for hatching large numbers of self-destructive flying insects, as well as a new aerial combat unit made based on the genes of the screaming locusts. Their existence is just the best and most practical unit with the resources currently available to Chujun. Moreover, Clare's way of understanding is completely different from Chujun's. She had never actually seen the Zerg Leviathan, so she didn't know how terrifying the Zerg Leviathan was. You know, the way the Zerg Leviathan fights in space is to insert its tentacles into the body of the enemy creature, then transmit its own Zerg units through the tentacles, and then engage in boarding battle. In that narrow terrain, the small size of the suicide flying insects is actually a huge advantage. After all, you can imagine it. In the corridor of the biological ship, one palm-sized automatic detonating grenade after another rushes towards you at the speed of bullets. You will be faced with a desperate situation. Not to mention, behind these automatic grenades, there are countless Zerg melee units. So, after listening to Chu Jun's description, Clare was also shocked by his ideas. Because she suddenly discovered. Although I have always thought that Chu Jun and I have extremely similar thinking. But during this period of time, Clare gradually realized that her idea was wrong. Because whether it was the previous little hungry evolution and tyrant bug, or the giant cannon bug and self-destructing flying bug designed by Chu Jun recently. All of Chu Jun's design ideas and starting points. All of this is thought from the perspective of the Zerg themselves. That's right. This guy's idea is very unique, even special. Because as a human, Clare is also very close to insects and is an expert on insect-type monsters. But her thinking is still human thinking. Many times, when she designs exotic beasts, she still designs them according to human thinking. After all, in her opinion, the existence of strange beasts is to serve humans. But Chu Jun is completely different. Because he has become so sick that he has completely brought himself into the swarm of insects. In all his designs, he never took the human factor into consideration. The only thing he cared about was the Zerg itself. This kind of mental state is definitely not normal. For a moment, Clare looked at Chu Jun with a strange look in her eyes. Is this guy really still a human being? However, Clare's doubts soon disappeared. Because this guy Chu Jun, after staying up late to make a lot of designs, he did not hesitate to let his mimicry insects bring him a lot of delicious food, and invited Clare to start eating together. Moreover, his taste in food and his picky attitude towards food are enough to prove that this guy is not only a human being, but also a human who knows how to eat very well. But, just as Clare and Chu Jun were eating, Clare, your organization may have lied to you and me about the White Death parasite. Hearing this, Clare suddenly raised her head, her face full of surprise. What does this sentence mean? But before Clare could ask further, Chu Jun spoke first. He calmly told everything that happened between him and 02. He didn't hide anything. After all, Clare is a very special person in Chu Jun's eyes. Although Chu Jun didn't know why Clare had a natural sense of trust in him, after spending such a long time together, Chu Jun still maintained a high level of trust in Clare. Therefore, Chu Jun did not hide any intelligence from Clare. Chu Jun did not hold back on anything about his contact with 02, 02's identity, or what he did to that poor believer. Of course, Chu Jun also told him all the information about the human being who was devoured by parasites and the news about the 12 planets. All in all, when Clare heard the news, she was deeply shocked. After all, the information Chu Jun mentioned. She had never heard of it before. This means that Chu Jun's inference is correct. The Cult of Immortals is indeed hiding something from Chu Jun and Clare. Chapter 282 Breaking News. I'll investigate. When Clare heard what Chu Jun said, she was also shocked. Because she herself did not expect that the White Death parasite would come to Tsongnan Star via a smuggling ship. What's more, she had never imagined that the White Death parasite could actually cross 16 planets and spread the death pollution from the white parasite in the form of a sightseeing ship. What's even more terrifying is, Clare had just searched for the ship called Happy Voyage and was surprised to find it. This ship turned out to be a property within their own organization. That's right. On this ship is a branch of the Immortal Organization. But according to the current situation, Clare's eyelids began to twitch wildly. The problem with the ship is very big. By the way, Mr. Chu, when you saw the oracle before, didn't you see the image of this ship? Hearing this, Chu Jun shook his head. Think about it again. If the clue to the ship is so important. Clare paused. Our great God should have given you enough clues. Chu Jun recalled and then shook his head again. Really not. That's why I'm explaining this to you. Chu Jun said seriously. I suspect that your organization may not really want to solve the trouble from the White Death parasite. On the contrary, it is very likely that your organization is secretly expanding the influence of the White Death parasite. Hearing this, Clare slammed the table and stood up. First of all, this is not your organization, this is our organization. Secondly, our organization would never do this. Because the existence of the White Death parasite is blasphemous. We can't just let the White Death parasite run rampant. What good will it do us if we let it run rampant? Chu Jun smiled. I know. Although I don't trust your organization, I believe in you, Clare. That's why I share the information I know with you, right? But in this world, there are always so-called what-ifs, right? Hearing this, Clare was moved. But she still said firmly. In short, our organization would never do such a thing. All right, Chukuin. Don't try to interfere with my cognition in this way. I will investigate this matter. I firmly believe that the immortal organization must have their own intentions in concealing this information. Good. Seeing that Clare had fallen into the trap, the smile on Chu Jun's face disappeared. Then I will trust you and wait until you gather enough information. In fact, Chu Jun said so much, but he only had one purpose. That is, he wanted Clare to take the initiative to investigate the internal intelligence of the immortal organization. After all, Clare knows more about the immortal organization than Chu Jun and Yao Yuan, and her chances of obtaining intelligence are relatively higher. So since Clare said that she wanted to investigate this matter, Chu Jun's goal was achieved. Now he can lie safely at home, waiting for Clare to bring back the information. After Clare left the laboratory, Chu Jun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, recently he has wasted too much energy on the White Death parasite. However, he himself had not expected that behind the seemingly ordinary White Death parasite, there were actually 3 different political entities and countless people involved. Such a situation made Chu Jun a little confused. What is the origin of this thing, that is, the old scientist who seems to have defected from the immortal organization? But just when Chu Jun relaxed and started thinking, a piece of breaking news suddenly caught his attention. Breaking news. Our country's first prince, the current crown prince, His Highness Snow, has successfully reached a new consensus with the top leaders of the Human Federation. We will have a 3-month negotiation with the Human Federation on how to exploit the Babel Source crystal resource. The top leaders of both sides said that they would do everything possible to prevent future wars from happening. Fellow Qinghai Empire compatriots, with the help of the first prince, we will successfully avoid the outbreak of war. Please join me in shouting, "Long live the Empire! Long live the Empire!" What is going on? The war was stopped? But how is this possible? Something beyond Chu Jun's understanding happened. Moreover, there were more than one thing that was beyond his understanding. At the end of the news, the host, who had recovered from his excitement, talked about the second breaking news with an absolutely perfect professional expression. The Starry Empire will soon open the exchange channel for Babel Source crystals to all beast masters and some individuals. The official guide price is 50,000 Qinghai Empire points per 10 grams, with the minimum starting price being 10 grams. Chapter 281, An Ordinary Day. As the news of the negotiations between the Great Prince of the Qinghai Empire and the Human Federation and the sale of the Babel Source crystal appeared, Chu Jun was surprised to find that the tense atmosphere of war had suddenly. It's all gone. Yes. After seeing this message, Chu Jun's university, his city, and even his planet, everyone burst into cheers. No matter whether they were high-level beast tamers, students who were still in school, or even the poor people in Ant Street, they all fell into a frenzy because of the news. Everyone was celebrating that they didn't have to be caught up in the tide of war. After all, it is too easy for war to take a life. No one wants to waste his life in such a war. This is a very realistic thing. Even ants try to survive, let alone so-called humans. The moment the threat of war disappeared, everyone couldn't help but relax. But the King of Chu was an exception. No. To be more precise, a smart person like him is an exception. Because the King of Chu did not believe that this war could be resolved by a so-called negotiation. After all, the discovery of the Babel Source crystal will inevitably lead to a life-and-death war between the Human Federation and the Star Empire. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Especially since Princess Clarice herself said that the Starry Empire is currently actively preparing for war. So, Chu Jun believed that there must be something fishy about this so-called negotiation. But what exactly is going on between the two sides is not something Chu Jun can decide on his own. After all, he really didn't know what those people involved in the negotiations had done. Things like politics are far more complicated than genes. Because genes are similar to mathematics, there are always patterns to follow among the complex and disordered mutations. But politics is the exact opposite. In the seemingly orderly order, chaos is often the dominant force. Politicians' thoughts are the most changeable and unpredictable. But no matter what, after this news was released, Chu Jun truly felt the change in the atmosphere of the entire society. Countless people took to the streets to celebrate the news. Even many elites, those beast tamers, rarely joined the people in having fun. Looking at the extremely harmonious scene in front of them, Chu Jun couldn't help but frown. If this is true, that would be great. But it was because Chu Jun knew that it was impossible to eliminate war, so the more the crowd in front of him cheered, the more scared he felt, and the more his spine went cold. It feels like someone is manipulating history in the entire galaxy. On the other hand, although the society is filled with a celebratory atmosphere because of this news, the entire society still has to function. After a day of revelry, Yao Yuan's real body and Pang Bo gathered at Songnan University together. At this moment, the two of them are about to complete their graduation assessment at this strange moment and become a registered beast tamer in the Starry Empire. Well, Brother Chu, I'm so nervous. What should I do? Fine. Chu Jun shrugged and said with a smile. What's there to be nervous about? Your Xiaohei is 100% capable of completing the current graduation requirements. And seeing beads of nervous sweat on Pambua's fat face, Chu Jun smiled. In fact, I implanted an extra set of gene sequences into Xiaohei's body. Once you find that something is wrong, you can directly use your psychic power to activate this gene sequence. In about a minute, Xiaohei's strength will be able to transform into a peak state that surpasses Xiao Hungry's original body. I call this ability genetic liberation. But the price is that Xiaohei will need me to perform genetic repair later. Hearing this, Panghua couldn't help but widen his eyes. What? Brother Chu, why didn't you tell me such an important thing in advance? Xiaohei also widened his eyes. What? You put something this weird inside me? Because Xiaohei is actually one of my experimental subjects. If it weren't for the purpose of assessment, I would definitely not want to use this set of gene sequences. After all, this ability is just an experimental version. Looking at Chu Jun's smile, Pang Bo was indeed no longer nervous. Now he just wanted to complain that the thigh he was holding was indeed very thick. But the only problem is that this guy is a little too crazy. The next examiner is Chu Jun. As he was talking, Chu Jun's test began. Amid Pambua's encouraging voice, Chu Jun walked into the examination room. In just 3 months, the current Chu Jun and the former Chu Jun have become two completely different people. Chu Jun's only dream was to become a beast master and become an elite in the society. His dream was so far away and so small. If he hadn't been able to commit suicide with his psychic powers, he might now regard today as a big day. But his so-called dream was just a joke to Chu Jun, because Chu Jun never regarded becoming a beast master as a dream. He who created the Zerg and gradually brought his Zerg to perfection would only regard today as just an ordinary day. With this thought in mind, Chu Jun walked into the examination room with a smile, with the Queen of the Swarm beside him. Chapter 282, An Unexpected Test. The first test begins. Candidate Chu Jun, please order your beast to go to the designated location for a physical strength test. As the examiner's voice sounded, Little Hungry, who had been waiting impatiently, walked directly to a brand new testing machine with a ruthless step. This machine is very special and expensive. Its overall shape is similar to that of a biological factory, but dozens of robotic arms and injection sampling devices extend from its interior. Because Chu Jun also discovered that the manufacturing plan of this machine was extremely similar to the biochemical subbrain he had used before, and it possessed the characteristics of both exotic beast technology and mechanical technology. However, this machine does not integrate mechanical technology well. Because in terms of functionality, this machine still relies more on exotic beast technology for operation. This is obviously not on the same level as ultra-high-end products like the biochemical subbrain. Since this year is the first year of the Star Empire's graduation reform, the process has already been determined. But this machine is still in a brand new state. Moreover, Chu Jun also observed that there were at least a dozen logical beast brains used for calculations installed inside this physical strength detection device. Chu Jun really couldn't understand why a machine that was only used to detect physical strength would need to be installed with so many logical beast brains. Does the physical strength of an alien beast require so much data to be calculated? But no matter what, under the examiner's order, Chu Jun still let Xiao Hungry enter the interior of the testing device and began testing his physical strength. However, what Chu Jun did not expect was that after Xiao Hungry entered the device quickly began detecting. However, its detection method far exceeded Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry's expectations. Countless tentacles of the creature quickly and tightly wrapped up Little Hungry. Then, they began to squeeze Little Hunger hard and regularly as if Little Hunger was a piece of chicken filling that was about to be turned into meatballs. This time, not only Chu Jun himself was confused, even Xiao Hungry was confused. Dominate. Pain. Kill. Little Hungry, who had begun to master some words, uttered a painful sound during the psychic communication between himself and Chu Jun. She had even begun to prepare for resistance. Around her, flickering signs of something called psychic energy began to appear. But in the end, Chu Jun did not let Xiao Hungry resist. The reason is simple. Although this machine does not seem to be in line with Chu Jun's understanding, Chu Jun still knows that the price of this device is absolutely extremely expensive. Once Little Hunger explodes with all its strength and destroys the device, Chu Jun really won't be able to afford the compensation, and his graduation will be out of reach. Of course, Chu Jun's worries were unnecessary. First of all, a Little Hunger cannot possibly destroy this device. Because the highest tolerance standard of this device is level 9 physical strength, and this physical strength can only be achieved by the radiation beast in its prime. To a certain extent, Chu Jun did overestimate the Star Sea Empire. Because although the Star Empire copied the testing standards from the Human Federation, they did not have equivalent testing technology. In the Human Federation, the physical strength level of alien beasts can be detected with just a machine scan, But the Starry Empire needs to use this extremely old-fashioned method to conduct tests. How to put it, in Chu Jun's opinion, the performance of the Starry Empire is ridiculous, as it lacks technology but is forced to be far ahead. Test completed. Candidate Chu Jun, the strength of your beast body is level 5? Wow, such a high level of physical body. On the other side, the examiner who received the test results announced Chu Jun's first test results. This result not only shocked the examiner, but also allowed Chu Jun to obtain an important piece of information from him. That is, this test result has made Chu Jun truly ahead among this year's graduates. Because according to current standards, the vast majority of graduates, the monsters they create, have a physical level of only around level 2 or 3. Little Hungry's achievements have far exceeded the graduation standards. But Chu Jun was not too happy after hearing the news, because he found that if this result was really high, then the strength of the beast masters of the Starry Empire might be much weaker than that of the Human Federation overall. After all, the graduation standard of the Human Federation seems to be level 3. Such a tiny gap may not seem like much, but in the cosmic battlefield between the two empires, it will be a very large number. Amid such concerns, Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry started the second round of testing, which was the test of psychic level. Candidate Chu Jun, please order your exotic beast to go to the designated location for a psychic level test. The second test began. However, the difference from the first round of assessment is that the psychic power level test that Xiao Hungry underwent was actually simpler than the physical strength level test. The simplicity here refers to the simplicity of process. Because the little hungry one who was being tested only needed to vent the anger that he had accumulated during the first round of tests in a psychic way. The test results of Little Hunger were soon released. Little Hungry's psychic power level is naturally also at level 4. Because Chu Jun wanted to get a higher graduation score, the little hungry creature he was controlling at this time was actually a little hungry creature he specially made for graduation testing. After these 2 rounds of graduation tests, Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry successfully started the third round of tests. The test method this time is that Little Hungry needs to cross obstacles and successfully reach the finish line. However, in the process of crossing obstacles, Xiao Hungry needs to overcome the noise and strong light pollution and strictly follow Chu Jun's orders. How can I put it? This test did not cause any difficulty for Little Hungry at all. Because of the Little Hungry beast's obedience, it is the strongest among all the strange beasts Chu Jun has ever seen. Because of this, Xiao Hungry completed this difficult test at almost the fastest speed the examiners had ever seen. What Chu Jun didn't expect was that his Little Hunger, which always worked well, actually encountered a small accident in the 4th round of tests. The content of this so-called 4th test is: can Xiao Hungry resist his biological instincts under the influence of psychic suggestion and protect Chu Jun? Chapter 283 Failure and Immunity. Now we will proceed to the 4th round of testing. Candidate Chu Jun, please enter the examination area with your exotic beast. As the examiner's command sounded, Chu Jun walked into the examination area with a Little Hunger. This is already the 4th test that Chu Jun and Xiao Hungry have gone through. The content of this assessment is extremely simple. Because the purpose of this assessment is to allow Xiao Jie to protect Chu Jun who is beside her while she is deeply trapped in psychic hallucinations. Therefore, in Chu Jun's cognitive process, the difficulty of this assessment cannot be said to be very difficult, at least it can be considered not difficult at all. After all, the obedience of a Little Hunger. The assessment begins. Brush. As the psychic energy began to be contaminated, Little Hungry began to enter into a hallucination. In the next second, Chu Jun himself also fell into a hallucination. Countless terrifying monsters pounced towards Chu Jun, and each of these horrifying monsters gave Chu Jun an extremely shocking feeling. Because each of these monsters is designed according to the state that creatures fear the most. Their only purpose is to inspire fear. But for some reason, when this group of monsters attacked Chu Jun, Xiao Hungry was completely indifferent. Yes. In Chu Jun's confused eyes, Xiao Hungry perfectly missed those terrible monsters and failed to protect Chu Jun at all. What's even more terrifying is that this guy Little Hunger is not just indifferent. Because she was a little hungry, she simply stood there, licking her paws and looking at Chu Jun. Yes. The one who was even more confused than Chu Jun was actually Xiao Hungry. This guy didn't even know what was going on. She just looked at Chu Jun in a very strange way as he suddenly became nervous, and then nothing happened. The man and the insect just stared at each other, both of them confused. Failed the test. Following the examiner's voice, Chu Jun was stunned for a moment. But before he could say anything, the examiner from the other side came over. I'm sorry, Candidate Chu Jun. Your exotic beast didn't provide any protection at all. You have completely failed this assessment. If you want to pass the test, try to come earlier next year. After hearing what the other party said, Chu Jun was even more confused. What is going on? I failed my assessment. It is obvious that his own beast abilities far surpass those of all the other candidates. Obviously. Wrong. At this time, Chu Jun was already a little embarrassed, because he might become the first student in Songnan University's history who failed to graduate for 4 consecutive years. However, compared to this matter, what Chu Jun cares more about is what exactly is going on with Xiao Hungry. But after the simplest test, Chu Jun immediately understood where the problem lay. So he stopped the examiner who was about to leave and gave him an answer that shocked him. Wait a minute, I want to apply for a re-examination. What did you say? The examiner was confused. We don't have such a rule here. No. Now I have it, Chu Jun said seriously. Because just now, you didn't hypnotize my beast. I'm immune to your hypnosis. Chapter 284 Failed Assessment and 3 days later. What did you say? Following Chu Jun's outrageous remarks, the examiner who was involved in the assessment process couldn't help but be stunned, because he could never have imagined that the strange beast of the candidate Chu Jun would be immune to the psychic hypnosis equipment used in the examination. After all, this is simply an impossible thing. The power of the psychic hypnosis device they used for the assessment was, theoretically, enough to hypnotize any beast with a psychic level below 8. Moreover, even if it is a psychic beast of around level 8, it is impossible to have such a high immunity. At least, they cannot be called immune, because they will be affected by hypnosis to some extent, but the effectiveness of hypnosis may be strong or weak. If you say that this kind of hypnosis is completely immune, then the examiner will definitely not believe it. So, at Chu Jun's strong request, the assessor who originally intended to make Chu Jun fail the assessment reported the matter to the head of the department in charge of this assessment. As expected, faced with Chu Jun's statement, the department manager was very unconvinced. So not long after, the head of the assessment department came to Chu Jun with a contemptuous attitude. He first taunted Chu Jun, and then he activated psychic hypnosis again. However, this time, his test on Chu Jun was not a result, but just a simple test. He wanted to prove that Chu Jun was lying. Speaking of which, little brother Chu Jun, you haven't graduated for many years. Although the alien beast you trained this time is indeed powerful, you are still a little short of the graduation standard. For example, your alien beast has no protective ability at all, and you want to graduate, but you can't put the blame on us for your failure to graduate. As he spoke, the other party turned on the device. After all, it's impossible for your beast to be completely immune to our equipment. As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing scene appeared as the psychic hypnosis was activated. Because when Xiao Hungry once again faced the hypnotic function of this device, she actually became immune to it once again. And this time, not only was Little Hunger not affected at all, even the device that hypnotized Little Hunger began to clearly sound the alarm. Warning, warning. The device is currently idling. Please place the alien beast into the equipment as soon as possible. Since Chu Jun himself did not stand in the device to experience the test this time, the only hypnotic target of this device was Xiao Jie. But the strange thing is that Xiao Hungry is like an invisible person in front of this device and cannot be hypnotized by it. Yes, Chu Jun's previous idea was wrong. It's not that Little Hungry is immune to the hypnotic function of this device, but that she is not affected by this psychic hypnosis device at all. She was ignored by the other party. How is this possible? Is there something wrong with the equipment? When the supervisor saw that the device could not detect Xiaohong, he immediately thought there was something wrong with the machine. So he immediately called over another special exotic beast and conducted a test. But the result was unexpected. This strange beast used for testing was not only hypnotized by the psychic device, but its reaction was also surprisingly large. This means that there is nothing wrong with the device itself. The real problem? Still a little hungry. She cannot be recognized by this device. This time, it was the turn of the supervisor in charge of the assessment to be confused, because he had never expected such a situation. So, with a shocked look and a mind full of doubts, he asked Chu Jun, what should I do now? Faced with the other party's questions, Chu Jun was also confused. What to do? I am a candidate. You ask me? Hey, brother Chu, why did you come out so soon? Dozens of minutes later, Chu Jun walked out of the examination room with a grim face. Panghua, who was waiting outside the examination room, came over immediately. Hey, brother Chu, I understand you. You came out so quickly, you must have completed all the assessment goals perfectly at the highest speed. I knew that a genius like you must be different from us. Faced with Panghua's praise, Chu Jun's face couldn't help but twitch, and then he gave an answer that the other party could not have expected at all. Oh no. Things are completely different than you think. I failed the test. Chu Jun explained to Peng Bo with a helpless look on his face. In 3 days, my assessment will start again. However, the person who will examine me this time will be the principal of our school. Panghua was completely confused. What was going on? Chapter 285 Airdrop Capsule and Symbiote. Hey. Isn't this my dear Chu-Jun? Wow, I heard that you didn't pass the graduation assessment again? Ha 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 ha. As expected, as soon as Claire returned to Chu-Jun's laboratory, or more precisely, her own laboratory, Claire immediately sneered at Chu-Jun with an extremely fatal laugh. Oh my god, what's wrong with you, Chu-Jun? You are clearly capable of designing a beast that is far more powerful than anyone else, but you failed on the road to becoming a beast master, and it happened more than once. Haha. Claire, who was laughing so hard that tears came out, rolled over on the ground, laughing. At the same time, Chu-Jun had a frown on his face. Do you know, kid, that you have broken our school's record? A record of failing all 4 tests? Claire's words became funnier and funnier. And I broke through twice. Because the person who broke the record last time was also you. Hava hava ha ha ha. Chu-Jun took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. The little hungry cat next to him, which was only half a meter tall and was raised as a pet by him, hit Claire's body with its head in hatred to express its revenge. But this kind of revenge did not hurt Claire, but made her laugh even harder. She even took the initiative to pick up Little Hunger while laughing. So, seeing that the guy in front of him had gone crazy, Chu-Jun had no choice but to come to the experimental warehouse alone and started his new experiment. No way. He was facing Claire and was laughing at her, so he had no choice but to respond in this way. After all, no matter what Claire said was indeed true. Although Little Hungry had previously shown immunity to psychic hypnosis, the problem was that this immunity. It has not been scientifically proven. Although Songnan College did believe that there was nothing wrong with its machine, but they still could not directly give Chu-Jun the certificate of his qualification. After all, people are alive, but assessments are dead. Regardless of whether Chu-Jun is really immune to his hunger, he will not be able to get a graduation certificate until he passes this assessment. This is really... Damn it. Chu-Jun, who was sitting in front of the experimental chamber, felt his scalp tingling. After all, in his previous life, he was the most powerful scholar on genetics in the entire human society. He's a well-deserved academic master. But now, he actually failed to graduate after traveling through time. I have to say that the failure in this assessment really did have some mental impact on Chu-Jun. After all, the gap between them is a bit too big. But fortunately, at this time, Mr. Chu's mentality was only slightly affected. Compared to the assessment, Chu-Jun actually cares more about his own insect swarm research. So after taking a deep breath for a while, Chu-Jun began to focus all his attention on the research of insect swarm creatures. This time, the swarm unit that Chu-Jun wants to design is more special than the previous ones. Because now Chu-Jun has partially understood the genetic sequence of corruption. Although the opponent's genetic sequence was as powerful and sophisticated as a god, Chu-Jun eventually cracked almost all of its internal secrets in his spare time. The reason why it is almost is because some of the opponent's abilities are indeed beyond Chu-Jun's ability to research. But it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is, as the next morning dawned, when Claire stretched and walked out of the room to Chu-Jun's side, she was surprised to find this monster Chu-Jun actually created 2 completely different insect creatures once again. The function of one of the insect creatures was very obvious, so obvious that Chu-Jun didn't need to explain it, and Claire also knew what it was. Because this thing is an airdrop warehouse that matches the Zerg Leviathan. Oh no. In terms of mechanical devices, airdrop chambers do exist. But for the Zerg, this thing should be called an airdrop capsule. Because this is a living swarm creature that is not only offensive but also capable of recycling. However, compared to the airdrop capsule, Claire was very confused about Chu-Jun's other new invention. Because she discovered that Chu-Jun had actually created a liquid-like swarm unit for the first time. What is this thing? Claire asked curiously. Chu-Jun just smiled and said nothing. He just picked the thing up and threw it at Claire. Just when Claire mistakenly thought that Chu-Jun was going to use this thing to retaliate against her, an unbelievable scene occurred. This thing actually attached itself to her body, and this new creation actually has its own consciousness. This thing is called Swarm Symbiote. Chapter 286, The Useless Symbiote. Whoosh. When Chu-Jun threw this creature called a Swarm Symbiote to Claire, Claire was frightened at first. Because this Swarm Symbiote actually spoke to Claire in Chu-Jun's voice. Please select the function you need, my dear Ms. Claire. Function 1, Defensive Function. Function 2, Offensive Function. Function 3, Sorry, we don't have more than 3 functions at the moment. Before Claire could react, she subconsciously chose the defense function in her mind. The next second, with a whoosh, the Swarm Symbiote on her body directly activated its defense function. His body, which was originally like liquid, turned directly into chitin armor one after another. The thickness of the armor was even enough to rival the hardest military-grade armor. Moreover, Clare discovered that this strange beast had very considerately prepared an explosion-proof layer on top of these military armors. Um. Clare was stunned when she felt the existence of the explosion-proof layer. Is this kind of thing really necessary? Moreover, compared to the ability of this strange beast, Clare was actually more curious about something else at this moment. That was the voice that just appeared in his mind. It was definitely not Chu Jun's. Although those voices sounded like Chu Jun's, the owner of these voices was definitely not Chu Jun. Because in recent period, Clare has clearly understood that although she provides Chu Jun with food and drink and a place to live, this bastard Chu Jun will never call her the Honorable Clare. This guy can only call his real name in a cold voice. Thinking of this, Clare couldn't help but glare at the innocent Chu Jun, and then punched him hatefully. Hey, what are you doing? Chu Jun was completely innocent and had no idea what the other party was thinking. He was completely confused and had no idea what he had done wrong. Nothing. Clare couldn't help but glare at Chu Jun and said helplessly, Actually, I just want to ask, who did the voice I just heard come from? Don't ever tell me that this voice is your own. Faced with Clare's question, Chu Jun shrugged helplessly and said seriously, Brainworm. But it's not all brainworms. It turned out that at this time, Chu Jun, in order to better control these insect symbionts, directly opened up some of the brainworm's permissions. The permissions he opened up successfully gave the brainworm the ability to directly control the swarm symbiote. And this ability is also very important. Because in Chu Jun's plan, these Zerg symbionts actually have a parallel relationship with ordinary Zerg units. Although strictly speaking, they are all combat units of the Zerg. But these swarm symbionts are independent individuals. When individual Zerg monsters, such as knife worms, attack them, they decide on their own whether to enter defense mode to provide additional protection for the Zerg units. At the same time, they can also rely on their own attack capabilities to transform into a pair of independent limbs directly during the battle of the Zerg unit and participate in the attack on the enemy. Therefore, once the brainworm has control over these swarm symbiotes, it can use these swarm symbiotes and its powerful computing power to better win the war from a microscopic level. But what Chu Jun said before was not all about brainworms. It is actually a very important point. Because the characteristics of these insect symbionts are somewhat complicated, Chu Jun did not give all the control to the brainworm at once, which would make him crazy. Therefore, Chu Jun's choice was to design 3 small subbrains for this group of swarm symbionts, distributed in different organ areas, to record and learn the host's habits. Once these swarm symbionts have been living with their host for a long time, these learned swarm symbionts will perform better than new swarm symbionts. Their reaction speed will become faster, and their threat will increase dramatically. So, these Zerg symbionts are the 3rd Zerg unit designed by Chu Jun, in addition to the little hungry and brainworms that can learn and judge independently and have partial consciousness. Hearing this, Clare didn't understand Chu Jun's thoughts at all. Don't get me wrong. Clare was well aware of the adaptability of these symbiotes. But what she couldn't understand was that Chu Jun's swarm units didn't seem to need these symbiotes. Because the current Zerg has extremely good adaptability in all aspects, they have Zerg units with various functions to do corresponding things. So what is the purpose of Chu Jun designing the symbiote? The cost of these symbionts is too expensive. By making them, the king of Chu was spending double the money to do one thing. Facing Clare's question, Chu Jun said with a smile. The answer is actually very simple. My swarm does have its own functions among its units, but the problem is, they're not versatile enough. The emergence of the symbiote will change this situation. After all, my original design for the symbiotes was to give them more than a dozen abilities. This is really a terrifying number. Chapter 287, Return of Clarice. More than a dozen abilities? Isn't this a bit too much? When Clare heard Chu Jun's true thoughts, she was also extremely shocked. Because what Chu Jun said is extremely untrue. In her opinion, the swarm creatures designed by Chu Jun should have the so-called purity. If Chu Jun insisted on adding these functions to this liquid monster, then this monster would most likely fail to achieve the effect Chu Jun wanted after consuming enough resources. But, since Clare had already confirmed one thing at this time, that is, Chu Jun's thinking was very similar to the Zerg itself, so after a simple persuasion, Clare no longer tried to persuade him. It's very simple. She believes in Chu Jun. In fact, the reason why Clare had some differences of opinion with Chu Jun on the issue of the Zerg symbiote was actually a very important matter. After all, Clare had never seen the true performances of the 2 strange beasts, Depravity and Massacre. But Chu Jun has seen it. So at this time, Chu Jun firmly believed that the Zerg symbiote could achieve the effect he wanted. However, the current Zerg symbiote is only in its early stages. He had not had time to design more functions for the swarm symbiote. In the future, he will have plenty of time to improve the Zerg symbiote. But, in fact, compared to the Zerg symbiote that Clare is concerned about at the moment, Chu Jun is actually more concerned about something else. That's the thing about the White Death parasite intelligence. Claire, have you obtained any information about the White Death parasite from our organization? Have you found out why these White Death parasites appeared on that tourist ship? Faced with Chu Jun's two key questions, Claire, who had just been in deep thought, suddenly became ugly. When Chu Jun saw Claire's expression, he couldn't help but sigh. Does your expression mean that you didn't get any information? Claire nodded. Yes. I haven't been able to find out any so-called truth. The intelligence related to the White Death parasite that other members of the organization obtained is almost the same as what we obtained before. What they know, we all know. And the truths we know, they don't know. After hearing this, Chu Jun frowned. Okay, I understand. No rush. We can slowly collect information about these things. Remember, Claire, your safety is always the most important thing. Claire, who was a little disappointed at first, was suddenly stunned after hearing what Chu Jun said. What's going on? How did this guy suddenly come to his senses? He actually said such comforting words. But just when Claire was still excited and confused, a piece of bad news suddenly came. Ding-ling-ling. As Chu Jun's personal information terminal rang, a number that was both strange and familiar came into Chu Jun's eyes. Then Chu Jun started answering the call. Hello. Good. I'll be right back. After saying that, Chu Jun hung up the phone. Well, Chu Jun, you actually got a phone call. This is really rare. By the way, who is that person who called you? And where are you going? Since Chu Jun has always been a reclusive person, Claire was very curious about who could call Chu Jun. And she also didn't understand why Chu Jun would actually reply to the other party so seriously. Nothing. It's just that Clarice has returned from the battlefield, and she wants me to go back to the lab to experience pleasure again. Faced with such explosive words, Claire couldn't help but widen her eyes. Wait, what the hell is this? Half an hour later, Chu Jun's real body pushed open the door of his laboratory. Immediately afterwards, an unpleasant smell of blood came into Chu Jun's nose. Then, well, Your Highness, just come. I just don't understand. Why did you come to my lab and kill my mimics? And Chu Jun took a deep breath and pointed at the poor humans in front of him who had their limbs cut off and were hung up. What's the situation with these humans? But before Chu Jun could finish his question, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out from the corner and knocked Chu Jun to the ground. It's Clarice. But it's a little different from the last time we met. This time, Clarice wore an eye patch on her right eye. Are you hurt? Chapter 288 Hatred and Gifts. What's wrong with your eyes? Chu Jun, who was knocked to the ground by the black shadow, was stunned for a moment and then spoke directly to Clarice. Turn out to be. At this time, Clarice had lost an eye. She already had a black eye patch on her left eye. However, even through this layer of blindfold, Chu Jun could still feel that a large piece of flesh and blood was missing under Clarice's blindfold. Moreover, Clarice's expression at this moment was completely different from the previous times Chu Jun had seen her. If we say that the expression of Clarice when she was with Chu Jun before was basically the madness caused by repression, then Clarice's expression at this moment was one of absolute hatred. Yes, although Clarice really wanted to have fun with Chu Jun at this time, but for some reason, she just couldn't control the hatred in her heart. Nothing. Clarice's expression at this moment turned into gnashing of teeth driven by hatred. I was just tricked by a scum from the immortal cult. That son of a bitch. Half of her body turned into a plant and the other half remained in human form. Actually attacked me in the middle of a fight and tore off my left eye. Although I cut her in half in the next second. But I still hate it. As she spoke, Clarice pulled off her blindfold. As expected, under this eye patch is a bloody hole in the flesh that has not yet fully healed. Next to this hole, Chu Jun even saw some terrible claw marks. Without exception, these traces all expressed the danger of the previous battle. However, at this time, Chu Jun was not actually worried that Clarice would be disfigured. After all, the Star Empire's treatment technology is an extremely expensive service for civilians. But for a princess of this class, even if she only had Xyler's brain left, she would still be alive. So such an injury is nothing to her. Only, this horrible hole of flesh and blood is still somewhat special. Because of the blood inside, I don't know why it hasn't completely coagulated for such a long time. But just as Chu Jun was staring at the bloody hole in a daze, he immediately screamed. Because Clarice, who was lying on his chest, suddenly opened her mouth for some unknown reason and bit Chu Jun's shoulder hard. Moreover, this beautiful imperial princess was extremely ruthless in her bite, and her bite drew blood directly. Hey, are you crazy? Chu Jun roared, trying to move the crazy Clarice away from him. But for some reason, Clarice just refused to give in, and it felt like she was getting more and more vicious. So, in severe pain, Chu Jun had no choice but to start biting back at Clarice. Try to throw this damn lunatic off of you. But what Chu Jun couldn't believe was that Clarice was even more crazy at this time. Oh no, it was Clarice who was even more excited. Because of the pain, a certain threshold was triggered in this guy, causing her to start enjoying the pain and to torture herself deliberately for the sake of pain. And she really needed to vent. So, in Chu Jun's confused eyes, Clarice began to use her psychic abilities to modify her own hormones and began to emit an extremely deadly breath of temptation. In less than a few seconds, Chu Jun lost his mind. Then, the most crazy joy so far began. Blood, pain, hatred, madness. These most intense emotions began to turn into the seasoning of joy. And it was not known whether Her Royal Highness the Princess did it on purpose, but the captives that she had hung in the air also screamed under Clarice's psychic whip. This blasphemous joy became the most broken time in Chu Jun's memory. A few hours later, Chu Jun, lying on the ground, tilted his head and looked at Clarice. At this time, Clarice was lying beside him, soundly sleeping. Damn, this lunatic. Just when Chu Jun wanted to leave here and treat himself first, Clarice, who was originally sleeping soundly, spoke first. Wait, don't go. Clarice, who has already enjoyed herself, has returned to normal in her emotions. So she pulled Chu Jun over and said to him with a wicked smile, "Before I leave, let me introduce to you the gifts I caught for you." Gift? Chu Jun frowned. No way. The gift she was talking about could be. Yes. The princess pointed at the prisoners and said with a smile, "These people are the gifts I brought you. They will become important materials for your promotion to a mimic psychic. Are you happy?" Chapter 289 Public Opinion and Evil Plans. Forehead. Happy. Still unhappy? When Chu Jun heard that Princess Clarice wanted to turn these poor captives into her gifts, his expression became very strange, because he didn't know whether Clarice's decision was good news for him. After all, he did want to become a mimic psychic for some time before. But Chu Jun's real idea was that he wanted to explore the abilities and advancement methods of the mimic psychic little by little. After all, Yao Yuan remembered very clearly that Clarice had once reminded him that all mimic psychics would go crazy due to absorbing too much psychic energy. So Chu Jun wanted to avoid this matter as much as possible. But judging from Clarice's current situation, his idea is obviously unlikely, because at this time, Clarice had just returned. But Chu Jun had already seen an emotion called impatience in her eyes. She seemed to be in a hurry. As expected, as the princess of the empire, although Clarice does not have the same high knowledge as Chu Jun, she is very accurate in judging people. So she knew very well that Chu Jun saw the difference in her. So she stopped pretending and came clean. Actually, if I were you, I probably wouldn't be happy. After all, during the next period of time, you need to absorb all the psychic energy of these psychics as quickly as possible. This is an extremely terrifying experience for you, because there's a good chance you'll go crazy. Hearing this, Chu Jun immediately realized clearly that he really shouldn't be happy. But he still had some doubts. That's why? Why is Clarice so anxious? What happened? Chu Jun frowned. At this moment, he was in pain all over his body because of Clarice. But compared to the physical pain, he obviously wanted to find out why Clarice was so impatient. And Clarice nodded. Yes. War is coming soon. Hearing this, Chu Jun's eyes couldn't help but flicker. Wait, the previous news. The news is true. But it's also fake. Clarice gave an extremely strange answer. Then, she said something that even Chu Jun couldn't believe. The eldest prince of the Qinghai Empire is a staunch dove in our Qinghai Empire. The news you saw before was actually a sneak attack. A sneak attack? Yes. That damn guy directly started negotiations with the Human Federation without consulting the Imperial Parliament. His behavior is a shameful act of treason. Aren't you going to deal with him? Chu Jun never thought that the top leaders of the Star Sea Empire were benevolent. He could not imagine why these top leaders would let go of the crown prince who had committed treason. Can't handle it. At least it can't be handled right now. Clarice couldn't help but sigh. Because I said, this guy's behavior was a sneak attack. Do you understand me? I see. Chu Jun's eyes suddenly widened. Although Chu Jun had been unable to keep up with the other party's train of thought before, Clarice had reminded him to this extent. So he naturally understood what Clarice meant. What Nyo means is that the prince of the empire conducted negotiations privately, and without your consent, he directly put the results of the negotiations on the news, making the whole empire know about it. Clarice nodded. Yes. In this case, if they want to deal with each other, it will be completely impossible. After all, according to the current situation, The prince who conducted negotiations and prevented the war has now become a hero of the empire. If they rashly get rid of this hero, then the surging public opinion will surely fight back. Although public opinion is not so important, or even completely unimportant, in peacetime. But before the war comes, this thing is extremely crucial. After all, without the support of public opinion, the Starry Empire would have no way to fool those untouchables and make them contribute to this war that has nothing to do with them. If there were no support from public opinion, these untouchables would not send their own children to the battlefield to kill the children of the enemy. Public opinion has now become a hindrance to this group of senior officials. But Chu Jun still didn't understand. Wait, how can you continue to wage war when public opinion is against it? Faced with this question, Clarice couldn't help but sigh. The Empire has a plan. A diabolical plan. Chapter 290, The Nature of Psychic Power and the Instincts of Mimic Psychics. A vicious plan. Chu Jun couldn't help but frown. What did they plan? Faced with Chu Jun's question, Clarice shook her head decisively. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that you must improve your strength quickly now. After saying that, Clarice ignored Yao Yuan's question and directly pulled Yao Yuan to the gate of the laboratory. I have to say that Clarice is indeed a cruel person to some extent. Because while he was enjoying himself with Chu Jun, all the captives she had hung on the ceiling were alive without exception. After all, what Clarice hates most is patience. This means that these guys can see and hear during their time of joy. It's just that they are in a state where they can neither express their ideas nor do anything, and can only be spectators. In fact, Clarice did this on purpose. Because her mental state is too bad now, her preferences change frequently. Some people may think that Clarice's behavior is very abnormal, but the actual situation is. This kind of behavior is indeed very perverted. Okay, Chu Jun. Now, I need to teach you how to use your psychic energy to devour the psychic energy of these captives. As Clarice spoke, she pulled one of the girls with red hair over. The red-haired girl had a slightly plump face, but even though her tongue had been cut off and she had been injected with some strange, irresistible potion. But Chu Jun could still feel the other party's fear. Oh right. As if she thought her behavior was not cruel enough, Clarice couldn't help laughing. I almost forgot to say that. During the process of devouring, those whose spiritual energy is devoured will suffer a lot. It's very, very painful. My dear little baby, I hope you can feel this intoxicating pain for a while. After saying that, Clarice ordered Yao Yuan to activate his spiritual power to the maximum, and then she would guide Chu Jun step by step in the subsequent process. I don't know whether this guy is reliable or not. Chu Jun thought to himself. But no matter what, Clarice has really been his main helper for a long time. What's more important is that he really needs the ability of a mimic psychic. So after hearing what Clarice said, Chu Jun took a deep breath and did as she said. He directly activated his psychic power to the maximum state, and then began to enter an extremely wonderful state, according to Clarice's description. Now, you need to imagine. Imagine you are in a strange space. It's just that your current state is not a physical state, but a spiritual state. Not only are you in physical form, the red-haired cutie across from you is also in spiritual form, including me next to you. Huh, not a physical state, but a state of the soul? How can I imagine this thing? I haven't seen a soul either. And, does the soul really exist? Just as Chu Jun was thinking. Suddenly, his psychic power was stimulated to the maximum state, and he was stunned. Because he actually entered the kind of situation that Clarice described. In the imaginary soul space. He turned into a ghost in the gray space. What Chu Jun didn't expect was, my first imagination turned out to be a complete success. Because the red-haired woman in front of him had now turned into a red soul. And Clarice beside him was a golden soul. As for Chu Jun himself, he looked like a strange soul in grayish-white with a dark tint. Although the soul states of the three people are completely different. But Chu Jun could clearly distinguish the differences between the three of them. However, the golden soul, that is, Clarice, was beside Chu Jun at this time, constantly changing her form, as if she wanted to tell him something. But Chu Jun couldn't understand it at all. Because he is very hungry now. Very, very hungry. And he also understood that the method he wanted to solve this hunger problem was actually very simple. He just needs to devour that red soul. After all, the essence of psychic power is the soul. A piece of inexplicable knowledge appeared in Chu Jun's mind. But he no longer cared. At this moment, he howled and rushed towards the red soul, and began to devour it by his instinct. Instincts from the Mimic Psychic. Chapter 291, Devouring Psychic Energy. Hungry. This was Chu Jun's first feeling after entering the so-called soul space. At the same time, this is the only feeling he can have. Hungry. I'm so hungry. This was the first time Chu Jun felt so hungry. And this feeling of hunger is completely different from any previous feelings. This feeling made Chu Jun feel extremely painful and unbearable, because this hunger even made Chu Jun think. The feeling of hunger filled all his nerves, from top to bottom. Crack. Ka. What's even more strange is that at this time, Chu Jun, who was in the soul space, could only utter sounds similar to click, click, click for some reason. But it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is, he has food. In front of him, there was a ball of red soul that could become his food. This is important, because Chu Jun's mind was full of hunger at this time. When he saw the food, his mind relaxed briefly. But how to eat this red soul? Chu Jun didn't know this, but his instinct still made him get closer to the other person. Then, his instinct as a mimic psychic allowed him to connect with the other party in a way that was almost like a soul connection. And the next second, as this ball of red soul began to tremble, Chu Jun's soul began to frantically disintegrate the opponent's soul. Countless red souls began to become part of Chu Jun's soul. And this is the devouring method of the mimic psychic. Where is this place? This red soul entered into Chu Jun's soul and was swallowed by Chu Jun's soul. Chu Jun suddenly discovered that he had come to an area that was far more bizarre than the soul space. In this strange area, I can actually see memory. Yes. At this time, Chu Jun had turned into the red-haired girl and began to experience the other person's life. First of all, the girl's name is... No, it doesn't matter anymore. Chu Jun didn't need to know the other person's name, understand the other person's thoughts, or even read the other person's life. Because Chu Jun, who was in the other party's memory at this time, felt an inexplicable feeling of boredom. Chu Jun understood this feeling of boredom. I am myself, not this red-haired girl. But what was even more coincidental was that the moment Chu Jun had this feeling, he immediately felt a direct sense of peeling off. This feeling of detachment made him leave his current memory state directly and return to the soul space, where he was before. Hungry. But I don't know why. The moment Chu Jun returned to the soul space, all his thoughts were once again shrouded by the feeling of hunger. In this state, he had no way of thinking. His only thought was to devour more souls. And what was a very coincidental thing was that after he devoured the soul, he suddenly found that there were more souls standing around him. Their colors are colorful and their states are also different. But the only thing in common is that they are about to be eaten by the king of Chu at this time. And Chu Jun really wanted to do this. The second soul, absorb. Chu Jun briefly entered the other person's memory, and then quickly peeled it off. The third soul, absorption. Enter the memory again, and then peel it off. The fourth, the fifth, forehead. But in the real world. At this moment, Clarice's face was full of fear. That's right. This fearless imperial princess rarely showed a look of fear. And the object of her fear was also very special. She was afraid of Chu Jun. Because although Clarice is also a mimic psychic, she is very restrained when it comes to devouring other people's psychic energy. After all, the more souls she devours, the more unstable her mental state becomes. But the king of Chu was different. I don't know why. Even though Clarice was only leading Chu Jun to devour his soul for the first time, he already showed abilities far more powerful than Clarice's. The most direct point is, at this time, Chu Jun has already begun to devour the spiritual energy of the seventh psychic. What is going on? And on the other side, Little Hunger suddenly raised his head. She sensed something. Chapter 292, Be careful to get lost with God. Just as Chu Jun was madly devouring the souls around him, his soul, which was in extreme hunger, suddenly heard some sounds that seemed to not belong to this soul world. But Chu Jun didn't care much about these voices, because he wanted to satisfy his hunger more than this sound. Although he felt deep down that his hunger would most likely never be satisfied. But, crack, crack, crack. Just when Yao Yuan couldn't control himself at all and started screaming like crazy. Gurgle, gurgle. A strange yet familiar voice came into Chu Jun's mind. The moment he heard this voice, Chu Jun's thinking began to gradually return to normal. What's that sound? As Chu Jun's own mind was still in a state of chaos, he was unable to distinguish for a moment that this was the sound of hunger. But soon, as his thoughts gradually returned to normal, he began to remember the owner of the voice and everything about himself. It is the same even if he is in the soul space. Gulyulu. Soon, a small gray soul lay at Chu Jun's feet. That's a little hungry. Chu Jun remembered it completely. Although this guy already has some language abilities, she still likes to express her emotions with gurgling sounds when she sees herself. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but laugh. He reached out his hand and tried to touch the little hungry soul. But the next second, he thought of it in horror. You must never touch Little Hunger. After all, in the soul space, The contact between the souls of both parties is itself an act of devouring. As a mimic psychic, he is born with the ability to devour. So when Yao Yuan felt the danger, he stopped quickly. But what was strange was that Xiao Hungry took the initiative to come over and let Yao Yuan, who was in the soul space, touch him. Then, the little hungry sound appeared again. Dominate. Get out of here. You're getting lost. At this time, she used her language ability to warn Chu Jun. But Chu Jun couldn't understand. Lost. What does it mean to be lost? Chu Jun didn't quite understand what the other party meant and tried to ask him. But the sounds he could make and the answers Little Hungry could give were all a little weird. Chu Jun could only make a crackling sound. And Little Hunger is a mechanical repetition. Lord, you are losing yourself. Just as Chu Jun regained consciousness, he was still thinking about the meaning of the words about to be lost. Suddenly, an extremely strange feeling appeared in Chu Jun's mind. Following this strange feeling, I looked at Chu Jun's body. Oh no. It was Chu Jun's soul that began to tremble uncontrollably in this soul space. Because he discovered the signs of God. That's right. It was the terrorist organization that Clare belonged to, the god of the immortal organization, who appeared in the soul space. Damn it. What is going on? Why does this thing appear here? Before he finished saying the word Li, Chu Jun was horrified to find that the god in Clare's organization was biting him. In that indescribable eyeball composed of countless strange creatures, there is surprise, curiosity, doubt, and relief. He knew that Chu Jun would appear here, but he didn't know why Chu Jun could discover him. So he looked at Chu Jun. But he forgot. Man cannot look directly at God, and God should not look too directly at people. So when Chu Jun saw him biting at him, he immediately fell into a mental frenzy. But this mental frenzy lasted for less than a second, and Chu Jun was surprised to find that the gray little soul in front of him was standing in front of him without fear. That's Little Hunger protecting its master. She was facing the so-called god on behalf of Chu Jun. But Chu Jun had no time to think about all those messy things. Because he fainted directly. Dark. Pure darkness occupied Chu Jun's mind. It is extremely peaceful here. So peaceful that Chu Jun even likes it a little. If possible, he even wanted to live here forever. Only, an inappropriate voice appeared in Chu Jun's mind at this moment, breaking the dark silence. Hiss. Wake up. Wake up. Damn it. I know you're awake. Hurry up and respond to me, or I'll use my psychic whip to help you wake up. That was Clarice's voice. As this lovely face appeared in front of Chu Jun smiled, and then, vomit. He couldn't help but spit in the face of the noble princess. Forehead. Chu Jun was stunned. Clarice was also stunned. You? Before Clarice could say anything. Vomit. The second wave of vomiting came. I have to say that Chu Jun is probably dead this time. In every sense. Chapter 293 is absolutely abnormal. Crash. Wow, you damn bastard. What? So disgusting, so nauseating. Kill you. I'm going to kill you, ah. As Clarice's curses rang out in the bathroom, Chu Jun, who was lying on the bed and was so weak that he was almost dying, couldn't help but vomit again. But now he is in much better condition than before. The splitting headache I had before has completely disappeared. But instead, Chu Jun felt as if his soul was bursting. Little Hungry was lying beside him, looking at Chu Jun with concern and eating Chu Jun's vomit. Call. Chu Jun, who felt a little more comfortable at this time, forced himself to cheer up. Although Chu Jun felt very uncomfortable now, he was very excited. Because shortly after waking up, Chu Jun was surprised to find that the number of his psychic talents now exceeded 30. Not only does he possess the current top-level psychic prismatic shield ability, he also has the psychic communication ability specifically for communicating with alien beasts. This is the ability that Chu Jun had always dreamed of. The greatest manifestation of this ability is that although Xiao Hungry did not use human language at this time, Chu Jun could still feel Xiao Hungry's words from her overflowing weak spiritual energy. Tasty. Eat more. Little Hungry, who was eating Chu Jun's vomit, revealed this message through his psychic power. Chu Jun, who felt Xiao Hungry's inner thoughts, smiled and stroked Xiao Hungry's head. Now he felt closer to Little Hungry. More importantly, the Little Hunger at this time saved Chu Jun once again. This touched Chu Jun deeply. But just when Chu Jun was about to mobilize his other psychic abilities to give it a try, Clarice, who had already finished washing, rushed out of the bathroom and glared at Chu Jun fiercely. How dare you vomit all over me, you bastard? Do you know that this behavior is enough for me to hang you on the city gate? Hearing Clarice say this, Chu Jun couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Forehead. Actually, I didn't mean it. And among all your personalities, isn't there one who likes to be vomited on? As Clarice's eyes gradually became colder, Chu Jun closed his mouth in time. No way. At this moment, murderous intent appeared in Clarice's eyes for the first time. Never mind. Considering that you, a freak, just swallowed 8 souls in one breath, I won't blame you this time. But I still need to ask, Chu Jun, whose personality are you using now? Faced with Clarice's question, Chu Jun couldn't help but scratch his head. Then he gave an answer that left Clarice extremely silent. Actually, Clarice, I wanted to ask you this question too. Although I have devoured the souls of other psychics, I have not felt the personalities of anyone else after devouring their souls. Is this a normal phenomenon? Clarice was silent. She first looked at Chu Jun with cold eyes. This kind of coldness was somewhat different from the previous one, because this time, she was thinking whether the Chu Jun in front of her was still the Chu Jun she knew. After all, if the mimic psychic's personality is not strong enough, it is easy for him to be controlled after absorbing the personality of others. But soon, the coldness in her eyes disappeared, because she noticed that Chu Jun's attitude toward Xiao Hungry was exactly the same as the Chu Jun she knew. Not normal. Clarice shook her head. This is absolutely not normal. Because my main personality is already strong enough. But I will still be influenced by other personalities and change my original preferences. And a novice mimic psyker like you devoured 8 souls right from the start and didn't feel any personality interference. This is absolutely abnormal. As she spoke, Clarice held Chu Jun's hand and looked into his eyes. Then Clarice asked Chu Jun a very crucial question. Chu Jun, tell me the truth. There was confusion and fear in Clarice's eyes. Who are you anyway? I've looked into your resume, and your previous performance was very bad. You are a terrible student and a terrible beastmaster. But now you are a genius. So who are you? Who is Chu Jun? Chapter 294 2 Stories and the Truth. I am who I am. Facing Clarice's questioning, Chu Jun, a time traveler, couldn't help but smile. Then he stroked Clarice's face and spoke slowly. My dear Clarice, in response to your question, I have 2 stories. See which one you like better. The first story is that I am actually a time traveler. I took this person's body and used my knowledge from another world to change this person's fate and bring him to where he is today. Faced with this story, Clarice couldn't help but narrow her one eye. Such an attitude clearly shows a lack of belief. Although Clarice doesn't have much culture, she is not a fool after all. Chu Jun said that he was a time traveler, so she might as well believe that she was actually the daughter of the universe. What's your second story? The second story, on the other hand, is a little darker. I, Chu Jun, have actually been at the bottom of this society for the past 24 years. I was born in a place as depraved and filthy as Ant Street. I am the absolute scum and the bottom of the society. But I have a good brain, which allowed me to be admitted to the Beast Tamer Academy, and I have some qualifications to become a beast tamer. I look like a smart and gifted person, but I'm still not smart enough. I follow the rules and don't dare to make mistakes. In the past few years, I was too cowardly and stupid to graduate from school and become a beastmaster. I am desperate and in pain. But at that moment, I was about to end my life out of despair. I've changed. In an instant, I suddenly realized that all my past rules and regulations were bullshit. Chu Jun, stroking Clarice's beautiful face, revealed an almost devilish smile. This society is not fair at all. Because those who follow the rules seem to be working hard, but their efforts are useless. The Qinghai Empire is a terrifying empire that has been carefully designed on a social level. For example, this empire appears to be an industrial society with exotic beast technology, but in fact, this empire is just an autocratic empire in industrial disguise. Those high-ranking officials of the Qinghai Empire are all fucking executioners, and they are just idiots with a belly full of fat intestines. They are all direct descendants of the nobles who founded the empire. They have joined forces to divide up the entire Qinghai Empire. The struggles and efforts of ordinary people are a complete joke to them, because they have countless ways to exploit these slaves who think they are citizens of the empire. They don't even need to do this kind of exploitation themselves, because those super large companies, those officials, and those beastmasters who think they are noble will actively exploit these slaves for them. That power is their greatest weapon. No matter how obedient the lower class is, they can never defeat the power weapons of the higher class. Any resistance from the lower classes will be suppressed by the empire using its power. The people at the bottom are so stupid. So stupid they can't even think of that. Their simple brains have been brainwashed by the Qinghai Empire. The pleasure of milk, capital, hatred. These things make it impossible for them to think about why their lives have become like this. Madness. How stupid. But I, Chu Jun, figured it all out with my smart brain. Since then, I've never followed the rules again. I used all kinds of unorthodox methods to complete my graduation project in a disguised way, and my graduation project is the insect swarm. Hearing this, Clarice seemed to have figured something out, and she looked at Chu Jun blankly. And Chu Jun smiled. That's right. Don't you realize that my Zerg is actually another disguised star empire? I myself play the role of the supreme being of the Xinghai Empire, and Xiao Hunger plays the role of an official, a capitalist, and a leader. As for my knife bugs, gun bugs, fire bugs, and even tyrant bugs, no matter how powerful they are all the lower classes of the Star Sea Empire. They are firmly controlled by the Little Hunger and think they are doing it for the swarm. But in essence, they are only fighting for my own interests. For my name, struggle for the master of the swarm. After I became the master of the swarm, I used my swarm to gain things that I never dared to imagine before. The friendship of an underground gang, the favor of a powerful mentor, and even. Chu Jun laughed, and he laughed very happily, but his hand was firmly holding down Clarice in front of him. For some reason, when Clarice, a genuine high-ranking official of the Star Sea Empire, saw Chu Jun, who claimed to be the master of the Zerg, smiling excitedly, her body felt extremely stiff. She wanted to struggle, but she couldn't move. Because Chu Jun suppressed her tightly, with a brutal and devilish method, less than 10 centimeters away from her, and spoke in a retaliatory tone. This is my second story. And now, my dear Princess Clarice. Which of these two stories do you prefer to believe? Clarice struggled as she spoke. But at this moment, she, who was so strong, seemed to be invaded and could not move at all. Finally, the weak girl curled up into a ball and answered. The second one. The moment he heard this, Chu Jun burst into laughter. Then, the joy begins. Only, the current king of Chu is in a dominant position. Whether his story is true or not is not important. What matters is there the truth? P.S. All the plots and characters in this book are completely fictional. The locations and history of this book are also completely fictitious. Any interpretation by any reader has nothing to do with the author. Chapter 295, Venting and Lack of Ability. Another joy. However, the person who took the initiative in this joy was Chu Jun. What Chu Jun said to Clarice before was actually very complicated. On the one hand, Chu Jun needed those contents to deceive Clarice's suspicion. On the other hand, Chu Jun did tell the truth. Although Chu Jun seems to not care about the humans in this world, he does not care about the sufferings endured by the humans in this world. But Chu Jun is not really a cold and heartless machine. Deep down, he was still touched by these people. After coming from a more advanced civilization, he felt pity for the humans in this world, especially those people in Ant Street. They are in too much trouble. In fact, they have been blinded by lies since birth. So this time, Chu Jun would rather vent his joy. He was using practical actions to express to Clarice his dissatisfaction with the damn Imperial high-level officials. She breathed a sigh of relief for the people of Ant Street who were exploited by her. Although some ways, forehead, that's not very common. But no matter what, Chu Jun's behavior was bad, but he did a good thing. After this joyful occasion, Clarice relaxed for a rare moment and fell into a deep sleep. As for the king of Chu, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief again, celebrating that he had successfully deceived this brainless guy. Next, Mr. Chu will have to face an extremely terrifying problem. And the problem is, after the previous joy, Clarice slowly told Chu Jun her next plan before falling asleep. Her next plan is actually not that complicated. Because Clarice has only one goal, which is that she wants Chu Jun to go with her to the Tsangnan No. 2 satellite where a rebellion war is taking place after he officially becomes a mimic psychic. Yes, although this guy Clarice has lost an eye and has just returned from the battlefield. But she didn't have much time to rest. Because on the Tsangnan 2 satellite where she was stationed, the rebel offensive was becoming more and more fierce. If she returns one day later, the already pessimistic situation of the Empire's front will become even more pessimistic. Therefore, the King of Chu must now be prepared to participate in the war. Moreover, this war is, to some extent, a true war of beastmasters. This is a very scary thing. Because Chu Jun is fine in his previous life, or in this life. He himself has never had much combat experience. Although Chu Jun was very confident in Little Hungry's fighting ability, he was also very confident in the Zerg's fighting ability. But the problem is, he has very little confidence in his fighting ability. Let me put it this way. With bare hands, Chu Jun couldn't even beat Pang Bo. But there is no need to laugh at us. After all, Chu Jun weighs only about 150 kilograms. And Pang Bo weighs 250 kilograms. In terms of human physical qualities, the two of them are the real knife worm and little hunger. However, compared to the fact that he had to go to the battlefield, what Chu Jun was less willing to accept at this moment was that Clarice was too anxious about him. Clarice still has about half a month to recuperate. Half a month later, she must go to the battlefield with Chu Jun. Remember, the being that went to the battlefield was the real body of the King of Chu, not the mimicry of the King of Chu. So this half month seems to be plenty of time. But for Chu Jun, it was completely different. Because Chu Jun currently needs to complete two most important things. The first thing is that Chu Jun needs to complete his graduation, which will take some time. The second thing is that Chu Jun needs to successfully interview for a job at Health Paradise Company after graduation, while investigating the research work on the White Death parasite and completing the mission of Count Fenrir. Help his child who was used as an experimental subject to be freed. So time is very insufficient for Chu Jun. It is very, very not enough. Apart from this, Chu Jun's biggest headache is, during this half month, he also had to finish his work with Ms. 02, who was conducting an investigation. This series of events combined made Chu Jun feel like his head was about to explode. This was also the first time that Chu Jun felt overwhelmed. But in addition to this information, Chu Jun actually has another piece of good news. That is the arrogant girl Clarice. In fact, when she came this time, she brought Chu Jun a gift that he had always wanted. A gift that can truly strengthen the Zerg swarm. Chapter 296, Temperament and Fungal Blanket. Damn it, Chu Jun, just give me this to eat. You take these as a reward for my contribution? What the hell is this? Pig food. In the laboratory, Clarice, wearing a t-shirt and hot pants and a black eye mask, threw the food in front of her frantically, and then roared at Chu Jun. The Lord Chu, in front of her, had a bewildered look on his face. She had no idea what was wrong with the precious food that Clarice threw away. First of all, the food is delicious in every sense of the word. Secondly, these foods are very expensive. It was so expensive that even though she was just a mimic worm, she could still feel its expensiveness with the help of the intelligence bestowed by the brain worm. Because each of these foods is the most delicious delicacy that can be prepared by the best chefs in the best restaurants on Songnon planet. So the mimics really don't understand. Why is this female monkey in front of me so excited? These foods are so delicious. Thinking of the word delicious, the mimic insect looked at the food fallen on the ground and couldn't help swallowing its saliva. But it was such a simple action that exposed her identity. Damn it, what the is a mimic insect? A bang. The poor mimic was kicked away. Clarice roared and rushed to the bottom of the laboratory, where she found a device that was using illegal suggestions to cultivate the even more illegal Chu Jun. P.S. As mentioned before, war is coming, and the breeding equipment requires a legitimate beast tamer identity to purchase. Chu Jun, how many times have I told you this? What I want to eat are the real folk delicacies. Not these seemingly high-end things, but in my opinion, they are not even as good as pig food. The furious Clarice couldn't bear it anymore, because she is actually just like the children of nobles described in many novels. Due to her overly strict upbringing, she often doesn't really like those seemingly high-end foods. Instead, she is more interested in those common foods. That's why Clarice was so furious when she saw the food. She particularly hated Chu Jun's behavior of not understanding women's hearts. Especially considering that she had just given Chu Jun a precious gift, a copy of a strange beast organization called KZ-38 fungal creatures that her spy stole from the Human Federation. The strange beast KZ-38 is actually the Betamosman that Yao Yuan mentioned before. P.S. From Chapter 151. This strange organization of exotic beasts possesses powerful vitality. Not only do they have the characteristics of animals, they also have the characteristics of fungi. More importantly, the genetic sequence of this thing is what Chu Jun has always needed. But just when the furious Clarice was about to challenge Chu Jun, the scene before her left her stunned. Because she was surprised to find that a large area of black and gray fungal organisms had actually covered the entire laboratory where Chu Jun was. What's even more terrifying is that this fungus-like organism actually spontaneously formed a blanket-like existence. And they are using the biological abilities that Chu Jun transformed into them to constantly absorb human corpses one after another. The bodies of the captives whose psychic powers were sucked dry by Chu Jun. They were recycled. As the corpses disappeared visibly, the gray fungal carpet was expanding wildly. The speed of its expansion was so fast that even Clarice was a little suspicious. If this thing is given enough time, will it suck the entire planet dry? Damn it, what have you invented? Clarice slowly approached the laboratory and walked towards Chu Jun. To be precise, it is the real body of Chu Jun. But when she got close enough to Chu Jun, she immediately screamed. Because she discovered that Chu Jun's face was also covered by these gray fungal mats. Was he bitten by his own creation? In a hurry, Clarice, who was afraid of losing Chu Jun, slapped Chu Jun without hesitation. With a snap, the huge amount of spiritual energy instantly turned into spiritual flames, burning Chu Jun's entire front. Wah! The pain made Chu Jun scream out loud. Wow! Clarice was startled by Chu Jun's shouting and started shouting as well. But before Clarice could question Chu Jun questioned Clarice first. Your Highness, what were you doing just now? You're ruining my experiment. Faced with Chu Jun's questioning, Clarice was stunned. Experiment? What experiment? Chu Jun took a deep breath and pointed at the fragments of fungal mat that had turned into ashes. I'm trying to use these fungal mats to provide me with energy. Chapter 297, Fungal Blanket Functions and Eating. What are you talking about? Looking at Chu Jun, whose face was covered with burnt marks and who said those words calmly, Clarice was stunned. These fungal creeps are all new units I designed for the Zerg's subsequent wars. In my design, these fungal blankets will reproduce indefinitely as long as the environment is suitable. They can drain the oceans, plunder the atmosphere, and then absorb the nutrients of the entire Earth until the surface of a planet becomes a desert. In addition, they have extremely strong digestive abilities. Corpses on the battlefield, garbage in the city, forests and fields are all sources of nutrition for them. Moreover, after these fungal blankets absorb enough nutrients, they can feed every swarm unit that approaches them. There are tiny nutrient delivery tubes on their body surface. These nutrient delivery tubes will provide a large amount of energy to my swarm units. In this way, as long as they are near the area where the fungal creep is located, my swarm units will be a perfect army that will never need logistical supplies. What's even more amazing is that even humans can obtain nutrition through these fungal mats. Just like I just did. Hearing this, Clarice couldn't help but punch Chu Jun. Are you crazy? You don't know that strange beasts can get out of control, right? Clarice said seriously. Even though I haven't received professional training, I know that it is a very scary thing for a beast to lose control. You seem to be taking advantage of these. Mushroom, the Imperial Princess reminded. Yes, you seem to be using these fungal mats to obtain nutrients. But once these fungal beasts get out of control, you will be absorbed like the corpses on the ground in a matter of minutes, leaving only some residue. Facing Clarice's accusations, Chu Jun shrugged helplessly. To be honest, he didn't quite understand why Clarice was so anxious. First of all, my dear princess, these strange beasts will never get out of control. Because when I made them, I used the genetic fragments of Little Hunger. Hearing her master mention her name, Little Hungry immediately hummed and stretched her head over, allowing Chu Jun to touch her. The essence of this thing is actually a small hungry thing in the shape of a fungus blanket. She will never rebel. And secondly, I can understand what you're worried about. You are worried that these strange beasts may not be able to recognize me due to the interference of spiritual energy, right? Rest assured, I've thought about this question before. After all, psychic interference often occurs on the battlefield, so I set up a safety measure in these fungal blankets. Once they are disturbed by psychic energy, they will be unable to recognize their teammates. Then they will directly. After saying that, Yao Yuan used his ability as a mimic psychic interference. Next second, along with the appearance of invisible psychic energy fluctuations, all the fungal mats inside the laboratory shrank and turned into fist-sized meatballs. Chu Jun picked up one of the meatballs and stuffed it into his mouth. He gave Clarice a thumbs up and spoke with praise. They will become edible directly. By the way, do you want to try some? These are seaweed and meat floss flavored, just like rice balls. Clarice looked at Chu Jun in front of her and couldn't help but cover her forehead. Many times, she really couldn't figure out whether the guy in front of her was smart or stupid. Because on the one hand, Chu Jun showed extremely powerful ability in cultivating exotic beasts. On the other hand, this guy is an idiot. He had no idea that strange beasts were dangerous creatures, and he seemed to have too much trust in the insect-like strange beasts like Little Hungry. Looking at the pet-like Little Hunger who was being stroked by Chu Jun until his belly was exposed, a hint of gloom appeared in Clarice's eyes. But just when Clarice was thinking about how to persuade Chu Jun to be more vigilant, Chu Jun suddenly said something to Clarice. That's the thing about fruit spirits. He wanted to find out from the knowledgeable Clarice where this guy Guoling came from. However, after hearing Chu Jun's question, Clarice couldn't help but laugh. Because the answer to this question is really too simple. You want to know why Guoling became an agent of the Human Federation? Isn't this easy to solve? Why don't you just eat her? The beautiful Clarice showed a devilish smile. Chapter 298. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Yes. Looking at Clarice's devilish smile, Chu Jun was overjoyed. Why didn't I think of this solution? Yes. Since Chu Jun officially became a mimic psychic only today, he forgot one very important thing. That is, the mimic psychic can devour the souls of others. Although whether the soul exists is still a false proposition. But Chu Jun understood one thing. That is, when he devours other people's psychic energy or soul, he can obtain the other person's memory and psychic energy at the same time. In this way, all of Guoling's secrets are no longer secrets. When Chu Jun thought about how he had forgotten such an important thing for such a long time, he couldn't help but feel that he really needed an assistant like Clarice to help him most of the time. Okay, I'm going to devour the other person now. Chu Jun, who was tortured by Guoling's secret, now showed the same devilish smile as Clarice. But before Chu Jun could move, Clarice slapped Chu Jun on the back of his head. Then, Clarice frowned and said to Chu Jun, "Are you crazy? You just consumed so much spiritual energy. You are now in such a weak state because of the backlash of spiritual energy. Do you want to die? Wait until your spiritual energy is completely stable before you devour the opponent's spiritual energy." Chu Jun suddenly realized what Clarice reminded him. Indeed, I was too impatient. Using the ability of a mimic psychic so rashly is indeed very dangerous. So, Chu Jun took a deep breath. Okay, I understand. I will wait for a while before devouring the other party. Seeing Chu Jun so receptive to advice, Clarice couldn't help but laugh. Because she knew that a subordinate who listened to advice was much easier to control than a stubborn one. This is very important. However, just when Chu Jun thought that he could take a break and continue his research. But Clarice gave him an extremely difficult task. Okay, since you don't have any tasks now, I'll give you one. Looking at Chu Jun, who had ended his weak state, Clarice said seriously, "Go pack your clothes, find the most decent one, and go shopping with me. I was injured with great difficulty, and this gave me a chance to recuperate. Now I have to relax for a while." As soon as these words came out, Chu Jun's face immediately fell. He didn't want to waste his precious time wandering around that crappy street. Instead of shopping, wouldn't it be better to study Little Hunger? But the next second, Chu Jun's drooping face regained its smile, and the reason was very simple. As if sensing Chu Jun's displeasure, Clarice stiffened her fist. This psychic, who had been promoted to level 9, was able to kill Chu Jun with one punch, so Chu Jun chose to give in without hesitation. However, in order to avoid going shopping, Chu Jun still gave a seemingly reasonable reason. That is, he wondered if Clarice would be recognized if she went shopping. But when Clarice took out the living skin that the Imperial high-ranking officials were keen on using and used it for disguise, Chu Jun became even more desperate. Forget it, let's just go shopping. Even though this is a waste of time, it's better than getting beaten. At least, following behind this princess of the Empire, there would be no risk for him, right? A few hours later, Chu Jun, who was following Clarice, thought so. But soon, he won't think so anymore. Because following Clarice was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Well, I remember the pleasure club on Sungnon planet. It seems to be very famous. Clarice, who had already eaten and drunk her fill, suddenly had the urge to do something exciting. So, she pulled Chu Jun, who was already pale beside her, and went directly to the pleasure club. "Hey, what are you shaking for? Isn't this place fun?" Clarice, who was seeing the pleasure club for the first time, said with a smile while drinking a little wine. Chu Jun took a deep breath. "It's nothing. I'm just a little weak now." At the same time, Chu Jun was praying in his heart. He prayed that this guy Clare Morton would not be so diligent and report to the pleasure club every day. After all, he didn't want Clare Morton, a cult member, to run head-on into the princess of the Empire. Especially since this princess of the Empire had just had one of her eyes gouged out by these evil cult members. "Well, Chu Jun, why are you here too?" Then, a familiar voice told Chu Jun a truth. That is what it means that good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes singly. Clare Morton, she's really still here. What's even more terrifying is that just as Clare was greeting Chu Jun, a terrifying burst of psychic energy suddenly erupted from the basement of the entire pleasure club. This burst of psychic energy immediately attracted the attention of the Imperial Princess. Interest. Bad. Very bad. Chapter 299. The Destroyed Holding Chamber and Hate. When Clare saw Chu Jun, how could this guy miss this opportunity to chat with her? So even though Chu Jun told him with his eyes not to come over, but Clare still walked over with a sly smile. This guy? She guessed who the guy next to Chu Jun was. "Hey, Chu Jun, who is this beautiful lady next to you?" She asked even though she knew the answer. Chu Jun, who was very angry with Clare, suppressed his anger and introduced Clarice in a more tactful way. Of course, due to the special circumstances, Chu Jun absolutely cannot reveal Clarice's true identity at this time. At least not openly. The one next to me is my girlfriend. She is... Hello. Hello. You must be Professor Clare. Chu Jun often tells me about you, saying that you are a beautiful and wise mentor. You taught him a lot of knowledge. Besides that, I also heard that you helped him a lot in life. And it seems like you two have a really close relationship. But before Chu Jun could say anything, Clarice spoke first. As soon as she opened her mouth, Chu Jun immediately broke out in a sweat. After all, he remembered one thing. That is, Clarice seemed to know about Clare. And she was very unhappy at that time. As expected, as Clare's expression gradually became more outrageous, the spiritual power in Clarice's fingers became stronger and stronger. Chu Jun began to feel unbearable pain in his back. But fortunately, or unfortunately, just as Chu Jun was praying that something would happen to save him, God actually noticed his prayers and made something happen around him. Boom! Along with the emergence of a spiritual energy wave, the building of the pleasure club where Chu Jun was located began to shake wildly. Is this an earthquake? No. This is an earthquake caused by psychic energy. Because at this time Chu Jun's spiritual power level has been raised to a relatively powerful level. As a 5th level psychic at this time, he had actually sensed the source of the psychic fluctuations at the moment they broke out, which was the temple where Clare and other immortals were organized. There is something extremely dangerous, and it is unleashing its spiritual power wantonly below. At the moment when the wave broke out, Chu Jun looked at Clarice beside him without hesitation. As expected, Clarice is a powerful psychic who can guard Songnon's star and Songnon's satellites. There is no reason why Clarice cannot feel the information that Chu Jun can feel. So at this moment, Chu Jun's biggest thought was, that damn god of the immortals is definitely a damn bastard. Is he doing this on purpose? But Chu Jun's idea was wrong. Because at the moment Chu Jun felt the danger, Clarice and Clare also felt the danger. But the expressions on their faces made Yao Yuan unable to help but be stunned. After all, it was normal for Clarice to feel danger. She is the princess of the empire and an enemy of the immortal organization. But why did Clare feel dangerous? For a moment, a bad premonition came to Chu Jun's heart. As expected, along with the sound of the wall cracking beside Chu Jun, a humanoid monster covered in emerald green suddenly crashed through the wall, and this female monster was holding a bald human male in her hands. When this strange beast, which was covered in emerald green and had its teeth and claws pulled out, saw Chu Jun and his 2 companions, especially the male Chu Jun, an expression of unspeakable hatred broke out in her eyes. She crushed the poor human male with one hand, then rushed towards Chu Jun with a roar. Why me? Chu Jun couldn't help but curse. He didn't do anything. There were 2 big guys standing next to him, but he, as the weakest one, was chosen as the target of attack. This is always a bit annoying. So, after Clarice and Clare tacitly moved away to the left, Chu Jun took out 2 hungry cubs from his pocket and threw them at the strange beast. As Xiao Hungry was the absolute master of killing, she naturally became extremely ferocious when she felt that Chu Jun's life was threatened. I saw them both rushing to the head of the strange beast from the left and right, opening their mouths and biting it. Then in just a few seconds, the 2 little hungry creatures burrowed into each other's screams and wails. Then comes the boring process of swallowing. But just when Little Hungry was preparing to enjoy the meal, a horrifying scene appeared, accompanied by loud shouts. It's not good. Those humanoid beast detention chambers have been destroyed. All those guys are running out. Strange beasts of various shapes appeared in the distance from the corpse of the emerald green beast. After seeing the corpses on the ground, each of them hated Chu Jun. Chapter 302 Phone Calls. No, I have no interest in you humanoid beasts, okay? Even if you hate me, I haven't done anything to you. Although Chu Jun was trying his best to explain. But his explanation was completely pale and powerless in the face of the hatred of this group of female humanoid beasts. These horrible creatures, who had suffered from abuse by human males, were filled with anger at the moment they saw Chu Jun. They were seen roaring and rushing towards Chu Jun. Chu Jun had no choice but to use his psychic abilities to the best of his ability and began to try to stop these humanoid beasts. Fortunately, since Chu Jun has officially evolved into a mimic psychic at this time, his psychic abilities have extremely strong adaptability in this kind of melee. What's more, those seemingly dangerous beasts are nothing compared to Little Hungry. So after the initial panic, it didn't take long for Xiao Hungry to stand on the corpses of these strange beasts and eat them. and it tastes delicious. What's going on? Looking at the countless corpses on the ground, Chu Jun, whose entire bodies were stinking with thick blood plasma, frowned. He wasn't deaf. Of course he heard the roar about containment failure. But he didn't understand. Why would a place like the Pleasure Club get out of control and become what it is today? Chu Jun took Clarice's hand and walked out of his room with Clare. Sure enough, outside the VIP room where they were, countless released strange beasts were madly slaughtering ordinary people. Yes, Chu Jun, Clarice, and Clare looked in danger. But the three of them were all psychics, and mid to high-level psychics at that. So when facing the rebellion of this group of strange beasts, their situation only looked critical, but they were actually not panicking at all. But ordinary people are not so lucky. Although the Joy Club has a large number of security and security system equipment, it is just like when Sangnan Star University encountered a crisis. Ordinary people simply cannot afford this level of alien beast rebellion. Their flesh and blood were completely unable to compete with the claws of the strange beasts. They are destined to die miserably here. After seeing this bloody scene, Chu Jun looked at the two little hungry creatures who were madly devouring flesh and blood and accelerating their strength, and he made a decision. Let's get out of here first. Something is wrong. If Chu Jun was just an ordinary person, he might have regarded the monster rebellion in the Joy Club as an accident. But as the future priest appointed by the Immortal Organization, Chu Jun is well aware of the Immortal Organization's power and control capabilities. So when he saw that the rebellion of the alien beasts was showing signs of getting out of control, he immediately understood. Someone, or something, has launched an attack on the Immortals. However, the Immortal Organization is still at an absolute disadvantage. Otherwise, even if they just separated a small tentacle from their own power system, it would be enough to suppress the current rebellion of the alien beasts. After thinking about the above, the current situation seems a bit scary. So Chu Jun chose without hesitation to lead Clarice and Clare out of this increasingly chaotic vortex. During the escape, the King of Chu made two preparations. On the one hand, he took out the last two little hungers hidden in his stomach and used them as his secret weapons. On the other hand, the two little hungry creatures that were devouring flesh and blood had already begun their first transformation after eating a certain amount of flesh and blood. Unlike ordinary little hungry cats, these two little hungry cats are meant to protect King Chu as quickly as possible. So after their first transformation, they turned into two large spider-like parasites. On the one hand, they possess extremely high speed. With the help of high speed, they can quickly catch up with Chu Jun and protect their master. On the other hand, they also possess far more powerful combat power than the first form. Almost a few minutes later, Chu Jun, who was about to run to the door of the building and was still gasping for breath, had caught up with him and stood beside him very professionally as his bodyguards. With these two hungry little guys as bodyguards, Chu Jun felt much more at ease, but he was not too attached to this place. He was seen running towards the door with Clarice and Clare in big strides. But at this moment, brush, along with a flash of spiritual energy, a silver-white figure stood in front of Chu Jun. His eyes were filled with unspeakable hatred. When Chu Jun saw the other person, he was also stunned. Wait, it's you? At the same time, in the government office of Sangnan Star, Security Officer Gu Nan answered a phone call. What? You said the Pleasure Club was attacked by the White Death parasite. Many alien beasts rebelled, causing heavy casualties? After hanging up the phone, Gu Nan quickly issued his orders, asking the army and police to rush to the Pleasure Club at all costs. But at this moment, the second call came. But after the call was answered, Gu Nan's already pale face became even paler. What did you say? In the basement of the Pleasure Club, we found traces of the immortal cult. The real danger is coming. Will this be a melee between several organizations? Chapter 301: The Coming War Between Tyrant Bugs and Gods. Damn it, is that you? At this moment, the silver-white beast standing in front of Chu Jun and blocking him was exactly the multi-eyed silver snake. P.S. From Chapter 155. However, unlike the time when it was covered in tatters and had been abused to the point of being weakened, this many-eyed silver snake has not only recovered to an absolutely healthy state, but its eyes have, for some unknown reason, turned into the eyes that a many-eyed silver snake should have. Her once suppressed human eyes were gone. This is not good news. Because it was mentioned before, the psychic power level of the multi-eyed silver snake species is around level 9. The way the multi-eyed silver snake uses its psychic power is to emit psychic rays of various natures from its eyes, and what is even more terrifying is, the multi-eyed silver snake actually has at least 13 psychic abilities. Then, a terrible scene appeared. As the tiny snake heads around the many-eyed silver snake revealed ferocious expressions, a green psychic laser gathered directly from the eyes of the many-eyed silver snake. After seeing this beam of green spiritual energy gathering, both Clare, who was just smiling, and Clarice, who looked indifferent, showed expressions of shock, because they both knew that this attack was no joke. Without the support of psychic beasts nearby, Clare and Chu Jun, who have psychic levels of 5, or Clarice, who has a psychic level of around 8, the three of them are no match for this multi-eyed silver snake. And the scariest thing is, brush. No matter how exaggerated the human reaction speed is, it cannot compare to the speed of psychic laser. This is the most important physical law in the world, accompanied by a hit from a psionic laser. Chu Jun was knocked away by this psychic ray. But fortunately, Chu Jun himself did not react at all. But Clarice, as a warrior, reacted. This beautiful, kind, and extremely generous imperial princess had already released her psychic shield on Chu Jun before the laser was fired. But this is not the end, but a beginning. Because when the multi-eyed silver snake saw that her attack did not kill Chu Jun, she was completely furious. Along with her anger, several other spiritual powers she possessed immediately began to mix. One of the green spiritual energies, mixed with white spiritual energy, directly caused the speed of the multi-eyed silver snake to increase rapidly. She was moving at the speed of an ordinary person just now, but now she accelerated madly and rushed in front of the three people. A hungry boy saw that the situation was not right, so he rushed to Chu Jun fearlessly. But before she could do anything, the multi-eyed silver snake tore the other to pieces with one claw. Of course, the claws of this multi-eyed silver snake were also enchanted by psychic energy. Run! Things were getting increasingly wrong. Chu Jun did not hesitate to pull the two women beside him, who were stronger than him but useless at the moment, and ran into the building. Are you crazy? Chu Jun. The earthquakes here are becoming more and more pronounced. And there are the most out-of-control monsters here. Do you want to die here? Since she didn't know what Chu Jun was thinking, Clarice immediately questioned Chu Jun. But Chu Jun just said calmly, "Believe me, this may be our only chance to survive." Chu Jun was not joking. At this time, they could only delay for a while there were still a few hungry ones. It was impossible for them to break through the blockade of the multi-eyed silver snake and escape from here. There is currently only one possibility that can save Chu Jun and the other three. That is, the tyrant bug has sensed Chu Jun's order and is rushing here quickly. The Zerg's war machines are finally starting to take action because the life of their master is threatened. But the scary thing is, this time, the Zerg force is likely to be the weakest among all the forces participating in the war, because it's right in the basement of the Pleasure Club. The two huge monsters are constantly attacking each other. And one of the parties. No, it is one of the two parties, both of which are in a sense God. This is the beginning of a war between gods. Chapter 302, The Tyrant Bug Arrives. Little Hungry. Accompanied by Chu Jun shouting. A hungry little creature rushed out from his side without fear and pounced on the many-eyed silver snake that was chasing the three people from behind. This little hungry creature, in the form of a large parasite, showed cunning and ferocity far beyond that of an ordinary beast. During the charge, she found a human being and used him as a flesh and blood shield to block the opponent's first attack. Then she rushed directly behind the multi-eyed silver snake and launched a desperate attack on the snake-like lower body of the multi-eyed silver snake with a gesture of dying together. I have to say, even the multi-eyed silver snake with a psychic level of 9 had no way to perfectly stop Little Hunger. So she could only try to reduce the area of damage as much as possible and eliminate the hunger as quickly as possible. With the tragic death of the hungry little creature, her goal was achieved. Because of her death, Chu Jun and the other two successfully bought themselves a few seconds to escape. In addition, the multi-eyed silver snake was seriously injured at this time, so the escape time could be extended at least several times. So when the many-eyed silver snake roared, she discovered it angrily. Chu Jun and the two humans beside her were becoming even further away from her. This made her, who was already in a bloodthirsty state, even more irritable. So at this moment, she began to endure the wounds on her snake-shaped body and once again chased after Chu Jun and the other two. I don't know why. At this moment, the multi-eyed silver snake vaguely felt that something was wrong with its condition, because she felt that she seemed to be manipulated at the moment, being controlled by your own emotions. Yes, as a high-level psychic beast, the multi-eyed silver snake's intelligence level is at least on par with that of humans, and may even be higher than that of some humans. So she herself could also realize that her hatred seemed to be too high. That human was indeed a male, and he had indeed watched me die without helping me. But do I really need to chase the other party like this? Shouldn't I escape first? Something's wrong. But every time she had such thoughts and just wanted to calm down, she would involuntarily fall into a new frenzy. In her rage, she simply couldn't understand one thing. That was what she felt was indeed right. And it wasn't just her that was wrong. There's something wrong with all the strange beasts in the entire pleasure club. All the strange beasts were caught in a similar mad rage as the many-eyed silver snake and were unable to extricate themselves. In fact, there is a reason for their rage. Because, at this moment, the god is in the crustal space below the club, fighting a desperate battle with the false god. And every time he attacked, these strange beasts would involuntarily fall into rage. After all, he represents God with perfect body. Call. Everyone, we don't have to run anymore. Finally, after arriving at the designated location, Chu Jun said to Clarice and Claire. When Clarice heard Chu Jun say this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why, you can't run anymore. If you really can't run, I can carry you. The reason why Clarice was so sarcastic was that she found that this guy Chu Jun seemed to have led himself and that bastard named Clare into a dead end out of fear. Such behavior not only made Clarice feel contemptuous, but on the other hand, she also felt disdain for Chu Jun's shameful physical strength. At this moment, the multi-eyed silver snake slowly chased after them. Her eyes were still filled with unspeakable hatred as before. At the same time, the tiny snake head on her body was also revealing a terrifying hideousness. Looking at the extremely ferocious multi-eyed silver snake in front of him, Chu Jun gave a bitter smile. No, when I said there was no need to run, it was definitely not because I couldn't run anymore. Ahem, I'm serious, you don't have to look at me that way. As he spoke, Chu Jun grinned grimly. After all, we already have backup now, right? As they were talking, the sound of an earthquake was heard. A sharp blade of light cut through the wall behind everyone. Then, a terrifying black shadow holding a huge bone blade stood behind everyone with the unique roar of the Zerg. Tyrant Bug is coming. Chapter 303, The Tyrant Bug's First Battle. When the Tyrant Bug broke through the wall and came behind Chu Jun, the two women beside him. Oh no. To be precise, if the multi-eyed silver snake is counted, there should be 3 female creatures. These 3 female creatures showed different attitudes. First, Clarice, who was the most powerful, showed shock. Because she didn't know about Chu Jun's invention during this period, she didn't expect that the terrifying monster in front of her was actually Chu Jun's creation. To be honest, Clarice is not that proficient in the study of exotic beasts. However, having served in the military for a long time, she could still accurately see that this ferocious beast was actually very qualified to enter the military sequence and become a professional war beast of the military. However, compared to Clarice's shock, Claire beside Chu Jun was completely confused. Because she didn't understand how this damn insect beast could have crossed such a long distance and come here in such a short time. And, isn't this guy afraid that the tyrant worm will appear and bring trouble to himself? You have to know that Chu Jun is not a beastmaster at this time. Just the troubles from the follow-up investigation are enough to make poor Chu Jun suffer. Apart from that, the attitude of the multi-eyed silver snake was a little strange. She did not feel any emotional fluctuations about the appearance of this tyrant worm. You can even say that. If the multi-eyed silver snake had been angry towards Chu Jun before, then she had an indifferent and disdainful attitude towards the appearance of the tyrant worm. The opponent is too weak. This was the multi-eyed silver snake's first judgment of the tyrant worm. Such a judgment may seem a little unreasonable, but in fact, there is nothing wrong with it. Because the tyrant worm's psychic level is very low, probably only at the level of a 5th level alien beast. Of course, this is also because when Chu Jun's psychic power level was not that high when the tyrant worm was first created and designed. What is the psychic power level of the tyrant worm's opponent, the multi-eyed silver snake? Level 9. Level 5 versus level 9. Such a gap cannot be said to be big. It is simply like heaven and earth. You know, although the tyrant worm's physical strength level seems to be much higher than that of the multi-eyed silver snake, the 4-level psychic power gap also represents 4 different psychic talents and more opportunities for psychic evolution. So, at this time, after sensing the presence of the tyrant worm, the multi-eyed silver snake did not care about the threat posed by the tyrant worm to her. She still rushed towards Chu Jun with a clear goal in mind, not taking the tyrant insect seriously at all. Even at this time, the multi-eyed silver snake had already made a plan. That is, if the tyrant worm dared to stop her, then she would immediately turn her attack on Chu Jun into a trap specifically for the tyrant worm. After all, his ability is enough to easily tear apart the tyrant worm's seemingly thick shell. She could use the tyrant worm's desire to protect this human to pierce its heart. After all, in the native world of the multi-eyed silver snake, strange beasts like the tyrant worm are the hunting targets of their race. When everything was going according to the steps of the multi-eyed silver snake, an accident happened. This terrifying monster, the tyrant worm, will indeed protect its master. However, when the multi-eyed silver snake excitedly activated its trap, wrapped its claws with psychic power, and transformed them into psychic tearing claws that penetrated deep into the shell of the tyrant worm. A layer of psychic shield blocked her claws. To be precise, it was the tyrant worm's 4th-level psychic shield that stopped this poor multi-eyed silver snake. Yes, the tyrant worm was designed by Chu Jun as a supreme monster among the insect swarms to serve as a battlefield assaulter. It does not have any extra psychic abilities. The only things she had were the 4 different but definitely non-conflicting psychic shields given to her by Chu Jun, the Lord of the Zerg. Looking at its own claws, unable to go any deeper, complex emotions were revealed in the beautiful eyes of the multi-eyed silver snake. Then, she raised her head and saw countless little snakes spitting out their tongues in confusion. And opposite her, Chu Jun finally revealed an evil smile. After all, he witnessed the fighting strength of his creation with his own eyes, and such a combat test made him very satisfied. But, at this time, the many-eyed silver snake seemed unaware of the horrible thing happening. That is the swarm creature, with an unspeakable truth. The swarm never fights alone. They are a race that will never be alone. Chuckle. With a terrifying low roar, the second tyrant worm crawled in from the gap. Then came the 3rd one, and the 4th one. A huge shadow enveloped the multi-eyed silver snake. Quantity is justice. Chapter 304. The army arrives. Snort. You don't think I'll send out a tyrant bug? With the arrival of the remaining tyrant insects, Chu Jun now smiled. Perhaps it was because Chu Jun gradually began to adapt to the identity of the Lord of the Swarm, and at this time, he had begun to undergo some changes. However, these changes are neither psychic nor genetic. All these changes came from the change in his mentality. Perhaps just as Clare had observed before, Chu Jun didn't notice anything at this moment. Although he has a human soul, human appearance and thoughts, he is thinking more and more like a bug. And at the same time, the poor many-eyed silver snake had gone from its previous anger to complete despair. The reason is simple. If Chu Jun had only sent out one tyrant insect, she would not have been caught in such a tough battle. After all, even if she couldn't kill the tyrant worm, she could rely on her super high speed to leave here and engage in guerrilla warfare. But these are 4 tyrant bugs. The presence of 4 tyrant insects meant that this multi-eyed silver snake had no chance of escaping their siege. Not to mention that the environment she was in was not suitable for her to escape. So, after just a few minutes, roar, roar, don't kill her. This is a level 9 beast. The many-eyed silver snake roared angrily, but her roar was already impotent rage. Because at this time the tyrant worm completely controlled her, making her unable to move at all. But the greedy Chu Jun did not let these tyrant insects kill her. After all, she is expensive. From Clare, Chu Jun heard the price of this multi-eyed silver snake. She is worth a full 300 million Star Empire points. Although Chu Jun didn't understand why the price of such a dangerous beast would rise so terribly after it was turned into meat that could be used for sexual intercourse. But this did not prevent Chu Jun from deciding to catch the other party, then slip away in the chaos and finally sell her. Cough cough. Yes. At this time, the pleasure club was in chaos. Therefore, Chu Jun's behavior would not be stopped by anyone. Although Clare and Clarice beside Chu Jun felt contempt for him because of his behavior, considering that the current situation was very dangerous, they did not say much, but quickly followed Chu Jun to escape. At this moment, the Joy Club has reached a point on the verge of collapse. The previous security system has been completely paralyzed, and a large number of strange beasts are madly slaughtering ordinary people. What's more exaggerated is that the people who are still in the Pleasure Club can already hear the horrifying roar coming from under the ground with their own ears. Although the 3 of them didn't communicate much, everyone was clear about one thing. That is, the longer they stay here, the higher the possibility of their death. With this thought in mind, under the leadership of Clare, Chu Jun and the other 2 ran quickly towards the nearest exit. Fortunately, this time, the 3 of them were no longer blocked by the multi-eyed silver snake. But just as the 3 of them left the Pleasure Club, careful, Clarice pressed Chu Jun hard to the ground and kicked Clare away. Boom, boom, boom. As the sound of artillery rang out, Chu Jun's 4 tyrant insects were all attacked by fatal fire. Moreover, this round of artillery attack is just an appetizer. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After 3 creepy sounds, The tyrant worm's sound stopped. Chu Jun couldn't even get up, but he used his psychic sense to sense that 3 of his 4 tyrant insects had been seriously injured. What's going on? Are there any more enemies? Who is the enemy? As someone who had absolutely no war experience, Chu Jun's brain was in a confused state, and he had no idea what to do. And luckily, Clarice and Claire were experienced. I saw the 2 women, one on the left and one on the right, shouting, "Cease fire, cease fire. I am the beast master of the empire. Stop, I have a military background." Then the firing stopped. Dozens of soldiers quickly came to Chu Jun and his 2 companions and tied them up with restraints. It was at this moment that Chu Jun saw a scene that shocked him immensely. Whether it was his own tyrant worm or the multi-eyed silver snake in the tyrant worm's hand, they had all been beaten into rags by the military's firepower. The ones launching these firepower were the native defense forces of Tsangnan planet. A real army. "You 3, what's going on?" A cold voice sounded in Chu Jun's ears. Chapter 305 Terrifying Intelligence. "You 3, what's going on?" Tsangnan Star Security Officer Gu Nan couldn't help but frown as he looked at the 3 people escorted to him by soldiers. To be honest, there are very few people who can escape from the Pleasure Club at this time. In addition, Gunan had already received intelligence that there were a large number of members of the Immortal Organization in the Joy Club, so Gunan at this time was extremely vigilant about their appearance. After all, these 3 people are all powerful beastmasters, and their beasts, tyrant worms, do not belong to any conventional exotic beast sequence. Such a situation naturally aroused Gunan's suspicion. He suspected that the 3 people in front of him were most likely members of the Immortal Organization. I have to say that Gunan's guess is true. But what a pity. Today he is destined to have no chance to verify his authenticity. Because number CNX 958211110. Execution code 001785. Major General Gunan. From this moment on, this war zone will be under my control. Following Gunan's inquiries, before Chu Jun and Claire could say anything, Clarice, who was in disguise, directly reported a series of numbers and execution codes, and then wanted to take over Gunan's job very forcefully. I have to say, although Chu Jun has seen too many crazy people during this period, but at this moment, he still looked at Clarice with some surprise. Is she crazy? However, just when Chu Jun was stunned, the security officer of Tsangnan Star, Major General Gunan, entered the string of numbers that Clarice said with a serious face. Gunan, who had just been staring at Chu Jun and the other 2 with a serious face, immediately stood up. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of Chu Jun and others, Gunan saluted Clarice with a very standard military salute. "Admiral Kelly, you will take over the next battle zone." "Excuse me, do you need me to report the battle situation to you now?" This guy's attitude change made Chu Jun open his mouth wide and look at everything in front of him in disbelief. What is going on? This guy just handed over the control of the army to a guy who said an unknown number? And what the hell is Admiral Kelly? But soon, Chu Jun understood the general idea. First of all, the security officer Gunan should belong to the military system. The reason why Clarice was able to take over is because her own rank is higher than Gunan. Secondly, Admiral Kelly's identity should be a disguised identity of Clarice. Although Chu Jun knew that this identity was a disguise, Admiral Gunan should not be aware of it. At least, this identity can be used within the military. So, according to military regulations, Clarice was able to take over everything so smoothly. Please report the battle situation and explain what happened here. Good. Because it involved war, this time, Clarice's expression became cold and serious. This imperial princess, who has been fighting in the army since she was a teenager, has various defects, but she is still professional in the military. Madam Admiral, what we need to solve most right now is how to capture the entire Pleasure Club and all the people related to the Pleasure Club. Because we received a tip that the Pleasure Club is actually the disguise of the Immortal Organization. The entire top management of the Pleasure Club has been corrupted by the Immortal Organization. The moment he heard the news, Chu Jun's body couldn't help but stiffen. Secondly, Claire, who was next to Chu Jun, also became nervous instantly. After all, these 2 guys are genuine members of the Immortal Organization. The 2 guys looked at each other slowly. But what Gunan provided next was the real terror. But, Madam Admiral, the matter of the Immortal Organization is not the most serious one at the moment. What's really serious is that a certain structure of the White Death parasite is fighting with the gods within the Immortal Organization. And the place where they were fighting was right below the Pleasure Club. These are 2 monsters whose psychic power levels exceed level 11. Hearing this, Clarice asked in a deep voice, what is the military's opinion on how to deal with this? The military's advice is to destroy these two monsters as much as possible. If we can't destroy it, then in 2 days, the Empire's fleet will sail to Tsangnan Star and carry out a planet-destroying operation. The Empire's fleet. Planet. Destroy? Chapter 306 An Impulsive Thought. Etc. You want to destroy Tsangnan Star? At this moment, after hearing the planet destruction plan, Chu Jun showed an expression of disbelief. This expression was seen by Clare, who was standing beside Chu Jun. Yeah, isn't that normal? Clarice lowered her head and looked at the battle report and replied with great disdain. Although the planet we are on is very precious. But don't forget it. The planet we are on is the private property of the Empire. The people on these planets are also the property of the Empire. The government of the Empire has the power to decide the survival of this planet and the humans on the planet. Clarice's answer was cold and firm. It's as if all the human beings on this planet are nothing more than cold numbers. She doesn't care. She and the other high-ranking officials of the Empire don't care. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but take a deep breath. Really, no matter how the Empire's top leaders claim that they are the protectors of the Empire's people. But this is nothing but a lie. This world is far inferior to the world where Chu Jun lives. Even though Chu Jun's former world had been destroyed by the Gaia swarm. Thinking of this, Chu Jun couldn't help but take a deep breath. Yeah, so that's how it is. At this time, Clarice also noticed Chu Jun's abnormality, although she didn't know why Chu Jun cared about such a useless planet. But she was still slightly comforted because of Chu Jun. But the destruction of this planet is not absolute. Because the survival of this planet depends on whether we can defeat this enemy of ours. Hearing this, Chu Jun asked curiously, so do we have a high chance of winning? Not very high. You can even say it's very low. Clarice looked at the battle report in her hand and told a horrible truth after she found out that she and others were about to confront top monsters. Then if we can find a way to kill our enemies, can this planet be saved? The problem is there is no solution. Without reinforcements, we are currently unable to deal with this monster with psychic powers exceeding level 11. To be honest, I'm already thinking about how to start a mass evacuation. That is, this planet will most likely be abandoned. Chu Jun understood Clarice's expression and nodded. Okay, I see. After saying that, Chu Jun walked out of the temporary command tent, while Clarice was concentrating on commanding the battle and did not notice Chu Jun's behavior. Because Clarice's identity was rather special, Chu Jun did not encounter any obstruction. Clare followed Chu Jun's steps and left the tent together. Then, a bad feeling came over Clare. This ominous premonition made Clare realize that Chu Jun seemed to want to do something. Do something terrible. Wait, Chu Jun, what do you want to do? Under the slanting sunlight, half of Chu Jun's face was hidden in the darkness. Nothing. I'm just thinking. The meaning of this planet. What's the meaning? I mean, I'm thinking whether this planet is worth my efforts. Although Chu Jun was talking about the planet, his eyes were on the pedestrians who were hurrying and fleeing frantically. I want to save this planet. Then, Chu Jun opened his mouth slowly and spoke to Clare seriously. With the power of the swarm. This. But it's a very impulsive idea. Chapter 307. From behind the scenes to the forefront. What's on your mind? You don't want to save the humans on this planet, do you? You want to be a hero? Clare was stunned when Chu Jun said that he wanted to save the planet. She didn't understand why Chu Jun thought this way, and she didn't understand what Chu Jun wanted to do. In her opinion, if this planet cannot be saved, then she and Chu Jun should just escape from this planet. To some extent, Tsangnan planet is not a precious planet. It is just a frontier colony of the Star Empire. In fact, if there were not rebels among the several satellites of Tsangnan Star, Clarice, the princess of the Empire, will never appear on this planet. The value of the resources and military here are extremely low. In fact, due to the extreme remoteness of this place, the terrible white parasite disaster that Chu Jun and others had experienced at this time did not even make the headlines of the official media, Shanghai newspaper. Even though this disaster has already become an indelible nightmare on this planet. So when Clare heard that Chu Jun wanted to save the planet, she subconsciously thought that Chu Jun had a dream of being a hero. But is this really the case? No. Faced with Clare's questions, Chu Jun gave his true thoughts without hesitation. You guessed my thoughts wrongly. My real thoughts are not about saving humanity or being a hero. This corrupt and degenerate society and the people in it are not worth saving by me. Chu Jun said with a cold expression. Of course, Mrs. Chandler, who fed me when I was most destitute, may have been an exception. A useful puppet like manhwa is also an exception. You are also an exception. You exceptions are not the motivation for me to take action to save this planet. You are simply the exception. What really made me save Sangnan Star was actually the fables I saw in the temple of the immortal organization. Hearing the word fable, Claire couldn't help but blushing. Although she had forgotten the rest of the fable's contents, she still remembered that Chu Jun had once said it. In the fable, he and Claire are married and share happiness. Cough, cough. But it doesn't matter. What really matters is, although I personally disdain those so-called fables of fate, but in those fables, I never saw the scene today and never saw the danger we are in today. So I have a guess. No, I have many guesses. That's it. Chu Jun turned his head at this time, looked at Claire with a serious face, and then said seriously, what I did actually contributed to the fable. Or, what I did can modify the fable. Hearing this, Claire, who is also a scholar and equally intelligent, immediately understood. At this moment, you are using an abnormal behavior that you would never normally do to conduct an experiment to prove that God's prophecy can be changed. Yes, Chu Jun is right. Before this, he had been denying the authenticity of the fable. Yet there is some truth in these fables. Therefore, in order to decipher whether these so-called true fables can be distorted, Chu Jun must now use himself as the variable to counter the fables. Yes. Seeing that his behavior was finally understood by Claire, Chu Jun smiled. Then, he left Claire, who was in shock, and walked into the military tent to give Clarice a suggestion. A suggestion that even Clarice had not expected. He would strike out, letting the swarm overwhelm his enemies. But Clarice must find a way to give the Zerg a legitimate military background. Clarice, who had long coveted Chu Jun's insect swarm, agreed to his request after hesitating for a short while. She will satisfy Chu Jun. In every sense. After getting Clarice's assurance, Chu Jun walked out of the tent with a smile. Then, many soldiers nearby were shocked to find that Chu Jun, a man with a complicated relationship with his admiral, was standing in front of the building of the pleasure club where a fierce gunfight was taking place, with his arms open. Countless shells passed by him and hit the building. The roars of countless rebellious beasts resounded above his head. But he stood there fearlessly, not moving a muscle. Just when these soldiers thought this guy was a lunatic, something unexpected happened. The ground beneath their feet was shaking, and they didn't know when it started, but it began to shake again, a little differently from the previous shaking. The swarm. Here we come. They began to move from behind the scenes to the front stage, to their own era. The Age of the Swarm. Chapter 308. Insects, Swarms, and Monsters. Damn it, this is... What monster? When the first swarm unit, Chu Jun's knife worms, began to pour out of the sewer, the Imperial soldiers who had just withdrawn from the front line under Clarice's command showed puzzled expressions, because they couldn't understand what use such a weak beast that was not even at level 2 could be. But soon, when the second, third, the 100th one came back, they began to change. Perhaps 100 knife bugs could help them clean up certain areas inside the entire pleasure club. But as time went on, the number of knife worms increased from 100 to 1,000. The expressions of this group of soldiers began to change from laughing to serious. Because 1,000 knife worms can completely overwhelm the entire pleasure club, at least eliminate all the rebellious monsters inside. But 1,000 is just the beginning. As the commander, Clarice kept giving the green light to Chu Jun's swarm. More and more swarms of insects began to rush into the battlefield from all directions. Their numbers began to exceed thousands and reach tens of thousands. Although more than 10,000 insect beasts do not sound like a huge force. However, the swarm of insects really is endless. In order to ensure that he could achieve his goal, Chu Jun mobilized almost all of his swarm units on the Tsangnan planet. The current number is 34,000. And the even more terrifying number is still only at present. Because what Clarice gave Chu Jun was not just administrative support. She also gave Chu Jun the power to control some of the resources. After the Zerg units with the fastest hatching speed were stationed inside several military warehouses, the number of Zerg units is increasing exponentially. At this moment, Chu Jun was like a demon who had been freed from his shackles. He successfully used this opportunity to test the war capabilities of his alien beast for the first time. The grim smile and excitement on his face could not be concealed at all. As expected, under the continuous attack, the rebellious monsters inside the entire Joy Club only survived for less than 10 minutes before they were all wiped out. No matter what the spiritual power level or physical level of these rebellious beasts is, none of them could survive being overwhelmed by the massive swarm units. They are just biomass in the eyes of the insect swarm. However, Clarice was actually a little worried at this time. She was worried whether Chu Jun's swarm of insect beasts could complete the task of rescuing the hostages. Even though she, as a high-ranking official in the Empire, didn't care about the low-level ants in the Empire, she still had to do some face-saving work. Unexpectedly, although these Zerg units are extremely jealous of humans, but under the orders of Xiao Hungry and Chu Jun, they actually completed the rescue mission. By dragging or tugging, the group of humans who were frightened by the swarm of insects were rescued from the pleasure club. Soon, cheers of victory resounded throughout the venue. Because of the excellent performance of the Zerg, countless people believe that the Empire's new weapons are extremely powerful. Many soldiers even took the initiative to compliment their commander Clarice. However, at this moment, neither Clarice's nor Chu Jun's expressions were good, because at this time, they both knew two things. The first thing is, the Zerg's hostage rescue mission is just a foreplay to its real mission. The Zerg's truly important mission is to go deep underground and eliminate the immortal organization and the monster that is fighting against the immortal organization. Although the insect swarms are numerous, they still need to be tested in battle before facing monsters with psychic levels exceeding level 11. The second thing is a bit more special, because the essence of this matter is actually bad news. One of the two monsters below has been defeated, and the other monster was crawling towards the ground. Chapter 309 White Death. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. As more and more Zerg swarms approached the pleasure club, almost all the Imperial warriors were shocked by the scene before them, because it was also the first time they saw that there were actually strange beasts in this world that could attack in the form of a tide. This is incredible, because even these strange beasts only have level 1 psychic power. So according to the abilities of the Beastmasters, in order to control these exotic beasts, at least thousands of Beastmasters would be needed. But now, these terrifying beasts that represent the will of the Zerg's ruler only need the will of a monster to fearlessly charge into the most terrifying battlefield. This shocked many soldiers. The second most terrifying thing is that the combat effectiveness displayed by these Zerg units far exceeds the cognition of these warriors. Although many soldiers of the Empire have basic psychic abilities and can manipulate the military beasts modified by the Empire. However, these exotic beasts of the Empire are very ordinary in terms of combat effectiveness. Ordinary military beasts can only fight against 2 knife bugs at most. But if these fast-moving knife worms are combined with gun worms, then it will be a question whether the military monsters can defeat a knife worm. Crash. However, compared to these knife worms that were surging in like a tide, what the Empire's warriors felt most terrified was the super monster below the ground that was constantly climbing upwards. Because the most terrifying thing about the swarm is its numbers. The most terrifying thing about the monster beneath the ground is its individual strength. That's right. Even though the monster has not yet landed on the ground, but his abundant spiritual energy has already spread to the ground. Many Imperial warriors felt a vague illusion when the monster approached. In these illusions, they can see their vague future. However, there is only one of these futures. That is, the future in which they, under the guidance of God, are integrated with others and everything in this world. They will lose themselves and become part of God forever. This is their destined future. What's even more terrifying is, the more advanced the psychic, the more likely they are to see such illusions. After seeing the illusion, Clarice realized the seriousness of the problem and roared in anger. Chu Jun, don't let this monster come to the surface. The Empire's fleet is on its way. As long as you can still control it under the ground, then I will have a chance to use the giant cannon beast to kill the opponent directly from space. Hearing this, Chu Jun immediately nodded. I see. Don't worry, I won't let this guy get up here. There are actually 2 reasons why the King of Chu is so sure. The first reason. At this time, Chu Jun had strong confidence in the capabilities of his insect swarm. Although for now, this is only the first time that the Zerg has faced such a terrifying and powerful monster. But the current potential of the Zerg has already been revealed. He can definitely complete Clarice's mission with the swarm's absolute numerical advantage. The second reason. It is a little special. As the swarm of insects grew larger and larger, they began to enter the main passage below through the tunnels dug by the burrowing insects. Chu Jun already knew which monster was that crawled out from the ground. Squeak. The corpse of Odin, the half-human, half-beast, was constantly being dissolved and decomposed. From his mouth, which no longer belonged to him, came a constant and terrible roar that was difficult to understand and hear. And it's not just Odin. Many of the veteran beastmasters that Chu Jun had seen in the immortal organization before, as well as their powerful beasts, such as the giant eagle, were all hanging on this monster together with Odin. Of course, there are also living strange beasts that have not yet died. For example, the giant snake as big as Jormungandr is still alive. However, being alive may be more miserable than being dead, because now, only half of it is left. Half of its body had been melted, and turned into bait for the parasites. On the other side, there were constant cries of pain. The real white Grim Reaper opened countless pairs of excited eyes and stared at the swarm of insects swooping down from above. It's hungry. Chapter 310, a monster that is not a psychic beast. The swarm. Drown it. When Chu Jun saw the real white god of death crawling out of the dark and deep tunnel in an extremely terrifying posture, his mind immediately became highly concentrated, because he knew that his swarm would face a terrible battle next. At this moment, the spiritual power emanating from the white death beast alone was enough to shock Chu Jun, because Chu Jun, who is already a psychic, discovered it for the first time. It turns out that when the spiritual power of a strange beast exceeds the level of 10, the beast will actually possess an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. These auras are not false descriptions, but a real psychic curtain that can be seen with the naked eye. What's even more terrifying is, this layer of psychic energy curtain visible to the naked eye is lethal. Many knife bugs that came into contact with these curtains for the first time suffered extremely terrifying psychic attacks directly because of their contact with the psychic curtains. These unconscious psychic attacks can completely dissolve all consciousness of a living being at the psychic level. And numerous knife bugs were killed almost in just a moment due to the effect of the psychic curtain. Their bodies did not suffer any injuries, but these psychic curtains killed their consciousness. Even these knife worms are the same under the protection of the swarm's will. He is a top-level psychic who has absolute dominance over ordinary creatures. But such a death did not make the king of Chu retreat. On the contrary, this made Chu Jun even more excited, because this swarm leader also saw such a powerful psychic creature for the first time. For the first time, he felt a new emotion besides the desire for knowledge, the desire to hunt. Originally, Chu Jun didn't have such desire, but Xiao Hongye did. As the battle gradually accelerated, his connection with Little Hungry's psychic energy gradually deepened, and he began to transform into some kind of terrifying monster. The spiritual energies of both sides gradually merged together due to the existence of the Zerg network. So, the Little Hungry desire to hunt was instilled into Chu Jun without hesitation. Destroy it. At any cost. This is Chu Jun, a rare swarm leader who can issue his orders directly from the swarm's will network. But his orders were executed perfectly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The swarm master's orders began to respond. A terrible scene appeared. Countless gun bugs lying on the backs of the knife bugs kept shooting their living bullets at the white death god below. Although the white death psychic curtain can destroy the knife worm's will, but due to the physical properties of living bullets, it has no way to dissolve them. Crackling. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, a scene beyond Chu Jun's expectations appeared. Etc. This guy doesn't have a psychic barrier? All the living bullets hit the white death monster. Chu Jun was a little bit unbelievable. This super monster, whose psychic power level exceeds 10 and has devoured countless exotic beasts, actually does not possess the most basic ability of psychic barrier? Wrong. As Chu Jun observed more, he found that the monster he was facing not only did not have the ability of psychic barrier, but it also did not have any psychic ability at all. This guy is just an ordinary alien monster with a super terrifying psychic power level. It's not even a psychic beast. But how is this possible? If the other party is not a psychic beast, why can it have such powerful intelligence? You must know that in this universe, only beings with advanced spiritual powers can possess powerful intelligence. If the other party did not have so much intelligence, Chu Jun absolutely did not believe that the other party could kill so many powerful immortals. This goes against basic logic, etc. Suddenly, a terrible idea appeared in Chu Jun's mind. Is this guy just a simple beast? But this is just a guess. Now Mr. Chu doesn't have much time to verify his guess. Because of the stimulation from the bullets from the gun bugs, this horrible white death monster suddenly extended its head and bit hard at the front group of bugs. Then this damn monster actually hatched a new head in the place where its original arm was right in front of Chu Jun. And this new head once belonged to Odin. Remember that the white death doesn't have psionic abilities? Good news. The current white death still does not have psychic abilities. The bad news is, Odin's head has it. A terrifying scarlet light emerged from Odin's head. A psychic laser is about to be fired by the opponent. Chapter 311 Calculation and Weakness. Not good. This monster Odin possesses some extremely powerful psychic abilities. The moment Chu Jun saw Odin's eyes glow red, he immediately made this judgment. And his judgment was definitely not a misjudgment. Because when the spiritual energy in Odin's eyes accumulated to the extreme, a scarlet light directly swept across the battlefield. No, it's a whole tunnel. Although Chu Jun didn't know what Odin's psychic ability was specifically. But just from this attack of Odin, Chu Jun realized that this Odin was definitely more powerful than the previous multi-eyed silver snake, and many times more powerful. Although the multi-eyed silver snake's attack method is to shoot light from its eyes. But the attack of the multi-eyed silver snake is like a laser gun. Then Odin's method of attack is the neutron cannon. With a bang, the swarm of insects that had previously filled the entire tunnel was directly evaporated by Odin's attack. Not a single one left. Fuck. Odin, this damn idiot. Even though he's dead, he's still pulling me back, right? Seeing so many of his insect swarms being wiped out at once, even Chu Jun couldn't help but shout. However, the king of Chu was not discouraged at this time. This is partly because Chu Jun's swarm of insects is truly endless. The countless swarms of insects themselves are the basis for his fight against the White Death. So after destroying so many swarms of insects, Chu Jun sent more swarms of insects into the tunnel. On the other hand, the reason why the king of Chu was not discouraged, because Chu Jun discovered something extremely interesting. That is, after Odin's head launched the psychic attack just now, the entire White Death seemed to have shrunk a little because of the excessive consumption of the previous psychic attack. Although such a reduction is nothing compared to the huge size of the White Death, it still gave Chu Jun an idea. That is, the White Death is extremely powerful despite his psychic powers. But it cannot possess any psychic abilities. In this case, it must consume its own flesh and blood and turn it into the price of using its psionic abilities. So as long as Chu Jun can continue to consume the opponent, then this White God of Death will definitely be defeated. With this idea in mind, Chu Jun immediately put more energy into commanding the Zerg. But lessons have been learned. This time, Chu Jun's dismissal was not as bold as before. Although he still sent many Zerg units into this tunnel. But around the tunnels, countless digging worms were secretly digging a large number of tunnels. The tunnels are filled with a large number of insect swarms and strange beasts. As long as the White Death gets close enough to them, it will definitely pay a heavy price. But soon, the White Death discovered Chu Jun's conspiracy. But it doesn't care at all, because it knew very well that those strange-looking knife bugs could not get close to it at all. His own psychic curtain can kill them before they get close to him. So in this situation, the White Reaper was still roaring madly and trying to rush out of the tunnel, completely ignoring the swarms of insects and strange beasts standing with the digging worms near the tunnel. But, idiot, just as the White Death was about to cross the swarm of insect beasts outside the tunnel, Chu Jun gave a cold and sinister smile. Immediately following, boom, boom. One after another, terrible explosions occurred around the White Death. Under Chu Jun's command, countless knife insects did not hesitate to let the ticks with self-destructive capabilities suck their bodies dry and turn everything about them into deadly chemical liquids after the explosion. Those horrible chemical liquids caused the huge White Grim Reaper to change color. It changed from the previous White Grim Reaper to the Green Grim Reaper. And the White Death uttered a painful sound for the first time. Hey. It turns out that a living monster like you also knows what pain is. At this time, Chu Jun discovered another characteristic of the White Death for the first time. That is the true form of the White Death, and it actually feels pain. And if that's the case, then Chu Jun has a lot of room for maneuver. Only, just when Chu Jun was about to do something, a scene that made him unbelievable appeared. The White Death is actually disintegrated. Chapter 3:12 Disintegration and Strange Characters. Just as the White Death showed his ability to feel pain, Chu Jun was ready to take advantage of it. A scene that the king of Chu had not expected appeared. The White Grim Reaper in front of him suddenly disintegrated. And it is disintegration in the physical sense. The White God of Death, which was huge just now and as big as a comet, exploded directly. Countless white slurries instantly flooded the entire tunnel. Immediately afterwards, the entire White Death's limbs began to decompose into small White Deaths one by one. Then these small White Grim Reapers repeated the previous operation once again, turning into miniature White Grim Reapers, and Chu Jun watched the process in confusion. These miniature White Death creatures drilled directly into the tiny caves in the nearby tunnels and escaped. Run away. Forehead. This time, it wasn't just Chu Jun who was confused. Even Clare, who was observing the situation on the battlefield all the time, was stunned. Neither she nor he understood what was happening in front of them. The White God of Death who was so powerful just now actually ran away? And he escaped when he was in an advantageous position? Why? Chu Jun, get out of there. You're strange beast, leave as well. Although Clarice had no idea what was going on here. However, as she came from the military, she still followed military procedures and let Chu Jun and his strange beast leave the battlefield. Then, Clarice issued several commands skillfully. Because of her orders, the entire Songnon Star will become a planet taken over by the military. The army and police will blockade the entire Songnon Star. Residents were locked in their homes and were not allowed to go out unless there were special circumstances. The news and the internet were taken over, and news from the military was released 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. After announcing this series of orders, Clarice continued to seek assistance from other star regions. At the same time, after Chu Jun left the tunnel, she directly sent several elite teams into the tunnel to explore the situation below. Yes, in Clarice's eyes, these human soldiers are not even as valuable as Yao Yuan's knife worms. But this is not something that is incomprehensible. First of all, although these human soldiers are not as survivable as the insect swarm beasts, only the intelligence they have detected is credible. Secondly, behind this matter, the immortal organization is involved. Clarice doesn't dare trust other people, and that's the key. So she could only, and had to, send out human warriors to explore the situation below. Soon, the basic information about the bottom of the tunnel was passed back to Clarice's ears. Chu Jun and Clare followed Clarice and heard one piece of bad news after another. Sir, we found a huge number of symbols and traces of the immortal organization below the pleasure club. Boom boom. The moment they heard the news, Clare and Chu Jun couldn't help but feel their heads sink. Both of them are insiders of the immortal organization. I hope Clarice won't discover this for the time being. Secondly, we found a temple that had become ruins below the tunnel. And we didn't find any survivors in the temple. Hearing this, Clare and Chu Jun couldn't help but cheer in their hearts. Cough cough. Although this does sound a bit vicious. But actually, this is not hard to understand. After all, if there are no survivors, there will be no information leakage, right? This also means that Chu Jun and the other two are safe. But soon, a piece of news came out, which was not sure whether it was bad news or not, but was definitely weird. But sir, we found many characters in this ruin. These characters do not belong to the official languages within our empire. And according to our detection, these characters are most likely left by the White Death. The picture has been transmitted to you. The White Death left behind characters? What message does it want to convey? Chu Jun couldn't help but lean his head over and take a look at the tablet screen in Clarice's eyes. And the next second, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Even though he knew that he shouldn't show any abnormality at this moment, he still couldn't control himself. Because he actually knew all these characters. Even though he had never seen the characters left by these so-called White Death, he could still recognize and understand the meaning of these characters. False God. Expel the false gods. Chapter 313, The Changed Empire. 3 days after the White Death disintegrated. Stop. Random checks. As a soldier armed with live ammunition shouted, a woman holding a child and her husband immediately began to tremble. The husband raised his hands without hesitation in a gesture of surrender. Although the woman was frightened, she still hugged her child tightly and spoke loudly. We were just checked and we went out in violation of the ban just because our child had a fever. Shut up. We are performing official duties. If you don't cooperate, we have the power to shoot you. The soldiers of the Starry Empire came over and pointed their guns at them both. The other soldiers gathered around and pointed the lie detector beast at the two of them. Tell me, have you ever been involved in the immortal organization? No. Never. The couple replied tremblingly. And the strange beast used for lie detection nodded. They're telling the truth. Have you ever participated in any organization targeting the Shanghai Empire? No. Absolutely not. The polygraph beast nodded again. Okay, let's go. However, you still need to be tested when you reach the next level. Hearing this, the couple couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and left immediately. Halfway through the journey, the husband was the first to complain. Damn it. It's all because of those damned immortal organizations. If they hadn't infiltrated our Songnon Star, we wouldn't have suffered what happened today. And his wife sighed helplessly. Yeah, no one expected it. That damned group of immortals has actually infiltrated the pleasure club. Oh my god, you didn't see it at work that day. After the White Death was defeated by our army's insect-like monster army, hundreds of people associated with the pleasure club were shot right in front of us. And there are thousands of people who have been arrested by the police because of their potential cooperation with the immortal organization. It's really scary. Thinking of this, the husband couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it. If I see those bastards from the immortal organization, I will use my fists to beat them to death. As they were talking, a man with short black hair couldn't help but smile wickedly after hearing what the couple said. Then he spoke to Clare, who was standing beside him with heavy makeup and dressed like a lady. Hello. Clare, did you hear that? They said they were going to beat you to death. TSK, who cares what these untouchables say? When our organization makes a comeback, they will just be our test subjects. Hearing this, the smile on Chu Jun's face disappeared. Wait, You said the Immortal Organization is going to make a comeback? Is this information reliable? Of course it's reliable. Our organization has suffered such a heavy blow, we will definitely retaliate. Moreover, this sudden attack by the White Death has also disrupted our God's plan. Songnon Star is an extremely important planet in the prophecy. How could we possibly give it up? As he was speaking, a car stopped. The security personnel belonging to the Imperial military in the car spoke to Clare with an extremely vigilant look. Dr. Clare, your car is ready. According to the plan, you will take a special car to the airport and then go directly to the heart of the Empire, the Great Star of Light. Hearing this, Clare couldn't help but sigh. Ah, my dear little Chukuan. I'm going to Guangmingxing to work for the Imperial Research Institute for a while. You must take good care of yourself while I am away. Hearing this, Chu Jun, who wished that this disaster star would leave in the next second, said without hesitation, "Rest assured, I will definitely take care of myself. After all, I'm safer without you, right?" Hearing this, Clare realized that the other party was eager for her to leave and gave a twisted smile. Then, before getting on the car, this guy deliberately grabbed Chu Jun in front of several soldiers while Chu Jun was not paying attention and kissed him hard. "He's gone. Ha 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 ha." As the car started, Chu Jun stood there with a grim face. The other soldiers spoke to Chu Jun in fear. Mr. Chu. Should we report this matter to our admiral?" Hearing this, Chu Jun took a deep breath. "My advice is don't. Have you forgotten that our admiral has been in a very bad mood lately?" Chu Jun's expression became extremely distorted. He never imagined that the battle 3 days ago would completely change the entire Songnon Star. In other words, it completely changed the political landscape of the entire Star Empire. And Clarice is the biggest victim among them. Chapter 314, I can do it. The Empire. The fucking army. The damn Immortal Organization. I'm going to kill them all. I swear on my soul, I will make these damn beasts kneel before me, and then respond to my anger with despair and fear. In the office, the Empire's Princess Clarice was roaring angrily. Chu Jun, who was sitting opposite her, responded in a very simple way. Slurp. As the last bite of meat sauce noodles was rolled into his mouth, Chu Jun raised his head with a smile. "Well, Clarice, your bowl of noodles is getting cold. If you don't want to eat it, I'll help you eat it." As soon as she finished saying this, the lovely Clarice, who never gets angry, had red eyes. In the physical sense, she threw the bowl of noodles in front of her away. "You bastard, believe it or not, if you provoke me again, I will make you eat noodles all night." At first, Chu Jun didn't understand this sentence. But when he saw Clarice's crazy eyes caused by the ability of mimicking psychic, he understood instantly. Ahem. Although Chu Jun was not very good at comforting others, he considered that he might not be able to sleep all night. He finally said some comforting words to Clarice in the most gentle way possible. "Don't worry, my dear princess. The current situation isn't that bad, is it? Although the White Death disaster broke out on Songnon Star because of your failure to supervise, and the Immortal Organization infiltrated the planet because of your indifference. But you still became the supreme ruler of the entire Songnon force, right? You are the temporary governor of the Star region. You know shit." After being comforted by Chu Jun, Clarice became even angrier. "It seems that I have become the temporary Moth. But when it comes to politics, I can say that I have lost miserably. My father, the Emperor of the Empire, has ordered me to completely eradicate any non-imperial forces on Songnon Star within 3 months. As long as I can't complete this plan, then I will be transferred to the imperial capital immediately and given a long vacation." No. That's not a holiday. That is. Clarice couldn't help but shiver. This was the first time that Chu Jun saw a look of fear in the eyes of a princess of this empire. She was really scared. Imprisonment in the true sense of the word. If I am imprisoned, my fate will be eternal exile, locked in a luxurious room, doing nothing until I die of old age. All right. This sounds like the outcome that many ordinary people dream of having. No matter how bad Clarice is, she is still a real second-generation official in the Empire. Her understanding of imprisonment clearly exceeds that of ordinary people. So, thinking of this, Chu Jun sighed. "Don't worry, I will help you." The reason why Clarice was so irritable was not only because she was worried about the upcoming horrific punishment, but more importantly, she is in dire need of troops at the moment. Whether it is to eliminate the Immortal Organization or the White Death, she will need a large force to complete her plan. However, the militaries of several surrounding star regions all chose to ignore it. The military forces of all star regions said that they did not have any extra troops to help her. Even the space fleet that was pulled over by Clarice and originally used to purify Songnon Star refused to send out any extra troops. And they also call it an insurance policy. In case Clarice fails to complete her mission, they will help Clarice complete her mission. Even if this would make Clarice feel a little embarrassed. This is where Clarice is most angry. Although she is the princess of the empire, there are differences between princes and princesses. Clarice is the least powerful among these royal children. Give me some time, and my swarm beast will replace your soldiers and complete the tasks you need. Hearing this, Clarice couldn't help but burst into laughter. You. Chujun, a Chujun. Although I know you are very loyal to me. But the problem is that your swarm of insect beasts are just a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers after all. Let's not talk about the scary, hidden white death. Just talking about the immortal organizations hidden on the satellites of Songnan Star, can you find and attack them? Your swarm of insects simply cannot cross such a distance in space. What we need is an army capable of fighting in space. Looking at the panting and extremely angry Clarice, Chujun took a deep breath. It seems that it is time for him to confess something. Chujun walked up to Clarice and looked into her eyes. What if I say I can do it? Chujun's plan is still going on. But recent events have made his plan no longer perfect. But is this really a bad thing? Chapter 315. This thing is my swarm Leviathan. Its performance is roughly as mentioned in the report. As pieces of information were transmitted to Clarice, the princess of the empire could not help but widen her eyes. This. You designed all of this? How did you do that? Where did you get those gene sequences? Steal, ahem. Chujun coughed and then said seriously. I saved it up. Clarice narrowed her eyes and looked at Chujun with a scrutinizing attitude. She absolutely did not believe this. This damn guy must have used illegal means to obtain these precious gene sequences. Whatever. I don't care what means you use to obtain these exotic beast sequences. What I really care about is, can you really mass-produce these things? Can. Chujun nodded. Of course, I've actually been hatching as we talk. 20 Zerg Leviathans are hatching. It's just that after an hour, their incubation process will stop because I don't have enough biomass. You need to help me. Money? That's a small problem. I'll give you everything you want. At this moment, Clarice no longer had the furious look she had before and became very happy. Because she keenly realized the value of these insect swarms and exotic beasts. Wrong. This kind of perception no longer requires so-called sharpness. As long as she is not stupid, she will know how important these things are. But other than that, she still needs to confirm one thing. In that case, Mr. Chu. For the first time, Clarice's expression became a little strange. What do you want? If your information is true enough, I can sense that your ambition is far more terrifying than your strength. With these insect swarms here, it doesn't matter whether you voluntarily submit to the Empire or go to plunder planets. You will be an extremely terrifying enemy. But now, can you tell me what you want? At this time, Clarice had already understood that the man in front of her was simply playing the pig to eat the tiger. The strength he hides in secret is enough to subvert the order of several planets to some extent. But he is still on such a small and wild planet, serving as a college student who has not even graduated from college. This is obviously unreasonable. So Clarice wanted to know what this monster in front of her wanted to do? But something strange happened. There are so many things I want. For example, I really want to eat a bowl of pork chop rice, and it should be thick cut. And I also want to eat charcoal grilled steak. But you are wrong about one thing. Chujun smiled and touched Clarice's face. I don't have much ambition. I don't care about politics, social issues, or any grand goals. Although I was forced to be involved in many incidents that I did not want to be involved in, my core desire was still to do research. And you can help me do better research. After all, you have the resources of the entire military behind you, right? Give me resources and I will be your provider. As for the other things I desire, you don't need to care. After all, if possible, I would even be willing to stay on Songnan Star until I die. Hearing this, Clarice smiled. This guy's answer was exactly what she needed. Then she kissed Chujun deeply and asked with a smile. I agree. So now, what do we need to do? Us. The emergence of this word marked that the two people had truly become allies. After thinking for a while, Chujun asked directly, do you have a way to help me import, or smuggle, the genetic sequence of the screaming locust? Maybe it was possible before, but not now. Because currently it is other military warships that are taking over space. Plus now there is the dual threat of the White Death and the Immortal Organization. If it weren't for the local smugglers, I don't think anyone would be able to find the loophole. Hearing this, Chujun showed a disappointed look. In that case, my current goal is to continue staying on Songnan Star. And you need to help me absorb the spiritual energy of a certain guy. Which guy? Why don't you absorb it yourself? Clarice asked curiously. A guy who has been bothering me for a long time. Her name is Guoling. A few hours later, as the tunnel entrance was opened, two demons appeared next to Guoling. Chapter 316, The Will of the Swarm is Damaged. Woo. When Guoling, who had been tortured to the point of having completely lost the ability to speak, saw Chu Jun and Clarice appear, she immediately began to twitch wildly. Then, indescribable words began to come out of her mouth continuously. At the same time, there was an extremely fierce look in her eyes, like that of a ferocious beast. This is both a plea for mercy and a curse. She was angry at the cruelty of Chu Jun's methods, but at the same time she longed for the relief that death would bring. The flying snake, a terrifying beast, not only possesses a powerful healing ability against insect swarms and other beasts, it also has a terrifying ability to torture ordinary humans. That horrible hormone can drive any normal human being crazy. But Guoling is an exception. Because she is actually also a mimic psychic. Wow, this little guy looks beautiful. Seeing Guoling so miserable and angry, a smile with a hint of pity appeared on Clarice's face. Then she noticed Guoling's overly beautiful face. But she also noticed Guoling's naked appearance and miserable state. For a moment, Clarice narrowed her eyes, and a bad idea appeared in Clarice's mind. Mr. Chu, you couldn't have done anything to this guy. So, what a pity. I hate pretty women like you the most. Especially you lowly bastards from the Empire. Bang. Bang bang bang. With a heavy palm from Clarice, Guoling's scarred face was completely disfigured. Next second, Clarice looked at Chu Jun and raised her question with a look of suspicion on her face. Did you two do something secretly? Well, Chu Jun stretched out his hand, touched Clarice's head, and said seriously, if you just eat her, won't you understand everything? After all, you are a mimic psychic. You can plunder the other party's memory during the devouring process, right? Hearing this, Clarice put away her doubts. But she still warned Chu Jun. In theory, that's true. But Chu Jun, I warn you, no matter what happened between you and the other party, it's best to be honest now. Otherwise. Chu Jun, who didn't know why the other party suddenly became so clingy and completely unromantic, immediately swore that he definitely did not do anything to Guoling. After all, when he defeated the fruit spirit, he still relied on Clarice's strange beast. Even if Chu Jun had that idea, he was so weak that he would be forced to do something. But no matter what, Clarice agreed to absorb the soul of the fruit spirit. As for why it was Clarice who absorbed the fruit spirit's soul instead of Chu Jun. Actually, there are two reasons. The first reason. Chu Jun was not very proficient in his ability to mimic a psychic. He had suffered a certain degree of backlash when he absorbed souls before. The second reason. After Chu Jun and Clarice explained all the suspicious points about Guoling, Clarice decided to absorb the other party's soul herself. After all, along with the soul, the fruit spirit's knowledge and secrets are also absorbed. After all, Guoling probably has many top secrets about the military, and these secrets are not of much use to Chu Jun. But Clarice can take advantage of it. So after careful consideration, it was decided that Clarice should absorb the fruit spirit's soul to maximize the benefits of this guy and minimize the risks. After all, the King of Chu and the Princess of the Empire were no longer two separate individuals. But there won't be any risk in your absorption this time. Although Chu Jun knew that Clarice was very powerful, he was still worried when she was about to absorb his soul or spiritual energy. But in the face of Chu Jun's worries, Clarice showed an extremely impatient expression. Why, do you doubt my ability? No, I'm just worried about the risks. Hiki. Hearing this, Clarice gave a disdainful smile. As for me, although I am not as knowledgeable and young as you, but when it comes to fighting, I'm much stronger than you. And don't forget that I am a mimic psyker who is much more powerful than you. As the princess spoke, she grabbed Guoling's neck. When it comes to mimicking psychics, I definitely won't. Ahe. Suddenly, a voice was heard, accompanied by Clarice's screams. A huge wave of psychic energy swept around her. The King of Chu was caught off guard and was almost hit. If it weren't for a few cute little hungry ones bravely protecting their master, Chu Jun might have suffered serious injuries. But even so, Chu Jun was still surprised to find out. Little Hungry, who was hit by the psychic light wave just now, has died under the psychic attack. Moreover, other little hungry monsters that were no more than 10 kilometers away from these little hungry monsters also suddenly died due to the psychic shock. At that moment just now, the will of the swarm was traumatized for the first time. Although this time the trauma was insignificant. Chapter 317. The Disappearance of Spiritual Energy and Help. What's going on? At this moment, the spiritual energy fluctuation just now has finally swept through. Chu Jun climbed up from the ground panting. The few little hungry creatures that had previously blocked the psychic attack for Chu Jun have now died completely. But the scary thing is that when Chu Jun checked it, he was shocked to find that the bodies of these hungry little ones did not suffer much damage, but their nerve activities completely disappeared. Note that complete disappearance here is actually a very scary thing, because this means that these little hungry souls have been devoured. What's even more terrifying is, not only these little hungry creatures were traumatized, but those little hungry creatures surrounding them were also traumatized. Their souls were also completely devoured. In addition, Chujun also discovered that a corner of the swarm's will was consumed a lot by this psychic impact. It was traumatized too. If the soul being devoured just now was beyond Chujun's understanding, then the will of the Zerg was traumatized, which was definitely something Chujun could not understand. Just when Chujun was still confused, a little hungry cat that had not suffered a serious blow came over. Master, it hurts. However, unlike other little hungry ones, this little hungry one has a relatively high intelligence. Because of this, she possesses extremely obvious language skills. The first thing she said to Chujun was that it hurts. But when Chujun anxiously checked her, he found that there was no damage on her body. The area where she was really hurt was her psychic power. The reason why Chujun was so sure was that although this little hungry creature did not die in the previous fluctuation, her psychic ability was permanently reduced by 1. This is far more surprising than any of the previous events. What the hell are you, damn it? After experiencing this series of shocking news, Chujun finally began to take Guoling seriously again. His previous hunch was correct. Guoling does indeed have many secrets. Moreover, the secrets that Chujun had been concerned about before were actually just superficial. The real secret of Guoling is actually hidden in her psychic abilities. Looking at Guoling and Clarice, who were in a coma at his feet, Chujun's expression couldn't help but become very ugly. Now Chujun wanted to catch Guoling immediately and use the most cruel method to make her explain what she had done. But this is destined to be impossible. Because, although Guoling was in a coma at this time, Clarice, who was with her, was also in a coma. But a thin blue line of psychic energy appeared between the two unconscious women. This line connects the two of them. At this time, Chujun had no way to tell what this blue line was. Maybe this thing is a soul? Is it a person's thoughts? Or is it a concrete manifestation of psychic abilities? None of this matters. The important thing is that Chujun absolutely did not dare to touch these two unconscious guys easily, because Chujun's spiritual power was frantically warning him of a terrible future. In his psychic warning, if he used brutal means to separate Clarice and the fruit spirit, then both of them will die. So, in this dark and damp tunnel, Chujun couldn't help but reveal an expression of helplessness and anger. A few hours later, accompanied by the roar of the truck, Panghua, who hadn't been seen for a long time, jumped out of the truck with a smile. Wow, I haven't seen you for a long time, Brother Chu. The fat man at this moment has been living a very good life recently. He first became an official beast tamer, and then, following Clarice's orders, he used his identity as a beast tamer from Ant Street to complete the primary election of this dirty and decadent street and became an out-and-out candidate for parliament. And because this guy is really good at talking, and he provides a lot of tangible benefits, many people at the bottom of Ant Street really support him loyally. Soon after, this fat man who had a large number of shares in the New Jack gang also succeeded in gaining success in both the black and white worlds, and directly obtained a large amount of wealth from the gang. It can be said that this guy is an absolute winner in life at this moment, and is definitely at the peak stage of his life. However, what he didn't know was that shortly after his most trusted brother Chu called him over, he was about to commit the biggest crime of his life. Well, long time no see. Chujun nodded politely. I asked you to come here to help me move something. Hearing this, Panghua immediately patted his chest and said very proudly, Hey, what do you mean by helping or not helping? Brother Chu, your words are my orders. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Chujun nodded with relief. Good. The princess of our empire has fallen into a coma. I need you to help me move her and hide her in a place that is absolutely confidential. Of course, there's a risk that she might die, so you'd better be prepared to destroy the body and escape. The smile on Panghua's face froze. What is going on? Chapter 318 Return to Ant Street. Fuck. Brother Chu, you came here and gave me a big job, right? At this moment, as Chujun stated his purpose, the smile on Panghua's face could not be said to have frozen, but at least it could be said to have disappeared completely. The reason is simple. This is fucking punishable by death. Panghua stretched out his fat hand, gestured at his neck several times, and said seriously. Forehead. Chujun, who was sitting opposite him, scratched his neck helplessly and asked curiously. Should I be beheaded for carrying the princess of the empire? Or should I be beheaded for secretly getting rid of her? The fire in Panghua's eyes had almost solidified into substance, and he roared but spoke in a low voice. Both of them should be beheaded. The latter will be killed several times. Sometimes, he really thought Chujun was an idiot. This was clearly a matter that could lead to death, yet he still asked. But anyway, as someone who had been saved by Chujun several times, Panghua, after smoking half a pack of cigarettes in a row, still helped Chujun carry Clarice and the other person into his car. However, after finishing the move, Panghua, who was panting and wiping his sweat, suddenly realized two important problems. Wait, Brother Chu, It's fine if you want me to move Her Royal Highness, but why do I need to help you move that fruit spirit? Panghua, who knew Guoling's true identity, hated her very much. Secondly, why don't we let Little Hunger carry them both? Isn't Little Hunger a good fit for this? Hearing what Panghua said, Chujun explained very patiently. First, there is a psychic link between the two of them that you cannot see clearly, at least not a link that a low-level psychic like you can see. Chujun did not expose the fact that he was a mimic psychic, but used another method to conceal the matter. This psychic connection is very strong, but I don't understand how it works. So I don't know if the psychic link between the two of us will be broken if I only take Clarice away. It would be safest to move them both at the same time. As for why I didn't let Little Hungry carry them, it's because their spiritual energy fluctuations have weakened, but they can still hurt my Little Hungry. To be more precise, it harms my Swarmwell network. Before I figure out what the situation is with these two guys, I will never let my Little Hunger get hurt. Hearing this, Panghua, who was driving, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Yes, there was a moment that Panghua could confirm. If the respected Imperial Princess Clarice heard that she was not as good as Xiao Hungry, she would definitely stand up and beat Chujun severely. As for myself, I will be killed because I heard these secrets. As darkness fell, Chujun and Pang Bo finally returned to Ant Street after a long time. And in Ant Street, Chujun was surprised to find out. Compared to the severely damaged city center, Ant Street is now more lively than before. Not only were the previous small vendors not affected, but their numbers were far greater than before. Not just hawkers. At this time, there were more and more people in Ant Street. The streets, which were previously poor and even extremely dilapidated, now became relatively prosperous and lively. Many things that were previously invisible are now beginning to appear on the street. For example, banks, food banks, and a real coffee shop that brews coffee using coffee beans. Such a change surprised Chujun very much. Panghua smiled and pointed out the truth behind the current change. Actually, ever since the first appearance of the White Death in the city, the street we're on has started to welcome immigrants because of its safety, including the second time and the third time in the first half of the month. After 3 consecutive disasters, many people believe that Ant Street is very safe. The funds, equipment, and factories we lost before are gradually recovering. Hee. Thanks to this disaster, my term has become much easier. At this time, Pombo really began to think about the problem from the perspective of a politician. However, compared to this incident, Chujun suddenly realized an important issue. Perhaps the truth behind all this is not that Ant Street has become safe, but because the swarm of insects has made their home here. After all, the previous White Death parasite extremely hated the smell of the insect swarm. Thinking of this, Chujun had a new idea. Chapter 319 Reward and Good News. Okay, Brother Chu, I have helped you to separate the great princess from that. That guy called Guoling moved into the room together. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. My voters are waiting for me. In the dim room, Panghua, the former fat man and now city councilor, was looking at Chujun with a flattering expression. And Mr. Chu didn't say much. After seeing Chujun nod, Pang Bo fled from the laboratory. Although there have always been mimic insects resembling Chujun doing experiments in this laboratory, Pang Bo himself often comes here to rest. But it has to be said, as a guy who always causes trouble, the pressure brought by Chujun himself is still very terrifying. I don't know when you will wake up. After Panghua left, Chujun felt a headache when he saw Clarice lying in the container with a life-sustaining device plugged in. To be honest, he really didn't expect that he would encounter such big trouble. You know, Clarice's identity is very special. She is the princess of the empire. It might be okay if she was in a coma for a few hours, and it might not be a big deal if she was in a coma for a few days. But if she continues to be unconscious or dies, then Chujun will be in big trouble. Let's not talk about whether Chujun's previous plans will still be effective. Just the inspection and arrest that Chujun had to face was enough to make Chujun disappear in the physical sense. Thinking of this, Chujun couldn't help but sigh. However, as a person who is completely mentally ill, Chujun did not dwell too much on this matter at this time. He thought that instead of praying that Clarice could wake up, it would be better to find a more professional person to make a judgment. And this person is naturally Jack, who was hidden by Chujun. Soon, following Chujun's news, Jack, the former boss of the Jack gang, came to his laboratory. How do you feel about the two of them? Very bad. Jack shook his head. As a replica of a once powerful psychic, he has incomplete memories and his psychic powers are not strong enough. But his knowledge still played a big role in this matter, because he could see the psychic powers of these two people at a glance and what had happened. Let's put it this way, their spiritual energies are devouring each other, and that's the real reason why they are unconscious. And I'm sure of that. Your Highness, you are a 100% mimic psychic. And the fruit spirit. but he is not a pure mimic psyker. What's the meaning? Hearing this, Chu Jun's eyes lit up. Sure enough, he knew it was right to ask Jack to come. Her soul is somewhat like a patchwork experiment or an industrial product. Incomplete, but functional. This feeling is very familiar to me. Jack took a deep breath and expressed his judgment. I guess the guy who made her might have some relationship with the guy who made me. Hearing this, Chu Jun asked immediately. In that case, can you restore them both to normal? I can't guarantee that. Jack shook his head. But I can assure you that I will try my best. At least I can keep Her Royal Highness, the princess, alive. Chu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. That's enough. What do you need me to give you as payment? I owe you one. This time, I don't need any reward. Seeing Chu Jun being so polite, Jack smiled and patted Chu Jun on the shoulder, saying seriously, once you have thoroughly learned the techniques of psychic rebirth from me, my future will depend on you. It's too early to talk about compensation now. After saying that, Jack began to mobilize his abilities to try to repair and help Clarice. On the other side, Chu Jun also walked out of his laboratory, although he really wanted to help Jack do something. But unfortunately, although his psychic level is as high as level 6, his psychic skills are very poor. So he couldn't help Jack with this matter. But just when Chu Jun was about to go out for some delicious food to soothe his frightened heart, he received a call. On the other end of the phone was the vice president of Tsangnan University. As an old man on the other end of the phone spoke, Chu Jun's frown relaxed. It turned out that he received two good news. First, the good news is, Yao Yuan's graduation plan had already been postponed, so this time there was no need to postpone it again. He only needed to meet with the vice president once, and he would have fulfilled all the requirements for graduation. The second good news is, the vice president was very interested in the fact that Little Hungry was immune to psychic hallucinations. He planned to study the truth of this ability with Chu Jun. Chapter 320 Graduation and Invisibility. As Chu Jun walked into the beautifully decorated vice president's office, an old man who was over 50 years old but still looked young immediately came over respectfully and held Chu Jun's hand. In his room, Chu Jun heard a faint rustling sound. Hello, Chu Jun. Here is your diploma. Congratulations, you are now a qualified beastmaster. At the same time, you will become the pride of our school and will soon become a qualified beastmaster serving the empire. Well, faced with the vice principal's hospitality, Chu Jun was completely confused. What is going on here? It seemed that Chu Jun didn't quite understand what was going on. The vice principal quickly explained. It turned out that, in his daily study in life, he accidentally discovered Chu Jun, a good seedling with both good character and good academic performance. On the one hand, he was shocked that such a good seedling like Chu Jun had such good psychological qualities, could walk out of the most impoverished neighborhood, and always ranked among the best in written tests. On the other hand, he was heartbroken. He was saddened that such an outstanding talent as Chu Jun was buried by this damn society. As a result, such talents have not been able to graduate for 4 consecutive years and have been accumulating in school. Looking at the principal's attentive face, Chu Jun's face turned gloomy. He knew that the other party was talking nonsense, and the other party knew that he knew that the other party was talking nonsense. So, to be honest, why did you let me graduate so suddenly? If you don't tell me, I'm going to tear up this diploma right now. Seeing that Chu Jun was serious, the principal immediately panicked. Soon, he then told the real reason. It turned out that the reason why Chu Jun was able to graduate so easily was entirely because the admiral of the empire, Clarice's hidden identity, called the principal. On the phone, she threatened the other party that if Chu Jun was not allowed to graduate, then the military will let him graduate. A graduation in the sense of life. Therefore, under the threat of graduation, the principal decisively chose to let Chu Jun graduate. As for those who have objections and feel that this is not in line with the process, the principal will allow them to graduate from their work and become outstanding talents to be sent into society. It doesn't matter what tests or what messy procedures are. Finally, Chu Jun graduated. This sounds very darkly humorous. It's even a bit absurd. But this is what a real society should look like. Power is always the easiest thing to make people succumb to in this world. The same is true even for the president of a university. Hearing this, Chu Jun couldn't help but sigh. Can we do this? As if sensing that Chu Jun was in a bad mood, the vice president smiled and scratched his nose. Then, actually, the rustling sound appeared again beside the principal. Mr. Chu Jun, strictly speaking, this matter is not considered a violation of regulations. Looking at Chu Jun's puzzled eyes, the principal began to explain. Because just yesterday, we received a report that was not top secret. In the report, the imperial military has made regulations for each major school. Its regulations state that starting next month, we must relax the graduation standards and send as many of those less qualified beastmasters into the army to die. To train them in the army. So strictly speaking, Chu Jun, you really meet our graduation requirements. Then the standards you set before, which originated from the Human Federation, will be abolished, right? No. The rustling sound around the vice principal became more frequent. That set of standards still applies. But those who pass this test will be true beast masters. We will send them to various institutions as normal so that they can become the superior people who survive in this society. Okay, I understand. Chu Jun was completely helpless. It seems that although the Empire is temporarily away from the threat of war, they are still frightened by the Human Federation. If that weren't the case, they wouldn't be able to do it. However, compared to this matter, Chu Jun cared more about another thing. That is what the vice principal said. He could help him explore the truth about Little Hungry's immunity to psychic illusions. So after taking his graduation certificate, Chu Jun immediately asked the other party, "You said before that you could help me figure out the truth. Now, can you give me a hint?" "Sure. But, Mr. Chu Jun, please don't be surprised later." The vice-chancellor smiled. Then, those faint rustling sounds began to come from all directions. Then a scene that shocked Chu appeared. Countless worm-like monsters crawled out of the room where everyone was. They appeared from the ceiling. They emerged from beneath the floor. They emerged from a crack in the wall. They are everywhere. But Chu Jun didn't notice them just now. "I didn't even notice I was a little hungry. Are they invisible?" Chapter 321, How to Use the Hive Well. Is this psychic invisibility? The moment Chu Jun saw the group of ants appear, he instinctively blurted out a guess. But this surprise only lasted for a second, because Chu Jun realized that his guess was wrong. No, this is psionic invisibility plus biological invisibility. On the one hand, they hid their psychic powers, and on the other hand, they used pheromones to hide themselves. What a smart move. At this moment, Chu Jun has already seen through the secret of these ants' invisibility. But this was not his own credit, but the credit of Little Hunger. When these ants appeared, the Little Hunger in his cuffs and clothes almost boiled over. There is no way. As a real ferocious psychic beast, Little Hungry has an extremely strong sense of vigilance. With so many ant monsters appearing around them, it was impossible for them not to be alert. Because of this, the information that these ants use pheromones appeared in Chu Jun's mind. No, you're only half right. But just when Chu Jun was about to observe these ants carefully, the vice president said with a smile, "They did use pheromones, but they didn't use psionic invisibility. Then why can't my Little Hunger detect them?" Seeing Chu Jun's puzzled expression, the vice principal kept him in suspense. He did not answer the question directly, but took Chu Jun to the testing site and once again tested whether the exotic beasts would protect the Beastmaster under the psychic illusion. What surprised Chu Jun was, not only my own Little Hunger couldn't pass this test, the vice principal also failed this test. But the reason why they both failed the test was the same. The strange beasts of these two guys, whether they are the Little Hungry ones or those ant beasts, none of them can be hypnotized. What's going on? Don't worry, keep watching. The vice principal smiled slightly and showed off his skills again. As a psychic energy so weak that it was imperceptible descended, the ants used for testing revealed a look of wisdom. Then, along with the appearance of psychic hallucinations, unexpectedly, hypnotized. It was at this moment that Chu Jun discovered the truth. Wait, you turned on sanity for him. It turned out that this ant was originally in a puppet-like state, without much intelligence and only acting on its own instincts. But after this guy gave the ant consciousness, he was able to be hypnotized. No, you are wrong again, young man. The vice principal laughed and said something strange. I didn't open his consciousness. I just let the branch of the ants will descend upon a part of it. Hearing this, Chu Jun immediately said, "Wait, your ant beast has the same psychic ability as my Little Hungry." The vice principal nodded. "Yes, your Little Hunger before was the reason why you couldn't be hypnotized. It's because of this ability that's causing the trouble. The essence of psychic hypnosis is to cram in a large amount of psychic information to trick the beast into reacting. But all swarms with similar abilities cannot be deceived, because they have a vast ocean of consciousness, whether this ability is called the hive will or the ant will. As long as there is such a capability, it will have such capability. After all, those deceptions used to test psychic powers cannot deceive the vast ocean of consciousness. The previous test was not about your beast, but about the testing method." "I see." Chu Jun nodded. He knew that Little Hunger could not have such a defect, etc. In a flash, Chu Jun suddenly realized something very important. That was the vice principal in front of him, who had just temporarily descended a clone of his will onto his strange beast. Although this operation will cause the ant beast to be restrained by psychic illusions, it can possess extremely powerful intelligence in a short period of time. But if both parties have similar psychic talents, does this mean that the will of the hive can also descend upon one's own swarm of beasts? Thinking of this, Chu Jun immediately looked at the vice principal. The vice president also laughed. He could see from Chu Jun's eyes that this guy understood what he meant. So, sure enough, you are so quick to understand. But I still want to remind you. The method of using this function is not that simple. For example, you could try. Create a batch of permanent hive mind clones. Chapter 3:22 True Genius. 2. Create a batch of permanent hive mind clones. The moment he heard these words, Chu Jun immediately realized many things. No, to be more precise, his train of thought was directly opened up. Yes, before, his idea had always been to let the hive mind exist as a main body, and simply regard it as a container for little hungry to command the swarm. But now it seems that this operation is too inefficient. Because Chu Jun discovered a shocking fact from his previous observations. That is, these ant beasts can directly obtain a large amount of intelligence increase through the descent of part of the hive will. This may not seem like a big deal to some people, but for Chu Jun, this means a lot. Because Chu Jun had an idea that was far more advanced than cutting the hive will. That is, he planned to give these hive minds some independent will. Well, it seems you already understand what I'm talking about. In that case, I won't bother you. Just when the vice president mistakenly thought that Chu Jun was thinking intensely at this moment, and he could go back to the office and have a good rest. But Chu Jun grabbed him. Then, the madman's words controlled the old guy, making him mistakenly believe that he was the one who was hit by the psychic hallucination. Because, it's okay, don't bother me. I have completed the work of cutting the hive mind and creating a clone of the hive mind. Well, it seemed that he saw that the vice principal was a little unconvinced. Chu Jun vomited out 2 little hungry ghosts directly from his stomach. Then, under the vice principal's "Are you sick?" look, the 2 hungry little ones began to evolve directly. Then, that extremely familiar spiritual energy fluctuation appeared on the bodies of these 2 hungry little ones. Then, in just 3 minutes, the 2 hungry little creatures completed evolution in 2 completely different directions. One of them was a little hungry and was obviously in a fighting style. Its parasitic organs have shrunk, but its sharp teeth and claws have evolved and increased in size. The other little hungry one chose the aquatic plus parasitic route. Its parasitic organs became sharper, and its claws turned into tentacles that were more efficient in water. But none of this matters anymore. What's important is that the vice-chancellor felt it clearly. The 2 little bugs in front of him actually possessed extremely powerful intelligence potential in just a short moment. Just as the vice principal was about to move over to take a closer look, Chu Jun suddenly spoke. It's not just about intelligence potential. Mr. Vice President, I have upgraded and modified the plan I gave you. An excited expression appeared on Chu Jun's face. To be honest, it's scary. Because no matter from which angle you look at him, he's a bit perverted. I didn't just simply cut these hive minds. On the basis of cutting, I added some new functions to these clones of the will that were cut out. For example, unlimited learning capabilities. With the blessing of this function, the abilities and experiences of these little hungry ones will be infinitely preserved by the hive will. Even if they die, as long as the hive mind is not destroyed, they can be reborn quickly. And by then, all the abilities they have learned will return, or even be further improved. More importantly, under this kind of unlimited rebirth, the command capabilities of these Zerg units will grow unlimitedly. Faced with Chu Jun, who suddenly went crazy, the vice president was completely confused. He didn't understand. He had just given Chu Jun an idea 2 or 3 minutes ago. Why could this guy complete such a complicated operation in such a short time? You know, it took me at least 2 years to cut out the first clone of the hive will. But this guy completed his operation in less than 2 minutes. And it's been optimized. It is also optimized so perfectly. Is he a human being, after all? However, just when the vice principal was beginning to doubt his life, Chu Jun suddenly grabbed the other person's hand. Mr. Vice Principal, I am very grateful for your teaching. So I want to know, why are you telling me this? Are you trying to gain political benefits? Or is there some other purpose? Chapter 3:23, Purity and Loss. What do I need? I have political interests. Well, faced with Chu Jun's questions, the vice principal was a little confused. After a long silence, the vice president said slowly, Actually, Chu Jun, I don't have too many demands or needs from you. I'm telling you this only because I think you're actually a genius. I'm just making it up to you. Compensate. Chu Jun chewed on this word with a complicated expression. To be honest, he didn't understand why the other party said that. But soon, the vice principal's words made him understand immediately. Yes, that's compensation. The vice principal smiled. Actually, I meant what I said before. For example, if I say I saw a good seedling, it's all from the bottom of my heart, at least part of it. The old man said with a smile. Perhaps you may not believe it. Actually, I am just like you, a child from a poor family. You and I have similar life experiences. I endured endless hardships, and then by chance, I became a beast master and embarked on the path of becoming a superior person. But I'm different from you. I didn't put all my energy into scientific research. I was not able to use all my talents to cultivate my own exotic beasts like you did. On the contrary, in my limited life, I have been wasting my talents pursuing seemingly unlimited political power. That's why I became the vice president. But you are different. From you, I see another possibility for myself. I don't care about power or reputation. I only care about the cultivation of the unknown and exotic beasts. When he said this, the old man couldn't help but sigh. In fact, when the adult behind you called me and asked me to do something behind the scenes, my initial reaction was absolute rage. Because I think you and I are the same kind of people, and you are my competitor. At that time, I thought that your insect swarm was just like my ants. We were all creatures fighting each other in an ecosystem for limited biomass. But soon, I stopped thinking that. Because in you, I see pure wisdom and divinity that is extremely rare among humans. Pursue the unknown divinity. That's what impressed me. It made me realize that you and I have never been the same kind of people. Your insect colony is not the same species as my ant colony. You are even more equal than us. So if you ask me, why should I help you? The vice president patted Chu Jun on the shoulder, turned, and walked towards the building where his office was located. That's all I can say. I see in you another future that doesn't belong to me, even though I am not well educated. So that's how it is. After listening to the other party's words, Chu Jun was also stunned for a moment, because he didn't expect that the group of beastmasters that he originally thought were decadent and unambitious were actually a very divided existence. Although many people like the status and convenience that Beastmaster brings. But among them, there are still some who are very pure. At least, the old man in front of me still has a pure heart. Even if he wasted his entire life in the struggle for power, such purity still exists in the other's soul. Thinking of this, Chu Jun began to think. Should I adjust my view of the Beast Tamers group? But just as Chu Jun was thinking, suddenly, a video was transmitted to Chu Jun's sight through his mimic insect eyeliner. The moment he saw this video, Chu Jun left Songnan University without hesitation and ran towards his laboratory, returning as fast as he could. The reason why he was so anxious was that at this moment in the laboratory, the psychic connection between Clarice and the fruit spirit began to weaken. Their connection process seems to be coming to an end. But it's not all good news. On the contrary, it could be a terrible disaster. Because, chuckle, the body of one of these two beautiful women began to slightly wake up. However, the guy who started to wake up was not Clarice, but fruit spirit. What is going on? Chu Jun's face became worse and worse. Countless little hungry creatures and swarms of insect beasts also began to gather towards the direction of the laboratory, according to his orders. Could it be that Clarice lost this psychic battle? Chapter 324, Clarice dead. Drive faster. In the rented car, Chu Jun gave his orders to the mimic insect beside him in an extremely cold manner. The mimic insect was stunned for a moment, and then with the help of the mimic insects, she replied to Chu Jun, the leader of the insect swarm. But Lord, we're already moving pretty fast now. If I speed up, we will be in danger. Hearing this, Chu Jun turned his head and said with a cold face, "This is my order. You don't need to worry about my safety. Your priority now is to get me back to the lab as quickly as possible." After saying this, Chu Jun regretted it. Because the moment it heard these words, the mimic insect next to Yao Yuan stepped on the accelerator without hesitation. It has to be said that although these strange creatures, mimics, are very obedient, their brains are indeed not very useful. To be precise, she is a little bit stubborn. Chu Jun really needs to return to the laboratory as quickly as possible. But yeah, he doesn't need speed that much. Squeak. As the mimic's excited voice appeared, this damn thing actually stepped on the accelerator to the utmost. In just a few seconds, the car's speed increased from 80 or 90 miles per hour to 200 miles per hour. What's even more terrifying is that Chu Jun himself can't drive like this. But insects like mimics can. She sent Chu Jun to the laboratory in an extremely extreme and fastest way. After Chu Jun got off the car, he only had one feeling. That means weak legs. He couldn't even stand up. Damn it. In the end, Chu Jun, who was carried back to the laboratory by the mimic insect, entered the laboratory. He also commanded the mimic insects to quickly seal off the laboratory. But this is also unnecessary, because in the farther direction, countless little hungry creatures are constantly surrounding this place with their swarms of insects. Once something goes wrong, or in other words, things don't develop as Chu Jun expected, then they can easily take control of the situation here. Call. Chu Jun, who had regained his composure, slowly walked into the room where Guoling and Clarice were kept. At this time, Guoling's body trembling was becoming more and more obvious. Chu Jun even detected that the other party's brain was already active. So Chu Jun thought that this guy was about to wake up. This is really troublesome. I originally thought that since Clarice is so powerful, she should have the ability to eat fruit spirits. From now on, my plan should have failed. Clarice can't wake up now. On the contrary, the fruit spirit devoured Clarice. Fuck. Chu Jun punched the glass hard and roared angrily. Clarice, you damn idiot. She is not reliable at all. After saying this, Chu Jun had already started preparing to run away. After all, the princess of the empire died in her own laboratory. Hiss. This is no longer a question of whether or not you can run away. This is a question of whether he still has a chance to escape. But just when Chu Jun was thinking this, a faint voice appeared in Chu Jun's mind. At first, Chu Jun couldn't hear the sound clearly. But soon, he slowly got used to the sound. And at this moment, Chu Jun's face was full of surprise. Because the person who made this sound was actually Clarice, who was in a coma. Chu Jun, you damned fellow. What kind of monster have you found for me? Clarice is not dead. No, then why is she still unconscious? Chapter 325 2 months of devouring process. You're not dead. Looking at Clarice, who was not resurrected, but could still transmit psychic information to herself, Chu Jun blurted out. I have to say, his statement of high emotional intelligence naturally aroused Clarice's dissatisfaction. You bastard. I don't know whether I will die or not. But after I come back to life, you will definitely die. Hearing Clarice's threat, Chu Jun trembled all over. However, this did not affect Chu Jun's next actions. Although Clarice and Chu Jun were using psychic power to bicker with each other, because the connection between the two sides was psychic, the efficiency of their connection was very high. In just a few seconds, Chu Jun had learned the whole story and the condition of the fruit spirit from Clarice. Of course, in addition to this, Chu Jun also understood the most important thing. That is how he should deal with the fruit spirit. You must not kill her, but you must not let her wake up. At this moment, Clarice's voice resounded in Chu Jun's mind. And Chu Jun also followed Clarice's instructions and directly injected a powerful coma drug derived from the saliva of the parasite Little Hungry into the fruit spirit who was about to wake up. Immediately afterwards, after Guoling fell into coma again, Chu Jun immediately started a new round of operations. However, his operation this time was terrifying, because he needed to remove the fruit spirit's brain as intact as possible and then store it in a container. And before Clarice completely devours the fruit spirit's spiritual energy, he needs to preserve it intact in this way. Any damage is an absolute waste. Yes. At this time, Clarice told Chu Jun the truth. This girl called Guoling is not only a mimic psychic, but she is also a very powerful mimic psychic. Really, Chu Jun's original guess was not wrong. Guoling was not as simple as he imagined. Who is stronger between you and the other party? She. Clary said without hesitation. Of course, the strong I am talking about is only relatively strong. But I was still able to devour her. Because the other person's soul is actually in a state of being cut up and is not complete. In this case, her psychic level is not as high as mine. So just give me enough time, and I'll be able to swallow her whole. And I discovered many psychic abilities in her psychic power that I have never discovered before. These things are extremely valuable. After hearing this, Chu Jun finally understood why Clarice was determined to completely devour the other party even if she didn't wake up. But it was worth it, because in the next few minutes, Clarice shared with Chu Jun a lot of psychic knowledge that seemed useless but was actually very high level and very wonderful. However, after imparting this knowledge, Clarice's psychic voice suddenly became much quieter, as if she was very tired. Then she expressed to Chu Jun. Now, she needs to use all her strength to devour the other party. During this period, there are two things that Chu Jun needs to do. The first thing he needed to ensure was that Guoling's brain remained in a high-intensity but non-lethal coma. The second point is that Chu Jun needs to find a way to help Clarice cover up her disappearance during this period. After all, according to Clarice's estimation, it would take her at least 2 months to devour the other party. After hearing the first request, Chujun himself didn't feel anything. But when he heard the other party's second request, Chujun just felt his scalp tingling. Clarice, are you serious? You bastard, you are the princess of the empire. I'll help you cover up your disappearance? Are you crazy? In response to Chujun's complaints, Clarice expressed angrily. Damn it, this mess was caused by you, Chujun. Do you think I'm like this? Indu, this fellow. What are you afraid of? Clarice said impatiently. You won't forget. Do you have a mimic insect that can help me hide my identity? Hearing this, the corner of Chujun's mouth twitched. He looked at the mimic insects behind him and selected the one that looked the most powerful. You. Yes, that's you, the one who likes to eat and bully. From now on, you are the princess of the empire, Clarice. Become her. Forehead. The moment the mimic insect heard the news, the ice cream in its hand fell down. What? I'm going to play the princess of the empire? Even though the mimic insects were not very intelligent, she still felt that this matter seemed a little. It's dangerous. Chapter 326, a different interview. Hey, don't worry, I won't be exposed. Using a mimic insect to disguise myself is a very low-risk thing to do. Besides, don't you think that this is a good opportunity for you to get to know me? So don't worry. There's absolutely no risk. At this moment, looking at the unconscious Clarice who was using her psychic power to control the mimic insects to modify her appearance while comforting herself, Chujun's expression could be said to be extremely painful. Clarice, I don't care whether you are reliable or not. I just want to say that you should know that if I reveal my true identity, I will die miserably. The crime of making you unconscious and the crime of letting a bug take your place are two completely different crimes, okay? Seeing Chujun so nervous, Clarice's psychic voice rang out again. Oh, if you think my idea is not good, then why don't you give me a better one? If you have a better idea, then I totally don't mind. How about it? Hearing this, Chujun fell silent. All right. He actually didn't have such a good idea. He was simply worried that his and Clarice's plan would fail. After thinking about this, Chujun sighed helplessly. All right. Since you think this idea is reliable, then we will temporarily decide and continue to use this plan. But the power to terminate the plan is in my hands. Seeing that Chujun finally agreed to her plan, Clarice also agreed repeatedly in her psychic power. Oh, by the way, I need to go out for a while. You should stay in the lab and train the mimic insect that will replace you for the next 2 months. You want to go out? When Clarice heard that Chujun was going out, she was still quite shocked. Because in her impression, Chujun has always been a very lazy guy. This guy almost lives in the lab so that he doesn't have to leave. So when Chujun said he needed to go out, Clarice immediately became alert. What are you going to do, kid? Is there anything shameful going on? Hearing this, Chujun sighed helplessly. Clarice, please don't be so controlling. Let's not talk about the basic common sense that I should be free to do whatever I want. Let's just talk about your suspicious attitude. Is it a bit too much? What's too much? You are mine. Clarice said disdainfully. So what if I care a little? Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Chujun reluctantly told the truth. I'm going to an interview. Interview? You. Clarice was stunned. She racked her brains but couldn't figure out why Chujun wanted to go out for an interview. After all, the current king of Chu has no shortage of money or resources. What is the reason why he wants to go out for an interview? However, at this time, Chujun was no longer able to reply to the confused Clarice. He had already left the laboratory and went to Health Paradise Company. Driven by the mimic insect, Chujun didn't spend too much time arriving at the branch base of Health Paradise Company on Songnan Star. And since Chujun was able to become a researcher in his previous life because he was too outstanding, this is actually his first interview in his life. How to say it, Chujun was a little nervous at this time. This is something new for him. Hello. I came to. Chujun hesitated for a long time and came to the front desk, ready to tell the beautiful receptionist the purpose of his interview. Sorry, sir, we don't accept sales pitches here. At the beginning, the receptionist still had a smile on her face. But when she saw Chujun's shabby clothes and his polite words, she thought he was a salesman who had come recently. When Chujun heard the other party say this, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. Because he seemed to have guessed that the other party might have misunderstood him because of his clothes. So, he had no choice but to perform a live vomiting act in front of the beautiful receptionist, and he vomited out several of them in one breath. I have to say that Chujun's way of thinking is really not acceptable to ordinary people. At least the poor receptionist couldn't accept it. When she saw the horrible bugs constantly pouring out of the mouth of a sloppy man, she let out a sharp cry. Amid the other party's screams, Chujun quickly pointed at those cute little hungry ones and said, Wait, don't scream. These are my legal beasts. I'm a legitimate beast master, and I'd like to interview at your company. Hey, 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 please stop rolling your eyes. But it was too late, because the beautiful female receptionist had fainted. The security guard also noticed this. Fuck. Looking at the security guards who had unfriendly faces and were walking towards him. For a moment, Chu-jun felt that he seemed to need some basic social common sense. Chapter 327 Interview and Spy. Fuck. You damned guy, please don't faint. It has to be said that when Chu-jun saw the receptionist in front of him faint, he was in despair. Because he himself didn't expect that when he came for the interview, he would make this poor lady faint. Moreover, his abnormality actually attracted the security guards. Chu-jun felt a little regretful at this moment. He obviously didn't want to attract attention, but he still triggered such a low probability event. However, seeing those security guards who had unfriendly faces but were approaching him with determined steps, Chu-jun did something that was more in line with common sense. That is, he casually put his little hunger on himself to show the other party's harmless attitude. Then he spoke to the security guards who were carrying deadly firearms and security beasts. I'm a beast master, and I'm here for a job interview. This is my identification. After saying that, Chu-jun took out a graduation certificate from Songnan University without hesitation and placed it in front of the security guards. As expected. This time, Chu-jun's choice can be said to be completely correct. On the one hand, he did use the correct method to show his identity as a beast master. He no longer used such a terrifying beast to prove himself, but instead chose a more credible graduation certificate. On the other hand, his actions finally conformed to the norms of the conventional world. He did not explain his origins in a confusing way, but directly stated his demands. However, what Chu-jun didn't expect was, are you here for an interview? After the security guard heard Chu-jun say that he was a beast tamer, his attitude became noticeably more relaxed. After all, no matter what, in the world they live in, beast masters are the undisputed superior people. Secondly, although he is a security guard for Health Paradise Company, but that didn't mean he wanted to offend a beast master. So he took the certificate, looked at it carefully, and checked the various information in it. Do you have a reservation? Forehead. After the security guard took a suspicious look at Yao Yuan's graduation certificate, he asked the first question. This question made Chu-jun freeze in place. Do you need an appointment for this? If I remember correctly, Health Paradise's recruitment requirement originally required that beast masters do not need an appointment. That was the recruitment requirement 2 years ago. Since the White Death disaster, the company's recruitment requirements have become increasingly strict. The security guard explained. It has to be said that Chu-jun has been doing whatever he wanted for a long time in the past. So when he heard the word appointment, he was naturally a little confused. The security guard read the confusion on Chu-jun's face. So he began to explain. Here, Mr. Chu. Let's not talk about whether it's right or wrong for you to come for the interview without an appointment. I'll point out one thing. The security guard explained helplessly. We have dozens of departments in our Health Paradise Company, and the main department for recruiting beast tamers should be our Health Paradise Company's experimental department. And you, the place you came to is the marketing department of our company. The testing department should be on the other side of the city. The security guard pointed at the large words, Healthy Paradise Company Marketing Headquarters, clearly written on the gate, and said. As for Chu-jun's expression, at this moment, he was extremely embarrassed. But fortunately, just when Chu-jun said that he was about to leave and go to the test department to make an appointment for an interview, suddenly, a voice called Chu-jun. Hey Chu-jun. It's you Chu-jun, you graduated. As they were talking, a man in his 30s, who looked extremely healthy, walked up to Chu-jun and said to him with a smile. However, the other party's intimate attitude was met with a cold face from Chu-jun. Who are you? Although the other party's attitude towards me is particularly intimate. But Chu-jun could swear that he had never seen the other person. Who is he? In response to this question, the well-maintained man gave a flattering smile and then laughed in front of everyone. Hey, Mr. Chu, you really are a forgetful person. It's me. Don't you remember me? The man looked into Chu-jun's eyes and spoke seriously and sincerely. Like you, I am a student of Professor Clare Morton. Then, the man stretched out his hand and spoke to Chu-jun in a very small voice. High Priest, quick, shake my hand. I am our organization hiding in this company. Spy. Chapter 328 Leader. Fuck. When Chu-jun heard the guy in front of him say that he was Clare's companion and that he was a spy hidden inside the Health Paradise Company, he was devastated. On the one hand, Chu-jun didn't expect that Clare was really lingering around. Even if she leaves this planet, she can still cause trouble for herself. On the other hand, Chu-jun really doesn't want to have anything to do with these bastards from the Immortal Organization, okay? To be honest, there was a moment when Chu-jun wanted to call the Planetary Security Department and tell them that he saw a spy from the Immortal Organization. He really couldn't understand why the Tsangnan planet treated the Immortal Organization so seriously, why the Immortal Organization was still like cockroaches in the sewers, constantly crawling out from various dark places. Are you kidding me? Is the Star Sea Empire's control so poor? But no matter what, Chu Jun didn't call the so-called police number in the end. After all, no matter what, according to the other party's description, he is the priest of the Immortal Organization. Even if Chu Jun reported the other party, his own fate would not be any better. So, with this thought in mind, Chu Jun had no choice but to follow the other party into his office. As soon as he walked into the other person's office, the guy immediately introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Hinigan. My name is Jelly Luo. Nice to meet you. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I never thought that I would be able to meet a great man like you one day." Looking at the excited young man in front of him, Chu Jun covered his forehead helplessly. "Did the other party call your name wrong? What is your identity, kid? To be honest, I have some doubts about your identity." After all, as Chu Jun spoke, he took out a small candy from his pocket and put it on the desk. His threat was obvious enough. "I have never seen anyone from the Immortal Organization call my name wrong. If you don't explain this problem well, then I will let my little cuties tear you apart bit by bit." Chu Jun was not joking. He is serious. Because no matter what, the organization of immortals that Chu Jun faces is a terrorist organization with a strict organization. Many of their members are not human and are not even considered human. But they would never make such a mistake with such simple intelligence. "Excuse me, Mr. Chu Jun." As if noticing some change in Chu Jun's attitude, the young man who called himself Garilo immediately became serious. "Where I was before, I seldom came into contact with Orientals like you, so it was easy for me to mispronounce your name." "Don't worry, I'm absolutely reliable," Garilo said with a smile. "Oriental? What does this mean?" Seeing that Chu Jun didn't seem to understand what Oriental meant, Garilo immediately explained. "I am actually from Earth. The world we live in divides people into Easterners and Westerners. You have yellow skin and black pupils, so we usually call you an Oriental." Chu Jun frowned, still not understanding the other party's naming method. Because in such a cosmic age, what exactly do East and West mean? However, Chu Jun did not continue to dwell on this issue in the end, but changed the question. "Why didn't you leave?" What Chu Jun meant was that due to the pursuit on Tsangnan Star, most of the members of the Immortal Organization ran away, but why did Garilo stay? Facing Chu Jun's question, Garilo said helplessly, "Because I just arrived at Tsangnan Star last week. Before Tsangnan Star was under martial law, I couldn't leave on the transport ship at all. I had no choice but to come to Tsangnan Star. Secondly, it just so happens that because of the previous martial law, my identity is absolutely safe at this point in time. Plus, the risk of me running away directly is much higher than the risk of staying here. So I stayed here without contacting my superiors." Hearing this, Chu Jun was stunned for a moment. "You have lost contact with your superiors?" "Yes." Garilo smiled bitterly. "That's why I was so excited when I saw you. Dear Mr. Chu Jun, you are now my superior, and also the supreme leader of our Tsangnan Star Immortal Organization. You have the right to use all the forces of the Immortal Organization left on Tsangnan Star." Damn it. Chu Jun covered his forehead. He looked at Garilo, who looked expectant, and couldn't help but think. Nowadays, bad news really comes one after another. Chapter 329, Rejected Request. "You mean, I am now the top leader of the Immortal Organization?" "Yes." Garilo smiled and said excitedly. "Except for you, I am the second tallest." "Shit." Chu Jun slammed the table suddenly, scaring a few hungry little ones who were eating coffee and sugar cubes on the table. Not understanding what was going on, they ran towards Chu Jun to protect him, chattering and stuffing the remaining sugar cubes into their mouths. Although Chu Jun was very reluctant to get involved in the matter of the cult of the immortals again, after thinking it over again and again, he decided to take charge of this matter. There are two reasons. The first reason was that Chu Jun thought at this time that if he really needed help during the 2 months that Clarice was in a coma, then the Immortal Organization will be a great help. Don't forget that as long as Chu Jun has control over Clarice, he can actually ensure the safety of the current Immortal Organization and his own personal safety through his own micromanipulation. The second reason is that after experiencing all the previous events, Chu Jun now clearly realized. No matter how he tries to escape from the Immortal Organization, this organization still has many mysteries that he needs to solve. And now is the best chance to solve these puzzles. So, after thinking about these things, Chu Jun had no choice but to take over this deadly mess. Alright, in this case, I need to figure out one thing. You say, High Priest. Garilo's face was full of concern, as if Chu Jun had become his boss. I don't think I'm the high priest yet, forget it. How many people do we have in our organization now? How much power can we mobilize? And how much property do we have? Faced with the question raised by Yao Yuan, Garilo thought about it seriously and gave a very scary number. Including me and you, there are still 3 members of our organization on Sangnan Star. And the assets we can use are probably hundreds of thousands of Star Empire points. Oh, if we include Old Man Li's retirement salary, we should have more than 300,000. Old Man Li. Chu Jun tilted his head, looking obviously confused. Which organization's member is this code name for? No way. Even with Chu Jun's qualifications, he didn't understand who this Old Man Li the other party was talking about. Mr. Chu Jun, Old Man Li is not a code name for any member of the organization. He is simply Uncle Li, who is stationed by our organization to guard the port of Sangnan Star. He was just like me. He didn't have time to evacuate, so he was trapped here. Shit. At this time, Chu Jun's mentality could be said to have undergone a subtle change. On the one hand, he hated the immortal organization for being so inhumane and handing such a mess to him. On the other hand, he suddenly realized something. That was my plan, and it seemed to have gone down the drain. Never mind. We'll talk about revitalizing the organization later. Chu Jun touched his painful forehead and spoke to Garilo with a serious face. Now I want to get a job interview at Health Haven. Do you have any ideas? Hearing the high priest of his organization say this, Garilo immediately nodded. Of course, Mr. Chu Jun. If you want to get a job, I can help you with it. Because I was originally the HR manager of Health Paradise. If you'd like, I can help you complete your onboarding process tomorrow. Hearing this, Chu Jun's eyes lit up. Although Garilo and the immortal organization he represents are not reliable, this guy's identity is very useful. So, Chu Jun immediately gave his orders to the other party, asking them to complete the entry procedures for him as soon as possible. Secondly, Chu Jun also planned to take this opportunity to ask the other party whether he could find out relevant information about the White Death parasite experiments within Health Paradise Company. But what Chu Jun didn't expect was, his request was unexpectedly rejected. Chapter 330, Guessed Wrong Gender. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu Jun. Although I really want to help you, in my current state, I can't help you enter the research center of Health Paradise. After Chu Jun stated his legal identity as a Beastmaster and that he had a letter of recommendation, Garilo still firmly refused. This not-so-young but handsome guy shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, even though you are a Beastmaster and even though you have a letter of recommendation from Sangnan University, I still can't help you get the job. Why? There are 2 reasons for this. The first reason is that when I first came to Sangnan Star, I did some very foolish things, which caused my position as a human resources manager to be lost. In this case, I don't have the authority to help you enter the company. The second reason is that some people don't really want you to join Health Paradise. To be more precise, someone made it clear not to hire you before you graduated. I only found out about this after I came to Sangnan Star. Is someone targeting me? How is that possible? Chu Jun thought about his own character in his mind. He couldn't believe that he, who behaved so well on weekdays and was as pure as a little angel, would actually offend others. Who was that person? So, Chu Jun, who was confused about his situation, decisively asked this question to Garilo in front of him. The other party's answer made Chu Jun stunned. It's Professor Li Nan from your Sangnan University. Although I don't know what feud you have with Li Nan, Professor Li Nan is currently the chief researcher of Health Paradise. In addition, the project he is currently leading is the White Death Parasite Project, so his words are much more useful than those of me as a personnel officer. Hearing this, Chu Jun immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Indeed, his old mentor might really target him, and would definitely target him. However, the reason why the other party targeted him was, on the one hand, because he had ruined the mentor's good deeds, and on the other hand, Yao Yuan also heard that Li Nan had a feud with his mentor Clare. So it is normal for the other party to target you. Damn it, this is going to be difficult. Chu Jun, who couldn't think of a solution for a moment, looked at Garilo with confusion. I think I understand why Li Nan is targeting me. But, Jialiluo, I still don't understand. What did you do to cause the loss of your job? Haven't you just arrived at Sangnan Star? What kind of ridiculous things can you do in such a short time? When asked this question, Garilo's expression began to become unnatural. He began to try to dodge the question and try to change the subject. Well, Mr. Chu Jun, I heard from others that you like to eat delicious food, so should I treat you to a meal? We have a private dining room in our Health Paradise Company's internal cafeteria. You must try the roasted chicken there. Gulp. Although Chu Jun had not swallowed his saliva yet, Xiao Hang, whose intelligence had improved and could understand human language, was the first to drool. Feeling that they had a chance to eat delicious food, they immediately gathered together after hearing these words, grabbing Chu Jun's hands and acting coquettishly. After Chu Jun glanced at Xiao Hungry, he nodded helplessly. That's a good suggestion. But compared to this matter, I am more concerned about what you did. I don't want to use my status in the organization to pressure you, but I still want to hear the truth. When he said this, Chu Jun's expression had become very serious. As expected, as soon as these words came out, Gorillo reluctantly told the truth. Okay. Mr. Chu Jun, this is what happened. When I first came to Tsangnan Star, I was not in a very happy mood. So, soon after I got here, I found an opportunity to have something happen with a wonderful person that shouldn't have happened. And this person's identity is somewhat special. Oh, I see. Could it be that this guy slept with some high-ranking official's wife? Chu Jun narrowed his eyes. But unfortunately, he was wrong. At least, he had the wrong gender. Because in the next second, a fat man suddenly broke through the door. The security guards outside the door looked terrified and didn't dare to stop the other party. Then he grabbed Gorillo by the neck and spoke viciously. Gorillo, you bastard, how dare you sleep with my son? I'm going to kill you. Forehead. At this moment, Chu Jun's expression could be said to be extremely wonderful. Chapter 331, Chu Jun's New Plan. I'm going to kill you all. As the sturdy man gradually exerted force, poor. Oh no. Gorillo's face, which was not very pitiful but even a little hateful, had gradually changed from pale to red. As time went on, the redness on his face even began to turn purple. It's obvious. If Chu Jun didn't do something, Gorillo would be strangled to death. Ahem. So, in order to protect his few younger brothers, Chu Jun deliberately coughed and interrupted the fat man who really wanted to strangle Gorillo. Well, finally, Chu Jun's actions worked. The burly man who was about to strangle Gorillo to death just now stopped his actions and stood up. There was no way, even though he really wanted to strangle Gorillo right now. However, the existence of Chu Jun, a potential eyewitness, prevented him from doing so. So he could only glare at Gorillo fiercely, say a few harsh words, and then leave. Of course, even if Chu Jun was not here, Gorillo would not be killed. The reason is simple. The security guards who were watching this side were also looking at this side. Cough, cough, cough. Hugga. However, although Gorillo survived, judging from his expression, he obviously had not recovered from the shock he had just suffered. Fuck, I was almost killed by this guy. This is too scary. Are you from Tsangnan Star so barbaric? Just because of a moment of mutual affection, you killed an innocent young man so cruelly. You don't seem innocent. Chu Jun narrowed his eyes and thought so. Who was that person just now? Does he have much power? The reason why Chu Jun asked this was because when the fat man was pinching Gorillo, the security guards obviously did not dare to come up to stop him. You know, although Gorillo is not that good, he is also a real human resources manager. The fact that these security guards just watched him get beaten was enough to show that the other party's identity was not ordinary. That guy's name is Mendez, and he's the general manager of our health paradise company on the Tsangnan planet. General manager. Oh, hearing this, Chu Jun became interested. Then his position should be able to help me solve the problem that I couldn't get into health paradise before. What do you mean? Gorillo didn't understand why Chu Jun asked this question. But Chu Jun ignored all this and directly asked the question that concerned him most. Just tell me, yes or no. Can. Absolutely. Gorillo nodded vigorously and said seriously. Although Mendez is only a general manager, Health Paradise is divided into regional autonomous areas. So Mendez has supreme power on the planet Tsangnan, just like the emperor of the Qinghai Empire. He has the power to remove any position of any person or allow anyone into the company at any time if he wants. Of course, before that, he still needs to complete the most basic procedures, which usually takes 2 to 3 days. Hearing this, Chu Jun took a deep breath. That's enough. Then, Chu Jun said to Gorillo, I have found a way for me to enter Health Paradise Company and help you solve the problem of losing your job. Oh. Hearing this, Gorillo couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He didn't understand what idea his new boss had found, but he had a vague sense of foreboding. Unfortunately, his feeling was right. Because I'm going to kill this general manager named Mendez and replace him with my mimic. Besides that, I also plan to use his identity to cover up my actions within Health Paradise. This is a very clever idea, because this idea can solve the 2 problems faced by the King of Chu. On the other hand, this is exactly the purpose that mimics were originally designed for. However, Gorillo's expression became extremely distorted at this time, and then he said some not-so-good news. Well, Mr. Chu, I think you are right. But before you make your plan, I need to provide you with some additional information. This guy Mendez is not just a beastmaster. And he's also a 6th level psychic beastmaster. He is very powerful. Hearing this, Chu Jun smiled. A 6th level psychic beastmaster. Is it very strong? Chapter 332, Infiltration Plan. After Chu Jun established his goal, he did not hesitate for too long before taking action. After all, he has too many things to deal with now, and he needs time. But don't get me wrong. Even though time was extremely short, Chu Jun did not act hastily. After all, Chu Jun knew it very well. Although he could easily defeat the general manager named Mendez in terms of hard power. But before he takes action, he needs to collect as much intelligence as possible to minimize the risk of the mission. This is his usual style. So, when the king of Chu set his sights on Mendez, he quickly made a series of preparations around Mendez. For example, "Excuse me, Mr. Mendez, what kind of dinner do you plan to have tonight?" As the housekeeper in Mendez's room asked the question, Mendez, who was changing his clothes with the help of several other maids, said impatiently, "Just the same as yesterday, beef stew with baked potatoes. And pair it with a glass of red wine." As Mendez spoke, he adjusted the time on his watch. However, what he didn't notice was that the old butler standing behind him couldn't help swallowing a lot of saliva after hearing his recipe. In addition, the look in the eyes of this elderly butler was somewhat different from that of yesterday's butler. There was a hint of, "Comes from bestial hunger. By the way, while I'm at work, you must keep a close eye on my son. Don't let this damn guy meet that idiot again, otherwise I will kill him when I come back." At this time, Mendez still did not notice the change in the butler. He just said these words absent-mindedly and went to his beast-taming warehouse alone. Like many orthodox beastmasters, although Mendez does not let his psychic beast stay with him when he is working, he still lets his beast stay in the beast storage warehouse within the company. Once his life is threatened, the strange beasts he raises will rush out at any time and tear his enemy to pieces. As he possesses 6th level psychic power, he is absolutely confident that he can hold on until the alien beasts come to support him. It can be said that as a veteran elite, Mendez attaches great importance to his personal safety. This is the real reason why Guerrillo had previously questioned whether Chu Jun could quietly kill Guerrillo and replace him. However, Guerrillo's doubts were obviously unnecessary. Because at this time, Chu Jun easily found the loophole in Mendez's defense, his old butler. Although Mendez did his best to protect himself, he completely ignored the old man who had followed him for countless years. Just as almost all beastmasters look down upon ordinary people, Mendez did not provide any protection for the old butler. He seemed to have never considered that the old man beside him, who knew a lot of his intelligence, would one day become a means for the enemy to attack him. This also led to Chu Jun being able to capture the old butler without any hindrance. He used the flying snake's venom and healing methods to obtain countless useful information from his mouth, and at the same time, let one of the countless mimic insects replace him. But replacing the old butler is only the first step in Chu Jun's countless actions. Because next, Chu Jun would need to consider how to replace Mendez. However, unlike replacing the old butler who is not even a beastmaster, if Chu Jun wants to replace Mendez, he needs to know a lot of private information about Mendez. Moreover, this information cannot be the superficial information that the old butler has, but must be a secret that only Mendez family can know. After all, it is easy to replace a person's appearance, but it is difficult to replace that person and allow him to fully perform his functions. So the king of Chu naturally set his target on Mendez's son. "Ahem, master. Excuse me." As the mimic's eyes gradually turned cold, he knocked on the door of Mendez's son. But what surprised the mimicry insect was that this guy did not close his door. The mimicry insect just knocked on the door, and the door opened automatically. And the condition of Mendez's son also seemed a little strange. At this moment, the young man's legs were swinging in the air, and his neck was tied to a rope. And the other person's expression changed very quickly. When he first came in, his face was still red. Now, his face has turned purple. The mimic insect felt very puzzled when she saw this scene for the first time. She was so confused that she decisively contacted Chu Jun using her psychic power. After seeing this scene, Chu Jun slapped his forehead fiercely. Then, the poor insect swarm leader spoke angrily to the mimic insect. "You idiot, can't you see this guy is committing suicide? Stop it for me now." The mimic rushed forward. Chapter 333, The Horrible Truth. Fuck. The mimic, who was severely scolded by the swarm master, cursed his own stupidity madly while pulling down the rope from the son of Mendez who was about to be hanged. Remember, it's cool. In other words, the mimics don't understand what it means to save people. She simply grabbed the other person's legs tightly and pulled him down from the roof. I don't know whether Mendez's son was simply lucky or was destined to die. Fortunately, He was not killed by the opponent's brutal behavior, but the opponent was able to survive because of the mimicry insect. But the reason why he was so miserable was because of the mimicry insects. All in all, the curse of the Swarm Master is still effective. The mimic insect completed its task effortlessly, and the next second after completing the task, it began to take credit for it to the leader of the insect swarm. As expected, this poor mimic insect was once again scolded. Just when the mimic was pitifully doubting its own survival, a sentence that made both her and the swarm's leader's scalps tingle appeared. Cough, 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 cough. You? Not my old butler. The young man who was rescued by the mimicry insect coughed a few times and then spoke to the mimicry insect in front of him. Who are you? Why does it look like a bug? The young man slowly stood up, and at the same time, psychic light began to burst out from his body. He is a psychic, and it is also a place that can clearly see the mimicry of insects. At this moment, not only the mimic insect was a little confused, even Chu Jun, who was watching the mimic insect from a distance, was a little confused. Neither the man nor the insect understood how the other could see through the camouflage of the mimic insect. How strange. You're more than just a bug. Besides, you are a psychic beast, and the guy who controls you. As the young man spoke, he stared at the mimic insect with eyes filled with psychic light, and said words that made Chu Jun feel his scalp tingling. He looks so strange. He has black hair and black eyes. He looks harmless, but in fact, he is a monster in human skin. By the way, the person lying next to you, is she the princess of the empire, Her Highness Clarice? When he said this, the direction he was looking in was actually the direction where Chu Jun was. Yes, this guy not only saw Chu Jun's appearance clearly. Moreover, he was able to directly see Chu Jun's unknown from a very long distance. Chu Jun, who was sitting in the laboratory drinking coffee, suddenly sprayed it out. What's going on with you, guy? Right now? In the conference room of Health Paradise, there was a knock on Mendez's door. Come in. Hey, Mr. Mendez, long time no see. Why? I heard that you encountered something infuriating these days. Chu Jun's former mentor Li Nan knocked on the door and walked in. I don't know what you're talking about. Mendez's face turned pale and black, but he still tried his best to refute the other party's words. But unfortunately, Li Nan smiled and told what he heard. Well, Mr. Mendez, I'm not deaf. Who in the entire company's senior management doesn't know that your daughter slept with Jilly Luo? But before he could finish his words, Li Nan's neck was suddenly grabbed. Mendez's eyes were fixed on the other person. I don't have a daughter. I never had a daughter. I only have one son. Seeing Li Nan getting closer to suffocation, Mendez let go of his hand. Li Nan gasped violently a few times, and then he said helplessly, Mr. Mendez, actually, I think both you and I have problems. Because we both know that you have no sons or daughters. The only thing you have is a bastard offspring. A monster that looks like a human on the surface, but is actually a mixture of human and alien gene sequences. 1. A mixed blood monster. In the conference room, Mendez was silent. Because this is a very scary truth. Chapter 334, Transaction and Beauty. Are you a psyker? When the young man in front of the mimic insect told Chu Jun where he was, Chu Jun felt his scalp tingling. At first, Chu Jun thought that the guy in front of him was just a psychic with some powerful psychic abilities. But now Chu Jun doesn't think so, because just when the mimic worm was communicating with the other party, the brain worm that had been observing Chu Jun and the mimic worm in space suddenly spoke. Master, the being before you is not a human. Faced with the brain worm's reminder, Chu Jun couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Not human? How is that possible? This guy, no matter how you look at it, is still a human being. As if knowing that his master did not believe what he said, the brain worm that had a psychic connection with Chu Jun released several pieces of evidence without hesitation. But these evidences are more bizarre than each other. For example, the brain worm discovered that the other party's nose was slightly larger than that of humans, and the angle of the other party's eyes was also different from that of ordinary people. What's even more bizarre is that the brain worm, through the powerful vision of the mimic worm, can see very clearly that the black hair on the other party's head are not ordinary hair follicles and hair strands, but some kind of tentacles. Sure enough, when these evidences appeared in front of Chu Jun immediately realized that the brain worm did not lie. The guy in front of me is not a human, but some kind of strange beast. Yes, I am a strange beast. At this moment, the young woman in front of Chu Jun actually knew about the communication between Chu Jun and the brain worm through some special way, and she also saw Chu Jun's expression with incredible accuracy. But sir, please rest assured, because in some ways, I am more of a human being. A human being with a large amount of human gene sequences. Forehead. It has to be said that the statement that a human being possesses a large number of genetic sequences has a lot of flaws in every aspect. But because of this, Chu Jun finally confirmed one thing completely. That guy in front of him was definitely not a human being, but a hybrid of some kind of alien beast and human. But how is this possible? In Chu Jun's opinion, the only organization of immortals hidden in the dark side of the Imperial Society who dared to mix human gene sequences with alien beast gene sequences in the entire Starsea Empire was the one. No, to be more precise. This bunch of damn lunatics mixed the human gene sequence with the gene sequence of alien beasts in order to gain eternal life. But why did the general manager of Health Paradise, this guy named Mendes, create such a genetically weird guy? Is he crazy? Or is there something else hidden behind this matter? Just when Chu Jun was still thinking about why Mendes did this, something unexpected happened. Please don't worry, sir. I don't bear any ill will toward you. I will neither call nor scream. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you without reservation. Oh yes. As he spoke, the young man stood up and spoke to the mimic insect. Let me introduce myself. My name is Clare, and I'm the offspring of Mendes, the general manager of Health Paradise Company. To be honest, just a second ago, Chu Jun was still considering whether to let the little hungry one waiting outside rush in, forcibly take down this half-human, half-beast guy, and then use the powerful interrogation skills of the insect swarm to obtain the important information he wanted to know from the other party. But now Chu Jun doesn't need to think about these things, because the young man in front of him seemed too obedient. He hadn't used any tricks yet, but he couldn't wait to reveal the secret. Such a contrast made Chu Jun subconsciously wonder whether this guy who called herself Clare might have some conspiracy. But this idea is wrong. Because I want to make a deal with you. Clare said as she approached the mimic insect in front of him. At the same time, his expression became extremely excited. Want to be one of you bugs? At least, I want to be one of these bugs. God is above, he is truly so beautiful. In the mimic's surprised eyes, Clare reached out and stroked the mimic's face. Forehead. If the mimic was not mistaken, his current appearance should be that of an old butler. He looks like an ugly and old man. What does this look have to do with beauty? Chapter 335 The Real Mastermind. Beauty. Chu Jun rejected the words from the other party and couldn't help but frowning. Let's not talk about this guy named Clare for now. What the hell is this guy? Just to be frank about him. Oh no, it was her current strange behavior. Chu Jun felt that the other person definitely had more secrets than what she said. Moreover, the other party was the first guy Chu Jun had seen so far who voluntarily asked to be transformed into a bug, etc. Chu Jun narrowed his eyes. Regardless of whether the other party's request was weird or not, the fact that the other party wanted to become a bug made Chu Jun feel weird. But no matter what, since the other party proposed a transaction, Chu Jun had no reason to refuse. After all, at this time, Chu Jun actually possessed the genetic technology to transform the opponent. Moreover, if the opponent really has the genes of a strange beast in his body, Chu Jun can even directly modify the opponent's gene sequence, allowing the opponent to become a mimic insect while remaining conscious. Forehead, etc. Chu Jun, who was far away in the laboratory, frowned. Now is not the time to think about these things. So he controlled the mimic insect and spoke to Clare. Trade. No problem. I can satisfy your request and even turn you into my mimic insect. But what can you give me? Facing Chu Jun's inquiry, the guy named Clare said without hesitation. I can give you a lot. Let me guess. You spent so much effort to disguise yourself as my old butler. Plus, you have such a strong ability to disguise yourself. So you must be here for my father's secret. Hearing the other party say this, Chu Jun hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, if he wanted to use mimic insects to replace Mendes, the executive of Health Paradise, he must know Mendes' secret. And the more secrets he can know, the better. On the other side, when Clare saw that Chu Jun agreed with her guess, a smile immediately appeared on her face. I knew it. Clare stood up with a smile and came to the front of the mimic insect. At the same time, her eyes became extremely determined. You must be the same as those people before you. You are here specifically to destroy the military company called Health Paradise. In that case, I will tell you the biggest secret of Health Paradise Company. Forehead. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after Chu Jun heard Clare say this, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. That is, he is about to get involved in a conspiracy that he should not have known about. As expected, Clare's subsequent remarks were so horrifying that even Chu Jun, who had many secrets, was shocked. In fact, the top executives of Health Paradise have always had ties to the Human Federation. The two parties have been conducting transactions in secret for the past few decades. Besides that, since both empires discovered the source crystal last year, transactions between them have become more frequent. And it was under these circumstances that they made a decision. That is, they want to kill the crown prince who participated in the peace negotiations at the peace conference on Sangnan Star in more than a month. As everyone knows, not long ago when the atmosphere of war was at its thickest, it was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who used his own abilities to prevent the catastrophe from happening. He wants the people of the two countries to peacefully utilize the newly discovered Baber source crystal together. But peace is not in the interests of the Human Federation and Health Paradise Corporation, because the essence of Health Paradise Company is not a biological company. Their purpose has always been to manufacture exotic beast weapons and make profits for war. To this end, they successfully expanded the contamination of the White Death parasite with their own inaction and secretly provided convenience to the White Death parasite, allowing them to eventually devour and take root in the entire Sangnan Star. Because only the White Death parasite has another important characteristic. That's their gene sequence, which is very suitable for being made into a new type of exotic beast weapon. Hearing this, Chu Jun's breathing became heavy. All of this was actually caused by the mastermind behind the scenes, the Health Paradise Company? No wonder. I said that the series of events on Sangnan Star seemed too coincidental. After piecing together a series of clues, Chu Jun was shocked to find that he seemed to have ignored the existence of Health Paradise Company for a long time. Although on the surface this company does not seem as powerful as Clarice, the Imperial Princess. But in some ways, Health Paradise has advantages that Clarice does not have. That is, this is an enterprise spanning the entire empire. Whether it is intelligence or personnel, they have more advantages than Clarice alone. However, what Chu Jun didn't expect was, how could such a multinational corporation dare to assassinate the prince of the empire for its own benefit? Etc. Suddenly, Chu Jun realized something was wrong. That is, there is a conflict between Chuyer and Clarice's statements. Clarice said at the beginning that the high-ranking officials of the empire had a vicious plan for the eldest prince who treasoned and negotiated privately.